Tui, tui, tui. Under the silver glow of the moonlight illuminating the dark earth, a young man was desperately spitting out the soil in his mouth. So much for the promise that Golden Phoebe would last 1,000 years in just a few years. It's already rotted to bits. He gritted his teeth. Damn crippledly. How dare he scam me with fake goods? After spitting out all the dirt, Chen Chongqing stretched his stiff limbs. In the faint moonlight, his round and shapely posterior was vaguely visible. However, at this moment, he didn't care about the embarrassment of strolling naked under the moon. System, has the 10 years passed? He asked. Host, the 10-year sleep has ended. Attribute points have been credited, the system responded calmly. Chen Chongqing looked at the panel in his mind. Host, Chen Chongqing. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Defense, 1. Spiritual power, 0. Lifespan, 80. Yes, Chen Chongqing was a bona fide transmigrator. He didn't have any flashy sign in system or overpowered cheats, just an ordinary longevity system. As long as he slept, his lifespan and attribute points would increase. However, the duration of sleep couldn't exceed his lifespan limit. More importantly, his already lived lifespan would recharge during slumber. In other words, if Chen Chongqing lived to 80 years old and then went to sleep, even if he slept for just one day, after waking up, his lifespan would be 80 years in one day, instead of being reduced to only one day. Additionally, after waking, the interval before his next sleep had to be at least 1/10 of his total lifespan. Theoretically, as long as Chen Chongqing cultivated cautiously, he could truly achieve immortality and live as enduringly as his name suggested. Looking at the 10 attribute points in his possession, Chen Chongqing didn't rush to allocate them. Instead, he retrieved a set of clothes from his system space and dressed himself. Then, relying on his memory, he identified the direction and quickly descended the mountain. 10 years had passed, the wars should be over. Those separated by the chaos of war should have returned as well. Hot sesame flatbreads. Freshly baked flatbreads. Walking through the bustling marketplace, Chen Chongqing felt a sense of otherworldly nostalgia. The town was still the same town, but the familiar faces had long changed. 10 years, neither too long nor too short, was enough to alter many things. Observing the changes in the town, Chen Chongqing followed his memories and headed toward a familiar direction. Before long, he arrived at a farmhouse on the outskirts of the town. Seeing the familiar house, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Chen Chongqing's lips. He called out, "Excuse me, is Nianxi here?" A small, delicate head peeked out from inside the house. "Who are you looking for?" asked a little girl, her voice crisp and curious. Chen Chongqing was momentarily stunned. "Isn't this Nianxi's home?" The little girl shook her head. "I don't know anyone named Nianxi. You must have the wrong place." Hearing this, a flash of disappointment appeared in Chen Chongqing's eyes. Back during the war, Nianxi was just an ordinary person. Perhaps she was no longer around. Thinking this, he was about to turn and leave. "Chongqing, is that you?" A familiar voice called out from behind, and Chen Chongqing felt as though he'd been struck by lightning. Calming his emotions, he turned around slowly, and a once familiar face reappeared before his eyes. Thud! The basket in the woman's hand fell to the ground. Confirming it was indeed Chen Chongqing, tears instantly welled up in Nianxi's eyes as she covered her mouth with her hand. "Don't bully my mom." Seeing her mother crying, the little girl immediately rushed out, spreading her small arms to stand protectively between the two adults. Hearing the little girl's address, Chen Chongqing looked at Nianxi in confusion. Nianxi did not avoid his gaze. She slowly reached out a hand to touch Chen Chongqing's face. "It's been 10 years, and you're still the same as back then. Why?" Chen Chongqing finally voiced the question that had been weighing on his heart. Nianxi smiled faintly, lowering her head to gently stroke the little girl's hair. "After we separated, I was chased by bandits. He saved me from the clutches of death. Half a year later, I recovered from my injuries, and the war had ended. He accompanied me back here. Back then, Crippled Lee said you had bought a coffin from him. So I waited for you for 3 years." Nianxi paused, a trace of disappointment and helplessness flashing in her eyes. She exhaled deeply and smiled. "During those 3 years, he cared for me. He has truly been good to me." Chen Chongqing froze, then let out a bitter laugh of realization. For him, 10 years of slumber passed in the blink of an eye, but for Nian Ci, those 10 years represented a lifetime. When they parted, they were both 20 years old. Now, 10 years later, he still looked like a 20-year-old, but Nian Ci was already 30. In truth, ever since he arrived in this world, he and Nian Ci had been destined to exist on two different timelines. Thinking of this, Chen Changxing crouched down, gently patting the little girl's head, and asked with a smile, "Little one, what is your name?" The little girl glanced at her mother, seemingly seeking permission to answer. "Go ahead and tell this elder brother. He is an old friend of your mother's," Nian Ci said softly. Receiving approval, the little girl replied in a clear voice, "My name is Li Nianxing. I'm 6 years old." Nianxing, Chen Changxing repeated the name several times, smiling. "What a lovely name. My name also has Sheng in it, Chen Changxing. You can call me Brother Changxing." After speaking, Chen Changxing stood up, preparing to leave. Nian Ci instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" He paused, waving his hand without turning back. "My old house is gone, but crippled Li's coffin shop is still around. I'll stay there for a while." With that, Chen Changxing's figure gradually disappeared into the night. Li Nianxing tilted her head and asked her mother, "Mom, is Brother Changxing your friend?" "Not just a friend, he is a very old friend." "Then who is the Nian Ci he is looking for?" "Perhaps she is his childhood sweetheart. After all, the name Nian Ci sounds like a boy's private nickname for a beloved girl." "Oh, I see. Will Brother Changxing find the one he loves?" "I don't know. Maybe he already has." After murmuring to herself, Nian Ci turned to Li Nianxing with a smile. "All right, your dad will be back soon. Let us go prepare dinner for him, shall we?" "Okay." Li Nianxing responded cheerfully, skipping off toward the kitchen. "Crippled Li, there is something wrong with the coffin you made. I want a refund." "Nonsense. No one dares to criticize the coffins I make." A figure suddenly sat up from within a coffin, his eyes brimming with fury as he looked around for the audacious critic. But when Crippled Li saw Chen Changxing standing at the doorway, he immediately lay back down in the coffin, trembling in fear. "It seems my time is near. That broke bastard Chen Changxing has actually come to find me," Crippled Li muttered under his breath. Chen Changxing smiled softly, walked over to the coffin, and looked at the tightly shut eyes of Li Kezi. "Li Kezi, you promised me back then that if there was any issue with the coffin, I could get my money back. Now, with you like this, are you trying to go back on your word?" Reluctantly, Li Kezi opened his eyes. "I've got no money for you. Only one life to spare. Take anything you fancy here. It's yours." Faced with Li Kezi's attitude, Chen Changxing couldn't help but chuckle. "Li Kezi, aren't you afraid of me? You were the one who buried the soil over my grave, after all." Li Kezi glanced at him and replied, "I'm 60 this year. The doctor says I've got at most 3 years left. I've had no kids, no family my whole life. Do you think I care about living 3 more years or 3 fewer? Besides, when you bought the coffin, I already knew you'd come back. Why? I've seen people buy coffins for themselves, but I've never seen someone buy one so cheerfully." Li Kezi studied Chen Changxing for a moment, hesitated, then said, "By the way, kid, interested in working here as my assistant? Meals and lodging are covered, but no salary. This line of work suits a loner like you. Once you learn my trade, you'll most likely never starve in the future. After all, the world lacks many things, but the dead are never in short supply." Hearing this, Chen Changxing was tempted. Even though he could live for a long time, he could still die from injuries, and starvation was a common cause of death too. Initially planning to stay for just a while, he suddenly saw the prospect of stable meals as an appealing choice. "Li Kezi, your offer is way too stingy. Throw in some wages," Chen Changxing complained. Li Kezi pulled out a funerary manual from his jacket and tossed it at him. "With how lively you are, you're bound to outlive me. Once I'm dead, won't everything here be yours? You've seen this place, there's nowhere else for you to sleep. That coffin next to you is your bed anyway, and you seem to enjoy sleeping in coffins." With that, Li Kezi was ready to climb back into his coffin to resume sleeping. But Chen Changxing stopped him. "Wait, aren't you supposed to teach me how to make coffins? What is the point of giving me this thing?" Li Kezi rolled his eyes. "Learning more skills never hurts. If you only sell coffins, who is going to manage the business for you? To be honest, I can handle everything in the funeral business. You've got a lot to learn." With that, he shook off Chen Changxing's hand and lay back into his coffin. Chen Chongqing looked at the funerary manual in his hand, paused for a moment, then chuckled. Well said, learning more skills never hurts. Afterward, he climbed into another coffin. Truthfully, after getting used to sleeping in a coffin, beds felt uncomfortable instead. The seasons changed, spring gave way to summer, autumn was harvested, and winter stored its bounty. 8 years flew by in the blink of an eye, like a galloping horse. Chen Chongqing had completely settled into Li Keizi's coffin shop. He spent his days reading and learning the craft of making coffins. Whenever there was a funeral, his meals would improve significantly. However, these were peaceful times, so such opportunities only came a few times a year. As for the 10 attribute points he had, Chen Chongqing allocated all of them to defense. Theoretically, the longer he could endure, the longer he could live. Defense was naturally the attribute he valued most. It's worth noting that Li Keizi didn't pass away within 3 years. After Chen Chongqing arrived, he ended up living 5 more years. But in the end, he couldn't outlast Chen Chongqing. One night, after lying down in his coffin, he never got back up again. Brother Chongqing. The front door of the coffin shop was pushed open by a young girl. Chen Chongqing, disturbed from his sleep, reluctantly climbed out of the coffin. Niansheng, how many times have I told you? This is a coffin shop. What kind of image do you think it gives if a girl is running in and out all the time? Li Nianqing stuck out her tongue. I don't care. Let them say whatever they want. With the plague raging now, who has the energy to worry about me? I'm going to make you some food. Get out of the coffin, already stop sleeping in there all the time. With that, she cheerfully headed toward the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Chongqing sighed lightly. The plague had been raging for a year, and Niansheng's parents were among the earliest victims. He had even helped conduct their funeral. The intervals of his deep sleep had to be at least 1/10 of his total lifespan. 8 years had passed since his last awakening, so theoretically, he could enter deep sleep again. But Niansheng was now alone in the world. How could he bear to leave her behind? Thinking this, Chen Chongqing shook his head and leapt out of the coffin. Forget it. Whether I sleep now or later makes no difference. I'll wait until this little girl gets married before I think about it. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of breakfast were placed on the table. Chen Chongqing and Li Nianqing quietly drank their porridge. Suddenly, Li Nianqing looked up and asked, Brother Chongqing, are you an immortal? You silly girl, stop talking nonsense. If I were truly an immortal, how could I have just stood by and watched your mother taken by the plague? She was my best friend, you know. Chen Chongqing fell silent, while Li Nianqing stared down at the bowl in her hands. Brother Chongqing, I'm 14 now. I'm not the little girl I used to be. You can't fool me about everything. Chen Chongqing patted her head and smiled. You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting today? It's not that I won tea by you candied hawthorns, it's just that your teeth can't handle them anymore. I'll take you to buy some another day. Nianci was my mother's nickname. Before Chen Chongqing could finish, Li Nianqing interrupted him. This sentence made him set down his bowl. Are you blaming me for not saving your mother? Chen Chongqing asked softly. Li Nianqing quickly shook her head. No, I've never blamed you. When my mother passed, I saw sadness and pain in your eyes. You've treated me like a little sister since I was young. I know you too well. If you could saved her, you wouldn't have let her die. This was a secret my mother told me before she passed. She knew I. Before Li Nianqing could finish speaking, a bun was stuffed into her mouth. Chen Chongqing smiled and said, Tomorrow I'll take you to catch rabbits. No more talking. He then picked up his bowl and continued drinking his porridge, as if her words hadn't affected him. Looking at Chen Chongqing, Li Nianqing's eyes welled up with tears. Why? You missed one chance back then. Are you going to make the same mistake now? Faced with Li Nianqing's agitation, Chen Chongqing helplessly set down his bowl and softly replied, I hope that when you're buried, it's by your descendants, not by me. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, Li Nianqing clenched her fists tightly. 18 years ago, before she was born, Chen Chongqing and her mother had already fallen deeply in love. Yet 18 years had passed, and Chen Chongqing still retained the appearance of a 20-year-old. Although she didn't understand why, Li Nianqing knew that Chen Chongqing could live for a very, very long time, perhaps longer than anyone could imagine. Thinking of this, Li Nianqing's lips trembled, but she forced a smile. Brother Chongqing, you're so easy to fool. I tricked you again. As punishment, what gift do you plan to give me today? Seeing the tears slipping from the corners of her eyes, Chen Changxing reached into his robes and took out a small wooden rabbit carving, handing it to her. This is your birthday gift. Lin Yinxing gripped the rabbit tightly, her fingers turning pale. Brother Changxing, I heard that immortals are coming to the town tomorrow to choose disciples. I want to give it a try. Immortals can live for a very long time. Maybe then, I'll be able to stay with you forever. Yinxing, immortality is not as simple as you think. Chen Changxing's words were interrupted by Lin Yinxing. Looking at her stubborn expression, Chen Changxing nodded. All right, I'll do as you wish. Receiving his response, Lin Yinxing stood up and said, I'll head back now. Brother Changxing, you should spend more time in the sun instead of lying in that coffin all day. With that, she turned to leave, but her steps halted suddenly at the doorway. Brother Changxing, have you ever heard this saying? The things you can't obtain in your youth will haunt you for a lifetime. By doing this, aren't you putting chains on yourself? As her words fell, Lin Yinxing's figure disappeared. Staring in the direction she had left, Chen Changxing remained silent for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. Whoosh! A yellow talisman lit up with dazzling golden light in the sky above the small town. Under the radiance of the golden light, the plague that had shrouded the town was swiftly dispelled. The townspeople were filled with gratitude for the immortal's divine intervention. But the woman standing on the flying sword remained cold and distant, keeping everyone at arm's length. With a wave of her right hand, a ring she wore released a massive boulder, one that stood 3 meters tall. The stone landed heavily on the ground, causing cracks to spread across the earth like a spider's web. Anyone under 16 who seeks immortality, step forward to test your affinity for the path, she said succinctly. Her short declaration threw the town into a frenzy. Royalty and government authority were powers ordinary people could only look up to. But immortals, they were the dream of everyone. To become an immortal meant no more hunger, no more reincarnation, and true freedom. Even emperors would bow before the legendary immortals. The townsfolk eagerly brought their children forward for testing. However, the path of immortality was not as common as cabbages in the market. Most children tested with no results. Only a few lucky ones could make the boulder glow, and even then, the light was dim. After a long wait, it was finally Lin Yinxing's turn to stand before the boulder. With a gentle touch of her hand, the stone immediately emitted a brilliant blue light. Seeing this, the woman hovering in the air appeared by her side, inspecting her physique carefully. As I thought, an exceptional water spirit root. After confirming, she excitedly asked, Girl, would you be willing to take me as your master? At first, Lin Yinxing was overjoyed. To be accepted as a disciple by an immortal was a great blessing. But her smile didn't last long as hesitation began to surface on her face. The woman, however, remained calm and patient. It was common for mortals to hesitate upon gaining the chance of immortality. Most couldn't bear to leave their loved ones behind. She was well versed in handling such situations. Are you worried about your family? The woman asked. Lin Yinxing looked up, a trace of hope in her eyes. Immortal, if I take you as my master, will I be able to return? Of course. Once you've completed your training, you'll naturally be able to return. The woman retrieved a bundle from her spatial ring and handed it to Lin Yinxing. Here are some items for your family, she said. Lin Yinxing asked curiously, Immortal, what is this? You'll know when you open it at home, the woman replied. You have 1 hour to take care of your family matters. After that, I'll take you away. Holding the bundle, Lin Yinxing's mind conjured up the image of a familiar face. She bowed deeply. Thank you, Immortal. Please allow me to make arrangements at home first. With that, she turned and left. The woman watched her departing figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. In the past, she had encountered disciples unwilling to leave. While she could dismiss ordinary ones, Lin Yinxing's water spirit root was exceptionally rare. If not for the chance encounter during her mission, her sect might have missed this extraordinary opportunity. Such a chance must not be allowed to slip away. Inside the coffin shop, Chen Changxing was half lying in a coffin, reading a book titled The Burial Sutra. Lin Yinxing bit her lip as she walked in. Upon seeing Chen Changxing, she spoke in a low voice. Brother Changxing, the immortal wants to take me as her disciple. Chen Changxing set down the book in his hands and nodded. During the testing earlier, he had been in the crowd too, though he had returned a little earlier. Lin Yinxing lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Chen Changxing clicked his tongue lightly. Do you really want to go? I do. Why? Lin Yinxing's hands clenched tightly. In a faint voice, she said, for immortality. Those 4 words were spoken softly, but their weight was as heavy as a boulder pressing on her heart. Only by achieving immortality could she have Changxing forever. Looking at her determined expression, Chen Changxing smiled. Walking to her, he spoke gently. Many people have transformed from mortals to immortals, but I've never heard of an immortal turning back into a mortal. This path, once taken, is a road of no return. If one day you grow weary and look back, Brother Changsheng will always be here for you. After saying this, he gave her a big hug. While holding her, Chen Changsheng whispered a reminder. The path of cultivation is arduous. Never let your guard down around others. Then, he released her with a smile. Oh my, an immortal gracing this humble shop, what an honor. Chen Changsheng respectfully bowed toward the woman at the door, his demeanor no different from an ordinary townsman. The woman, however, showed a hint of disdain. She hadn't expected such a gifted child to come from this dilapidated coffin shop. This girl has an immortal destiny. She'll achieve great things in the future, the woman said dismissively, despite her dislike for Chen Changxing. Chen Changxing's smile grew even brighter. It's all thanks to the immortal's discerning eye. Nianqing has been mischievous since she was young. I'll have to trouble you to take good care of her. Oh, by the way, where's the immortal mountain where you reside? I'd like to visit someday. The woman grew more impatient. Southward, 10,000 miles away, lies Linglong sect. Ordinary people would take 30 years to reach it. If you wish to come, then come. She turned to Lin Yinxing. I have a mission to complete. We must leave quickly. Lin Yinxing gently set down the bundle. Brother Changsheng, I will remember your words and will definitely come to find you. After saying this, she followed the woman and left. After the two had walked far away, Chen Changsheng happily cleaned the room, muttering joyful words under his breath. An hour later, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he coldly called out, You've been hiding for so long, and you're still not coming out? His voice echoed through the coffin shop, but aside from the cold coffins, the room was empty. Still not coming out? Do you want me to personally invite you out? He said with a frosty face. When no one answered after a long wait, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It seems that old woman really left. What's so great about flying? I could sleep for 800 years and still fly just fine. Don't even think about messing with Nianqing, or I'll dig up your ancestral graves. After finishing, Chen Changxing stored the coffins and the bundle left by Lin Yinxing into his system space. He had been staying there for 8 years, yet his appearance hadn't changed a bit. This had become the talk of the town, and people started to gossip. If he stayed any longer, just claiming it was good maintenance wouldn't be enough to explain it. With that thought, Chen Changxing strode out of the coffin shop. Others might take 30 years to cover a distance, but I can take 50 years. I'm not lacking in anything except time, he muttered before disappearing at the end of the street. After Chen Changxing left, the town was abuzz with speculation about his whereabouts. Some said he had attained immortality, that an immortal had taken a liking to Lin Yinxing and had taken him along as well. Others claimed he had clashed with the immortal and been killed. There were all kinds of rumors, but as time passed, people gradually forgot about Chen Changxing. Refining qi, building foundation, core formation, nascent soul. Chen Changxing lay on the grass, flipping through a tattered book. It had already been 20 years since he left the town. Naturally, he'd thoroughly examined the bundle left by Lin Yinxing. Its contents were sparse: a single cultivation manual, a pill, and some gold and silver. The manual was simple, even crude. It briefly outlined the stages of cultivation and included a method for the refining qi stage. When he first obtained it, Chen Changxing thought he'd struck gold. After all, this was the secret to cultivation. Mastering it would mean he no longer had to endure long periods of slumber to achieve flight and other abilities. But as Chen Changxing came to understand the vastness of this world, he realized just how average the manual in his hands was. In the world of cultivation, one hadn't truly embarked on the path to longevity until reaching the foundation building stage. Moreover, cultivators weren't as rare as he had imagined. The reason he hadn't encountered them was simply because the place he lived was too remote. As for the refining qi manual he possessed, It was merely a common item circulated on the mainland. Though not something you could find everywhere, spending a bit over 1,000 silver coins could easily get you 2 copies. With this realization, Chen Changxing sat up and tossed the manual into the fire. Over the past 20 years, he had pored over that manual daily and had already memorized its contents by heart. System: this manual says that reaching the first level of refining qi within 3 days makes one a genius. Reaching it within a day makes one a top-tier genius. And reaching it within 1 hour makes one a once-in-a-century genius. Then what does it make me, who took 20 years to reach the first level of refining qi? Host: cultivation level is merely one measure of strength, but it is not the sole standard. A manual is just one way to grow stronger, but it is not the only way. The cultivation system of this era may not suit you, but that doesn't mean the system of the next era will also be unsuitable. Hearing this, Chen Changxing's eyes lit up. System: what do you mean by the next era? There is no dynasty that remains unchanged forever, and the same is true for the world of cultivation. People think certain things will last forever only because their lives are too short. When the host lives long enough, you'll see that nothing remains constant. The laws of nature are like this, and so are people. The system always has a way with words, Chen Changxing said with a smile. He stood up, glanced at the dawn breaking on the horizon, extinguished the fire, and continued heading south. When one possesses an endless lifespan, they not only become more cautious, but also unbearably bored. To combat this extreme boredom, Chen Changxing set a small goal for himself, to check on how Nianqing was doing. However, in the process of pursuing this goal, he discovered another interest: learning. Whenever he encountered an industry that piqued his interest, he would stop and spend a few years delving into it. In these 20 years, Chen Changxing had been a beggar, sold tofu, and even mastered the art of brewing wine. But among all these trades, his favorite and most skilled one was the one-stop funeral service. The reason was simple. Unlike other industries, even beggars had to compete for territory, and disputes were everywhere. The coffin business, however, was far more peaceful. Thieves wouldn't steal from it, bandits wouldn't rob it, and no matter whether one was a noble or royalty, they all ended up in a wooden box in the end. Additionally, Chen Changxing's skills in geomancy, dragon vein detection, and burial site selection had advanced by leaps and bounds. While others relied on books and theories, with uncertain results, Chen Changxing had a unique approach. After helping people bury their dead, he would observe the family's subsequent fortunes over the years. In these 20 years, his longest observation period lasted 5 years. It was precisely because of this stop-and-go lifestyle that it had taken him 20 years to travel a mere 3,000 miles. Linglong Town. Looking at the figures occasionally flying overhead, Chen Changxing clicked his tongue and sighed. No wonder that woman looked so disdainful when I said I was coming to visit. It took me a full 50 years to get here. For ordinary people, living to 50 is already a challenge if they're unlucky. Sighing at the relentlessness of time, Chen Changxing began searching for a suitable shop in the town. This was a small town located under the mountain gate of Linglong Sect, a favorite haunt for low-level cultivators and servants. Initially, Chen Changxing had planned to sneak into Linglong Sect to check on Nianqing. But upon arriving in Linglong Town, he gave up on that idea. Because within a 100-mile radius, everyone was talking about the legend of Li Nianqing. The Linglong Sect had produced a once-in-a-millennium genius who, in just 50 years since joining, had achieved the pinnacle of the core formation stage. Her astounding talent even shocked the reclusive sect master. Countless young talents vied to win the favor of this peerless prodigy, hoping to become her Dao companion. But Li Nianqing's answer was always the same. None of you, even combined, can compare to Changxing. Over time, Li Nianqing became known as the purest cultivator, for her obsession with Changxing was unmatched. In stark contrast to Li Nianqing's dazzling brilliance, Chen Changxing was nearly invisible. In the entire Linglong town, no one noticed that, in the most secluded corner, a small shop capable of holding just 2 or 3 coffins had quietly opened its doors. "Is anyone here?" A small bald head peeked into the coffin shop. Hearing the commotion, a figure suddenly sat up from one of the coffins. The small bald head was startled, but after confirming it was a living person, He heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Sir, how can you lie in a coffin? Coffins are meant for the dead to rest in. The little bald monk said with a serious look, which made Chen Chongqing burst into laughter. He had been running this coffin shop for 3 years now, and during that time, hardly anyone had come by. If not for selling low-grade spiritual herbs on the side, the shop would have long since closed. Little monk, you're mistaken, Chen Chongqing said with a smile. Whether mortal or cultivator, no one can escape death in the end. If that's the case, why should the living despise their ultimate destination? Hearing these words, the little monk tilted his head in thought. After a moment, he clasped his hands together in a Buddhist gesture and said, Amit Ba, thank you for enlightening me, sir. It seems I was overthinking. Ha ha, Chen Chongqing chuckled. I didn't expect someone so young to have such a sharp mind. With that, Chen Chongqing jumped out of the coffin and casually patted the little monk's smooth, round head. All right, little monk, tell me why have you come to my coffin shop? The little monk lowered his head and replied, Recently, Tianfu Temple and Linglong sect joined forces to capture an evil cultivator who had committed countless atrocities. The evil cultivator refused to surrender and was ultimately killed by an elder of Linglong sect. Although that man was wicked beyond measure, I couldn't bear to see his corpse discarded in the wilderness. So, I came to buy a coffin for his burial. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing clicked his tongue. Do you have money? I run a business here, I can't afford to do charity. I've brought enough money. The little monk took out 3 mid-grade spiritual stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Chen Chongqing. Looking at the valuable spiritual stones, Chen Chongqing smiled and took one. 1 mid-grade spiritual stone can get you the best full-service package. When do we set off? Right away. If we delay any longer, the body will start to rot. Without hesitation, Chen Chongqing agreed to the little monk's request and followed him out. As for the coffin shop, he didn't even bother to lock the door. Inside, there were only 2 coffins. Who in their right mind would steal a plain coffin? Out in the wilderness, Chen Chongqing followed the little monk and finally saw the so-called evil cultivator. The corpse looked no different from any other deceased person, except for the fact that half of his face had been smashed to pieces. Seeing this, Chen Chongqing couldn't help but sigh. Little monk, you cultivators really lack compassion. Sure, he did all kinds of evil when he was alive, but he was still someone you worked so hard to capture. Even if he deserved to die, the least you could do is dig a pit and bury him. Leaving him out here in the wild, what is that about? In the cultivation world, it seems you're the only one with a bit of humanity. The little monk remained silent, simply chanting scriptures under his breath. Shaking his head, Chen Chongqing began the process of handling the body. He carefully cleaned off the bloodstains, stitched the torn flesh, and replaced the tattered clothes with fresh burial robes. Every step was meticulous and thorough, with no room for sloppiness. Half an hour later, the corpse was mostly restored to a dignified state. Even the scattered teeth had been collected one by one. Once everything was ready, Chen Chongqing patted the beast's skin pouch at his waist, and a high-quality coffin instantly appeared. After placing the body inside the coffin, Chen Chongqing used a compass to locate an auspicious burial site. Digging the pit, carrying the coffin, and laying it to rest, even with the little monk's help, it took them 2 full hours. When it was time to erect the tombstone, Chen Chongqing paused. Little monk, the tombstone needs the deceased's name, as well as the name of the person who erected it. What was his name? The little monk clasped his hands together. This man was the sect master of the Heavenly Demon sect, known by the title Blood Demon Patriarch. His real name is unknown. As for the one erecting the tombstone, sir, that's up to you. I am bound by sect rules and cannot leave my name on his grave. Clicking his tongue, Chen Chongqing inscribed the following on the tombstone. Here lies the Blood Demon Patriarch of the Heavenly Demon sect, interred by the Undertaker. The little monk was puzzled. Sir, is your nickname the Undertaker? That's right. I sell coffins and specialize in handling burials. What else should I be called if not the Undertaker? With that, Chen Chongqing turned to leave, waving his hand as he walked away. My job here is done. If you encounter something like this again, remember to find me. The little monk watched his retreating figure, tilting his head in deep thought. This was the first time he had met such a peculiar person, someone with an indescribable aura about him. Back in Linglong Town, Chen Chongsheng returned to his coffin shop, immediately locking the door behind him. He stared at the tooth in his hand, the one he had taken from the Blood Demon Patriarch's body. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, intricate runes could be seen carved onto its surface. If he hadn't personally handled the body, he would never have guessed that even a tooth could be used to embed formations. Rubbing his chin, Chen Chongsheng muttered under his breath, "This should be a storage formation. For the Blood Demon Patriarch to go to such lengths, there must be something valuable hidden inside." With those words, he waved his right hand, and over a dozen thick books on formation techniques appeared before him. Chen Chongsheng's talent for cultivation was abysmal. It had taken him 50 years to barely reach the third stage of qi refining. For a genius, that would take no more than the time it takes to finish a meal. After realizing his lack of talent, he turned his focus to formations and alchemy. After all, those disciplines could be mastered gradually over time, perfectly aligning with his patient nature. Lighting an oil lamp, he began studying the formation on the tooth. Even though he only understood basic formations, the one left by the Blood Demon Patriarch was exceptionally complex. But for Chen Chongsheng, it wasn't an issue. He had all the time in the world. If one day wasn't enough, he'd spend a month. If a month wasn't enough, he'd spend a year. As long as he didn't give up, he was confident he could eventually crack the formation. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, during which Chen Chongsheng hardly left his shop. Luckily, the coffin shop rarely saw any customers, or his absence would have surely raised suspicions. He exhaled deeply, stretching his stiff body. After 3 months of effort, he had finally deciphered the formation left by the Blood Demon Patriarch. Pseudo-Spiritual Roots. Chen Chongsheng read aloud the title of the book he found inside the formation, his face full of curiosity. Spiritual roots were the foundation of a cultivator's path and the measure of their talent. The most common were the 5 elemental spiritual roots, categorized as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. Supreme-grade spiritual roots represented the pinnacle of cultivation talent. Beyond that, there were also some unique variant spiritual roots. These variant roots could be incredibly powerful, though their effects varied depending on their nature. But among all the known types of spiritual roots, Chen Chongsheng had never heard of the term pseudo-spiritual roots. This unfamiliar term piqued his interest, as he loved delving into things he didn't understand. Interesting, I must see what this pseudo-spiritual root is all about. He murmured to himself as he opened the first page of the book. As the words came into view, Chen Chongsheng realized that this book was not a manual of cultivation techniques, but rather the autobiography of the Blood Demon Patriarch, detailing his lifelong cultivation journey. The Blood Demon Patriarch had extremely poor talent, almost at the lowest tier in the cultivation world. His spiritual root was a 5-element mixed root of abysmal quality. After struggling in the qi refinement stage for many years, he conceived a bold idea. Since spiritual roots exist, could their quality be improved through postnatal cultivation? With this thought in mind, the Blood Demon Patriarch began his experiments. However, the idea sounded like a fantasy, and he dared not use himself as a test subject. Instead, he conducted his experiments on living people. As the number of people who died by his hands grew, the Blood Demon Patriarch finally discovered some clues. The quality of spiritual roots could not be enhanced by conventional means such as pills, cultivation techniques, or formations. However, spiritual roots could devour other spiritual roots to improve their quality. Upon discovering this secret, the Blood Demon Patriarch began his path of reversal. After devouring the spiritual roots of many weaker cultivators, his own spiritual root quality improved, and his strength grew exponentially. Eventually, he became a mighty figure. But later, his methods led to trouble. His mad slaughter provoked a siege by the major sections. The Blood Demon Patriarch's autobiography ended abruptly at this point. Sigh, the Blood Demon Patriarch was truly a genius, Chen Chongsheng exclaimed. He actually came up with such a bizarre method. After speaking, he stored the book back into his system space. System, do you think the artificial spiritual root mentioned by the Blood Demon Patriarch is achievable? Chen Chongsheng asked. This autobiography mentions artificial spiritual roots many times in its latter half, along with numerous hypotheses. It sounds quite plausible. The system's voice echoed in his mind. If you have doubts, why not seek the answer yourself? The system suggested. Chen Chongqing rolled his eyes and waved dismissively. Don't joke with me. There's no way I'd try something so dangerous myself. If something goes wrong, it would be a huge loss. Besides, I don't want to end up like the Blood Demon Patriarch, being hunted down for a lifetime. My point is, you could find the safest and most reliable method, the system said. Chen Chongqing paused, then asked, the safest and most reliable method? Is there really such a way? Why do you think there isn't? Nothing in the world is unchanging. The Blood Demon Patriarch resorted to drastic methods because his lifespan was running out. You're different, you have nearly infinite time. Given enough time, this challenge may very well be resolved. After hearing the system's words, Chen Chongqing nodded. You're right. Time may seem powerless, but it's the sharpest blade in the world. No mysterious experts or divine weapons can withstand the erosion of time. Any problem is insignificant before time, so this minor cultivation issue is naturally nothing. Artificial spiritual roots were another concept proposed by the Blood Demon Patriarch, implanting external materials into the human body to form a spiritual root. However, this method faced many challenges, such as identifying which precious materials could serve as a spiritual root and determining how to prevent these materials from being absorbed by the body and instead transformed into a spiritual root. Faced with these issues, Chen Chongqing was in no hurry. He had all the time in the world. After chatting with the system for a while, Chen Chongqing climbed into the coffin he often used for rest. After being busy for 3 months, it was time to take a good break. The matter of collecting the Blood Demon Patriarch's corpse didn't stir up much attention. Chen Chongqing returned to his calm and solitary life. However, it's worth mentioning that the kind-hearted young monk often came to visit him every now and then. Sometimes it was to ask for help with corpse collection, and other times it was to share his cultivation insights. But what they discussed most was Buddhist teachings. Over the years, Chen Chongqing had read countless books, from Buddhist scriptures and Taoist texts to common folk tales. As long as it was knowledge, he absorbed it all. Combined with his 50 years of wandering the mortal world, their discussions usually ended with Chen Chongqing having the upper hand. Chen Chongqing, today I'm going to debate you for 300 rounds. One day, a bald-headed monk in a robe strode into the coffin shop. Seeing his bold demeanor, Chen Chongqing glanced at him and said calmly, "You're the successor of the heavenly Buddha temple, the so-called Master Issho. If people saw you like this, wouldn't it be a joke?" Issho rolled his eyes and casually sat atop a coffin. Let them laugh. Even if I'm praised to the heavens, it won't change the fact that I've been losing to you for 20 years. Indeed, this monk before him was none other than the young monk who had once asked Chen Chongqing to help collect the Blood Demon Patriarch's corpse. Time flew by, and 20 years had passed. The young monk had grown into a capable and outstanding young man. Hearing Issho complain, Chen Chongqing put down the book in his hand and said with a smile, "From the way you're talking, you still want to debate with me today?" "Of course. Why else would I come if not to debate you? Out of everyone I know, you're the only one who can really challenge me in Buddhist teachings. But to be honest, your cultivation talent is truly terrible," Chen Chongqing teased with a laugh. 20 years ago, you were at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Now you're only at the 4th level. Your progress is way too slow. I'm genuinely worried that one day you might accidentally kick the bucket. Then who would I debate with? Issho's words made Chen Chongqing chuckle lightly. Cultivation talent isn't something I can control. There's nothing I can do about it. No problem. I can help you. Issho's eyes lit up. Though I can't change the fact that you have no spiritual root, I can definitely help extend your lifespan. You never tell me how long you've actually lived, but I really don't want to lose you as a friend. Faced with Issho's concern, Chen Chongqing merely smiled without giving a direct answer. In the cultivation world, one benefit was not having to worry about aging appearances, as youth-preserving pills were nothing rare. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor come from the heavens. There's no need to dwell on lifespan. Just go with the flow. Today, I don't want to debate Buddhism with you. I actually have a favor to ask. I want help. Issho refused without hesitation. Unless you agree to let me help extend your lifespan. Seeing Issho's stubbornness, Qin Changxing smiled helplessly. No problem. As long as you help me, I'll agree. No sooner had he spoken than Isho jumped down from the coffin excitedly. Go ahead, what is the task? I, Master Isho, guarantee to get it done. Did you come to Linglong Sect to attend the ceremony for the Eternal Fairy assuming the position of Elder? Qin Changxing asked. What? Are you interested in seeing it too? No. Qin Changxing shook his head. I want to ask you to deliver this item to the Eternal Fairy. As he spoke, he took out a tiger-shaped wooden carving from his chest. When Ishio saw the wooden carving, his expression immediately became complicated. Don't tell me you have feelings for the Eternal Fairy. That woman doesn't care about Dao companions, so don't waste your efforts. You just need to get this to her, don't say anything else. If you manage it, I'll agree to extend your lifespan. Faced with such a tricky request from Qin Changxing, Ishio scratched his head. In the end, he still took the wooden carving, saying, Let me make it clear first. I can deliver it, but I can't reveal your name. If her admirers find out about you, you might end up in big trouble. No problem. Qin Changxing nodded. Holding the wooden carving, Ishio left the coffin shop. Watching Ishio's departing figure, Qin Changxing softly muttered, Little monk, see you in 80 years. With that, he placed several spirit stones on the floor, instantly activating a few array patterns. This was a random teleportation array he had spent 10 years setting up. Its range and destination were unpredictable, designed to prevent anyone from tracking him. A flash of light appeared, and Qin Changxing vanished into the array, which disappeared along with him. Linglong Sect. Countless cultivators arrived from all directions. Some flew on their swords, others rode on clouds, and others mounted powerful flying beasts. They all had one purpose: to celebrate the Eternal Fairy ascending to the position of Elder. 70 years ago, the Eternal Fairy joined Linglong Sect. With astonishing talent, she had reached the nascent soul stage within just 70 years. Such speed was unmatched in the Great Qin dynasty. However, what made the Eternal Fairy most admirable was not just her talent, but her unwavering resolve. She avoided disputes, refused to form Dao partnerships, and had no interest in sect power struggles. When asked about her purpose in cultivation, she always answered with 2 words: eternal life. Nianxing, the ceremony is about to begin. On a mountain peak, Li Nianxing was awakened by a voice. She turned and saw her enlightenment master, Shui Linglong. Li Nianxing sighed softly. Master, I don't want to be an elder. I just want to cultivate in peace. Shui Linglong replied. You still can't let go of him. I embarked on the path of cultivation because of him. Without him, nothing matters. But he's just a mortal. 70 years have passed, he's already an old man with white hair, or perhaps even resting beneath the earth. You two belong to different worlds, don't you understand? Li Nianxing smiled faintly. Master, you don't understand. Brother Changxing once said his words always count. He said the path to eternal life is long, but if one day I look back, he will definitely be standing behind me. If he said so, he will definitely do it. Shui Linglong sighed deeply. After Li Nianxing arrived at Linglong's sect, she performed outstandingly, but her obsession with that man grew deeper and deeper. When the sect leader learned of it, they even sent people to Li Nianxing's hometown, hoping to bring Qin Changxing back. Extending a mortal's life by a few decades required little effort. If it could help Li Nianxing let go of her obsession, it was worth it. Unfortunately, when the sect's emissaries arrived, they found the coffin shop long abandoned. After inquiring, they learned that after Li Nianxing left, Qin Changxing had also left. Finding a mortal in a vast sea of people was no simple task. Shui Linglong remained silent, while Li Nianxing's lips curved up slightly. All right, master. I'll still take on the elder position. Only as an elder of Linglong sect can I gain more resources and better techniques. I don't plan to stop on this path, because I know Brother Changxing won't stop either. With that, Li Nianxing skipped off happily toward the sect's entrance. Seeing her so cheerful, Shui Linglong frowned even more deeply. For the past 70 years, the only time Li Nianxing smiled was when Qin Changxing was mentioned. But how long could such fantasies last? Eternal life was the dream of all cultivators, yet no one had truly achieved it, let alone a mere mortal. If one day Li Nianxing's fantasy shattered, her belief might collapse in an instant. Thinking of this, Shui Linglong could only sigh helplessly. This was truly a difficult problem to resolve. Sect's Martial Arena. Shanqing Temple has sent 2 glazed pills. Tianfu Temple has sent a Buddhist scripture. One gift after another was presented. Faced with these treasures that countless cultivators envied, Lin Yinxing sat quietly in the elder's seat, not even sparing them a glance. After Tianfu Temple's gift had been presented, Ishio grew increasingly anxious, scratching his head. He had no idea how to deliver Chen Chongqing's wooden carving. That stubborn man would never let him extend his lifespan if the task wasn't completed. As the next sect prepared to present their gift, Ishio gritted his teeth and spoke up. Elder Chongsheng, this disciple has one more gift to present. Ishio's words caused the entire ceremony to fall silent instantly. All eyes turned toward him. Tianfu Temple's gift had already been delivered, so this clearly had to be something prepared by Ishio himself. In such a setting, a man presenting a gift carried an obvious implication that everyone understood. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yinxing turned slightly, her face expressionless as she said, "Your sentiment is noted." Her coldness was no surprise, and the crowd watched with amusement. The most promising heir to Tianfu Temple had developed feelings, and for none other than the single-mindedly cultivating Eternal Fairy. This gossip would keep people talking for years. Swallowing hard under immense pressure, Ishio brought out the wooden carving with both hands. Causing such a scene today would likely earn him a severe scolding from his master, leaving him stuck at Tianfu Temple for the next decade. When Ishio revealed the gift, countless spiritual senses scanned the wooden carving. Discovering it was just a simple wooden carving, many almost burst out laughing. Young men always liked to make flashy gestures. Over the past 70 years, the Eternal Fairy had received numerous gifts symbolizing affection, all of which she had burned to ashes. Just as everyone expected the same outcome this time, the usually calm Eternal Fairy suddenly stood up. Whoosh! With her powerful nascent soul cultivation, Lin Yinxing instantly appeared before Ishio. Her body trembled slightly as she stared at the wooden carving in his hands. She picked up the wooden carving, gently stroking the marks left by the carving knife, as if she could once again feel Chen Chongqing's presence. That unique animal design only Brother Chongqing in the world could create it. Brother Chongqing had indeed kept his promise he had always been with her. At this thought, Lin Yinxing tightly gripped the wooden carving, showing a smile so dazzling it seemed to outshine the heavens and earth. "I like this very much. After the ceremony, come see me alone," she emphasized. "Remember, you must come alone." The guests were stunned. What was going on? Had the immortal Chongsheng actually taken a liking to a mere foundation establishment monk? The sect master of Linglong's sect was overjoyed, thinking to himself, "Thank the ancestors of our sect, Nianxing has finally come to her senses." Although Ishio's status, strength, and age were a bit lacking, none of these were major issues. Once the old monks of Tianfu Temple retired, Ishio's standing would naturally rise. His lack of strength could also be resolved. Linglong's sect always had ways to enhance one's cultivation. The sect master, imagining that Lin Yinxing might have feelings for Ishio, immediately devised several plans. "Dear nephew Ishio, how has your master, Master Huihai, been faring lately?" The sect master warmly greeted Ishio. Ishio was puzzled. He couldn't understand why the famously cold immortal Chongqing would take a liking to such an ordinary wooden carving. It seemed everyone had misunderstood. Replying to the sect master, "My master is in good health, though he has recently been in deep contemplation, so he sent me here instead," Ishio replied. "Well said. A fine master produces a fine pupil." The sect master laughed heartily. "As for the matters of you young ones, we elders won't interfere. Once your cultivation stabilizes, remember to propose to Linglong's sect a century from now." Ishio was dumbfounded. "Sect master, you misunderstand. I am not." Before he could finish, the sect master interrupted him. "Don't be so tense. Young people shouldn't be overly cautious, nor should you feel shy just because your cultivation is currently lacking. As the saying goes, women become more precious with age, and for cultivators, age differences don't matter. My last disciple is 50 years older than you, but it doesn't affect the path of cultivation. As for your master, leave that to me, Zhao Dezhu. I'll personally discuss it with him. After all, your Tianfu Temple has had precedents of forming Taoist partnerships. and your master will surely give me this bit of face. We've known each other for over 300 years. The conversation grew more and more absurd, so Ishio decided to stop explaining altogether. The most important thing now was to clarify the situation when he met Immortal Chongqing alone later. Lin Yinxing returned to the elders' seating area, and the Linglong sect ceremony resumed. In Linglong town, Uncle Ishio, that's the situation. This wooden carving isn't mine. This place really was a coffin shop before you have to believe me. Looking at the empty coffin shop, Ishio was on the verge of tears. That scoundrel Qin Changsheng had suddenly disappeared, leaving him unable to explain himself no matter how he tried. After the ceremony, Ishio hurried to find Lin Yinxing to explain. To gain her trust, Ishio recounted every encounter he'd had with Qin Changsheng over the years. But when Ishio took Lin Yinxing to meet Qin Changsheng to prove his innocence, the coffin shop was gone. All traces of Qin Changsheng's life had vanished, leaving only an empty storefront. It was as if Qin Changsheng had never been there. Despite Ishio's anxiety, Lin Yinxing remained calm, as always. After a long moment, she finally spoke. Ishio, do you want to become my Taoist partner? As soon as she finished speaking, Ishio's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. I don't want to, not now, not ever. That's for the best. Lin Yinxing nodded. If you ever dare entertain such thoughts, I'll make sure your bald head says goodbye to you. From now on, no matter who asks, you are not allowed to mention the name Qin Changsheng. If you dare say even half a word, don't blame me for being ruthless. Faced with Lin Yinxing's fierce threats, Ishio immediately sensed something was off. It seemed that Immortal Chongqing knew Qin Changsheng and had known him for a long time. Rest assured, master. I guarantee not to reveal a single word, Ishio promised. But I visit here often. If someone investigates, they'll eventually uncover something. What should I say then? Lin Yinxing thought for a moment and said, you can share the experiences between you two, but you must conceal his appearance and name. If someone insists on knowing what he called himself, just say he referred to himself as The Undertaker. I understand. Will I ever see him again? You probably will. After all, he's someone who values old ties deeply. With that, Lin Yinxing turned and left. Ishio watched her departing figure and then looked at the empty coffin shop, his heart filled with countless unanswered questions. Questions that no one could help him resolve. The only solution, it seemed, was time. In a desolate wilderness, azure dragon to the left, white tiger to the right, vermilion bird in front, black tortoise behind. This is indeed a feng shui treasure land. Looking at the compass in his hand, Qin Changsheng was so excited he slapped his thigh. After the teleportation array activated, he had been sent to this wilderness. Upon arriving, Qin Changsheng immediately began searching for an ideal feng shui location. Spending 8 years raising Yinxing, 50 years traveling to Linglong sect, and another 20 years lingering near Linglong town, 80 years of his life had passed, leaving only 2 years remaining. Seeing that he was about to enter slumber, Qin Changsheng naturally wanted to find a good place to rest. After confirming the location, he immediately began digging. Unexpectedly, this digging took him an entire year. Marvelous. Absolutely perfect. How did I not think of such a clever solution? Surveying the cave he had carved out, Qin Changsheng could not stop grinning. He had spent a year painstakingly excavating a cave into the mountainside. To prevent anyone from discovering it during his slumber, Qin Changsheng meticulously camouflaged the entrance. He piled thick layers of soil mixed with various seeds over the cave entrance. Whenever it rained, the soft soil would wash down, covering the stones sealing the entrance. Within a year or two, as the seeds sprouted, all traces of artificial excavation would be completely erased, leaving no one the wiser. Pleased with his design, Qin Changsheng retrieved a jade coffin from his system space. The coffin was filled with a liquid emanating a medicinal fragrance. This was his second preparation before slumber. A man made spiritual root. System, will this method really work? You'll only know if it works when you try it yourself, host. If it fails, you'll just waste some of your slumber time, which you don't care about anyway. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng nodded. True, even if it fails, I won't lose anything. After speaking, he removed his clothes and slipped into the jade coffin filled with medicinal liquid, beginning an 80-year-long slumber. After obtaining the autobiography of the blood demon ancestor, Qin Changsheng had been pondering the concept of artificial spiritual roots. 10 years of research finally led him to a method that was both safe and reliable. At first, he couldn't find a solution. Though cultivators often spoke of spiritual roots, no one truly knew what they looked like. Qin Changsheng boldly hypothesized that the human body didn't actually have physical spiritual roots. The so-called spiritual root mentioned by cultivators was merely a sensitivity to a specific attribute. With higher sensitivity, the quality of the spiritual root was naturally better. With this hypothesis, he devised a harmless and safe method. The method involved soaking the body in the essence of plants and trees. Spirit herbs are of the wood element, and prolonged immersion could enhance sensitivity to wood's spiritual energy, essentially creating what people refer to as a wood spiritual root. Moreover, during his slumber, his body would enter a lifeless state. This would also solve the problem of his body actively absorbing the plant essence. Simply put, it was like treating himself as an ingredient steeping in medicinal wine. Boom. The coffin lid shut, and all signs of life in Qin Changsheng disappeared. His bodily functions ceased entirely, rendering him indistinguishable from a corpse. With life halted, his body naturally stopped absorbing any energy. Yet, the plant essence within the jade coffin continued to seep into his body. Though the process was slow, it was unceasing. Time flew by, the years passing like an arrow. To Qin Changsheng, 80 years might have felt like the blink of an eye. But to the world, 80 years was no short span. In the mountain range where he resided, many plants had gone through numerous growth cycles. The sapling at the cave entrance had already grown into a towering tree as thick as a man's waist. Creak! A sharp, grating sound echoed through the cave. The once pristine jade coffin had lost its luster. The heavy lid slowly shifted. Snap! A hand covered in green fur gripped the edge of the coffin. Following that, a humanoid figure entirely covered in green fur slowly sat up. Who? A faint green mist was exhaled from the mouth of the green-furred creature. Indeed, this green-furred monster before him was none other than Qin Changsheng, who had been asleep for 80 years. After waking from his slumber, Qin Changsheng didn't rush to adjust his attribute points, but instead took out a spiritual root testing artifact. His fur-covered hand touched the crystal orb, which immediately emitted a dense green light. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, artificial spiritual roots really work. Now I'll no longer have to worry about being captured by those powerful cultivators for experiments. Ever since entering the cultivation world, Qin Changsheng had always been concerned that someone might discover the secret of his longevity. Although he could gain attribute points through slumber, reaching a level where he could contend with nascent soul or divine transformation experts would take an unknown amount of time. If something unexpected happened during this long period, he'd be doomed. Thus, he needed to enhance his self-preservation capabilities during this transitional phase, and cultivating was the most direct way. After confirming that he now possessed a top-tier with spiritual root, Qin Changsheng turned his attention to the system panel in his mind. Host, Qin Changsheng. Strength, 1. Speed, 1. Defense, 11. Spiritual power, 0. Lifespan, 160. Qin Changsheng looked puzzled. System, what is going on? Why have my attributes regressed? I remember being at the 4th level of Qi refinement before I went to sleep. Even though my strength wasn't high, my attributes should still surpass those of an ordinary person. Why are they now at a regular human level? The system's voice immediately echoed in his mind. During the host's slumber, the spiritual power within your body gradually dissipated. Without the support of spiritual power, the host's attributes naturally reverted to normal human levels. However, abilities enhanced through attribute points remain unaffected. Qin Changsheng smirked and quickly accepted the explanation. Only the 4th level of Qi refinement. No big deal. It's gone, so be it. Now that I have a top tier with spiritual root, I can regain the 4th level of Qi refinement in just a few days. He allocated all 80 accumulated attribute points to defense. Looking at his defense stat, now a staggering 91 points, Qin Changsheng said with satisfaction. System, with 91 defense points, what level of cultivator S attacks can I withstand? Replying to the host, 91 defense points can withstand attacks from cultivators below the mid-stage foundation establishment level. Mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators can injure you. Late-stage foundation establishment cultivators can cause severe injuries, and peak foundation establishment cultivators pose a life-threatening danger. Beyond that, death is certain. Just as the system finished speaking, an explosion echoed from the cave's entrance. A figure leaped inside, excitement written all over their face. Heaven must be helping me. This time I'll definitely break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Before the words were even finished, the figure froze. They noticed a jade coffin in the cave. Even more terrifying, a corpse covered in green fur lay inside the coffin. The corpse was sitting upright, its eyes fixed on them. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the air. The figure immediately summoned a flying sword and charged at Chen Chongqing. Reacting instinctively to the sudden attack, Chen Chongqing raised his hand to block. Clang! The sharp flying sword was deflected. Seeing that their most powerful strike had no effect, terror filled the intruder's heart, scenarios of countless ways to die flashing through their mind. In utter despair, their eyes rolled back, and they fainted on the spot. Scratching his head, Chen Chongqing stepped out of the coffin, puzzled. Approaching the unconscious figure, he saw that the intruder was a young demoness. She had 2 fluffy fox ears atop her head and wore simple coarse clothing, looking about 16 or 17 years old. Why would a demon clan member come here? There's nothing valuable in this place. Chen Chongqing was utterly baffled. When choosing his place of slumber, he had deliberately avoided areas rich in spiritual energy. The goal was to avoid being accidentally discovered by cultivators seeking to train or search for treasures. However, from what the fox-eared girl had said earlier, it seemed she had intentionally blasted her way in. Before his confusion cleared, Chen Chongqing quickly found the reason. The fox-eared girl was clutching a piece of revitalization herb tightly in her hand, a plant that had grown for at least 80 years. Revitalization herb was a common spiritual herb in the cultivation world. Back when Chen Chongqing scattered plant seeds near the cave's entrance, he had casually included some revitalization herb seeds. Unexpectedly, this particular revitalization herb had surpassed the natural limits of growth, surviving for a full 80 years. If his guess was correct, it was this herb that had drawn her here. Understanding the situation, Chen Chongqing prepared to leave. Just then, the unconscious fox-eared girl woke up. Seeing the green-furred corpse staring at her, she recoiled into a ball, trembling in fear. Don't eat me. My meat is sour. Chen Chongqing couldn't help but laugh. How would you know it's sour if I haven't tasted it? You look so cute, I bet you'd be delicious to eat. The fox-eared girl grew even more nervous. I'm not cute at all, just a bit chubby with baby fat, she stammered. Actually, I'm really skinny, just skin and bones. If you eat me, your teeth will definitely hurt. As she spoke, she covered her face with her small hands, her fox ears drooping fearfully. After a while, when the anticipated pain didn't come, she slowly peeked through the gaps between her fingers, cautiously looking outside. The green-haired corpse had somehow donned clothes, and much of the green hair on its face had been cleaned off. Didn't you say you wouldn't decompose? Chen Chongqing rolled his eyes and replied. A corpse that doesn't rot after 100 years is called a zombie. One that doesn't decay for 1,000 years is called unrottable bones. Unrottable bones form from accumulated death energy of heaven and earth, impervious to water, fire, and even blades. They thrive on resentment and feed on flesh and blood. If such a legendary calamity truly appeared, you'd have been dead by now. After confirming that the person before her wasn't one of those monsters that even bones wouldn't decay, the fox-eared girl immediately knelt down respectfully and offered a deep bow. Her demeanor was utterly reverent. Junior apologizes for disturbing your cultivation. I humbly beg for your forgiveness, she said, kneeling on the ground with utmost humility. Chen Chongqing originally intended to brush her off with a few casual words and go their separate ways. But after a moment's thought, he decided to extract some information from this naive fox-eared girl first. 80 years ago, he had been randomly teleported here, spending most of the time constructing a tomb. Now, he knew nothing about this area, and wandering aimlessly would only invite trouble. Considering this, Chen Chongqing pondered briefly before asking, "Why are you here alone? Where are your kin?" The fox-eared girl immediately answered with respect. I ended up here while wandering. I have no kin with me. What year is it now? Has anything significant happened here? It is currently the 380th year of the Great Qin era. Everything here is peaceful, with no major incidents. However, I heard that 300 miles to the east, at the Shangqing Temple, a deity like nascent soul cultivator has appeared. Hearing the words Shangqing Temple, Chen Changxing immediately searched his mind for relevant information. To avoid getting lost, he had once made an effort to collect numerous maps. While he couldn't claim to be familiar with all of them, he knew at least half of the Great Qin dynasty. If I remember correctly, Shangqing Temple is about over 1,000 miles away from Linglong's sect, he murmured to himself. I can't believe I was teleported so far. He continued, since you unintentionally intruded, I hold you accountable for trespassing into my cave. You may leave. Huh? The fox-eared girl exclaimed in surprise. Senior, you're just letting me go like this? Chen Changxing replied coldly. What else do you want? The fox-eared girl said naively. In such circumstances, shouldn't you grant me some kind of opportunity, senior? Who told you that? Chen Changxing asked. The rumors all say so, she said, her eyes clear and showing a trace of silliness. Chen Changxing couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, foxes are usually cunning, but this is the first time I've met one so pure. Fine, since fate has brought us together, I'll give you a bit of an opportunity, he said casually, then shared some insights from his experiences during the foundation establishment stage. Those insights were from discussions he had back in the day with a little monk named Ishio. The monk often came to chat with him, and apart from Buddha-related techniques, Ishio had shared almost everything, including the embarrassing fact that he still wet the bed at the age of 5. After finishing his explanation, Chen Changxing waved his hand and said, That's all for the opportunity. You may go now. If I see you again, your life will be forfeit. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Hu Mainyang will remember this forever. The fox-eared girl bowed again before turning and leaving. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Changxing chuckled, then walked off in the opposite direction. Although his defense was extremely high at the moment, his offensive capabilities were nearly non-existent. In other words, he couldn't even beat that little fox. If she discovered his weakness, it would spell big trouble. As for those foundation establishment insights, Chen Changxing wasn't sure if they were useful, given that he himself had never reached the foundation establishment stage. After leaving the cave where he had slumbered for 80 years, Chen Changxing began to wander aimlessly once again. Nianqing already had his own life now, and there was no need for Chen Changxing to worry about him. The only thing he needed to do was to find his next goal and pass the long, waking hours slowly. Chen Changxing. A furious roar echoed from the scripture pavilion. A handsome man in a Taoist robe was looking around as if searching for something. Hearing the voice, a drowsy-eyed Chen Changxing, also wearing a Taoist robe, suddenly raised his head from a pile of books. Seeing who it was, he grinned and said, Senior brother Qingfeng, what is the matter? Looking at Chen Changxing's innocent face, Qingfeng couldn't help but feel his anger rise. Junior brother Changxing, you've been at Shangqing Temple for 10 years now. 10 years have passed, and you're still stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Do you even want to reach foundation establishment? Chen Changxing waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, Oh, foundation establishment isn't something to rush. Taking it slow is fine. Life is long, it's good to take it easy. Hearing this, Qingfeng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This junior brother Changxing had arrived at Shangqing Temple 10 years ago with decent talent and upper grade with spiritual root. The entire temple doted on him because he was always cheerful, diligent, and patient. He didn't scheme or fight for fame and fortune. Every day, he either read Taoist scriptures or focused on cultivation. Someone like him was a treasure in any sect. But as time went on, everyone noticed a problem. He was too patient. Normally, someone with an upper grade with spiritual root could reach foundation establishment in no more than 5 years. Yet this guy had dragged it out for 10 years without any progress. Qingfeng glared at him and said, This isn't about taking it slow, you simply have no intention of reaching foundation establishment. Others delay the Qi refinement stage to build a solid foundation, but you're just avoiding foundation establishment altogether. Even though you're at the 9th level of Qi refinement, you can't even defeat an outer disciple at the 7th level. What are you trying to do? Faced with senior brother Qingfeng's exasperation, Chen Chongqing smiled faintly and said, "Cultivation is cultivation, there's no need for so many goals. Besides, when it comes to fighting, you're here, senior brother. One more of me wouldn't make a difference, and one less of me wouldn't hurt. So please, don't trouble me anymore." With that, he turned to dive back into the pile of books. But Qingfeng wasn't about to let him off so easily. Grabbing Chen Chongsheng by the collar, he hoisted him up and said, "Chen Chongsheng, stop brushing me off. Foundation establishment is something Master personally instructed you to do. Whether you like it or not, you must break through. The boundless secret realm is about to open, and Master has personally reserved a spot for you. This time, you can't escape." After saying this, Qingfeng helplessly led Chen Chongqing out of the Sutra Pavilion. Within the grand hall of the Shangqing Temple, an elderly man, full of vitality and spirit, stood in the center of the hall. The 10 inner disciples of Shangqing Temple stood respectfully in 2 rows, with Chen Chongqing positioned at the very end of the lineup. After a long silence, the old man spoke. "Chongsheng, how many years have you been at the Shangqing Temple?" Hearing his master's question, Chen Chongqing respectfully cupped his hands and replied, "Master, this disciple has been here for 10 years. The elder nodded. 10 years ago, it was precisely when the Grand Master emerged from seclusion, and you happened to pass by the Shangqing Temple. The Grand Master noticed you among the crowd with a single glance. At that time, the Grand Master personally brought you into the Shangqing Temple, saying you were fated with the Tao and even granted you the status of an inner disciple." As he spoke, the elder slowly walked toward Chen Chongsheng, gently placing his right hand on his shoulder. "Ouch! Master, your grip is too strong. Please go easy." Chen Chongqing struggled desperately, but his strength was too weak to escape the control of the Shangqing Temple's master Yuanshan Shangren. Yuanshan Shangren's expression darkened slightly as he forced a smile, his face faintly sinister. "Whether or not you are truly fated with the Tao, I dare not say. But perhaps you can explain why the lightning-struck Jujube wood, which has been untouched for 300 years in the back mountain, has now been turned into a coffin." Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing's 9 senior brothers couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. In the Shangqing Temple, the master doted on this youngest disciple the most. While other disciples faced strict restrictions in certain areas, this junior brother could go anywhere he pleased. Anywhere he wanted to visit in the Shangqing Temple, he had complete freedom. He could even freely come and go from the Grandmaster's seclusion grounds. But no one could have imagined that this junior brother would dare to touch the Master's most treasured possession. That lightning-struck Jujube wood was something the Master had snatched from a golden core level demon 300 years ago. To obtain it, the Master had to retreat and heal for a full 30 years. Normally, even the disciples of the Shangqing Temple weren't allowed to look at it, let alone touch it. Yet now, the youngest disciple had turned that treasured lightning-struck wood into a coffin, truly daring beyond belief. "Master," junior brother acted entirely without malice. "Please spare him this time." Qingfeng stepped forward to plead for Chen Chongsheng, and the other senior brothers also voiced their support. "Without malice. I only told him about the formation on the outer perimeter, but I never revealed the core formation. 3 years ago, that piece of lightning-struck wood was still perfectly intact. Yesterday, when I checked, it had become a beautifully crafted coffin. I really want to know how this kind of, without malice, managed to silently break through my great formation and turn the lightning-struck wood into a coffin." Yuanshan Shangren's gaze once again fell on Chen Chongqing. Facing his master's piercing gaze, Chen Chongqing appeared visibly guilty. "Master, that piece of lightning-struck would have been left there for so long. Although it's a rare material, it doesn't hold much significance at your current level." Listening to Chen Chongqing's feeble excuse, Yuanshan Shangren finally released his shoulder, only to grab his ear instead. Although his words were harsh, deep down, he still cared for this disciple. Among the inner disciples, Chen Chongqing was the weakest, with the lowest cultivation level. If Yuanshan Shangren accidentally exerted too much force, his shoulder might truly be in trouble. "Do I need you to tell me whether it's useful or not?" The lightning-struck wood was something I kept to carve statues of the three purities. When outsiders see the majestic statues of the three purities, they naturally hold our Taoist sect in awe. Now that the lightning-struck wood is gone, what do you suggest I do? After hearing this, Chen Chongqing quickly shrank his neck and escaped Yuan Shinshangren's clutch of doom. He then pointed to the clay statues of the three purities inside the hall and said, "The Tao resides in one's heart. With these clay statues of the three purities, it's enough. To make others understand our Taoist sect, there's no need to rely on material things." After finishing his words, Chen Chongqing picked up a brush and walked straight out of the hall. Yuan Shinshangren watched his actions, somewhat baffled. Logically, as long as this kid admitted his mistake obediently and his senior brothers helped plead for him, he could let the matter slide. But this time, the boy's antics truly caught him off guard. Soon, Yuan Shinshangren and Chen Chongqing's 9 senior brothers followed him out. They saw Chen Chongqing using spiritual energy to smooth out the couplets outside the grand hall. Then, with bold and vigorous strokes, he wrote 22 large characters. "Harbor evil thoughts, and incense offerings are useless. Remain upright, and not bowing to me means nothing." Wonderful. Qing Feng couldn't help but praise. Junior brother truly has a connection to the Tao. These 22 characters perfectly embody the essence of our Taoist sect. Chen Chongqing merely smiled and said nothing more. Yuan Shinshangren, however, wore a cold expression as he remarked, "Your comprehension is decent, but your strength is severely lacking. The matter of the lightning-struck wood will be noted for now. If you fail to build your foundation in the boundless secret realm, you'd better watch out for your life. Now get lost. Just looking at you all irritates me." Seeing that their master was still upset, the senior brothers quickly led Chen Chongqing away. After Chen Chongqing left, Yuan Shinshangren carefully studied the couplet. He recited it 10 times before exclaiming with pride, "Only a disciple of mine, Yuan Shinshangren, could write such a profound couplet. Look at this calligraphy, vigorous and majestic, exuding extraordinary grace. No one else could achieve this. Those two fools, Huihai the bald donkey and Zhao Dezhu, always flaunt their talented disciples. Once Chongqing succeeds in building his foundation, I'll make sure they witness his brilliance." Having said this, Yuan Shinshangren clasped his hands behind his back and strode off, brimming with satisfaction. After some time, a blurry figure appeared at the previously empty entrance of the grand hall. 1,000 years of cultivation, and yet not a single disciple has truly grasped the truth. How amusing. As the voice faded, the hazy figure vanished in an instant. Streaks of light illuminated the sky. Mortals on the ground gazed at this scene in awe, their hearts filled with longing, for these lights symbolized the omnipotent immortals of this world. What they did not know was that among these immortals, there was one who was particularly unmotivated. "Senior brother, could you enhance your spiritual energy a bit? The wind is too strong, I can't focus on my reading." A phantom-like flying sword streaked through the sky. Standing at its tip was Qing Feng, the eldest disciple of the Shangqing Temple, with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him sat a young man cross-legged, holding down the pages of a book that were constantly disturbed by the wind generated by the flying sword. Seeing his junior brother so relaxed, Qing Feng waved his right hand, thickening the protective spiritual energy around them. Finally, the pages settled quietly. "Chongqing, you carry a book with you every day. What exactly are you reading?" Chen Chongqing smiled faintly and replied, "As long as it's a book, I like to read it. I don't just enjoy reading books, I also love observing everything in this world. But the world is so vast that even if I spend 1,000 or 10,000 years, I might not be able to see it all. So I start with books first and then explore the world. Books are written by people, and when people write books, they aim to record everything they see, hear, feel, and comprehend. Reading a book is like understanding a person's entire life. Even if I can't see everything, at least I can know something." After listening to Chen Chongqing's explanation, Qing Feng became intrigued. "Then, with all the books you've read, have they been helpful to you?" "Of course. If I hadn't read books, how could I have deciphered Master's core formation?" This statement immediately piqued the interest of not only Chen Chongqing's senior brothers, but also the nascent soul cultivator leading the group at the front. The nascent soul cultivator felt a twinge of pain at the thought of Chen Chongqing using precious lightning-struck wood for making a coffin. However, what puzzled him more was, how could a mere ninth-level Qi refinement disciple break through a formation set up by a nascent soul cultivator like himself? Are you saying there were formations set up by Master in the Scripture Pavilion? Senior brother, you must be joking. Master is not skilled in formations. How could there be his formations in the Scripture Pavilion? The nascent soul cultivator muttered. That's a bit hurtful. After all, I am your master, a mighty nascent soul expert. What gives you, a mere ninth-level Qi refinement disciple, the right to criticize me? If the Scripture Pavilion didn't have Master S formations, how did you break them? Even if Master isn't skilled in formations, a formation set up by a nascent soul cultivator isn't something you, at the ninth level of Qi refinement, could understand. Senior brother is right. Logically, I shouldn't be able to comprehend Master S formations. But senior brother has overlooked one fact. Everything leaves traces. Master is the abbot of Shanqing Temple. His foundational practices naturally come from Shanqing Temple. I've read almost all the books on formations in the Scripture Pavilion of Shanqing Temple. Master S formations are rooted in the Five Elements formation. While studying the books on the Five Elements formation, I also discovered Master S notes and insights from back then. So I gradually came to understand Master S habits when setting up formations. Hearing this, Qingfeng immediately turned to the second senior brother, Mingyue. Mingyue, you manage the Scripture Pavilion. Do we have anything related to the Five Elements formation in Shanqing Temple? Mingyue thought for a moment, then replied with some confusion. Although I'm not as well read as junior brother, I know the general categories in the Scripture Pavilion. I've never heard of a Five Elements formation branch. Chen Chongqing laughed. Of course, second senior brother wouldn't know. Second senior brother has been guarding the Scripture Pavilion for 30 years, but the Five Elements formation was removed from the collection 50 years ago. The Five Elements formation was once very popular, but it was later replaced by other formations. Mingyue looked helplessly at Chen Chongqing. Junior brother, don't tell me you went to the book tomb. Heh, second senior brother has sharp eyes. I did go to the book tomb. Mingyue immediately felt a headache coming on. In this world, nothing remains unchanged, and that includes cultivation techniques and knowledge in the world of immortality. From foundational techniques for refining golden cores and nascent souls to basic introductions to formations, everything evolves. There are always new innovations in the cultivation world. Thus, the Scripture Pavilion undergoes a purge every 50 years, removing outdated techniques and texts. The discarded books are sent to a designated place, which the disciples call the book tomb. Shanqing Temple has a history spanning 1,000 years, and no one knows how many books lie within the book tomb or what kinds of books are there. When Mingyue was newly initiated, he visited the book tomb a few times and even found a worldly novel called The Plum in the Golden Vase there. After confirming that most of the books were useless, Mingyue never returned. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Mingyue cautiously asked, Junior brother, you didn't read all the books in the book tomb, did you? Don't make jokes. I've only been initiated for 10 years. How could I read them all? Few though, I have read about a third of them. Mingyue. A third? There are about 400,000 books in the book tomb, right? Not that many. The book tomb has exactly 983,521 books. In these years, I've read 286,385 of them, about a third. Mingyue fell silent. The other disciples also fell silent. Even the nascent soul cultivator leading the group was no exception. After a few seconds, Qingfeng spoke. The Five Elements formation you mentioned, I seem to recall Master mentioning it before. It was a unique skill of a sect 200 years ago, but it fell out of use later. In that case, the Scripture Pavilion would only have basic knowledge and simple introductions to the Five Elements formation. Could you really crack Master S Grand Formation with just that? Of course not. Chen Chongqing shook his head and explained, I just mentioned that Master inherited his teachings from Shanqing Temple and isn't skilled in formations. So it's likely that Master couldn't design formations on his own. His formation skills were mostly learned from the Scripture Pavilion of Shanqing Temple. In my second year here, Master showed me that piece of lightning-struck wood. To decipher the core formation left by Master, I spent an entire year reading every formation manual in the Scripture Pavilion. After comparing them, I discovered that Master S formation was a combination of the Nine Palaces Bagua formation and the Big Dipper formation, with some personal modifications. At the time, I tried countless times but couldn't break the formation. Master S formation blocked me for a solid 5 years. Later, I found books on the 5 elements formation in the pile of old books, along with Master S personal insights on formations. With that, I finally understood how Master combined the Nine Palaces Bagua formation and the Big Dipper formation. The key was using the principles of the 5 elements formation. Once I understood the structure of the formation, I began experimenting again. After a year and a half, I finally succeeded in breaking the formation. 10 days ago, I completed the Coffin S construction. After hearing Chen Chongqing's words, everyone was left speechless. Qing Feng looked at the nascent soul cultivator with a regretful expression, as if saying, "Master, your lightning struck would died a worthy death." The nascent soul cultivator didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Chen Chongqing's actions. This guy, for the sake of a piece of wood struck by lightning, actually spent 8 years turning it into a coffin. I don't know whether to praise his persistence or scold his foolishness. 8 years, for a cultivator, is not a short time. Mortals live no more than 100 or so years. Foundation establishment cultivators have a lifespan limit of 200 years. Golden core cultivators live roughly 500 years. Nascent soul cultivators around 800 years, and only those at the soul transformation stage can surpass 1,000 years. For his own disciple to waste 8 years on such a trivial matter, it seems he simply doesn't worry about the issue of lifespan at all. Boundless Secret Realm. The group slowly descended to the entrance, where many sects of varying sizes had already gathered. Well, isn't this the Venerable Yuanshan? It's been 50 years since we last met, and you've already broken through to mid-nascent soul stage. Truly impressive. As Chen Chongqing and his companions landed, Zhao Dezhu, the sect master of the Linglong sect, greeted them with a beaming smile. However, the Venerable Yuanshan's expression remained cold, showing no sign of friendliness. If you have something to say, say it. I don't want to waste time chatting with someone as crass as you. Zhao Dezhu looked aggrieved. Venerable Yuanshan, you're a Taoist elder. Why is your temper so fiery? Sure, my cultivation level is a bit lower than yours, and my disciples aren't as strong as yours. But you don't have to get angry over trivial matters. I know you're jealous that I have a talented disciple, not even 200 years old and already at late nascent soul stage. A genius like this hasn't appeared in the great Qian dynasty before. If I could find one for you, I would have helped you out ages ago, given our relationship. Bah, who's envious of your lousy disciple? I've got someone even better. Your disciple at late nascent soul stage under 200 years old? My disciple will reach late nascent soul stage before he's even 100. Just you wait and see. With that, the Venerable Yuanshan stormed off with Chen Chongqing and the others in tow, his anger palpable. Zhao Dezhu smirked, humming a little tune as he walked toward the sealed entrance of the Boundless Secret Realm. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Qing Feng, take your junior brothers inside first. I'm going back to find that bastard Zhao Dezhu and set things straight. Not long after they had parted ways, the Venerable Yuanshan's anger had reignited, and he rushed off to confront Zhao Dezhu again. Qing Feng chuckled at his master's antics, but paid no further attention. Zhao Dezhu and his master had been bickering for over 150 years. It was just their way of being lifelong friends. At that moment, Chen Chongqing, who had been observing their surroundings, suddenly spoke up. Senior brother, doesn't the Linglong sect have a genius called Chongqing Fairy? Why isn't she here? Chongqing Fairy went to the great Qian dynasty's border. Not just her, but even Master Ishio from the Heavenly Buddha Temple is there as well. Master Ishio? The mention of this name sparked questions in Chen Chongqing's mind. Seeing that Chen Chongqing was unfamiliar with the title, Qing Feng explained. Master Ishio is the successor of the Heavenly Buddha Temple and the second most talented individual in the great Qian dynasty, right after Chongqing Fairy. He is just over 100 years old and already at late golden core stage. It's said he has the greatest potential to surpass Chongqing Fairy. Learning that the timid little monk from back then had now become a leading figure, Chen Chongqing felt a wave of emotion. Back then, Isha would often come to debate doctrines with him, only to lose more often than win. Time truly is the most powerful cultivation method. He had merely taken a nap, and the little monk had grown into a revered master. After this moment of reflection, Chen Chongqing asked again, "Senior brother, what are they doing at the border?" "What else?" "They're fighting a war against the Night Moon Kingdom." The Night Moon Kingdom is a country of demons. Every 200 years, they wage war against the great Qin dynasty. Although the great Qin dynasty has won repeatedly, they've never managed to completely annihilate them. Recently, for some unknown reason, the Night Moon Kingdom launched its national war ahead of schedule. It's been only 170 years since the last great war, 30 years early. It's truly puzzling. Hearing this, Chen Chongqing's expression gradually darkened. He had read records of the wars between the great Qin dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom in the Book Tomb. Those battles were a chaotic mix of mortal and cultivator warfare, with a level of brutality that defied description. Even mighty nascent soul cultivators weren't immune to the risk of death. Chen Chongqing couldn't shake a sense of unease about the Night Moon Kingdom's premature declaration of war. Seeing Chen Chongqing lost in thought, Qing Feng assumed he was worrying about the conflict between the two nations and smiled. "Don't overthink it. Only golden core cultivators and above are qualified to participate in such large-scale wars. By the time you reach the golden core stage, the war will probably be long over. The boundless secret realm is about to open. Hurry and go in with your senior brother Yuanshan." After saying this, Qing Feng pushed Chen Chongqing and Yuanshan inside. At the same time, the three top-tier cultivation sects, Tianfu Temple, Linglong Sect, and Shangqing Temple along with the great Qin dynasty joined forces to unseal the boundless secret realm. On the altar, a bottomless black hole appeared, and those who had been selected were immediately sucked in. After a dizzying whirl, Chen Chongqing and Yuanshan found themselves in a sea of flowers. Yuanshan tugged at Chen Chongqing's sleeve and asked, "Brother Chongqing, where are we?" Facing his timid ninth senior brother, Chen Chongqing smiled helplessly. Shangqing Temple had 9 inner disciples, each with their own specialties and unique personalities. Yuanshan was famously timid, which wasn't surprising given that he was only 13 years old. Despite his young age, he was highly talented, being a cultivator with dual water and fire spiritual roots. "Senior brother Yuanshan, you're already at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Can you stop being so timid?" Chen Chongqing said. Yuanshan replied with a bitter smile, "Brother Chongqing, you know I was brought to Shangqing Temple by Master when I was 3 years old. Every day, all I do is cultivate. How would I know anything about the outside world?" Chen Chongqing grinned and said, "Then would you like to hear my suggestion? Of course, when you stole Master's Thunderstrike wood, I even kept watch for you. If you're willing to listen to me, then let's start picking flowers now." "Picking flowers?" Yuanshan looked puzzled. "Why are we picking flowers?" "To brew wine," Chen Chongqing explained. "This should be the sea of 100 flowers in the boundless secret realm, where flowers of all seasons grow. I read in ancient texts about an immortal wine called 100-flower wine. The ingredients must be fresh flowers from all seasons, and the conditions are very strict. I've never succeeded before. Now is a heaven-sent opportunity." Yuanshan scratched his head and said, "But Master told us to come here to seek fortune. If we stay here picking flowers to brew wine, how will we explain it to Master when we leave?" "According to the map of the boundless secret realm I found, if we head 30 miles east from here, there's a dilapidated ancient bronze hall. The fortune you mentioned is inside the hall, but you'll need to pass a test to obtain it. I know this information, and so do others. So, you have 2 choices. One is to go to the ancient bronze hall, take the test, and fight to the death with disciples from other sections. The other is to stay here and help me brew 100-flower wine. Master and 3rd senior brother both love wine, and if we offer them 100-flower wine, we probably won't be punished." Yuanshan thought for a moment, tilted his head, then squatted down and started picking flowers with Chen Chongqing. Time passed bit by bit. The geniuses who entered the boundless secret realm were desperately searching for fortune, fighting fiercely, and shedding blood. In contrast, Chen Chongqing and Yuanshan were leisurely and carefree. In the morning, they picked flower petals covered in dew. At noon, they lay in the sea of flowers gazing at the sky. In the afternoon, They brewed 100-flower wine according to ancient methods. Their lifestyle formed a stark contrast to that of the other cultivators. Brother Changsheng, come quickly and look at this. Yuan Shan called out excitedly. Chen Changsheng raised his head from the sea of flowers and saw Yuan Shan waving enthusiastically, as if he had discovered something. What is it? Chen Changsheng walked over and asked. Yuan Shan pointed to something on the ground and said, "There's a stone slab with patterns here." Chen Changsheng squatted down and gently brushed away the dirt, revealing a stone slab engraved with patterns. Feeling the texture, he frowned and said, "This thing is quite large. Let's dig it out and take a look." The two brothers began digging. An hour later, a massive coffin appeared before them. Strange characters were carved on the coffin. Yuan Shan examined it carefully and asked, "Brother Changsheng, what kind of writing is this? I can't understand it." "It's normal that you can't understand it because this is writing from 2,000 years ago," Chen Changsheng replied. 2,000 years ago? The Great Qin dynasty was established only 1,800 years ago. This coffin predates the Great Qin dynasty. Yuan Shan exclaimed in surprise. "Shut up," Chen Changsheng said in a low voice. "I've only seen parts of this script in ancient texts. There are some characters I don't recognize either. Let me think carefully." An hour passed, and Chen Changsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, "So that's how it is. We've really hit the jackpot." Yuan Shan quickly asked, "What does it say?" "It's a brief biography of a person," Chen Changsheng read aloud. "I began cultivating from a young age. At 18, I fought 3,981 battles, winning 756 and losing 3,225. At 80, I fought 4,498 battles, winning 1,325 and losing 3,173. At 200, I fought 1,650 battles, winning 985 and losing 780. At 500, I fought 130 battles, winning 115 and losing only 15. At 1,000, I fought 9 battles and won them all. Looking back, there were no opponents left in the world. Alas, I sought worthy adversaries all my life, but found none. The loneliness was unbearable. I accidentally discovered a hidden cave and originally intended to spend my remaining years here in solitude. However, after much deliberation, I ultimately decided to seek another place. After all, I didn't want my legacy to end here. Thus, I buried the stone coffin beneath this sea of flowers. The path to immortality is long and arduous, and only those with true sincerity can obtain it. Chen Changsheng finished reading the text on the coffin in one breath. Yuan Shan was dumbfounded, too shocked to speak. "Brother Changsheng, this person is incredible," Yuan Shan exclaimed. "He fought so many battles in his lifetime, but why did the number of battles decrease later on? Isn't it obvious?" As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people capable of fighting him. Those 9 battles at the age of 1,000 must have been breathtaking. 9 victories in 9 battles, though it's just 4 simple words. It makes my heart race with excitement. Those 9 battles must have been the most satisfying of his life. Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Yuan Shan suddenly asked, "Brother Changsheng, since this senior left behind a legacy, why didn't he set up any tests here? Isn't he afraid someone might just take his things casually? Who said there are no tests? The entire boundless secret realm itself is the greatest test. It's called boundless because the secret realm here is almost infinite. This secret realm only opens once every 50 years and has existed since the founding of the Great Qin dynasty. Over 1,000 years have passed, yet the treasures here still haven't been completely taken. Faced with such an abundance of inexhaustible wealth, who would care about this beautiful but seemingly useless sea of flowers? We cultivate to seek the Tao. Some seek the martial Tao, while others seek the Tao of immortality. No matter what one pursues, the most important thing is not to be tempted or misled by external distractions. But look at the people who came in. All of them are blinded by the treasures. Who still remembers their original intentions? Those who forget their original intentions, how could they stop to appreciate this sea of flowers? Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Yuan Shan nodded thoughtfully. "Brother Changsheng, what is this senior's name?" "I don't know. It's not written on the stone coffin. Maybe we'll find clues if we open it." "All right." Hearing about opening the coffin, Yuan Shan immediately became excited. Screech, with a piercing sound of friction, the heavy stone coffin was opened by the two, leaving a small gap. As the gap slowly widened, before Yuan Shan could lean in to see clearly, a strong light suddenly shot out from the stone coffin, pulling the two inside. After a dizzying whirl, Chen Chongqing and Yuan Shan found themselves in a white, misty space. In the center of the space stood a man whose face was indistinct, his hands clasped behind his back. To have this opportunity means you have not yet been deceived by external things. I specialize in martial arts. This set of techniques embodies all I have learned in my life. I hope future generations will cherish it. After speaking, the figure began to practice the martial arts on his own. The movements were not complex, but every move carried an indescribable charm. After finishing the demonstration, the figure spoke again. This martial art is not about the number of moves, but the depth of its essence. In my later years, I faced 9 opponents. 9 punches, 9 defeats. As his words fell, the surrounding environment transformed, and the figure appeared atop a mountain. Around him stood 9 imposing shadows. The figure on the mountaintop slowly began to punch. Though his movements were slow, the force of his punches was so powerful that the surrounding mountains, rivers, and streams shattered. Chen Chongqing and Yuan Shan were stunned by the breathtaking scene, unable to do anything but watch in awe. The figure delivered 9 punches, each carrying a unique essence. This level of mastery was beyond Chen Chongqing and Yuan Shan's comprehension. After the battle ended, the two returned to the white space. Future generations practicing this martial art must remember, the technique may lose, but the momentum must never falter. When you throw a punch, it must utterly crush your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, the space began to collapse, and the figure gradually disappeared. The changing surroundings brought Chen Chongqing back to his senses. He clasped his hands and asked, "May I ask the senior's esteemed name?" The previously unresponsive figure seemed to react. "The world calls me the Immortal Lord of 100 Defeats. Thank you, Immortal Lord, for granting us this opportunity. May I ask the name of this martial art?" "In my hands, it is my martial art. In your hands, it is your martial art. Therefore, the martial art has no name." As soon as the words fell, the figure of the Immortal Lord of 100 Defeats completely vanished, and Chen Chongqing and Yuan Shan returned to the familiar sea of flowers. Looking at everything around him, Chen Chongqing felt as if he had just woken from a dream. "Brother Chongqing, I've formed my core." Hearing the voice, Chen Chongqing turned to look, only to see Yuan Shan excitedly displaying his cultivation. Yuan Shan had directly broken through from the middle stage of foundation establishment to the golden core stage. Chen Chongqing quickly checked his own cultivation. Originally at the 9th level of qi refining, he had somehow reached the peak of foundation establishment, just one step away from forming his core. "Brother Chongqing, what is going on? I formed my core in less than an hour." Faced with Yuan Shan's confusion, Chen Chongqing smiled faintly and said, "It wasn't an hour. We spent at least 2 months inside." 2 months? Was it really that long? Of course, when we unearthed this coffin, we destroyed quite a few flowers. But look, these flowers have already grown back. The boundless secret realm is rich in spiritual energy. It would be impossible to achieve this effect in less than 1 or 2 months. Far Mountain looked around and found that it was indeed as Chen Chongqing had said. "We feel the time is short because the Immortal Lord's realm is so high, creating an illusion for us. Moreover, when the Immortal Lord taught us boxing, our bodies had already unconsciously practiced many times. With such a powerful senior personally guiding us, it's no wonder our realms have improved. So that's how it is. Since 2 months have already passed, should we leave the secret realm now? Probably soon. The boundless secret realm remains open for 5 months. We spent 2.5 months brewing wine and another 2 months learning boxing techniques. Let's quickly pack up. We might be expelled from the secret realm at any moment," Chen Chongqing said, turning to walk toward the temporary wooden hut he had built. Inside were 10 jars of 100-flower wine he had painstakingly brewed. Whoosh! The sacrificial altar trembled violently, and countless figures were spat out from the black hole. Some were excited, some regretful, and others filled with rage. But soon, Everyone realized something was amiss. Their sect elders were all missing, and only one or two people had come to pick them up. Sixth senior brother, why are you the only one here? Where are master and first senior brother? Qin Changxing asked. Sixth senior brother forced a faint smile. The border is in urgent need, master and first senior brother left 2 months ago. You two seem to have gained quite a lot, which puts me at ease. For the time being, Shangqing Temple will be managed by you two. We'll return soon. After saying this, sixth senior brother flew away on his sword. Watching sixth senior brother's departing figure, Qin Changxing frowned deeply. Sixth senior brother had always been steady and composed. For him to be in such a hurry, something major must have happened at the border. Thinking of this, Qin Changxing shook his head helplessly. He was not only worried about master and senior brother, but also about a young monk and a little girl. Sixth senior brother's words left Qin Changxing with a vague sense of unease. But this feeling quickly dissipated. After so many years, Qin Changxing had come to understand one truth. Some things are beyond your control, and worrying is useless. Instead of fretting all day, it's better to live each day happily. Time will provide answers and validate your guesses. Back at Shangqing Temple, Qin Changxing resumed his leisurely and carefree life. He would either go to the book graveyard to read or practice the nameless boxing techniques of the 100 Defeats Immortal Lord to keep fit. When Yuan Shinshangren went to the border, he took most of Shangqing Temple's strength with him. Although Far Mountain was young, with Qin Changxing's assistance, he barely managed to keep Shangqing Temple running. As he gained more experience, Far Mountain grew rapidly, and Qin Changxing soon became a hands-off manager. However, one thing far exceeded Qin Changxing's expectations. The war between the Great Qian Dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom lasted for a full 20 years. By the 5th year, even the long-retired nascent Soul Patriarch had gone to the border. At Shangqing Temple's book graveyard, Qin Changxing closed the last book and stretched his slightly stiff body. At that moment, a handsome man in a Taoist robe with sword-like brows and starry eyes approached. Have you made up your mind about what we discussed yesterday? Qin Changxing glanced at him and said indifferently, No. Why? 10 years ago, you said that once you finished reading all the books in the library, you'd let me go to the border. Now I've finished reading them. Why can't I go? Don't forget, I am the acting head of Shangqing Temple. Facing the man roaring at him, Qin Changxing smiled and said, 20 years have passed. The little brat who used to ask me about everything has finally dared to talk back to me now. Not bad, you've made progress. Listening to Qin Changxing's words, Yuan Shan's eyes reddened. His voice choked. 7th senior brother is dead. 5th senior brother is blind. And the senior brother who cared for us the most lost an arm. Brother Changxing, I'm already in the late stage of the Golden Core realm now. I can help. I don't want to see our senior brothers get hurt anymore. Looking at Yuan Shan's red eyes, Qin Changxing choked up for a moment. Over the years, he had been keeping an eye on the situation at the border. The Great Qian Dynasty was in dire straits. More than 10 nascent soul cultivators had died in battle, and there were even rumors that experts in the divine transformation stage had started to fall. Sending Yuan Shan to such a battlefield would be no different from sending him to his death. Golden Core cultivators were nothing more than advanced cannon fodder. Just as Qin Changxing was about to find an excuse to stop Yuan Shan, a familiar aura came from above Shangqing Temple. The two hurried out to greet it. What came into view was 3rd senior brother, covered in blood, with his left hand severed and his right eye blind. From now on, I am the head of Shangqing Temple, and 9th junior brother Song Yuan Shan is the deputy head. Shangqing Temple and all its branches will retreat 3,000 miles west. The usually laid-back 3rd senior brother was now acting decisively, not even taking the time to greet his long-separated junior brothers. After issuing a series of orders, 3rd senior brother finally let out a sigh of relief. Seeing how much 3rd senior brother had changed, Yuan Shan trembled as he walked over. 3rd senior brother, what about master and the others? 3rd senior brother's voice was hoarse. For some reason, the nascent soul cultivators of Night Moon Nation suddenly doubled in number. Master was surrounded by several late-stage nascent soul cultivators and ultimately fell at Phoenix Mountain. We senior brothers acted together but fell into an ambush. 1st senior brother sacrificed himself by self-detonating to save me. The Great Qian Dynasty was defeated, and the border ceded 5,000 miles of land to Night Moon Nation. Hearing this news, Yuan Shan felt dizzy, clutching third senior brother's collar and questioning him fiercely. Then what about Master's body? Why didn't you bring it back? Do you want to see Master's body turned into a puppet? Faced with the angry roar, third senior brother did not refute, only remained silent. Stop shaking him. If you keep shaking, third senior brother might die from it, Qin Changxing said calmly from behind. Only then did Yuan Shan stop. Turning his head, he saw Qin Changxing had somehow brought over the lightning-struck wooden coffin from the back mountain. Before Yuan Shan could react, Qin Changxing had already walked up to third senior brother, took out a porcelain bottle, poured out a pill, and handed it to him to take. It seemed as though Qin Changxing was completely unaffected by the bad news just now. Your foundation is damaged. My abilities are limited. I can't help you much. The Night Moon Nation's offensive is so fierce. They definitely don't just want 5,000 miles of land. They must be aiming to annex the entire Great Qian dynasty. Yuan Shan has good talent, but he's still a bit immature. You'll need to teach him well over the next 50 years. The future of Shangqing Temple depends on him. After saying this, Qin Changxing stored the lightning-struck wooden coffin into his system space and turned to leave. At this moment, the dazed third senior brother finally reacted and hurriedly asked, Changxing, where are you going? Qin Changxing stopped in his tracks, hesitated for a moment, and said, I'm going to help Master and senior brother collect their bodies. Don't laugh at me. Before I came to Shangqing Temple, I used to sell coffins. This lightning-struck wood coffin was something I prepared for Master a long time ago, and now it happens to come in handy. We cultivate immortality for longevity. Everyone thinks that achieving immortality brings great freedom, but in truth, immortality is the greatest suffering. The world is like a sea of bitterness, and immortality means drifting forever in this sea. Master and the others have left this sea of suffering. We should be happy for them. As he spoke, Qin Changxing hesitated again, then turned to his third senior brother with a bright smile. I remember you once told Yuan Shan a legend about the cultivation world to scare him. You said there was a mysterious being in the cultivation world who specifically collects the bodies of those whose time has come. Whenever he appears, it means death is near. No one knows his name, they only know he's called the Undertaker. Third senior brother's eyes flickered when he heard the name, but he said nothing. Qin Changxing smiled and continued. You even investigated this matter and found that the Undertaker first appeared 100 years ago to bury the Blood Demon Patriarch. Moreover, the Undertaker is intricately connected to Master Ishio of Tianfu Temple. I just want to say, the Undertaker isn't as scary as you make him out to be. He's just a coffin seller. With that, Qin Changxing waved his hand and strode away. Yuan Shan called out to his back, Brother Changxing, will you come back? I've already made coffins for you all. When the time comes for you to use them, I'll return. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Changxing disappeared. Watching his departing figure, third senior brother was filled with emotion. In truth, ever since the youngest disciple came to Shangqing Temple, he had felt that this person was extraordinary. Time seemed to leave no trace on Changxing. In the cultivation world, there are elixirs that can extend life, but time not only affects the body, it also changes a person's heart. 10 years had passed, and the 3-year-old Yuan Shan had grown into a 13-year-old boy. Everyone had changed, but 20 years had passed, and Changxing's eyes remained as clear as ever. At first, he thought it was because of Changxing's serene state of mind, but after 20 years, it still hadn't changed. Sighing, third senior brother said, Yuan Shan, in a while, tell others that the secluded disciple of Shangqing Temple has died from a cultivation deviation. Why? Isn't Brother Changxing still alive and well? Just do as I say. Changxing has his own path to follow. Shangqing Temple's connection with him has come to an end. Yuan Shan was silent for a moment before finally nodding. When he was 3 years old, Master brought him to Shangqing Temple. Although he had entered the sect a few months earlier than Changxing and was technically his senior, he had always regarded Changxing as an elder brother. If he had a choice, he truly didn't want to see Changxing leave, but there are no eternal gatherings in this world. Seeing Yuan Shan's low spirits, third senior brother patted his shoulder with his remaining right hand. Master always said that those who enter the Tao may not understand emotions well, but they are all deeply loyal and righteous. Others may not understand him, but we cannot fail to. Outside Shangqing Temple, Qin Changxing looked up at the blue sky, then at the immortals retreating from the border, and smiled. My face-saving master. You care so much about appearances, how could you let yourself rest in a foreign land after death? Let me, as your disciple, take you back. As master and disciple, I won't charge you spirit stones this time. After speaking, Qin Changxing stepped forward toward the border. The great Qin dynasty had been defeated, and the front lines were already ablaze with war, but Qin Changxing paid no attention. His goal was singular: to find old acquaintances and bury them. Humans entering the city must pay 3 copper coins. 2 demon clansmen blocked his way. Looking at the 2/3 layer qi refining demons, Qin Changxing obediently handed over 3 copper coins. After paying, he entered the city smoothly. Feeling the faint spiritual energy within the city, Qin Changxing sighed. Not revealing my cultivation was indeed wise. Even such a small city has a golden core cultivator guarding it. How has the Night Moon Kingdom suddenly become so strong? Filled with doubt, he found an inn to stay in. On this journey to the border to collect corpses, Qin Changxing neither used sword flight nor spiritual energy to travel. He chose the most primitive method, walking step by step. The place he was heading to had already been occupied by the Night Moon Kingdom. A human golden core cultivator flying openly in the sky would undoubtedly attract attention. Facts proved that Qin Changxing's caution was very wise. The closer he got to the Night Moon Kingdom, the more he understood why the great Qin dynasty had suffered such a crushing defeat. The Night Moon Kingdom had too many demon cultivators. Foundation establishment cultivators were everywhere, golden core cultivators were as common as dogs, and nascent soul cultivators could be seen every so often. Faced with so many cultivators, it was no wonder the great Qin dynasty was defeated. Reflecting on the disparity between the two nations, Qin Changxing ordered a few local specialty dishes, planning to continue his journey after eating. However, just as he was about to enjoy his meal, the conversation between 2 demons suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Have you heard? Our demon king's daughter is going to publicly choose a husband. Anyone above the foundation establishment stage can participate. Of course I've heard, but what does that have to do with us? Our demon king is from the noble Silver Moon Wolf clan. Do you think we have the qualifications to become the demon king's son-in-law? No qualifications, no problem. It's still worth going to take a look. I heard the Fox clan is preparing a nascent soul-level puppet as a betrothal gift. A nascent soul-level puppet? You must be joking. Why would I lie to you? This puppet was obtained by the Fox clan from Phoenix Mountain. Back then, to kill that cultivator, the Fox clan even mobilized 3 late-stage nascent soul ancestors. Hearing this, Qin Changxing couldn't help but mutter helplessly, Master, I spent 5 years to get to this point, and now you've given me such a big problem. The Fox clan is one of the strongest clans in the Night Moon Kingdom. How can I possibly retrieve you from them? I can't defeat them alone. He irritably scratched his head. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. The Fox clan was a strong clan in the Night Moon Kingdom, and the Demon King of the Night Moon Kingdom was the Silver Moon Wolf King. If he could become the Silver Moon Wolf King's son-in-law, would he have a chance to request the puppet from the Fox clan? Although the idea sounded a bit crazy, theoretically, it seemed feasible. The more Qin Changxing thought about it, the more he felt this path was viable. Night Moon Kingdom Royal Palace. Report to the Demon King. The princess has escaped. Quickly send people to find her. If my daughter loses even a single strand of wolf fur, you will all answer with your heads. With the commanding voice, the entire royal palace instantly descended into chaos. On the mountainside outside the imperial city, a lively young woman was sticking her tongue out at the distant capital. If you like getting married, go do it yourself. I'm not playing along with you. At the mountain peak, Qin Changxing frowned in deep thought. What should I use as a betrothal gift? Ever since he learned that the princess of Night Moon Kingdom was looking for a husband, he had been pondering how to win the heart of this beautiful wolf. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that apart from being handsome and knowledgeable, he seemed to have nothing else to offer. Just as he was at his wit's end, a cry for help suddenly came from afar. Qin Changxing focused his gaze and saw 2 demon clan members at the Golden Core stage chasing a woman at the Foundation Establishment stage. The woman, upon seeing him, immediately changed direction and flew toward Chen Chongqing. "Senior, help. They want to kill me," the woman shouted. Without a word, Chen Chongqing activated his cultivation and then ran away at full speed. The woman, "In this situation, aren't you supposed to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? You just ran away like that. Don't you have even a shred of curiosity?" The woman's resentment didn't affect Chen Chongqing's speed at all. Seeing him run farther and farther away while she was about to be caught, she gritted her teeth and pulled out a jade talisman, crushing it. The talisman shattered, releasing a golden light that firmly bound her and Chen Chongqing together. Then, the woman instantly teleported behind Chen Chongqing, matching his speed. Chen Chongqing looked bewildered. "What is going on? Why are you sticking to me?" The woman immediately clasped her hands in plea. "Senior, they want to kill me. Please help me." Chen Chongqing sneered. "Pa, don't try to fool me with such poor acting. They're not trying to kill you at all. If they wanted to kill you, why would they chase you without making a move? Besides, you're covered in magical treasures. How is it reasonable for a foundation establishment cultivator to have so many items? You must be a young lady from some wealthy family who sneaked out, and they're here to take you back." The woman froze upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Chen Chongqing to analyze the situation so thoroughly after just a few glances. It seemed they had never met before, and he didn't know who she was. She thought to herself, how does this man's brain work? With her lie exposed, the woman decided to come clean. "Since you've figured it out, I won't pretend anymore. They are indeed here to take me back. If I get caught, at most I'll be scolded and locked up for a few days. But if you don't help me escape, they'll say you tricked me into running away. Then, what do you think my family will do to you?" Chen Chongqing ignored her words, focusing entirely on studying the talisman binding them together. The woman watched him, completely unbothered. "Don't waste your energy. This shadow-binding talisman was crafted by a nascent soul stage cultivator. You, a mere golden core stage, can't break it. Instead of wasting time, why not run faster? The ones chasing me are two late-stage golden core cultivators, and they're catching up." Chen Chongqing glanced back and saw the two late-stage golden core demon clan members rapidly closing in. Anger flared in his heart. "Miss, I don't want to get involved in your family matters, nor do I want to be entangled with you. I can let bygones be bygones for what happened earlier, but can you stop clinging to me?" The woman flipped her hand and summoned a bead, placing it above her head. She smiled and said, "I'll do whatever I want. What can you do about it? If you have the ability, break the protective shield around me. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude." With that, Chen Chongqing's expression turned cold, and he began forming hand seals that first. The woman didn't pay any attention to Chen Chongqing. A small cultivator at the golden core stage wasn't worth her notice. If it weren't for her spiritual energy running low, she wouldn't have bothered with this stranger. But soon, she realized something was off. "This is the blood escape technique of the Shangqing Temple. You're a human," the woman exclaimed in surprise. Chen Chongqing smiled and said, "Congratulations, you guessed right, but there's no reward." The woman immediately tried to undo the talisman between them, but Chen Chongqing's blood escape had already been activated. No matter how hard she tried, it was too late. Uffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly transforming into a streak of blood-red light and disappearing into the horizon. The two demon clan cultivators chasing behind were stunned. They hadn't expected a mid-golden core stage cultivator to use such a powerful escape technique. Moreover, how could an unidentified human suddenly appear in the heart of the Night Moon Kingdom? "Big brother, what do we do now?" one cultivator asked. "Do you even need to ask? Chase him." The other cultivator slapped him hard. "The princess was taken by a human. If anything happens to her, our entire family is doomed." The two immediately burned their essence blood and gave chase. But two ordinary golden core cultivators couldn't possibly catch up to Chen Chongqing. Although he hadn't learned many combat techniques, his escape techniques were perfected to an extraordinary level. Not to mention two late golden core cultivators, even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator might not be able to catch up to him. 300 miles away. Swish. Two figures appeared in a silent valley. It was Chen Chongqing and the mysterious woman. The blood escape ended, and Chen Chongqing wasted no time throwing out several formation flags, planting them around the area. His hands quickly formed seals, his movements so practiced it seemed he had done it countless times. Formation activated. A light screen instantly enveloped them. The woman warily drew an ancient dagger. "What are you trying to do? I'll tell you this. If anything happens to me, your fate will be worse than death." Hearing the threat, Chen Chongqing chuckled. "I didn't intend to cause trouble, but you came to me yourself. You can't blame anyone else for this." "Humph. With this lousy formation, you think you can trap me? Dream on." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman summoned two powerful magical treasures, preparing to break the formation and escape. But just as the treasures rose into the air, the woman suddenly collapsed to the ground, her body going limp. She cried out in terror, "What did you do to me?" "Nothing much, just slightly suppressed your bloodline. This formation is actually very simple. I pieced it together from fragments in an ancient text. It's barely functional. The formation's purpose is to suppress demon clan bloodlines and reveal their true forms." The woman's face instantly turned pale with fear. "Impossible. If humans had such a formation, the great Qin dynasty would have used it long ago. You little demon girl, don't you have any common sense? Of course, this formation has limitations. The grand formations in ancient texts can deal with golden core stage demons, but the one I patched together only works on foundation establishment stage demons. And as you've seen, this formation is very fragile. It falls apart with just a touch. If you hadn't wasted time talking earlier, the outcome might have been different." As he spoke, the woman's body began to shrink, eventually transforming into a pure white little wolf. Chen Chongqing picked up the storage ring she had dropped and asked, "What's the method to unlock the restriction?" The little white wolf actually spoke. "Don't even think about it. I want to tell you. If you've got the guts, just kill me. I don't have the guts to kill you, but I can shave all your fur off." As soon as the words left his mouth, the little white wolf roared in agitation. "You dare? Why wouldn't I dare?" Chen Chongqing pulled out a razor. Swish! The blade flashed, revealing a patch of pink skin on the little white wolf's head. The chilly sensation made the little wolf tear up. "Wha? You're so mean." After obtaining the method to lift the restriction, Chen Chongqing emptied the contents of his storage ring. Spirit stones and magical treasures piled into a small mountain, making him involuntarily swallow hard. "You've got quite the wealth here, even ordinary nascent soul cultivators can't compare to you." Then he stored all the items into the system space. Though these items were valuable, he dared not use them recklessly. The little white wolf clearly had a significant background who knew if there were traps hidden within the treasures. Storing them in the system space was the safest option. With the system's protection, no one could trace them. Seeing Chen Chongqing take everything, the little white wolf tearfully said, "I've given you everything. Can you let me go now?" "Not enough? I can give you more. My father is..." Before finishing the sentence, Chen Chongqing pinched its mouth shut. "I don't want to know who you are, nor do I want to know who your father is. If you don't say anything, I'll let you go once I'm done with my business. But if I find out, you'll have no way out. Understand?" The little white wolf nodded. "Good. Next, I'll give you a little makeover to ensure you look completely different." With that, Chen Chongqing grinned mischievously and picked up the little white wolf. "Ah!" The girl's screams echoed through the valley, as if she were enduring extreme punishment. Night Moon Kingdom Royal Palace. "What did you say?" The Silver Moon Wolf King abruptly stood up from his throne, and the pressure of his divine transformation stage instantly caused all the demons in the hall to shrink into a trembling mass. The two golden core stage demons who had lost track of the princess were so terrified their souls nearly fled. The demon princess had been taken by a human. This was a grave matter. Not just for them, even the entire tribe couldn't bear the consequences. The Wolf King's brows furrowed deeply, his right hand continuously moving as if calculating his daughter's whereabouts. After a moment, he spoke. "Losing the princess is your responsibility. Go and accept your punishment." "Thank you, Wolf King." The two golden core stage cultivators expressed their gratitude repeatedly and quickly retreated. The Wolf King waved his hand, signaling the surrounding attendants to leave as well. "Turtle Elder, what do you make of this?" he asked. An elderly man leaning on a cane replied gravely, "I don't think this matter is simple. After Yuera was taken, I immediately tried to calculate her whereabouts. but her trail seems to have been deliberately concealed. The results are completely chaotic. Such methods are not something an ordinary human golden core cultivator could achieve. Turtle Elder is right. I just calculated as well, and the results were shrouded in mist. To disrupt the heavenly secrets, the perpetrator must be at least at the divine transformation stage. It seems someone came prepared, specifically to take you where. Listening to the Wolf King's words, Turtle Elder pondered and then said, "If it's just a kidnapping, the matter is easier to handle. But what worries me more is that they might be after that item." Night Moon Kingdom recently seized half the territory from the Great Qin Dynasty, suddenly gaining so many cultivators. Who wouldn't be suspicious? Moreover, it seems the demon tribes aren't entirely united internally. At these words, the Wolf King's eyes narrowed sharply. Is it the saber-toothed tiger tribe causing trouble? It's not just the saber-toothed tigers. The fox tribe has also been making frequent moves. They know that the moon is the key. Since they want to play this game, let's play along with them. It's a good chance to show them who the true king of Night Moon Kingdom is. Night Moon Kingdom's imperial capital. Qin Changsheng held a pitch-black bald little mud in his arms, curiously observing his surroundings. Although this was the imperial capital of the demon clan, it looked no different from a human city, with the streets filled with transformed demons. Hiss! Qin Changsheng suddenly gasped. Looking down, he saw the little mutt fiercely biting his arm. Let go. No. I want you to return my pure white wolf fur. How many times have I told you? This black fur is unique to me. It can't be washed off. If you want to restore the color, you'll have to shave it all off and wait for new fur to grow. Seeing how upset you are, I'll give you a name, Xiao by Little White, to commemorate your lost fur color. Xiao by the wolf. Too much bullying for a wolf. I'll remember this. Qin Changsheng strolled leisurely down the street, chatting with Xiao by the wolf in his arms. By the way, when Night Moon Kingdom went to war with the Great Qin Dynasty, you defeated their cultivators so badly they were in complete disarray. But I heard that Linglong Sect's Changxing Fairy and Tianfu Temple's Isho Zen Master disappeared within Night Moon Kingdom's borders. Were they killed by you? Xiao by the wolf replied indifferently. If we could kill them, would you even need to ask? Speaking of the most difficult people to deal with in the Great Qin Dynasty, they are definitely among them. Who would have thought they actually? Halfway through, Xiaobai stopped and looked up at Qin Changsheng. You're trying to get information out of me. Just asking casually. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Really just casually asking? The blood escape technique you used is a top secret skill of Shangqing Temple. Only inner disciples can learn it. Tianfu Temple, Linglong Sect, and Shangqing Temple, these three sects are the pillars of the Great Qin Dynasty, closely connected. You suddenly ask about the whereabouts of these two people. Do you think I would believe you're just casually asking? Qin Changxing looked down at the bald Xiaobai wolf in his arms and said, You're very clever, but your words just now make me even more curious. Blood escape is a secret technique of Shangqing Temple. Not to mention the demon clan, even outer disciples might not know about it. But you seem to know it very well. Can you tell me why? Xiao by the wolf found a comfortable position and yawned in Qin Changxing's arms. I'm a demon clan. You're a human clan. We're different races and different nations. Do you think I would tell you? But I'm quite curious about your identity. Shangqing Temple has 9 true disciples, and the names of the most outstanding 4 form a poem. The breeze and the bright moon are priceless. Near water and distant mountains are full of affection. The breeze and the bright moon have already fallen. Li Jinshui escaped heavily injured. You're definitely not him. With such high formation skills, could you be Shangqing Temple's 9th true disciple, Song Yuanshan? Qin Changxing smiled and said, You know Shangqing Temple very well. Even better than the cultivators of the Great Qin Dynasty. It seems there are traitors within the Great Qin Dynasty. That's right. There are indeed traitors in the Great Qin Dynasty. So can you guess who? I won't guess, nor do I want to. The rise and fall of dynasties is beyond my control. I just want to bring back the bodies of my master and senior brothers. Xiao by the wolf became even more arrogant. Oh, so that's your plan. Don't even think about it. The corpse of the Upper Qing Temple's master, Yuan Shen Shangren, has already been turned into a puppet by the Fox Clan. The Fox Clan is a powerful group in the Night Moon Kingdom, filled with experts, and even has cultivators at the nascent soul stage guarding them. What can you, a mere golden core stage, possibly do? Why don't you just let me go? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll return your master's corpse to you. Thank you for your kind offer, but as long as I haven't confirmed my own safety, I will never let you go. By the way, let me ask you, do you have any marks left by your elders on your body? Guess. Faced with the arrogance of the little white wolf, Qin Changxing merely glanced at it indifferently and said, I've checked several times, and there are no marks in your body at all. However, there might be more advanced methods that I haven't discovered yet. To be safe, I will plant 87 restrictions in your body. If anything goes wrong, you will die instantly. As soon as these words were spoken, the little white wolf panicked. You wouldn't dare? This isn't a matter of daring or not, I've already done it. Why do you think I've been holding you all this time? As he spoke, Qin Changxing pointed with his right hand, and complex mystical patterns immediately appeared on the little white wolf's body. Immediately after, the little white wolf lost its ability to speak human language completely. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing the little white wolf barking frantically, Qin Changxing's lips curled slightly upward, and he strode toward the matchmaking event in the Night Moon Kingdom. Night Moon Kingdom's groom selection assembly. The Wolf King sat alone on the high throne, and standing below the throne was an elderly man with a white beard. This man was the Wolf King's trusted aide, Old Turtle. Old Turtle's identity was mysterious. No one in the Night Moon Kingdom knew his origins. If it weren't for the recent war between the two nations, where Old Turtle made great contributions, no one would have even heard of his name. As all the races gathered, the Wolf King stood up and said, The citizens of the Night Moon Kingdom all know that I, Wanyan Agizhou, have a daughter, Wanyan Yu. Now that my daughter has reached the age of marriage, I intend to select the most outstanding young man from the talented youths across the land to marry her. Anyone interested may step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present became excited. Becoming the son-in-law of the Wolf King was equivalent to gaining control over the entire Night Moon Kingdom. Your Majesty, I have long admired Princess Wanyan and am willing to give it a try. A young man with bronze skin and a robust build stepped forward. His imposing aura and mid-stage golden core cultivation were on full display. He was none other than Lin Hu, the young master of the saber-toothed tiger clan. Ha! Brother Lin, I too have long been fond of Princess Wanyan. I'm afraid I'll have to compete with you. As the voice fell, another elegant young man holding a folding fan released his pressure to contend with Lin Hu. Lin Hu squinted and said, Hu Zhan, I haven't heard of you liking Princess Wanyan. Are you joking? Ha! Brother Lin, don't tease me. Liking a woman doesn't necessarily mean making it known to everyone. We Fox Clan value etiquette. How could we do something so improper? Lin Hu sneered and chose not to argue further with Hu Zhan. The Fox Clan was known for their sharp tongues, and arguing with them was pointless. With the young masters of the Tiger and Fox clans stepping forward, the other demon clans felt somewhat disheartened. Whether in background or strength, they are no match. Even if they participate, it would just be for show. After the two seed contestants appeared, other demon clans took the stage one after another. However, their strength was far inferior to Lin Hu and Hu Zhan. Seeing that no more demon clans were stepping forward, the Wolf King prepared to announce the trial process. At this moment, a figure in the crowd jumped up and shouted, Wait a moment, I want to participate too. Seeing someone else wanting to join, the powerful demons present frowned deeply. The marriage selection conference was nominally about choosing outstanding young talents from across the world, but in reality, it was mainly an internal competition among the demon clans. All the expected clans had arrived, so where did this guy come from? Excuse me, please make way. Sorry, I have an urgent matter. Qin Changxing squeezed through the crowd with difficulty, tidied his disheveled clothes, and cupped his hands in greeting. Qin Changxing of the human race greets the Wolf King. Although I have never met Princess Wanyan, I also wish to participate in the marriage selection conference. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. At first, everyone thought it was a late arrival from some demon clan, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a human. A human participating in the demon clan's marriage selection conference was simply a joke. Humans, get out of Night Moon Nation, someone shouted, followed by many demon clans cursing at Chen Chongqing. However, Chen Chongqing kept smiling, unwavering. The Wolf King waved both hands, and the scene immediately quieted down. You want to marry my daughter? What qualifications do you have? I rely on a sincere heart. For a human to participate in the Demon Clan's marriage selection conference requires immense courage. My presence here proves my feelings for Princess Wanyan, doesn't it? The Wolf King's lips curled slightly into a smile as he said, Sincerity is good. Just for that, I will allow you to participate. Any cultivator above the foundation establishment stage is eligible to join. Though you are human, you meet the requirements. The trials begin tomorrow. Whether you succeed depends on your abilities. After speaking, the Wolf King stood up and left. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped and said, Old Turtle, this human cultivator has come from afar and currently has no place to stay. Arrange for him to stay at Hu Manor. Don't let humans think we demons are impolite. As you command. Old Turtle casually arranged Chen Chongqing's accommodation, and the Wolf King disappeared completely. Although some demon clans were dissatisfied with a human participating in the marriage selection conference, the Wolf King had already given the order, and they could only leave disappointed. Greetings, Brother Hu. I fear I will trouble you for the next few days. Upon hearing the Wolf King's arrangement, Chen Chongqing smiled and greeted Hu Zhan. Hu Zhan sized up this suddenly appearing human and responded with a smile. Brother Chen truly has courage, most admirable. To live under the same roof as Brother Chen is my great fortune. Hu Zhan and Chen Chongqing exchanged friendly words, which immediately disgusted Lin Hu. You Fox Clan always likes to do such disgraceful things. This guy's attire clearly shows he's from the great Qian dynasty. A defeated opponent, what right does he have to stand before us? Lin Hu's humiliation didn't even make Chen Chongqing blink, he simply remained silent. However, Hu Zhan sneered and said, Lin Hu, don't embarrass the Demon Clan with your lack of sense. The great Qian dynasty was indeed defeated by Night Moon Nation, but Night Moon Nation defeated the great Qian dynasty, not the human race. If your words were heard by human experts, it might spark a war between the two races. Can you bear the consequences? Hu Zhan's words immediately left Lin Hu speechless. Faced with such a serious matter as a racial war, even if Lin Hu had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to take it lightly. In his anger, Lin Hu's entire aura erupted as he prepared to confront Hu Zhan. Before he could make a move, Old Turtle slowly walked between them. Fighting among the demon race in broad daylight, do you want to become a laughingstock for the other races? With Old Turtle stepping in to stop them, Lin Hu snorted coldly and turned to leave. After Lin Hu left, Hu Zhan turned to Chen Chongqing and said with a smile, Brother Chen, my apologies for accidentally bringing up a painful topic for you earlier. Although the Night Moon Kingdom is currently at war with the great Qian dynasty, we foxes have always been close to the human race. I hope you won't take it to heart. It's nothing, Brother Hu. You're straightforward and speak your mind. How could I hold a grudge? Chen Chongqing replied as he walked toward a tree not far away and picked up a bald, pitch-black little dog that had been barking madly. Is this your battle pet? No, I picked it up by the roadside. It was so skinny and wandering the streets that I couldn't help but take it in. Hu Zhan laughed and said, Brother Chen, you truly have a kind heart. The two chatted as they walked toward the Hu residence, while the little white wolf in Chen Chongqing's arms struggled desperately. Unfortunately, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Chongqing, and no one paid any mind to the bald, pitch-black mutt. Night Moon Kingdom's royal palace. The Wolf King sat quietly on his throne, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. At that moment, Old Turtle entered. Reporting to the Wolf King, the human has been delivered to the Hu residence. The Wolf King responded casually, indicating he understood, then said, Yuera was taken away by a human, and now another human appears at the marriage competition. Old Turtle, do you think there's a connection between the two? Old Turtle hesitated for a moment before replying. This person's background is unclear, and his timing is too coincidental. He must be connected to the princess's disappearance. However, he cannot be the mastermind behind it. A mere golden core stage cultivator wouldn't have the ability to obscure the heavenly secrets. He is likely just a pawn sent by the mastermind. Until we find the princess, we must not act rashly. You're right. I'll leave it to you to investigate this human's background. I want to see who's pulling the strings behind the scenes." "Understood." Old Turtle turned and left, while the Wolf King's expression grew darker. His daughter had been kidnapped, and now the mastermind had sent a golden core stage human cultivator to humiliate him. If he caught the mastermind, he would tear them to pieces. "Who residence?" "Senior, do you remember me? I'm Mainyang." Chen Chongqing was just about to rest when a woman suddenly came to visit. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, Chen Chongqing thought for a moment and remembered that she was the fox woman he had met 30 years ago when he had just awakened. "So it's you. How did you end up here?" Hu Mainyang glanced around nervously and said, "Senior, let's talk inside. It's not convenient here." She anxiously pulled Chen Chongqing into the room. Reuniting with an old acquaintance, Hu Mainyang felt a mix of emotions, and the words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat. After hesitating for a long time, she could only repeat, "Senior, you shouldn't have come to the Night Moon Kingdom. This place is full of trouble." Chen Chongqing smiled faintly. "It seems this little fox knows quite a bit. But that has nothing to do with me. My goal is simple: to marry Princess Wanyan. I don't care about anything else." Seeing Chen Chongqing's calm expression, Hu Mainyang became even more anxious. "Senior, you've never even met Princess Wanyan. I know you're not here for her. No matter your reasons, leave the Night Moon Kingdom quickly. The groom selection tournament is a scam. Staying here will do you no good." Woof, woof, woof. The little white wolf tied up nearby suddenly barked fiercely, as if cursing this traitorous demon. Unfortunately, Hu Mainyang was a fox demon and couldn't understand dog language. A scam? Now that's interesting. Both the Fox Clan and Tiger Clan, the two pillars of the Night Moon Kingdom, are participating. How could it be a scam? Besides, even if it is a scam, how would a small demon like you know? Chen Chongqing retorted. Hu Mainyang was momentarily speechless, gritting her teeth as she said, "Senior, if it weren't for the opportunity you gave me back then, I might never have been able to establish my foundation. But I can't reveal the truth about the groom selection tournament. I can only tell you that the tournament's location is definitely in the forbidden area of the Night Moon Kingdom. That place, without a key item, entering is a death sentence. The Fox Clan and Tiger Clan have already obtained the key items, so they're safe. But if you insist on going, you must find humans like yourself in the forbidden area." 5 years ago, during the war between the two nations, two humans uncovered some secrets and were later chased into the forbidden area by the Night Moon Kingdom's nascent soul experts. If they're still alive, they might be your only way out, Senior. After finishing, Hu Mainyang left the room in a panic. After Hu Mainyang left, Chen Chongqing picked up the bald little mutt barking furiously on the ground and casually loosened its restraints. "Little White Wolf, that traitor is simply a traitor to the Demon Clan. I must tear her to pieces," the little white wolf roared angrily. Chen Chongqing leisurely stroked its fur and said, "Little White, can you tell me the secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom now? If my guess is correct, those two who were driven into the forbidden area," the little white wolf said, "should be Chongqing Fairy and Ishio Zen Master." Hearing this, the little white wolf cast a disdainful glance at Chen Chongqing. "Don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Let me tell you, never let me out, or I'll definitely tear that vile fox Hu Mainyang to shreds." The little white wolf cursed angrily. Back then, the Fox Clan was too soft on her, and now she's turned around to help outsiders. She deserves it. Looking at the little white wolf's furious expression, Chen Chongqing said calmly, "It seems your Night Moon Kingdom has undergone a major purge. When I met Hu Mainyang, she was just a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator, not even capable of transformation. Back then, she spoke with innocence, nothing like a struggling low-level cultivator. I found it strange at the time. How could a young lady from a demon clan's noble family be out training alone? Now it seems she didn't come out voluntarily, she was driven out by you." The little white wolf stared coldly at Chen Chongqing and retorted, "Who said Hu Mainyang is a noble lady? She's just an ordinary demon." "Yeah, your words sound like you're trying to cover something up. But it's understandable. You people who've never experienced life at the bottom wouldn't understand. The cultivation world is a place where the strong prey on the weak, and it's even more so for low-level cultivators. Close friends sometimes fight to the death over a few spirit stones. If Hu Mainyang wasn't a noble lady, With her personality back then, she would have long been dead without a trace. Now that she's returned to the Fox clan, I suspect she's seeking revenge for the blood feud of the past. Huh, the little white wolf sneered. Does she think she can seek revenge as a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? Don't mention her. Even if the two of you join forces, you won't stir up much trouble in Night Moon Country. I've said it many times, I'm not interested in the secrets of Night Moon Country. If you want to destroy the Great Qian Kingdom, that's none of my business. I just want to take my master's and senior brother's corpses back. Why don't you believe me? If you only wanted to retrieve the bodies of your old companions, would you go to such lengths? I even suspect that our encounter was something you orchestrated long ago. You harbor ill intentions and want to overthrow Night Moon Country. Seeing Little White Wolf's accusations becoming more and more outrageous, Qin Changxing shook his head helplessly and tied it to the bedside. Think whatever you want. I'm going to sleep now. How dare you make me sleep on the floor? Be careful, or I'll kill you. Little White Wolf threatened. Qin Changxing waved his hand, and Little White Wolf's mouth was immediately sealed shut. With this, no matter how angry Little White Wolf got, it couldn't disturb Qin Changxing's sweet dreams. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight spilled onto the earth. Little White Wolf curled up in the corner of the bed, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed its neck and lifted it up. Stop sleeping. It's time for us to set off. Little White Wolf opened its half-awake eyes, shot Qin Changxing a glance, and then closed them again. Qin Changxing chuckled, not minding, and carried Little White Wolf out of the room. Brother Qin, did you rest well last night? Outside the door, Hu Zhan greeted Qin Changxing with a smile. Qin Changxing replied with a smile, I slept very well. Thank you, Brother Hu, for your hospitality. Hu Zhan noticed the bald little mutt in Qin Changxing's arms and curiously asked, Brother Qin, are you planning to bring it along for the trial? That's right. Little White and I are inseparable, no matter where we go. Hearing Little White, Hu Zhan paused for a moment, then laughed. Brother Qin, you're quite amusing, naming it Little White. That's really interesting. I had no choice. Little White always fantasizes about having a coat of pure white fur, so I could only give it this name. Bringing it to the trial won't cause any issues, will it? Not at all. This trial doesn't restrict methods. Battle pets are certainly allowed. Brother Qin, please follow me. After walking for quite a while with Hu Zhan, they finally arrived at a valley. Feeling the powerful aura around them, Qin Changxing asked in confusion, Brother Hu, what is this place? This is the Forbidden Land of Night Moon Country, and also the trial ground for the Groom Selection Tournament. Deep within the Forbidden Land, there is a resurrection flower. Whoever can pluck it will have the right to marry Princess Wanyan. So that's how it is. Then why haven't I seen any other participating demon clans? Hu Zhan replied, they've already gone in. I specifically came out to escort you, so I haven't entered yet. Oh dear, I've delayed Brother Hu's time. I'm really sorry. Don't blame yourself. We hit it off right away, so this little matter is nothing. Besides, those who went in earlier don't necessarily have an advantage. The one who can pluck the resurrection flower is the true winner. After saying this, Hu Zhan led Qin Changxing into the Forbidden Land of Night Moon Country. Passing through the Long Canyon, they arrived at a dense forest with towering ancient trees. The surroundings were humid, miasma filled the air, and danger seemed to lurk everywhere. Hu Zhan glanced at Qin Changxing, but said nothing. The miasma in the Forbidden Land greatly affects cultivators. Even Golden Core stage cultivators find it hard to resist. Hu Zhan could stand here only because of his demon clan physique. If humans were to come here, they would likely perish silently within half a day. TSK. Indeed, the Forbidden Land of Night Moon Kingdom lives up to its reputation, truly fraught with danger. Qin Changxing glanced around and casually praised, then took out 2 pills from his chest. He swallowed one himself and stuffed the other into the mouth of the little white wolf. Brother Hu, the miasma here is no ordinary poison gas. I have specially made antidote pills here. Would you like one? Qin Changxing said, offering another pill. Hu Zhan, realizing Qin Changxing had discerned the potency of the miasma, immediately felt regretful. If you hadn't reminded me, Brother Qin, I almost forgot. The miasma here is extremely potent. Even Golden Core cultivators struggle to resist it. However, My Fox clan has a robust constitution, so there's no need to waste your pill. He smiled and pushed the pill back. After all, consuming something of unknown origin recklessly could lead to serious consequences. By the way, Brother Chun, this miasma seems unique to the forbidden land of Night Moon Kingdom. How did you recognize it? Have you been here before? Hu Zhan asked curiously. Chun Changsheng smiled faintly. I haven't been to the forbidden land of Night Moon Kingdom, but I once read a nameless ancient book that described something similar. That book recorded various landscapes, and one of them resembled this place. I see. That's quite interesting, Hu Zhan nodded. As far as I know, no outsider has entered the forbidden land of Night Moon Kingdom in the past 500 years. Who wrote that ancient book? I don't know either. When I found the book, it was already in tatters, possibly written 500 years ago. Qin Changxing shook his head. Makes sense. Let's hurry up and move forward. Lin Hu and the others have already gone in for a while, Hu Zhan said, waving his right hand. A nascent soul-level puppet appeared ahead to clear the path. Seeing this lifeless puppet, a trace of complex emotion flashed in Qin Changxing's eyes. Deep within the forbidden land, a bald man sat cross-legged. Beneath him was a pitch-black pool, its water thick and occasionally emitting a pungent, fishy stench. Your heartless mind technique won't last much longer, Ishio. A voice echoed, and the bald man slowly opened his eyes. Wolf King, forcing the demon race to harness such ominous power will ultimately lead to disaster, Ishio said calmly. There's still time to turn back. The Wolf King sneered. Turn back? Why would I turn back? Power is power. There's no distinction between good and evil. Without harnessing this power, how could I destroy the great Qin dynasty? Although we are of different races, I admire you. If you're willing to change, I can help you break through to the divine transformation realm, the Wolf King offered. Ishio shook his head and closed his eyes again. The Wolf King didn't take it to heart. It had taken him 300 years to tear open a crack in the seal of the Forbidden Land. Though it was just a fissure, the power that leaked out was unimaginable. This very power had doubled the number of cultivators in Night Moon Kingdom. Unfortunately, the news somehow leaked. The two old geezers from Tianfu Temple and Linglong sect had risked their lives to reseal the crack. Despite his best efforts to stop them, they managed to seal most of it. Now, Ishio was suppressing the final gap, and the Wolf King dared not act recklessly. If Ishio fought to the death and the crack was completely sealed, breaking the seal again would be nearly impossible. Thinking of this, the Wolf King's face darkened. Old Turtle, has that human's identity been verified? The Wolf King asked. Reporting to the Wolf King, there are no records of him in the Great Qin dynasty. He may have used a false name. The old turtle lowered his head and replied, let him be arrogant for a few more days. Once the blood sacrifice is complete, no one in this world will be able to stop me. By then, both the human race and the demon race will have to bow down and submit to me, the Wolf King declared boldly. The old turtle silently lowered his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. Forbidden Land, Ancient Bronze Hall. Qin Changxing and his companions encountered Lin Hu again. The two sides were at odds, the atmosphere tense, swords drawn. However, Qin Changxing ignored the hostility from Lin Hu and Hu Zhan and instead began studying the ancient bronze hall before him. Rather than figuring out how to eliminate each other, why don't you take a good look at these ruins? Qin Changxing suggested. Lin Hu said irritably, don't play tricks. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, yet you insist on barging in. Today is the day you die, Qin Changxing. Lin Hu's words clearly interrupted Qin Changxing's train of thought. Impatiently, Qin Changxing turned to respond. I know you want to kill me, but can you wait a moment? I'm still studying this. After saying that, he turned back to focus on the patterns and inscriptions on the ancient bronze hall. Lin Hu, what do you mean? Wait a moment to kill you. I want to kill you now. Can you take this seriously? Qin Changxing's confident attitude left Lin Hu stunned. When Lin Hu finally reacted, his anger erupted immediately. But before he could act, Hu Zhan's nascent soul puppet blocked his way. Hu Zhan, what do you mean? Are you going to help an outsider? Lin Hu questioned. Hu Zhan glanced at Qin Changxing, who was engrossed in studying the ancient hall, and said calmly, Lin Hu, killing can be done anytime, but don't forget why we came here. These words instantly dissipated much of Lin Hu's anger. His animosity toward Chen Chongqing wasn't just because of the marriage competition. The current situation was clear. This human was definitely not here for Wang Yanyu. If not for the demon princess, he must have another purpose. A golden core stage cultivator daring to venture alone into the heart of the demon race's territory must have some backing. Acting rashly might alert others. Letting him go was a minor issue, but disrupting their plans would be troublesome. Hu Zhan managed to dissuade Lin Hu, while Chen Chongqing focused on studying the ancient bronze hall. After a while, Hu Zhan stepped forward and asked, "Brother Chen, have you discovered anything?" Chen Chongqing pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Hu, have you heard of the boundless secret realm within the great Qin dynasty?" "I've heard a little about it. What does it have to do with this place?" Hu Zhan asked. "It's highly relevant. There's also an ancient bronze hall in the boundless secret realm, and this is no secret within the great Qin dynasty. But now, a similar ancient bronze hall has appeared in the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom. What do you make of this, Brother Hu?" These words piqued not only Hu Zhan's interest, but also caught the attention of the usually cold-faced Lin Hu. The histories of the Night Moon Kingdom and the Great Qin Dynasty both span over 1,000 years, and the boundless secret realm and the Forbidden Land have existed since the founding of the two nations. If both places have similar ancient halls, could there be some hidden secret? Hu Zhan, full of curiosity, said, "The boundless secret realm is controlled by the Great Qin Dynasty, and non-humans are not allowed to enter. If Brother Chen hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known. Not just you, I suspect very few people in either country are aware of this. The patterns on these ancient bronze halls are very peculiar. They don't seem like ordinary decorations. If you're not in a hurry, I can try to decipher them." Hu Zhan looked at Chen Chongqing with doubt. "Many elders of our demon clan have tried, but none succeeded. Are you really confident? You're just a human at the golden core stage. Can you do it?" Facing the skepticism, Chen Chongqing took out several pieces of patterned white paper and said, "I can't be certain with just one bronze ancient hall. But don't forget, the bronze ancient hall in the boundless secret realm has also been studied. Studying two ancient halls together might lead to a breakthrough. If these patterns truly record information, the great being who left these two ancient halls must have wanted future generations to learn something, not deliberately keep it a mystery. We can't understand it simply because too much time has passed and the text has disappeared." As he spoke, Chen Chongqing began comparing the patterns of the two ancient halls. Hu Zhan and Lin Hu also leaned in to study them together. The secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom lay within this forbidden area, and the bronze ancient hall had existed since its discovery. If its secrets could be unraveled, the subsequent matters might proceed much more smoothly. 3 hours later. "So that's it," Chen Chongqing exclaimed in surprise as he compared the patterns. Hu Zhan quickly asked, "Brother Chen, what did you discover?" "Yes, I've unlocked the secret of the bronze ancient hall." "Quick, tell us what it is," Lin Hu urged impatiently. Chen Chongqing didn't keep them in suspense and pointed at the patterns, saying, "As young masters of your clan, you must be well informed. You must have noticed the connection between the patterns of the two bronze ancient halls, but no known text corresponds to them." Lin Hu pondered and said, "What does that mean? This thing has existed for so long. The text naturally disappeared." Brother Lin is correct, but don't forget, the great being who left the bronze ancient halls intended to convey information. Didn't they consider the impact of time? Chen Chongqing asked. Lin Hu impatiently replied, "Just say it. Stop keeping us in suspense." Chen Chongqing smiled. That great being certainly considered the passage of time. As years go by and the world changes, no one can guarantee that text will always be preserved. So, they devised a method that transcends the limitations of time and doesn't rely on text. This method is both simple and effective using pictures. After speaking, Chen Chongqing suspended the white paper in the air, adjusted their order, and used spiritual power to imprint the patterns from the ancient halls. The two sets of patterns combined continuously, eventually forming a fragmented picture. Text may become obsolete, but pictures won't. Pictures are the first way all living beings learn knowledge. From the moment we open our eyes, we understand the world through pictures. We see mountains, rivers, and plants, and we know their shapes and colors. The patterns on these bronze ancient halls are not text, but a vivid picture. We couldn't understand them before because we mistook them for text. Seeing Chen Chongsheng successfully decipher the patterns, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu couldn't help but admire him. The bronze ancient halls had existed for thousands of years, and no one had been able to unlock their secrets until now. Chen Chongsheng managed to do it in just a few hours, leaving them in awe. After uncovering the secret, the three began carefully examining the picture floating in the air. Although incomplete, it still revealed part of a story. The picture depicted a time in ancient history when giant hands descended from the sky to capture living beings on the ground. The creatures fought desperately but were unable to resist. Until one day, someone discovered a powerful force. The picture did not detail the source of this force, but recorded that all living beings used it to defeat the giant hands from the sky. At first, everyone thought this power was a gift from the heavens. But later, they discovered that this power was even more dangerous than the giant hand in the sky. The painting breaks off here. Lin Hu asked urgently, "Are there any other patterns? Quickly tell the truth. What happened next?" "Sorry," Chen Chongsheng spread his hands. "I've already handed over all the patterns I have. This painting is only 1/10 of what we've collected. To restore the complete story, we must gather all the patterns from the 18 bronze ancient halls." Lin Hu looked at the fragmented painting in the air. Although the image was incomplete with many blank spaces, the last section was relatively intact. That power was sealed and suppressed beneath the 18 bronze ancient halls. These 18 ancient halls were jointly guarded by 18 races, including humans and demons. As for the parts belonging to the other 16 races, they had long disappeared with the passage of time. After understanding this background, Lin Hu and Hu Zhan silently blocked all of Chen Chongsheng's escape routes. Chen Chongsheng smacked his lips and said, "Since I've helped you solve the mystery, can you let me finish speaking before you act?" Hu Zhan laughed. "Your insight scares us. Such talent is a treasure no matter where it is. But I don't understand, why did you come to the Night Moon Kingdom to participate in the marriage competition? Don't use the excuse of admiring Princess Wanyan to fool us. I came to the Night Moon Kingdom with a purpose, otherwise I wouldn't have traveled so far. But before I tell you my purpose, let me share the story I know." The number of cultivators in the Night Moon Kingdom suddenly surged, defeating the great Qian dynasty completely. This strange change puzzled me throughout my journey. Later, when I arrived in the Night Moon Kingdom, I heard that it had undergone a major purge. This confused me even more, as the Night Moon Kingdom's strength not only didn't diminish after the purge, but actually increased. I also learned that there might be traitors within the great Qin dynasty. All the clues seem connected, but there's always one key piece missing. Until now, I've finally found that key. Chen Chongsheng arrived in front of the bronze ancient halls. These 18 ancient halls depict the same story. But the era is too distant, and the images are fragmented and incomplete. With just one ancient hall, it's impossible to piece together the complete information. I suspect the traitors of the great Qian dynasty brought this secret to the Night Moon Kingdom. Moreover, have you noticed that these ancient halls were deliberately damaged? The parts that were destroyed are precisely the sections describing how living beings borrowed ominous power. After hearing this, Hu Zhan felt a sense of foreboding. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Chen Chongsheng leisurely sat on the ground. "What I'm trying to say is, don't be in such a hurry to kill me. Killing me is not something you can decide. From your reactions, it seems you don't know the secret behind the Night Moon Kingdom's sudden rise in power. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to investigate this secret. Now that you know, do you think the people who destroyed the bronze ancient halls will let you go? What a remarkable young talent. Truly impressive." As the words fell, the Wolf King and Old Turtle emerged from not far away. Hu Zhan and Lin Hu became tense upon seeing the Wolf King appear. Hu Zhan quickly stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Reporting to the Wolf King, this man is a spy, and we were just about to present him." The Wolf King sneered, "Your Fox clan always likes to play tricks. Back then, you encouraged the Tiger clan to pursue Yuer, but it was just to use her to uncover secrets. Now that you've learned the secrets, you're still not satisfied." Hu Zhan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. The Wolf King continued, "The two old guys from the Fox and Tiger clans thought they could force me to hand over the secrets by joining forces. How naive." As he spoke, He waved his hand and threw two blood-soaked heads in front of Hu Zhan. Hu Zhan and Lin, who were almost scared out of their wits, as they had never expected the Wolf King to be so powerful. You are the future of the demon clan. If you surrender now, I can spare your lives and even give you a chance. Without hesitation, Hu Zhan and Lin who chose to submit. After dealing with them, the Wolf King turned his gaze to Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng, I admire your talent. Tell me who is behind this and pledge allegiance to me, and I will spare your life. Qin Changsheng smiled and said, Wolf King, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The person behind me is someone you'll never guess. Besides, as far as I know, to obtain that power, it seems a blood sacrifice is required. Since you haven't killed me yet, you must not want to waste the opportunity, right? The Wolf King's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, You do know quite a lot. In that case, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, he waved his hand and took Qin Sich after speaking. The originally frail and elderly turtle elder gradually transformed, eventually becoming a refined young man. This was none other than the founder of Shangqing Temple and the guide on Qin Changsheng's path of cultivation, Yu Huazhenren. Traveling all the way to Night Moon Kingdom must have been exhausting. Master Ancestor, can you tell me how you figured it out? Yu Huazhenren walked to Qin Changsheng's side, his tone gentle and kind. Looking at the familiar figure before him, Qin Changsheng's lips trembled slightly as he spoke. After hearing the bad news from third senior brother, I've been pondering a question. How did Shangqing Temple end up in such a state? Indeed, the number of cultivators in Night Moon Kingdom has surged, but Master and the others are not newcomers to the cultivation world. How could they have been completely wiped out? Yu Huazhenren said calmly. So you suspect there is a traitor within the great Qian dynasty? Yes, but I couldn't figure out what kind of traitor could achieve this. Although Shangqing Temple cooperated with the dynasty to resist external enemies, the whereabouts of Master and the others were top secret within the sect. Even the highest leaders of the dynasty might not know everything. In other words, no matter which faction the traitor belongs to, it shouldn't have led to the complete downfall of Shangqing Temple. The only explanation is that there is a traitor within Shangqing Temple itself. After reaching this conclusion, I suspected everyone in Shangqing Temple, even doubting whether Master had faked his death. But I never imagined that the traitor would be you, Master Ancestor. You are already a mighty cultivator in the nascent soul stage, with a status unmatched by anyone. Night Moon Kingdom couldn't possibly offer you any tempting conditions. Reasonable, Yu Huazhenren nodded. Then how did you confirm that I am the traitor? Qin Changsheng exhaled deeply. I only dared to confirm just now that you are the traitor, Master Ancestor. After arriving in Night Moon Kingdom, I encountered a member of the Demon Clan. She actually recognized Shangqing Temple's secret blood escape technique and had deep knowledge of the sect. Strangely, she only knew that Shangqing Temple had 9 true disciples. Although I am not well known, a little investigation would reveal my existence. This situation made me even more certain that the traitor is within Shangqing Temple. Moreover, the traitor treated me well otherwise. They wouldn't have cut off my information sources. So I conducted a small experiment and used my real name at the marriage selection event. But Night Moon Kingdom still doesn't know my identity, which explains a lot. After speaking, Qin Changsheng looked up at Yu Huazhenren. Master Ancestor, do I need to say more? Yu Huazhenren smiled and took the little white wolf from Qin Changsheng's arms. She gently restrained the wolf's movements and stroked it tenderly. Go ahead. Hearing someone else tell your own story has a unique charm. No problem. Since Master Ancestor wants to hear it, I will recount it in detail. To accomplish these things, the traitor must hold a high position and possess significant strength within Shangqing Temple. I saw Master's corpse when I entered the forbidden area. So the traitor couldn't be Master, at least not before the secrets of the ancient Bronze Hall were unraveled. I couldn't find a reason for your betrayal, Master Ancestor. But as the secrets of the ancient Bronze Hall were revealed, your motive also surfaced. Additionally, I found an anonymous travel journal in Shangqing Temple's book graveyard, which recorded the situation in Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden area. That journal is over 500 years old. Master Ancestor, you started planning this 500 years ago, didn't you? The transcendent immortal laughed heartily, Bringing you into the Shangqing Temple was the best decision I've ever made in my life. You unraveled a layout of 500 years in just 5 years. Your comprehension is truly extraordinary. Why? Qin Changsheng suppressed the questions in his heart and did not ask immediately. Master Ancestor, your pursuit of power is not wrong. You wanted to establish a new dynasty, and the masters would have supported you. Then why did you kill them? Qin Changsheng asked in confusion. The transcendent immortal replied indifferently. The great Qin dynasty is my past, and the Shangqing Temple is my life's work. I originally didn't want the Shangqing Temple to get involved in this matter, but they were too stubborn. After discovering the secret, not only did they refuse to support me, but they also leaked the secret. Otherwise, how do you think the people from Linglong sect and Tianfu Temple found out about my layout? A plan of 500 years. I cannot let anyone destroy it. What about third senior brother? Why did you spare him? He is lazy by nature. When Xing Feng and the others discovered the secret, he was slacking off and didn't notice. As he spoke, the transcendent immortal asked Qin Changsheng, "By the way, how did you know that obtaining that power requires a blood sacrifice?" Qin Changsheng forced a smile and said, "Master Ancestor, you're so clever. How could you be confused now? You've probably been to the boundless secret realm more than a few times. I hid part of the patterns, didn't you notice?" Ha! The transcendent immortal patted his forehead and laughed. "Having such an outstanding disciple like you truly makes me so happy that I might lose my wits. With your personality, keeping some secrets is understandable." After speaking, the transcendent immortal pulled Qin Changsheng to the edge of the blood pool. "Changsheng, in the Shangqing Temple, you are the one I value most. Do you know why I picked you out of the crowd at first glance? Because I sensed in you a quality that even I lacked: detachment. You don't have the frantic busyness of ordinary people, nor the obsession of cultivators. You seem to view everything in the world as fleeting. Cultivators pursue longevity, but even a nascent soul cultivator who has lived for 1,000 years doesn't have your temperament. Facts have proven that I was not wrong about you. The opportunity is right in front of you. If we work together, we can go farther than anyone else." Faced with the transcendent immortal's invitation, Qin Changsheng silently took a step back. The transcendent immortal frowned. "What? Do you also think this power is ominous? Rest assured, I've researched this thoroughly. Directly absorbing the power does indeed bring trouble, but filtering it through bloodlines eliminates the risks. The 18 races guarding the ancient Bronze Hall are the perfect filtering tools. That fool Wanyan Agujuo has been using his daughter's body for filtering, thinking it would be fine. But he doesn't realize that impure bloodlines cannot filter properly, otherwise he wouldn't have been countered by me." The transcendent immortal spoke endlessly, while Qin Changsheng shook his head. "Master Ancestor, I'm not worried about whether this power is safe. I haven't even considered it. I came to the Night Moon Kingdom for one purpose only: to bring back the bodies of my master and senior brothers." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously excited transcendent immortal immediately turned cold. "You're still the same as ever. But you should know, those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish." Disciple understands, but I ask Master Ancestor to consider past ties and allow me to first finish collecting my master's remains before taking action. Yuhua Jinren's face darkened, but facing this exceptionally talented disciple, he still showed a trace of patience. Swish! With a wave of Yuhua Jinren's hand, 7 corpses appeared neatly before Qin Changsheng. The restrictions on Yuan Xinshangren's body were lifted, reverting him to a corpse. Facing the remains of those he had once shared days and nights with, Qin Changsheng took out 11 coffins and began the burial process. Yuan Xinshangren, senior brother, second senior brother. After finishing, he cleaned up the Wolf King's corpse, wiping away the bloodstains and dressing it in new burial clothes. Although its heart had been dug out, Qin Changsheng simply carved a wooden replacement. Including Hu Zhan and Lin Hu, the 11 coffins were just enough. Undertaker, that's quite an interesting title. But why did you only dig 3 graves? Do you think they can still be taken away alive? Facing Yuhua Jinren's question, Qin Changsheng smiled slightly. "Master Ancestor, don't mock me. Before I joined the sect, I used to sell coffins. Due to some accidents, I earned the title of Undertaker. As someone in the trade, I have a precise grasp of numbers. Today, only 11 coffins are needed, not a single one more. Oh, what makes you so confident? Chen Chongqing grinned and said, Master Ancestor, have you heard of Bai Bai Shinzuan? As soon as he finished speaking, he flung out a stone coffin. The stone coffin sensed the aura of the blood pool and immediately emitted a dazzling light. A tall figure emerged from the stone coffin. Abomination, you dare to show yourself. A massive fist shot straight toward Yuhua Jinren. Yuhua Jinren threw out the little white wolf to try to block it for a moment. But Bai Bai Shinzuan's fist was not so easily stopped. The fist's shadow passed through the little white wolf and struck Yuhua Jinren hard. Ugh! The fully transformed Yuhua Jinren was sent flying by the punch. Bai Bai Shinzuan's shadow did not continue to pursue, but instead summoned an ancient bronze hall. The hall pressed heavily onto the blood pool. No! Yuhua Jinren screamed, flying under the hall in an attempt to stop it. Boom! A hidden cave exploded, and a bald man spat blood as he flew out. It was none other than Isho Chanshi, who had been suppressing the ominous source. Clang! A surge of dark power struck the ancient hall, slowing its descent. Isho, what are you waiting for? Chen Chongsheng grabbed the fallen little white wolf and shouted at the heavily injured Isho. He himself was only at the Golden Core stage without Isho's help. He couldn't possibly escape the Night Moon Nation. Bai Bai Shinzuan was strong, but ultimately lacked a foundation, and it was uncertain whether he could withstand the ominous power. So the most important thing now was to escape as far as possible. Hearing Chen Chongqing's call, Isho didn't hesitate, burning his essence blood to perform Buddhist divine powers. As Chen Chongqing was about to escape, Yuhua Jinren gritted his teeth. But the ancient bronze hall above him rendered him immobile. Countless scriptures surrounded Chen Chongqing and Isho, and their figures gradually became ethereal. Master Ancestor, I sell coffins. Someday, I will come to bury you. Chen Chongqing's words echoed in the Forbidden Land, striking Yuhua Jinren's heart deeply. 1,000 miles away. Ugh! Isho spat out a mouthful of golden blood and collapsed to the ground. However, Chen Chongqing seemed to pay no attention to Isho's injuries and kept urging, stop lying down, get up quickly, and keep running. Facing this old friend from 100 years ago, Isho almost couldn't catch his breath and nearly fainted. Ancestor, I just used the secret technique of Tianfu Temple. This move not only consumes vital essence, but also sacrifices 10 years of lifespan. We've already escaped 1,000 miles. Can you let me catch my breath? I'm just a small cultivator in the nascent soul stage, not a mighty deity in the divine transformation stage. Listening to Isho's complaints, Chen Chongqing anxiously looked toward the direction of the imperial capital. Sacrificing 10 years of lifespan is fine, but Wanyan Agizhou, who is at the peak of divine transformation, couldn't even dodge a single move from Yuhua Jinren. If he comes, you won't just lose 10 years of life, you'll be done for entirely. Upon hearing this, Isho suddenly jumped up from the ground and once again used the secret technique that consumed his lifespan. Swish! The figures of the two disappeared into the air once more. Thud! Chen Chongqing weakly collapsed to the ground. Beside him was Isho, whose face was pale as death. After hearing about Yuhua Jinren's immense power, Isho used the secret technique 6 times in a row, successfully transporting the two 6,000 miles away. This secret technique, which consumes vital essence and lifespan, would be hard for an uninjured Isho to endure even a few times. Now, heavily injured, he used it 6 times consecutively, leaving him barely clinging to life, sustained only by sheer willpower. Even after escaping 6,000 miles, Chen Chongqing still felt unsafe. Thus, he began to use the blood escape technique with the nearly dead Isho. 12 times of blood escape technique, this was already Chen Chongqing's limit. One more time, and he would die on the spot. He casually threw out several formation flags and forcefully stuffed a handful of pills into Isho's mouth. Using the last bit of his strength to complete these preparations, Chen Chongqing's vision went black, and he fainted. Before losing consciousness, he thought to himself, if he catches up, then let him kill me. If I keep running, I won't be able to hold on myself. Outside the imperial capital of Night Moon Kingdom. Swish! Yuhua Jinren appeared at the place where Chen Chongqing had first stopped. His vast divine sense instantly covered a radius of 1,000 miles. But after searching the area, Yuhua Jinren's mouth twitched. he discovered that his disciple grandson had fled too quickly. Although this body was merely an avatar, its strength was no less than that of an ordinary divine transformation stage cultivator. He was very familiar with the auras of Ishio and Qin Changsheng. As long as the two hadn't escaped beyond 5,000 miles, he was sure he could catch them. Even if they had fled beyond 5,000 miles, as long as they hadn't exceeded 10,000 miles, he still had ways to sense them. But now, despite using all his methods, he still couldn't find Qin Changsheng's aura. This meant that within just 2 hours, Qin Changsheng had already fled far beyond 10,000 miles. Thinking of this, Yuhua Jinren sneered, "My dear disciple grandson, you'd better hide well. If Master finds you, your little life won't be spared." After saying this, he immediately turned and flew back to Night Moon Kingdom. The main body was in trouble now, and the Avatar couldn't afford to delay for too long. "Changsheng, can we stop running?" Ishio weakly lay on the flying sword, while Qin Changsheng, who had just recovered a bit of spiritual power, began to flee with him again. Faced with Qin Changsheng's stubbornness, Ishio couldn't help but feel speechless. Yuhua Jinren is merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, not at a higher level. We've already fled 10,000 miles, he can't catch us now. Qin Changsheng, upon hearing this, not only didn't slow down, but instead sped up. Better safe than sorry. Who knows if one of my ancestors has some secret technique to track us down. To be safe, let's run 20,000 miles first. Stop talking and focus on healing. Once you've recovered, you can lead us in escaping. Ishio rolled his eyes dramatically, closed his eyes, and began to heal. After 100 years apart, this old friend was still as cautious as ever. Although there were many questions Ishio wanted to ask Qin Changsheng, such as why he suddenly left back then, how Changsheng's uncle came to know him, and how someone originally without any cultivation talent managed to reach the Golden Core stage and even possessed decent talent. But these questions would have to wait until they were safe. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Changsheng, as he had said a month ago, had fled a full 20,000 miles. Shouldn't we stop running now? We're already 30,000 miles away from Night Moon Nation. Even if Yuhua Jinren were a deity, he might not be able to find us. As he spoke, the two slowly descended onto a mountaintop. Surveying the surroundings, Qin Changsheng nodded. This should be far enough. We're separated from Night Moon Nation by an entire dynasty. Yuhua Jinren won't find it easy to catch us now. Ishio, if you say it's fine, then it's fine. By the way, back then, where's Nianxing? Before Ishio could finish his sentence, Qin Changsheng interrupted him. Faced with this question, Ishio's eyes flickered, clearly unsure how to respond. Uncle Master, she's gone. Gone? What do you mean by that? Even if you told me Nianxing had been killed, I could reluctantly accept it. But what do you mean by gone? She entered Night Moon Nation's forbidden grounds with you. A living person, how could she suddenly disappear? Qin Changsheng asked bluntly, and Ishio hesitated before saying. Back then, the sect learned that Yuhua Jinren had betrayed the nation and sent me and Uncle Master to investigate the secrets of the Forbidden Grounds, hoping to change the situation. After entering the Forbidden Grounds, we followed the clues provided by Shangqing Temple and successfully uncovered Night Moon Nation secrets. But while sealing that evil force, we were discovered. Perfect Yin Agudo summoned 2 nascent soul stage ancestors to besiege us. At that time, the ancestors of Tianfu Temple and Linglong sect also came to support us. But we still couldn't break through the encirclement. In the end, 2 ancestors sacrificed their lives to suppress more than half of that powerful force. After hearing Ishio's explanation, Qin Changsheng furrowed his brows tightly. I'm not asking about the situation in Night Moon Nation's forbidden grounds. I want to know whether Li Nianxing is dead or alive. After one ancestor sacrificed himself, the 2 of us naturally couldn't escape either. We thought we were about to meet our end, but unexpectedly, Uncle Master discovered a broken ancient teleportation array in the Bronze Ancient Hall. Although the array was severely damaged, it could still be used after some minor repairs. And then, don't tell me you stayed behind to cover her escape? That's impossible. Everyone wants to live. The teleportation array was severely damaged, and I was thrown out during the transmission. I had no choice but to hide in the crack of the seal. If they dared to attack me, I would fight to the death. If it weren't for that, I would have died long ago. Where does the teleportation array in the ancient bronze hall lead to? Not sure. The ancient teleportation arrays are incredibly powerful, and I can't understand them at all. But the transmission distance should exceed 100,000 miles. After hearing this, Chen Chongqing felt a severe headache. In the vast sea of people, how could he find Nianqing, that girl? Seeing Chen Chongqing's worried expression, Ishio smiled and said, "Actually, you don't need to worry too much. Your martial ant has already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, just one step away from the divine transformation stage. With her strength, she can live well no matter where she is. By the way, why did you suddenly reach the golden core stage? I remember your cultivation was quite poor before. Also, your martial ant seems to have known you for a long time. How long have you been alive?" Faced with Ishio's questions, Chen Chongqing didn't answer, but instead lifted the restriction on the little white wolf, allowing her to return to human form. After regaining her cultivation, Wanyan Yu neither fled nor fought Chen Chongqing. She just sat there in a daze. Gradually, tears began to fall from her eyes. Chen Chongqing said helplessly, "Stop crying. I wasn't the one who killed your father. In that situation, you survived, so you should be happy." As soon as he said this, Wanyan Yu exploded. "Why can't I cry? My beloved father used me, and now he's dead. In such circumstances, could you not cry?" She vented her emotions at Chen Chongqing, then wiped her tears and said softly, "Thank you for helping bury my father. Even though he used me, he was still my father. Without you, he might have been left in the wilderness to rot." Ishio quietly reminded from the side, Your father wouldn't have been left to rot in the wilderness. Yuhua Jinren wants to use your father's corpse and bloodline. Even if Chen Chongqing buried him, he would likely still be dug up." Upon hearing this, Wanyan Yu coldly stared at Ishio. Ishio realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth and retreated to the side. After forcing Ishio back with her gaze, Wanyan Yu turned to Chen Chongqing and asked, "What are you planning to do next?" "I'm not planning anything. I've seen through the cultivation world. I'll go back to my old trade selling coffins. I don't plan to return to the great Qin dynasty for now." "What about you?" Wanyan Yu thought for a moment and said, "Yuhua Jinren has taken control of the Night Moon Kingdom. Over time, the people will surely suffer. So, no matter what, I have to go back." Chen Chongqing nodded and then looked at Ishio. "Ishio, what about you?" Ishio replied, "Ba, the great Qin dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom are both in chaos now. If I don't enter hell, who will? This humble monk is willing to go and face the disaster. Speak plainly. I plan to lead the monks of Tianfu Temple far away. Yuhua Jinren won't spare us." After hearing Ishio's answer, Chen Chongqing nodded. Boom. 8 coffins suddenly appeared in front of Ishio. "These are the remains of my master and senior brothers. Since you're going back, take them with you. This is a feng shui treasure land I chose. The map has the location. Just bury them there." Ishio looked at the map and Chen Chongqing's skillful movements, his mouth twitching. "You're so proficient. Have you been preparing for this for a long time?" "Congratulations, you guessed right," Chen Chongqing said with a smile. "Ever since I entered Shanqing Temple, I've been preparing coffins and feng shui burial sites for all my senior brothers. Of course, that includes my master and grandmaster. Then according to what you said, you've even prepared mine?" "Yes, but it'll cost you. Considering we're acquaintances, I'll give you a 20% discount." After hearing this, Ishio's face twisted slightly. "Chen Chongqing, I'm still alive. Isn't it a bit too early for you to prepare a coffin for me?" "Preparing early saves trouble. You're not immortal. You'll die sooner or later." Ishio was speechless. "Well, that does make sense. But I'm currently in the nascent soul stage, and in the future, I might even ascend to the divine transformation stage." "Do divine transformation cultivators not die?" Chen Chongqing retorted, leaving Ishio at a loss for words. "I don't know why, but every time I talk to you, I can't win the argument." Seeing no way to refute, Ishio had no choice but to put away the coffin and map. "Fine, I understand your good intentions, but it's still uncertain who will bury whom. By the way, who is that 100 defeats immortal you mentioned? Without his shadow in the Night Moon Kingdom, we're really doomed. Why don't you give me some clues so I can look for this senior?" Chen Chongqing waved his hand and said, "Don't count on it. The 100 defeats immortal is at least a figure from 2,000 years ago, probably long dead, with not even ashes left. I discovered the stone coffin he left behind in the Boundless Secret Realm, which recorded some stories about him. He originally planned to pass away in the Boundless Secret Realm, but later changed his plan and chose another place. At first, I thought he had found a good location. But after discovering the secrets of the ancient Bronze Hall, I realized things weren't that simple. Actually, I was just trying it out casually, but I didn't expect it to really work. Hearing this, Wang Yin curiously asked, "What if the stone coffin left by the 100 defeats immortal is useless?" Chen Chongsheng smiled. "Then I can only rely on my grandmaster. Although I sell coffins, that doesn't mean I want to die." Wang Yin was speechless. "Although that makes sense, how can you say it so casually? I don't know whether to call you cold-hearted or deeply sentimental. If you're cold-hearted, you traveled thousands of miles to the Night Moon Kingdom, risking your life just to bury an old acquaintance. If you're sentimental, you can easily talk about relying on the enemy." After explaining more details, Chen Chongsheng waved his hand and said, "You should leave now. Even if the stone coffin of the 100 defeats immortal can't deal with the feathered transformation true person, it will still cause him a lot of trouble. You know his secret, so he won't dare to openly kill you. Be careful. You should be able to survive." Ishio asked doubtfully. "Going back now is definitely fraught with danger. Aren't you going to try to persuade us?" Chen Chongxing replied indifferently. "If the heavens want to rain, no one can escape fate's arrangement. Everyone will eventually reach their end. This path is the one you chose. Why should I stop you? At most, I'll give you a discount on a coffin." Ishio rolled his eyes. "You make a lot of sense, but you're really a bastard." Facing Chen Chongxing's calm demeanor, Ishio couldn't help but say, "I really can't stand you, you cold-blooded guy. I'm leaving now. In a few hundred years, I'll come back to collect your corpse." With that, he turned and left. Wang Yin gave Chen Chongxing a deep look and followed in Ishio's footsteps. Watching Ishio's departing figure, Chen Chongxing smiled faintly but said nothing. Although the little monk always lost in arguments with him, he was actually very clever. When Nianqing first made a name for himself in the Linglong sect, that was when Chen Chongxing met him. At that time, Nianqing had already lived for over 60 years, and with the years Chen Chongxing spent in Linglong town, more than 80 years had passed. Based on their early acquaintance, it was easy to estimate how long Nianqing had lived. Back then, Chen Chongxing was just a minor qi refining cultivator, and living that long was simply unreasonable. But Ishio had never asked about these things. Thinking of this, Chen Chongxing stretched lazily, turned to look at the country behind him, and muttered to himself, "I heard this country is called Xuanwu Kingdom. I wonder what fun things it has." With that, he leisurely walked down the mountain. Xuanwu Kingdom, Kuhuai Town. "Sir, you must help me this time." A burly man, 2 meters tall, pushed through the crowd and knelt before Chen Chongxing. Chen Chongxing quickly helped him up. "Dazhuang, just tell me what's wrong. If I can help, I will." The burly man wiped his tears and took out a few blood-stained spirit stones from his pocket. "Sir, this is all I have. I'll find a way to gather the rest of the spirit stones. I just beg you to help restore my brother's body." Chen Chongxing shook his head and sighed. "Business is business. I never owe anyone. I know you and your brother make a living by gathering herbs. Coincidentally, I'm short on herbs recently and would like to buy some from you. What do you think?" Dazhuang, holding back his grief, brought over a basket of herbs. Chen Chongxing glanced at it casually and estimated its value. Most of the herbs were low grade and in poor condition. Even with a markup, they wouldn't be worth more than 3 low-grade spirit stones. "Not bad. These are all top-grade herbs I need. I'll pay 100 spirit stones for them." As he spoke, he took the basket and handed Dazhuang a beast skin pouch. "Hiring me for a burial costs at least 100 spirit stones. But my shop is running a promotion right now, so I'll throw in a high-quality coffin for free. How about that? Words can't express my gratitude, sir. I will never forget this." After the simple transaction of 100 spirit stones, which ended up back in Chen Chongxing's hands, he walked toward a wooden board not far away. Lifting the white cloth, a mangled corpse came into view. The crowd immediately felt their stomachs churn. How did it end up like this? "A few days ago, we found a century-old spirit herb guarded by a magical beast. I knew the magical beast was dangerous, so I didn't dare touch it. Who would have thought Heir Zhuang would secretly go to gather the herb and end up killed by the beast? It's all my fault. He wanted to trade the herb for resources to help me. The burly man knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Chen Changxing shook his head and took out a set of professional tools. As the sound of flesh and bone being manipulated echoed, some onlookers cooed the missing parts were patched up with other materials. After finishing everything, Chen Changxing took out a fine coffin and carefully placed the corpse inside. Phew! He let out a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "The funeral arrangements are done. Go see your brother one last time and let him be buried early." After speaking, Chen Changxing no longer paid attention to Dazhuang and walked straight to the table nearby, starting to treat injuries and bruises. Seeing how busy Chen Changxing was, a burly man with a broken hand laughed and said, "Sir, you sure have a lot of trades, don't you? You handle everything for funerals, refine pills, and treat illnesses. Just a few days ago, I even saw you carving formations on coffins. Are you planning to start a new business too?" Hearing this, Chen Changxing rolled his eyes and said, "You all forced me into this. I originally just sold coffins, but then someone brought a half-dead person to buy a coffin. Seeing that he could still be saved, could I just watch him die? In the end, not only were they ungrateful, but they also went around boasting about my medical skills. More and more people came, so I had no choice but to open a clinic. Opening a clinic wasn't enough. People even wanted my medicine and were willing to pay for it. They pestered me for a whole month, so I started refining pills." As he spoke, Chen Changxing suddenly pressed down hard, and the burly man let out a scream. Snap! Taking advantage, "Oh, this time, I brought some items, hoping to make up for your loss." As he spoke, Zhuixinghe lifted the red cloth covering the tray, revealing 2 medicinal herbs and a jade slip. This 7-star grass is a treasure of the Xuanwu royal family, preserved for 300 years. This millennium flesh Ganoderma was obtained by Xuanwu Kingdom through great effort. This cultivation technique is the renowned 9 Revolutions profound art. Although the first 3 levels are shallow, they are enough to rank among the top-tier techniques. If you are willing to go to the capital, these are all yours. Chen Changxing looked at the gifts, feeling somewhat tempted. The Xuanwu Kingdom places great importance on physical cultivation, and their physical strength far surpasses that of the Dacian dynasty. Their cultivation techniques are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with Heaven being the highest and Yellow the lowest. Currently, Xuanwu Kingdom has only one publicly known Heaven-level technique, the Heavenly Gang Body Refining Technique. For Zhuixinghe to offer this technique, reputed to be second only to the Heavenly Gang technique, he was indeed making a significant sacrifice. Thinking this, Chen Changxing stood up, walked over to Zhuixinghe, and carefully examined the items on the tray. The flesh Ganoderma and 7-star grass are said to be the main ingredients for refining the glazed pill. Consuming it can grant the body the indestructible glazed diamond physique, making it so strong it can move mountains and overturn seas. By the standards of my homeland, only cultivators at the nascent soul stage could harm it. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Zhuixinghe's eyes. However, Chen Changxing's next action left him disappointed. He covered the tray with the red cloth again. Zhuixinghe was puzzled. "Sir, are these gifts not to your liking? Just tell me what you want. As long as I can get it, I will agree to your terms." Chen Changxing sighed lightly. "Young Master Xinghe, it's not that I don't recognize their value, but I don't want to get involved in royal disputes. The higher the stakes you offer, the greater the trouble. I don't think I'm at that level yet. You should seek someone more capable." With that, Chen Changxing waved his hand and turned back to his coffin shop. At this moment, Zhuixinghe suddenly spoke. "Sir, are you really not interested in the news about the Bronze Ancient Palace?" At these words, Chen Changxing immediately stopped in his tracks. "Have you really found it?" he asked. "That's right. 10 years ago, you mentioned it casually. Although you didn't take it seriously, I remembered it," Zhuixinghe replied. "After 10 years of investigation, I finally discovered some clues. Moreover, the news about the Bronze Ancient Palace is related to matters in the capital. If you want to uncover the truth, you'll probably have to make a trip to the capital." Hearing this, Chen Changxing hesitated. Ever since Nianxing disappeared in the Bronze Ancient Palace, Chen Changxing had been searching for information about it. But for more than a decade, He hadn't heard anything about the bronze ancient palace in Xuanwu Kingdom. As time passed, he had long stopped dwelling on it. The locations of the 18 bronze ancient palaces were unknown, and the world was vast. Who knew in which country or corner they might be hidden? Now, hearing this news again, Qin Changsheng was naturally shaken. He pondered and said, "This news really puts me in a difficult position. However, accompanying you on a trip is not a problem. But let me make it clear first. I can only do my best regarding the matters in the capital. I can't guarantee success. I'll go back and pack my things, and then I'll leave with you." Zhuo Xinghe responded excitedly. "Then I'll wait for you outside." Returning to his coffin shop, Qin Changsheng stored all his belongings into the system space. He looked at the luxurious coffin in the corner of the room and murmured, "It took 5 years to collect corpses in the Night Moon Kingdom, and another 43 years selling coffins in the Xuanwu Kingdom. By now, it's been almost 50 years since I left Shanqing Temple." Third senior brother injured his foundation back, then at most, he could only live for 50 years. Now that trouble is brewing again, is this heaven's way of reminding me that it's time to collect third senior brother's corpse? As he spoke, he gently touched the surface of the coffin, which was engraved with intricate array patterns. This coffin had taken Qin Changsheng 40 years to prepare. Its future occupant was none other than the ascended master who had forced him to flee to the Xuanwu Kingdom. "Master Ancestor," he said with a faint smile, "one down is one less. 2 down is no big deal. Third senior brother is almost at his end. There's no need for you to keep living either. Your disciple has spent 40 years preparing the best coffin for you, so you can rest in peace." With that, he stored the coffin into the system space and turned to leave the coffin shop where he had spent the last 43 years. Inside the spacious carriage, Qin Changsheng quietly held a book, reading it intently. Beside him, Zhuo Xinghe watched and praised, "Sir, your knowledge is vast, and yet you remain so diligent in your studies. It's truly admirable. For this trip to Chang'an, I originally planned to arrange a high-level magical beast as your mount. But considering the special circumstances, being too conspicuous might bring you trouble instead. Once we reach Chang'an, I will make sure to host you properly." Hearing this, Qin Changsheng closed the book and said calmly, "If you have something to ask, just say it. I didn't say much before because I didn't want to get involved in the Xuanwu Kingdom's royal family troubles. But now that I've agreed to help you, I won't hold anything back. You, as the crown prince of the Xuanwu Kingdom, can't even handle such a small issue? That's truly embarrassing." Zhuo Xinghe chuckled and didn't argue. Riding a magical beast to Chang'an would take only half a day, but that would leave them with less time alone together. 10 years ago, when he was saved by Qin Changsheng in the magical Beast Mountain range, their conversation that night had been deeply enlightening. However, after regaining his status and seeking out Qin Changsheng again, they hadn't had any meaningful talks. This was a rare opportunity, and Zhuo Xinghe wasn't going to let it slip by. He organized his thoughts and said, "Sir, there's a question that has troubled me for a long time. As everyone knows, human energy is limited, and the same goes for cultivators. But not only is your cultivation profound, you are also skilled in alchemy, formations, medicine, geomancy, and many other arts. How is it that you have mastered so many disciplines and excel in all of them?" Qin Changsheng smacked his lips and asked, "How old are you this year?" "I'm 100 years old," Zhuo Xinghe replied. 100 years old, and with your level of cultivation, that's not bad talent. You've lived 100 years. Let's say the first 20 years were spent in youthful ignorance, not learning much. But what about the remaining 80 years? What have you been doing? A year has 365 days. 80 years is over 20,000 days and nights plenty of time. For mortals, 80 years might be a lifetime. But for cultivators, 80 years is even more valuable. Mortals lose time to illness, hunger, and fatigue. Cultivators don't have those issues. They can survive on spiritual energy and don't need food. They don't get the diseases mortals do, and they can meditate instead of sleeping. So after all this time, what have you actually achieved?" Zhuo Xinghe thought seriously for a moment and said, "In these 80 years, I have gained cultivation, power, and a beautiful Tao companion." Qin Changsheng nodded. "That's a good summary. But aside from these, what else? There are 12 hours in a day. Did you spend all your time on these things?" If I'm not mistaken, apart from spending time on these three aspects, you also spent quite a bit of time on other things. For example, going out to have fun, falling in love, competing for superiority, these also took up a lot of your time. I'm not a genius, nor do I have any particularly powerful master. I simply picked up the time that you all wasted, that's all. To cultivate oneself, one must first cultivate the mind. If your mindset is unstable, how can you possibly excel on the path of cultivation? After hearing this, Zhuoxinghe let out a long breath, his eyes filled with even deeper admiration for Qin Chongqing. You say that's all, but these words are enough to make cultivators across the world feel ashamed. Sir, with such talent, Xuanwu Kingdom is willing to employ you as a national scholar. What do you think? Faced with Zhuoxinghe's extended olive branch once again, Qin Chongqing smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. My mind is not set on this. Besides, the fact that you've gone to such great lengths to invite me out of seclusion this time shows that the situation in Chang'an City is already quite dire. How much longer can your father hold on?" Zhuoxinghe sighed and said, "My father is the strongest monarch in the history of Xuanwu Kingdom. But no matter how high his cultivation or how strong his magical powers, he ultimately cannot escape the limitations of the 5 decays of heaven and man. Now, my father's lifespan is less than a year. Recently, my father issued an order. Whoever can find the dragon's lair will inherit the throne." Upon hearing this, Qin Chongqing frowned and said, "The left emperor has lived for 2,300 years. Xuanwu Kingdom should have tried all methods to extend his life. Now he's urgently searching for a burial site. I think he's not looking for the dragon's lair, but rather a place that can reverse one's lifespan. Such a place is not easy to find." Qin Chongqing directly revealed the hidden truth, and Zhuoxinghe smiled bitterly, saying, "If it were that easy to find, I wouldn't have come to disturb your seclusion. My royal brothers all have experts helping them. I have no confidence in defeating them. That's why I had no choice but to disturb your cultivation. I wonder how confident you are about this matter. I wouldn't dare say 10 out of 10, but 5 or 6 out of 10 is still possible." Zhuoxinghe. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuoxinghe was instantly stunned. He had visited countless reclusive masters in Xuanwu Kingdom, and almost none of them were confident at most. They were half believing and half doubting. How could Qin Chongqing suddenly claim 5 or 6 parts confidence? If he didn't know Qin Chongqing well, Zhuoxinghe would definitely think he was bragging. "Sir, are you really that confident?" "I am confident in finding that place, but finding it doesn't mean success. Whether it succeeds or not depends on how much Xuanwu Kingdom is willing to sacrifice. Also, don't blame me for not warning you. Reversing lifespan is something everyone whose life is nearing its end desires. But very few can truly achieve it. You'd better advise your father not to hold too much hope." Faced with Qin Chongqing's words, Zhuoxinghe's face showed a bitter smile. He naturally understood this truth, but his father's will was unchangeable. Zhuoxinghe remained silent, not responding. Seeing this, Qin Chongqing simply smiled and said no more. The left emperor had lived for over 2,300 years, his lifespan twice as long as many cultivators in the nascent soul stage. As the saying goes, the older a person gets, the wiser they become. The older a horse gets, the craftier it becomes. The current Chang'an City was practically a tiger's den and a dragon's lair. If it weren't for investigating clues about the ancient Bronze Hall, Qin Chongqing would never have gotten involved. Chang'an City, Imperial Palace. The 9 princes of the Xuanwu Kingdom gathered in the Grand Hall. Sitting on the dragon throne was a young emperor. This youth was none other than the strongest emperor in the history of Xuanwu Kingdom, Emperor Xuanwu. Emperor Xuanwu rested his chin on his hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at his 9 sons. At this moment, one of the princes stepped forward and said, "Father Emperor, your son has traveled across the famous mountains and rivers of Xuanwu Kingdom. I finally found a dragon's lair. With it, I can surely help Father Emperor extend his lifespan." Seeing someone speak first, the other princes were unwilling to fall behind and began recounting their hardships in searching for dragon lairs. Only the eldest prince, Zhuoxinghe, remained silent. The reason was simple. Qin Chongqing was currently devouring the fruit platter in front of him with gusto. Watching his brothers eagerly introduce their findings about dragon lairs, Zhuxinghe grew increasingly anxious. Sir, please stop eating. Shouldn't we introduce the dragon lair first? Hearing Zhuxinghe's words, Qin Changxing swallowed the spiritual fruit in his mouth and said, "This is a banquet. Eating is the main priority. What you're concerned about right now definitely isn't the dragon lair." Zhuxinghe looked puzzled. If we're not concerned about the dragon lair now, then what should we be concerned about? Qin Changxing rolled his eyes dramatically. Your father is about to die, and you 9 sons are cheerfully looking for a burial site. Don't you think that's a bit odd? Qin Changxing's words jolted Zhuxinghe awake. It was true that finding a dragon's lair for his father wasn't wrong, and the fact that his father's end was near was also undeniable. But at this moment, as a son, his first thought should be sorrow, not picking out a grave for his father. Even if he didn't feel that way in his heart, he should at least pretend on the surface. Thinking of this, Zhuxinghe softly asked, "Sir, is it still not too late?" "Better late than never. Act quickly and make it dramatic," Qin Changxing replied. Zhuxinghe immediately stood up and ran with all his might. Sliding forward, he dropped to his knees, his forehead hitting the ground heavily. "Father Emperor, your son cannot bear to part with you." The other princes were stunned. Zhuxinghe's unexpected action left the other 8 princes completely unprepared. The left emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, also turned his gaze toward Qin Changxing, who was still busy eating the fruit platter. An old monster who had lived for over 2,300 years naturally had formidable abilities. In the grand hall, no conversation escaped his ears. He had long since understood the personalities and thoughts of his 9 sons. However, the helper his eldest son had brought along was rather intriguing. The left emperor spoke. "A man should act like a man. Don't cry like a child. What kind of behavior is that?" His words carried a hint of reproach. But Zhuxinghe cried even harder. "Father Emperor, people say men don't shed tears easily, but that's only because they haven't faced the most heartbreaking moments yet. Now that I am about to part ways with Father Emperor, I truly cannot bear it in my heart." Seeing his eldest son's outstanding performance, the left emperor smiled faintly and used his spiritual power to help him up. "I understand your filial piety, but separation by life and death is fate. Don't be too sad." After saying this, he waved his hand, and the attendant beside him immediately brought Qin Changxing an extra-large fruit platter. Qin Changxing flashed a bright smile, showing his white teeth, and said, "Thank you, left emperor." Then he began to eat the spiritual fruits from the fruit platter generously, eating while stuffing them into his arms. The princes nearby cursed inwardly. "This is just shameless. Who taught him this trick? Why didn't I think of it?" Although emperors didn't explicitly say it, the other 8 princes understood that Zhuxinghe's performance just now was definitely a bonus point. After the small performance ended, emperors finally got to the main topic. "I don't have much time left. I want to find a place of immortal fate to reverse my lifespan. 10 years ago, I promised that whoever can find true immortal fate will inherit the throne of Xuanwu Kingdom. Now, it's time for you to present your results." As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 princes exchanged glances with their experts beside them. Those experts stepped forward one by one, confidently introducing the dragon lairs they had found. Their descriptions sounded so mystical that even Zhuxinghe couldn't help but feel tempted. However, Qin Changxing was still busy showing off his fruit platter, with no intention of speaking. Half an hour passed, and the introductions of the 8 dragon lairs were completed. Everyone's eyes turned to Qin Changxing. Seeing his crude demeanor, the second prince couldn't hold back his dissatisfaction. "Big brother, where did you find such a country bumpkin? At this critical moment for Father's 1,000-year plan. Having someone like this in the hall, don't you feel ashamed?" Zhuxinghe was about to retort, but Qin Changxing leisurely finished the last spiritual fruit and calmly said, "Haven't you heard of saving the best for last? The truly skilled always appear last. Don't rush." Then he looked at Emperor Zhou. "May I ask, Your Majesty, do you have a map? The bigger and more detailed, the better." Emperor Zhou waved his hand, and 5 strong men carried a massive map into the hall. When the map was unfolded, it almost covered half the palace. Qin Changxing carefully studied the map, marking the 8 dragon lairs one by one as he thought. After finishing, he cupped his hands and said, "Emperor Zhou, forgive my bluntness, but in my opinion, These 8 places are all worthless. If you want to reverse your lifespan, there's south only one place that might have a slight chance. As soon as he said this, the experts were furious. How dare you? Which sect are you from to spout such nonsense here? Tell us your sect, and we'll teach your master a lesson. Chen Chongqing remained indifferent, casually cleaning his ears, and said, Sorry, I don't belong to any sect. I learned all this on my own. My main profession is selling coffins, and I also specialize in dragon lair detection and offer full funeral services. His words echoed in the hall, leaving the experts stunned. They had assumed the eldest prince had invited someone of great renown, but it turned out to be a coffin-selling villager. Even more absurd was that his dragon lair detection skills were self-taught. The other princes seized the opportunity to attack Zhuo Xinghe. Father, Big Brother brought a coffin seller to fool you, clearly intending to disrupt the situation. He pretends to be loyal on the surface, but he is already eyeing the throne in his heart. Faced with the accusations from the princes, Emperor Zhuo was not angry, but instead looked at Chen Chongqing with interest. This gentleman is quite intriguing. May I know your name? Chen Chongqing smiled and said, My surname is Chun, given name Chongqing. Your Majesty can simply call me Chongqing. Chongqing, a good name. Could you explain your earlier statement? The 8 of them are renowned feng shui masters of Xuanwu Kingdom. Isn't it too disrespectful to belittle them? Upon hearing Emperor Zhuo's question, the crowd sneered. The emperor personally questioning him meant this country bumpkin wouldn't escape his scrutiny. Chen Chongqing smiled. The dragon lair His Majesty seeks is a place that can reverse one's lifespan. If such a miraculous place were so easy to find, cultivators across the world wouldn't worry about short lifespans anymore. In fact, whether lifespan reversal is even possible remains a legend. These people spout nonsense right from the start, which means everything they say is false. And isn't falsehood just useless talk? Left Emperor nodded. You make a good point. So, where's the dragon lair you chose? I'd also like to see what makes the dragon lair chosen by Mr. Chongqing so special. Chen Chongqing searched the map and pointed to a blank area, saying, It's right here, within 100,000 miles. Only this place might help His Majesty reverse his lifespan. Hearing the direction he pointed to, everyone's expressions instantly changed. Left Xinghe's face was the most unpleasant because that place was connected to the ancient bronze hall. Left Xinghe strongly suspected that Chen Chongqing deliberately pointed out that location. Absurd. The ancient forbidden land is universally recognized as a forbidden zone. How could there be a dragon lair there? An old man with a white beard loudly rebuked Chen Chongqing, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Chen Chongqing rolled his eyes and said, You all keep talking about taboo. But do you even know what taboo means? Taboo is taboo. There's no need for further explanation. You actually want to lead His Majesty into the ancient forbidden land. This is an unforgivable crime. I request His Majesty to execute this man. The old man ignored Chen Chongqing and directly appealed to Left Emperor. Left Emperor didn't even glance at the old man, but instead asked Chen Chongqing, Mr. Chongqing, why did you choose this place? The ancient forbidden land is a place where no living being dares to enter a land of certain death. From what you're saying, it seems you understand what taboo means. Chen Chongqing smiled. Your Majesty, you have quite the sense of humor. Taboo has been unclear since ancient times. I can only barely describe it with a few words: unrecognizable, undefinable, indescribable, unobservable. Anything with these characteristics is what people call taboo. Left Emperor nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Chongqing, you are quite right. The terror of taboo lies precisely in this. Since you understand taboo so well, why did you still choose that place? Chen Chongqing smacked his lips, looking at the ancient forbidden land on the map, because good places are always inhabited by the strong. Before your Majesty was born, there were naturally other powerful beings on this land. They were also troubled by the limitations of lifespan and made the same choice as your Majesty. Taboo is hard to describe, but we know it is extremely powerful, so powerful that no living being dares to mention it. Such a powerful existence, the place they reside must be the best. To reverse lifespan, the dragon lair His Majesty needs is not comparable to ordinary ones. To reverse lifespan, one must face death and venture into the ancient forbidden land. Only then is there a sliver of hope. Chen Chongqing's words echoed in the vast palace, and everyone's hearts began to race violently. No one expected this country bumpkin to dare say such bold words. If His Majesty truly adopted his suggestion, the entire Xuanwu kingdom would face destruction. The palace fell into an eerie silence. After a long time, the left emperor on the dragon throne spoke. "I'm feeling a bit tired today. Everyone may leave. From today onward, Mr. Chongqing will be the national advisor of Xuanwu Kingdom and may freely enter and exit the nation's borders." After speaking, left emperor rose and left. Zhuo Xingha's 8 younger brothers clenched their fists, their eyes full of unwillingness. The title of national master, free access across the nation's borders, this was an immense favor. Free access meant that Chen Chongqing could go anywhere in Xuanwu Kingdom at will, including the treasure pavilion and the secret chambers for techniques, places that had always been accessible only to the emperor. Now, an outsider had been granted access. How could the princes not feel jealous? "No, Your Majesty, you can't do this. I already agreed with the crown prince that I wouldn't take on any official position." While everyone was envious of Chen Chongqing's sudden stroke of luck, Chen Chongqing himself shouted at the departing Emperor Zhua, seemingly reluctant to accept the title of national master. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. They thought, this is infuriating enough to grind one's teeth to dust. If it weren't for the emperor valuing you, you'd have been beaten up long ago. Such a great opportunity, and you dare say you don't want it? Why not leave it to me instead? After the banquet ended, Zhuo Xingha stopped Chen Chongqing, who was wandering around. "Sir, why did you choose the ancient Forbidden Land?" Chen Chongqing smacked his lips. "I just said, only that place might help His Majesty reverse his lifespan. No other place will do." "But I believe you have other reasons," Zhuo Xingha insisted. Chen Chongqing scratched his head. "I thought you were smarter and could see through the situation. I didn't expect you still don't understand. I'm a bit disappointed." "What do you mean? Let me ask you, who is the strongest in Xuanwu Kingdom?" "Of course, it's my father. And who knows Xuanwu Kingdom the best? Also my father. Since he ascended the throne, Xuanwu Kingdom has entered an unprecedented era of prosperity. The territory has more than doubled, all conquered by him personally. Every inch of Xuanwu Kingdom has been walked by him. He knows the country better than anyone." Chen Chongqing spread his hands. "So His Majesty is the strongest in Xuanwu Kingdom and knows the country best. How could he not know where he could reverse his lifespan?" Zhuo Xingha froze. "You're saying the ancient Forbidden Land was chosen by my father himself?" "Exactly. You are the crown prince. You know the nation's history better than I do. His Majesty has lived for 2,300 years. For the first 2,200 years, he had no offspring or companions. But in the last 100 years, you were born, followed by 8 younger brothers. Something he didn't do for 2,200 years, he suddenly did in the last 100. Don't you think this is him preparing for the end? Reversing one's lifespan is harder than ascending to the heavens. It's impossible to succeed with short-term preparation." Hearing this, Zhuo Xingha finally understood. "You mean, father started preparing 100 years ago? Probably even longer. For something this significant, it would take at least 200 or 300 years of preparation to have any chance of success. His Majesty asking you all to search for the dragon's lair was merely a test for you. Reversing one's lifespan, this kind of thing, how could 9 children under 100 years old prepare for it? It's simply laughable." After saying this, Chen Chongqing resumed his casual wandering. Zhuo Xingha stood in place, silent for a moment, then quickly caught up with Chen Chongqing and said, "Sir, could you persuade my father? The ancient Forbidden Land is extremely dangerous. One wrong move could destroy the entire Xuanwu Kingdom. How could I persuade His Majesty? I'm just an outsider. This is something you should say to him yourself. I asked you to persuade my father before I came because I had already guessed His Majesty would choose the ancient Forbidden Land." As he spoke, Chen Chongqing walked to a tall building. This was the place where Xuanwu Kingdom's cultivation techniques were stored. Xuanwu Pavilion. Looking at the towering pavilion before him, a trace of excitement flashed in Chen Chongqing's eyes. A place so rich in books was simply the greatest temptation for him. This should be the library of Xuanwu Kingdom. Would you like to accompany me inside and take a look? Faced with Chen Chongqing's invitation, the troubled Zhuo Xingha forced a smile. "Xingha won't accompany you, sir. Without my father's permission, even I can't enter Xuanwu Pavilion freely. And remember, Sir, you can only look, but you mustn't touch anything inside. If you mess around, it could. Before he could finish speaking, a dark figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. By order of His Majesty, Mr. Chongqing may take whatever he needs freely, and no one is to obstruct him. Prince Xinghe is responsible for guiding Mr. Chongqing through the palace and ensuring his satisfaction. Zhou Xinghe was dumbfounded. Take whatever he wants. Is father joking? This treatment is way too special. Could Qin Chongqing be father's illegitimate son? Otherwise, why don't we, his actual sons, get this kind of treatment? Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Chongqing cheerfully expressed his gratitude, then pulled the stunned Zhou Xinghe into Xuanwu Pavilion. Xuanwu Pavilion. Faced with the dazzling array of books, Qin Chongqing drooled with greed. At this moment, Zhou Xinghe also snapped out of his shock and hesitantly asked, Sir, could your surname be Zhou? Qin Chongqing rolled his eyes at him and replied helplessly, Don't joke about such nonsense. My surname is Qin, that's for sure. I'm not His Majesty's illegitimate son, nor am I your elder brother. While teasing Zhou Xinghe, he began selecting books. Zhou Xinghe continued to ask, If you're not my father's child, then why does he treat you so favorably? Is it just because you guessed his intentions? Qin Chongqing picked out books without directly answering his question. Suddenly, a book as large as a house appeared before him. What kind of book is this? Zhou Xinghe asked respectfully. This is the history book of Xuanwu Kingdom, recording everything since its founding. So it's Xuanwu Kingdom's history book. This is a treasure. As Qin Chongqing spoke, his body slowly rose into the air, leveling with the massive history book. The book had already opened, coincidentally to a page about the Bronze Ancient Hall. Pointing to the page, Qin Chongqing said, This is where you learned about the Bronze Ancient Hall, isn't it? Yes. When I came to Xuanwu Pavilion to retrieve the 9-turn profound technique and invite you to come out, I accidentally discovered this clue. Qin Chongqing nodded. It seems His Majesty went to great lengths to invite me out. Zhou Xinghe was puzzled. What do you mean by that? When did my father invite you? Qin Chongqing looked at him and smiled. Do you really think you discovered the clue about the Bronze Ancient Hall? This book is so thick, with so much content, and I just happened to flip to this page, which conveniently recorded what I needed. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence? Zhou Xinghe was shocked. Then who is behind all this? Who else could it be? Of course, it's your father. Over the past 10 years, you've come to see me every year. How could the emperor not notice? He knows of my existence, so naturally, he would investigate me and test me. Perhaps out of curiosity, His Majesty quietly facilitated your actions, leading me to Chang'an City. But regarding the matter of the ancient Bronze Hall, sir, you only told me about it. That's true, but the information you investigated would inevitably leak. Investigating requires asking people and consulting ancient texts. In a small place like Chang'an City, is there anything you do that His Majesty wouldn't know about? Zhou Xinghe fell silent. I suddenly feel like a child. Qin Chongqing's words left Zhou Xinghe in silence. After a while, he spoke. Since you understand my father's thoughts, what do you think he will do next? What else? Of course, he'll consider whether to accept the terms I've proposed. Zhou Xinghe was surprised. Sir, do you mean you know the odds of entering the ancient Forbidden Land? I have some confidence, but not much, only about 50%. But don't underestimate that 50%. Selling this chance to me, even if your father trades the entire Xuanwu Pavilion for it, would still be worth it. Qin Chongqing waved his hand. All right, you can leave now. I want to read in peace. Also, remember to have someone copy all the texts in the Xuanwu Pavilion for me. I'll read them slowly later. Zhou Xinghe's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. He knew this matter was beyond his control now. After Zhou Xinghe left, Qin Chongqing approached the historical records of the Xuanwu Kingdom and began to read them carefully. He read for an entire month. During this time, the Xuanwu Kingdom sent a large amount of cultivation resources to him daily, all of which Qin Chongqing accepted one by one. However, he never brought up the matter of the ancient Forbidden Land. Crunch. Taking a bite of a spiritual fruit coveted by countless people, Qin Chongqing lay on a page larger than a bed, engrossed in his reading. His leisurely demeanor was enough to make anyone envious. You really have the patience. A voice came from the side. Chen Chongqing turned his head to see that the Emperor of Zhua had entered the Xuanwu Pavilion at some point. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Chen Chongqing saluted. But the Emperor of Zhua ignored him and instead picked up a historical record of the Xuanwu Kingdom to read. "It's been a month. You've read quite a lot. It seems you really love books. Your Majesty has sharp eyes. I don't have many hobbies, but I do love books, because books bring me endless knowledge." Hearing this, the Emperor of Zhua gently stroked the book in his hand and nodded. "The Xuanwu Pavilion is yours. You've become the national advisor, and you have all the resources you need. After gaining so many benefits, are you still not satisfied? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" With that, the Emperor of Zhua stared at him coldly. Chen Chongqing smiled. "Your Majesty, you're mistaken. Although I've received many things, none of them are what I truly want. Transactions are about fairness. Coercion doesn't work. Your Majesty's power is undeniable. My life and death are at your whim. But I'm very certain that Your Majesty won't kill me, nor will you force me to do anything." "Humph." The Emperor of Zhua snorted coldly. "What makes you so confident?" "The ancient Forbidden Land." "The dangers of the ancient Forbidden Land, Your Majesty, are clearer to you than to me. Those who enter must be absolutely loyal. If you force me to help, Your Majesty might also feel a bit uneasy." Faced with Chen Chongqing's confidence, emperors will remain silent for a moment and said, "State your conditions." "I would like Your Majesty to help me kill someone. In the process of killing him, Your Majesty will also gain that half chance." "Interesting. Someone you can't kill with your strength and wisdom must not be simple. Although you practice the martial arts of Xuanwu Kingdom, I sense there are other paths within you. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the great Qin dynasty, 3,000 miles away. Xinghe has always praised you. I wonder if you'd be willing to talk about your past." Chen Chongqing smiled. "Since Your Majesty wishes to hear, I shall tell." This story begins 80 years ago. He recounted everything about himself and the feathered transformation master in detail. However, he deliberately concealed the relationships involving Ishio and others. After all, he had already achieved longevity and did not wish to reveal too much to someone nearing their end. "After the battle at the Forbidden Land of Night Moon Kingdom, I fled to Xuanwu Kingdom and have been here for 43 years. After hearing the story, emperors became more curious about Chen Chongqing. He found it increasingly difficult to discern what kind of person Chen Chongqing truly was. A 1,000-mile journey, risking life and death, all to bury an old friend. Logically, such a person should value emotions and loyalty. Yet, when Chen Chongqing recounted the tragic state of his sect, his gaze remained exceptionally calm. This contrast was hard to comprehend. Emperors spoke. "You would risk offending me just to have me help you kill your master ancestor. Are you doing this for revenge?" "No," Chen Chongqing replied. "I ask Your Majesty to act only for a promise. When I left Night Moon Kingdom, I swore to bury him. A promise must be fulfilled." "Ha ha." Seeing Chen Chongqing's serious demeanor, emperors laughed. "A man of his word is rare. According to you, there are 18 bronze ancient halls, interconnected. One of them appeared in the ancient Forbidden Land, which is the reason for your half chance, correct?" "Correct. You've told me the secret of the bronze ancient halls. Aren't you afraid I'll use that ominous power like your master ancestor did?" Chen Chongqing remained calm. "I am not concerned with that ominous power. I seek the bronze ancient halls because someone dear to me disappeared there. I only want to confirm her safety, nothing more." After speaking, he quietly waited for Emperor Zhua's response. "I must say, your request is hard to refuse. The ancient Forbidden Land is fraught with danger. Even the slightest chance of success, I won't let it slip away. Prepare yourself. We leave tomorrow. My time is running out." After speaking, emperors would turn to leave. "Your Majesty, my master ancestor reached the peak of the transformation god stage 50 years ago. Are you truly confident?" Emperors paused his steps. The Xuanwu Kingdom is vast. Night Moon Kingdom and the Great Qin Dynasty combined are only half the size of Xuanwu Kingdom. The ancient Forbidden Land would your so-called peak transformation god dare enter? That place is too dangerous. Forget the peak transformation god. Even those stronger than transformation god wouldn't dare provoke it lightly. Xuanwu Kingdom was not large in the past. Today's achievements were built by me, step by step. I have destroyed 2 countries like the Great Qin dynasty. Things that cultivators above the nascent soul stage dare not do. I dare. After speaking, Left Emperor's figure completely disappeared. After Left Emperor left, the vast Xuanwu pavilion was left with only Qin Changshan. He looked in the direction of the Great Qin dynasty and softly said, "Master Ancestor, after 50 years, your disciple's grandson is finally coming to fulfill his promise. You would be very surprised, wouldn't you?" A massive warship slowly ascended, resembling a moving mountain. Qin Changxing stood on the deck, gazing into the distance toward the Great Qin dynasty. 50 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and the faces of old acquaintances resurfaced in Qin Changxing's mind. The kind-hearted but timid little monk, the 9th senior brother who always followed closely behind, the 3rd senior brother who bore heavy injuries, and the little girl who always affectionately called him Brother Changshan. Memories surged in his heart, and a complex and indescribable emotion flickered in Qin Changxing's eyes. At this moment, Zhou Xinghe approached. "Sir, what are you looking at?" Zhou Xinghe's words pulled Qin Changxing out of his memories. "Just looking at old friends from the past. But we are 30,000 miles away from the Great Qin dynasty. Can you really see them, sir? Old friends are in the heart, there's no need to see them with the eyes." Hearing Qin Changxing's words, Zhou Xinghe pondered for a moment, but still couldn't understand his feelings. Qin Changxing smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Don't think too much. At your age, you can't yet comprehend this kind of emotion. When you've lived through long years and look back, you'll understand how I feel. You're quite a smart young man. Since we know each other, I'll give you a 20% discount. When that day comes, I'll personally attend your funeral." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Xinghe's face immediately darkened. He was only 100 years old this year, technically just reaching adulthood. Qin Changsheng, with his vast experience, was conservatively estimated to have lived over 200 years. By that calculation, he should logically pass away before Zhou Xinghe. Muttering to himself inwardly, Zhou Xinghe smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, sir, but there's no need to rush the matter of coffins." At Zhou Xinghe's bitter smile, Qin Changxing merely glanced at him indifferently before turning and heading back to his room. Even someone as powerful as Left Emperor had a day when their lifespan would end. Zhou Xinghe naturally couldn't escape it either. But for Qin Changxing, time was merely an insignificant matter. Shanqing Temple. Cough, cough, cough. Li Jinshui coughed violently, standing before 8 graves. These 8 graves were the final resting places of his master and senior brothers. The once elegant Shanqing Temple now appeared dilapidated, and the couplets personally written by Qin Changxing had become blurred and unclear. "Senior brother, why are you here again?" Song Yuanshan looked at the frail 3rd senior brother and couldn't help but reprimand him. Li Jinshui smiled. "I should be the one saying that to you. You are now the head of Shanqing Temple, the renowned undefeated Taoist, and the one who resisted the invasion of the Night Moon Kingdom. If something happens to you, what will happen to the others? As for me, I'm just a dying man. Even if the Night Moon Kingdom comes knocking, they can't do anything to me." Hearing this, Song Yuanshan fell silent. Back then, when Qin Changsheng left Shanqing Temple, he wanted to bring back the bodies of his masters. Time passed, and just as Song Yuanshan was about to give up, the long-missing master Isho returned. Not only did he bring back the princess of Night Moon Kingdom, but he also brought back the bodies of the masters. However, he did not bring back Qin Changsheng. After a long silence, Song Yuanshan asked, "Senior brother, do you think Brother Changsheng will come back?" "He will definitely come back, because he promised to collect my body and bury me. Little junior brother is someone who values his promises. Whatever he says, he will do. I'm about to die, which means he will return soon." As he spoke, Li Jinshui looked up into the distance, as if he could see that familiar figure. Moments later, he leaned wearily against the tombstone of Yuan Shin Shangren and waved his hand, saying, "Go ahead. You still have many burdens to carry. There's no need to stay with a dead man like me all day. I'm about to meet the masters and have many things to say to them. As for what really happened in the forbidden land of Night Moon Kingdom, don't try to uncover the truth anymore. Master Ishio won't tell you, and Princess Wanyan won't either. We've agreed to take this secret to the grave." Hearing this, Song Yuanshan fell silent again and stopped pressing for answers. As he grew older, He understood that some secrets, once known, only become burdens. After Song Yuanshan left, Li Jinshui touched the tombstone of Yuan Shangren and softly said, "Master, how could a thriving Shangqing temple end up like this? Is power and longevity really worth everything?" After speaking, Li Jinshui's eyes were filled with sorrow. When Master Ishio returned back then, he told him the whole truth. Upon learning the truth, Li Jinshui could not accept the reality. He could not accept that the kind and gentle Grandmaster had killed his own masters and fellow disciples. But the cruel truth would not change just because someone refused to accept it. Helpless, Li Jinshui and Ishio swore an oath to never reveal this secret. As for the Shangqing Temple's Yu Huazhenren, he had already fallen during the early stages of the national war. On the battleship, the massive battleship had been flying for an entire month, and Qin Changsheng and his companions were getting closer and closer to the great Qin dynasty. As the distance shortened, Qin Changsheng received more and more news about the great Qin dynasty. The dynasty had been completely occupied by Night Moon Kingdom, with only a few forces barely holding on. In addition, he received other news. For example, the Demon King of Night Moon Kingdom had been killed by the Undertaker. The new head of Shangqing Temple was unmatched in martial arts, and the world called him the Invincible Taoist. "Sir, is this Undertaker really that powerful? To be able to silently kill the Demon King within the Demon Clan's territory. You are from the great Qin dynasty, which borders Night Moon Kingdom. Have you heard of him?" Zhua Xinghe held the latest intelligence, analyzing it seriously, trying to understand the strength of their future enemy. Qin Changsheng smacked his lips and said, "Undertaker, I know him. But don't worry, he won't obstruct Xuanwu Kingdom." Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Zhua Xinghe immediately expressed a different opinion. "Sir, that's not right. This person is mysterious in his movements and unpredictable in character. Maybe he's the kind of emotionally unstable killer who would call themselves Undertaker, such an unlucky name. It's reasonable for us to be on guard early. Undertaker is my nickname. How come I don't know I'm emotionally unstable and a killer?" Zhua Xinghe was completely baffled. Qin Changsheng's words left Zhua Xinghe stunned. "Sir, how could you be the Undertaker? Why can't I be? Don't forget, I sell coffins and handle funeral services from start to finish, specializing in collecting corpses and burying them. Isn't it natural to have the title Undertaker?" Faced with Qin Changsheng's response, Zhua Xinghe was speechless. Though it sounded odd, the logic was indeed reasonable. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng smiled and said, "When faced with certain information, people always like to exaggerate and choose interpretations that benefit them. After being spread by many, the truth becomes distorted. If you want to uncover the truth from legends, you need to stay calm and look directly at the essence of things. If you can do that, you'll be able to reconstruct the truth from the clues." After finishing, Qin Changsheng waved his flying sword and left the battleship. Zhua Xinghe hurriedly shouted, "Sir, where are you going? I'm not good at fighting, so I won't get involved for now. Although Xuanwu Kingdom is strong, it won't be able to destroy Night Moon Kingdom in a short time. I have some matters to attend to first. I'll return in a while." As soon as Qin Changsheng finished speaking, his figure disappeared. After he left, Zhou Emperor appeared beside Zhou Xinghe. Looking in the direction where Qin Changsheng had departed, Zhou Xinghe hesitated and asked, "Father Emperor, why didn't you stop him? Aren't you afraid he'll escape?" Zhou Emperor replied indifferently, "You're clever, but your vision is still lacking. More precisely, you haven't learned to distinguish people yet. If one day you can see through Qin Changsheng, then you'll be qualified to rule Xuanwu Kingdom. Unfortunately, my time is running out. The road ahead is yours to walk." Hearing this, a trace of reluctance flashed in Zhou Xinghe's eyes. "Father Emperor, do you really have to go to the ancient Forbidden Land? Isn't there another way to extend your life?" Looking at his son's puzzled expression, Zhou Emperor smiled. "You're so much like me. Back then, I was exactly like you are now, both humble and seeking advice, and slightly dismissive of everything. When I was young, I thought nothing in the world could defeat me, and the issue of lifespan was never on my mind. I used to think, live brilliantly, die gracefully, and despise a life dragged out in misery. But after living for over 2,000 years, I've changed." Zhou Xinghe silently lowered his head, not refuting. Zhou Emperor chuckled and continued, Among my brothers, you look down on me the most. You think your once majestic father emperor has become cowardly, afraid to face death. Thud. Zhuxinghe suddenly knelt down. But Zhou Emperor didn't stop and continued. Your view is both right and wrong. Right, because you're young and should think this way. Wrong, because you underestimate me too much. Ordinary people often use words like eternal and unchanging when talking about love because they believe stones won't decay and the sea will never dry up. But if you see stones turn to dust and the sea become plains, you'll understand that time is the strongest enemy of all things. It can change everything, including the truths we once thought unchangeable. You know it takes courage to face death, but you haven't realized that knowing you'll die and still pursuing immortality requires even greater courage. If you were in my position, would you have the courage to pursue immortality like I do? Zhuxinghe thought carefully and slowly said, I don't have the courage. Eh, emperors will laugh. It's fine not to have courage. At least your future will be stable. In the future, you must rely heavily on Qin Changsha. Zhuxinghe frowned. Why? Because he has something I don't. 10 years ago, when you went to the Monster Beast mountain range for training, you were saved by Qin Changsha. In fact, we were always protecting you, but you didn't notice. I listened to your conversation back then and became interested in this coffin seller. I observed him for 10 years. For a cultivator, that's not a long time, but it's enough to see changes. Yet, after 10 years, Qin Changxing is still the same as he was back then, as if time has no effect on him. Cultivators pursue change because only through change can they break through bottlenecks. A nation pursues stability because only stability ensures its longevity. I am an emperor and a cultivator, and now is the time for me to pursue change. But you are different. Your path is still long, so you must pursue stability. With Qin Changxing's assistance, your future will be much smoother. Zhuxinghe hesitated, but Qin Changxing doesn't seem interested in power. That's your problem. I can't solve all your issues for you. Some things you must handle yourself. After saying this, emperors would turned and left. Zhuxinghe knelt on the ground, his brows furrowed, lost in thought. Shanqing Temple. Li Jinshui lay weakly on the ground, beside him a freshly dug pit. His only remaining I could no longer see. At this moment, the sound of leaves being stepped on echoed. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Li Jinshui suddenly struggled to speak. Junior brother, is that you? His voice was weak. Qin Changxing saw his once high-spirited third senior brother now in such a sorry state, and softly said, Third senior brother, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Li Jinshui smiled. I knew you would come. You always keep your promises. Qin Changxing helped Li Jinshui up and said, Senior brother, you're not going to make it. Let's quickly change you into burial clothes. It's troublesome to change clothes after the body goes cold. As Li Jinshui spoke, Qin Changxing was about to help him undress, but was pushed away with all his remaining strength. You brat, I'm not dead yet, Li Jinshui said angrily. It's been 50 years since we last met. Can't you let me talk to you a bit more? Qin Changxing rolled his eyes helplessly. Third senior brother, at this point, you don't still have any unfulfilled wishes, do you? Li Jinshui gave a bitter smile. You know I hate trouble the most. I can handle my own burial, but fulfilling wishes is not my thing. Seeing him suddenly regain some spirit, Qin Changxing asked, Then what is it? Li Jinshui shook his head. Don't overthink it. Your third senior brother isn't someone who clings to unfinished business. If something's not done, I won't burden others with it after I'm gone. I just want to praise you before I die. Is that not allowed? A smile immediately appeared on Qin Changxing's face. Of course it is. Third senior brother's praise is rare for me. The two chatted as they used to, but the smiles didn't last long before silence returned. After a while, Li Jinshui struggled to reach for the tombstone of the primordial spirit master, his fingers gently brushing the engraved words. A drop of light brown blood tear fell from his single eye. Life is like the fleeting autumn of grass and trees. No matter how glorious one is in life, in the end, it all comes down to these few planks of wood. What cultivation technique, what divine weapons, they are all fleeting like smoke. Back then, when you used Master's lightning-struck wood to make a coffin, I thought you were just being childish. Now I understand, in Shanqing Temple, only you truly understood these things. After speaking, Li Jinshui's lips trembled, and it took a long time for him to regain his composure and smile again. Enough with the sentimental words. Let me see what kind of coffin you've prepared for me. Qin Changxing took out a brand new coffin from the system space. Senior brother, I prepared a fine coffin made of golden phoebe wood for you. This type of wood can preserve a corpse for 1,000 years without decay. Feel it. Li Jinshui touched the wood grain and nodded in satisfaction. Good. It wasn't in vain that I cared for you all this time. Is Master's coffin ready? Li Jinshui asked. It's ready, made of 1,000-year-old lightning-struck peach wood, engraved with all the formations I've learned, ensuring Master will never rise from the dead. When the time comes, I'll bury Master with you all, so you can slowly reminisce about the past. Ha ha! Li Jinshui laughed heartily. Little junior brother, you're always so thoughtful. After speaking, he stood upright, tidied his wrinkled clothes, and then froze forever in that posture. Looking at his third senior brother, now completely lifeless, Qin Changxing calmly began handling the aftermath. Once everything was settled, he buried the coffin in the grave Li Jinshui had dug and erected a tombstone for him. The tombstone still bore the words, "Funeral Attendant." Staring at the tombstone he had personally erected, Qin Changxing silently took out a jar of wine. Senior brother, this is 100 Flowers wine I brewed using ancient methods. Back in the boundless secret realm, I held far mountain back from fighting with others. Logically, I should have been scolded by Master again. To avoid punishment, I brewed this jar of wine, part of it intended for Master to plead for leniency. The other part was for you, hoping you'd speak well of me. Who would have thought that after the boundless secret realm ended, one thing led to another, and this jar of wine remained untouched until today. But that's not a bad thing. 70 years of aging has made the wine even more fragrant. You and Master will surely like it. As he spoke, Qin Changxing poured the 100 Flowers wine in front of the graves of his third senior brother and Master Yuanshin. After pouring the wine, he smiled and said, 2 people sharing one jar is indeed a bit stingy, but I only have 10 jars in total. The rest I plan to drink myself, so you'll have to make do. Anyway, it's not like you can jump out of the grave to trouble me. After finishing, Qin Changxing turned and left the dilapidated Shanqing Temple. As he walked away, he waved towards the 9 graves behind him and said, Master, senior brothers, I still need to bring Master Ancestor to meet you all, so I'll be going ahead. His tone carried no trace of sorrow, as if this was merely a temporary farewell. The war horn of Xuanwu Kingdom soon sounded. Although Night Moon Kingdom had annexed the great Qian dynasty, both nations had exhausted significant strength in the process. Now, facing the powerful Xuanwu Kingdom, Night Moon Kingdom was retreating step by step. No reasons, no negotiations. The left emperor swept through everything with overwhelming strength, completely ignoring any attempts at negotiation from Night Moon Kingdom. In just 1 month, the left emperor had shattered Night Moon Kingdom into pieces. At the same time, the left emperor surrounded 2 ancient bronze halls. Father Emperor, the boundless secret realm is now under our control. The only place left is the forbidden land of Night Moon Kingdom, occupied by the transcendent immortal. Additionally, the people from Tianfu Temple wish to meet you. Zhua Xinghe reported the battle situation to Emperor Zhua. Hearing this, Emperor Zhua said indifferently, We will guard the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom without initiating an attack. As for those people from Tianfu Temple, let them wait patiently. One must see things through to the end. This matter started because of Qin Changxing, so naturally, it should be him who ends it. After speaking, Emperor Zhou paused, his gaze fixed on the distance. What a coincidence, I just mentioned him, and here he comes. A speck of light appeared on the horizon, gradually growing larger until it finally landed on the deck. Your Majesty, I apologize for my tardiness. I was handling some personal matters, Qin Changxing said, cupping his hands in salute. Emperor Zhu's lips curled into a faint smile. Not late at all, you've arrived just in time. Your master is confined in the Forbidden Land, waiting for you to send him off. Emperor Zhu continued, I must admit, your master is quite formidable. It took me 2 moves to destroy his avatar. He added, also, it seems your old friends have caught wind of your return. So, are you planning to bid farewell to your master first, or meet your old friends? Emperor Zhu asked. Qin Changxing grinned. Of course, I'll meet my old friends first. My master may be nothing in front of your majesty, but I'm no match for him. If he retaliates before his death, I wouldn't stand a chance. So, it's better if we split up and act separately. Hara. Emperor Zhuo laughed, pointing at Qin Changxing. I like how steady and cautious you are in handling things. Very well, let us leave some room for your master so you two disciples can have a proper reunion. With that, Emperor Zhuo instantly appeared above the Forbidden Land, his right fist suddenly striking down. Boom! A massive fist slammed into the ground, shattering the mountains within a 100-mile radius into rubble. Qin Changxing was shocked in his heart. So powerful? With that punch from Emperor Zhuo, a massive ancient cauldron flew out of the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom, charging toward him. Watching this earth-shattering battle, Qin Changxing smacked his lips in amazement. The cultivation world is truly dangerous. Good thing I don't like fighting. After his musings, he immediately flew toward Ishio and the others in the distance. Seeing Qin Changxing, who had been missing for 50 years, reappear, everyone felt a surge of joy at the reunion. Brother Changxing, I knew you'd come back. Song Yuanshan greeted him excitedly. Qin Changxing looked at Song Yuanshan, who was dressed in a Taoist robe, and smiled. It has been decades, and the little tag-along has finally grown up. Not bad, third senior brother's efforts weren't in vain. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman with a hint of wildness in her demeanor looked at them hesitantly. She was none other than Princess Wanyan Yu of the Night Moon Kingdom. What do you plan to do next? Wanyan Yu couldn't help but ask. Qin Changxing smiled. What else? Of course, I'll walk my own path. Wanyan Yu glanced at the army of the Xuanwu Kingdom, her expression heavy. Are you really leaving? Though she didn't say it outright, Qin Changxing could hear the reluctance in her tone. He smiled and said, I wouldn't call it leaving. Everyone has their own responsibilities and destinies. I'm just going where I'm meant to be, doing what I'm meant to do. Why? Song Yuanshan asked, puzzled. The trouble has been resolved, and Shangqing Temple is still waiting to be rebuilt. Brother Changxing, are you really not going to take care of it? Faced with Song Yuanshan's emotional expression, Qin Changxing patted his shoulder. Rebuilding Shangqing Temple is your task, not mine. Everyone's destiny is different. Some are meant to take root, while others are destined to wander. The Tao emphasizes fate. My fate with all of you has reached the point where it's time to say goodbye. Hearing Qin Changxing say this, Song Yuanshan clenched his fists. In truth, from the moment Qin Changxing joined the sect, everyone at Shangqing Temple knew he would leave sooner or later. Although he performed well, no one believed he would stay. To put it bluntly, Song Yuanshan regarded Shangqing Temple as his home, while Qin Changxing only saw it as a place to rest. Life takes us to many places, and we may miss certain places, but only a home can make one stop and settle. Qin Changxing never considered Shangqing Temple his home, so no matter how much he liked it, he would eventually leave. After speaking, he turned to look at Ishio, who wore a calm expression. Little monk, I've known you the longest. I'm about to leave. Won't you try to stop me? Ishio rolled his eyes at him and said disdainfully. If Qin Changxing wants to leave, who can stop him? We are like the flowers, grass, and trees rooted in this land, while you are just a bird that stops briefly. No matter how long a bird stays, it will eventually fly away. I anticipated this day long ago. As they spoke, the battle on Zhuohuang's side also came to an end. Qin Changxing smiled and said, Decades have passed, and Buddhism has indeed made progress. Keep working hard and strive to become a great master. Now that things over there are settled, I need to go collect the remains of an old friend. With that, he turned and walked toward the Forbidden Land. Watching Qin Changxing's departing figure, the three of them were filled with reluctance. However, the emotion in Wanyan Yu's eyes was different. Ishio sighed, Stop looking. This guy won't stay for anyone. And you, for 50 years, you've been shouting about wanting to beat up Qin Changxing to avenge the humiliation he caused you. Now that he's here, why don't you make a move? Wanyan Yu said coldly, He's strong. I'm no match for him now. We can help you. Honestly, he's not good at fighting. If the two of us team up, we can definitely give him a beating. Faced with Ishio's undermining, Wanyan Yu retorted angrily, Buddhism preaches compassion, but you're full of resentment. I think you're on the verge of losing your way. With that, she turned and left. Halfway through, she paused. Will I ever see him again? Not certain, but if you live long enough, there's always a chance. After hearing Ishio's response, Wang Yu disappeared completely. Perhaps from the moment her hair turned black, she had already deeply remembered this extraordinary person. Forbidden Land of the Night Moon Kingdom. Chen Chongsheng carried an ornate coffin, carefully navigating around one pit after another, until he finally arrived in front of the ancient bronze hall. Thud! The heavy coffin hit the ground. Chen Chongsheng looked at the transcendent immortal suppressed beneath the ancient hall and smiled. Master Ancestor, this is the coffin your disciple prepared for you. What do you think? The transcendent immortal glanced at the coffin and smiled. Not bad. I can see you put a lot of thought into it. Last time, you narrowly escaped, and I've felt uneasy about it ever since. I didn't expect you to return so soon, and with such powerful help. Chen Chongsheng glanced at Zhuo Huang, who was studying the ancient hall. Master Ancestor, you're so strong. How could I send you off on your final journey alone? Now that we've reached this point, may I ask you a few questions, Master Ancestor? Go ahead. There is also an ancient bronze hall in the boundless secret realm. Why did you come to the Night Moon Kingdom to set this one up? The thing suppressed beneath the boundless secret realm was destroyed, so I came here. I see. Then the second question. After killing Master and the others, have you ever regretted it? Chen Chongxing stared into Yuhua Jinren's eyes, trying to discern the truth. After a long pause, Yuhua Jinren sighed lightly. That was just a minor disturbance. Those who cultivate the Tao must inevitably make sacrifices for the path to immortality. In the future, if there's a way to escape, even the hardest suffering will feel sweet. Ha! Yuhua Jinren's words made Chen Chongxing laugh heartily. Even the hardest suffering will feel sweet. Ancestor, your conviction is truly steadfast. I admire you. In that case, let me send you on your final journey. As soon as the words fell, Zhuo Huang walked to Chen Chongxing's side. Despite being defeated, Zhuo Huang's face showed no fear. If I hadn't been trapped, you wouldn't have killed me so easily, Yuhua Jinren said, to which Zhuo Huang nodded in response. If you could live another 1,000 years, perhaps we would have a real showdown. Unfortunately, you won't live that long. By the way, what does the large hand in this painting represent? You've studied the ancient bronze hall for so long, surely you know something. Of course I know, but do you think I would tell you? Even if I did, would you dare believe me? Indeed, I wouldn't dare believe you. Swish! A beam of light shot out from Zhuo Huang's hand, and a small blood hole appeared on Yuhua Jinren's forehead. As Yuhua Jinren fell, the massive ancient bronze hall sank once more. Zhuo Huang immediately unleashed supreme divine power to stop the hall from descending. Chen Chongxing seized the opportunity and quickly retrieved Yuhua Jinren's corpse. Boom! The ancient bronze hall fell, completely suppressing the ominous power of the blood pool seal. Zhuo Huang exhaled lightly, calming his breath. Even for Zhuo Huang, stopping the descent of the ancient bronze hall was exhausting. Chen Chongxing placed the corpse into a coffin and asked, Your Majesty, did you discover anything? Indeed, I did. Each ancient bronze hall should contain a teleportation array, and these arrays are somehow connected. I'm not sure about the specifics, as the teleportation array here has already been destroyed. For now, we can only pin our hopes on the ancient bronze hall in the boundless secret realm. If that teleportation array still works, it might truly lead to the archaic Forbidden Land. As he spoke, a trace of excitement flashed in Zhuo Huang's eyes. He had thought the ancient bronze hall wouldn't be of much help, but its significance turned out to be immense. This increased his chances of entering the archaic Forbidden Land by at least 20%. By the way, this should be yours. Take it back. Boom! A stone coffin was thrown in front of Chen Chongxing. It was the very treasure that had saved him from danger 50 years ago. Having recovered the lost item, Chen Chongxing was naturally delighted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chen Chongxing put away the stone coffin and casually asked, The 100 Defeats Immortal Sovereign was a figure from 2,000 years ago. Have you heard of his name? I've heard of him. I heard stories about him when I was 10 years old. But by then, he was already a figure from 2,000 years ago. The text on this is from a dynasty 2,000 years ago. From the time I can remember, that dynasty had already been extinct for some time. I can understand it because the dynasty disappeared not long before. Chen Changxing looked puzzled. He had thought the 100 defeats a mortal sovereign was a figure from 2,000 years ago, but unexpectedly, Zhuo Huang had heard of his stories as a child. That time, the legend of the 100 defeats a mortal had already been circulating for over 2,000 years. Based on this, the 100 defeats a mortal should have been a figure from 4,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Chen Changxing asked, "Your Majesty, just how powerful was the 100 defeats a mortal from 4,000 years ago?" "Not sure. Just a mere shadow of him can suppress the ominous forces here in the Feathered Realm's true person. I can't achieve such a feat. If it weren't for the suppression of the Bronze Ancient Hall, I would also like to borrow the power here." Chen Changxing thought to himself, "You never mentioned the ominous power before, so I thought you disdained using it. Turns out you just can't use it." He smiled and said to Emperor Zhua, "Your Majesty, I still need to bury my master. I'll take my leave for now. Go ahead, but be quick. It won't take long to excavate the Bronze Ancient Hall from the boundless secret realm." With permission granted, Chen Changxing left the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. With the combined efforts of the people of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the Bronze Ancient Hall of the boundless secret realm was forcibly excavated. Standing on the deck, Chen Changsheng gazed at the land of the great Qian dynasty, a wave of emotions surging in his heart. He had lived on this land for nearly 200 years. 200 years ago, Chen Changxing never imagined he would leave the great Qian dynasty, let alone get involved with the powerful figures of the cultivation world. Back then, he only wanted to live a quiet life, doing things that made him happy. But the course of events, like an invisible hand, had forcibly pushed him to where he was today. Thinking of this, Chen Changxing looked at his own hands and softly said, "To think that someone who least wanted to cultivate has reached the nascent soul stage. The world truly is unpredictable." After speaking, a faint smile appeared on his face as he turned and returned to the cabin. A chapter of the journey had ended. No matter how tumultuous or thrilling it had ultimately become the past. The living must always look forward. Roar, 9 massive beasts, each as large as a small mountain, let out earth-shaking roars. Faced with these beasts, whose strength rivaled that of nascent soul-stage cultivators, all living beings trembled in fear. What was even more unbelievable was that these powerful beasts were merely being used to pull a carriage. Sitting in the carriage was none other than the Xuanwu Emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums echoed as the million-strong army of the Xuanwu Kingdom stood in perfect formation. Despite their vast numbers, the scene was eerily silent, without a single sound of disorder. Gulp! Chen Changxing swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Your Majesty, I'm not very good at barging into ancient forbidden grounds like this," Chen Changxing said nervously. "How about we wait a bit before going in?" he suggested. Seeing Chen Changxing's fearful expression, Emperor Zhu's lips curved into a slight smile. "There's another Bronze Ancient Hall in the ancient forbidden grounds. If you don't go in, how will you see it?" "I know, but I'm not good at fighting. Following your Majesty, I won't hold you back." Despite Chen Changxing's repeated refusals, Emperor Zhu was not angry. Instead, he patiently explained, "The ancient forbidden grounds offer only this one opportunity. If you don't come with me, you might never get another chance. Moreover, you're responsible for the restoration of the Bronze Ancient Hall. If you don't come with me, how can I feel at ease?" Hearing Emperor Zhu's words, Chen Changxing's mouth twitched. Nianqing had disappeared in the teleportation array of the Bronze Ancient Hall. He originally just wanted to study the connection between the teleportation arrays. He really had no other intentions. Feeling a mix of emotions, Chen Changxing helplessly looked toward the desolate ancient forbidden land ahead. Even if Emperor Zhou abandoned the idea of reviving a past life, he himself would find a way to enter. Otherwise, he would have slipped away long ago. Why would he foolishly stay in the Xuanwu Kingdom? The Crimson Land stretched endlessly into the horizon. In the distance, a black mountain range stood in the center of the red earth, the two colors forming a stark contrast. The million-strong army of the Xuanwu Kingdom was stationed at the edge of the Crimson Land, and even the powerful Emperor Zhu dared not step into this territory lightly. For this was the legendary desolate ancient Forbidden Land. As for the dangers of the Forbidden Land, Even the oldest records of the Xuanwu kingdom contain no specific details. They only had 7 simple words: extremely dangerous, a road to death. Whoosh, Emperor Zhou exhaled lightly and waved his right hand. 3 humanoid puppets were sent into the Forbidden Land. These 3 puppets were crafted using all the resources of the Xuanwu kingdom. Each puppet was capable of contending with a nascent soul stage expert, with extremely strong defenses that ordinary cultivators could not break through in a short time. Using these puppets to scout the way was the safest and most reliable method. Thud, thud, thud. Under Emperor's was control, the puppets cautiously entered the Forbidden Land. However, contrary to expectations, no danger appeared after they entered, and they advanced several miles smoothly. Seeing this, Zhuxinghe couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It seems the Forbidden Land isn't as dangerous as we imagined." Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, the 3 puppets in the distance were suddenly blown apart by a gentle breeze, disintegrating into dust. Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone fell silent. Gulp! Chen Changsheng swallowed hard, his lips twitching. He wanted to ask Emperor Zhuo what had just happened, but seeing the cold expression on his face, he ultimately held back. Seeing the failure of the puppets, Emperor Zhuo waved his hand again. The million-strong army of the Xuanwu kingdom began to move, forming a complex formation. They then combined their collective strength to forge a black spear over 10 miles long. This method of merging everyone's power into a single weapon was one of the Xuanwu kingdom's ultimate techniques, and a key to their undefeated record in countless battles. Attack! The million soldiers shouted in unison, their deafening roar causing the clouds in the sky to tremble. The spear, capable of destroying everything in its path, shot toward the black mountain range of the Forbidden Land with unstoppable momentum. Boom! The spear did not pierce the mountain range, but collided with an invisible barrier. In response to the powerful attack, countless intricate silver runes lit up across the Forbidden Land, covering every inch of the terrain. Chen Changsheng, proficient in formations, felt a splitting headache and his vision darkened after just one glance at the runes. The intense backlash forced him to avert his gaze, not daring to look any longer. Attack! Unable to break through the Forbidden Land's runes, the Xuanwu kingdom's general roared in fury. The million soldiers began bleeding from their 7 orifices, forcibly burning their life force to enhance their strength. With the massive infusion of blood energy, the black spear, although it initially appeared to be a human figure, upon closer inspection, the armor was completely empty underneath. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The bronze armor, riding a skeletal horse, charged rapidly toward the crowd. The spear, imbued with the power of 1,000,000 soldiers, was shattered in one strike by the decayed war halberd in the bronze armor's hand. Witnessing this eerie scene, Chen Changxing felt his scalp tingle. As the bronze armor was about to charge forward, 3 white-haired elders suddenly emerged from the crowd. The moment they acted, mountains and rivers trembled, and the heavens and earth changed color. These 3 elders were the core strength of the Xuanwu kingdom, each having lived for over 1,500 years. The left emperor, nearing the end of his lifespan, intended to force his way into the ancient Forbidden Land. The core experts of the Xuanwu kingdom also sought to seize this opportunity to extend their lives. Seeing the core experts take action, the left emperor finally made his move as well. He drove his war chariot, unleashing the ultimate power of his physical body, and managed to forcibly create a crack in the supreme formation patterns. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed in Chen Changxing's ears. Weak as he was, he could only curl up in the corner of the war chariot, secretly observing his surroundings. Watching the left emperor exert all his strength, Chen Changxing couldn't help but marvel at his formidable power. The cultivation methods on this land were highly complex, some focused on internal cultivation, while others emphasized external cultivation. The Great Qin dynasty was a typical example of internal cultivation, with realms divided into qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. The Xuanwu kingdom, on the other hand, practiced external cultivation, emphasizing physical strength. The realms of external cultivation were simpler, calculated by levels. Specific proficiency depended on individual techniques, with overall differences being minimal. Although internal and external cultivation differed in methods and terminology, their realms corresponded one-to-one. The first level of body refinement was equivalent to the Qi refining stage, while the fifth level of body refinement corresponded to the divine transformation stage. When the left emperor had previously dismissed the feathered immortal as insignificant, Qin Changsheng had speculated about his true realm. The divine transformation stage was the fifth realm, and for the left emperor to easily kill the feathered immortal, he must have at least reached the sixth realm. But now, as the left emperor fought with all his might, Qin Changsheng realized he had still underestimated him. His strength had already fully stepped into the seventh realm. The only regret was that he had only recently entered this level. Sigh, a soft sigh echoed from the depths of the Black Mountain Range. The three elders battling the bronze armor instantly turned into blood mist. Qin Changsheng cried out in shock. As the great terror revealed itself, the aura around the left emperor grew even more powerful. Sword, come! The left emperor shouted, breaking through space with a punch and drawing an ancient, unadorned longsword from the void. The unrestrained bronze armor changed direction and charged straight at the left emperor. Slash! A sword aura swept out, stretching for thousands of miles, instantly shattering the bronze armor into fragments. This divine weapon was none other than the Xuanwu Kingdom's ancestral treasure, the true martial sword. After dealing with the troublesome bronze armor, the left emperor swung his sword again, using supreme sword energy to break through the formation patterns of the ancient Forbidden Land. Slash! The once indestructible supreme formation patterns crumbled like tofu before the true martial sword. Witnessing this, Qin Changsheng, hiding in the corner of the war chariot, felt a surge of joy. But before he could celebrate for long, a cold snort echoed once more from the Black Mountain Range. Humph! With the sound of the snort, a single long strand of hair drifted in the wind. Ding! A crisp snapping sound rang out. The Xuanwu Kingdom's ancestral divine weapon, the true martial sword, capable of severing supreme formation patterns, was effortlessly sliced in half by the single strand of hair. The true martial sword, the left emperor's body, and the Xuanwu Kingdom's million-strong army all were split in two. It was as if this strand of hair drifting out from the Black Mountains was the true divine weapon. Half of Emperor's body had been cleaved away, yet he still controlled his upper half, roaring furiously. Buzz! A massive ancient bronze hall appeared above Emperor Zhua. He retrieved the ancient bronze hall he had acquired from the boundless secret realm. From the depths of the Black Mountains came a faint, almost imperceptible response. Within the ancient hall, the formations flared with dazzling brilliance under Emperor Zhua's full effort to activate them. Just as the teleportation array was about to activate, something else flew out from the Black Mountains. More precisely, it was a golden character. Clang! The golden character struck the ancient bronze hall with a resounding crash. The hall quaked violently, and all the flesh and blood on Emperor Zhua's body instantly disintegrated into nothingness. At this moment, Emperor Zhua was completely annihilated, and the ancient bronze hall vanished into the void with the activation of the formation. Drip! Blood trickled down from Zhua Xinghe's face, dripping off his chin. The shattered bronze armor reassembled itself, its hollow mask turning to glance at Zhua Xinghe before retreating on horseback into the depths of the Black Mountains. Dead. Everyone was dead. The grand plan of the Xuanwu Kingdom, carried out with all its might, had utterly failed. Zhua Xinghe's survival was not due to his strength. Rather, it was because the taboos within the desolate ancient Forbidden Land had left him alive on purpose. They wanted Zhua Xinghe to return, to use his voice to warn the world that the desolate ancient Forbidden Land must never be trespassed. The desolate ancient Forbidden Land. Boom! The ancient bronze hall landed heavily, not far from another similar hall. The two bronze halls rested carelessly in the heart of the Black Mountains, and Emperor's scattered remains lay strewn about like discarded refuse. With Emperor's death and the descent of the bronze hall into the Black Mountains, the desolate ancient Forbidden Land returned to its eerie calm. Time flowed slowly, the world and its creatures changed, but the desolate ancient Forbidden Land remained unaltered. 3 months later, the silence of the Forbidden Land was finally broken. A faint scraping sound echoed from the stone slabs as a stone coffin, half buried in the soil, began to shift. A crack opened in the coffin, revealing a pair of cautious eyes scanning the surroundings. Indeed, those eyes belonged to Qin Changsheng. Ever since that strand of hair had appeared, Qin Changsheng knew things had taken a dire turn. Faced with this indescribable and terrifying existence, he made a very wise decision: to hide inside the stone coffin left behind by the defeated immortal lord and consume a specially crafted pill to feign death. After confirming that the outside was safe, Qin Changsheng carefully emerged from the stone coffin. Wow! So this is the terror of the desolate, ancient, forbidden land. It seems this world is truly perilous. Though 3 months had passed, Qin Changsheng still shuddered at the memory of that scene. After expressing his lingering fears, he began to curiously survey his surroundings. Qin Changsheng didn't he know if his feigned death had successfully fooled the Forbidden Land, but he knew one thing: he was still alive. If he was still alive, it meant that for the time being the Forbidden Land hadn't killed him. There could be many reasons for his survival. Perhaps the Forbidden Land had spared him out of respect for the defeated immortal lord, or maybe they deemed him too weak to be worth the effort of killing. With his current cultivation level, he was likely no different from air in the eyes of those powerful entities. Someone as feeble as he was, even if by sheer luck he entered the Forbidden Land, wouldn't he last long before succumbing to death. Thus, they probably couldn't even be bothered to act. He observed his surroundings for a full hour, yet he found no sign of danger in the Forbidden Land. However, it was precisely this absence of danger that made Qin Changsheng even more nervous. Because in the desolate ancient Forbidden Land, the most dangerous thing is not being able to see the danger. Thinking of this, he searched his body and finally pulled out a thread from the corner of his clothes. Hu! Qin Changsheng gently blew, and the thread flew out as if weightless. Swish! The thread disappeared, and a faint golden light flashed on the ground instantly. Although it was brief, he still saw it clearly. Qin Changsheng. This is bad. After seeing the golden light, he anxiously paced in circles. He had seen the silver array patterns outside the Black Mountains, which he absolutely couldn't break. And the array patterns inside the Black Mountains were golden, undoubtedly far more powerful than the silver ones. Realizing he was surrounded by powerful array patterns, Qin Changsheng was unwilling to give up and began exploring other directions. The result was the same golden array patterns surrounded him on all sides. The reason he hadn't died yet wasn't due to luck or encountering a flaw, but because the array pattern beneath his feet was suppressed by the ancient bronze hall. Otherwise, he would have disappeared the moment he left the stone coffin. System, what should I do in this situation? Am I going to be trapped here forever? Helpless, Qin Changsheng sought help from the system. Why does the host think he will be trapped forever? This array pattern is too powerful, I can't break it at all. Then why not try studying it? You've always enjoyed researching formations. This array pattern is too complex. With my cultivation, I couldn't comprehend it even in 1,000 years. What about 10,000 years? Does time still hold any meaning for you? These words stunned Qin Changsheng. Right. Time meant nothing to him. If he couldn't comprehend it in 1,000 years, then he'd take 10,000 years. With his current cultivation, though not strong, he could easily survive without food. He had always been looking for a quiet, secluded place. Honestly, was there anywhere quieter and less disturbed than the desolate ancient Forbidden Land? As long as those terrifying beings didn't trouble him, his life would be quite comfortable. Thinking of this, Qin Changsheng smiled happily. Thank you, system, for the reminder. After spending so much time with others, I almost forgot my situation. After saying this, he cheerfully walked toward the ancient bronze hall. The collection of books in the Xuanwu Pavilion had already been copied for him by Zhou Xinghe, and he had long wanted to find time to study them carefully. As for comprehending the golden array patterns, he decided to wait a few decades. The patterns would still be there, they wouldn't run away. Senior, this price really isn't expensive. This is a top-quality coffin made of golden, threaded nanmu. Everyone within 100 miles knows my goods are genuine. At this price, I'm barely making any profit selling it to you. Deep within the Black Mountains of the desolate ancient Forbidden Land, faint bargaining voices could be heard. Upon closer inspection, a young man was talking to a skeleton as if to himself. "This is my bottom line. If you don't object, I'll take it as your agreement." After saying this, he waited for a few seconds. Seeing no objections, he immediately began collecting the corpse. That's right. This person was Chun Changsheng, who had been trapped in the desolate ancient forbidden land for 50 years. He placed the skeleton into the coffin and took the opportunity to examine the relics beside it. Next to the skeleton were 3 items: a pill furnace, a jade slip, and a small porcelain bottle. Crack! As soon as Qin Changsheng touched the pill furnace, a hole appeared above it. Seeing this, he checked the other 2 relics. Apart from the jade slip, the porcelain bottle was also shattered. Sigh, time truly is the most formidable killer. Such a good pill furnace is destroyed, what a pity. After muttering to himself, he opened the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was made of millennium cold jade, worth 10,000 spirit stones, and even a piece the size of a fingernail was hard to come by. Yet the one in his hand was as large as a palm. Heaven Mending Balm. Looking at the pill formula recorded on the jade slip, Qin Changsheng tilted his head and thought for a moment, but couldn't find any similar records in his memory. According to the jade slip, this heaven-mending balm could reverse life and death. No matter how severe the injury or how close to the end of one's lifespan, as long as one had the heaven-mending balm, they could extend their life by 7 days. The name implied even if the Milky Way were to break, it could be repaired with this balm. After understanding this, Qin Changsheng directly threw the jade slip into the system space. Such a miraculous pill, he naturally wanted to try refining it. Unfortunately, his knowledge was too limited to decipher the formula for the heaven-mending balm. No one knew how many years the skeleton had been here, and the information from the past had long been lost. Qin Changsheng could only recognize a rough outline of the characters on the jade slip, and he didn't recognize the names of the medicines at all. As time passed, the medicinal materials from hundreds or thousands of years ago might still exist, but their names had long changed. Holding only the formula without a guide, Qin Changsheng was completely unable to produce the heaven-mending balm. After successfully selling a coffin, Qin Changsheng turned to look at the ancient bronze hall 500 steps away. Behind him was another ancient bronze hall 300 steps away. Seeing the distant 500 steps, he clicked his tongue and lay on the ground to carefully study the golden array patterns on the ground. 500 steps away was the other ancient bronze hall he needed to find, which was also the resting place of the left emperor's remains. When he first entered the desolate forbidden land, Qin Changsheng had planned to leisurely spend 20 or 30 years before slowly studying these golden array patterns. However, the books in the Xuanwu Pavilion were finished in less than 10 years, leaving him no choice but to start researching the array patterns. Initially, progress was extremely slow, and he could barely advance 1 step in a year. Even that step's array pattern wasn't fully deciphered, he had only found a safe way to move forward. In this way, 20 years passed, and he had only moved 5 steps out of the safe range of the ancient hall. At this point, he encountered his first client here. Seeing the corpse exposed under the wilderness sun, Qin Changsheng's professional instincts immediately kicked in, and he took out a coffin to help the client collect the body. Strangely, most of the corpse had decayed, but a single beast hide book remained intact. Qin Changsheng calmly accepted the payment, opened the beast hide book, and discovered it was the lifelong work of a master of formations. After studying it, his understanding of formations greatly improved, and he also figured out the names of these golden array patterns. Ordinary formations often relied on the power of mountains, rivers, and streams, or operated along specific trajectories to exert their power. But the array patterns in the desolate forbidden land were different. They were manifestations of the great Tao of heaven and earth, also known as Tao patterns. The Beast Hide book stated, Tao patterns can reverse mountains and rivers, overturn the sun and moon, and cannot be mastered by anyone but top-tier experts. Progress is still too slow. After successfully taking another step forward, Qin Changsheng looked at the remaining 499 steps and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although the Beast Hide book had greatly accelerated his speed, the 300 steps still took him 40 years, and combined with the previous 10 years spent reading, he had already been in the desolate, forbidden land for 50 years. It had been 130 years since his last slumber, and there were less than 30 years left until his next slumber. Thinking of this, Qin Changxing quickly flipped through the beast hide book, only to find that there were still many words he couldn't fully recognize. So annoying. Why can't there be a universal language? If I could recognize everything, my speed would definitely be several times faster. After complaining a bit, he began retracing his steps. Over the past 50 years, he had come to understand the situation in the desolate ancient forbidden land. Daytime was relatively safe, but nighttime was much more dangerous. In the first 10 years, he had often seen shadows flickering outside the bronze ancient hall. There were no ghosts in this world, but anything capable of moving in the desolate ancient forbidden land was certainly not an ordinary person. For safety, Qin Changxing only moved around during the day. At night, he would return to the bronze ancient hall and hide in the stone coffin of the defeated immortal sovereign. After sunset, he safely returned to the ancient hall. 7 or 8 coffins were quietly placed outside the hall, and under the shroud of night, the atmosphere was eerie. Zhuohuang, it's not that I don't want to collect your remains, it's just that I don't have enough time. Please bear with me. I promise to come back in a while. Qin Changxing spoke to Zhuohuang, who was 800 steps away. 30 years in the desolate ancient forbidden land passed in the blink of an eye. In the last 30 years, he had advanced another 300 steps, but there were still 200 steps between him and the bronze ancient hall and Zhuohuang's remains. As his time of slumber approached, Qin Changxing could only make an agreement with Zhuohuang to return in 100 years to collect the remains. After speaking, he turned and returned to the bronze ancient hall. The 80 years in the desolate ancient forbidden land were the most peaceful time in Qin Changxing's life. There were no grudges or disputes here, only long stretches of quiet. Every day, he studied Tao patterns and occasionally collected the remains of skeletons he came across. During this process, he often picked up various strange items, such as rusty iron rods or expired elixirs. The strangest find was a large silver bone with extremely high hardness. After pondering for a long time, he decided to keep the bone. Inside the bronze ancient hall, Qin Changxing placed the collected trinkets into the system's storage space and laid down in the stone coffin. He had long grown accustomed to the darkness. Before falling asleep, a question lingered in his mind, and he couldn't help but ask the system. Even though I've been in the desolate ancient forbidden land for so long, I still can't guarantee absolute safety. Will anything happen to me while I'm asleep? Feeling a bit worried, Qin Changxing heard the system's voice immediately echo in his mind. Host, there's no need to worry at all. During your slumber, you will enter an invincible state, and nothing can harm you. Moreover, during slumber, all your life activities will completely pause. At that time, you'll be like a stone on the ground. Since no one would randomly attack a stone, who would pose a threat to you? Hearing the system's words, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Changxing's eyes. System, does that mean I can freely enter and exit the desolate ancient forbidden land while I'm asleep? The system does not recommend this, as the invincible state has a time limit. The invincible state only lasts for 10 breaths. Once the time is up, you will be forcibly awakened. Hearing this, Qin Changxing's face immediately fell. He had originally planned to use this invincible state to do something, like making a giant slingshot to launch himself out of the forbidden land and entering slumber at the moment of launch, allowing him to freely come and go. Although the timing might be tight, the plan was definitely practical. However, he hadn't expected the system's invincible state to last such a short time. How stingy. After complaining about the system for a while, Qin Changxing said, System, begin the slumber. Max out the slumber time. I still don't have enough attribute points. Slumber initiated, duration, 160 years. As soon as the words fell, Qin Changxing's consciousness completely faded into silence. He fell into a deep sleep, and the last trace of life in the desolate ancient forbidden land disappeared along with him. The forbidden land remained as it always had, unchanged, as if time itself had stopped. Creak, the heavy coffin lid was pushed open, and Qin Changxing, dressed in tattered clothes, sat up. He stretched his stiff body and looked around. Everything around him was the same. Not even a speck of dust had fallen. If it weren't for his decayed clothes and the additional 160 attribute points on his system panel, he would have thought he had only taken a short nap. This unchanging environment is really oppressive. No wonder people say, a day in the mountains is 1,000 years in the world. Time truly flies in this place. Chen Chongqing sighed and turned his attention to the system panel in his mind. Host, Chen Chongqing strength, 1 speed, 1 defense, 91 spiritual power, 0 lifespan. 320 faced with his reset strength, Chen Chongqing was already used to it. Seeing the 160 attribute points in his hand, he unhesitatingly allocated all of them to defense. After completing the allocation, Chen Chongqing nodded in satisfaction and said, System, can you give me a label? I mean the kind that converts each stat into a specific power level. Otherwise, I have no idea how strong I actually am. The system responded coldly, adding labels. Labels added. Soon, each stat on the system panel was accompanied by a power level. Interestingly, apart from defense being labeled as nascent soul early stage, all other attributes were marked as mortal. This defense is average for the nascent soul early stage, but at least I can protect myself when I go out. Muttering to himself, Chen Chongqing sat cross-legged and began his first cultivation session in the desolate ancient forbidden land. Currently, he had no cultivation base at all and couldn't even sustain himself without food. If he didn't quickly improve his cultivation, he might starve to death. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged into his body, and Chen Chongqing's realm rapidly ascended from the qi refining stage to the nascent soul stage. The reason he could progress so quickly was his deep familiarity with these realms and his abundant resources. While others spent years struggling to cultivate, he spent his time reading. Although he didn't deliberately study cultivation techniques, he had read an overwhelming number of books. He had memorized the cultivation methods of Shangqing Temple, Xuanwu Kingdom, and Night Moon Kingdom. He had practically worn out the books in the Xuanwu Pavilion, and the books in the Book Tomb were no exception. Moreover, he had gained significant rewards during his 2 visits to the Night Moon Kingdom. Yuhua Jinren, Wanyan Agudo, the young master of the Fox clan Hu Zhan, and the young master of the Tiger clan Lin, who he had encountered all of them while helping to collect their corpses, conveniently pocketing their storage rings. After all, a funeral director couldn't operate at a loss. An hour passed, and Chen Chongqing successfully exited his cultivation state. Feeling the power of the nascent soul late stage, he smacked his lips in satisfaction. The nascent soul late stage is sufficient. Breaking through to the divine transformation realm would probably take 10 years, not worth it. With that, he stepped out of the stone coffin and stretched his stiff body. He began pondering the issue of his disappearing spiritual power. During his slumber, his body's life activities ceased, and the spiritual power within him evaporated like water from meat. Although cultivation could replenish it, having to start over every time he woke up was too troublesome. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing took out a beast-hide book and flipped through it, quickly finding a solution. The Heaven and Earth Life Sealing Array, you're the one. He patted the beast-hide book, a smile spreading across his face as he selected a formation. The Heaven and Earth Absolute Death Formation was one of the 3 great killing formations recorded in the beast-hide book. It was said that those who entered this formation would have their path to the heavens severed, the yellow spring sealed off, and all connections to life and death cut. Such a powerful formation would surely be able to seal the spiritual energy that slowly leaked from his body while he slept. Having chosen the formation, Chen Chongqing excitedly walked out of the ancient bronze hall, preparing to continue arranging the Tao patterns outside. The Heaven and Earth Absolute Death Formation was originally a killing formation, and modifying it to trap someone without killing them was no easy task. However, Chen Chongqing had plenty of time, and he believed he could figure it out with patience. He carefully took the final step and finally entered the safe zone of another ancient bronze hall. Your Majesty, I spent a full 90 years just to collect your remains, Chen Chongqing whispered to the skeleton of the left emperor. Please don't let my efforts go to waste. As he spoke, he carefully placed the left emperor's crystalline bones into a coffin. As for the missing lower half of the left emperor's body, it was nowhere to be found, so he had no choice but to fill it in with a wooden carving. After completing the burial for the left emperor, Chen Chongqing naturally received 2 rewards, a true martial sword missing its tip, and a golden fragment that the left emperor had used as a heart-protecting mirror. Chen Chongqing examined the golden fragment in his hand, furrowing his brows as he muttered to himself. Isn't this the 9 Revolutions profound art of the Xuanwu Kingdom? And this thing? I feel like I've seen it before. He began searching through the system space and finally found another golden fragment made of the same material. The notches of the 2 fragments slowly aligned, eventually forming a complete page. Faced with this scene, Chen Chongqing looked helplessly at the left emperor's coffin. Your Majesty, you really weren't very thorough, were you? So it turns out that the ancestors of the Xuanwu Kingdom had already entered the desolate ancient forbidden land and even brought something out. I used to wonder how the people of the Xuanwu Kingdom knew there were ancient bronze halls inside the desolate ancient forbidden land when none of them had ever entered it. Now, with this 9 Revolutions profound art as evidence, the mystery is finally solved. He looked at the golden fragment in his hand, unable to recognize a single character on it. The only reason he could identify it as the 9 Revolutions profound art was pure coincidence. Back then, among the items left Xinghe had given him, there was a translated version of the 9 Revolutions profound art. Next to the name 9 Revolutions profound art were 4 strange symbols. When Chen Chongqing had casually asked about them, Left Xinghe had said that those 4 symbols represented the 9 Revolutions profound art, but no one could decipher the text. At the time, Chen Chongqing hadn't paid it much mind. Later, when he arrived at the desolate ancient forbidden land, he had once picked up the lower half of a golden fragment from the soil. The fragment was incredibly hard and had sharp edges. Although he couldn't recognize the symbols on it, he had kept it as a treasure. If he hadn't found the upper half of the 9 Revolutions profound art with the left emperor, he might never have realized in his lifetime that the 2 fragments were part of the same set. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing patted the coffin and sighed. Your Majesty, the world's unsolvable mysteries probably all come about like this. The ancestors of the Xuanwu Kingdom entered the desolate ancient forbidden land. Just how much did they know about this place? Only you would know. Moreover, the ancestors of the Xuanwu Kingdom brought back fragments of the 9 Revolutions profound art from the desolate ancient forbidden land. To be able to bring something out of such a dangerous place means that this item is no ordinary thing. Now that you're gone, these secrets have been taken to the grave with you. What a pity. After speaking, Chen Chongqing turned and walked toward the ancient bronze hall. Ever since learning that Nianxing had disappeared within the teleportation array of the ancient bronze hall, Chen Chongqing had been investigating this structure. After spending a full 290 years, he finally made some progress. Now, his most important task was to uncover the secrets of the ancient bronze hall. Inside the ancient bronze hall, countless patterns continuously combined and transformed, eventually forming a fragmented scroll. Unlike the ancient bronze halls in the boundless secret realm and the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom, this one in the desolate ancient forbidden land was better preserved. As a result, Chen Chongqing was able to glean more detailed imagery. Long ago, all living beings, in order to escape the pursuit of the giant hand, relied on a certain ominous power. Initially, they did manage to repel the giant hand. However, they later discovered that this ominous power was corroding the world. Faced with this situation, all living beings joined forces with the giant hand and successfully drove away the ominous power. Although the ominous power was expelled, remnants of it still lingered. To prevent its resurgence, all living beings and the giant hand together created 18 ancient bronze halls, entrusting them to 18 different races for protection. 9 of these halls were guarded by the giant hand. To maintain communication, 3 colored teleportation arrays were inscribed within the ancient bronze halls. These arrays not only allowed for long-distance teleportation, but were also immune to external interference. Logically, after enduring hardships together, all living beings and the giant hand should have been able to coexist peacefully. But who could have predicted that they would start fighting again? The story depicted in the imagery was clearly divided into 2 layers, with the patterns from the earlier and later periods distinctly different. After viewing all the images, Chen Chongqing looked helpless. The 3-colored teleportation array was originally capable of directional teleportation, but due to the ravages of war and time, it was highly likely that the 18 ancient bronze halls were no longer in their original locations. As a result, the teleportation array could now only perform random teleportation. This left him with only a 1 in 17 chance of finding Nianxing, which made Chen Chongqing deeply reluctant. But as long as Nianxing's safety remained uncertain, he couldn't rest easy. Finally, he glanced at the three-colored teleportation array inside the ancient bronze hall and sighed. Girl, you really know how to make trouble for me. Some of the patterns here have been erased. It's clear that someone doesn't want others to know the truth. Now, if I want to find you, I must first figure out which races are guarding these 18 ancient bronze halls. Please don't let yourself be teleported to the giant hand side, or I'll really have a headache. With that, Chen Chongqing began studying the three-colored teleportation array inside the hall. The patterns in this ancient bronze hall were also incomplete. More precisely, two critical pieces of information were missing. One was the identities of the 18 races guarding the ancient bronze halls, and the other was the origin of the giant hand. When he first entered the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom, Chen Chongqing had already noticed that information about these 18 races had been deliberately erased. Initially, he thought it was because the Ascended Immortal didn't want others to know too much. But now, it seemed the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. The existence capable of erasing those special patterns in the desolate ancient forbidden land must be unimaginably powerful. Or perhaps, these patterns were intentionally erased by some terrifying force within the desolate ancient forbidden land itself. Moreover, with the locations of the 18 ancient bronze halls having shifted, logically, whatever was being suppressed beneath them should have already broken free. Yet, in reality, the ominous aura within the boundless secret realm had already been completely cleansed. This indicates that some kind of being is secretly eliminating these threats. Regardless of which of these speculations is true, the entity behind it is not someone Chen Chongqing can afford to provoke right now. Time passed. 2 months later, Chen Chongqing finally figured out how to activate the tricolor teleportation array. He managed to do so quickly because his formation skills had greatly improved, and he had already gained some understanding of the tricolor teleportation array while repairing the ancient bronze hall in the boundless secret realm. Although that array was in a state of disrepair, he had accumulated considerable experience. He extracted spiritual energy from spirit stones and infused it into the tricolor teleportation array. As the energy poured in, the array began to glow faintly. Based on his understanding, Chen Chongqing filled in the subtle gaps and adjusted the possibly misaligned array patterns. Finally, the tricolor teleportation array was able to function properly. Looking at the array before him, Chen Chongqing tried hard to suppress his nervousness. He took out the stone coffin of the 100 Defeats Immortal Sovereign, lay inside, formed a hand seal, and quickly closed the coffin lid. After all, he had not fully comprehended the tricolor teleportation array, and being able to barely activate it was already his limit. Who knew what kind of accidents might occur? Chen Chongqing absolutely would not risk teleporting with his physical body directly. Buzz! The array activated, and the stone coffin disappeared in an instant. Clang! 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 Continuous knocking sounds echoed from within, and Chen Chongqing broke out in a cold sweat, covering his ears. With his level of expertise in formations, he quickly deduced what was happening outside. It turned out that countless spatial rifts were simultaneously slicing through the exterior of the stone coffin. This situation indicated that there was a problem with the teleportation arrays on both ends, which caused these rifts to appear. Good thing I was cautious. If I had teleported with my physical body, there wouldn't even be a trace of me left by now. After sighing with lingering fear, Chen Chongqing began to wait quietly. Hey! Hundreds of strong men with dark skin, dressed in animal hides, danced around a bonfire, seemingly performing some kind of ritual. Beside the bonfire stood a tall bronze altar, where an elderly high priest knelt, praying continuously and muttering incantations. Buzz! Suddenly, the long-dormant altar emitted a dazzling tricolor light. Seeing this, the people below and the high priest beside the altar were all stunned. Everyone was thinking, this ritual is only held once every 10 years, and it's usually just a formality. Why is there suddenly a reaction? Boom! A heavy stone coffin fell heavily onto the altar, and the previously faint tricolor array patterns shattered completely. Faced with this bizarre turn of events, everyone fell silent. Screech, the stone coffin made a sound, and everyone took a step back in fright. The coffin lid was pushed open, and a creature with strange clothing and delicate skin sat up. At that moment, thousands of eyes were fixed on him. Qin Changsheng, seriously? I just arrived, and there's already such a grand reception. How am I supposed to handle this? That's right. The one who appeared on the altar was none other than Qin Changsheng, who had just emerged from the desolate ancient forbidden land through the tricolor teleportation array. He glanced at the now shattered tricolor teleportation array and then scanned the crowd tightly surrounding him. After some thought, he decided to try communicating with them amicably first. Where is this place? Qin Changsheng asked tentatively. No one responded, so he tried another language. Qin Changsheng was well-read and fluent in dozens of languages. However, it seemed that the language spoken by these people was likely not one commonly used in the Great Qian dynasty or the Xuanwu kingdom. To figure out where he was, he would first need to solve the communication problem. He switched through 28 languages in succession, finally using a broken language that elicited a reaction from the high priest. This is the 10,000 mountains. Who are you? The high priest asked. Relieved to have overcome the communication barrier, Qin Changsheng exhaled. I am an outsider and don't understand your language well. Can we communicate using divine sense? He said. The high priest nodded and released his divine sense to connect with Qin Changsheng. However, strangely enough, despite the high priest's imposing aura, his divine sense was pitifully weak, even inferior to that of an ordinary golden core stage cultivator. The situation was odd, but Qin Changsheng didn't dwell on it, focusing instead on repairing the three-colored teleportation array to leave this place as soon as possible. Yet, the moment their divine senses connected, the high priest was so overwhelmed by Qin Changsheng's powerful divine sense that he collapsed, immediately kneeling and bowing fervently, joined by his tribesmen in worship. Because they spoke too quickly and he was unfamiliar with the broken language, Qin Changsheng couldn't understand what they were saying. However, he managed to catch a few words: heavenly god, gratitude, white witch. Qin Changsheng. Could they have mistaken me for some kind of powerful figure? Judging by this, it seems I won't be leaving anytime soon. Honored divine envoy, please enjoy your meal, the high priest said respectfully before retreating. In front of Qin Changsheng were various unfamiliar meats and fresh spiritual fruits. Looking at the food before him, Qin Changsheng smiled helplessly and used his divine sense to speak to the woman beside him. I can't eat all of this by myself. Why don't you join me? The woman quickly shook her head, muttering a string of words. Although he couldn't understand her language, Qin Changsheng roughly guessed her meaning. He smiled and said, If you're not eating, then teach me your language. I can't understand much of what is spoken here. The woman was delighted to hear this, nodding and beginning to teach Qin Changsheng the local language. The long night passed quickly, and after a night of learning, Qin Changsheng could finally understand the language here to some extent. From the woman, he learned about the situation in this place. This area didn't have a specific name. The most commonly used term was 10,000 mountains. No one knew the exact size of this mountain range, as no one had ever managed to leave it. The cultivation system here was also unique. They didn't cultivate their bodies or inner cores, but focused solely on goo insects. Goo insects came in many varieties, capable of both killing enemies and saving lives. However, the major drawback of specializing in goo insects was the inability to enhance divine sense. Qin Changsheng wasn't particularly fond of cultivation, but had a strong interest in studying formations. Divine sense was crucial when researching formations. Through long-term training, his divine sense as a nascent soul cultivator was even stronger than that of some soul formation stage individuals. Because of this, the high priest held him in high regard. All right, let us take a break. Amon, you should go and rest for now, Qin Changsheng said, noticing the sky outside beginning to brighten, and called the weary white witch tribe girl to rest. Amon obediently got up and left, but halfway out, she suddenly knelt down and pleaded urgently. Honored divine envoy, please help the white witch tribe. If this continues, we'll be driven to extinction by the black witch tribe. Hearing Amon's plea, Chun Chongqing's face was full of helplessness. He had no desire to get involved in such tribal conflicts. There were too many disputes in the world, and if he helped every time, he'd never have a moment's peace. Besides the conflict between the White Witch and Black Witch tribes, there was an even more pressing issue: the repair of the three-colored teleportation array. He had seen the altar. It was indeed part of the ancient bronze temple. To be precise, the altar was merely the base of the ancient bronze temple, as the upper part had long disappeared. Repairing the teleportation array required many materials, the most crucial being the metal used to forge the ancient bronze temple. The White Witch tribe were the indigenous people here, and they knew this land best. Without their help, he wouldn't be able to find the missing ancient bronze temple. But to get their assistance, he had to help them first, otherwise, they wouldn't act easily. Thinking of this, Chun Chongqing spoke. I don't know much about the conflict between you and the Black Witch tribe, but I can try to mediate for you. Whether it succeeds or not depends on luck. I can't guarantee anything. Amon was delighted upon hearing this and ran out of the room to thank him. Watching her back as she left, Chun Chongqing smiled and shook his head. The people here are so simple. If it were somewhere else, I might have already been captured for research. After speaking, he continued learning the White Witch tribe's language while pondering how to mediate the conflict between the two tribes. The high priest said the Black Witch tribe's settlement is just ahead. He pointed to the village in the distance, his tone filled with excitement, like a child tattling to a parent. Chun Chongqing looked at the Black Witch tribe's village in the distance, his brows furrowing. The villages of the White Witch tribe and the Black Witch tribe were very close, only about 2 or 3 miles apart. Such proximity was clearly unusual. Judging by the situation, the hatred between the two tribes ran deep. If that were the case, why hadn't they gone to war yet? As Chun Chongqing was pondering, the high priest shouted loudly toward the Black Witch tribe, "Go and call your chief. Tell him the divine envoy has arrived." The two young guards of the Black Witch tribe obediently went back to summon their leader. Chun Chongqing was startled. What is going on? You're on enemy territory now. This attitude doesn't seem appropriate, does it? And why are they listening to you so obediently? Are you tricking me? Before he could figure it out, a large group of people from the Black Witch tribe came out. Leading them was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. Seeing Chun Chongqing's unusual attire, the man hesitated for a moment and used his spiritual sense to probe him. Chun Chongqing lightly countered this weak probe. Poof! The middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing their chief injured, the Black Witch tribe members instantly summoned countless dense poisonous insects surrounding Chun Chongqing. Facing the poisonous insects around him, Chun Chongqing was speechless. The White Witch tribe's high priest was not targeted, only he was attacked. Chun Chongqing complained inwardly. This is a bit much. You two tribes are enemies, so why are you only targeting me? And I barely used any spiritual sense. How did he end up spitting blood? This guy is supposed to be your leader. How is he so weak? Are you deliberately picking a fight? Just as he was considering whether to knock everyone down and leave, the blood-spitting middle-aged man climbed up and shouted loudly, "Put away all the goo insects. Do not be disrespectful to the divine envoy." He stopped his tribe's actions and said respectfully, "I apologize for offending the divine envoy earlier. Please forgive me. Our Black Witch tribe holds the divine envoy in the highest regard, with absolutely no." "Wait." Chun Chongqing interrupted him directly. "Why are you so sure that I'm the divine envoy?" "Because the high priest said you are the divine envoy, and the divine envoy has just proven his identity. But as far as I know, the Black Witch tribe and the White Witch tribe should be enemies, right?" "Yes." "Do you believe what he said?" "I believe." Chun Chongqing. "This logic is a bit strange. Your situation is quite confusing to me." The complex hostile relationship between the White Witches and Black Witches left Chun Chongqing puzzled. To uncover the truth, he immediately asked the high priest and the Black Witch chief to explain the matter clearly. After hearing the full story, Chun Chongqing said, "The Black Witches and White Witches were originally one family, but you couldn't live together anymore, so you drove some of your people out." "Yes, the ancestors of the Witch clan left this instruction. Whenever the Witch clan faces an unsolvable problem, the people must split into two factions, the strong and the weak, with no ties of life or death between them." Faced with the Black Witch chief's response, Chun Chongqing was momentarily speechless. Although this method could preserve the future of the clan, it was too cruel. Watching family and friends die was the most brutal punishment in the world. After thinking for a moment, Chen Chongqing asked, judging by your situation, the split shouldn't have happened long ago, right? What exactly happened that forced you to make such a choice? The Black Witch chief hesitated for a moment and said, although life in the 10,000 mountains is difficult, our witch clan could still barely survive. But 3 years ago, a thunder beast invaded our territory, continuously compressing our living space. If we hadn't been unable to hold on, how could we have driven out our own people? Thunder Beast. Upon hearing this name, Chen Chongqing immediately searched his mind for relevant information. Soon, he understood the background of the Thunder Beast. Thunder Beasts are powerful creatures among the Beast Clan. The Beast Clan is somewhat similar to the Demon Clan, but not entirely the same. The Demon Clan is formed from ordinary beasts that transform, while the Beast Clan is an ancient, powerful race that naturally possesses various magical talents. More importantly, the Beast Clan harbors extreme hatred for the Human Clan and looks down on the Demon Clan. They believe that the beast form is the strongest shape in the world, and abandoning the beast form to take on human form is a betrayal of their race. After sorting through this information, Chen Chongqing said, the strength of the Beast Clan cannot be underestimated. Relying solely on the Witch Clan's power, it's difficult to resist. How about this? I'll help you find a new place to live, and in return, you can help me with something. How does that sound? The high priest was delighted and agreed. Thank you, Divine Envoy. After all, given the current situation, the White Witch Clan was likely to face extinction, and who wouldn't be happy for a chance to survive? However, the Black Witch Chief's expression was not as optimistic. Divine Envoy, you may not understand the situation in the 10,000 mountains. This place is filled with miasma, poisonous insects, and fierce beasts. Finding a suitable place is harder than ascending to heaven. Chen Chongqing said, things always need someone to try. Whether we can find one or not, let's give it a shot first. The Black Witch Chief had no choice but to nod in agreement, as he also didn't want to see the White Witch Clan disappear. Divine Envoy, is there anything else? Our Witch Clan will fully cooperate. Nothing major. I'm looking for something a bronze ancient hall. You should know about it, right? As soon as he said this, the faces of the Witch Clan members changed drastically. Seeing this, Chen Chongqing asked, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the Bronze Ancient Hall? Divine Envoy, the Bronze Ancient Hall is our Witch Clan's sacred place for worship, but 3 years ago, it was taken by the Thunder Beast. We are no match for it. Looking at the chief's troubled expression, Chen Chongqing understood their meaning. They wanted him to retrieve the Bronze Ancient Hall, but he smiled and said, as long as I know where the ancient temple is, that's enough. I'll handle the rest. Do you know where the Thunder Beast is? I want to talk to it. Not all beasts are stubborn. I know. I'll take you there. As soon as the words fell, a simple-looking young man stepped forward. The Black Witch Clan chief immediately scolded. Ollie, go back. Adults are talking. Children shouldn't interrupt. But the young man stood his ground and said loudly, Father, I'm already 16 years old. I just came of age last month. I'm not a child anymore. I want to contribute to the Witch Clan. I don't want Grandpa and the others to die in vain. I know the situation in Shueihua Cave Heaven better than anyone else. I'm the most suitable guide. The clan chief's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately tried to dissuade him. Meeting the Thunder Beast is dangerous. Even though you're my son and the clan chief, I can't show favoritism. Thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, since you're so insistent, take the Divine Envoy to Shueihua Cave Heaven. But you must protect the Divine Envoy. He's unfamiliar with the 10,000 mountains. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to the Divine Envoy. Ollie excitedly walked up to Chen Chongqing. Divine Envoy, I'm ready. When do we set off? Right now. Chen Chongqing grabbed Ollie, and they instantly disappeared from where they stood. Divine Envoy, let's not fly too high, or we'll attract the attention of fierce beasts. Ollie guided the way while reminding Chen Chongqing how to avoid danger. It had to be said, Ollie's advice was very useful. Along the way, Chen Chongqing encountered many powerful beasts. Some of them were troublesome even for him to deal with. The scenery around them quickly receded, and Ollie was filled with admiration for Chen Chongqing's immense strength. Divine Envoy, You will definitely help the witch clan out of their predicament, right? Ollie asked. Chen Changxing smiled and said, I can only help you in certain ways. Whether you can escape your predicament depends on yourselves. Don't always rely on others. Relying on yourself is the most reliable. Besides, to you, I'm just a passerby. I won't stay here forever. In the future, you'll have to rely on yourselves. After speaking, he stopped in front of a massive cave. He adjusted his clothes and cupped his hands, saying, Human cultivator Chen Changxing requests an audience. Swish, splash. As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of unknown liquid drenched him completely. Immediately after, a gigantic head emerged from the cave. Looking at the liquid on his body, Chen Changxing froze. If he guessed correctly, it was saliva. Pathetic insect, get lost. Splash. Another large mass of saliva fell, drenching Chen Changxing again. He paused for a moment, silently wiped the saliva off his face, and then turned to leave with Ollie. Ollie cautiously asked, Divine Envoy, are you all right? Chen Changxing said expressionlessly, I'm fine, but I have to tell you, I don't plan to leave for now. When I take care of that thunder beast, then I'll leave the 10,000 mountains. Chen Changxing sped through the dense forest with Ollie, his face devoid of expression, but this was the first time in hundreds of years that he was truly angry. Since achieving longevity, he had always adhered to the path of kindness, not killing a single person in hundreds of years. Even when dealing with the transcendent real person, Chen Changxing hadn't acted personally. But now, the usually gentle him had been spat on not once, but twice. What gave this thunder beast the right to act like this? I didn't provoke it, nor did I seek revenge. It has no reason to act this way. Besides, it's just a thunder beast in the nascent soul stage. Chen Changxing had encountered many powerful beings in the nascent soul stage, such as the Wolf King Wanyan Agudo of the Night Moon Kingdom, the Patriarch Yuhua Zhenren of the Shangqing Temple. Not to mention the Xuanwu Emperor, who had stepped into the seventh realm, and those indescribably terrifying entities in ancient forbidden lands. Even among these powerful beings, none had ever treated him so rudely. He was a true disciple of the Shangqing Temple, an honored guest of the Xuanwu Kingdom, and a funeral guide in the river of history. Countless geniuses were his friends, and great figures conversed and laughed with him. Why should he be spat on by a mere thunder beast? Anger fueled Chen Changxing's speed, and before long, he returned to the Wu tribe's village. As the two landed, the high priest and the chief hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. Before they could speak, Chen Changxing preempted them, saying, Since you regard me as a divine envoy, you should trust my abilities. I plan to kill that thunder beast in the Water Moon Cave within 10 years. If you believe I can do it, then help me. If not, leave quickly so you won't be implicated later. With that, he turned and left, leaving the high priest and the chief dumbfounded. Inside the wooden hut, Chen Changxing was busy writing and drawing on tree bark, clearly planning something. At that moment, Amon walked in with a plate of fresh spiritual fruits. Divine Envoy, please have some spiritual fruits to calm down. Without looking up, Chen Changxing replied indifferently, I know you have ancestral rules that say not to provoke those on the sacrificial altar. Although the ancestral rules make sense, things aren't always set in stone. I'm not the kind of person described in your ancestral rules, so there's no need to call me Divine Envoy anymore. If you're willing, just call me Brother Changxing. The matter with the Thunder Beast is between me and it won't involve the Wu tribe, so don't worry. Hearing this, Amon hesitated and said, DV. Brother Changxing, that's not what I wanted to say. Chen Changxing looked up at her and asked curiously, if not that, then what do you want to say? Amon's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Brother Changxing, I heard when I was little that there's another world outside the mountains. But no one in the Wu tribe knows what it's really like out there. You came from the outside. Can you tell me what it's like? Seeing the longing in Amon's eyes, Chen Changxing thought for a moment and said, the world outside the mountains is fascinating, but I wouldn't recommend you learn about it. Why? Because the world outside is even more dangerous than the poisonous insects and fierce beasts in these mountains. Out there, sometimes death is a relief. As he spoke, he untied the wooden carving from his waist and handed it to her along with the tree bark in his hand. Give the tree bark to Chief Gully and have him follow the arrangements on it. I guess you'll choose to join me in dealing with the Thunder Beast. The wooden carving is for you. Since I arrived here, you've been staring at it, making me a bit embarrassed. Amon blushed. Brother Changsheng, I wasn't T. Do you think I wouldn't notice? It's just an ordinary wooden carving, nothing special. If you want to play with it, take it. The wooden carving on Chen Changsheng's waist was a chubby and adorable sheep. He often did woodworking, so his carving skills were naturally excellent. Having grown up in the isolated mountains, it was only natural for Amon to be attracted to the novel items Chen Changsheng carved. Thank you, Brother Changsheng. Amon happily expressed her gratitude and cheerfully left the room. Watching Amon's departing figure, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and then turned his attention back to the issue of the Thunder Beast. Beast clans generally lived in groups, and as for the Thunder Beast in the Water Moon Cave Heaven at the transformation stage, he wasn't too worried. What truly concerned him was the entire race behind the Thunder Beast. The rules of the cultivation world were harsh. First, you deal with the small ones, then the bigger ones come, and after the bigger ones, there are even stronger ones. This kind of situation was already very common. It was precisely because of this that Chen Changsheng spent a great deal of effort planning. After all, exterminating an entire race was no simple matter. Although he was friendly with others, he was by no means a pushover. He absolutely couldn't let these two verbal battles slide easily. Under Chen Changsheng's command, the Wu clan quickly got busy. One towering tree after another was felled, and the Wu clan members used tools to carve out many peculiar patterns. Chen Changsheng inspected the progress of the formation while pointing out errors. At this moment, Chief Guli approached. Divine Envoy, will these things scare off the Thunder Beast? No, this is just an improved spirit-gathering formation. This formation not only concentrates spiritual energy, but also blocks the miasma from the mountains. I've observed the Wu clan's art of goo insects. The power of goo insects is considerable, but you've encountered their natural enemy, the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast's scales are so hard they can resist most goo insects, and its innate divine abilities absolutely suppress goo insects. If it weren't for this, you wouldn't be in such a sorry state. After hearing Chen Changsheng's analysis, Guli smiled bitterly and said, the Divine Envoy is right. Our Wu clan has ways to survive in the mountains, naturally methods to deal with danger. Unfortunately, we've lost the golden silkworm goo, otherwise we might not be so helpless against the Thunder Beast. Golden silkworm goo? What is that? It's the most powerful goo insect of our Wu clan, or more accurately, it should be called the Goo God. Legend has it that it can devour everything in the world. Even the Thunder Beast's scales cannot withstand it. Guli's description made Chen Changsheng nod. It's indeed a treasure, but it's a pity it's been lost. Since your methods don't work, why not try mine? Chen Changsheng continued. I see that the Wu clan members are physically strong, quite suitable for cultivating body refining techniques. Take these two techniques and use them first. Once the clan's strength improves, we can make further plans. Additionally, you might not understand the text on these techniques. I've already explained the details to Amon. If you have any questions, you can ask her. Guli took the two pieces of bark handed over by Chen Changsheng, his face beaming with joy. Thank you, Divine Envoy. We will certainly live up to your expectations. After speaking, Guli left with the techniques. After Guli left, Chen Changsheng didn't stay with the Wu clan, but instead found a quiet place to study the 9 Revolutions profound art. Previously, he didn't cultivate much because he didn't need to engage in battles. Now, with war looming, he naturally had to slightly cultivate. Why doesn't he at work? Chen Changsheng frowned as he looked at the 9 Revolutions profound art in his hand, unable to figure it out. The translated version of the first half of the 9 Revolutions profound art had been sent to him by Zhua Xinghe long ago. Based on this part, he had reverse-engineered the translation of the entire technique. But after translating it, the 9 Revolutions profound art couldn't be practiced. Chen Changsheng repeatedly examined the golden pages in his hand, pondering where the mistake lay this moment. Ali quietly approached. Divine Envoy, what are you doing? Chen Changsheng glanced at the honest-looking Ali and replied indifferently. Nothing much, just studying something. What do you need from me? As he spoke, he casually placed the golden page aside. The text on it was incomprehensible to anyone, so he wasn't worried about Ali stealing its secrets. Ali blushed, rubbing his hands together, and said, "Divine Envoy, you're so powerful. I want to become your disciple." "Become my disciple? Don't even think about it. I never take disciples. The 2 cultivation techniques I gave to Chief Guli are already quite good. If you practice diligently, your future achievements won't be low." Chen Chongqing flatly refused. Although Ali was disappointed, as he was about to leave, he noticed the golden page beside Chen Chongqing and casually remarked, "Divine Envoy, this 8-9 profound art sounds really powerful." "Wait a moment." Chen Chongqing suddenly called out to Ali, his face full of confusion. "Divine Envoy, is there something wrong?" Ali asked, "What did you just say about a profound art?" "The 8-9 profound art," Ali replied without hesitation. Hearing this name, both unfamiliar and familiar, Chen Chongqing immediately picked up the golden page beside him and asked, "You can understand the words on this? What's so hard to understand?" "I'm the one in the tribe who knows the most characters," Ali said confidently. Watching Ali's retreating figure, Chen Chongqing smiled and then turned his attention back to the issue of the Thunder Beast. Beast tribes were usually communal creatures. Chen Chongqing wasn't too worried about the nascent soul stage Thunder Beast in the Water Moon Cave. What he was truly concerned about was the race behind the Thunder Beast. If you defeat the young ones, the older ones come. If you defeat the older ones, even older ones will come. This kind of situation was very common in the cultivation world. It was precisely because of this that Chen Chongqing had spent a great deal of effort on his plans. After all, wiping out an entire race was no easy task. Although he was kind-hearted, he was by no means a pushover to be manipulated at will. This grudge between the 2 parties could not be left unresolved. Under Chen Chongqing's direction, the Wu tribe quickly began their intense work. Towering trees were felled one by one, and the Wu tribe used tools to carve out many intricate patterns. As Chen Chongqing patrolled the progress of the formation, he pointed out areas that needed improvement. At this moment, Chief Guli approached. "Divine Envoy, will these things drive away the Thunder Beast?" "No." Chen Chongqing shook his head and explained, "This is just an improved spirit-gathering formation. It not only gathers spiritual energy but also shields against the miasma in the mountains. I've observed the Wu tribe's Gu insect techniques. They're quite powerful. But you've encountered their natural enemy, the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast's tough scales can resist most Gu insects, and its innate abilities completely counter them. If that weren't the case, you wouldn't be in such a dire situation." After hearing Chen Chongqing's analysis, Guli smiled bitterly and said, "The Divine Envoy is right. Our Wu tribe has indeed survived in the mountains by relying on our own methods. Unfortunately, our tribe's golden silkworm Gu has been lost. If we still had it, we might not be struggling against the Thunder Beast." "Golden silkworm Gu? What's that?" "It's the most powerful Gu insect of our Wu tribe. To be precise, it should be called the Gu God. Legend has it that the golden silkworm Gu can devour all things in the world, and even the Thunder Beast's scales can't withstand it." After hearing Guli's explanation, Chen Chongqing nodded and said, "It does sound like a remarkable thing. It's a pity it's been lost. Since your methods can't deal with the Thunder Beast, why not try mine? I see that the physique of your Wu tribe is very strong, perfectly suited for practicing body refinement techniques. Take these 2 techniques and start practicing. Once the tribe's strength improves, we can consider the next steps. Also, you might not understand the text I wrote. I've already explained the details to Amon. If you have any questions, ask her directly." Guli took the 2 pieces of bark handed over by Chen Chongqing, grinning from ear to ear. "Thank you, Divine Envoy. We will not disappoint your expectations." After saying this, Guli left with the techniques. After Guli left, Chen Chongqing didn't stay in the Wu tribe either. He found a secluded spot to study the 9 Revolutions profound technique. In the past, he didn't like cultivating because he didn't need to engage in battles. Now, with war approaching, he naturally had to slightly train himself. "What is going on? Why can't I successfully practice this 9 Revolutions profound technique?" Chen Chongqing stared at the 9 Revolutions profound technique in his hand, utterly puzzled. The translated version of the first half of the 9 Revolutions profound technique had been sent to him by Zhua Xinghe long ago. Based on the content of the first half, Qin Chongqing had reverse-engineered the translation of the entire Nine Revolutions profound technique. But after translating it, he still couldn't practice it. He repeatedly flipped through the golden pages in his hand, pondering where the problem lay. At this moment, Ali peeked over from the side. "Divine Envoy, what are you doing?" Seeing Ali's honest face, Qin Chongqing replied indifferently. "Nothing much, just researching something. Why are you looking for me?" As he spoke, he casually placed the golden pages aside. Since no one could understand the text on them, he wasn't worried about Ali stealing the knowledge. Ali blushed upon hearing this, rubbed his hands, and said, "Divine Envoy, you're so powerful. I want to become your disciple." "Become my disciple? Don't even think about it. The two techniques I gave to Chief Gully are already good enough. Practice well, and your future achievements won't be bad." Seeing Qin Chongqing's decisive refusal, Ali couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Just as Ali was about to leave, he noticed the golden pages next to Qin Chongqing and casually said, "Divine Envoy, this 8-9 profound technique sounds impressive." Wait. Originally, Ali had just said something to ease the awkwardness, but unexpectedly, Qin Chongqing stopped him with a surprised expression. "Divine Envoy, is there something else?" "What did you just say?" 8-9 profound technique." "Yes, the 8-9 profound technique," Ali said without hesitation, uttering a name that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Qin Chongqing immediately picked up the golden pages beside him and asked, "Can you understand the text on this?" "What's so hard to understand? I'm the young man in the tribe who knows the most characters." "That's not what I meant. I'm asking why you can recognize these characters." "Divine Envoy, isn't this normal? This is the Wu tribe script, of course I can recognize it." Hearing Ali's words, Qin Chongqing was speechless. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He had indeed learned the Wu tribe's language, but only the spoken form, and had never seen the written script. Although he had seen scattered records of the Wu tribe's language in some ancient texts, those texts only mentioned that it was a very ancient language and recorded some pronunciations. In reality, he had never seen the Wu tribe's script, so he had always assumed that the Wu tribe only had a spoken language and no written script. This situation was actually quite common. Thinking of this, Qin Chongqing's mouth twitched, and he beckoned. "Ali, help me translate the text on this." Ali was naturally delighted and soon translated all the text. After hearing his translation, Qin Chongqing rolled his eyes dramatically. The 9-turn mystical art was the second most powerful technique in Xuanwu Kingdom, and over thousands of years, only a handful of people had managed to master it. Even for those who succeeded, the power of the technique was far less exaggerated than the legends claimed. Now, Qin Chongqing finally understood why this was the case. The reason was that the ancestors of Xuanwu Kingdom had mistranslated it from the very beginning. 8-9 mystical art was translated as 9-turn mystical art, with 2 out of 4 characters being wrong, and the subsequent content was even worse. After silently criticizing the ancestors of Xuanwu Kingdom, Qin Chongqing turned to Ali and said, "Ali, it seems this opportunity was meant for you. Since you've already translated the 8-9 mystical art, I will pass this technique on to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ali immediately tried to kneel and bow to him as a master. However, a surge of spiritual energy stopped him. "Don't rush. I'm passing this technique to you because you have this opportunity, but that doesn't mean I'm taking you as my disciple. Moreover, after learning the 8-9 mystical art, you must never tell anyone about it, not even your own clansmen. This technique has a significant origin, and if it is casually leaked, it could bring disaster to the Wu clan." Faced with Qin Chongqing's instructions, Ali nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Lord Messenger, I will never tell anyone." "That's for the best. Don't call me Lord Messenger, just call me Mr. "All right, Mr." After that, Qin Chongqing began teaching Ali some basic cultivation techniques. Although the 8-9 mystical art was powerful, it was ultimately a profound technique, and Ali, without any foundation, couldn't cultivate it. An hour passed, and Qin Chongqing had finished teaching all the basic techniques. "All right, that's all for today's lesson. When you go back, make sure to familiarize yourself with them." "I will remember, Mr." Ali replied. After Ali left, Qin Chongqing stared at the 8-9 mystical art in his hand and muttered to himself, "I thought it was just a body refining technique, but it turns out to be far more complex than I imagined. The number of yin and yang, 8 represents yin, 9 represents yang, and 8 times 9 is the highest number in Taoism. When the technique reaches 9 turns, it can strip away acquired impurities and reveal innate true yang. The 3 souls unite. The 7 spirits merge with the body. The primordial spirit remains eternally condensed, and the physical body becomes indestructible. After speaking, Chen Changxing couldn't help but smile. This 8-9 mystical art, theoretically, was also, after learning the 8-9 profound art, you absolutely cannot tell anyone, not even your own clansmen. This technique has a significant origin. If you speak carelessly, it could bring great trouble to the Wu clan. Ollie nodded seriously. Rest assured, Master Divine Envoy, I will keep my mouth shut. That's for the best. Don't call me Master Divine Envoy, just call me teacher. Understood, teacher. After speaking, Chen Changxing began teaching Ollie the basic essentials of cultivation. Although the 8-9 profound art was powerful, it was ultimately a profound technique. Without a foundation, Ollie wouldn't be able to practice it at all. An hour passed, and Chen Changxing had imparted the basics to Ollie. All right, that's it for today. Go back and familiarize yourself with it. I'll remember, teacher. After Ollie left, Chen Changxing stared at the 8-9 profound art in his hand. I originally thought it was just a body refinement technique, but it seems I was wrong. The greatest number of yin is 8, and the greatest number of yang is 9. 8 times 9 is the most important number in Taoism. Achieving the 9 transformations means stripping away all acquired impurities in the body, revealing the innate pure true yang. The 3 souls unite. The 7 spirits merge with the body. The primordial spirit never dissipates, and the body becomes indestructible. After speaking, a smile of excitement appeared on Chen Changxing's lips. This 8-9 profound art was actually a theoretical method for achieving immortality. Whether it could truly grant immortality was still uncertain. However, its power far exceeded Chen Changxing's expectations. It not only cultivated the body, but also the spirit, and it recorded various miraculous divine abilities. Although Chen Changxing currently only had 1 golden page, this item was worth more than everything else he owned combined. Chen Changxing thought to himself, the technique called ground traversing golden light sounds impressive. I've really stumbled upon a treasure. Teacher, did you gain anything today? A sturdy young man dressed in coarse linen walked over. Chen Changxing put away his pen and paper and said, same as usual, that thunder beast still rarely shows up. The young man said, Teacher, even you can't defeat that thunder beast? I'm not sure. You know me, I don't like fighting. By the way, how's your progress with the 8-9 profound art? Thank you for your concern, teacher. I've already reached the 7th level. You're about to be able to cultivate the divine ability, ground traversing golden light. Hearing this, Chen Changxing nodded in satisfaction. To reach the 7th level of the 8-9 profound art in 10 years, I must say you're naturally suited for this technique. Unfortunately, I only have the first 9 levels of the technique. The remaining 63 levels might never be gathered. In a few more months, once you've mastered ground-traversing golden light, we can go deal with that thunder beast. Indeed, this young man was none other than the honest boy Ollie from 10 years ago. When the Wu clan learned that Chen Changxing intended to take revenge on the thunder beast, they all thought a war was imminent. Unexpectedly, they ended up waiting for a full 10 years. During these 10 years, apart from teaching Ollie and Amon, Chen Changxing spent most of his time observing the thunder beast. Upon hearing that Chen Changxing had finally decided to act, Ollie couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, the thunder beast was a ferocious beast at the nascent soul stage. Although Chen Changxing had also advanced to the nascent soul stage 3 years ago, he had only recently reached that level. Facing an experienced nascent soul stage thunder beast, the odds of victory were not high. Ollie asked, Teacher, with the cultivation system being so complex nowadays, how can I judge an opponent's strength if I ever leave the 10,000 Great Mountains? Chen Changxing replied, There's no accurate way to judge. You can only rely on your intuition. External cultivation and internal cultivation each have their own advantages. Although the differences in realms are not significant after a general division, a closer look reveals the disparities. In life and death battles, victory or defeat often hinges on a fine line, and subtle differences can determine life or death. Ollie laughed and said, "That's too troublesome. Why can't there be a unified cultivation method? Inner cultivation and external cultivation each have their advantages. Why not combine both? In theory, it's possible, but no one has achieved it so far." Although the 8-9 mystical art can cultivate primordial spirit power through the physical body, its essence still leans towards external cultivation. You understand both inner and external cultivation methods. Your ideas are interesting, but there are still many issues within them that you need to resolve yourself. Perhaps hundreds or thousands of years later, you might unify the entire cultivation world and create a brand new cultivation system. Listening to Qin Changxing's endless talk, Ollie smiled but didn't take it seriously. The matter of combining inner and external cultivation was merely a topic for their idle chat. Even the person who brought up the topic didn't expect it to be realized. "What are you guys talking about? Can you tell me?" A simply dressed woman carrying a food box walked over. Although her attire was plain, her stunning beauty was hard to conceal. Her bright, grape-like eyes sparkled, and her cherry-red lips were captivating. Her fair skin was delicate and smooth, and her long, jet-black hair was casually pinned with a hairpin. Despite her simple appearance, the woman's natural beauty was fully displayed. Seeing her approach, Ollie smiled and said, "Amon, you're getting prettier and prettier. I remember you used to be dark and skinny, completely different. And besides, with the master's cultivation level, he should have long since stopped eating. Why do you still insist on bringing food?" Amon rolled her eyes at Ollie and said, "After learning from Brother Changsheng for so long, you still can't control your mouth. Since you've stopped eating, you can skip today's meal." Ollie shrank his neck in fear at her words. Qin Changxing smiled faintly and said, "Cultivators may be able to stop eating, but eating more food doesn't hurt." Ollie asked curiously, "Why?" Qin Changxing explained, "People need to eat. Being more connected to the human world can make one more energetic and humane. Besides, Amon's cooking is so delicious. Don't you want to try it?" Amon interjected, "That's right. Brother Changxing is sensible, unlike some people who have cultivated their brains into mush." Ollie rolled his eyes at her and said, "It's not that I don't want to eat, it's that you're biased. The master's meals always have chicken legs, while mine only have a pile of greens. If you added a chicken leg to my meal, I definitely want to eat. Eat if you want. If not, then leave. Can't you make your own chicken leg? You're picky even when given food. Today you won't get any." With that, Amon pushed Ollie aside and placed the food in front of Qin Changxing. Faced with such differential treatment, Ollie could only mutter quietly while squatting to the side. Unlike her rough attitude towards Ollie, Amon was gentle and considerate towards Qin Changxing, like a virtuous wife. "Brother Changxing, you've been observing the Thunder Beast for 10 years. Have you discovered its weakness?" Qin Changxing swallowed a bite of chicken leg and smacked his lips, saying, "I haven't found the Thunder Beast's weakness, but there are plenty of problems. Watermoon Cave Heaven is one of the Witch Clan's habitats, but the spiritual energy environment is not ideal. So, logically speaking, the Watermoon Cave shouldn't attract a ferocious beast at the nascent soul stage. But the Thunder Beast came anyway, and it refuses to leave. What's even stranger is that the Thunder Beast could have easily wiped out the Wu tribe, but it didn't. It only scared you all, which is behavior that clearly doesn't match that of a true ferocious beast. Also, every time the Thunder Beast finishes eating, it becomes drowsy, which is very unusual. Keep in mind, someone at the nascent soul stage can go 10 years without sleep without any issues." After hearing Qin Changxing's analysis, a man thought for a moment and asked, "Can these issues help us defeat the Thunder Beast? Others might not be able to help here, but in my hands, it's not certain." A man listened, feeling uncertain and unclear about what Qin Changxing intended to do. However, she usually didn't concern herself with such matters, she only cared about one thing. Time passed bit by bit, and 3 to 5 months went by in the blink of an eye. One day, just as Ali finished his cultivation, Qin Changxing mysteriously approached, holding something. "Has the ground-traversing golden light been refined?" Qin Changxing asked. Ali answered honestly, "Reporting to Sir, I have already mastered the ground-traversing golden light." "Good, since you've mastered it, follow me." Qin Changxing gestured for Ali to follow. Although feeling a bit puzzled, Ali still followed him. But as the journey progressed, Ali began to sense something was off. Sir, are you heading to the Watermoon Cave? Yes. Is there a problem? Qin Changxing replied calmly. Ali became excited. Sir, are you planning to take action against the Thunder Beast? If that's the case, I'll immediately go back and gather the tribe. The Wu tribe has been preparing for 10 years, all for this day. Just as Ali was about to return to call for reinforcements, Qin Changxing stopped him. Why are you calling for people? This time, it's just the two of us going. Ali was full of confusion. For the past 10 years, Qin Changxing had been helping the Wu tribe cultivate and had taught them many battle formations. Everyone thought he was preparing to lead the entire Wu tribe in a life and death battle against the Thunder Beast. But now, Qin Changxing said only 2 people were needed. So what was the purpose of the Wu tribe's 10 years of preparation? Seeing Ali's unwilling expression, Qin Changxing smiled and said, Don't be upset. I had the Wu tribe prepare for 10 years for another purpose. A single Thunder Beast isn't worth using the trump card I've prepared. Ali's face finally showed a hint of a smile. Sir, do you have an even bigger plan? Of course, Qin Changxing said. After we kill the Thunder Beast in the Watermoon Cave, do you think its tribe will just let it go? Today's operation is not only the first step to initiating the entire plan, but also the most critical link. If it doesn't meet expectations, then we'll have to consider retreating. Ali patted his chest and promised, Rest assured, sir. For this operation, I, Ali, will risk my life to assist you. No need to risk your life, you just need to keep quiet. After saying this, Qin Changxing turned and headed toward the Watermoon Cave. Watermoon Cave. Qin Changxing arrived at the place where he had been ridiculed 10 years ago, adjusted his mood, and put on a fawning expression. The human Qin Changxing brings treasures as an offering. A loud voice echoed through the cave, and a massive head emerged from within. Seeing the human cultivator from 10 years ago, the Thunder Beast roared angrily. Human, you dare to return. Do you really think I can't kill you? Qin Changxing quickly put on a frightened expression. Lord Thunder Beast, please forgive me. I came to thank you for sparing my life 10 years ago. 3 years ago, I accidentally obtained a piece of immortal stone. Unfortunately, I lacked the fortune to decipher its secrets, so I specifically brought this stone to present to Lord Thunder Beast. As he spoke, Qin Changxing pulled off the black cloth and handed over a stone the size of a millstone. Thunder Beast. Looking at the stone in Qin Changxing's hand, the Thunder Beast's large eyes were filled with confusion. No matter how it looked, this stone seemed like an ordinary rock. If it really was just a regular stone, what was Qin Changxing trying to do? Was he trying to humiliate him, forcing him to die of shame? For a moment, the Thunder Beast couldn't figure out what tricks this human was playing. Instinctively, it lowered its head to sniff the stone and even licked it with its tongue. Thunder Beast. This is just an ordinary stone. No poison, no special feeling. Instead, it tasted a bit like wild grass and dirt. Outrageous. The Thunder Beast roared angrily. This is clearly just an ordinary stone, and you dare to mock me. The powerful aura made Qin Changxing tremble slightly, and the stone in his hand fell heavily to the ground. Lord Thunder Beast, please discern the truth. Qin Changxing quickly explained. When I first encountered this stone, it emitted multicolored light, and there seemed to be a piece of immortal gold hidden inside. Unfortunately, I am too weak to break it open, so I came to offer it to you. Still trying to argue? Get out. The Thunder Beast, furious, unleashed a strong gust of energy that knocked Qin Changxing to the ground. Seeing the Thunder Beast's anger, Qin Changxing quickly pulled Ali and retreated. After they had gone far, the Thunder Beast hesitated as it stared at the ordinary stone on the ground. Then, it rolled up its tongue and swallowed it whole. After chewing carefully, the Thunder Beast found no trace of immortal gold. Gulp! Swallowing the crushed stone, the Thunder Beast coldly glanced in the direction where Qin Changxing had left and sneered. Foolish humans. My Thunder Beast clan feeds on metals and minerals, and our bodies are immune to all poisons. Although I don't know what you're trying to do, you can't harm me in the slightest. Once I finish my business here, I will wipe you all out. After speaking, the Thunder Beast was about to return to its cave when it suddenly found itself unable to move. Boom! Its massive body collapsed to the ground, and two sneaky figures silently appeared. It was none other than Qin Changsheng and Ali. Lord Thunderbeast, are you all right? How dare you come back? Do you believe I won't kill you? The Thunder Beast lay on the ground, bluffing. Qin Changsheng, however, pulled out a broken sword and stabbed directly. Thud! The sharp Xuanwu sword pierced the Thunder Beast's body, but the beast felt nothing. Seeing no reaction from the Thunder Beast, Qin Changsheng smiled and patted his chest. Looks like you really can't move. Now I can relax. He swaggered over to the Thunder Beast, occasionally touching its scales and tapping its teeth. Qin Changsheng's eyes were full of curiosity, while the proud Thunder Beast could hardly endure such humiliation. Human, if you dare touch me again, I'll kill your entire family. Smack! Before the Thunder Beast could finish speaking, Qin Changsheng slapped it loudly. The force wasn't strong, but the humiliation was overwhelming. Why are you yelling? Can't you see I'm pondering how to make your death even more miserable? Your shouting only disrupts my thoughts. Thunder Beast, how can you even say such a thing? Qin Changsheng spoke with righteous confidence, leaving the Thunder Beast speechless. Ali curiously examined the collapsed Thunder Beast and asked, Sir, how did you manage to immobilize this Thunder Beast at the transformation stage? Qin Changsheng took out an ordinary dagger, made a few cuts on the Thunder Beast, and said, Thunder Beasts feed on metal and minerals. Their scales are incredibly tough. They are immune to most toxins truly. These creatures are nature's favorites. I've observed it for 10 years, always pondering one question. How can such a powerful species be driven to extinction? The Thunder Beast laughed heartily upon hearing this. You think you can wipe out my Thunder Clan? Dream on. I don't know what trick you used to immobilize me, but my clan will surely avenge me. Qin Changsheng nodded calmly. You're right. Normally, it would be impossible to think of a way to annihilate your entire clan. But my 10 years weren't wasted. I discovered a secret about your Thunder Clan. A secret that even you might not know. A trace of doubt flashed in the Thunder Beast's eyes. What secret? In these 10 years, you've eaten 20 times, averaging twice a year. During the first 6 observations, I noticed that twice after eating, you were particularly prone to drowsiness. I began to wonder what caused such fatigue. Each time you dozed off, I recorded all the plants and minerals in the area you ate from and compared them one by one. But you always devoured most of the mineral vein, and there was too much to analyze. So, I spent another 7 years continuing to filter. During these 7 years, every place you ate from was carefully selected by me. Haven't you noticed that in these 7 years, your drowsiness has become more frequent? Looking at the relaxed, smiling human before him, the Thunder Beast's eyes finally showed fear. Impossible. Our species is immune to all toxins. Thunder Beasts are indeed immune to poison, but what if the substance isn't poison? Qin Changsheng took out a wildflower and a weed from his pocket. I named them Fire Red Flower and Flax Grass. They usually grow on mineral veins, not rare, but not common either. These two things, whether eaten together or separately, don't produce toxins. But they have a special effect. They cause full body paralysis in Thunder Beasts. Of course, this is just a hypothesis I've only now confirmed. Your previous 2 bouts of drowsiness were because you accidentally swallowed these 2 weeds while devouring mineral veins. But the amount you ingested was too small, so it didn't cause full body paralysis. To test this hypothesis, I specifically coated that stone with a concentrated extract of these 2 weeds. Then how could you be sure I would eat that stone? The Thunder Beast's voice carried a hint of agitation. If these 2 weeds were truly the nemesis of the Thunder Clan, wouldn't the Thunder Clan face extinction? I couldn't be sure, Qin Changsheng said with a smile. So I added something else to the mix, making the weed extract particularly volatile. You beasts always have bad habits. When encountering something unfamiliar, you sniff it and lick it with your tongue. In this way, my plan succeeded. But I didn't expect you to be foolish enough to directly swallow that stone. Crack. As soon as the words fell, the dagger in Qin Changsheng's hand got stuck on a special scale of the Thunder Beast. A trace of panic flashed in the Thunder Beast's eyes, but the corners of Qin Changsheng's mouth slowly curved into a smile. The scales of the Thunder Beast are extremely hard. Even divine weapons can only scratch the surface. I've already verified this before, but I don't believe there is such a thing as a perfect creature in this world. Your Thunder Beast scales must have a weakness. Thud. The dagger stabbed fiercely beneath the Thunder Beast scale. The piercing pain made the already anesthetized Thunder Beast tremble uncontrollably. Tsk tisk. Watching the Thunder Beast's trembling body, Qin Changxing said regretfully, I didn't expect your scales to really have a weakness, but what's more troublesome is that I found it. As he spoke, Qin Changxing's movements became faster and faster. The Thunder Beast's indestructible scales were peeled off piece by piece under his hands. Kill me. If you have the ability, just kill me. The Thunder Beast roared, but its body couldn't move an inch. Qin Changxing grinned. What are you thinking? I won't let you die so easily. I want you to watch yourself being dismantled bit by bit. Then I will study every part of your body and find all your weaknesses. These weaknesses will become the fatal flaws of your entire species. The Thunder Beast's wails and curses echoed throughout the water. Hurry up and start the fire to roast the meat. This is a gift from the Divine Messenger. With Guli's call, the members of the Wu tribe immediately took action. Seeing the Wu tribe make their decision, Qin Changxing smiled faintly and turned to leave the cave entrance. On the mountaintop, Qin Changxing sat alone on a large rock, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. At this moment, Amon walked over, holding roasted meat wrapped in clean leaves. Brother Changxing, try this. I just finished roasting it. Qin Changxing smiled and said, You're so thoughtful, Amon. Unlike that guy Ali. He eats all the good stuff himself. After praising Amon, he slowly began eating the roasted meat. Amon rested her chin on her hands. Her eyes filled with happiness as she looked at Qin Changxing. Brother Changxing, now that the Thunder Beast problem is solved, what do you plan to do next? Of course, I'll leave here and continue what I was doing before. Although Amon had been prepared for this, hearing these words still made her feel a bit downhearted. Brother Changxing, what is it that keeps you so preoccupied? Nothing much. I'm looking for someone. She is far away. I've spent nearly 100 years searching, and still haven't found her. Who knows how much longer it will take? Upon hearing this, Amon's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She is a girl, isn't she? Yes. After hearing this, Amon fell silent. After a long pause, her lips trembled slightly, forcing out a bitter smile as she said, For a woman that Brother Changxing has searched for so long. It seems Brother Changxing must really like her, right? Ha! Seeing Amon's tearful eyes, Qin Changxing laughed and patted her head. You silly girl, so young, why is your mind always filled with such thoughts? Who said that searching for a woman for so long means I like her? Amon's eyes flashed with confusion. If it's not deep love, what could make Brother Changxing persist in searching for so many years? Love does bring happiness, but the reasons for persistence go beyond love. The person I'm looking for was entrusted to me by an old friend before they passed away, so I must ensure her safety. Even if she has already passed away, I need to bring her remains back for burial. This is a promise, and also a way to cherish the past. Hearing this, Amon wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Brother Changxing, can you tell me that story? Of course. Qin Changxing smiled and began to recount that ordinary yet special story. The breeze gently blew, and the bright moon remained unchanged. Amon clenched her teeth and glared angrily at Qin Changxing. She likes you. Yes. But you rejected her. That's right. I know everything, including Nianqing's feelings for me. As soon as she spoke, Amon stood up excitedly. Then what about me? Will you reject me just like you rejected her? Qin Changxing calmly said. Yes. Why? You don't care about cultivation and act on your whims. If that is the case, why do you keep rejecting? If you intended to reject from the start, why are you so kind to those around you? Why didn't you make up your mind from the beginning? After hearing this, Qin Changxing did not respond immediately, but looked up at the bright moon over Tianshan. People today cannot see the moon of ancient times, yet the moon of ancient times once shone upon the ancients. There is a saying, only after losing something do people learn to cherish it. If you knew in advance that you would lose it, would you hold back from cherishing it? That is just an excuse. How could people possibly know what will happen in the future? What makes you so sure it will be lost? Why not? You can foresee the future too. For example, your Wu tribe kin will gradually die out. That is an unchangeable fact, a future that has already been foreseen. A man froze upon hearing this. Although Chen Changsheng didn't say it outright, she had already guessed the truth from his words. She trembled as she spoke. Brother Changsheng, can you really see everyone as future? Yes. Hearing this confirmation, a man gently stroked Chen Changsheng's face and said with heartache, "You've been through so much. Your heart must hurt a lot, doesn't it? You get used to the pain after a while. That's also why I like to collect the bodies of the deceased. Because by collecting their bodies, I can keep their memories in my heart and also bury their souls." Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, a man fell silent. To grow old hand in hand is the most beautiful blessing for lovers. But if this blessing falls upon Brother Changsheng, it becomes the cruelest curse. Watching the one you love grow old, slowly die, and eventually turn into nothing but a mound of yellow earth, could there be a more merciless curse in this world? The Thunder Beast Gathering Grounds. Boom! A thunderbolt as thick as a barrel struck a metallic mountain fiercely, and a massive figure flew out from the mountain range. Who is it? Who killed my child? A gigantic thunder beast hovered in the air, its scales shimmering faintly with a purple glow. Rage burned in its heart because it had just sensed the death of its child. At this moment, other thunder beasts also flew out from the mountain range. The purple thunder beast roared, "My son, Lei Shan, the pride of the Thunder Clan, has fallen. Whoever killed him, the Thunder Clan will demand blood for blood." With that, countless thunder beasts roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was clear that the Thunder Clan was preparing to go all out. Swish! Two massive figures appeared in the sky above Shueiyue Cave Heaven. Sensing the aura of their fallen kin, the two thunder beasts roared to the heavens. "Tsk tisk. Don't be in such a hurry to shout. Soon, you'll end up just like him." Chen Changsheng appeared on the mountaintop, clad in golden scale armor that gleamed under the sunlight. Seeing the scales of their kin made into armor by the enemy, one of the thunder beasts roared in fury. "Humans, how dare you offend the Thunder Clan with such audacity? The Thunder Clan will wash away this humiliation with the lives of 1,000,000 humans." Chen Changsheng laughed. "A million lives? Do you have what it takes? One thunder beast isn't enough to eat. It's even better now that two of you have come. Impudent." The thunder beast roared, and a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel shot toward Chen Changsheng in an instant. Boom! The powerful impact sent Chen Changsheng flying 100 zhang away, but the lightning failed to harm him. Looking at the lightning coiling around his armor, Chen Changsheng remarked in surprise, "I didn't expect your thunder beast scales to not only be tough, but also resistant to lightning. What an unexpected bonus." After speaking, Chen Changsheng released a beam of golden light with his left hand and unleashed sword energy with his right. Poof! The golden light pierced through one thunder beast's body, while the sword energy severed another thunder beast's claw. Two thunder beasts at the early stage of the transformation realm, one dead, one injured. This situation not only shocked the thunder beasts, but also left Chen Changsheng himself stunned. After all, his current strength was only at the early stage of the transformation realm. To kill enemies of the same level as easily as slicing melons, this was a power that only a rare few geniuses could possess. Retracting the golden light he had summoned, Chen Changsheng looked at his hands and sighed. "I haven't fought in hundreds of years, and I didn't expect to be this strong." As soon as he finished speaking, he began chasing the injured thunder beast. The vanguard thunder beast fled with all its might, moving at an incredible speed. Chen Changsheng's strength was terrifying, and this transformation realm thunder beast had no courage to face him. The Thunder Clan's prideful, tough scales were as fragile as paper before Chen Changsheng's golden light. Besides the golden light, the broken sword in his hand also emitted an aura that struck fear into the heart. Such a powerful divine weapon, how could a human at the transformation realm possess it? "You still want to run?" Chen Changsheng, surrounded by golden light, flew up from the ground and blocked the thunder beast's path. "Spare me, or I'll risk self-destruction." The thunder beast's breath was labored. Swish! The golden light showed no mercy, piercing directly through the thunder beast's heart as effortlessly as slicing tofu. Seeing the hair-thin wound on its body, the thunder beast's eyes were filled with confusion as it slowly fell. It simply couldn't understand what kind of weapon this human was using to completely ignore all its defenses. Even more bizarre, he always managed to find its weak points. With a heart full of questions, this transformation realm Thunder Beast closed its eyes. After dealing with the two Vanguard Thunder Beasts, Qin Changxing frowned. This doesn't make sense. He muttered to himself. Thunder Beasts are supposed to be an ancient bloodline of the Beast clan, incredibly powerful. How could they be this weak? He glanced at the two weapons in his hands, a true martial sword without a tip and a golden page inscribed with the 8-9 mystical art. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "It can't be the weapons. These two Thunder Beasts must have been too weak. No matter how weak Thunder Beasts are, they shouldn't be so easily defeated by the trash I picked up from the ancient Forbidden Land." After speaking, Qin Changxing took the corpses of the two Thunder Beasts with him. If left Emperor heard Qin Changxing's words, he would probably jump out of his coffin and beat him up. Then, grabbing him by the collar, he would angrily rebuke, "Trash! How dare you call these two items garbage? The true martial sword is a weapon of a 7th realm expert, and the golden page in your hand is my treasured protective artifact. Something I, a 7th realm expert, used as a trump card. You dare call it trash?" Although the true martial sword was severed by a single strand of hair from a strong figure in the ancient Forbidden Land, and the golden page of the 8-9 mystical art was casually discarded, there are very few ancient Forbidden Lands in the world. A race like the Thunder Beasts doesn't even qualify to be gatekeepers of the ancient Forbidden Land. Thunder Clan. Crack. 2 scales shattered. The Thunder Clan leader stared at the broken scales, his brows furrowed. 2 transformation realm experts had fallen in such a short time. What kind of formidable enemy had Thunder Mountain provoked? He immediately issued an order. Advance at full speed. As soon as the words fell, over 1,000 Thunder Beasts began a rapid charge. The Thunder Clan leader gazed resolutely into the distance and said in a low voice, "No matter who you are, I, Lei Yun, will kill you to avenge my son." After speaking, Lei Yun's speed increased by another notch. The Thunder Clan mobilized their entire force, immediately drawing the attention of other clans in the 10,000 Mountains. When they learned that the young leader of the Thunder Clan had been killed, they were first shocked, then adopted a spectator's attitude. To dare provoke the Thunder Clan meant the opponent was definitely not simple. When two powerful clans clash, one side is bound to suffer. Such a spectacle was something no one wanted to miss. Whoosh, the fierce wind snapped countless branches as the Thunder Clan rushed forward at full speed, quickly arriving at the site of Lei Shan's demise. Within a radius of 500 miles centered around the Water Moon Cave, there was an eerie silence. In the distance, ferocious beasts began whispering among themselves. "This doesn't feel right. Who knows which clan's territory that place belongs to?" A massive humanoid-faced spider spoke up. "It seems to be the Witch Clan's territory ahead." The Witch Clan? Are they insane? They actually dared to provoke that lunatic Lei Yun. Besides, the Witch Clan doesn't have the strength to kill Lei Shan. Could it be the Witch Clan? We'll find out if we keep watching. But I suspect there's an even stronger manipulator behind this. The Witch Clan alone couldn't pull off something like this. As the ferocious beasts discussed, Lei Yun finally found his son. Unfortunately, the once lively Thunder Beast now remained only as a pristine white skull. Even more brazenly, next to the skull were a few words written. "I took the skeleton to make soup, leaving the skull for you. Don't charge forward. There are too many. We can't finish eating them." Roar, thunder filled the skies, instantly enveloping a 1,000-mile radius. Even the ferocious beasts watching from 500 miles away were affected. Rage. At this moment, Lei Yun had only one thought in his mind. Since the birth of the Thunder Clan, no creature had ever dared to treat Thunder Beasts as food. Now, someone had dared to slaughter a Thunder Beast at will, which was not only an insult to him, but also to the entire Thunder Clan. Damn it! Has Lei Yun gone mad? Does he really think the Thunder Clan is invincible? Under the thunderous storm, the ferocious beasts retreated one after another, cursing as they went. No one wanted to be struck by lightning for no reason. The sea of thunder raged for a full quarter of an hour. Afterward, the 1,000-mile forest turned into scorched earth. "Come out!" Lei Yun roared, shaking the entire ground. Although his divine powers revealed no trace of the enemy, Lei Yun was certain the enemy was still here. "Don't panic, I'm here." As the voice fell, 30,000 Witch Clan soldiers emerged from underground tunnels, surrounding the Thunder Clan from all directions. Looking at the tiny figures below, Lei Yun roared, "Bring out the person behind you. You weaklings aren't even qualified to kill my son." "Ha! You're right, Thunder Beasts aren't invincible. Why shouldn't we kill it? With your cultivation, you should be able to sense the aura of your son on us." "That's right. Your son has already been eaten by us." Listening to Qin Changxing's words, Lei Yun's gaze turned as cold as ice. "You're good with words. Let's see if you can still talk tough when I use soul-searching techniques." Lei Yun never believed that the person in front of him was Lei Shan's killer. The human cultivator before him was only at the early stage of nascent soul cultivation. Lei Shan, on the other hand, had long reached the mid-stage of nascent soul with extraordinary innate divine powers. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator might not have been able to kill him. So, the real culprit must be someone else. Seeing that Lei Yun did not believe he was the murderer, Qin Changxing shook his head helplessly and said, "Natural talent is indeed powerful, but it is not omnipotent. Humans have their own strength to establish themselves on this land. Today, let me show you the natural talent of humans." After speaking, Qin Changxing slapped the ground with his right hand, and the terrain within 1,000 miles began to change. The sky was suddenly shrouded in a deep darkness. The formation slowly activated, and Lei Yun felt a trace of unease in his heart. But when he tried to summon thunder to break the formation, he found that he could not connect with the heavenly forces. Seeing this, Qin Changxing grinned and said, "What's wrong? Have you realized you can't mobilize the power of heaven and earth? Let me introduce you to this formation. It's called the Heaven and Earth Death Formation. It can seal the heavens and earth, and it can sever life." Lei Yun glanced at him coldly and said, "The formation is impressive, but you lack the life force to fully activate it." Boom! Before the words were finished, Qin Changxing was suddenly struck by a powerful force and sent flying, crashing into 3 mountain peaks. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood and crawled out from the rubble. Lei Yun had already appeared at Qin Changxing's original position. Just now, Lei Yun had used his strong body to ram Qin Changxing's head. If Qin Changxing hadn't used a golden page to block the attack in advance, he would have been smashed into pieces. Seeing Qin Changxing still alive, Lei Yun was somewhat surprised. "To withstand my strike, not bad. Now I believe you killed Lei Shan." Qin Changxing spat out another mouthful of blood, shook off the shattered scales on his body, and sneered, "Your realm should be the 6th realm. My inheritance is a bit special, so I don't quite understand the name. Can you tell me?" "Refining Void." Upon hearing this answer, Qin Changxing nodded. "Thank you. By the way, are you coming one by one, or all at once? I won't let you die easily. Everyone here will live, but your screams will echo through the heavens and earth." "Understood. Let us fight," Qin Changxing shouted, and all the Wu clan members formed groups of 500, creating battle formations to begin encircling the weaker thunder beasts. The battle formations of the Xuanwu Kingdom were renowned across the world, and Qin Changxing, having studied all the books in the Xuanwu Pavilion, naturally understood the methods of formation. These 10 years of preparation were all for today. The sounds of slaughter on the battlefield shook the heavens. Seeing his clansmen injured, Lei Yun was also shocked. Although the Thunder Clan could not rely on the power of heaven and earth within the formation, they still had boundless thunder within their bodies. Yet some humans on the battlefield could actually ignore the power of thunder. Moreover, every attack precisely hit the weak points of the Thunder Clan. Just as Lei Yun was distracted, Qin Changxing's voice came from the side. "Heavenly transformation." Qin Changxing's body began to expand rapidly, eventually becoming as large as Lei Yun. That's right. He had used his ultimate skill, the divine ability, heavenly transformation, from the 8-9 mystical arts. This divine ability signifies emulating the heavens. Although he was within the heaven and earth death formation and could not borrow the power of heaven and earth, as the master of the formation, he could harness the power of the formation. Black energy surged into Qin Changxing's massive shadow, and his strength instantly soared to the peak of the nascent soul stage. "Prepare to die." Qin Changxing shouted loudly and unleashed the nameless fist technique of the 100 defeats immortal sovereign against Lei Yun. Seeing the endless array of human techniques, Lei Yun had to heighten his vigilance. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as the battle between Lei Yun and Chen Chongqing destroyed countless mountains, rivers, and streams. The two beast-like opponents amazed the ferocious beasts even thousands of miles away. They never expected that the humans in the 10,000 mountains could possess such formidable strength. Since learning the 100 Defeats Immortal Sovereign's fist technique, Chen Chongqing had practiced it diligently every day, rain or shine. After 100 years of training, his technique had reached its peak, and he grew braver with each battle. From being suppressed at the beginning to later being able to hold his own against Lei Yun, Chen Chongqing grew step by step. As time passed, the heaven and earth doom formation gradually closed in. At the moment the formation closed, Chen Chongqing suddenly pulled out a massive bone and struck Lei Yun's head fiercely. Clang! The metallic clash left all the thunder beasts stunned, and confusion filled Chen Chongqing's face. Chen Chongqing thought, it could have dodged just now, so why didn't it? Never mind, I'll just hit it a few more times first. Clang! 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 Taking advantage of Lei Yun's daze, Chen Chongqing repeatedly struck Lei Yun's head. Crack! A section of the sharp horn on Lei Yun's head broke off, and the intense pain snapped it back to clarity. However, instead of continuing to attack, it quickly distanced itself. This is the gluttonous root bone. Where did you get it? Hearing Lei Yun's words, Chen Chongqing curiously examined the large bone in his hand. He had dug it out from the soil of the ancient Forbidden Land. Initially thinking its hardness was average and almost discarding it, he hadn't expected it to be useful. Now, with Lei Yun's words, Chen Chongqing finally understood why all the thunder beasts froze momentarily when he took out this bone. It turned out to be bloodline suppression. After figuring out the reason, Chen Chongqing didn't hesitate. He immediately dispelled his heaven and earth manifestation and began fleeing at high speed. Lei Yun was dumbfounded. Why are you running? You have a divine weapon in your hand, now how can you run? After complaining about Chen Chongqing's decisive escape, Lei Yun also desperately chased after him. At the same time, 7 or 8 thunder beasts that had been watching from the sidelines joined the pursuit. The Thunder Clan mobilized fully, not only for revenge, but also to train the younger generation. Thus, the Thunder Clan's transformation god experts had not intervened. But now, things were different. With Chen Chongqing holding the treasure coveted by the beast clans, the Thunder Clan's experts could not sit idly by. The gluttonous root bone indeed suppressed beast bloodlines, but the Thunder Beast clan was immensely powerful. Not to mention Lei Yun in the Void Refinement realm, there were 7 or 8 transformation god consummate experts alone. Adding those in the early and mid-transformation god stages, the number of experts terrifyingly reached 28. With so many experts joining forces, even if just one Thunder Beast acted, Chen Chongqing could be instantly crushed into a meat patty. The life and death situation turned into a chase. Although Chen Chongqing's strength was inferior to Lei Shan's, his escape techniques were unparalleled. It must be noted that among all the techniques in the world, Chen Chongqing loved escape techniques the most. Now, having mastered the divine ability, Golden Light across the earth from the 8-9 mystical arts, even 20-plus experts couldn't catch him, a mere early-stage transformation god cultivator. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lei Yun stopped, and Chen Chongqing halted in the distance. Human, you are already cornered. Hand over the gluttonous root bone, and I can spare your life. Hearing this, Chen Chongqing glanced at the battlefield below. Although the Wu clan fought desperately, their strength ultimately could not match the Lei clan. Out of the 30,000-strong army, half had already been lost. While they barely managed to kill some nascent soul-level thunder beasts, it was insignificant to the entire Lei clan. Who lives and who dies is still uncertain. You can't break my grand formation. Seeing Chen Chongqing still being stubborn, Lei Yun sneered. I admit your killing formation is formidable, but unfortunately, you yourself are trapped within it. You're surrounded by us and can't control the formation. The formation operates on its own and can't deal with us for now. During this time, I can kill all of you, including you. Lei Yun's words hit Chen Chongqing's sore spot. The heaven and earth absolute death formation was indeed powerful, but Chen Chongqing lacked sufficient materials and hadn't fully mastered the formation. Using the formation to trap the entire Lei clan was already a stretch. Hoping to use it to kill everyone was simply unrealistic. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing asked heavily, "If I give you the gluttonous bone, will you really let us go?" Lei Yun was secretly delighted but maintained a calm exterior. "I make no guarantees. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill them right now." As he finished speaking, a massive thunderball condensed within the formation. Although the heaven and earth absolute death formation severed the thunder beast connection to the heavenly Tao, Lei Shan's own strength remained intact. With his void refinement level cultivation, he could easily kill Chen Chongqing's group 3 times over. Wait. Seeing Lei Shan about to act, Chen Chongqing panicked. "If I give you the gluttonous bone, will you really let us go?" At this moment, Ali, who was fighting bloodily, shouted, "Sir, don't trust him, bang." Before Ali could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a divine transformation level thunder beast. The human before them had astonishing escape techniques. If he decided to flee wholeheartedly, the Lei clan might not be able to catch him. Thus, to obtain the gluttonous bone, they had to make him willingly hand it over. I'll say it again, I make no guarantees. You can choose not to hand it over, but I will kill them all. Faced with Lei Yun's words, Chen Chongqing's eyes were filled with unwillingness, yet he took step after step toward Lei Yun. Seeing Chen Chongqing give up resisting, both the Lei clan and Wu clan ceased their battle. Every step Chen Chongqing took was incredibly difficult, and Lei Shan's heart pounded with his every move. The gluttonous bone, this was a legendary treasure. To obtain it so easily was truly the Lei clan's fortune. Covering a distance of 200 zhong, Chen Chongqing took the time of a tea's brew to walk it. When he was still 100 steps away from Lei Shan, he suddenly raised his head and asked, "Can you answer one question for me?" "Answer it, and I'll give you the gluttonous bone." "Speak." Lei Shan responded coldly, his patience nearly exhausted. "Later, what flavor would you like to be made into?" Lei Shan was utterly confused. But suddenly, the thunder beasts floating in the air began to lose control and plummet downward. Whether they were golden core, nascent soul, or divine transformation experts, none were spared. Seeing this situation, coupled with the sly smile on Chen Chongqing's face, Lei Shan immediately sensed something was wrong. "I'll kill you." Boom! A powerful thunderbolt struck toward Chen Chongqing, but missed its mark, merely grazing past him. Swish! Seeing Lei Shan lose control, Chen Chongqing threw out a pitch-black object. Lei Shan dared not confront directly and dodged with all his might. Bang! The hidden weapon hit the ground and exploded. Its power wasn't great, but the dust instantly enveloped Lei Shan. Whoosh! Lei Shan blew out a gust of wind, dispersing the dust, but his body became increasingly uncontrollable. Boom! Lei Shan's massive body lost control and plummeted straight to the ground. "What did you do?" Lei Shan asked Chen Chongqing in terror. "What did I do? Do you even need to ask?" "Of course, it's to kill your entire clan." Chen Chongqing walked over with a grin, took out a bottle of pills, and forcibly stuffed them into Lei Shan's mouth. After confirming that Lei Shan had swallowed his specially made anesthetic, Chen Chongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Honestly, among the Lei clan, you're the one I fear the most. Although this drug is particularly effective against thunder beasts, your strength is too overwhelming. If the drug failed, everyone else besides me would probably be dead. But as it turns out, I was overthinking. Even thunder beasts at the void refinement stage can't resist the weakness in your bloodline." Listening to Chen Chongqing's words, Lei Shan asked excitedly, "When did you poison me? Why didn't I notice anything?" "And our Lei clan is immune to all poisons. Even if there were a poison that could kill us, why would it not affect others? I don't believe the human race's constitution can compare to the Lei clan's." Chen Chongqing rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "The Thunder Beast bloodline is indeed strong, but do you truly understand your own bloodline? Everything in the world has the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint. You should know that. Heaven created your powerful race, but naturally left some flaws. What I used wasn't poison, it was an anesthetic specially prepared for your Lei clan. Once you come into contact with it, you'll lose all strength and completely lose the ability to resist." "You're lying." Lei Shan roared angrily, his voice so loud that even Chen Chongqing was a bit startled. Annoyed, Qin Changxing patted Lei Shan and said, "Can you stop being so annoying? Can't you see I'm looking for your vital point? You startle me with that roar." After saying this, he began counting the scales on Lei Shan's body. Seeing Qin Changxing ignoring him, Lei Shan became even more agitated, unable to accept how his seemingly certain victory had turned into this. "When did you poison me? With my cultivation level, it's absolutely impossible for me not to notice." While carefully counting the scales, Qin Changxing replied, "When you first arrived, didn't you see us crawling out of the underground tunnel? I didn't poison you directly. Instead, I mixed the drug into the soil within a radius of 500 miles. Moreover, I placed countless large iron pots beneath the tunnel. When heated, the liquid medicine in the pots slowly seeped into the soil, silently taking control of you all." Swish! A scale larger than a wash basin was peeled off by Qin Changxing. As this special scale fell off, the tightly closed scales on Lei Shan's body revealed gaps. Then, the sound of flesh being cut continuously echoed. Covered in blood, Qin Changxing extracted a thunder core the size of a human head from Lei Shan's abdomen. After taking away Lei Shan's source of power, he severed all the meridians in Lei Shan's body. Having completely crippled Lei Shan, looking at Qin Changxing's nonchalant demeanor, Lei Shan's eyes turned red. "You had planned this all along. The Heaven and Earth Despair Formation was just a facade." "That's right. The Heaven and Earth Despair Formation is merely a supporting tool. The Lei clan has too many people. If even one of your peak nascent soul experts escapes, I'm finished. So even though I knew your fatal weakness, I didn't dare act rashly." The Heaven and Earth Despair Formation acts like a cover, its purpose being to concentrate the medicinal power and prevent it from dispersing. Next, my task was to buy time. For experts like you, facing small fry like us, you always enjoy playing cat and mouse. Now it seems my plan was flawless. Listening to Qin Changxing's words, Lei Shan's heart was nearly shattered. Unfortunately, with the Lei pill taken, he didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. Qin Changxing stood up, stretched his body, and swallowed a healing pill. "All right, take your time and watch. I'll kill you last. I want you to see with your own eyes your clan dying in agony." Watching Qin Changxing's back, Lei Shan roared in fury, "I won't let you go. Even if I die, I'll come back for revenge." "Ha! Wishful thinking. But reality is cruel. You won't have the chance for revenge. Your scales will be made into armor, your flesh will be eaten, and your blood will be refined into pills. Even your bones will be polished into weapons." But no powerful, ferocious beast dared to meet his gaze. "One man annihilates a clan." This phrase was once considered an exaggeration, but now it has become reality. No one knows how this human achieved it, even though the Wu clan also participated in the battle. However, to the Lei clan, the Wu clan posed almost no threat. Thus, the destruction of the Lei clan was solely caused by this human before them. Seemingly sensing the gaze of the ferocious beasts, Qin Changxing instinctively turned his head to glance. Faced with his eyes, the numerous ferocious beasts immediately scattered in fear. The Lei clan, as a top-tier strong clan, had been annihilated by him naturally. The other beasts dared not continue staring at him. The battle between the Wu clan and the Lei clan had ended. The remaining few Lei beasts in their lair were also completely eradicated by Qin Changxing and Ali. From then on, the Wu clan's reputation resounded throughout the 10,000 mountains. Within 3,000 miles of the Wu clan's territory, no ferocious beast at the nascent soul stage dared to set foot. They feared that mysterious existence, the Undertaker. After the battle, some ferocious beasts mustered the courage to investigate. The corpses of the Lei beasts had long been cleared away, leaving only 100 zhang high stone mountain. On the stone mountain, a poem and a line of text were carved with a sharp sword. "Here lie the 3,821 lives of the Lei clan, buried by the Undertaker." Beside it was a poem, head held high, climbing the southern dipper, turning over, relying on the northern star, raising my head to gaze beyond the heavens. None like me in this world. From that moment, the Undertaker became a forbidden legend in the 10,000 mountains. Shuiwe Cave Heaven. After annihilating the Lei clan, Qin Changxing began studying the ancient bronze hall that had been seized by Lei Mountain. The key information on this ancient bronze hall had also been erased. Interestingly, this time, the eraser left some traces. On the hard bronze wall, there was a palm print, beside which were two lines of small text, eliminating a great harm, celebrating for the world. By chance, I obtained an item, leaving it here as a gift for the destined. After reading the words on the wall, Qin Changxing turned to look at the stone lump beside him. Upon careful examination, he confirmed it was an egg. Unfortunately, the egg was already dead. Lei Mountain had occupied Shueiyue Cave Heaven, likely intending to use the spiritual spring here to revive it. The spiritual spring of Shueiyue Cave Heaven was highly effective in nurturing spirit beasts and goo insects. Lei Mountain's occupation of this place had caused the Wu clan to gradually decline. Just as Qin Changsheng was piecing together the entire matter, the Wu clan leader, Guli, walked in. Divine Envoy, the Lei clan's resources have been fully inventoried. Qin Changsheng turned to look at Guli, who was bowing his head, and said, I will take half of the Lei clan's resources, the remaining half will be left for you. For the next 100 years, the ferocious beasts of the 10,000 mountains will not cause trouble. You must use this time to develop rapidly. The position you hold today is entirely thanks to my help. Therefore, you owe me a favor. No matter how much time passes, you must repay it. If you don't repay it, I will take back everything I have given you. Guli immediately replied, Divine Envoy, rest assured, even after 10 million years, the Wu clan will never forget your kindness. However, please leave a token so we can recognize you in the future. Qin Changxing thought for a moment and handed over the second half of the golden page of the 8-9 profound art. The 8-9 profound art was incredibly profound without the first half. It was impossible to cultivate. Using this as a token was most fitting. The other half of the golden page represents me. When that half appears, it means it's time for you to repay this favor. Repairing the 3-colored teleportation array will take time. During this period, I will not appear in the Wu clan. Also, after I leave, I don't want my name to be passed down. Do you understand? Guli understands. After speaking, Guli turned and left Shueiyue Cave Heaven. Watching his departing figure, Qin Changxing smacked his lips and continued studying the dead egg. He stayed in the 10,000 mountains for 2 reasons. First, the 3-color teleportation array couldn't be repaired for the time being. Second, he wanted to see if he could revive the dead egg. The spiritual spring in Shueiyue Cave Heaven couldn't save the egg, but perhaps with the addition of heaven mending paste, there was hope. The 10,000 mountains were dangerous but rich in resources. Now that the Thunder clan had been eradicated, his reputation intimidated many fierce beasts. It was a good opportunity to scour the area thoroughly. After all, outside, spiritual herbs for alchemy were hard to find. Thus, Qin Changxing secluded himself in Shueiyue Cave Heaven. Originally, he thought he would stay for at most 2 or 3 years, but unexpectedly, it dragged on for 10 years. The 3-color teleportation array was far more complex than Qin Changxing had imagined. Even with the Thunder clan's strong foundation, he had consumed countless top-tier array materials. The research on heaven-mending paste also hit a bottleneck. Some of the prescription's text remained incomprehensible to him. Attempts to substitute other medicinal ingredients all failed. During these 10 years, apart from Ali and Amon, no one from the Wu clan had seen Qin Changxing. Coupled with the prohibition issued by Guli, Qin Changxing's name gradually faded from the Wu clan's memory. Brother Changxing, the 3-color teleportation array is fixed. Amon excitedly ran to tell Qin Changxing the good news. Hearing this, Qin Changxing, who was refining pills, raised his head. It's finally fixed. Then I should leave. Saying this, he began packing his things. Just as he was about to leave, Amon spread his arms to block him. Brother Changxing, I want to go with you. Qin Changxing looked at Amon and said, Amon, you know me, and you understand my choices. Amon smiled brightly. I know you won't stop for anyone, and Nianxing is the same. You're walking a long and endless road, but you can't refuse those who want to walk with you. Amon wants to accompany you, even if it's just a brief part of your journey. Faced with Amon's request, Qin Changxing was silent for a long time before finally smiling. All right, Ali, you're crowding Brother Changxing. Move over there. Someone pushed Ali, whose face was almost pressed against the edge of the coffin. Ali helplessly thought, this stone coffin is so big, It can easily fit 3 people lying down. You're not planning to sleep here forever, so why squeeze so much? Upon learning that Chen Changsheng was leaving, Ollie also requested to go with him. His reason was simple and straightforward. The world is so big, I want to see it. Although Chen Changsheng hadn't officially taken Ollie as a disciple, Ollie was considered half a disciple. Naturally, Chen Changsheng wouldn't refuse this request. Thus, the earlier scene occurred. The stone coffin of the 100 Defeats immortal sovereign was spacious, but 3 people lying together was still a bit cramped. Chen Changsheng lay in the middle, with Ollie and Amon on either side. Amon complained that Ollie was too fat and squeezed Chen Changsheng to one side, resulting in Ollie's face being pressed tightly against the coffin wall. No one knew how much time had passed before the commotion outside finally stopped. Feeling impatient, Ollie lifted the coffin lid. "Sir, can't we use another method? Who wants to sleep in a coffin every day?" Ollie complained. Chen Changsheng ignored him and got up to check the surroundings. The ancient bronze hall here was in ruins, with most of the structure already collapsed. After confirming it was safe, Chen Changsheng and the others stepped out of the stone coffin. Ollie curiously looked at the outside world. "Sir, where is this place?" Chen Changsheng shot him a glance. "Why do you ask me about everything? Do you think I'm a deity? Look carefully before you speak." After saying this, he stepped out of the ancient hall and began observing the surroundings. After some inspection, apart from a nearly dead old tree, all he saw was a dense forest. Ollie scratched his head and said, "Why don't we teleport again? This place probably won't have the person you're looking for. I'm very experienced in repairing the 3-color teleportation array. I guarantee it can be used within 3 to 5 years." Chen Changsheng didn't rush to respond. Instead, he looked at the withered tree, gently stroking the bark with his fingers while reciting a nursery rhyme. "Malins bloom at 21, 28256, 28257. As the rhyme continued, Chen Changsheng's fingers rhythmically slid across the tree. When the rhyme ended, a formation suddenly appeared on the withered tree. Snap! Something fell into Chen Changsheng's hand. He looked at the tiger wood carving in his hand, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. After a few seconds, Chen Changsheng said, "Found it. Now it's time to do what we need to do." Ollie looked puzzled. "Found what?" "Of course, the person I've been looking for." Chen Changsheng raised the wood carving. "This wood carving is the person you're looking for?" Ollie exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, this is a wood carving I once gave to an old friend. She left it here, which means she's still alive and doing well. Since you know she's fine, my goal is also accomplished." Chen Changsheng's words left Ollie completely baffled, but Amon understood the meaning behind them. It turned out that Nianxing had pursued eternity desperately to stay with Brother Changsheng forever. Brother Changsheng spent hundreds of years searching for her, just to confirm her well-being. Before achieving eternity, Nianxing would not appear, as the circumstances from back then remained unchanged. Ollie couldn't understand Chen Changsheng's words for now, but he quickly stopped dwelling on it. "Sir, since you found the person you're looking for, where are we heading next?" "Good question. Now it's time for me to demonstrate the great divination technique." Chen Changsheng solemnly took out a stick and stood it upright on the ground. He released his right hand, and the stick paused for a moment before falling in a certain direction. "We have a result. We'll head that way." Chen Changsheng pointed in the direction the stick fell, his expression serious. Ollie thought to himself, "This so-called great divination technique is nothing but random guessing. I thought I could witness something extraordinary, but this is absurd." He couldn't help but test the waters. "Sir, isn't choosing a direction this way a bit unreliable?" Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. "Not just unreliable, it's utterly ridiculous. Since you think this method is ridiculous, why don't you choose a direction for us?" Looking at Chen Changsheng's serious expression and the unfamiliar surroundings, Ollie could only wait quietly. Ollie decisively said, "Sir's great divination technique is truly miraculous. I'm more than happy to follow the path you've chosen." Seeing Ollie's tactfulness, Chen Changsheng shot him another glance before heading in a direction. For the immortal wanderer without a home, anywhere could become his home. In other words, everywhere felt as warm as home. This gentleman, the dead cannot return. You should accept it and move on. Losing loved ones is painful, but the living must continue to live. This is our store's latest sandalwood coffin. Not for 9,998, nor for 3,998. Only 998, and you can take it home immediately. Buy our rosewood coffin, and for an additional 398, your loved ones can enjoy a full-service funeral package. Additionally, the shop owner will personally help you select a prime feng shui burial site. A young man was enthusiastically promoting a coffin. Generally speaking, selling coffins like this could easily get you into trouble. But this shop owner was no ordinary person. 3 years ago, it was said that someone had a deceased family member come back to life, and they eventually called this shop owner. People thought the owner would be scared and flee, but to their surprise, he arrived at the scene, sat down cross-legged, and began chanting with eloquence. In no time, a strange light radiated, and the resurrected corpse was successfully laid to rest. Since then, this nameless coffin shop became incredibly popular. After seeing off the last customer, the young man sat down, exhausted, and complained, "Oh man, what's going on with those people from the Kunlun Holy Land lately? They're buying coffins one after another, and I'm so busy I feel like I'm going to die." At that moment, a woman walked out from the back. "Brother Changsheng, your temper is so strange. When business is slow, you complain about no customers. When business is good, you complain about being too busy. Do you want business to be good or not?" In response to Man's words, Qin Changsheng smacked his lips and said, "For a coffin shop, I don't want business to be too good, nor do I want it to be too bad. Life has birth, aging, illness, and death. If too many people die, there will be problems. If too few die, that's not good either. There has to be a proper balance. By the way, where's Ali?" A man placed the food on the table and said, "I guess he went with the people from the Kunlun Holy Land to search for spiritual sources. 40 years ago, when we came here, you made him stay in the shop for 20 whole years. 20 years ago, you let him go out, so naturally, he has to enjoy his freedom now." After hearing Man's report, Chun Changsheng slowly ate his meal and said, "I kept him here for 20 years, first to let him get used to this environment, and second to make him train properly, at least to the point where he could protect himself. Once he had the ability to protect himself, I naturally let him go. Also, recently, start packing up. It's about time for us to leave this place. I have a feeling things are about to get chaotic here." A man froze for a moment and asked in confusion, "What about Ali? He probably won't be back anytime soon." Qin Changsheng replied calmly, "Precisely because he won't be back soon, we have to leave. Ali's dream is this vast world, not my little coffin shop. If he stays by my side, it will only limit his growth. Without me, he can go much further." A man smiled and said, "Brother Changsheng, I will always support your decision. I'll start packing then. Don't rush. Take your time. I'm not leaving immediately. Sit down and eat first," Qin Changsheng said, gesturing. A man smiled and joined him for dinner. The two of them shared a peaceful and familiar companionship, a life they had lived for 40 years. A man cherished this steady companionship for her. It was enough. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "Jiang Bufan from the Kunlun Holy Land requests an audience." A man immediately wanted to get up to answer the door, but Qin Changsheng stopped her. "Ignore it. It's just trouble." A man glanced at the young man standing outside the door, but obediently sat back down. The man outside, Jiang Bufan, did not get angry. He simply stood there quietly. Time passed bit by bit. Amon tidied up the dishes while Chun Changsheng lay on the rocking chair, flipping through an ancient book. After a long while, Chun Changsheng waved his hand and said, "Come in. You, the prospective holy son of the Kunlun sacred land. Standing at the door, how am I supposed to do business?" Chun Changsheng joked. Jiang Bufan bowed and said, "Thank you, sir. Today, I have come with a request. I would like to ask you." "Stop." Before Jiang Bufan could finish, Qin Changsheng raised his hand to interrupt him. "Letting you in doesn't mean I'll help you. I let you in because I want you to pass a message to Ali. Tell him that there is no eternal gathering in this world, and the road ahead is one he must walk on his own. Besides, my abilities are limited. I can't help Kunlun sacred land. You should find someone else." Jiang Bufan smiled faintly. "Sir, you are too modest. Your abilities are rare in this world. If even you can't do it, then no one can. I heard that you have always wanted to use the Kunlun sacred land's super teleportation array. If you are willing to help, I am willing to persuade the sacred land to lend it to you." Chen Chongqing squinted his eyes. It seems you've done quite a thorough investigation. Hee, if I want to ask for your help, how could I not offer something in return? The only question is, will this price satisfy you? Zhang Bufan was full of confidence, but Chen Chongqing's face turned cold. You have indeed offered something tempting, something I can't refuse. Come back in 3 days, I need to prepare a few things. No problem. In 3 days, I will definitely come to visit you, Jiang Bufan said, then turned and left the coffin shop. Watching Jiang Bufan's departing figure, Amon couldn't help but ask worriedly, Sir, are you really planning to help him? She had thought Chen Chongqing would list a bunch of reasons why he had to help, but instead, Chen Chongqing waved his hand and said, Help him? I'm just deceiving him. Amon was puzzled. Brother Chongqing, didn't you agree to meet him in 3 days? Chen Chongqing got up, stretched lazily, and said with a smile, If I didn't agree to meet him in 3 days, how would I have time to prepare to run away? I stayed in Kunlun's sacred land initially because I was interested in its unique spiritual source. Spirit stones are mined from veins, but spiritual sources are even more precious. Spiritual sources not only contain extremely pure spiritual energy, but also preserve various ancient relics. However, after learning about the origins of spiritual sources, I lost interest. The birthplace of spiritual sources is always in ominous places, and now Kunlun's sacred land has started excavating the most forbidden areas, the forbidden zones within the holy ruins. I wouldn't be foolish enough to help them. Amon thought for a moment and said, Brother Chongqing, if you don't use the super teleportation array, how will you return to the eastern wilderness? We're in the central court now, separated by tens of thousands of miles. Chen Chongqing chuckled. Tens of thousands of miles. So what? If I walk slowly, I'll get there eventually. I originally planned to use spirit stones to exchange for the teleportation array, but now it seems that's not an option. All right, Amon, start packing. I need to make a trip to Butterfly Valley. With that, Chen Chongqing left the small coffin shop. Butterfly Valley. Medicine Elder, I'm back. Chen Chongqing's voice echoed through the picturesque valley. Before long, an elderly man with white hair and a kind expression emerged from a thatched hut. You came at the right time. I just finished translating the heaven-mending bomb a few days ago. Chen Chongqing smiled and said, I knew you would have a way, Elder Yao. Waiting 40 years for you was worth it. Elder Yao humbly replied, Don't praise me. Without your help, no matter how much time I spent, I wouldn't have been able to decipher the Butian ointment. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two entered the thatched cottage together. Looking at the translated prescription on the table, Chen Chongqing felt a surge of excitement. Back in the 10,000 mountains, he had exhausted all his efforts but failed to decode the complete formula for the Butian ointment. After leaving the 10,000 mountains, he never gave up. Later, he happened to meet the medical sage Elder Yao of Butterfly Valley. Chen Chongqing excelled in alchemy, while Elder Yao was a master of medicine. Although their fields were different, they had much in common. Through his exchanges with Elder Yao, Chen Chongqing finally understood why he had been unable to crack the Butian ointment. It turned out that the Butian ointment was not an alchemical formula at all, but a medical prescription. Alchemists focus on refining pills to enhance cultivation, strengthen the body, and heal injuries. However, when it comes to treating illnesses, pills are not as effective as a physician's remedies. Physicians can not only cure diseases with medicine, but also use special techniques, something alchemists cannot achieve. I never thought the ingredients for the Butian ointment would be so simple. It's truly surprising, Chen Chongqing remarked after reading the prescription. Elder Yao stroked his beard and said, To improve cultivation, of course, one must use precious spiritual herbs. Those herbs contain immense energy. But for treating illnesses, sometimes ordinary medicinal ingredients are more effective than spiritual herbs. To create a life-saving ointment using such common materials, the predecessor who devised this was truly a genius. Hearing Elder Yao's words, Chen Chongqing carefully stored the jade slip and the prescription. You've translated the Butian ointment prescription, so you must remember it clearly. Let me remind you, even if you can refine the Butian ointment, make sure it doesn't come to light within the next 100 years. The Kunlun Holy Land is currently excavating the sacred ruins, and many people have already died recently. If they find out you have the Butian ointment, it will bring you endless trouble. Elder Yao smiled and asked, "Are you leaving?" Chen Chongqing sighed and said, "Yes, in a few days. I originally planned to use the Kunlun Holy Land's teleportation array, but now I can only rely on walking. The Western Continent, Eastern Wasteland, Northern Desert, Southern Plains, and Central Court before, I never realized how vast this world is. Who knows how many years it will take to walk from the Central Court to the Eastern Wasteland." Elder Yao chuckled, took out a jade slip from his robe, and handed it to him. "Since you're leaving, let me give you a gift as a token of thanks for the Butian ointment." Chen Chongqing looked at the jade slip and asked curiously, "You're giving me all your life's knowledge? Don't tell me you want to take me as your disciple." Elder Yao laughed and said, "Impossible. I don't even want to take a master myself. With your abilities, I should be the one apprenticing under you. My medical skills are profound, but I haven't found a successor. With the world in turmoil, I can't be sure I'll leave safely. If I fail to pass on my knowledge, I'll have to rely on you to help. Remember, if you meet the right person, pass the jade slip to them." After hearing Elder Yao's words, Chen Chongqing nodded. "All right, that's not difficult. If I meet someone destined, I'll pass it on. But it's better if you find your own successor." With that, he turned and left Butterfly Valley. Elder Yao watched Chen Chongqing's carefree figure disappear into the distance and smiled as he returned to the thatched cottage. Chen Chongqing, accompanied by a man, left the place where he had lived for 40 years. The news spread, and two people were particularly agitated. One of them was Jiang Bufan, the prospective holy son of the Kunlun Holy Land. "How ungrateful!" Jiang Bufan roared in anger. "Chen Chongqing, don't let me run into you again, or I'll make you regret it." He smashed everything in the room in a fit of rage, while also bearing a grudge against Ali, who was connected to Chen Chongqing. In front of the coffin shop, a figure stood quietly in front of the empty coffin shop, murmuring softly, "Teacher, do you really not want Ali anymore? What did Ali do wrong?" After a long time, Ali turned and left the coffin shop. From that moment on, the young shaman who had walked out of the vast mountains began to grow. It was also from that moment that he learned to face everything alone. But that figure was deeply etched into his heart. 3,000 miles away, Chen Chongqing and Amon stood atop a mountain peak. They had already left the Kunlun Holy Land, and Chen Chongqing no longer used the teleportation array. "Brother Chongqing, are we going back to your hometown now?" Amon asked. Chen Chongqing looked up and thought for a moment, then said, "Sort of. The eastern wilderness carries too many memories for me. Staying there always feels like home. This is the perfect opportunity to take a good look at this vast world." Listening to Chen Chongqing's words, Amon held his arm and said softly, "As long as I can follow Brother Chongqing, I'll go anywhere." Amon's words were sweet, but carried a faint trace of sadness. Back then, Chen Chongqing had said that everyone could foresee the future. Amon hadn't fully understood at the time, nor had she grasped the complexity in Chen Chongqing's heart. But as time passed, she began to understand, and she understood the helplessness within. A cultivator's lifespan increases with their cultivation level. The qi refining stage has a lifespan similar to ordinary people. The foundation establishment stage can live for 200 years, the golden core stage 500 years, the nascent soul stage 800 years, and the divine transformation stage can even surpass 1,000 years. These spans of time are long for anyone. But for Brother Chongqing, 1,000 years is merely a fleeting moment in his life. She herself did not have Ali's talent, and no matter how much effort Brother Chongqing put in, he could only help her reach the foundation establishment stage. This was the future Brother Chongqing had spoken of. She could not accompany him forever. Thinking of this, Amon buried her sadness deep in her heart and said with a smile, "Brother Chongqing, this time you have to take me out to have some fun. I've been your helper and maid for 40 years now." Chen Chongqing smiled faintly. "No problem. I'll show you the bustling world, and I'll show you the sunrise and sunset. Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you." Chen Chongqing left the Kunlun Holy Land, left the bustling central court. He took the girl who had accompanied him out of the vast mountains, and together they embarked on a journey. Over hundreds of years, Chen Chongqing met many people. There were prodigies with unparalleled talent, noble science, and mysterious powerhouses. But among all of them, only the girl from the vast mountains was willing to trade her entire life for his brief companionship. The Kunlun Holy Land did not change because of Chun Changxing's departure. The entire world did not change because of his departure. If there was any change, perhaps it was just the addition of a pair of inseparable companions. The distance from the central court to the eastern wilderness spans millions of miles. For others, this might be a journey they could never complete in a lifetime. But for some, millions of miles are merely a fleeting moment. No one has ever calculated exactly how far it is from the central court to the eastern wilderness. But Qin Changxing, accompanying Amon, measured it step by step. From the Kunlun Holy Land to the Great Qin Dynasty, it was a journey of 13,280,000 miles. This road had taken them a full 240 years to traverse. At a certain moment, Qin Changxing sincerely wished that this road would never end. But all roads in the world have an end, just like human life. Brother Changxing, is this where you started? Amon curiously looked around the wilderness, trying to piece together what this place might have looked like in the past. Time had passed, and the once small town had completely disappeared. Even Qin Changxing could only locate a vague spot. Seeing Amon's happy expression, Qin Changxing calmly asked, Amon, what kind of coffin do you want? Amon turned around and smiled. I want the best coffin from Brother Changxing. And you have to dress me up beautifully. I don't want to leave you with a bad impression. Qin Changxing smiled and agreed. All right, everything will be as you wish. The prideful air dissipated, and Amon gently caressed his face. Brother Changxing, don't be sad, okay? I know you can't bear to see me go otherwise. How could I have lived this long? Since I met you, I've lived for a full 300 years. I'm just a foundation establishment cultivator. Living an extra 100 years would already be my limit. 300 years is enough. I've lived happily. Without you, even living another 300 years wouldn't bring me joy. Holding Amon's hand, Qin Changxing softly said, As I said, everything will be as you wish. I won't be sad. Is there anything else you'd like to see? I want to see the sunrise. All right. With that, Qin Changxing took Amon to the highest mountain peak, and the two quietly leaned against each other. As the eastern sky began to brighten, Amon pouted and said, Brother Changxing, Amon is actually very selfish. I know this will make you sad, but only this way will you remember me. Don't blame Amon, okay? Qin Changxing held her shoulder and softly said, I'm your brother Changxing. How could I blame you? Hearing his words, Amon revealed a radiant smile. Brother Changxing is so good. I really wish I could watch every sunrise and sunset with you. But Amon is a little tired. I want to rest first. I won't accompany you for this sunrise. Before she could finish her sentence, Amon's hand slowly fell. The first ray of morning sunlight shone upon the two of them. Silence. For Amon's death, Qin Changxing had nothing but endless silence. Over the past 240 years, Qin Changxing had tried every possible way to extend Amon's life. Her survival until now was entirely due to the unwavering determination in her heart. As the journey reached its end, the resolve in her heart naturally faded away. No one knew how much time had passed before Qin Changxing, holding Amon, slowly stood up. He took out an ordinary coffin, applied the most exquisite makeup for Amon, and softly said, Amon, I've changed my mind. I can't use the best coffin for you. That would make you linger in this world as a departed soul for too long. I don't want you to be restless even in death, and I'm even more afraid that one day I might disturb your peace. You rest for a while. I'll come to join you soon. With that, Qin Changxing closed the coffin lid, gently caressed it, and sighed. System, the next sleep time is coming soon, isn't it? The system's electronic voice responded. Host, after you woke up last time, you stayed in the ancient Forbidden Land for 18 years, then spent 20 years in the 10,000 Mountains, 40 years researching spiritual sources and heaven-mending paste, and 240 years traveling from the Kunlun Holy Land to here. In total, you've lived for 318 years, with 2 years left until your next slumber. Qin Changxing smiled. When I met a man, she was only 18. That means she appeared right after I woke up last time. Do you think she came specifically to accompany me during this time? Host, this is just a coincidence. If you wish to turn coincidence into romance, this system does not object. Ha! System, you really don't understand romance. Maybe I've lived too long and will eventually become like you. But that's a long way off. While I still have some humanity left, I want to visit old friends. This time, the slumber will be longer, and I'm afraid that when I wake up, I won't see them again." After saying this, Qin Changxing flew off in a certain direction. Tianfu Temple. Abbot, what is it that you still can't let go of? Inside Tianfu Temple, a group of monks knelt before an elderly monk whose breath was already weak. This man was the abbot of Tianfu Temple, Master Ishio. Faced with his disciples' questioning, Ishio's cloudy eyes moved slightly. "I'm waiting for someone." "Abbot, who are you waiting for? We can invite them here," a monk suggested, but Ishio shook his head. "You can't invite the one who comes to bury me. They will come naturally when the time is right." After hearing this, the group was puzzled. Unable to persuade him, they silently withdrew. No one knew how much time had passed before the tightly closed door opened again, and a figure walked to Ishio's side. He casually touched the bald head and sat down, saying, "Little monk, it's been hundreds of years. How did you end up like this?" Hearing the familiar voice, a glimmer of light flashed in Ishio's eyes. "Is it you who has returned?" "Of course it's me. Who else would come to see you? An old monk who's about to die." After confirming the identity, Ishio pulled out 18 silver needles from his body, and his previously aged body quickly regained youth. "Qin Changsheng, you damned fellow. How are you still alive?" Seeing Ishio's fury, Qin Changsheng took out an orange and began peeling it. "A monk shouldn't use foul language. You're a renowned monk of the Night Moon Kingdom. You should have some dignity." Qin Changsheng looked indifferent, while Ishio rolled his eyes and reached out to grab the orange. Qin Changsheng immediately pulled his hand back. "No, I'm about to die. Can't I eat an orange?" "Absolutely not. I use orange peels to suppress corpse odor." "I'm really curious. How did you end up like this?" Although the lifespan of the nascent soul stage is only 800 years, taking life-extending pills can easily add another 100 or two. But as far as I remember, you haven't lived up to 800 years yet. Ishio smiled helplessly. "I also wanted to live a few hundred more years, but the conditions didn't allow it. Do you remember when I was trapped in the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom?" "I remember. And then?" "At that time, I was being hunted by the Wolf King and had no choice but to hide in the cracks of the seal. Over time, my body was invaded by an ominous force. This force made me stronger, but the price was high. To prevent the situation from worsening, I severed myself with a blade and regressed to the nascent soul stage." After listening, Qin Changxing frowned and placed his hand on Ishio's wrist for a careful diagnosis. "There is a force inside you devouring your body. Your body is almost an empty shell." "Ishio, the price you mentioned, could it be your lifespan?" "Yes, to be more precise, it's vitality. The ominous power absorbs the host's vitality and converts it into strength to feed back to the host. That's its secret to making people stronger. If you don't want the ominous power to harm you, the only way is to exchange it with someone else's life. The higher the realm, the more lives you must take. When I can no longer hold on, it will drain me completely and move on to find the next host. Now you understand why I've become like this, don't you?" Ishio quietly looked at Qin Changxing. Qin Changxing was silent for a moment before asking, "Have you never thought of destroying it?" "I have thought about it and tried many methods, but none succeeded. Unless I die, it won't disappear. And I suspect that if I die naturally, it will emerge to find the next host. This is also why I've been holding on, waiting for your return. Once the power grows stronger, the temptation becomes too great, and almost no one can resist it. I don't want this scourge to continue existing," Ishio said, taking out a delicate urn and handing it to Qin Changxing. "The best way to destroy this power is to burn me to ashes. I've already prepared this urn, the rest is up to you. Also, after I die at this realm, I should leave behind a few relics. Consider them my payment for your help. I know you well. Making you work for nothing would be more painful for you than killing you." Qin Changxing looked at the urn in his hand and clicked his tongue lightly. "Where should your ashes be buried? Should I give them to your disciples? Each generation is worse than the last. Those little monks at Tianfu Temple are not good people." Ishio shook his head. "If you give my ashes to them, they'll be destroyed sooner or later. You can choose a place to bury them, I can't control it anyway." After speaking, Ishio sat cross-legged and completely lost all signs of life. After Ishio passed away, Countless golden characters appeared on his corpse, wrapping his body tightly like a large net. Chen Changsheng looked at the body and sighed. Little monk, you're still as kind-hearted as ever. If it were someone else, they would have long since started a killing spree. As his words fell, Chen Changsheng's figure and Ishio's body disappeared from the meditation room. But on the wall of the room, 3 large characters remained: the Undertaker, Forbidden Land of the Night Moon Kingdom. A stunningly beautiful woman stood quietly in front of 3 graves. Suddenly, a frivolous voice rang out. Xiaobai, how have you been lately? Boom. The woman attacked the source of the voice without hesitation. Don't attack, it's me. Chen Changsheng dodged the attack and quickly identified himself. But upon realizing it was Chen Changsheng, the woman's attacks became even fiercer. Seeing that she refused to stop, Chen Changsheng shook his head helplessly and used the Dharma aspect of heaven and earth. Boom! With one punch, the woman was sent flying. Chen Changsheng drew a complex array with his right hand, firmly binding the woman. He then set up a temporary formation to prevent any outside interference. Wang Yanyu, we're acquaintances. Do you really have to be this ruthless? Chen Changsheng looked at the bound woman, his eyes full of helplessness. Wang Yanyu's eyes were filled with hatred. I'm hitting you, and not just hitting you, I want to kill you. If you have the guts, imprison me for life, otherwise, you'll regret it. Faced with her fury, Chen Changsheng smirked and said, Can't you speak properly? If you keep misbehaving, I might just give you a new hairstyle. Those words were like needles piercing her heart. Wang Yanyu trembled as the shame buried deep in her memory resurfaced. You wouldn't dare. Why wouldn't I? I can show you right now. Chen Changsheng pulled out a razor and stepped toward her. Confronted with the cold gleam of the razor, Wang Yanyu finally conceded. Don't come closer. I want to oppose you. That's more like it. Why get so worked up when old friends meet? After untying her restraints, Wang Yanyu asked coldly, You've been gone for so long. Why did you come back? That's a ridiculous question. Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. How long I've been away, or whether I come back or not, what does it have to do with you? Wang Yanyu didn't answer. She simply looked toward the grave of Wang Yan Agujuo. After a long silence, she finally said, I did my best with the matter concerning Ishio. I know. Ishio's issue isn't something ordinary people can solve. Have you been to Shanqing Monastery? I have. Yuan Shan performed decently. He's broken through to the nascent soul stage. You visited both places. Then why are you here with me? I came to check if the thing beneath the bronze ancient hall was still secure. I didn't expect you to attack me right after I greeted you. Wang Yanyu remained silent for a moment before continuing. Where have you been all these years? I've been to many places. It's hard to explain briefly. How long do you plan to stay this time? I don't know. Maybe I'll leave tomorrow. What if I insist you stay? You can't beat me. You. Wang Yanyu, furious and losing her composure, grabbed Chen Changsheng by the collar, completely ignoring her dignity. She questioned him. I've been training so hard all these years. Why are you still stronger than me? Chen Changsheng spread his hands innocently. I honestly don't know. I've only trained seriously for 10 years. The rest of the time, I didn't even think about it. I don't know why I keep getting stronger, even surpassing those who dedicate themselves entirely to cultivation. Wang Yanyu was speechless. Your words are infuriating. If I weren't weaker than you, I'd really want to teach you a lesson. She let go of his collar, turned away, and said coldly, The bronze ancient hall is under my watch. Nothing will go wrong. You can leave now. Chen Changsheng tilted his head, probing. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me? Have you ever given me the chance? No. Then get lost. Wang Yanyu started chasing after Chen Changsheng again. Chen Changsheng laughed as he ran. Actually, it wouldn't be surprising if you fell in love with me. I'm so outstanding and handsome. But we could never have a future. You're a wolf, and I'm a human. If we had kids, they might even turn out to be wolves. I'll kill you. Wang Yanyu roared, lunging at him. Faced with her ferocious attack, Chen Changsheng quickly vanished into the horizon. Watching the direction in which he disappeared, Wang Yanyu's chest heaved violently. She was clearly enraged. After a while, she calmed herself and turned to walk toward the cold, lonely imperial palace. When we met in our youth, though absurd, it became unforgettable forever. Because of him, I managed to survive. Because of him, my father wasn't he abandoned in the wilderness. It was because of him that the hatred of Night Moon Kingdom was avenged. To be precise, my encounter with Qin Changsheng was a destined fate. But fate can be deep or shallow, long or short. From the moment Yuhua Jinren passed away, my fate with Qin Changsheng came to an end. I cannot abandon Night Moon Kingdom, and Qin Changsheng will not stay for anyone. Qin Changsheng can be my confidant, friend, or old acquaintance, but he will never be my partner. Girl, I've visited all my old friends from the past. That little bald guy is still as kind as ever, and my little senior brother has made me proud. He actually broke through to the nascent soul stage. Now I don't have to worry about waking up and not seeing him. Qin Changsheng leaned against Amon's tombstone, chatting casually. Beside the tombstone was a freshly dug pit, prepared by Qin Changsheng for himself. After speaking, he took out the stone coffin of Bai Xinzuan. He placed the stone coffin into the pit and lay inside skillfully. Looking at Amon's grave, Qin Changsheng said softly, "People often say that they can't share a bed while alive, but hope to be together in death. I owe you in this life. If there is a next life, don't meet me again." After speaking, he closed the coffin lid, and the formation outside activated. A large amount of soil buried the stone coffin underground. Qin Changsheng began his third slumber, this time for 320 years. The sun rose and set, spring passed, and autumn came. Time, which countless people treasure, quietly slipped away. 320 years was long enough to change mountains and rivers. The two graves that Qin Changsheng had built with his own hands had long disappeared without a trace. Crash! A towering tree shook and was then uprooted by a powerful force. Ugh! 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 Qin Changsheng spat out the dirt he accidentally swallowed and looked around. The memories before his slumber and the current environment did not match at all. After surveying his surroundings, he focused on the system panel. Host, Qin Changsheng strength, 200 nascent soul mid-stage speed, 260 nascent soul late-stage defense, 280 nascent soul peak spiritual power, 200 nascent soul mid-stage lifespan, 640. Seeing these stats, Qin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. He knew that during slumber, the body's spiritual power would continuously deplete. To address this issue, Qin Changsheng used the Heaven and Earth Absolute Life Formation to create a sealed space to minimize spiritual power leakage. Although it wasn't entirely successful, the results were still decent. As usual, he allocated all 320 attribute points to defense. But the defense attribute label that followed left Qin Changsheng a bit puzzled. The label hadn't changed to Divine Transformation or Void Refinement, but instead became Fifth Realm. Qin Changsheng asked in confusion, "System, what's going on?" The system replied, "The label is merely a standard for measuring the host's strength. As the standard changes, the label naturally changes too. Due to special circumstances, a vague label was used." Qin Changsheng. The system's explanation didn't clarify things for him. Instead, it left him even more confused. "System, what do you mean by standard changes and special circumstances?" The system said, "The situation is complex right now. Once the host restores his cultivation, everything will become clear." Qin Changsheng was full of questions but obediently began restoring his cultivation. An hour later, cough, cough, cough. Qin Changsheng, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly coughed violently. His cultivation was stuck at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Qin Changsheng. Faced with this situation, he was completely bewildered. Before he went into slumber, he had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Now, upon recovery, he encountered immense resistance. His spiritual power had accumulated to its original level, but his realm simply wouldn't advance. It felt as if the heavens were forbidding his existence. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly guessed a possibility. "System, are the rules of heaven and earth changing?" The host guessed correctly. Cultivation is like the growth of plants. Plants can only grow in a suitable environment. When the environment changes, the original plants will be replaced by new ones. In other words, the current cultivation system is already outdated. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Qin Changsheng's eyes. The current cultivation system was actually not very suitable for him, as his spiritual root was artificial. Although theoretically, artificial spiritual roots were no different from natural ones, there were always differences in the details. This was also an important reason why he had been unable to break through to the void refinement realm. Thinking of this, Chun Changxing said, "System, if the situation is changing as quickly as you say, then the rules of heaven and earth are changing way too fast. I've lived for so many years, and now even the rules of heaven and earth are starting to change. Host, you think the rules are changing quickly because your time here hasn't been long. Do you know how long this cultivation system has been in place? You haven't noticed the change in rules because you've been accustomed to the current situation from the beginning. If you had arrived here 10,000 years ago, or even earlier, would you still have this doubt?" These words left Chun Changxing stunned. He realized his understanding was too limited. In his original world, there was a book called Classic of Mountains and Seas, which recorded various strange creatures, but everyone thought it was just the imagination of ancient people. However, if time were extended further, thousands or tens of thousands of years later, would humans look at today's records the same way people now view ancient legends, thinking they were all made up by the ancients? Take parrots, for example. To Qin Changsheng, they were very familiar creatures. Although not necessarily seen everywhere, at least everyone knew about them. But 1 million years later, if parrots went extinct and future generations read ancient books describing parrots, how would they react? A type of bird, covered in colorful feathers, with 2 legs and a sharp beak, capable of speaking human language. This bird is called a parrot. Faced with such a description, future generations would probably laugh their heads off, thinking the ancients had an overly vivid imagination. After all, how could a bird possibly talk? This must be a story made up by the ancients. The current cultivation system is the same. Qin Changxing's mind was filled with numerous techniques, and the books claimed that these techniques, when cultivated to their peak, would possess incredible power. Qin Changsheng had also practiced them to perfection, but the actual power displayed was far less than what the books described. He didn't find it strange, as he thought the predecessors who created these techniques might have exaggerated their effects. Now it seemed that these techniques might indeed have such powerful effects, but the rules of heaven and earth were no longer the same as before. Qin Changxing thought this way entirely because he was only familiar with the current world. Thinking of this, he asked the system, "Since a new cultivation system has emerged, what is the source of this system? Is it directly set by the heavenly Tao, or something else?" The system answered, "Host, the specifics of the cultivation system are not directly interfered with by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao only creates an environment. The true cultivation system is created by living beings. Whoever can create the system most suited to this environment will become the ruler of this era." Hearing this, Qin Changsheng almost drooled. "System, according to what you said, I can do it too? In theory, it's possible." The system's affirmation made Qin Changxing burst into laughter. "Truly, heaven is helping me. With such a great opportunity, I must retreat for a few hundred years and prepare thoroughly." System, did I hear that wrong? Host, based on analysis, trying to create a cultivation method suited to the era by shutting yourself away has a very low success rate. Only by fighting in this golden era can you possibly create a method truly suited to the times. Qin Changxing laughed. "System, stop joking. Do I look like someone who fights? I just want to be an observer, witnessing the arrival of this golden era, not planning to create it. When the new ruler of the era emerges, I'll go and get acquainted with them first. When they can't hold on and die, I'll be their friend. What a great identity that would be." System, faced with Qin Changxing's thoughts, the system fell silent. No one knew what the system was thinking. Compared to the system's silence, Qin Changxing was more excited because he was busy setting up a peerless formation to hatch an egg. Qin Changsheng had already refined the heaven-mending bomb. If it weren't for using the bomb to extend a man's life, a man might not have lasted until now. With most matters handled, Qin Changsheng was ready to start hatching the egg. Although he didn't know if it would succeed, at least it was a good way to pass the time. Within a radius of 500 miles, there were only the formation patterns carved by Qin Changxing. While setting up the formation, Qin Changxing had almost exhausted all his life's knowledge and even integrated Tao patterns he had learned from the ancient Forbidden Land. Once everything was complete, Qin Changxing placed the dead egg at the center of the formation. The Great Formation activated, and the essence of the sun and moon from heaven and earth slowly gathered, gently nourishing the already dead egg. Watching the formation operate, Chun Changxing nodded in satisfaction, then took out the heaven-mending balm and the spiritual spring of the water-moon cave. Mixing them in a specific ratio, he carefully poured the mixture onto the egg. Others watered flowers, Chun Changxing watered an egg. And so, Chun Changxing watered the egg for a full 200 years. However, one day, 200 years later, someone arrived and disrupted this peaceful, egg-watering life. Junior Yi Henshin greets Senior. In front of a green mountain stood a young man in a Taoist robe. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he cupped his hands in salute, clearly here to visit someone. But the green mountain remained silent, with no response. The young man grew anxious and tried to move forward, only to be blocked by a powerful formation. Just as he was pondering a solution, a boy of about 18 or 19 suddenly emerged from the distant green mountain. The boy carried a hoe, was barefoot, and wore a bamboo hat, leisurely heading toward a nearby thatched cottage. Seeing someone emerge from the formation, Yi Henshin quickly stepped forward and said, "Brother, could you help me pass on a message?" The boy looked puzzled. "Pass on what?" "My master has a connection with this senior and has specially come to invite him to come out of seclusion." The boy scratched his head, sizing up the stranger before him. "Do you know this senior's name?" "I don't know. I only know he is called the Undertaker." The young man froze. The Undertaker. That was him. Indeed, the young man before us was none other than Chun Changxing, who had endured over 200 years of egg-nurturing life. He had set up a grand formation, using the essence of heaven and earth to try to revive the dead egg. During this time, he continuously watered it with spiritual spring water and applied heaven-mending balm. Over time, the spiritual energy within the formation gradually influenced Chun Changxing, causing him to grow younger. Although it couldn't extend his lifespan, it had successfully rejuvenated his body. Faced with his increasingly youthful appearance, Chun Changxing felt a bit troubled after all. He didn't want to end up looking like a child. So, in recent days, Chun Changxing had built a thatched hut outside the formation to deal with this minor inconvenience. But just as he stepped out, he heard someone outside the formation requesting to see him, specifically seeking him out. Strangely, this person didn't seem to recognize him. Chun Changxing began to ponder. Not many people knew he was hiding here, most of them old acquaintances. If it were an old friend seeking help, this person should definitely know his name. "May I ask your esteemed name?" Chun Changxing asked tentatively. Yi Henshin cupped his hands and replied, "My surname is Yi, and my name is Henshin." Yi Henshin thought to himself, "This name sounds a bit thorny, downright unlucky, but it must be a coincidence. Who would deliberately give me a name that curses me? So it's Brother Yi, my apologies." Chun Changxing said with a smile, "May I ask who your master is? I've been living in this mountain for a while and am not very informed about the outside world." Hearing this, Yi Henshin immediately became serious. In fact, he had noticed from the start that the young man before him was no ordinary person. This grand formation was not something an average person could break. To freely enter and exit the formation, his identity must be extraordinary. Seeing that Yi Henshin had already guessed his identity, Chun Changxing smiled faintly, preparing to be honest. It was highly likely this was an old friend seeking help. Whether he would help or not was another matter, but he needed to understand the situation first. "Brother, I see you have an extraordinary demeanor. I suppose you must be." Yi Henshin hadn't finished speaking when Chun Changxing nodded and smiled. "That's right. I am the Undertaker's disciple." Yi Henshin interjected. Chun Changxing froze. Faced with this strange situation, he hesitated for a second before firmly responding. "That's right. I am the Undertaker's disciple, Chun Changxing." "So you're the esteemed disciple of the senior. I've heard so much about you. Please, Brother Chun, help me inform the senior that I wish to meet him." Yi Henshin was overjoyed to hear that Chun Changxing was the Undertaker's disciple. Chun Changxing, however, replied casually, "It's not impossible to inform him. But my master has ordered that no idle visitors are to be seen. You still haven't told me who your master is, so I can't help you inform him." Chun Changxing countered. Yi Henshin quickly responded, "My master is the Wolf Emperor of Night Moon Kingdom." Upon hearing the name Wan Yinyu, Chen Chongqing immediately understood the origin of Yi Henxing's name. So it's the senior Wolf Emperor. My master has ties with the Wolf King. However, I wonder what matter the Wolf Emperor seeks my master for. Yi Henxing hesitated and said, my master instructed that this matter must be discussed face to face. I see. Then you'll have to wait. I don't know when my master will come out, Chen Chongqing said. Picking up his hoe and preparing to return to the thatched hut, Yi Henxing became anxious. Brother Chen, this matter is extremely urgent. Please inform him. Chen Chongqing ignored him and continued walking toward the thatched hut. The Tianjiao Conference. The Central Court is hosting a Tianjiao Conference, and this matter requires the senior to step forward. Upon hearing the words Central Court, Chen Chongqing finally stopped in his tracks. What Tianjiao Conference? The Tianjiao Conference is a grand event hosted by the Kunlun Holy Land of the Central Court. This conference gathers the top talents from the Central Court, Western Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Northern Desert, and Southern Plains. There are two purposes. First, to identify the divine source or extracted from the forbidden land of the holy ruins. Second, to discuss how to eliminate the villainous sorcerer Wuli from the Central Court. After listening to Yi Henxing's explanation, Chen Chongqing turned and said, your master shouldn't be looking for my master for this matter. The Tianjiao Conference is for young people to participate in. My master and your master are of the same generation. How could they attend such an event? Besides, your master is quite capable himself. If it's about eliminating villains, it shouldn't fall to my master. Yi Henxing smiled bitterly. That's true in theory. But my master has been in seclusion recently, and the undefeated Taoist national master is also in seclusion. Before going into seclusion, he gave me an address and told me to invite someone. I don't know the specifics either. Chen Chongqing's mouth twitched. This was clearly Wang Yanyu and Song Yuanshan trying to shirk responsibility, leaving him to act as the protector. After understanding the purpose, Chen Chongqing was completely unwilling. This Tianjiao Conference was obviously troublesome, and with his personality, he had no desire to participate. Just as he was about to find an excuse to evade, Yi Henxing spoke again. Brother Chen, this Tianjiao Conference is unprecedented in scale. With your strength, don't you want to go and see? These words made Chen Chongqing pause for a moment. By age, he shouldn't participate, as he had lived for nearly 1,000 years. But the difference was, he had a system that kept his bone age permanently at 20. So in terms of appearance and strength, he fully met the Tianjiao standard. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. Although he might not be able to defeat the true top experts, he could easily crush the newcomers. Beating up those young brats sounded quite satisfying. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Ali's original name was Wuli. He hadn't seen him in hundreds of years and was genuinely curious about the young man from back then. With this in mind, Chen Chongqing pretended to ponder and said, Brother Yi, to be honest, my master has already mentioned this matter. Really? Then when will your esteemed master make an appearance? My master said that such trivial matters don't require his personal involvement. I can handle it. Yi Henxing listened, his eyes full of doubt. The Tianjiao Conference was filled with experts, and protectors were as numerous as stars in the sky. Without a powerful protector, this journey would undoubtedly be fraught with danger. Brother Chen, did your senior really say that? Yes, my master said that true geniuses don't need protectors. They can carve a bloody path with their own iron fists. In his eyes, those who rely on protectors are weak and useless trash. Listening to Chen Chongqing's words, Yi Henxing felt his head ache. Anyone could say such things, but the reality was far from it. Without a protector at the Tianjiao Conference, it was absolutely a death sentence. Yi Henxing tried to persuade him. Brother Chen, why don't you talk to the senior again? This matter is truly dangerous. Brother Yi, you're a grown man, don't be so cautious. My master never changes his words. Don't waste your effort. At critical moments, he has his own arrangements. You don't need to worry. With the conversation reaching this point, Yi Henxing didn't know what else to say. When disciples from other sects participate in the Tianjiao Conference, their masters and elders personally step in, fearing they might get hurt. But on his side, his master was in seclusion, the national teacher was also in seclusion, and he was handed over to a mysterious undertaker. Even more absurd, This undertaker let his disciple attend the Tianjiao conference alone. When did the world become like this? Just as Yi Hengsheng was complaining, Qin Changxing ran back to the formation and carried out a small white dog. Yi Hengsheng curiously asked, "Brother Chun, what is this?" "My pet dog has been sick recently, so I'm planning to take it to the central court to see a doctor." Don't be fooled by its current weak state, it's actually very smart. Once it's healed, you'll definitely be amazed. Yi Hengsheng instinctively examined the little dog and found it to be an ordinary dog, leaving him speechless. Yi Hengsheng thought to himself, "What did I do in my past life to deserve encountering so many oddities?" "Brother Yi, we're not just going to fly straight there, are we? The distance between the central court and the eastern wilderness is quite far." "Brother Yi, where are we heading now?" "It doesn't seem to be in the direction of the central court." "Brother Yi, the cultivation method you use seems quite unique. Did your master teach you that?" Yi Hengsheng's eye twitched uncontrollably. From the moment they boarded the airship, Qin Changxing hadn't stopped chattering, making it feel like a million insects were buzzing around his ears. Nearing his limit, Yi Hengsheng took a deep breath and slowly said, "Brother Chun, we are heading to Xuanwu Kingdom." The two largest forces in the eastern wilderness are Xuanwu Kingdom and Night Moon Kingdom. To get to the central court, we need to use the super teleportation array, which is located in Xuanwu Kingdom. Additionally, besides me, there's a fellow Taoist from Night Moon Kingdom participating in the Tianjiao conference. If you're bored, Brother Chin, feel free to wander around the airship. After saying this, Yi Hengsheng went into the cabin and shut the door tightly, clearly not wanting to see Qin Changxing again anytime soon. Watching Yi Hengsheng run off, Qin Changxing's lips curled slightly as he continued stroking the little dog in his arms. Indeed, this little dog was the life form hatched from that dead egg. Although Qin Changxing had gone to great lengths to hatch it, the egg had been damaged for a long time, and the life inside had a weakened foundation. This creature was now very frail and could die at any moment. One of the reasons Qin Changxing was willing to go to the central court was to take advantage of its abundant spiritual materials and treasures to heal it. The central court is the center of the 5 continents, rich in cultivation resources. Xuanwu Kingdom. "Brother Yi, long time no see." A young man in a python robe approached. The two seemed quite familiar with each other. After exchanging pleasantries, the young man in the python robe glanced at Qin Changxing beside Yi Hengsheng and asked, "Brother Yi, who is this?" "I am Qin Changxing, a helper invited by Night Moon Kingdom. By the way, aren't we supposed to participate in the Tianjiao conference? When are we leaving?" The young man in the python robe frowned upon seeing Qin Changxing's clueless expression and weak aura. He pulled Yi Hengsheng aside and asked, "Brother Yi, what's going on here? This person seems like a novice. Also, where is your protector this time?" Yi Hengsheng's mouth twitched slightly. "Brother Su, this is a long story. Let me explain it to you slowly." Then, Yi Hengsheng poured out all his grievances. 15 minutes later, the young man in the python robe also fell silent, as this matter seemed completely unreliable. "Brother Yi, I truly feel sorry for you." After discussing with Su Tian, Yi Hengsheng decided to adopt a laissez-faire attitude toward Qin Changxing. No matter what, the Undertaker was an old friend of the Wolf Emperor and undoubtedly strong. Although Qin Changxing lacked experience, he was still a disciple, and everyone had to show some respect. The Tianjiao assembly was dangerous, but as long as he didn't cause trouble, there shouldn't be any major issues. They might as well take him along to broaden his horizons. Thinking of this, Su Tian walked toward Qin Changxing with a smile. "So Brother Chun is the esteemed disciple of the Undertaker. I've heard so much about you. The Undertaker has always been mysterious. If I get the chance, I must pay him a visit." Qin Changxing responded with a smile. "My master enjoys living in seclusion, but if Brother Su wishes to meet him, he should agree. After all, my master has some ties with the Xuanwu Kingdom." "Oh, is that so?" "Yes, I've heard my master mention it a few times, but I'm not clear on the specifics." "In that case, I must find an opportunity to visit the elder." After exchanging a few polite words, Su Tian arranged for Qin Changxing to rest. Although he appeared courteous on the surface, Su Tian didn't truly regard Qin Changxing as a companion. Faced with such indifference, Qin Changxing merely smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart. He hadn't come to the central court to compete for first place or to stir up trouble, he preferred to keep things peaceful. After staying in the Xuanwu Kingdom for a few days, the kingdom's super teleportation array was finally ready. The top Tianjiao from both the Night Moon Kingdom and the Xuanwu Kingdom gathered in front of the teleportation array. Interestingly, the strongest Tianjiao from both countries were not of royal blood. In the Night Moon Kingdom, known as the Demon Race Dynasty, the leader was Yi Hensheng, a pure human. The leader of the Xuanwu Kingdom was Su Tian, who was not a direct descendant of the royal family either. Due to his extraordinary talent, he was adopted by the left emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom as a foster son and was even granted the title of king of equal standing. As the group prepared to set off for the central court, the left emperor, the current ruler of the Xuanwu Kingdom, Zhuo Xinghe, made a rare appearance after being in seclusion. He looked at the Tianjiao gathered in the array and, following protocol, delivered a speech to boost morale before activating the super teleportation array. Although the Tianjiao from these two kingdoms were quite strong, they were still far behind the powerhouses of the central court and other regions. This Tianjiao assembly was mainly an opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. Zhuo Xinghe had no expectations of them making a significant mark. As the teleportation array emitted a dazzling light and Zhuo Xinghe prepared to turn and leave, he suddenly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Although the aura had changed and the appearance was younger, Zhuo Xinghe would remember that face for the rest of his life. At the same time, hidden among the crowd, Chen Changxing noticed Zhuo Xinghe's gaze. The corners of his mouth lifted into a radiant smile. Whoosh! Before Zhuo Xinghe could speak, the super teleportation array activated, and over 10 Tianjiao disappeared in an instant. Gulp! Zhuo Xinghe swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably despite being a monarch. He was alive. He had truly returned alive from the forbidden ancient land. Although his appearance had changed slightly, his demeanor and gaze remained the same. The Undertaker, Chen Changxing, the former national advisor who had briefly appeared in the Xuanwu Kingdom, he had returned. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xinghe immediately shouted, "Someone, reactivate the super teleportation array. I must go to the central court myself." An elder stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, there seems to be an issue with the super teleportation array. If we want to restart it, I'm afraid it will take 2 months to repair." As he spoke, the elder's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He couldn't figure out why the teleportation array suddenly broke. Fortunately, the prodigies were unharmed otherwise. He reckoned even 100 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. Upon hearing this news, Zhuo Xinghe did not blame the person in charge of the teleportation array. He knew this must be Chen Changxing's doing. With Chen Changxing's mastery of formations, such a small trick was effortless. Then hurry up and repair it. I want to see the teleportation array restored as soon as possible. After saying this, Zhuo Xinghe turned and left, his heart already in turmoil. The person he thought was dead had actually returned alive, and he had too many questions to ask. In the spatial passage, a transparent bubble enveloped the group, swiftly shuttling through the void. More than 10 prodigies stood with their hands behind their backs, quietly staring ahead, as if they didn't even have the energy to speak. Chen Changxing understood this silence very well. After all, prodigies value their demeanor. If they were noisy along the way, it would be too embarrassing. Ignoring the composure maintained by the others, Chen Changxing found a corner to sit down, casually feeding a pill to the listless little white dog in his arms. Stroking the dog's fur, his thoughts began to churn. This time, Chen Changxing discovered that the rules of heaven and earth had a significant impact on cultivators. Most cultivators had started to go into seclusion, and the stronger they were, the more they recklessly shut themselves away. Thinking of this, he murmured softly, "Finding a completely new path of cultivation is really not easy. I didn't expect the rules of heaven and earth not only to weaken the old cultivation system, but also to shorten the lifespan of cultivators. No wonder the Central Court is hosting the Prodigy Conference. I guess those old folks can't hold on much longer." As he spoke, he glanced at the dozen or so prodigies not far away. The aura they emitted was all different, but it was clear that their cultivation systems were vastly different from before. To put it bluntly, they were all guinea pigs for the great powers experimenting with new cultivation methods. If successful, they would rise to prominence. If they failed, they would die completely. After sorting out his thoughts, Chen Changxing's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew the most direct way for cultivators to test their techniques was through combat. If they won, the technique was correct. If they lost, the technique was wrong. From this perspective, this prodigy conference was bound to be a chaotic battlefield. After a long period of shuttling, Chen Chongqing and the others finally arrived at their destination, the Kunlun Holy Land in the Central Court. As soon as they landed, intense sounds of battle could be heard from afar. Saintess of the Purple Mansion, today I, from the Golden Light Cave, have come to challenge you. A young man, his blood boiling, appeared with a dazzling sun manifesting behind him. Facing such an imposing aura, a veiled woman merely glanced at him indifferently. Then, with a gentle pinch of her right hand, her body slowly rose. Buzz, splash. A vivid green ocean phenomenon unfolded behind the woman as she slowly extended her right hand. The powerful phenomenon swept forward with her attack. The descendant of the Golden Light Cave was instantly sent flying. Witnessing this scene, everyone frowned. However, Chen Chongqing's exclamation broke the solemn atmosphere on site. That's incredible. Swish. Hundreds of prodigies turned to look at him in unison, their eyes filled with speechlessness and disdain, almost making him laugh to death. Everyone knew she was powerful, but you didn't have to say it so bluntly. We're all top-tier experts here, can't you act a bit more confident? The competition hasn't even started, and you're already so flustered. How embarrassing. Facing everyone's gaze, Chen Chongqing was momentarily stunned and then said, "Why are you all looking at me? Isn't she impressive? She can cause anomalies just by fighting. Isn't that amazing?" After hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Yi Henxing felt a throbbing pain in his temples. "Brother Chen, please stop talking. The rules of heaven and earth have changed drastically now. As long as it's not an old cultivation system's technique, anomalies can occur." "Oh, I see. So does that mean all new techniques will cause anomalies?" As soon as he said this, the contempt in the surrounding people's eyes grew even stronger. This guy was clearly a bumpkin. Who knows which remote place he crawled out from? Of course not. Only techniques with strong potential will cause anomalies, and the greater the potential, the more obvious the anomaly. Then she really is impressive, being able to cause anomalies. Yi Henxing almost couldn't resist wanting to sew Chen Chongqing's mouth shut, because this guy was simply too embarrassing. "Brother Chen, this is the Genius Conference. The so-called genius is someone who can achieve what ordinary people cannot. In other words, everyone here has anomalies. Brother Chen, you should have one too, right?" "I don't know. I haven't fought recently, so I haven't noticed." Yi Henxing was speechless. "Why did I bring you out in the first place? I've done so many bad things in the first half of my life, and meeting you seems like karma, because you're practically sent from heaven to torment me." After briefly explaining the rules to Chen Chongqing, Yi Henxing and the others quickly slipped away. The geniuses from other places merely smiled faintly, not taking this bumpkin seriously at all. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Chen Chongqing licked his lips and walked in another direction. He genuinely didn't understand what had just happened, and his praise for her was sincere. Yi Henxing felt embarrassed because they cared too much about so-called demeanor and face. But for Chen Chongqing, who possessed endless longevity, these things were utterly insignificant. "This is 300 gene of divine source. Please take it, sir." The shopkeeper personally handed Chen Chongqing a beast hide bag. Chen Chongqing counted the amount and then turned to leave. In just 200 years, the entire cultivation world had undergone earth-shaking changes. The previously common hard currency spirit stones had been replaced by Divine Source. Divine Source was a name that had emerged in the past 100 years. It was previously called Spirit Source. With the Kunlun Holy Land developing the sacred ruins, Spirit Source began to circulate widely. Initially, people treated Spirit Source as a new type of cultivation resource. But as the rules of heaven and earth changed, its importance became apparent. The old cultivation systems were gradually phased out, and everyone was exploring new systems. Gradually, people discovered that Spirit Source was far more effective than Spirit Stones in the new systems. Later, the name Spirit Source was changed to Divine Source, becoming the exclusive cultivation resource for geniuses. Looking at the 300 gene of ordinary Divine Source in the beast hide bag, Chen Chongqing licked his lips and said, "A 10-to-1 exchange rate. I feel like I've lost big. Looks like I need to earn it back elsewhere." With that, He looked up at the stone gambling house not far away. With the changes in the rules of heaven and earth, ordinary divine source began to appear in the former spirit stone mines, but exotic divine source only appeared in the stone's mine from forbidden areas. The stone skin encasing the divine source blocked all forms of detection. To ensure steady profits, various forces opened stone gambling houses. You might make a small profit, but the people behind the scenes would never lose. Coincidentally, Chen Chongqing had extensive research on divine source, which was previously known as spirit source. Hundreds of years ago, divine source wasn't so valuable. Forbidden land, ores could be bought with just a few spirit stones. To thoroughly study the properties of the divine source, Chen Chongqing mined an entire mountain of ore. The divine source extracted was of little use. He gave half to Ali and buried the other half under a grand formation as its cornerstone. In the Kunlun Stone Workshop, countless cultivators were selecting stones of various sizes, as these stones might contain rare divine sources. Here, fortunes were often decided with a single cut. Suddenly, Chen Chongqing shouted, "Boss, I want to buy this stone." His voice echoed through the stone workshop, and everyone stopped what they were doing, staring at him as if he were a fool. The stone he wanted to buy was none other than the signature stone of the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Everyone thought, "Have you lost your mind? That's just an ordinary stone used as a display at the entrance. Why would you want to buy it?" Soon, the manager arrived, his face dark. "Friend, are you here to cause trouble? Can you be more polite? I'm here to gamble on stones and buy a stone. Isn't that normal?" Chen Chongqing retorted. The manager's expression remained unpleasant because, apart from the words Kunlun Stone Workshop carved on it, the giant stone had no other distinguishing features. Who would be foolish enough to trade something for this stone unless they were here to stir up trouble? "Is that so?" The manager sneered. "This stone is priced by weight in exchange for divine source. You'll need to pay 1,000 pounds of divine source." Hearing this, Chen Chongqing looked at the stone and said, "Only 1,000 pounds? Isn't that too cheap? This stone is worth at least 4 or 5,000 pounds." The manager scoffed. "Theoretically, yes, but since you seem so sincere, I'll give you a discount." Ignoring the manager's sarcasm, Chen Chongqing carefully examined the stone sign again. After a thorough inspection, he nodded. "The price is reasonable, but I only have 300 pounds of divine source on me. Can you make an exception? Can I go gather the rest of the money and come back to buy it later?" As soon as he said this, the manager's face immediately darkened. "Dear customer, I'm afraid that's not possible. Today, you have two choices. First, pay 1,000 pounds of divine source and buy this stone. Second, we throw you out." The atmosphere grew tense, and the surrounding crowd quickly gathered. After all, watching a commotion was always entertaining. Chen Chongqing paid no attention to the manager's threats. He had encountered countless true masters of great power, and these small-time characters couldn't intimidate him. He simply didn't want to cause trouble. Besides, he was the one who had come to buy something from them, so he felt it wouldn't be right to act too forcefully. Just as Chen Chongqing was about to rummage through his belongings to see if he had anything cheap to pawn, a voice suddenly rang out. 1,000 pounds of divine source. I'll take it." Turning around, he saw that it was the Saintess of the Purple Mansion. The manager immediately approached her with a smile. "Wang Defa greets the Saintess. May I ask, Saintess, is this person your friend?" "No." Hearing this, the manager was instantly embarrassed. "Saintess, the Purple Mansion Holy Land and the Kunlun Holy Land have always had a good relationship. In that case, why are you helping this troublemaker?" The Saintess of the Purple Mansion responded calmly. "A stone workshop is a place to sell stones. As long as it's a stone here, it can be sold. Is there anything wrong with me wanting to buy this stone?" "Of course not. Since it's the Saintess making the offer, 800 gene of divine source will suffice." Smack! The Saintess handed the steward a beast hide bag, but Chen Chongqing was displeased. "What is going on? I didn't say I didn't want this stone. This is too unfair." Wang Defa's face turned cold. "Kid, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for the Saintess helping you out, you would have been kicked out of the Kunlun Stone Workshop today. Hurry up and thank the Saintess." While Wang Defa was reprimanding Chen Chongqing, the Saintess of the Purple Mansion walked over slowly. "This stone is for you." Everyone was stunned. and Qin Changsheng was even more bewildered. Miss Saintis, I don't recall us ever meeting. Why are you giving me this stone worth 800 gene of divine source? That's a huge amount. Calculated in spirit stones, that's 8 million spirit stones. The Saintess of the Purple Mansion looked resolute. 800 gene of divine source is nothing. If you're willing to serve the Purple Mansion Holy Land, I'm willing to offer 8,000 gene of divine source. Upon hearing this price, everyone couldn't help but gasp. 8,000 gene of divine source. This price was enough to buy the life of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. 8,000 gene of divine source is still too little. I don't think it's enough. I'll just pay 800 gene of divine source for this stone. As he spoke, Qin Changxing grabbed the Saintess of the Purple Mansion's hand and handed over a beast hide bag. This is 300 gene of divine source. I'll owe the remaining 500 gene for now and pay it later. Then, he turned his hand and pulled out a large iron hammer, spitting into his palm. One hammer, 80. Boom. The 4 to 5,000 gene stone was struck hard by Qin Changxing, breaking off a corner. Seeing his rough approach, Wang Defa's face darkened. This was nothing like opening divine source. Although divine source was hard, it couldn't withstand such brute force. This guy was clearly here to cause trouble. Once the Saintess of the Purple Mansion left, I'll deal with him. Accompanied by Qin Changxing's strange chant, the Kunlun Stone Workshop's signboard was smashed to pieces. After 9 strikes, the originally intact stone was reduced to the size of a wash basin. At this point, the onlookers almost unanimously believed that Qin Changxing was here to stir up trouble. But the Saintess of the Purple Mansion's gaze remained unchanged. In the teleportation array, she had seen this man. At that time, everyone was amazed by her phenomenon, except for him. In other words, his gaze showed no surprise. Such a gaze usually indicated one of 2 possibilities. Either he was stronger than her, or he had seen someone stronger than her. In either case, this man was worth associating with. 800 gene of divine source. This price was not expensive at all. After 9 strikes, Qin Changxing used all his strength and delivered the final blow. One hammer, 80. Suddenly, a strange red light emerged from the stone. Some gamblers who frequented the stone workshop shouted, "It's risen." Seeing Qin Changxing actually open divine source, Wang Defa was dumbfounded, and the Saintess of the Purple Mansion was also surprised. The stones in the workshop had all been screened by masters, and the chances of opening divine source were extremely low. He had actually opened divine source from a waste stone. He was definitely no ordinary person. Qin Changxing broke open the outer stone layer, searched for a while, and retrieved 2 pieces of fiery red variant divine source. One was the size of a fist, and the other was only as big as a bird's egg. Weighed the item, Qin Changxing turned to the Saintess of Zifu and said, "I don't know much about exotic divine sources. Since Zifu Sacred Ground also has a stone workshop, why don't you help me estimate its value?" The Saintess of Zifu looked at the exotic divine source in her hand and said, "Kunlun Sacred Ground once brought back a mountain like mine from the holy ruins. Eventually, they extracted a fiery red divine source from it, resembling a fire dragon, and named it Fire Dragon Source. 1 pound of Fire Dragon Source is equivalent to 100 pounds of ordinary divine source." After hearing her words, Qin Changxing nodded, then handed the Fire Dragon Source, about the size of a bird's egg, to the Saintess of Zifu. The density of the divine source was extremely high, so even such a small piece weighed 5 or 6 pounds. Calculating it, this piece was just enough to pay off the debt. After clearing the debt owed to the Saintess of Zifu, Qin Changxing smiled, placed the Fire Dragon Source into a beast hide bag, and handed it to Wang Defa. This beast hide bag was specially designed for divine sources. Though small in size, it could offset the unbearable weight of the divine source. If there were too many divine sources, their weight could crush a storage ring. Manager Wang, I remember that to enter the inner courtyard of Kunlun Stone Workshop, you need at least a guarantee of 10,000 pounds of divine source, right? Now my guarantee should be enough. Can I go in? Seeing that Qin Changxing had actually extracted a divine source from a waste stone, Wang Defa immediately changed his attitude. Currently, Kunlun Sacred Ground was hosting the Heavenly Talents Conference, attracting geniuses from all directions. With such skill and insight, Chen Chongqing was undoubtedly extraordinary. How could Wang Defa dare to neglect such a figure? Of course, please follow me, esteemed guest. Under Wang Defa's enthusiastic invitation, Chen Chongqing entered the inner courtyard of Kunlun Stone Workshop, with the Saintess of Zifu following closely behind. However, just because these two could enter didn't mean others could enter freely. Soon, the entire Kunlun sacred ground learned that an unknown genius was heading to the inner courtyard of Kunlun Stone Workshop to gamble on stones. This news naturally attracted more geniuses to come and watch. Kunlun Stone Workshop's inner courtyard was different from the outer courtyard. The stones in the inner courtyard were very few. The entire inner courtyard was astonishingly large, but there were only a dozen stones to choose from. Each stone was extraordinary. Some resembled pine trees, and when the breeze blew, the stones would gently sway. Others were only the size of a fist, but were exceptionally smooth, capable of rolling on their own when placed in a tray. After carefully examining these stones, Chen Chongqing frowned. The aura of these stones was intense, likely excavated from the depths of the Holy Ruins Forbidden Zone. He truly wasn't confident about what could be extracted from them. Young master, have you taken a liking to any of the stones? I think that welcoming pine is quite good. To be honest, I heard the sound of wind rustling through leaves coming from inside the stone myself. Faced with Wang Defa's sales pitch, Chen Chongqing gave him a sidelong glance. I know the stones from the Holy Ruins Forbidden Zone are magical, but 9 out of 10 are empty. The stones here, even the cheapest ones, cost 5,000 divine sources per pound. A single stone can easily cost hundreds of thousands, even millions of divine sources. If I could buy on credit, I might be interested in trying a few. Wang Defa, hearing this, rubbed his hands together with a smile on his face. Esteemed guest, you're joking. We're just a small business, we don't offer credit. But for someone like you, 100 or 80,000 divine sources is nothing. Enough of that. Chen Chongqing sneered. Tell your superiors that I can't make the decision. For tens or hundreds of thousands of divine sources, I don't have that much. I need to use something as collateral. Wang Defa immediately smiled and said, No problem. Please wait a moment. I'll take care of it right away. After speaking, he instructed someone to serve spiritual tea and respectfully withdrew. Sitting in the pavilion, Chen Chongqing sipped tea while observing the surrounding stones, completely unaffected by the beauty of the Saintess of the Purple Mansion. After a while, the silent Saintess of the Purple Mansion spoke. With your abilities, you surely don't care about the quantity of divine sources. You came for what's inside the divine sources. Hearing this, Chen Chongqing turned to look at her. Saintess, what are you saying? On the path of cultivation, resources are always the most important. I came to the Kunlun Stone Workshop, of course, for what's inside the divine sources. After all, who would complain about having too many divine sources? Chen Chongqing argued. Others might come to gamble on stones for divine sources, but you're different. Why? Because your gaze is too calm. That fire dragon source weighs at least 50 pounds, equivalent to 25,000 pounds of ordinary divine sources. Such a vast amount of resources would be highly valued by any genius, yet you didn't even blink when you saw it. This shows that 25,000 pounds of divine sources mean nothing to you. Everyone in the Kunlun Holy Land knows that the stones in the inner courtyard of the workshop are exorbitantly priced. Even if the best divine sources are extracted, it's hard to break even. The only chance is to uncover divine sources that contain something special inside. So, you're here for those things. After hearing the Saintess of the Purple Mansion's analysis, Chen Chongqing nodded in agreement. That makes a lot of sense. I am indeed here for what's inside the divine sources. The minerals from the forbidden area are likely to yield divine sources, and these divine sources contain extraordinary things. For example, certain unknown spiritual medicines that can even save lives in critical moments. I happen to need such spiritual medicines, so I came. By the way, we've been talking for so long, but I still don't know your name, Mississippi. Zining. The Saintess of the Purple Mansion replied softly. Zining, a good name. My name is Zhuoxinghe. Thank you, Miss Zining, for your help earlier. Crack. A crack appeared in the teacup in Zining's hand, and a powerful aura emanated from her. Zhuoxinghe is the name of the current left emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom in the Eastern Wilderness. Zining, being in the central court, couldn't possibly not know this. Could it be that the young master is looking down on her? Ha! Miss Zining is truly remarkable. Su Tian apologizes to you. Boom! Zining struck without hesitation. The man before her was still deceiving her. Su Tian was the leader of the Xuanwu Kingdom's delegation for this year's Genius Conference. After encountering this strange man, she conducted a special investigation. The results of the investigation shocked her. The personnel list from the Eastern Wilderness didn't match. To be precise, there was an extra person in the Genius delegation. Bang! 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 Chen Chongqing and Zining engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging over 100 moves. Neither used spiritual power, relying solely on physical strength. However, the result was that Chen Chongqing easily subdued Zining on the 136th move. His left hand grasped her delicate arm, while his right hand held her swan-like slender neck. Chen Chongqing said helplessly, "Young lady, why do you always think about fighting?" Although controlled by Chen Chongqing, Zining remained calm and composed. The Xuanwu Kingdom emphasizes physical strength, but your physical prowess is almost unmatched among the geniuses of the entire Xuanwu Kingdom. Why isn't your name on the genius delegations list? Who exactly are you? Just as Zining questioned Chen Chongqing, numerous geniuses who had come to watch the commotion also arrived. Seeing the intimate posture between the two, they were instantly stunned. In their hearts, they murmured, "This is way too exciting." The Saintess of the Purple Mansion was recognized as one of the three great beauties of the younger generation in the central court. The scene before them surprised and shocked many. Facing the awkward situation, Chen Chongqing calmly released Zining. "Everyone, don't you understand the concept of not looking at things you shouldn't? Miss Zining and I were merely sparring. Staring at us like that, don't you think it's a bit rude?" Upon hearing this, some of the geniuses quickly apologized and lowered their heads. However, a few excitedly asked, "Miss Zining, is this man disrespecting you? If he is, then he must pay the price." Zining glanced at them indifferently and said nothing. This mysterious man was indeed somewhat shameless, his words and actions ambiguous. But she disliked the hypocritical behavior of these people even more. A true man, whether good or bad, should act decisively and directly, without hesitation. If they truly wanted to help her, they would have acted long ago. Why bother asking for her opinion here? The reason they kept asking was because they feared this man might be powerful, afraid he would gain the upper hand. Besides, she herself wasn't afraid of him. Seeing the Saintess of the Purple Mansion ignoring them, those geniuses felt awkward. Interestingly, the instigator of this farce, Chen Chongqing, actually began lecturing them. "Brothers, don't pursue girls using methods like yours. You just committed a major taboo." When Chen Chongqing said this, most people scoffed. But in a large crowd, there were always a few curious individuals. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Chongqing smiled and said, "It's very simple. If you want to pursue a girl, you need to move her with your personal charm. You all know Zining's qualities: strong background, outstanding talent. A girl like her won't care much about other conditions. There aren't many men in the world who are stronger than her. At this point, personal charm becomes especially important. For example, in the situation just now, you should have acted against me without hesitation. Any hesitation makes you appear timid and indecisive. Tell me, how can such a man attract Zining's attention?" Chen Chongqing's novel perspective intrigued many of the previously dismissive geniuses. Gradually, more and more people gathered around him. Now you understand where the problem lies. After hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the geniuses suddenly realized. Someone asked, "Brother Chen, what if the opponent is very strong?" Chen Chongqing smiled and said, "So what if they're strong? In the holy land of Kunlun, no one would immediately go all out against you over such a trivial matter. Besides, all of you here are geniuses. While there may be differences in strength, the gap won't be too vast. Do you mean to say you don't even have the confidence to protect yourselves?" As soon as he said this, everyone's chests puffed out a little more. They were all geniuses, while some were stronger and more outstanding. None of them lacked the ability to defend themselves. After years of rigorous training, they had confidence in their own strength. Seeing the crowd's attention shift, the corners of Chen Chongqing's mouth curled into a slight smile. The Saintess of the Purple Mansion kept staring at him, which was bound to cause trouble. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Changxing decided to give her admirers a lesson. These geniuses have an average age barely over 100, so it's easy to fool them. Once she's surrounded by a bunch of suitors, she naturally won't pay attention to me anymore. Chen Changxing, why are you here? Just as he was pondering what to say next, a voice came from the crowd. Turning around, he saw it was Zui Jing, one of the members of the Xuanwu Kingdom's genius group. Zui Jing was the third princess of Xuanwu Kingdom, with decent talent and strength that ranked slightly above average within the group. So it's the third princess. Chen Changxing greets you. I was just discussing cultivation with a few fellow Taoists. Did Brother Su and the others not come? Zui Jing replied. Su Tian and the others are adjusting their state, preparing for the Genius Conference 3 days from now. I heard there's an unknown genius here gambling on stones, so I came to take a look. You arrived early. Do you know who that unknown genius is? I don't know. I wandered around the Kunlun Stone Workshop, and suddenly the crowd grew, but I didn't see any unknown genius. After understanding the situation, Zui Jing chatted with Chen Changxing for a bit before quietly waiting for the unknown genius to appear. The geniuses listening to Chen Changxing's lecture didn't consider him to be the one gambling on stones. He was dressed too plainly, not at all like someone with a background. Although his strength during the match with Zi Ning was extraordinary, the stones at Kunlun Stone Workshop wouldn't give discounts just because you're a genius. As a result, only Zi Ning knew the truth on sight. However, as the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion, she had her pride and would never actively explain to others. At that moment, Wang Defo arrived with a middle-aged man. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, many geniuses immediately became serious. Even the usually indifferent Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion was no exception. This man was none other than the second elder of Kunlun Holy Land, Jiang Feng. Years ago, during the competition for the position of Holy Master of Kunlun Holy Land, Jiang Feng narrowly lost to the current Holy Master, Jiang Bufan. Despite his defeat, Jiang Bufan once said, "If luck had been slightly different, the outcome between us would have been uncertain." Apart from this, Jiang Feng had another awe-inspiring achievement. 600 years ago, an evil thief named Wuli appeared in the central court, oppressing the younger generation to the point of humiliation. Eventually, Wuli encountered the young Jiang Feng, and the two battled for 3 days and nights, ending in a draw. It was this battle that silenced Wuli for a full 100 years. To this day, Jiang Feng remains the only one who could fight Wuli to a draw. As Jiang Feng approached, everyone adjusted their appearance, preparing to present their best selves. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Feng directly ignored the crowd and walked straight to Chen Changxing, who was casually chatting. The Kunlun Stone Workshop's hospitality has been lacking. I hope you won't mind, young friend, Jiang Feng said politely. Chen Changxing immediately stopped chatting, cupped his hands in greeting, and replied, Elder Jiang is too kind. It's an honor for me to visit the Kunlun Stone Workshop. The two conversed warmly, appearing very close, and walked together toward the pavilion. This scene left the geniuses present utterly stunned. Although they all bore the title of genius, in the face of a top-tier elder like Jiang Feng, everyone had to bow their heads. Jiang Feng personally poured Chen Changxing a cup of hot tea and said with a smile, I heard you wanted to try opening a few stones for fun? Do you have any particular ones in mind? Chen Changxing replied with a smile, I've picked one, but I'm short on funds and don't have enough divine source. I can only use some scraps as collateral. I wonder if the Kunlun Stone Workshop accepts that. Jiang Feng laughed. You're too modest, young friend. Divine source is good, but it's troublesome to carry. I don't even have 100,000 divine sources on me. The two conversed warmly, but not far away. A woman's eyes turned red. It was Zui Jing, the third princess of the Xuanwu Kingdom. She clenched her fists tightly, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. Chen Changxing clearly didn't take the group of prodigies seriously and deliberately concealed his identity. Thinking about how everyone had treated him earlier, Zui Jing's face turned extremely unpleasant. After the casual conversation ended, Chen Changxing spoke. Elder Jiang, it's getting late. May I choose a stone now? Of course, young friend, please. Jiang Feng personally led the way. After browsing for a while, Chen Changxing selected a stone that kept rolling. This stone was only the size of a fist, with a smooth and rounded surface. Unlike other stationary stones, it kept rolling continuously on the jade plate. Jiang Feng took the opportunity to introduce it. This is called the rolling orb, originating from the depths of the forbidden land of the sacred ruins. What is special about it is that this stone is encased within another piece of divine source. The Kunlun Holy Land intended to cut it open, but due to its unique nature, they had to place it in the stone workshop instead. Chen Chongqing picked up the rolling orb and asked, "What makes it unique?" Jiang Feng replied, "Stone gambling is all about risk. The divine source encased stone cannot be penetrated by spiritual power or divine sense. But this particular stone can be penetrated, and once penetrated, the divine sense disappears without a trace." Chen Chongqing examined it carefully and then said, "There is a type of stone called black charcoal stone, which can absorb divine sense and spiritual power. Its shape is highly variable and unpredictable, and its weight is similar to divine source. If the outer layer of the rolling orb is thin and contains black charcoal stone inside, it would create the effect of divine sense disappearing after penetration. The risk is too high, which is why the Kunlun Holy Land didn't dare to open it." Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Young friend, your insight is remarkable, but the stone workshop is a place for stone gambling. If we could determine what is inside, the Kunlun Holy Land would have opened it themselves. Don't you agree?" Chen Chongqing asked, "How much divine source is needed for this rolling orb?" 2 million divine sources. Jiang Feng calmly reported the astronomical figure, his face full of smiles as he looked at Chen Chongqing. The stones in the stone workshop were all prepared for top-tier experts. A young man daring to gamble on stones here must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, Jiang Feng wouldn't have personally attended to him. Upon hearing the price, all the prodigies present gasped. Even Zining furrowed her brows. 2 million divine sources. This figure far exceeded the resources she could mobilize. Although she was the saintess of the Purple Mansion, she could at most mobilize 300,000 divine sources, and her entire wealth combined was no more than 500,000 divine sources. Although she had heard that the stones in the inner courtyard of the stone workshop were exorbitantly priced, she expected them to be this expensive. 2 million divine sources. This price isn't high, it's quite reasonable. Just as everyone was marveling, Chen Chongqing said indifferently, "Everyone, are you sure you know what you're saying? 2 million divine sources is reasonable? I'll sell you one, want it?" Chen Chongqing ignored the astonished expressions of the crowd. With a wave of his right hand, a dark shadow was directly thrown to the ground. Boom! The shadow smashed into the soft grass, leaving a noticeable dent. Chen Chongqing casually looked at the rolling orb and said offhandedly, "Elder Jiang, help me appraise this." Jiang Feng saw the item on the ground clearly and exclaimed in surprise, "Purple gold copper essence." Seemingly sensing Jiang Feng's astonishment, Chen Chongqing finally shifted his gaze from the rolling orb to Jiang Feng. "Elder Jiang, why so surprised? Is the Kunlun sacred land so vast that it doesn't even have purple gold copper mother?" "Of course I've seen purple gold copper mother. It's a top-tier material for refining tools and the best material for crafting pill furnaces. However, purple gold copper mother is extremely rare. A piece as large as a wash basin. This is the first time I've seen one. Not bad. I picked this up at my doorstep. Elder Jiang, take a look and name your price." Everyone thought to themselves, "Why can't I find something like this at my doorstep?" Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and finally quoted a price of 800,000 divine source. "The price is quite reasonable." Boom! Chen Chongqing casually remarked and then tossed out another piece of metal. The appearance of this metal made even Jiang Feng unable to contain his excitement. "Young friend, where did you get this?" "Dug it up while farming." Jiang Feng was speechless. "If you're going to make up a story, at least make it believable." Chen Chongqing was indifferent to these two pieces of metal because he had plenty more in his possession. Thunder beasts naturally loved digging up various metal ores and even fed on them. Chen Chongqing had just wiped out 100,000 thunder beasts, so these metals naturally ended up in his hands. Seeing that Chen Chongqing was unwilling to reveal the source, Jiang Feng refrained from asking further. He carefully examined the metal on the ground again and said, "This is Xianming iron essence, an essential auxiliary material for top-tier experts when forging weapons. Although this metal isn't particularly hard, it has a unique advantage: it can fuse multiple different metals together. This material is extremely rare and almost impossible to find on the market. It's a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, so I can't give an accurate price at the moment. Listening to Jiang Feng's explanation, Chen Changxing continued to focus on the Zhou Pan Pearl and said, "Elder Jiang, just name a price. The Kunlun sacred land is vast. I trust you won't deliberately undervalue it." Jiang Feng scrutinized Chen Changxing again and, after some hesitation, said, "Since young friend insists, I'll boldly name a price. This head-sized piece of Xianming Iron Essence Kunlun Stone Workshop offers 4 million divine source." As soon as this price was announced, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Such astronomical figures were unheard of, even for the geniuses present. 4 million divine source. Only a major power like the Kunlun Sacred Land could afford such a sum. Upon hearing the price, Chen Changxing nodded. The price is a bit low, but it's still fair. After all, this is just an auxiliary material. Counting this piece of Xianming Iron Essence, my total collateral value at Kunlun Stone Workshop should be 4.8 million divine source. To be precise, it's 4,825,000 divine source. After deducting the price of the Zhou Pan Pearl, I still have 2,825,000 divine source left. I'll leave the money here for now. Tomorrow, I plan to open another stone. For today, let's just open this one. With that, Chen Changxing handed the Zhou Pan Pearl to Jiang Feng. Seeing Chen Changxing's calm demeanor, Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Young friend, your generosity is truly unmatched. Even some sacred land leaders might not compare. It's truly an honor to open stones for you." With that, Jiang Feng took the Zhou Pan Pearl, and the unparalleled formation of Kunlun Stone Workshop slowly activated. Occasionally, strange things appear in divine source ores, and the formation's protection can prevent unnecessary trouble. Moreover, wealth is tempting, and if a peerless treasure truly emerges from the ore, the formation can prevent prying eyes. Jiang Feng slowly exhaled, and a powerful aura instantly unfolded. He was already at the 6th realm of cultivation, even causing Chen Changxing to raise an eyebrow. The previous golden core system was restricted by the rules of heaven and earth, prompting many geniuses to forge new paths and create new cultivation methods. 600 years ago, the suppression of the rules became increasingly severe. Ali's foundational cultivation method was the 8-9 Profound Art, a unique technique unaffected by the rules. This was one of the reasons he dominated the younger generation in the Central Court 600 years ago. Jiang Feng being able to match Ali in strength clearly indicated he had also carved out his own path. Swish! Rays of sword light flew out from Jiang Feng's fingertips, each brushing past the Zhou Pan Pearl. As the sword light swept by, the Zhou Pan Pearl shed a small amount of stone powder. The stone skin of the Zhou Pan Pearl was very thin, and using the stone opening method was undoubtedly the safest approach. Other methods could easily damage the contents inside. As the stone skin was gradually ground away, the Zhou Pan Pearl began to emit a golden glow. Judging by the radiance, this was clearly the highest grade golden divine source. A pound of golden divine source was worth the equivalent of 1,000 pounds of ordinary divine source, making such quality an immense fortune in anyone's hands. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was not on the golden divine source. The Zhou Pan Pearl was too small. Even if it contained golden divine source, it wouldn't recoup the astronomical price of 2 million divine sources. The only hope now was to see if there was something hidden within the golden divine source. Swish! The final ray of sword light swept across, completely peeling away the stone skin of the Zhou Pan Pearl. The golden divine source inside remained intact. "There's something inside the divine source," someone in the crowd shouted, snapping everyone out of their awe at Jiang Feng's extraordinary technique. Inside the hollow golden divine source, a plump, white silkworm was slowly crawling. Seeing the insect inside, Jiang Feng frowned, as he had never encountered such a creature before. Just as Jiang Feng was studying the unknown silkworm, Chen Changxing's voice rang out. "Elder Jiang, The stone has been opened. Can you hand over the item to me now? Qin Changxing's words brought Jiang Feng back from his contemplation. Of course, after all, this item already belongs to you. Jiang Feng handed the divine source sphere to Qin Changxing, who gently shook the sphere containing the plump silkworm and smiled, saying, I didn't expect to meet you here. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. Hearing this, the previously silent saintess of the Purple Mansion also became intrigued and asked, Do you know what this is? Of course I do, but you all certainly don't. To put it simply, even the combined value of shimming iron essence and purple gold copper mother can't compare to one of its legs. All right, it's getting late. I need to rest. I'll come back tomorrow to open another stone. With that, Qin Changxing put away the divine source sphere and swaggered out. Young friend, wait a moment. Just as Qin Changxing was about to leave, Jiang Feng hurriedly called out to him. Elder Jiang, is there something else? May I ask if the item just uncovered is for sale? Of course it is, but the price, Elder Jiang, is something you might not be able to afford. Oh, young friend, your words are quite interesting. Although the Kunlun Holy Land may not claim to be the #1 in the Central Court, its strength and heritage are clear to everyone. I'm very curious, what kind of price could it be that even the Kunlun Holy Land cannot afford? Hearing the confidence in Jiang Feng's tone, Qin Changxing smiled faintly. Elder Jiang, you misunderstood. I'm not saying the Kunlun Holy Land cannot afford it, I'm saying you cannot afford it. If you want what I have, you'll need to offer 1/3 of the Kunlun Holy Land's assets in exchange. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Feng's face immediately darkened. Young friend, you must be joking, right? I'm certainly not joking. Elder Jiang, the reason you're surprised is that you haven't realized the value of this item. If you understood its true value, you'd find that exchanging 1/3 of the Kunlun Holy Land for it is already extremely cheap. However, judging by your current position, it seems you don't have the authority to make this decision, which is why I said you can't afford it. Jiang Feng thought helplessly. At this price, even the Holy Lord wouldn't be able to afford it. The Holy Land isn't decided by one person, and using 1/3 of the Holy Land to buy a worm is simply insane. Seeing Jiang Feng's cold expression and silence, Qin Changxing chuckled but didn't press further. After all, even if the Kunlun Holy Land were willing to pay this price, he might not necessarily sell it. By the way, Elder Jiang, I've just revealed such a valuable treasure. It won't attract unwanted attention, will it? Qin Changxing asked. Jiang Feng adjusted his mood and replied, During the Tianjiao conference, no one is allowed to harm the Tianjiao. Violators would be challenging the Kunlun Holy Land. The Kunlun Holy Land would fight them to the death, but competition among the Tianjiao is permitted. That's good. Revealing such a valuable item, I was worried about attracting bad people. With Elder Jiang's assurance, I feel at ease. Also, the stones in the inner courtyard won't be swapped out tomorrow, right? I've already set my sights on another one. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's brows furrowed slightly. The Zopan pearl contained life. Although its origins were unclear, being sealed within a divine source meant it was definitely no ordinary item. Such a treasure being taken away naturally left Jiang Feng feeling uneasy. Now, hearing that Qin Changxing had his eyes on another stone, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a bit tense. You, young friend, really know how to joke. My Kunlun Stone Workshop is open for business and would never do anything shady. What's here today will be the same tomorrow. Kunlun Stone Workshop values fairness. See you tomorrow then. After speaking, Qin Changxing swaggered out of the Kunlun Stone Workshop. No one present dared to play any tricks. Qin Changxing carried priceless celestial gold with him, his physical strength surpassing even the Purple Mansion Saintess. Coupled with the fact that no one knew his origins, these conditions made anyone think twice before acting against him. Moreover, the Tianjiao conference was still ongoing. Eastern Wilderness Courtyard. Qin Changxing returned to the small courtyard prepared by the Kunlun Holy Land specifically for the Eastern Wilderness Tianjiao group. After securing the doors and windows, he took out the divine source sphere he had brought back from the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Looking at the fat silkworm wriggling continuously within the divine source, Qin Changxing murmured softly, I didn't expect there to actually be a living golden silkworm goo in this world. If the witch tribe of the 10,000 mountains had you, they wouldn't have fallen into such decline. Indeed, the fat silkworm within the divine source was none other than the witch tribe's goo god, the golden silkworm goo. Years ago, Chen Chongqing unexpectedly arrived at the 10,000 mountains and later had numerous conflicts with the Thunder Beast clan. During that time, following his usual habits, he naturally conducted detailed research on the various goo insects of the witch tribe. Among them, he gained the deepest understanding of the witch tribe's golden silkworm goo. According to ancient texts of the witch tribe, the golden silkworm goo is the nemesis of all insects. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing took out the broken true martial sword and gently sliced open the divine source sphere. Swish! Crack! The moment the divine source sphere broke open, the golden silkworm goo leapt onto the true martial sword. A faint sound followed. The nearly indestructible true martial sword was gnawed by the golden silkworm goo, leaving a rice grain-sized notch. Seeing this, even Chen Chongqing was astonished. It must be noted that the true martial sword was the weapon of the former left emperor of the Xuanwu kingdom. Except for one failure in the ancient Forbidden Land, Chen Chongqing had never seen anything capable of damaging the true martial sword in all these years. And now, the golden silkworm goo effortlessly created a notch on the sword, showcasing its incredible power. The sound of gnawing echoed in the room as the seemingly harmless golden silkworm goo voraciously bit into the true martial sword. Although Chen Chongqing felt distressed, he dared not act rashly. According to the ancient texts, the golden silkworm goo required ancient ferocious beasts as food, and his small stature might not be enough to tame it. Carefully, he placed the true martial sword on the table and quickly took out herbs and tools for drawing a formation. The golden silkworm goo was a treasure of the witch tribe, and naturally, they had left methods to subdue it. Soon, Chen Chongqing had drawn an ancient and intricate formation. Sprinkling it with specially prepared medicinal powder, he activated the formation and slowly extended his right hand, beckoning to the golden silkworm goo that was still eating. The golden silkworm goo seemed to sense his call, its plump white head slightly raised, and it glanced at him warily. Swish! Before Chen Chongqing could react, the golden silkworm goo had already jumped into his palm. Puff! Its sharp little mouth bit through Chen Chongqing's sturdy defenses and burrowed into his palm. A small lump immediately swelled on his arm, and the piercing pain made Chen Chongqing's mouth twitch. Golden silkworm thread is both a powerful weapon and can heal wounds quickly. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing picked up the true martial sword beside him and made a small cut on his index finger. Before much blood could drip, a thin strand of golden thread floated to the wound. The thread swiftly stitched the wound, and after healing, even the scar disappeared at a visible speed. Confirming that the golden silkworm goo was indeed as miraculous as described in ancient texts, Chen Chongqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. This adds another life-saving card to my deck. When the golden silkworm thread covers my entire body, even if my head gets chopped off, I might not die. The 8-9 mystical art and a large number of attribute points have already made my body exceptionally strong, and now with this repairability added. In this situation, dying would be difficult. After indulging in a bit of pride, Chen Chongqing looked at the system panel. Nowadays, the cultivation system has become extraordinarily complex, and even someone as knowledgeable as him cannot judge his strength based solely on his realm. Fortunately, the system and attribute points provide some reference. P.S. Originally planned to release on the 9th, but I got the date wrong. The time is already set, so everyone will have to wait until tomorrow. I won't dare to do this again in the future. Whispering Host, Chen Chongqing Strength, 304th Realm Speed, 304th Realm Defense, 526th Realm Spiritual Power, 244th Realm Lifespan. 640. The data on the system panel made Chen Chongqing scratch his head. Since his last awakening, the suppression of the world's rules has grown stronger. With Chen Chongqing's personality, he naturally wouldn't be defeated by such setbacks. 100 years ago, he decisively abandoned his original cultivation system and switched to a new one. Faced with his self-created system, Chen Chongqing found it easy to cultivate, and his attribute points increased rapidly. However, after over 100 years of cultivation, he still couldn't determine his true level. Judging by the numbers alone, his strength and speed had long reached the transformation realm, which is the fifth realm of the old system. Yet, the system still labeled him as being in the fourth realm. His defense attribute had just been boosted by 20 points with the help of the golden silkworm goo, finally advancing from the fifth realm to the sixth realm. Confused, Chen Chongqing asked, "System, is the span of my self-created cultivation system really that large?" The system replied, "Host, your cultivation system is still incomplete and cannot be used as a standard for measuring strength. This system uses the largest and strongest standard among all current cultivation systems. Because, in the end, only the strongest cultivation system will remain. However, you should understand that the label does not represent your true strength. This is also why the system initially did not set labels." After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Chongqing understood. Simply put, the standards of the entire world have become chaotic. For example, in the past, advancing from the golden core to the nascent soul required an attribute point increase of only 100. Now, the same advancement from the third realm to the fourth realm might require 150 or even 200 points. The realms may look the same, but the strength difference is vast. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing licked his lips and said, "No wonder they want to hold the Heaven's Chosen tournament. In this situation, the fairest method is to compete in martial arts. But I don't seem to like fighting very much." Muttering a few words, he turned his gaze to the sickly little white dog. Facing this pet, Chen Chongqing's mood became calm. Seeing it, he thought of someone and some past events. Back then, following the clues from the ancient bronze hall, he had pursued them all the way to the central court. Although he had confirmed Nianxing's life and death at the time, as time passed, his heart, which had already let go, began to worry again. From the central court to the eastern wilderness, it took 240 years, plus 320 years of slumber, and then the difficult, egg-nurturing years that followed. A total of 760 years had passed, not even counting the earlier days. Adding the previous years, Nianxing had already lived 1,000 years. 1,000 years is a very long time, and it's also the limit most cultivators can reach. That girl Nianxing, is she dead or alive? Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing shook his head, picked up the little white dog in his arms, and said, Xiao He, you tell me, in this vast sea of people, where should I go to find clues about Nianxing? And that girl, whatever happens, at least send a message home. She doesn't let anyone feel at ease at all." Listening to Chen Chongqing's complaints, the little white dog let out a soft whimper, as if responding, yet also expressing dissatisfaction with its name. Seeing the little white dog's expression, Chen Chongqing curled his lips. A name is just a symbol. What it's called doesn't really matter. I know you're completely Snow White, but I just want to call you Xiao He. Can't you even fulfill such a small wish of mine? And also, who was that powerful being who left you in the ancient bronze hall back then? As for that trouble, I'm not too worried, because I've discovered that there are even stronger beings quietly dealing with it. But I'm worried about those giant hands mentioned in the ancient bronze hall. The witch tribes in the 10,000 mountains should be one of the 18 races that guarded the ancient bronze hall back then. You just saw how strong the golden silkworm goo is, and even such a race was crushed by the giant hands to the point they couldn't lift their heads. In the end, they had to rely on ominous forces to drive away the giant hands. If one day the giant hands return, what should I do? Others won't live long enough. They probably won't see the giant hands return. But I will see it. I still have a long road ahead. Chen Chongqing poured out his worries to Xiao He, but Xiao He slowly fell asleep. Seeing this, he patted Xiao He's head and complained, "You heartless thing, falling asleep while I'm talking to you. When I cure you, I'll definitely make dog meat hot pot. But with your current condition, I don't even know how to save you." "Brother Chen, are you there?" A familiar voice interrupted Chen Chongqing's monologue. Hearing the voice, Chen Chongqing immediately understood that Yi Hengqin and the others had arrived. He got up and sat on the chair facing the door, lazily saying, "Come in, I didn't lock the door." After he spoke, Yi Hengqin and two others walked in. One of them was Wang Sutian, standing in a straight line, and the other was the third princess of the Xuanwu Kingdom, Zhuijing. Yi Henxing's face looked somewhat serious, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Su Tian, on the other hand, seemed eager to try, clearly wanting to challenge Qin Changsheng. But the most interesting one was Zhuijing. Her gaze at Qin Changsheng was filled with anger, and her attitude was full of questioning. The three of them stood there like that. Qin Changsheng neither invited them to sit nor asked them to leave, making the atmosphere awkward for a moment. After a while, Qin Changsheng stroked the soft fur of Xiao He and said, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't make it too messy. And also, don't beat around the bush. I don't like trouble." Yi Henxing listened and cupped his hands, saying, "Brother Chun, I've heard about your matters. I used to underestimate you." "Stop." Qin Changsheng interrupted him directly before he could finish. "Didn't I say not to beat around the bush? Why can't you just listen? My background is not something you're qualified to know. If you're curious, go ask your master. If she is willing to tell you, then you're qualified to know. If she doesn't tell you, then you'll have to guess for yourself. If you guess right, you're smart. If you guess wrong, don't blame me." Hearing this, Yi Henxing's lips moved a few times, but in the end, he didn't ask further. After dealing with Yi Henxing, Qin Changsheng turned to the eager Su Tian and said, "He wanted to ask about my background." "What do you want to ask?" "I want to challenge you," Su Tian said straightforwardly. Qin Changsheng nodded. "It's commendable for young people to be daring, but you're not qualified to challenge me yet." "How can I qualify?" "It's simple. Do you know the three great beauties of Zhongting?" "I do. The Saintess of the Purple Palace, Zining Gongsun Huayu of the 72 Wolf Smokes, and Yao Yingying of the Wuhan Pavilion. These three are recognized as the three great beauties of the younger generation in Zhongting. Not only are they stunningly beautiful, but their strength is also top-notch. It's not an exaggeration to call them talented and beautiful." "Well said." Qin Changsheng nodded in agreement. "It's clear you've done your research on the forces of Zhongting. As long as you can defeat these three, then you'll be qualified to challenge me." Hearing this, Su Tian's eyelids twitched. "Are you really that strong? I'm not even sure how strong I am myself. I've only met one of the three great beauties. I've only heard of the other two. But I know that if I wanted to, I could teach the Saintess of the Purple Palace a lesson and make her submit." Hearing Qin Changsheng speak so casually, Su Tian's gaze became resolute. "No problem. I'll defeat them and then come find you." After dealing with these two relatively minor nuisances, Qin Changsheng turned to the clearly dissatisfied Zhuijing. It was her turn. Zhuijing didn't wait for Qin Changsheng to speak and directly questioned, "Why did you deliberately hold back and make us look like a joke? Even if you, what right do you have to speak to me like that?" Before Zhuijing could finish, Qin Changsheng coldly glared at her, cutting her off. Faced with that gaze, Zhuijing's anger instantly dissipated. For some reason, she couldn't meet Qin Changsheng's eyes. "You are the third princess of the Xuanwu Kingdom, a noble identity. That's true," Qin Changsheng said. "But you have no right to question me. Being a princess of Xuanwu Kingdom only holds weight within Xuanwu. Outside of Xuanwu, at the Tianjiao Conference, your identity is only as good as your strength." "I know what you want to say. You think I'm treating you like a clown. Although I have no interest in doing so, you can think that way, because in my eyes, you're no different from a clown." Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Zhuijing bit her lip tightly. From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered such humiliation. Qin Changsheng sneered. "What? Are you going to cry? TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the level of the genius from Xuanwu Kingdom? Could it be that you still haven't grown up? I challenge you." The intense humiliation made Zhuijing roar in anger. Facing Zhuijing's outburst, Qin Changsheng's disdain became even more apparent. "This only makes me think you're more childish, but seeing you're about to cry, I'll grant you this wish. Su Tian, show her how cruel the outside world can be." Hearing Qin Changsheng instruct him to act, Su Tian hesitated. "What? Afraid to make a move? The left emperor granted you the title of One-Word King because he values your talent and aptitude. Choosing Xuanwu Nation was a wise decision, but the left emperor didn't intend for you to be a follower of Xuanwu Nation. Do you know the true meaning of the Tianjiao tournament? The Tianjiao tournament is a contest of strength. Everyone here is an enemy, not a friend. You not only have to compete with the Tianjiao of your generation, but also with those of the previous generation. For example, the emperor of Xuanwu Nation, Zhuo Xinghe. After all, he is also a cultivator. As long as none of you falter on this path, you will eventually face each other. When that time comes, what will you do? Faced with Qin Changxing's words, Su Tian began to think seriously. On the side, Zhuo Jing grew anxious. Su Tian was a genius of Xuanwu Nation. If Qin Changxing managed to win him over, the consequences would be unimaginable. You're lying. My father values Brother Su greatly. How could he possibly act against him? This is the truth. You don't represent Xuanwu Nation, and neither does your father. Xuanwu Nation can do without you, and it can do without your father, but it cannot do without a leader. Without a leader, Xuanwu Nation will head toward destruction. Your father and Su Tian both want to be that leader. Who will succeed depends entirely on fate. After speaking, Qin Changxing continued to pet his puppy. Su Tian silently walked up to Zhuo Jing. Third princess, please. Seeing the situation settled, Zhuo Jing retorted in frustration. Leader? I'll prove I'm stronger than all of you. With that, she turned and left the room, preparing to face Su Tian head-on. The drama was about to unfold, and Qin Changxing immediately became interested. He pulled out a small stool and quickly ran to the doorway to sit down, placing fruits and snacks beside him. The commotion naturally attracted the other members of the Eastern Wilderness Tianjiao group. Brother Su, let's talk this out. Exactly. The third princess has a temper, don't take it to heart. A group of Tianjiao from Xuanwu Nation tried to mediate, but this only fueled Qin Changxing's desire to watch the show. Su Tian, why are you standing there? Isn't this embarrassing enough? Other Tianjiao groups have at most 1 or 2 people, but your Eastern Wilderness brought over a dozen freeloaders. So many freeloaders, if you don't clean them up, people might think you're here for free meals. Qin Changxing's words ignited their fury, and the Eastern Wilderness Tianjiao group immediately became enraged. 3 to 5 people rushed forward, ready to teach Qin Changxing a lesson. Bang! 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 Before they could get close, Su Tian struck, sending them all flying. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Su Tian. He calmly said, Xuanwu Nation only needs me. You all can go back. Seeing Su Tian's decision, Yi Henxing sighed lightly and walked toward the Tianjiao group of Night Moon Nation. Since arriving at the Kunlun Holy Land, Yi Henxing had been worried about the safety of the Tianjiao group. It wasn't that his companions weren't strong enough, but the younger generation from other regions was too formidable. As Qin Changxing had said, the Tianjiao tournament is a contest of strength, and no one cares about your status. If your strength is insufficient and you participate recklessly, it could cost you your life. Previously, Yi Henxing refrained from speaking out due to their bond. Now that the matter is public, he could only steel his heart. Boom, boom, boom. Su Tian and Yi Henxing joined forces to attack. At first, the other prodigies held back, but as the duo's attacks grew fiercer, everyone stopped being polite. It was evident that Yi Henxing and Su Tian were indeed the top prodigies of their respective nations. 2 against 10, not only did they not fall behind, but they also forced their opponents into retreat. In the distance, amidst the intense battle, Qin Changxing held the awakened Xiao He in front of him and said, Xiao He, I've been staying out of sight for so long. Now that I've come out, I've disrupted the bloodlines of old friends and their disciples. Isn't that a bit unkind? Xiao He let out a weak whimper, as if complaining about being woken up. Qin Changxing rolled his eyes and said, You're a dog. Your energy should be abundant. How can you be lazier than a turtle? Xiao He ignored him, yawned, and slowly closed his eyes. Sigh, Qin Changxing sighed helplessly, stood up while holding Xiao He, and said, Fine, sleep if you want. Asking a dog about this kind of thing really is too much. He added, but shedding tears in the hands of your own people is still better than bleeding in the hands of outsiders. With that, Qin Changxing's figure disappeared. The internal conflict within the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy group naturally prompted the protectors to intervene. However, what Qin Changxing wanted to do could not be interfered with by others. You 3, it's better to wait a while before going over. If you go now, you might get hurt. 3 figures were blocked outside the battlefield by Qin Changxing. The 3 protectors from the Xuanwu Nation frowned deeply. Who exactly are you? Why are you instigating internal strife within the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy group? I haven't heard of anyone named Qin Changxing from the Night Moon Nation. The elder in the mid-stage nascent soul realm questioned him. Qin Changxing ignored them and continued petting the dog. The battle in the distance grew fiercer, and the three protectors couldn't sit still any longer. Since you refuse to explain, I have no choice but to take action myself and hand you over to His Majesty. As soon as the words fell, the mid-stage nascent soul elder immediately summoned a gourd-shaped magical treasure and launched a fierce attack on Qin Changxing. The gourd gradually expanded in the wind and then spewed out countless sharp gusts of wind like blades. However, these winds, capable of cutting through gold and jade, couldn't even shake Qin Changxing's figure. Qin Changxing glanced at the three indifferently and said, "Zuoxing has sent you here." He never intended to truly participate in this prodigy assembly. As he spoke, he made a virtual grasp with his right hand, and a formation instantly enveloped the three. With Qin Changxing's current mastery of formations, setting one up in an instant was basic practice. Bang! Once the formation isolated the outside view, Qin Changxing pulled out a massive bone and struck the elder's magical treasure hard. With just one blow, the gourd treasure shattered into pieces. Seeing this, the three nascent soul cultivators retreated 2 steps in terror. They had never expected a young man to possess such formidable strength. Holding the gluttonous beast's bone in his right hand and cradling Xiao He in his left, Qin Changxing approached the three step by step. To be honest, in the current situation, nascent soul cultivators are hardly of much use. Not to mention facing the protectors of other prodigies, you might not even be able to defeat those top-tier prodigies. You're still relying on outdated cultivation systems, suppressed by the heavenly Tao, and are no match for those prodigies. Qin Changxing analyzed the current situation while using the gluttonous root bone to harshly teach the three a lesson. Among the three nascent soul experts, 2 focused on external cultivation, while 1 specialized in internal cultivation. Normally, when they joined forces, their strength was formidable. However, facing Qin Changxing, who practiced both internal and external cultivation, they were no match. In terms of magical artifacts, Qin Changxing had the gluttonous root bone and was also a top-tier expert in formations. Regarding physical strength, Qin Changxing possessed the 8-9 mystical art and was proficient in over 90% of the body refinement techniques of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Not to mention, he had 500 defense points granted by the system. In other words, Qin Changxing completely outclassed them in every aspect. Without the suppression of the heavenly Tao, they might have been able to put up a fight against Qin Changxing. But now, they could only endure the beating. After 20 breaths, the three nascent soul experts were all beaten to the ground by Qin Changxing. Looking at the young Qin Changxing, their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Hundreds of years of arduous cultivation, easily defeated by a young man, no one could accept it. Don't look at me like that. This is the helplessness of ordinary cultivators. Reaching the nascent soul stage shows that you once had remarkable talent. But the path of cultivation has no end. Once you stop, those behind you will quickly surpass you. The three listened silently, their eyes showing a hint of resentment. They were well aware that the current cultivation system was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. But creating a new cultivation system was no easy task. Having reached the nascent soul stage, their lifespans were already limited. If they chose to disperse their cultivation and start over, they would face the risk of dying of old age if they couldn't quickly return to their peak. Aside from dispersing their cultivation and starting anew, older experts could choose to modify the existing system and create new cultivation methods. But this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After all, the old system was refined through countless trials and tribulations. It couldn't be easily changed. The commotion outside the formation gradually subsided. Qin Changxing threw out an object and said, "Don't interfere with the matter of the Tianjiao assembly. What you need to do is take care of those injured youngsters. I've tampered with the teleportation array of the Xuanwu Kingdom. It will take about a month before it can be used. In a month, you'll be able to return." After speaking, Qin Changxing withdrew the formation and disappeared before the three. However, the mid-stage nascent soul elder stared in shock at the object in his hand. It was a token, the exclusive token of the Xuanwu Kingdom's national master. but this token had been missing for 800 years. P.S. The author has never asked fans for gifts. Can you give some free rewards? It's 3 chapters today. Feeling a bit lacking in confidence. The Battle of the Eastern Wilderness Tianjiao group quickly came to an end. After Su Tian completely defeated the others, Chen Chongqing returned to his original small stool. He remained as relaxed as before, eating melons, without showing any signs of abnormality. Seeing this scene, Su Tian squinted his eyes. The Tianjiao group had caused such a big commotion, and the protectors were bound to intervene. But now the battle was over, and the protectors still hadn't appeared. This situation clearly indicated that something was wrong. TSK, TSK, TSK. They're your companions, after all. How could you be so ruthless? Facing the Tianjiao members who were lying on the ground coughing up blood, Chen Chongqing began to feign righteous indignation and stand up for justice. Naturally, everyone gritted their teeth in hatred at Chen Chongqing's shameless behavior. Despicable villain. Although we don't know how you deceived Brother Su and Brother Yi, this matter won't end here. The Night Moon Kingdom and the Xuanwu Kingdom will definitely seek justice. Upon hearing the threat from the prodigies, Chen Chongqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seems you truly hate me to the core. Otherwise, how could you come up with such a vicious joke, trying to make me laugh to death? Do you know where this is? This is the Central Court, thousands of miles away from the Eastern Wilderness. Don't you understand? From this distance, you can't even touch me, let alone me having someone beat you up. Even if I personally killed you, the Eastern Wilderness wouldn't be able to do anything. I hit you to stop you from embarrassing yourselves out there. 10 people couldn't beat 2, and you still think you're qualified to participate in the Prodigy Tournament? Hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the prodigies who had been beaten half to death showed a trace of shame in their eyes. Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were well known, and they had sparred in the Eastern Wilderness before. Everyone thought that while there was a gap, it wouldn't be this vast. Now, after a real match, they finally understood the difference between top-tier prodigies and ordinary ones. Seeing the shame in their eyes, Chen Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. It's fine for young people to have strong self-esteem and a bit of arrogance, but if they don't wake up after a beating, then they're truly hopeless. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing spoke. Now you know how capable you are. Spend the remaining time here recovering. To prevent you from still being unconvinced, I'll tell you a secret. The 2 prodigies you admire should be considered the strongest among the younger generation. But in the Prodigy Tournament, they're just average. You could probably find a dozen or 20 people at their level. And that's not even counting the heirs of sacred lands and ancient families. When you encounter true prodigy monsters, your level 1 even be enough for them to warm up. Everyone. Although what you said is true, could you be a little less blunt? Can't you leave us some dignity? After hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the prodigies struggled to stand up from the ground and silently returned to their rooms. Chen Chongqing's attitude was indeed harsh, but they chose to bury his words deep in their hearts. 10 people couldn't beat 2, and no matter how many excuses they had, they were too ashamed to say anything now. After everyone left, Chen Chongqing waved his hand and said, "You 2 should go back as well. The Prodigy Tournament starts the day after tomorrow. Prepare well. Their fate today might very well be yours in the future." After speaking, Chen Chongqing turned and went back to his room. Su Tian and Yi Hensheng watched Chen Chongqing's retreating figure, their eyes filled with doubt. They couldn't figure out what kind of person Chen Chongqing really was. His actions were seasoned, his strength formidable, and his demeanor was undoubtedly that of a veteran master. But the Prodigy Tournament requires a Bone Age test. While there might be ways to alter one's aura and appearance, Bone Age is absolutely unchangeable, at least, not to their knowledge. When Chen Chongqing's Bone Age was tested, the result was only 25 years. It was precisely because of this that Su Tian and the others hadn't taken him seriously. A cultivator not even 25 years old couldn't possibly have such strong skills and experience. A series of thoughts flashed through Yi Hensheng's mind, and he smiled bitterly, saying, "Brother Su, coming out with you, I finally understand what there's always someone stronger means. No wonder Master is always dissatisfied with my cultivation. At first, I thought it was Master testing me, but now I see that I am indeed far behind," Yi Hensheng said. Su Tian glanced at Qin Changxing's tightly closed door and said calmly, as the old saying goes, knowing where you fall short gives you the drive to become stronger. Understanding the gap between yourself and others allows you to strive to catch up. I won't give up just because I'm temporarily weaker than others, because I know that one day I will catch up to them and even surpass them. After saying this, Su Tian also turned and went back to his room. The next day, Qin Changxing was set to go to the Kunlun Stone Workshop, where most of the geniuses would gather. Among them, the Purple Mansion Saintess was likely to be present as well. The events that occurred in the Eastern Wilderness Courtyard did not cause any ripples in the Kunlun Holy Land. Or rather, no one paid attention to what happened there. Kunlun Holy Land was a gathering place for numerous geniuses, with constant friction every day. Who would care about the internal conflicts of the loser group from the Eastern Wilderness? However, it is worth mentioning that Qin Changxing's actions caused quite a stir in Kunlun Holy Land. With a casual move, he spent several million divine sources and even released a mysterious creature in the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Such methods and strength naturally attracted a lot of attention. Some talented women wanted to chat with Qin Changxing, while heirs of prominent families wanted to spar with him. Yet among these people, few knew of Qin Changxing's background. To be precise, they didn't even know which of the 5 continents Qin Changxing came from. The reason was simple. Qin Changxing's name was not on the list of the Eastern Wilderness Genius Group. Moreover, the Eastern Wilderness Genius Group had previously dismissed him as too young and refused to include him. As a result, few people knew that Qin Changxing was from the Eastern Wilderness. After a dreamless night, as sunlight once again bathed the earth, Qin Changxing stretched lazily and sat up. He casually patted the sleeping Xiaohei, then began washing up and preparing to head to the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Xiaohei's injuries had affected its foundation if not for the holy medicine in the divine source. This illness would have been difficult to cure. Kunlun Holy Land truly lives up to its reputation as a marketplace always so lively. Qin Changxing curiously looked around. Behind him, Yi Hensheng lowered his head awkwardly. Indeed, following this guy was a bit embarrassing. The incident of his gambling spree at the Kunlun Stone Workshop yesterday had already spread throughout the Holy Land, and many top-tier geniuses and prominent figures were waiting for Qin Changxing. Yet this guy not only didn't take it seriously, but wandered around aimlessly. Just now, when someone from the Kunlun Stone Workshop came to invite him, he said, "The Emperor isn't in a hurry, so why are you? I'm not in a rush, so why are you?" Upon hearing this, the messenger's face instantly darkened. It should be noted that this person was an outer elder of Kunlun Holy Land. Although not a top-tier figure, he was still someone of status. Qin Changxing's words infuriated him to the point of storming off. "Boss, how much is this?" Qin Changxing picked up an item from a small stall and asked. Seeing a customer approach, the stall owner beamed with joy. "You have a good eye, sir. This is the treasure of my stall. 300 years ago, my master risked his life to bring it back from the forbidden land of the sacred ruins. If it weren't for fate bringing us together, I wouldn't even consider selling it." "Stop!" Qin Changxing interrupted the owner directly. "I'm not really interested in its history. Just tell me the price." 200 pounds of divine source. Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing silently put the item down and turned to leave. Seeing this big spender about to walk away, the stall owner panicked. "Sir, don't just haggle, name your price." "Sorry, I can't afford this price. Yesterday, when I passed by, you said it was 20 spirit stones. Now you're asking for 200 pounds of divine source. Do you think I'm a fool?" The vendor, caught in his lie, gave an awkward smile. So the customer is an expert. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to joke around. Name your price, I promise I won't haggle. I don't want to pay money, but I can trade something." As he spoke, Qin Changxing took out a jade slip and carved a strange symbol on it. The vendor's expression changed instantly upon seeing it. He stood up and carefully examined Qin Changxing, tentatively asking, "My eyesight hasn't been great lately. Do you happen to have clear vision eye medicine?" Hearing this, the corner of Qin Changxing's mouth lifted slightly, his suspicions confirmed. "Earthquake on the high ridge, 1,000 years of Western Mountains beauty." Qin Changxing said the code phrase. The vendor squinted his eyes and softly replied, "Facing the sea, 3 rivers merge and flow for eternity. Red or black? Which faction are you from? The vendor asked. Chen Chongqing smiled, picking up the broken scale he had just chosen. You don't need to know that. Take the item back, someone will understand when the time comes. With that, he turned and left. The vendor stared at Chen Chongqing's back for a few seconds before hurriedly packing up and leaving as well. Chen Chongqing happily toyed with the broken scale, while Yi Henxing felt an unbearable itch of curiosity, unable to resist wondering what had just happened. Chen Chongqing said casually, "If you have questions, just ask. Holding it in is uncomfortable, isn't it?" Yi Henxing organized his thoughts and cautiously asked, "Brother Chen, can I know a bit about what just happened?" "I can tell you a little." Chen Chongqing raised the broken scale. "This belonged to an old acquaintance. I was exchanging code phrases with him just now. If nothing unexpected happens, that old acquaintance will come looking for me in a while." He paused at this point, revealing a meaningful smile. "I think you might want to know more. Do you want to hear it?" "If Brother Chun is willing to share, of course I want to hear." That set of code phrases just now is exclusive to the 72 Paths of Dust. Upon hearing this, Yi Henxing's curiosity instantly vanished, and he wished he could slap himself hard. The 72 Paths of Dust were the sworn enemies of the Kunlun Holy Land, led by the notorious villain Wu Li, who had wreaked havoc in the Central Court for years. Anyone associated with the 72 Paths of Dust would be considered an enemy by the Kunlun Holy Land. Thinking of this, Yi Henxing forced a bitter smile. "Brother Chun, stop joking around. You can't say things like that lightly. Who's joking with you? This information is more real than gold. Since you're so curious, I have even juicier news. Want to hear it?" "I don't want to hear it at all now." Yi Henxing quickly shook his head, knowing that the more secrets he knew, the faster he'd meet his end. Seeing his reaction, Chen Chongqing smiled faintly and stopped teasing him. "Little guy, that's what you get for always asking questions. Scared you, didn't I?" Kunlun Stone Workshop. After wandering around for most of the day, Chen Chongqing and his group finally strolled into the stone workshop. The previously quiet inner courtyard was now bustling with people. As Chen Chongqing arrived, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes quickly approached him. "You must be Brother Chen? I am Jiang Ping from the Kunlun Holy Land. I couldn't personally welcome you yesterday due to some matters, and I apologize for that." Facing this Kunlun Holy Sun, Chen Chongqing responded with a cheerful smile. "It's truly an honor to be personally welcomed by the Holy Sun. I'm here to gamble on stones today, and I hope Brother Jiang can offer some guidance." The two exchanged a few polite words before Jiang Ping looked at Yi Henxing and the others. "These two must be prodigies from the Eastern Wilderness, right? I didn't expect Brother Chun to be from the Eastern Wilderness. Then why isn't your name on the list of Eastern Wilderness prodigies?" "Ha! Brother Jiang, you're too kind. The Eastern Wilderness is full of experts, and my modest skills are nothing worth mentioning. I'm just here to make up the numbers. Ordinary people like me naturally wouldn't make it onto the prodigy list." Chen Chongqing explained, and a meaningful glint flashed in Jiang Ping's eyes. Even someone like Brother Chen couldn't make it onto the Eastern Wilderness prodigy list. It seems that list is truly extraordinary. I must find an opportunity to witness it for myself someday. Come with me, the three of you. There are a few other Taoist friends here I'd like to introduce you to. With that, Jiang Ping led Chen Chongqing and the others to a gracefully designed pavilion. Inside the pavilion were 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. Among them was the purple mansion saintess they had encountered yesterday. Upon reaching the pavilion, Jiang Ping pointed to the refined young man on the far left and said, "Brother Chun, this is Mei Yongxi, the heir of Langya Pavilion, known as the Kirin Talent." Hearing Jiang Ping's introduction, the elegant man cupped his hands and slightly bowed to Chen Chongqing. Chen Chongqing studied him briefly and said, "The Central Court is full of talents. When it comes to the strongest force in the Central Court, no one can say for sure. But if we're talking about the most well-informed, it has to be Langya Pavilion by the Jinsha River. They know heroes from all over the world, and in the Jiangsu region, Mei Lang's reputation is widely known. Meeting Mei Lang of Langya Pavilion today is truly an honor." "Ha! Brother Chen flatters me. My modest reputation is all thanks to the courtesy of other Taoist friends." After exchanging a few polite words with Mei Yongxi, Chen Chongqing turned to the man beside him. This man was entirely different from Mei Yongxi in demeanor. Mei Yongxi was refined and gentle, exuding a spring breeze like warmth, while this man was burly, dressed in animal hides and wool, with a style completely unlike that of the Central Court or the Eastern Wilderness. After observing him for a moment, Chen Changsheng had already formed a guess. Before Jiang Ping could speak, Chen Changsheng took the initiative and said, "This brother's attire and demeanor are clearly different from the Central Court. Judging by his appearance, he must be from the Southern Plains. I've heard some stories about the Southern Plains. There's a legend about an exceptionally talented individual from there. At the age of 5, he could tear apart tigers and leopards with his bare hands. At 18, he was jointly named the first warrior by 36 tribes of the Southern Plains." After Chen Changxing finished speaking, the burly man grinned widely. "I didn't expect you to know so much about the Southern Plains. The Central Court doesn't place much emphasis on physical cultivation. I've been here for quite some time and still haven't found a suitable opponent. I heard there's a powerful nation in the Eastern Wilderness that highly values physical cultivation. Are you from the Xuanwu Nation?" the burly man asked. Chen Changxing smiled and replied, "Although I come from the Eastern Wilderness, I'm not from the Xuanwu Nation. If you want to meet the prodigies of the Xuanwu Nation, you can look to the person beside me." Brother Su was personally granted the title of one-word equal king by the left emperor of the Xuanwu Nation. He is the most outstanding talent of the Xuanwu Nation. The burly man turned to Su Tian and said, "I can sense a powerful aura from you. Your fighting spirit is fiercer than the eagles soaring in the sky. Your battle intent is more ferocious than the wolves on the grasslands. I want to challenge you to a fight. My name is Borjigin Bachalu. Just call me Bachalu." Su Tian responded to the burly man's invitation with a cupped hand gesture. Su Tian, one word equal king of the Xuanwu Nation. Perfect timing. I also wanted to spar with you. On the grasslands, Bachalu means warrior. If you dare to use this name, your skills must be impressive. The fighting spirit between the two grew stronger, and Jiang Ping quickly stepped in to mediate. "I didn't expect Brother Chen to not only come from a wealthy family, but also be so knowledgeable." Brother Su and Bachalu hit it off immediately, truly a meeting of heroes. Since Brother Chen is so insightful, why not guess the identities of the other fellow Taoists? Faced with Jiang Ping's challenge, Chen Changxing smiled faintly, indifferent. Geniuses are often aloof unless others reach a certain level. They won't pay attention to them. Secretly amused by Jiang Ping's little schemes, Chen Changxing turned his gaze to the last man with an extraordinary aura. "Brother, your every move exudes a noble air. In the entire Central Court, only the holy son of Yaoguang's sacred land possesses such a demeanor. 80 years ago, Yaoguang's sacred land welcomed the birth of a child, and the sky was dyed red at his arrival. At 3, he had read through the sacred land's martial scriptures. At 5, he defeated many disciples. By 8, no one among the younger generation in the sacred land could rival him. By 10, no young person was worthy of his attention. Am I right? The holy son of Yaoguang, known as the exiled immortal." The man smiled and said, "Brother Chen flatters me. Exiled immortal is just a title. If Brother Chen doesn't mind, you can simply call me Fuyao." Fuyao. A rock rises with the wind one day, soaring 90,000 miles high. What a wonderful name. Chen Changxing praised, then turned to the two women. Facing the two women before him, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brows. "I met Zining Fairy yesterday, but I don't know the background of this fairy here. Fairy, could you give me a hint? I don't have the kind of background they do. I come from a small sect you might not know," said the slightly round-faced woman with freckles. "That's not right. I have some knowledge of the Central Court situation. If you don't tell me, how can I be sure I don't know?" Chen Changxing pressed further. The woman replied, "I am Ma Gu from the Qianshan Sword Sect." Upon hearing this name, everyone fell into deep thought. The Qianshan Sword Sect is located 3,800 miles from Kunlun Sacred Land. The sect has few members, with only one successor per generation. Chen Changxing accurately recounted the background of the Qianshan Sword Sect. He knew this because 600 or 700 years ago, he had done business with the sect. However, by then, the Qianshan Sword Sect was already in decline. Now, after so many years, the fact that the sect still exists is truly puzzling. Just as Qin Changxing was pondering, Mei Yongsai beside him spoke up. According to the records of Langya Pavilion, the Qianshan sword sect disappeared 300 years ago. I didn't expect to meet a successor of the Qianshan sword sect today. It seems I need to update my intelligence. Faced with their accurate assessments, Ma Gu's expression remained unchanged as she said calmly, I came to participate in the Tianjiao conference only to revive my sect, not to compete with others. Weren't you going to gamble on stones? Hurry up, I've been waiting for ages. Ah, Jiang Ping slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about Brother Qin's important matter. Today is the day for Brother Qin to showcase his skills we can't delay. With that, Jiang Ping led Qin Changxing towards several pieces of raw stone. Beside the stone materials, many prominent figures had already gathered. Clearly, before Qin Changxing arrived, several people had already used various methods to investigate. As soon as Qin Changxing appeared, a glimmer flashed in the eyes of many experts. The stone materials in the forbidden area were impenetrable, yet this young man had managed to uncover something on his first attempt, showcasing undeniable skill. The only question now was whether he truly possessed unique abilities or had simply been lucky. If he indeed had such exclusive methods, Qin Changxing would undoubtedly become a sought-after guest among major forces. Young friend, how was your rest last night? Was the accommodation arranged by Kunlun Holy Land satisfactory? Jiang Feng greeted Qin Changxing with a smile. After a night of investigation, Jiang Feng had gained a general understanding of Qin Changxing's background. This person had come along with the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy Group, but did not belong to any faction of Night Moon Nation or Xuanwu Nation. This made Qin Changxing even more likely to be recruited. Haha. Thank you for your concern, Elder Jiang. I slept very well last night, Qin Changxing replied with a smile. Today, I plan to take another treasure from the stone workshop. Elder Jiang, don't feel distressed. Just a few pieces of stone material. Kunlun Holy Land can afford it. Jiang Feng responded with a laugh. If young friend is willing to join Kunlun Holy Land, all these stone materials can be yours, no problem. Faced with Jiang Feng's olive branch, Qin Changxing merely smiled faintly and did not respond. Jiang Feng, seeing this, did not take offense and quietly accompanied him in selecting stone materials. A genius who could be easily recruited wouldn't truly be considered a genius. After observing for a while, Qin Changxing stopped and said, Elder Jiang, these 9 peculiar stones are extraordinary. Just by looking at the surface, I can't discern much. May I use some special methods? Of course, as long as the stone materials aren't damaged, all methods are permitted, Jiang Feng nodded. With permission granted, Qin Changxing handed the little black creature in his arms to Yi Hensheng and began waving his hands in the air. Golden patterns appeared out of thin air. Upon seeing this, Zining couldn't help but exclaim, Dao patterns. As soon as she spoke, she disregarded everything else and immediately began carefully observing the Dao patterns drawn by Qin Changxing. Dao patterns were manifestations of the great Dao of heaven and earth, mastered only by peerless experts. Although the major holy lands possessed some Dao patterns, few could truly understand them. Moreover, these Dao patterns were usually considered treasures and rarely revealed. Now that Qin Changxing demonstrated his knowledge of Dao patterns, how could it not astonish everyone? Seeing Qin Changxing inscribe Dao patterns, everyone seized the opportunity to study them. The holy son of Yaoguang emitted golden light from his eyes, striving to memorize the Dao patterns. Soon, divine radiance emanated from his body, and his feet slowly lifted off the ground, resembling an ascension in broad daylight. Behind the saintess of Zifu, a massive phenomenon appeared. A calm sea surged with waves, and the sky turned a shade of azure. The phenomenon of azure sky and blue sea was her complete manifestation. Apart from these two, the others appeared slightly less impressive, with no phenomena visible around them, clearly choosing to conceal their abilities. However, judging by their aura, the strength of these prodigies was by no means inferior. Begin. Qin Changxing waved his hand, merging the golden Dao patterns into the 9 peculiar stones. As the patterns fused, 9 blurry images emerged from the stones. An elderly man, nearly bald, pointed at one of the illusions and shouted excitedly, I want this weapon. Anyone who dares to fight me for it will face my wrath. It was a divine sword. its sword energy boundless. The mere aura it emitted caused everyone's skin to tingle. Such divine weapons and tools made many prominent figures deeply moved. The images revealed by the other 8 stones were also extraordinary, though not as clear as this one. Moments later, the Tao patterns disappeared, and Qin Changsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Tao patterns were extremely complex. Being able to draw even a small portion was already his utmost effort. In fact, Qin Changsheng had discovered the divine source as early as in the desolate ancient forbidden land. But at that time, he was in a perilous situation and could only focus on survival, unable to study the stones beneath those peerless formations. Considering the relationship between the Tao patterns and the divine source, he decided to try using the Tao patterns he had comprehended, and unexpectedly, it worked. Elder Jiang, I've chosen my stone, Qin Changsheng said. Everyone understood that the opportunity to comprehend the Tao patterns had ended. Although all present were top experts and peerless talents, the appearance of the Tao patterns was brief, and only a small portion was revealed, making it impossible for anyone to comprehend much. Oh, which one did you choose? Jiang Feng's eyes burned even brighter. Every time he thought Qin Changsheng had reached his limit, Qin Changsheng would always display new abilities. Simply put, Qin Changsheng was a treasure, one that could never be fully unearthed. The Kunlun Holy Land was determined to recruit him no matter what. I choose this one, welcoming Pine, Qin Changsheng announced his choice. These words made some old antiques breathe a sigh of relief. Although they had been talking about competing for certain stones, rules were rules. Qin Changsheng came first, so he naturally had priority in choosing. The Kunlun Holy Land would never allow anyone to break the rules. After Qin Changsheng made his choice, the remaining 8 stones would have to be fairly contested. Boom! Suddenly, the Kunlun Holy Land trembled, and a voice echoed in everyone's ears. Kunlun Holy Land, I've come for revenge. Where is that bastard Jiang Feng? Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Feng's face turned icy cold. Swish! He appeared in the sky above the Kunlun Holy Land, followed closely by numerous powerful figures coming to his aid. The great formation of the Kunlun Holy Land was being frantically attacked by a giant. 72 masked experts were desperately trying to break the formation. Wooly, you dare come here? You won't leave alive today. Ha ha ha. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, fight me for 300 rounds. Jiang Feng snorted coldly, and an ancient bronze sword appeared in his hand. Seeing Jiang Feng get serious, Wooly sneered, forcefully creating a crack and slipping through it. The sudden appearance of the 72 wolf smokes shocked everyone. At this moment, Jiang Ping looked at Qin Changsheng and said, Brother Qin, one of the 3 great beauties of the central court, Gongsun Huayu, is from the 72 wolf smokes. Why don't we compete and see who catches that thief woman first? Having her as a personal maid wouldn't be bad either. Before he could finish speaking, the low-profile Magu suddenly spoke up. I serve the tea. Do you dare drink it? Boom. Without any hesitation, the moment Magu spoke, Jiang Ping abruptly turned and struck out with a palm. A powerful shockwave swept through the inner courtyard, breaking many trees on the spot. At the same time, numerous talented experts sealed off Magu's escape routes. Mei Yongxi looked indifferently at Magu before him and said, Miss Gongsun, the Qianshan sword sect was destroyed 300 years ago. My Langya Pavilion's information has never been wrong. You're impersonating a descendant of the Qianshan sword sect to come to the Kunlun Holy Land. How audacious. Magu's face still showed no expression. Indeed, worthy of being a Qilin prodigy. So many talents gathered here, surely this is part of your arrangement. 3 years ago, that setup failed to kill you. What a pity. As soon as Magu finished speaking, Jiang Ping coldly responded, Brother Mei, don't waste your breath on her. Since she dares to come to the sacred land of Kunlun, we must ensure she leaves with no way back. Wait. Just as Jiang Ping was about to make a move, Magu suddenly stopped everyone. What? Do you have any last words? Not last words. I just want you to take a look at your own situation. You've long suspected my identity, but have you noticed anything unusual? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone suddenly felt dizzy. Faced with the anomaly, Yaoguang Holy Sun frowned, his body glowing brightly, and quickly retreated from the inner courtyard. Immediately after, Jiang Ping and the others also backed away. Yao Wang Holy Sun looked down at Ma Gu lying on the ground and said, "This is the hypnotic gu used by Gongsun Huayu. Those affected by the gu will fall asleep within 30 breaths, but the hypnotic gu has a limitation. As long as one leaves the range of hypnosis while awake, they can avoid falling asleep." After speaking, Yao Wang Holy Sun glanced at the unconscious Chen Changsheng in Ma Gu's arms. "It seems her target this time wasn't us." "Ha ha," Ma Gu sneered. "As expected of Yao Wang Holy Sun, you figured everything out. Recently, I've been in need of a husband to keep in my stronghold. This pretty boy is mine now." After finishing, Ma Gu took out a white jade formation platform. Dense patterns on the platform began to spread rapidly. Yi Henshing shouted, "She's trying to escape. Stop her." In an instant, 7 talented experts simultaneously attacked, desperately trying to intercept Gongsun Huayu. Boom! Spurt! Gongsun Huayu was struck and sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but the formation had already been activated. A beam of light instantly enveloped her and the unconscious Chen Changsheng. Clutching her shoulder, which had been pierced by Yaoguang Holy Sun, Gongsun Huayu laughed. "Little ones, you really hurt me. I'll remember this debt." After speaking, she disappeared completely with Chen Changsheng. Sensing the tense situation, Wooly punched Jiang Feng away. "The wind is tight. Hold on. Wooly, I won't let you live today." Jiang Feng roared in fury, watching helplessly as a peerless talent was taken away, his heart boiling with anger. "Tsk tisk," Wooly mocked. "Don't get so worked up. With so many people in Kunlun sacred land, taking 1 or 2 isn't a big deal." After finishing, Wooly activated a teleportation formation he had prepared long ago and vanished. Unwilling to accept this, Jiang Feng swung his sword, slicing through the void, and charged in. Boom, boom, boom. The intense battle caused the space to tremble. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Feng emerged from the spatial rift in a sorry state. His bronze sword was stained with blood, and his luxurious clothes were torn to shreds. "The vile thief has been severely injured by me. Kunlun's sacred land and the 72 wolf smoke are irreconcilable." Blood dripped from the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth as his figure flickered and disappeared. Jiang Ping comforted Yi Hensheng and the others, saying, "Brother Yi, rest assured, Chen Changsheng's safety will be guaranteed by Kunlun's sacred land. If that vile thief dares to harm Brother Chen, I will use the heads of the 72 wolf smoke to honor Brother Chen." Yi Hensheng, still worried, responded with a few words. After experiencing this turmoil, no one was in the mood to say much, and they all dispersed. When no one was around, Su Tian frowned and asked, "Brother Yi, Chen Changsheng, and the 72. Before he could finish, Yi Hensheng raised his hand to interrupt. "Brother Su, the most important thing now is to worry about Chen Changsheng's safety, right?" Seeing Yi Hensheng's expression, Su Tian immediately understood the underlying meaning. Outsiders were unaware of Chen Changsheng's affairs, but they understood very well. Chen Changsheng had a deep connection with the 72 wolf smokes, making it impossible for them to target him. How could someone as familiar with the 72 wolf smokes as Chen Changsheng be easily captured by Gongsun Huayu? Outsiders might think it was due to Gongsun Huayu's careful planning combined with Chen Changsheng's carelessness. However, Su Tian and Yi Hensheng knew there were too many suspicious points in this matter. After pondering these thoughts, Su Tian sighed. This is the true cultivation world. One wrong step and it's over. Sometimes, you don't even need to say a word. A single glance can send someone into the abyss. After speaking, the two returned to the Eastern Wilderness courtyard. Next, they had to act extremely anxious. If their performance wasn't convincing enough and they were seen through, the consequences would be dire. In a hidden cave somewhere. Swish. Thud. The severely injured Gongsun Huayu collapsed to the ground. Ouch, it really hurts. Swallowing a healing pill, she couldn't help but groan in pain. To survive an attack from 7 top-tier geniuses was a testament to her extraordinary strength. If it had been anyone else, they would have been lying in a coffin by now. As her injuries slightly eased, Gongsun Huayu limped toward the unconscious Chen Changsheng. Slurp. Licking the drool that almost escaped her lips, she smiled and said, "It wasn't a waste to go through so much effort to save you." Spending 4 million divine sources so casually, you really are an unprecedented fat sheep. Let me see what treasures you brought with you. Just as she reached out to the treasures in Chun Chongqing's arms, another large hand firmly grabbed her wrist. Girl, you're still thinking about treasures in this condition. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Seeing the unconscious Qin Chongqing suddenly wake up, Gongsun Huayu was startled. In her panic, she raised her hand to attack Qin Chongqing. But even at her peak, Gongsun Huayu was no match for Qin Chongqing, let alone now when she was severely injured. Within 3 moves, Gongsun Huayu was easily subdued by Qin Chongqing. After subduing her, Qin Chongqing glanced at the environment outside the cave. After confirming it was safe, he began to remove Gongsun Huayu's clothes. Gongsun Huayu panicked at the sight. "What are you doing?" Qin Chongqing casually replied. "Didn't you see for yourself?" Then he straightforwardly removed all the obstructive clothing. After completing the initial preparations, Qin Chongqing took out several silver needles from her neck. As the silver needles were removed, Gongsun Huayu's appearance immediately changed. Her previously dark skin turned fair and delicate, and the freckles covering her face disappeared completely. Her pancake-like face transformed into a perfect oval face. However, this stunningly beautiful face was now pale, devoid of any color, giving it a slightly sickly yet alluring charm. Qin Chongqing said indifferently, "This disguise technique is flawed. It limits facial expressions during use. It might fool young people, but when facing experts, it's easy to be exposed." After speaking, he lightly tapped her shoulder a few times. The scales tightly attached to her skin were skillfully removed from her sleeves by him. Gongsun Huayu was stunned as she watched Qin Chongqing's actions. When the bones had almost grown back, he took out a jar, retrieved a white ointment from it, and applied it to the wound. As soon as the ointment touched the wound, countless granulations grew wildly. Seeing that Qin Chongqing had no malicious intent, Gongsun Huayu's thoughts became more active. What kind of ointment is this? Its effect is even better than the best healing medicine in the Holy Land. You're being so kind to me. Could it be that you like me? Gongsun Huayu kept chattering, while Qin Chongqing silently continued treating her injuries. Half an hour later, Qin Chongqing finally finished dealing with all her wounds. Jiang Ping, Baqilu, Fu Yao, Zining, and Mei Yongxi, these 5 top-tier geniuses along with Yi Hensheng and another first-class talent, had attacked with full force. If it weren't for the scale armor made from Thunder Beast scales protecting her life, Gongsun Huayu would have already died. Judging by the injuries, the strongest among the 7 should be the Holy Son of Yaoguang, as he was the only one who broke through the scale armor's defense. Moreover, during the fight earlier, she felt that he hadn't even used his full strength. I feel much better now. Your medical skills are really impressive. Logically, I should thank you properly, but... Bang! Gongsun Huayu tried to launch a sneak attack, but was slapped down by Qin Chongqing. He directly sat on her back, pinning her firmly. "Stop messing around. I'm thinking." This time, it seems someone has spotted a flaw in the situation. Gongsun Huayu's heart skipped a beat. "Are you really that powerful? Even though I'm not fully recovered, you shouldn't be able to subdue me so easily, right?" After briefly doubting her life, she started trying some tricks again. Swish! A fist stretched out in front of Gongsun Huayu, opening to reveal tiny insects slowly falling down. "Breeding goo insects isn't easy. Don't waste them on me." "Playing with goo insects in front of me? You're still too inexperienced." Gongsun Huayu was speechless. "Are you sent from the heavens specifically to counter me? Why can you always suppress my tricks? Do you know all my skills?" After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Qin Chongqing finally released his hold on her. "All right, take me to the lair of the 72 wolf smoke." Gongsun Huayu snorted coldly. "Dream on. Even if you save me, I won't take you there." Qin Chongqing glanced at her indifferently. "It seems you haven't received the latest news." "What news?" "You'll find out when the time comes." As he spoke, he grabbed Gongsun Huayu's right hand and looked at the 3 copper coin decorations on her wrist. 3 winged sleeves hide within. Above are 5 yin and 6 yang. Kuin is yin, Qian is yang. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams set the rules. These 3 copper coins are the identity symbol of your 72 wolf smoke. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Swish! Gongsun Huayu cautiously retreated 2 steps. The identities of the 72 Wolf Lords were mysterious. She only knew some of them, and the complete list was known only to her master. Anyone who knew these secrets was very likely one of the 72 Wolf Lords. But all the 72 Wolf Lords were present today. Who exactly was this person? Stop guessing. My background is absolutely beyond your imagination. If you don't tell me the location of the 72 Wolf Smoke's lair, I'll find it myself. Don't regret it then. Gongsun Huayu thought for a moment and said firmly, since you're so eager to see the lair of the 72 Wolf Smoke, I'll grant your wish. But don't regret it. With that, she took out a directional array platform. Chen Chongsheng smiled and walked straight to the center of the array platform, completely unafraid of any tricks she might play. This teleportation array was something he had devised himself, as the founder of this formation. No one understands it better than himself. After countless complex teleportations, Gongsun Huayu brought Chen Chongsheng to a secluded valley. Hidden within the valley was a quiet village. The houses in the village were neatly arranged, the fields fertile, and the scenery beautiful. Paths crisscrossed the fields, and in the distance, the sounds of chickens clucking and dogs barking could be heard. It was practically a paradise. As soon as Gongsun Huayu returned to the villagers in the fields greeted her warmly. However, when they saw the unfamiliar Chen Chongsheng, they immediately stopped what they were doing. There were many powerful experts in the village, and they all silently observed him. Master, I'm back. Gongsun Huayu excitedly waved to a farmer working in the field. The farmer's face immediately lit up with a smile, but when his gaze fell on Chen Chongsheng, the smile froze instantly. He dropped his hoe and hurriedly ran to Chen Chongsheng, his right hand reaching out to touch his face, but tremblingly stopping midair. Master, what's wrong? Gongsun Huayu noticed something was off and couldn't help but ask. The farmer's eyes grew moist as he said, Huayu, he is your grandmaster's son. By seniority, you should call him Uncle Master. Chen Chongsheng was dumbfounded. No way does he think I'm dead? That I've become my own son. The farmer's words not only confused Chen Chongsheng, but also left Gongsun Huayu full of questions. How did the big fat sheep suddenly turn into Uncle Master? Looking around, more and more villagers gathered to watch. Chen Chongsheng calmly said, this isn't the right place to talk. Let's find a quieter spot. Of course, why didn't I think of that? The farmer led Chen Chongsheng to a wooden house. After closing the doors and windows, the farmer looked at Chen Chongsheng excitedly and said to Gongsun Huayu, Huayu, what are you waiting for? Go pay your respects to your Uncle Master. Gongsun Huayu looked reluctant. Chen Chongsheng waved his hand. Let's set aside the formalities for now. Come closer. I have something to say to you. The farmer wiped his tears and said excitedly, yes, teacher was a sentimental person. He must have left many words before he passed. He leaned his head closer. Smack! Chen Chongsheng reached out and grabbed his ear, pulling his honest head closer to him, his tone turning cold. Ollie, did I ever tell you back then that you are not my disciple? It's only been a few hundred years, and you've already forgotten everything I said? Hearing this familiar voice, the farmer froze. He looked up and saw that familiar gaze again. People's appearances may change, but their eyes don't lie. Eyes are the windows to the soul. While there may be people who look identical, their souls are never completely the same. Sir, is it really you? What do you think? Chen Chongsheng replied, releasing his ear. Ollie stood there like a child who had made a mistake, feeling completely uneasy. Gongsun Huayu, on the side, was so shocked that her jaw dropped. She remembered her master saying that all his skills were taught by that mysterious Sir. But that Sir never admitted he was a disciple. Although it wasn't explicitly stated just now, anyone could see that this Chen Chongsheng was the mysterious Sir from back then. Chen Chongsheng glanced at Ollie and waved at Gongsun Huayu. You go out first. I have something to discuss with your master. Gongsun Huayu cast a questioning look. Whatever the teacher says is what I say. You may leave. Despite the turmoil in her heart, Gongsun Huayu obediently left. Thud. As soon as Gongsun Huayu left, Ollie knelt before Chen Chongsheng. I failed to keep my promise and taught your techniques without permission. Please punish me, teacher. Chen Chongsheng sighed, shook his head, and said, I don't blame you for the techniques. What I don't understand is why you didn't remember my warnings. I told you back then, If you want to make a name for yourself in the cultivation world, you must not leave any weaknesses. But look at you now, not only have you taken on disciples, but you've also built a utopia. Do you really think no one will see through your tricks? Those sacred lands and noble families have been established on this land for countless years. You can't even begin to imagine their foundations. If one day they find this place, how do you plan to deal with it? Ali lowered his head in silence. He knew that creating this utopia was indeed a mistake. Back then, the Thunder Beast clan was so powerful, yet they were still destroyed by me, someone far weaker. The current 72 Wolf Smoke is nothing compared to the Thunder Beast clan, and the forces of the Sacred Lands are far stronger now. I truly want to know what gave you the courage to do this. Ali's lips moved slightly, and he softly said, "They are the orphans of my brothers who fought alongside me. There was a time when their identities were exposed. If I hadn't stepped in, they wouldn't have survived. Did I not tell you that once you step onto the path of cultivation, you must let go of emotion? If you can't let go of emotion, why did you step onto this path in the first place? Teacher, did you manage to do it?" Ali raised his head and looked at Qin Changsheng. Facing those clear eyes, Qin Changsheng was momentarily speechless. According to the system's rules, as long as he lived through 1/10 of his total lifespan, he could enter the next cycle of slumber. The fastest way to grow stronger was to keep entering slumber. But over the past 1,000 years, Qin Changsheng had always lived to the very limit before going into slumber. This slowed his growth significantly. The reason he did this was because he couldn't let go of the emotion in his heart. He didn't want to become a cold, unfeeling machine, nor did he want to make his old friends wait in vain. After a long silence, Qin Changsheng slowly said, "Cultivating with emotion is a painful and arduous path. Precisely because I know how difficult it is, I wanted to steer you away from it. But you still chose to walk the same path I did. Now do you understand why I refused Aman so many times back then?" Qin Changsheng's voice was steady and firm. "Aman's feelings for me were merely admiration, but the bond between you and those people outside is deeper than family. These kinds of feelings cut deeper than any blade. I couldn't stop Aman's death, and you won't be able to stop theirs. The struggles of the great path are destined to be bloody. Have you truly thought this through?" Ali smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, I can't turn back now." Qin Changsheng sighed helplessly and said, "If you can't turn back, then you must tread the road ahead carefully. Every time someone out there dies, it will be like a knife cutting into your heart." He paused and asked, "Tell me about your experiences over the years. How did you end up with such deep enmity against the Kunlun sacred land?" Ali organized his thoughts and slowly began. "Back then, Zhang Bufan invited you to come out of seclusion, but unexpectedly, you left suddenly without telling anyone. Zhang Bufan was furious. Unable to find the gentleman, he started targeting me, trying to force him to appear. Over time, the conflict deepened, and we fought for over 700 years. He became the lord of the sacred land of Kunlun, and I became the leader of the 72 Wolf Smokes." Qin Changsheng tapped the table and pondered. "According to what you said, I probably can't escape this matter. 700 years ago, the only person who knew me is likely Zhang Bufan. If I appear again, he will definitely figure out my secret. Once the secret is exposed, I will become everyone's enemy." Ali lowered his head and said nothing more. Since meeting Qin Changsheng, he had always refrained from spreading his name. At first, Ali thought Qin Changsheng was simply indifferent to fame and fortune. Only now did he understand the deeper reason. 700 years ago, Qin Changsheng had already reached the divine transformation realm, which meant he had lived for hundreds of years. 700 years later, he was still full of vitality, unlike those lifeless antiques. There was only one explanation. Qin Changsheng was truly immortal. Seeing Ali's silence, Qin Changsheng smiled and said, "Don't be too serious. I came to find you because I don't mind you knowing my secret. Now, we need to discuss the next steps." Ali's face lit up with a smile because Qin Changsheng's words proved he trusted him and didn't treat him as an outsider. "Sir, what do you plan to do?" Ali asked. "What else can I do? Kill them to silence them. I can't guarantee success with Kunlun's sacred land, but killing Zhang Bufan is no problem. He's the lord of the sacred land now, and if I can't kill him, the only way is to use this great Dao dispute to lure him out. To achieve this, you need to cooperate with me." Hearing that Qin Changxing wanted to go to Kunlun's sacred land again, Ali hesitated and said, Sir, wouldn't that be too dangerous? It is indeed dangerous, but I started this matter, so I must end it. You don't think I would push all the trouble onto others, do you? Haha, Sir is definitely not that kind of person. Others may not know you, but I do. You act with integrity and pursue a clear conscience. It's hard to find another person like you in this world. Enough. Qin Changxing rolled his eyes and interrupted. Stop flattering me, I don't have that hobby. Go call your disciple in. I have something to instruct her, and she should also listen to our discussion. It will help her cultivation. What discussion? Ali asked instinctively. Qin Changxing's gaze immediately turned sharp. What? Do you think your cultivation system is already perfect? Or do you think your level is higher than mine, and I have no right to discuss with you? You haven't even truly mastered it yourself, yet you dare to take disciples and teach others. Truly shameless. Ali quickly apologized and hurriedly left the room. Inside the room, the once arrogant Gongsun Huayu now stood obediently. There was no choice. Qin Changxing's background was simply too intimidating. Her master was taught by him, and now he was going to participate in the Tianjiao conference. The Tianjiao conference had a rule that participants' bone age must not exceed 100 years. For Qin Changxing to participate, either he had some heaven-defying method to alter his bone age, or he was truly immortal. What Gongsun Huayu feared most was the latter, immortality. Such a thing only existed in legends, yet it had become reality. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Qin Changxing looked at her expression and said calmly, Girl, you've guessed it, which shows you're smart. But guessing doesn't mean you can speak recklessly. Do you understand? Gongsun Huayu nodded repeatedly. I understand, sir. I won't speak carelessly. Seeing her flustered expression, Qin Changxing smiled and stopped teasing her. He was only in a good mood today and decided to play around. Then he said, The world has undergone great changes, and countless prodigies are innovating cultivation methods. At the Kunlun Sacred Lands Prodigy Gathering, I saw many approaches. Some focus on the body's acupoints, some study the extraordinary meridians, and others explore through artistic conception. For example, the Kunlun Sacred Lands Grand Elder Jiang Feng, whose sword intent is astonishing, can be considered a peerless master. Having witnessed so much, who do you think is the strongest among these paths? Faced with this question, Gongsun Huayu and Ali were stunned, unsure how to respond. In this era of emerging talents, almost every prodigy represents a unique cultivation system. Although these prodigies vary in strength, determining which system is the strongest is truly difficult. Gongsun Huayu thought for a moment and cautiously asked, Sir, I can't answer this question. Do you know the answer? Sorry, I don't know either, and there's no need to know. Qin Changxing replied indifferently. Gongsun Huayu was puzzled. You don't even know? So why act mysterious? Qin Changxing continued. You must understand that the path to the peak is never singular. The paths in the world are as numerous as the stars, and each path, when cultivated to the extreme, can lead to the summit. Although the Golden Course system is rejected by the world, that doesn't mean it's wrong. It simply doesn't suit this era. If you only focus on finding the strongest cultivation path, then you're going astray. The correct approach is to find the most stable and suitable path for the current era among the many great ways. After all, only those who laugh last are the true winners. After hearing Qin Changxing's words, a complex light flashed in Ali's eyes, and many of his doubts began to loosen. Gongsun Huayu suddenly understood. Sir, you mean we shouldn't just look at the highs and lows of a particular realm? For example, a cultivation system might not compare to others in the second or third stage. But by the fourth stage, the situation might completely change. Qin Changxing smiled and pointed at Gongsun Huayu. Ali, this disciple is quite perceptive. Gongsun Huayu felt a small sense of pride after all. This was praise from the Grandmaster. Suppressing his excitement, he continued to ask, Sir, among the current cultivation paths, which one is the most suitable? Of course, it's the one we're currently walking. I've studied directions like vital energy, meridians, acupoints, and artistic conception. Using these as a foundation can indeed create a powerful system, but none of them suit the current era. The most suitable for this era is body cultivation. Body cultivation? Not body refinement. but body cultivation. Faced with this new term, Gongsun Huayu was full of confusion. As a contemporary prodigy, he had seen much of the world but had never heard of body cultivation. Chen Chongqing noticed this and calmly explained, "Don't overthink it, I came up with this term myself. So of course, you haven't heard of it." "I see. Then, sir, may I ask, what is the difference between body refinement and body cultivation?" The difference is significant. Before the great changes in the world's laws, mainstream cultivation systems were divided into two types: internal cultivation and external cultivation. Internal cultivation focuses on opening the dantian and condensing the golden core. The advantage is the strength of spiritual consciousness and spiritual power. The golden core system has obvious advantages, but its shortcomings are equally apparent: weak physical body and extreme reliance on talent. Even the best talent has its limits. Once those limits are reached, cultivation comes to an end. External cultivation focuses on body refinement, emphasizing resources and arduous practice, with less dependence on talent. To strengthen the body, one can only temper it day after day. Once perfected, sheer physical strength alone can move mountains and fill seas. If methods are used to compensate for the deficiencies in spiritual consciousness in battles of the same level, the outcome is uncertain, but the one who survives will certainly be the body refining cultivator. Body refining cultivators have strong survival abilities, but their drawback is the high consumption of resources. Cultivation resources are limited, and you should be aware of this. After hearing this, Gongsun Huayu's heart was in turmoil. These were common knowledge in the cultivation world, yet it was the first time he had heard someone explain them so thoroughly. Geniuses never paid attention to these things, they only focused on creating stronger techniques, including himself. Thinking of this, he eagerly asked, "Sir, you still haven't explained what the body refining system is exactly." "I've already explained. Internal cultivation and external cultivation each have their pros and cons. Wouldn't combining them be perfect?" Gongsun Huayu looked puzzled. "Huh. Internal cultivation and external cultivation cannot be pursued simultaneously. This is common knowledge. Countless people have tried to combine internal and external cultivation, but all have failed." "That's true." Chen Chongqing nodded. "Originally, internal and external cultivation couldn't be combined, but do you know why?" Gongsun Huayu shook his head. Chen Chongsheng pointed to his own abdomen. "The problem lies in the dantian. The first step for internal cultivators is to open up the dantian, forming a vortex of spiritual energy. Then they build their foundation, condense energy into a core, and finally the core breaks to transform into an infant. Simply put, internal cultivators concentrate all their power in the dantian, which is also the reason for their weak physical bodies. Because most of the body's strength is absorbed by the dantian. Body refining cultivators, on the other hand, distribute their strength throughout the body, so the two fundamentally conflict." Gongsun Huayu thought for a moment. "According to what you said, it seems like the problem isn't entirely unsolvable. As long as more cultivation resources are obtained, can't both be pursued?" "Theoretically, yes, and some have tried. A long time ago, a genius carefully maintained a balance between internal and external cultivation. After spending countless resources, he finally achieved the combination of internal and external cultivation. But in actual combat, that strong individual was easily defeated. The failure wasn't due to insufficient strength, but because the balance within his body was too fragile." By this point in the discussion, Gongsun Huayu no longer had the qualifications to argue with Chen Chongqing. Her knowledge and experience were simply insufficient to solve these problems. At this moment, Ali, who had been silent, spoke up. "Sir, I have some new ideas. May I share them? If you want to speak, go ahead. Let your disciples see as well. Most of your cultivation direction is correct, but you're always missing the final step." After speaking, Ali pointed his right hand into the air, and a stream of golden energy surged from his fingertip, gradually forming the shape of a person. This golden energy figure had no facial features, but its meridians and dantian were clearly visible. Ali used spiritual energy to depict the state of his own body, including the operational routes of his techniques. "Girl, take a good look. This is a rare opportunity. Even between father and son, such a display is not guaranteed. Hearing Chun Changxing's words, Gongsun Huayu quickly observed her master's energy flow. A sixth realm cultivator personally demonstrating the operation of a technique. This privilege was something even the holy son of the sacred land didn't have. Sir, if the issue of internal and external cultivation lies in the Dantian, then the solution should also start from the Dantian, right? Chun Changxing nodded with satisfaction. Smart, you immediately grasped the key point. This cultivation system of yours is based on the 8-9 mystical art. The essence of the 8-9 mystical art leans towards body refinement, but unlike other body refinement techniques, it requires the opening of the Dantian, using the spiritual energy in the Dantian to strengthen the physical body. This opened a new chapter in the cultivation world, as body refinement cultivators generally couldn't use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance themselves. However, this also brought a limitation. All the spiritual energy within the body is used for body refinement, leaving little support for spells and escape techniques during combat. Other body refinement techniques don't pay much attention to this point because that's their inherent nature. But the powerful figure who created the 8-9 mystical art wasn't satisfied. He developed many strong techniques to compensate for this shortcoming. For example, golden light across the earth and heavenly law manifestation. So, the most precious aspect of the 8-9 mystical art isn't the technique itself, nor those powerful moves. It's the unique method of using spiritual energy to strengthen the physical body. As he spoke, a thin golden needle formed at the tip of his right finger. Relax your defenses. Let me help you take the final step. Without hesitation, Ali released his defenses. If Chun Changxing had any ill intentions at this moment, the leader of the 72 wolf smokes would be gravely injured, if not dead. Swish! His sword-like fingers swiftly pointed at Ali's abdomen, the golden needle piercing the Dantian. After completing the action, Chun Changxing quickly set up a formation around the room. Buzz! Chun Changxing withdrew his hand, and Ali's body began to wither visibly. Gongsun Huayu exclaimed in shock, "What did you do?" Chun Changxing ignored her, focusing intently on Ali's reaction. Ali had progressed further than him on the path of internal and external cultivation, but was stuck at the 6th realm due to a missing critical step. Now, Chun Changxing had helped him complete it. He was also curious to see how far Ali's accumulation over more than 700 years would take him. Stay calm, don't panic. Don't deliberately resist or force changes. Follow the body's transformations, and it will guide you to the most suitable method. Following Chun Changxing's advice, Ali relaxed his control over the rampaging power within his body. As he relaxed, the energy within began to flow in an orderly manner. Spiritual energy, vitality, and mental power all were absorbed by Ali's body. After being absorbed, these forces gathered again in the Dantian, eventually surging out from the Dantian's opening. Blood golden energy continuously gushed out, forming a vast ocean in the Dantian. When this strange energy flowed back through the meridians, Ali's body underwent another transformation. Boom! A powerful wave of energy knocked Gongsun Huayu to the ground, even causing the formation set up. Gongsun Huayu had yet to grasp the situation and naturally followed Chun Changxing's finger to look in the indicated direction. He saw 9 blurry figures floating above the golden ocean, each with a dazzling sun above their heads. Then, a wide bridge suddenly appeared out of thin air from the golden ocean. As the bridge emerged, the golden ocean surged with towering waves. Boom! The overwhelming force shook Chun Changxing and his companion out of the phenomenon, even breaking through the formation Chun Changxing had set up. A figure even larger than heaven and earth manifestation appeared in the valley. At this moment, Ali's black hair fluttered, with every strand radiating light. Rumble! The clear sky resounded with thunder, and all cultivators felt the shift in the rules. In the desolate ancient forbidden land, the black mountain range trembled slightly, and a giant eye appeared in the sky above the forbidden land. 30,000 years have passed, and finally, someone has awakened their destiny. A voice filled with a hint of sigh echoed through the forbidden land. Shortly after, another voice emerged. Humph. So what if destiny is awakened? True destiny can only be born by the strong. Without a guardian to protect them, Even the destined one cannot escape death. As the words fell, a coffin flew out from the forbidden land. The lid slowly opened, and a handsome young man opened his eyes. He took a deep breath of fresh air, a smile appearing on his face. What a chaotic world. Destiny should rightfully belong to me. With that, he stepped toward the courtyard. In the sacred ruins, boom, a powerful divine source erupted, resembling a massive room. A man with wings on his back looked up at the sky. This time, destiny is destined to belong to the ancient clans. As his words fell, a silver spear and a golden page flew out from the depths of the sacred ruins, landing before him. 5,000 years of silence, all for today. The destined one carries the power of the 8-9 mystical arts within them. He said coldly, "Seize destiny, and bring the 8-9 mystical arts to me as well." Hearing the voice from the depths of the sacred ruins, the winged man's gaze turned icy. With me here, no one can challenge the destined one's position. Ali triggered a resonance with heaven and earth, and the hidden experts in the depths all sensed the disturbance. Yet, the mastermind behind all this was reveling in his masterpiece. Young lady, now you understand what true cultivation is, don't you? Chen Changsheng said with a smile. Cultivation isn't just about strengthening the body or absorbing spiritual energy. The key is to unlock your own potential. Spiritual energy, vitality, and mental power, these three forces, tempered through the body, ultimately merge into a new form of energy, he explained. Through physical refinement and the mobilization of mental power, a cultivator gains greater control over this energy. I also borrowed some secrets from the 8-9 mystical arts to completely solve the issue of spiritual energy being unable to strengthen the body. In this way, the body, cultivation, and divine sense can all be enhanced simultaneously. This is true cultivation, a perfect combination of internal and external refinement. Gongsun Huayu listened in stunned silence, gazing at her incredibly powerful master, finally understanding why her master held Chen Changsheng in such high regard. This respect wasn't just due to his strength, but stemmed from Chen Changsheng's unparalleled talent. Only a true genius could conceive such a flawless cultivation method. This system had no weaknesses. Perhaps this was true invincibility. Gongsun Huayu suppressed his inner shock, swallowed hard, and sincerely said, "Sir, I truly don't know how to praise you. How did you come up with this method?" Chen Changsheng shook his head with a smile. "The credit doesn't belong to me. The prototype of this cultivation system was proposed by your master. I merely made some refinements and helped your master find a key point. The phenomenon of 9 immortals surrounding the sun is a rare spectacle throughout history. Your master will go further on this path. No one can compare to him. Not even me." As he spoke, Ali withdrew the phenomenon and knelt before Chen Changsheng. "Years ago, I said something absurd, yet you kept it in mind all this time. Although I am not qualified to be your disciple, I will always regard you as my teacher." After speaking, Ali respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Gongsun Huayu quickly knelt and kowtowed as well. "Although I am not qualified to be your grand disciple, I also regard you as my grandmaster." Seeing their sincere actions, Chen Changsheng neither refused nor explicitly acknowledged them. He was naturally pleased to have taught such outstanding disciples. However, due to his special identity, he could not publicly reveal this relationship for the time being. Still, some things do not disappear even if unacknowledged. As long as they exist in the heart, that is enough. After a long while, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "Stand up. The ground is cold to kneel on. The new cultivation system has been born. As its creator, don't you plan to give it a name?" Ali and Gongsun Huayu stood up. "Sir, without you, this system would never have come into existence. Please grant it a name." Chen Changsheng thought for a moment and said, "This system currently has 2 major realms. In the first realm, a golden ocean appears in the Dantian. Let's call it Bitter Sea." "Bitter Sea." Ali repeated the name and laughed. "The Bitter Sea has no bounds. Turning back is the shore. Entering the path of cultivation is like struggling in the Bitter Sea." This name couldn't be more fitting. If the first major realm is called Bitter Sea, then I think its 3 sub-realms can be named: Spring Eye, Divine Bridge, and Other Shore. My Dantian feels like an ocean, and the place you opened is like a spring eye. continuously gushing out power. The name Spring Eye is perfect. In the bitter sea, turning back is the shore. If one doesn't turn back, they must build a divine bridge to reach the other shore. When the divine bridge is connected, the power of the bitter sea can be freely mobilized. Reaching the other shore means entering the next realm and leaving the bitter sea. After hearing Ali's explanation, Chen Chongqing nodded. Then what do you plan to call the second major realm? Cave Heaven. Why? After reaching the other shore, I discovered another treasure within my body. This is the birthplace of spiritual power. In the original system, spiritual power would be guided to the Dantian. But after cultivating the new system, this power automatically gathers at the source of spiritual power. A special space has been opened there, and I have yet to fully develop its potential. So I call it Cave Heaven, symbolizing infinite potential. After hearing Ali's sharing, Chen Chongqing adjusted his own cultivation method. Although he laid the foundation of the Spring Eye and created the basis of the entire system, in subsequent exploration, Ali had clearly surpassed him. The reason is simple. Over 700 years, Chen Chongqing spent 200 years traveling and enjoying life with a man, 300 years in slumber, and the remaining 200 years living a carefree life of cultivation. For him, cultivation was merely a pastime. After correcting some mistakes in his path, Chen Chongqing's aura began to rise rapidly, and faint signs of powerful phenomena appeared within him. However, the phenomena of the Bitter Sea realm were deliberately suppressed by Chen Chongqing, leaving Gongsun Huayu curious but unable to see them. Fu Chen Chongqing exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, "From the looks of it, after stepping into the Cave Heaven realm, the first step is to give birth to divine consciousness. The first stage can be called divine consciousness, but the second stage is somewhat special. I haven't thought of a name for it yet." As he spoke, with a thought, an identical Chen Chongqing emerged from his body. Seeing this scene, Gongsun Huayu's face immediately fell. Gongsun Huayu muttered inwardly, "Can you guys not do this? For you, getting stronger seems as simple as eating and drinking. I've witnessed the birth of an entire cultivation system, yet I still haven't figured out the secrets of the Bitter Sea realm. This is too discouraging. I'm supposed to be a genius. Why, when compared to you, do I feel like I'm not even as good as cannon fodder?" After venting her complaints internally, Gongsun Huayu began observing Chen Chongqing's clone. This clone was essentially the entirety of Chen Chongqing's divine consciousness, somewhat resembling the nascent soul from the previous system, but far more solid, neither illusory nor fragile. Simply put, it was almost like another Chen Chongqing. Gongsun Huayu muttered softly, "Stingy guy, not telling me the secret of the Bitter Sea realm after all this time. Just pick a random name, one to you? Since it looks so much like the original body, why not call it True Self?" Though her words were casual, Chen Chongqing's eyes lit up upon hearing them. That's a good name. The second stage is not only the manifestation of divine consciousness, but also carries a certain mysterious essence. To break through to the third stage, one might need to start from this aspect. Whether to transcend the true self or sever the true self, that's up to you to decide. Perhaps you might even find a third option. Faced with Chen Chongqing's guidance, Ali cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your advice, sir. I've gained some insight. On the day I break through, I will not disappoint you. During my seclusion, I ask for your care." With that, Ali prepared to enter seclusion. Gongsun Huayu, however, panicked. "Master, I haven't grasped the key to this new cultivation system yet. Can you teach me first?" Ali glared at Gongsun Huayu with frustration. "You're usually so clever. Why are you so dense today? My master is amazing, but my master's master is right here. You want me to teach you? Did a donkey kick your head?" Ignoring Gongsun Huayu, Ali disappeared from the room. Gongsun Huayu was stunned. This wasn't like her master at all. She quickly realized and grabbed Chen Chongqing's arm. "Sir, can you teach me, please?" Faced with Gongsun Huayu's slightly coquettish tone, Chen Chongqing replied indifferently, "I'm not your master. Why should I teach you? But you know my master. You're even life and death friends, so you're technically my elder. Isn't it normal for elders to teach juniors?" Looking at the mischievous Gongsun Huayu, Chen Chongqing smiled and patted her head. "All right, just for that, elder, I'll give you a little guidance." After speaking, the two left the room. With Ali in seclusion, The task of managing the 72 wolf smokes naturally fell on Chun Chongqing's shoulders. As for Gongsun Huayu, Chun Chongqing truly treated her like a granddaughter. In the fields, Gongsun Huayu sat cross-legged while Chun Chongqing leisurely read a book. After an unknown amount of time, a massive vision suddenly appeared behind Gongsun Huayu. A green lotus slowly grew out of the sea of suffering and eventually bloomed, with 39 colored lotus seeds emitting a sacred glow. Chun Chongsheng glanced sideways slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting. Innate divine ability, quite interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Gongsun Huayu opened her eyes. Sir, I've reached the divine sense realm. Not bad. With your current strength, you should be able to withstand 50 moves under the Yaowang Saint Sun. Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu's excited face instantly fell. Sir, is the Yaowang Saint Sun really as strong as you say? It's not just what I say, he's even stronger than I described. The scale armor you're wearing is made from the scales of the Thunder Beast clan, extremely tough. With your current strength, you can't even break it. But the Yaowang Saint Sun pierced through it with one strike. If he hadn't held back, you'd already be dead. Huh. Gongsun Huayu looked puzzled. When did he hold back? I remember his attacks being very fierce, almost full force. Whether it was full force or not is hard to say, but he definitely held back. At that time, the 7 great prodigies were all attacking you together. You managed to block the attacks of the Kunlun Saint Sun Jiangping and the Purple Mansion Saint Xining. As for the other 5, you relied on your physical body to endure their attacks. Su Tian and the others know about my connection with the 72 wolf smokes. They only wanted to injure you, not kill you. But the other 3 Mei Yongxi, Batu, and Fu Yao, they are top-tier geniuses with many ways to kill. Not to mention, using hidden force to shatter a few of your meridians would be easy for them. But none of them did that, which is strange. Listening to Chun Chongqing's analysis, Gongsun Huayu also found the situation odd. She hadn't noticed it before because one major event followed another, but now that she thought about it carefully, something indeed felt off. Sir, what do you think is going on? I don't know. I've only met them once. You know them better than I do. So how could I possibly guess their intentions? But there's one thing I'm more curious about. What exactly were you doing at the Kunlun Holy Land? I had already sent a message to the 72 wolf smokes back then, but when you saw me, you didn't recognize me at all. If I'm not mistaken, you must have snuck over there, right? At these words, Gongsun Huayu's gaze began to shift evasively. The cultivation resources at home were running low, so I wanted to catch a fat sheep to make up for the shortfall. Nonsense. The 72 wolf smokes is not lacking in resources. I even asked your master about this. He said you acted first and reported later, running off before sending any message back. So, are you going to explain yourself, or should I have your master come and ask you personally? Seeing Chun Chongqing pressing her step by step, Gongsun Huayu quickly grabbed his arm, shaking her head and saying, Sir, I'll tell you about this later. Please don't push me anymore, okay? By the way, didn't you say you were going to gamble on stones today? Why not teach me how to identify stone materials? Once I have the skills, I'll make those people cry and beg to pay up. Seeing Gongsun Huayu change the topic, Chun Chongqing smiled faintly and did not continue to press her. Having lived for over 1,000 years, Chun Chongqing's insight was exceptionally sharp. How could Gongsun Huayu's little schemes escape his notice? Although she didn't say anything, he had already guessed a few things. Next, all he needed was for her to slowly reveal her flaws. All right, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. There's actually no secret to stone gambling. The only way to win is to grab everything and open them yourself. Gongsun Huayu didn't believe a single word of Chun Chongqing's statement. Sir, you're lying. If you open stones in the inner courtyard and find something, that can still be explained with some methods. But how do you explain the Kunlun Stone Workshop as signboard? So many people passed by without noticing. How did you discover it? It's very simple, because I understand the fire dragon source. A divine source wasn't always called a divine source, it used to be called a spirit source. When the Kunlun Holy Land unearthed the entire fire dragon source, I was involved. At that time, everyone was studying that peculiar dragon-shaped spirit source, but I was studying the stone encasing the spirit source. I discovered that this type of spirit source has a characteristic: it makes the stone brittle, though the process is very slow. The Kunlun Holy Land signboard was carved from the leftover stone of the Fire Dragon source. But the stone encasing the divine source is extremely hard. Some workers were lazy and chose a relatively brittle piece to carve. So I was certain there was a divine source hidden inside. After hearing Chun Chongqing's explanation, Gongsun Huayu slightly opened her mouth. She hadn't expected that the method the teacher used to obtain the spirit source was so simple. That's simple. Otherwise, what did you think? Many things aren't as complicated as you imagine. You just haven't found the simple solution. After speaking, Chun Chongqing took out the welcoming pine from the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop from his system space. The moment Gongsun Huayu made her move back then, Chun Chongqing had already stored this stone in his system space. Fighting was fighting, but something he bought couldn't be left behind. As he was about to open the stone, he paused for a moment. By the way, don't rush about the matter of Yaoguang Saint's son. Over time, you might not necessarily fall behind him. I've noticed your Azure Lotus phenomenon is quite extraordinary. When those 3 lotus seeds mature, you might comprehend 3 divine abilities. The cultivation system your master and I created only points you in a direction. How you proceed depends on your own exploration. Faced with Chun Chongqing's words, Gongsun Huayu nodded repeatedly, but her eyes remained fixed on the stone in front of her. Seeing this, Chun Chongqing shook his head with a smile and didn't remind her. She was still a child under 100 years old. It was understandable for her to be playful. Over time, she would naturally understand. Kunlun Holy Land. Chun Chongqing is back. A voice echoed throughout the Kunlun Holy Land. After disappearing for over 20 days, Chun Chongqing had finally returned. And he had brought Gongsun Huayu of the 72 Wolf Smokes along with him. Being captured and then bringing back a stunning beauty from the enemy's lair. No matter how one looked at it, the situation seemed odd. The entire Kunlun Holy Land was on high alert, and countless experts rushed to the entrance. Naturally, this included the many prodigies who had come to participate in the prodigy gathering. Since Chun Chongqing was captured, the Kunlun Holy Land had indefinitely postponed the prodigy gathering. They had declared that as long as Chun Chongqing was not seen, the gathering would not proceed. The prodigies, for their part, did not object to this, because they also wanted to see proof of the strength of the Kunlun Holy Land. Everyone believed in the Kunlun Holy Land, which is why they traveled thousands of miles to attend the Tianjiao conference. But now, a Tianjiao has been captured on the territory of the Kunlun Holy Land, causing everyone to doubt whether the Kunlun Holy Land can ensure the safety of the Tianjiao. However, at the moment, even the Kunlun Holy Land itself is unclear about the situation. At this moment, Jiang Feng stepped forward with a cold expression and said, "Demonis, release little friend Chun, and I will spare your life today." As soon as he finished speaking, Gongsun Huayu immediately shrank behind Chun Chongqing in fear. "Young master, this person is so fierce. Don't be afraid. Elder Jiang is just worried about my safety. Once I explain everything, Elder Jiang will understand." Everyone. What is the relationship between you two? Why does it seem so strange? Jiang Feng frowned and asked, "Little friend, what does this mean?" "Nothing much. She has abandoned darkness for light." Chun Chongqing casually gave a reason. But this explanation made many Tianjiao widen their eyes. The reason was too absurd, like an enemy capturing Chun Chongqing, and then, after more than 20 days, suddenly defecting and following Chun Chongqing. Such a thing was simply impossible. The absurd explanation made the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth twitch, but he suppressed his emotions and said for the sake of the bigger picture, "Little friend, don't be afraid. Annette has already been cast here, and no matter how strong this demoness is, she won't escape. Whether she has cursed you or used witchcraft, our Kunlun Holy Land has ways to ensure your safety." Elder Jiang, you really misunderstood. Miss Huayu has already decided to abandon the dark forces, and I can guarantee this. Faced with Jiang Feng's words, Chun Chongqing still firmly stated that Gongsun Huayu had turned to the light. Seeing his determination, Jiang Feng didn't bother arguing further with Chun Chongqing and directly questioned Gongsun Huayu. "You claim to have turned to the light, so what is your sincerity?" Gongsun Huayu hid behind Chun Chongqing, playfully smiled, and said, "Jiang Feng, I abandoned the 72 Wolf Smokes and pledged allegiance to young Master Chun. I'm not pledging allegiance to the Kunlun Holy Land, so why should I explain myself to you? If you don't believe me, we won't participate in the Tianjiao conference. After speaking, Gongsun Huaiyu pulled Chen Changsheng, preparing to leave. Chen Changsheng can leave if he wants, but you absolutely cannot. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Feng directly reached out to grab Gongsun Huaiyu. Boom! Zhang Feng's attack was blocked by Chen Changsheng, and Chen Changsheng's strong physique even forced Zhang Feng to take half a step back. This situation made not only the Tianjiao present frown, but also Zhang Feng himself quite surprised. Chen Changsheng could use Dao patterns, and everyone already had high expectations for his strength. But no one expected that he was strong enough to confront Zhang Feng head-on. Although Zhang Feng hadn't used his full strength just now, Chen Changsheng handled it with ease. Elder Jiang, the Kunlun Holy Land has long established rules for hosting the Tianjiao conference. As long as the age meets the criteria, regardless of identity or status, anyone can participate. But why are you preventing Miss Gongsun from participating? Or is the Kunlun Holy Land so vast, yet afraid of a little girl? Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Zhang Feng's gaze swept back and forth between the two. Chen Changsheng was immensely powerful, with a mysterious background and undoubtedly strong support behind him. Kunlun Sanctuary did not want to provoke such an unknown opponent unless absolutely necessary. Gongsun Huaiyu was a legitimate disciple of Wooly. Her daring to come here showed she had enough confidence. With the conversation reaching this point, Kunlun Sanctuary's insistence on holding on seemed somewhat petty. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng spoke. You make a good point, young friend. The magnanimity of Kunlun Sanctuary is not something these minor figures can comprehend. Miss Gongsun, known as one of the three great beauties of Zhongting and an exceptional genius, naturally qualifies to participate in the Tianjiao conference. However, the 72 Wolf Smoke and Kunlun Sanctuary are mortal enemies. After the conference ends, young friend, it would be best not to get involved in this feud. Hearing the veiled threat in Zhang Feng's words, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. The conflict between the 72 Wolf Smoke and Kunlun Sanctuary is not something I wish to meddle in. But one thing must be clarified. Miss Gongsun has already abandoned the dark forces and is no longer part of the 72 Wolf Smoke. Kunlun Sanctuary wouldn't trouble a young person, would it? Huh? Zhang Feng sneered. Of course not. When I sever Wuli's head, if she remains indifferent, then she truly has embraced the light. The Tianjiao conference has been delayed long enough. Now that you're here, young friend, it can begin tomorrow. Please, both of you come in. With that, Zhang Feng stepped aside to make way. Chen Changsheng and Gongsun Huaiyu strode in confidently. Watching Chen Changsheng's back, countless Tianjiao's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Kunlun Sanctuary's experts were extraordinary, and Chen Changsheng had managed to leave the 72 Wolf Smoke unscathed, even bringing Kunlun's mortal enemy to the Tianjiao conference, holding his own against Zhang Feng. All of this told everyone that Chen Changsheng was no ordinary person. Defeating such an opponent was a dream achievement for countless Tianjiao. Eastern Wilderness Courtyard. Seeing the stunning beauty Chen Changsheng brought back, Yi Henxing's mouth twitched. He had imagined countless scenarios of Chen Changsheng returning to Kunlun Sanctuary, but never this one. My room is relatively large. You can sleep in the one next door, Chen Changsheng said, casually arranging Gongsun Huaiyu's accommodation before preparing to return to his own room to rest. At this moment, Su Tian blocked his path. Brother Chun, you once said that after I defeated the three great beauties of Zhongting, I could challenge you. Now, can I challenge Miss Gongsun? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng scratched his head and glanced at the eager Gongsun Huaiyu. You want to fight too? Young master, the Tianjiao conference is all about fighting. Why would I come here if not to fight? Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. Then go fight outside in the courtyard. The space there is bigger. I'll prepare first, so don't start too soon. With that, Chen Changsheng enthusiastically ran into his room. After Chen Changsheng left, Gongsun Huaiyu smiled at Su Tian and said, I heard you and the young master come from the same place. I wonder how strong you are. If you're too weak, wouldn't that be embarrassing for the young master? Facing Gongsun Huaiyu's taunt, Su Tian calmly replied, Strength is never innate. I can only admire Brother Chen's power, but one day, I will surpass him. And you are the first stepping stone on my path. Ha ha. Su Tian's words made Gongsun Huayu laugh heartily. Not very capable, but your mouth is quite tough. Seeing how ambitious you are, I'll make sure you can't get up later, so you won't embarrass the young master tomorrow. I'll go wait for you outside first. With that, she hopped away cheerfully. Watching Gongsun Huayu's departing figure, Yi Hensheng scratched his head and said, "Are you really going to fight her?" The successor of the 72 Wolf Smoke, her strength is definitely not simple. If you lose, the reputation of Xuanwu Kingdom will be greatly tarnished. Hearing Yi Hensheng's words, Su Tian turned his head and said, "The reputation of Xuanwu Kingdom has never been built on bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The name of Xuanwu Kingdom is forged by challenging strong opponents and winning time and time again. When I defeat those seemingly invincible enemies one day, the world will only remember my victories and won't care about my failures. Because in this world, the result is all that matters." With that, Su Tian turned and walked outside. What are these people even thinking? Why is fighting always on your minds? Yi Hensheng complained helplessly and followed him out. When Su Tian loses, it will be his turn to step up. Although he doesn't like reckless fighting, it doesn't mean he will yield to anyone. Outside the courtyard, the confrontation between Su Tian and Gongsun Huayu attracted a large crowd of spectators. Among them were even members of the Eastern Wilderness Tianjiao group who had been injured by Su Tian and Yi Hensheng. Although they had been defeated, they still regarded the two as the hope of the Eastern Wilderness. As long as they were still standing, the Eastern Wilderness would not fail. Unlike the tense focus of the crowd on the battle, Chen Changsheng appeared very relaxed. A few plates of peanuts and sunflower seeds, a comfortable lounge chair, a little black cat in his arms, a blanket over him, he waved his hand and urged, "Hurry up and fight. I'm all ready. Why haven't you started yet?" Faced with Chen Changsheng's urging, Gongsun Huayu rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "Young master, there are so many of them. If I win, what if they gang up on me? Then why don't you knock all of them down? If a Tianjiao is scared of numbers, can they still be called Tianjiao? They might as well be called trash." Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu nodded meaningfully. "Young master, you have a point." Boom! Before her words had fully landed, Gongsun Huayu suddenly struck, directly unleashing a killing move. This sudden attack enraged the Tianjiao group members watching, who cursed her for being dishonorable and resorting to a sneak attack. "Is this the Tianjiao you admire?" Zhuojing's face turned pale as she frowned and questioned Chen Changsheng. Facing the third princess's questioning, Chen Changsheng continued munching on sunflower seeds and replied indifferently, "That's right. This is the Tianjiao in my eyes. Gongsun Huayu is a Tianjiao. Su Tian is also a Tianjiao, but you all are not. On the battlefield, life and death are decided in an instant. How can one afford to be distracted at a critical moment?" From the moment Su Tian issued the challenge, all his attention should have been focused on Gongsun Huayu. His focus shouldn't be disrupted by anything external. His current disadvantage isn't because of her sneak attack, but because her strength is superior. Zhuojing raised her head and looked around. Yi Hensheng stared gravely at the battle, while the other prodigies quietly watched from above. Their eyes were filled only with determination for the fight and their opponents, completely disregarding Chen Changsheng's relaxed attitude. Meanwhile, the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy Group was still discussing Gongsun Huayu's sneak attack and expressing dissatisfaction with Chen Changsheng's attitude. After observing everything, Zhuojing's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. "You were right. The Eastern Wilderness Prodigy Group is truly a joke. Only Yi Hensheng and Su Tian are qualified to participate in this prodigy conference." Ha! Recognizing one's shortcomings is a good thing. Knowing where you fall short gives hope. Whether you can improve depends entirely on yourself. While Chen Changsheng and Zhuojing were talking, Gongsun Huayu and Su Tian had already exchanged over 30 moves. After a palm strike, the two separated. Gongsun Huayu stood atop the highest roof, while Su Tian stood on the web-covered ground. Looking at Su Tian's trembling right hand, Gongsun Huayu pouted and playfully complained, "Big brother, you're being too harsh. I'm a girl. Can't you go a little easier on me?" Although Gongsun Huaiyu was pleading, Su Tian was filled with fear. Too strong. This woman before him was simply too strong. As a prodigy of the Xuanwu nation, Su Tian was no mere fool who only knew cultivation. He had experienced countless battles and life and death trials, with plenty of experience fighting strong opponents. Yet he had never felt such immense pressure before. Gongsun Huaiyu's techniques were nearly flawless, without a single opening to exploit. What shocked Su Tian even more was that her physical strength surpassed his, despite him being a cultivator specializing in body refinement. In terms of cultivation, experience, and mentality, Gongsun Huaiyu completely overwhelmed him. Faced with such a situation, Su Tian couldn't think of any way to win. At this moment, Chen Changsheng, who had been watching the fight, suddenly shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Playing house? You've been fighting for so long, and not a single drop of blood has been spilled. If you don't want to fight, then get lost." As Chen Changsheng lost his temper, the smile on Gongsun Huaiyu's face disappeared. "Big brother, the young master is angry. I have to get serious now." Su Tian coldly responded, "Then bring it on." Buzz, whoosh, countless stars appeared behind Su Tian, while a swaying green lotus bloomed behind Gongsun Huaiyu. The two prodigies unleashed their full power. Although Gongsun Huaiyu was stronger, facing an opponent who was also a prodigy, going all out was a sign of respect. Boom! The two collided fiercely, and the powerful shockwave instantly destroyed all buildings within 100 zhang radius. Despite being a woman, Gongsun Huaiyu's fighting style was bold and forceful. Her punches and kicks were like heavy hammers, and with each strike, the green lotus behind her scattered a fine light, enhancing the unstoppable momentum of her attacks. But Su Tian was no weakling either. He had mastered the Xuanwu nation's top technique, the Heavenly Gang body refinement art, to perfection. With the stellar phenomenon integrated into his body, Su Tian's defense reached an astonishing level. In just 3 breaths, the two exchanged over 100 moves. Seeing through Su Tian's defense, Gongsun Huaiyu let out a delicate shout and activated her heaven and earth manifestation technique. Her size and aura rapidly expanded, and her strength multiplied. Su Tian, who had barely been able to hold his ground, was sent flying with a single punch. Having gained the upper hand, Gongsun Huaiyu had no intention of letting Su Tian off and continued her fierce assault. Her fists slammed down like iron hammers, countless shadows of punches surging like a tide, forcing Su Tian into a deep pit. Boom! With the final punch, Gongsun Huaiyu slowly straightened up, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Su Tian's strength indeed deserved the title of genius. If it had been her from over 20 days ago, she definitely wouldn't have won so easily. But now, she had opened up the sea of bitterness and embarked on a brand new path of cultivation, her strength naturally incomparable. Seeing her outstanding performance, Gongsun Huaiyu couldn't help but feel a bit proud. However, her pride didn't last long before a thunderous shout rang out. "I'll deal with you." The voice had barely reached Gongsun Huaiyu's ears when a strong gust of wind rushed toward her face. The speed was so fast that Gongsun Huaiyu couldn't react in time. In an instant, she could only raise her arms to block the attack. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was so loud it made the spectators' eardrums ache. The immense force caused Gongsun Huaiyu's feet to pierce through the stone slabs and sink into the soil. She couldn't counterattack. This was her most direct feeling. The attack was too fast and too fierce. If she tried to change moves, the attack would surely land on her head. Although she was now using the heaven and earth protection technique, if her head were struck, she would likely be either dead or gravely injured. Crack! After enduring 9 consecutive punches, Gongsun Huaiyu's heaven and earth protection broke. The attack finally stopped. Taking advantage of the pause, the dizzy Gongsun Huaiyu quickly retreated. She couldn't care about anything else. Her instincts told her that continuing to fight would only lead to death. Following her memory of the direction, Gongsun Huaiyu returned to Chen Changsheng's side, and only then did she see clearly who had attacked her. The man was tall and muscular, his bulging muscles resembling a small mountain, intimidating at first glance. He casually carried a massive wooden club on his shoulder. The one who had suddenly ambushed her was none other than the genius of Nan Yuan, Baqilu. I didn't expect you, a woman, to be so tough. It took me 9 hits to knock you down. That was a sneak attack, it doesn't count. Let's have another match. You must still have some moves you haven't used, Bachelus said, raising the wooden club in his hand. Gongsun Huayu silently drew out a long whip. Being beaten like this naturally left her fuming inside. Enough, stop embarrassing yourselves. I'm already losing face here. Qin Changxing interrupted the fight while counting divine sources. Hearing Qin Changxing's words, Gongsun Huayu noticed a sign had been erected beside him at some point. Genius Arena, 100 gene of divine sources per match. After reading the words on the sign, Gongsun Huayu couldn't help but twitch her eye. Young master, your price is too low. I'm worth at least 200 gene of divine sources. You're certainly not worth 200 gene of divine sources. The other 100 gene is for Yi Hensheng, Qin Changxing said, raising his head to signal Gongsun Huayu to look to the other side. Your fist technique is truly exquisite, I admire it. Brother Mei, you're too kind. My fist technique is not even 1/10 as good as my master's, it's not worth mentioning. But Brother Mei's methods truly surprised me. In such a short time, Brother Mei managed to use 13 secret techniques. Truly worthy of being a genius from Langya Pavilion. Yi Hensheng and Mei Yongxi exchanged pleasantries, while the surrounding dilapidated buildings bore witness to the fierce battle they had just fought. After Qin Changxing erected the sign, Bachelou and Mei Yongxi immediately paid the fee, and no matter what Qin Changxing's purpose was. How could the geniuses who loved to fight miss such an opportunity to test without making enemies? However, unlike Bachelou, Mei Yongxi mainly aimed to test, so the two ended in a draw. Just as they were talking, Qin Changxing's angry voice came through. Why are you still standing there? Don't you feel ashamed? Get over here. Qin Changxing's words left Yi Hensheng momentarily stunned. Mei Yongxi's eyes flickered, and he pretended to show concern, saying, Brother Yi, your talent is considered top-notch even in the Holy Land. Qin Changxing is your peer, though he's slightly stronger than you. You don't have to let him boss you around like this. Faced with Mei Yongxi's provocation, Yi Hensheng was completely indifferent and replied calmly, I want to. What does it have to do with you? After speaking, he quickly ran to Qin Changxing's side. Yi Hensheng's attitude left Mei Yongxi utterly puzzled. Mei Yongxi thought to himself, could it be that people from the eastern wilderness are all masochists? 3 figures obediently stood in front of Qin Changxing, with Su Tian looking the most disheveled. His face was covered in dust, and his injuries were not light. So embarrassing, utterly disgraceful. You've embarrassed everyone to death. Qin Changxing pointed at them and scolded furiously. With your level, you still dare to call yourselves geniuses? Stop embarrassing yourselves and go home to shovel manure. Today, you've taught me one thing. There's no such thing as the worst, only worse. After venting his anger, Qin Changxing looked at Su Tian and asked, what cultivation technique are you practicing? The Tiangang body refining technique. Oh, so you do know what technique you're practicing. I thought you'd forgotten. If the past emperors of Xuanwu Kingdom knew you turned the Tiangang body refining technique into trash, they'd probably crawl out of their graves in rage. The profundity of the Tiangang body refining technique far exceeds your imagination. If it were merely a body refining technique, Xuanwu Kingdom wouldn't have allowed it to be passed down for so long. Watching Qin Changxing reprimand others, Gongsun Huayu simply enjoyed the show, not worried that his anger would turn toward her. After all, she was quite satisfied with her performance earlier. Although she lost to Bachelou, it was due to a sneak attack. If it had been a direct confrontation, the outcome would still be uncertain. Just as Gongsun Huayu was calculating in her mind, Qin Changxing's fury had already turned toward her. What are you laughing at? You still have the nerve to laugh. Out of the 3, you're the worst. Your strength is better than Su Tian's, and you've received more resources than him. If I were you, and I couldn't beat him to the ground within 30 moves, I'd rather smash my head into tofu and end it. Do you know why tofu? Because it won't kill you, but at least you'd be so embarrassed you'd want to crawl into a hole. That's what embarrassed means. Who says a strong body must rely on close combat? Don't tell me your specialty is hand-to-hand fighting. Others play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, but you do the opposite, highlighting your weaknesses and ignoring your strengths. Why don't you just start your own sect? Someone as foolish as you is truly a rarity in the cultivation world. I've even thought of a name for you. The world's dumbest sect. Qin Chongqing's words made Gongsun Huaiyu's face turn as red as a boiled shrimp. Although her master had scolded her during training, she had never been scolded like this. Qin Chongqing not only hit her sore spots directly, but also managed to insult her with fresh and unique remarks every time that this moment. Gongsun Huaiyu would rather break a few bones than listen to Qin Chongqing's reprimands again. Who, after scolding Gongsun Huaiyu to the point where he couldn't lift his head, Qin Chongqing let out a long breath and turned his gaze to the third target. Facing Qin Chongqing's gaze, Yi Hengqin immediately panicked, quickly reflecting on his own shortcomings and thinking of admitting his mistakes early to avoid being scolded too harshly. Your problems are significant too, but they're slightly better than theirs. Moreover, your issues aren't entirely your fault, so we'll set this aside for now. Come to my room tonight, I have some things to discuss with you. Qin Chongqing's sudden gentleness made Yi Hengqin extremely uncomfortable, and even the surrounding prodigies watching were utterly confused. Ignoring everyone's expressions, Qin Chongqing directly threw out a wooden puppet. Golden threads flew from his fingertips, connecting to the puppet. After manipulating the puppet to perform a few movements, Qin Chongqing waved toward Mei Yongxi in the distance. I didn't let you fully showcase your skills earlier, so that's on me for not doing my part. To make up for your loss, I'll personally entertain you. How about that? Mei Yongxi squinted slightly and smiled. I had a great time sparring with Brother Yi earlier, so let's just leave it at that. Do I have to take the initiative myself? Faced with Mei Yongxi's refusal, Qin Chongqing responded calmly. Hearing this, the smile on Mei Yongxi's face disappeared. Since Brother Qin is so sincere in his invitation, I'll accompany you for a match. It'll be a good chance to witness your skills. With that, Mei Yongxi slowly walked over. I didn't get my fill earlier either. Count me in. Bada Lu immediately joined in the commotion. I only have one puppet, so why don't you wait your turn? Qin Chongqing's tone was indifferent, but his gaze changed. If Ali were present, he would surely recognize that it was the same look Qin Chongqing had when he destroyed the Thunder Beast clan years ago. Seeing this, Bada Lu instinctively took half a step back. Having grown up dealing with wild beasts, Bada Lu had a keen sense of danger. On second thought, let's forget it. You seem tired today, let's reschedule. Seeing Bada Lu back down, Qin Chongqing didn't press further. Back at the Kunlun Stone Workshop, several prodigies had spared Gongsun Huaiyu's life, and Qin Chongqing had kept that in mind. This time, he had Su Tian and the others come out to fight, specifically to draw these people in. At the time, there were 3 people who had the opportunity to kill Gongsun Huaiyu: Nan Yuan Bada Lu, Mei Yongxi of Langya Pavilion, and Fu Yao, the holy son of Yaoguang. After observing just now, Qin Chongqing had gained some insight into 2 of them. Bada Lu might seem rough, but he was actually meticulous. The 72 Wolf Smoke was a force in the central court, and if Gongsun Huaiyu had died at his hands, he likely wouldn't have been able to leave the Kunlun Holy Land. Thus, he always held back against everyone, whether at the Kunlun Stone Workshop or in the recent exchanges. But Mei Yongxi's situation was different. Bada Lu feared the strong dragon suppressing the local snake and avoided making enemies. As the successor of Langya Pavilion, Mei Yongxi shouldn't have such concerns. Langya Pavilion and the 72 Wolf Smoke were already at odds and had no fear of them. Under these circumstances, Mei Yongxi should have been ruthless toward Gongsun Huaiyu, but he wasn't. Adding to that his subtle actions, Qin Chongqing was now 100% certain that Mei Yongxi knew something and was secretly plotting. With this thought, Qin Chongqing's gaze shifted to the Yaoguang Holy Sun on the distant rooftop. Among the 3, he already had an understanding of 2, but he had yet to see through Yaoguang Saint Sun. From afar, Yaoguang Saint Sun also noticed Qin Chongqing's gaze, but merely smiled faintly before disappearing, showing no intention of engaging with Qin Chongqing. Brother Qin, I concede. Mei Yongxi had already stepped within 10 paces of Qin Chongqing. Facing the mysterious Qin Chongqing, Mei Yongxi was fully focused. Qin Chongqing glanced at this talented individual and said to Yi Hengqin, "You have 2 masters. One is the Wolf Emperor of Night Moon Nation, and the other is the unbeaten Taoist of Shangqing Temple. From now on, you need to learn properly. The unbeaten Taoist boxing techniques are not meant to be used the way you do. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changxing controlled the puppet to charge at Mei Yongxi. Boom! A punch was thrown, directly forcing the prodigy of Langia Pavilion to retreat. Seeing the puppet's boxing technique, Mei Yongxi's heart surged with waves of shock. This boxing technique was the same as the one Yi Hensheng had just used, but the power was entirely different. If Mei Yongxi had an 80% chance of handling Yi Hensheng's boxing technique, he had less than 30% chance of handling the one controlled by Chen Changxing. Let alone if Chen Changxing personally attacked, could he even withstand it? The lifeless puppet continued to unleash boxing attacks on Mei Yongxi. Not only were the moves identical to Yi Hensheng's, but even the sequence of attacks remained unchanged. Yet, faced with these moves, Mei Yongxi was completely unable to defend himself. No matter what secret techniques you use, I only need one punch to resolve it. One punch, and the power breaks the enemy. Yi Hensheng's boxing technique was on a completely different level compared to Chen Changxing's execution. Watching Mei Yongxi being forced to retreat step by step, Yi Hensheng couldn't help but widen his eyes. This nameless boxing technique was only mastered by his teacher, the unbeaten Taoist, in Shangqing Temple, and it had only been passed down to him alone. Now, seeing Chen Changxing use this boxing technique, Yi Hensheng's suspicions became even more certain. Mei Yongxi, controlling the puppet, fled in embarrassment, while Chen Changxing's face remained expressionless. To put it bluntly, dealing with these kids didn't interest Chen Changxing at all. The prodigies of the Kunlun Holy Land were not weak in terms of cultivation, but they had yet to truly integrate what they had learned. In just 100 years, they not only had to painstakingly improve their cultivation, but also learn various combat techniques. In the current environment, they also had to devise new cultivation systems. Coupled with being entangled in trivial matters, they simply didn't have enough time. Facing someone like Chen Changxing, who was willing to study, absorb the strengths of various schools, and had lived for 1,000 years, defeating them was incredibly easy. Even if his cultivation level were one tier lower than theirs, he could still make them suffer. Bang! A punch landed on Mei Yongxi's mouth, and two pristine white teeth flew out along with blood. After successfully defeating Mei Yongxi, Chen Changxing withdrew the puppet. If it weren't for this kid provoking him face to face, he might not have even bothered to teach him a lesson. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mei Yongxi climbed up from the ground and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Brother Chen, for your guidance." "Not at all. I wouldn't dare call it guidance, just a sparring session. Next time, don't talk so much nonsense, or it won't just be two teeth." Faced with Chen Changxing's threat, Mei Yongxi's expression turned cold as he turned and left. Being outmatched was nothing to dwell on. The fact that Chen Changxing hadn't gone all out was already quite courteous. Instead of wasting words, it was better to conserve energy and think of a way to deal with Chen Changxing. Today's events cannot end like this. Watching Mei Yongxi's departing figure, Chen Changxing smacked his lips and said, "The fight is over. I need to go back and rest. You all can entertain yourselves." With that, he turned and returned to the Eastern Wilderness courtyard, leaving the three behind, each lost in their own thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the door. Chen Changxing, leisurely sipping tea, glanced over and said indifferently, "Come in." Creak. The door opened, and Yi Hensheng walked in. "Didn't I tell you to come at night?" Yi Hensheng smiled and said, "Brother Chen asked me to come at night, likely to avoid prying eyes. Miss Gong's son has already gone out, and Brother Su is healing his injuries, so now is actually a better time than tonight. Fair point, have a seat." Seeing Chen Changxing's calm demeanor, Yi Hensheng slowly walked toward a chair. Thud. Halfway there, Yi Hensheng suddenly knelt down. The 46th generation direct disciple of Shangqing Temple pays respects to Uncle Changxing. Faced with the kneeling Yi Hensheng, Chen Changxing said nothing, quietly sipping his tea. After a long silence, Chen Changxing finally spoke. "How did you figure it out?" Yi Hensheng lowered his head and replied, "My master often encourages me to read in my spare time, so I have a relatively good understanding of past events. In the ancient texts of Shangqing Temple, I discovered that the temple once had a glorious era. At that time, Shangqing Temple was located in a country called the Great Qian Dynasty. My master was from that era, and from what I understand, there were 10 direct disciples of Shangqing Temple at the time. The first 8 senior brothers perished in a great battle. But as for the last direct disciple, there is almost no information in the temple's records. Out of curiosity, I scoured the ancient texts of Shangqing Temple and finally found this passage. The 10th direct disciple of Shangqing Temple died suddenly due to a cultivation mishap. This record always left me doubtful, and it wasn't until the Tianjiao assembly that my doubts were resolved. After listening to Yi Hensheng, memories deep within Qin Changsheng were stirred. The Great Qin Dynasty, such a familiar name. Back then, Shangqing Temple was still at odds with the Night Moon Kingdom. After a moment of reflection, Qin Changsheng asked, "Interesting. How did the Tianjiao assembly help you resolve your doubts?" Yi Hensheng respectfully replied, "At the time, the Grand Master asked me to invite a senior called the Undertaker to appear. When the second master found out, he specifically came to see me. He said that there would be a powerful protector at the Tianjiao assembly, so there was no need for him to accompany me. I was confused and asked him about it. He didn't answer directly, only saying, 'His fist technique is stronger than mine.' After witnessing your fist technique, I became even more convinced that you are the missing direct disciple." Ha! Confirming that his identity had been guessed, Qin Changsheng laughed heartily. "Your master still can't change his soft-hearted nature. If he hadn't slipped up, I would have continued playing along with you all. Although the second master helped you, this has disrupted the Grand Master's plan. With Wang Yinyu's temper, the second master is bound to get a good beating." Yi Hensheng asked excitedly, "Uncle, why haven't you returned all these years?" Master and second master often stand at the mountain peak gazing into the distance, and the direction they look toward is where you are in seclusion. Do you really not want to meet them? Qin Changsheng sighed lightly. What difference would it make if I did? They have their path to walk, and I have mine. Different paths lead to different destinations. Meeting would only make parting more painful. Then why is Uncle Master willing to come out this time? It's simple. First, I have matters to attend to. Second, I want some people to stay alive. The Tianjiao Conference marks the beginning of a new era, and some responsibilities must be borne by someone. If you can't handle it, then it's time for your masters to step in. Do you understand what I mean?" Qin Changsheng's words were calm, yet resolute. Yi Hensheng replied equally calmly, "Uncle Master, I understand your meaning. If you didn't have confidence in us, you wouldn't have reprimanded us so harshly before. Our performance at the Tianjiao Conference was passable, but in the battle for the Great Tao, we don't even qualify as cannon fodder. Now that the world is undergoing great changes, no one can predict what the future holds. But one thing is clear to everyone. The future will inevitably give rise to the strongest. This process will undoubtedly be filled with devastation and countless deaths. Uncle Master hopes we can help ease the burden on our masters." After speaking, Yi Hensheng lowered his head and knelt down again. Qin Changsheng smacked his lips and said, "It seems you understand the reasoning, but do you think I'm being too harsh? Making you young ones shoulder such heavy responsibilities is somewhat unfair. Uncle Master, we've never thought of shirking responsibility. If it weren't for your intervention, we might have lived under the protection of our elders forever. Although they mean well, we don't want to be flowers in a greenhouse. Even if it costs us our lives, we want to walk the path forward." Seeing the determination in Yi Hensheng's eyes, Qin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Your words prove I didn't misjudge you. The upcoming battle for the Great Tao is not only a contest among the Tianjiao, but also a confrontation between the forces behind them. All life in this world will find it hard to escape this catastrophe. Su Tian's straightforward personality makes him suitable as a top fighter, but not as a leader. Gongsun Huaiyu is smart and brave, but his vision is limited. He can only be a general. Only you, with your steady demeanor and meticulous mind, are the best candidate to be a strategist." Yi Hensheng raised his eyebrows and asked excitedly, "Uncle Master, do you already have someone in mind?" "Yes, there is someone. You should have heard of him. He is the leader of the 72 Wolf Smoke, Wu Li." Yi Hensheng was filled with questions. Based on relationships and emotions, Uncle Master shouldn't choose an outsider. Could there be some secret between the 72 Wolf Smoke and Uncle Master? Could Uncle Master have taken a liking to Gongsun Huaiyu? Countless speculations flashed through Yi Hensheng's mind. Qin Changsheng smiled and said, "Don't overthink it. Choosing Wu Li isn't because of any relationship between him and me, but because he truly has the strength to compete. Aside from Wu Li, whether it's your two masters or the left emperor of Xuanwu Kingdom, they all fall just a bit short. Since we're on the topic, I'll tell you some little secrets from the past. Your second master, though I have to call him senior brother, was just a child when he joined the sect. Some of the skills he has were taught by me, and his way of doing things was also learned from me. As for your master, I know her too. When she was just a little she-wolf, I had a conflict with her. I beat her back to her original form and even shaved the fur off her wolf head, so I know her quite well. Upon hearing this, Yi Hengsheng almost widened his eyes in shock. The matter with the second master was surprising enough, but the story about the master was downright shocking. He knew his master's temper, and yet his uncle dared to shave her wolf fur. No wonder he was named Hengsheng, so this was the reason. Yi Hengsheng swallowed hard, his eyes filled with intense curiosity. What about Emperor Zhua? Zhuxinghe is much simpler. Back then, I went to the Xuanwu Kingdom for some matters. At that time, 9 princes of Xuanwu Kingdom were vying for the throne. The eldest prince, Zhuxinghe, found me and appointed me as the national teacher. He had just turned 100 years old and followed me around every day, annoying me to no end. So, do you think I have the qualifications to evaluate them? Seeing Chen Chongqing's relaxed smile, Yi Hengsheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Of course, you have the qualifications. If you don't, then who does? After silently complaining, Yi Hengsheng asked, what exactly is the origin of the 72 wolf smokes? Uncle, you aren't the founder of the 72 wolf smokes, are you? Of course not. Yi Hengsheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his uncle's identity wasn't as complicated as he had imagined. But the skills of Wu Li were taught by me. Yi Hengsheng was even more shocked. The notorious villain Wu Li, who dominates the central court, is actually your disciple, uncle? Then doesn't Gongsun Huayu have to call you Grandmaster? Theoretically, yes, but I don't take disciples, Chen Chongqing said indifferently. Yi Hengsheng was completely speechless. The villain Wu Li, who caused headaches for all the sacred lands, turned out to be his uncle's disciple. Just how many identities did his uncle have? After a brief moment of reflection, Yi Hengsheng's doubts dissipated. Although he trusted his uncle's judgment, suddenly being asked to risk his life to assist a stranger was indeed uncomfortable. But knowing the relationship between Wu Li and his uncle made everything reasonable. His uncle was from the Shanqing Temple, so naturally, his disciples were too. By seniority, Wu Li was his senior brother. Helping his senior brother, was that helping an outsider? Not at all, it was helping his own family. Chen Chongqing stood up, stretched lazily, and said, all right, I've said everything I need to say. What to do next is up to you. There's still some time for you to grow, so make the most of it. I have some matters to attend to outside. Uncle, wait. Is there anything else? Uncle, I have a small question I'm curious about, Yi Hengsheng asked with a smile. I know your personality somewhat. With your character, you shouldn't be too interested in meddling in such matters. What makes you care so much about the struggle for the great Tao? Seeing Yi Hengsheng's gossipy expression, Chen Chongqing's lips curled into a mischievous smile. The root of the matter is simple. The Holy Lord of Kunlun's sacred land, Jiang Bufan, and I have a deep-seated grudge. I'm almost certain I'll kill him. Yi Hengsheng froze. Uncle, don't scare me, this isn't a joke. The struggle for the great Tao at most leads to enmity with the sacred lands, but killing the master of a sacred land, that's a mortal enemy. Who said I was joking? I'm dead serious. Yi Hengsheng swallowed hard, his mouth twitching as he asked, how deep is your grudge? Unless I die or he dies, this grudge will never be resolved. Uncle Master, is it too late for me to regret now? It's too late. I told you long ago, curiosity killed the cat, but you just wouldn't listen. Last time it was the 72 wolf smoke, and this time it's the Kunlun Holy Land. I'm curious if you can still sleep soundly. After speaking, Chen Chongqing teased Yi Hengsheng with a smile and turned to leave the room. Yi Hengsheng muttered helplessly, you must be doing this on purpose. With so much going on, how could I possibly sleep well? Chen Chongqing walked out of the room holding Xiaohe and began searching with his divine sense. Moments later, the corner of his mouth lifted. This little girl is quite cautious. She actually erased the divine sense mark I left, but her cultivation is still lacking. As he spoke, He patted Xiaohei's head and whispered, "She shouldn't have gone far. It's up to you now." Xiaohei weakly barked in a certain direction. Chen Changxing followed the direction Xiaohei indicated and strolled leisurely. In the cultivation world, tracking enemies relies on divine sense searches. There are generally two ways to evade divine sense. One is to conceal one's aura and see if it can evade detection. The other is to stay as far away as possible, beyond the range of the enemy's divine sense. With many cultivators in the Kunlun Holy Land, large-scale divine sense searches are impractical. Thus, theoretically, it would be very difficult for Chen Changsheng to find Gongsun Huayu. But despite her caution, Gongsun Huayu overlooked one thing: the mundane tracking method, locking onto a target by scent. Although Xiaohei was physically weak and lacked combat strength, as an animal, its sense of smell was far sharper than a human's. Identifying Gongsun Huayu's general direction was no problem. Now that the direction was confirmed, could Chen Changxing fail to find Gongsun Huayu? Xiaohei barked, "Woof," seemingly trying to sound fierce. But its voice sounded more like a puppy's whimper, hardly intimidating anyone. "Seriously, you lost track of Gongsun Huayu. Don't take it out on me. Trying to tail me? You're still too inexperienced." After saying this, Chen Changxing tossed the person in his hand aside. The scout wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Chen Changxing, this is the Kunlun Holy Land. It's not a place where you can act recklessly." Gongsun Huayu suddenly escaped surveillance. Where exactly did she go? Chen Changxing completely ignored the scout's words. Small fry shouldn't meddle in big matters. Just report today's situation truthfully. Don't send people to tail me again. If you want to keep an eye on me, Jiang Feng will have to come personally. After speaking, Chen Changxing disappeared before the scout's eyes. Faced with this minor disturbance, Chen Changxing didn't care at all. What he was most concerned about now was Gongsun Huayu. What exactly happened that made her risk exposure to escape? This is really interesting. "Nalan, big brother, what kind of herb is this?" A simply dressed young woman ran over holding a stalk of grass. Hearing her voice, a pale-faced man looked up. His clothes were already washed to the point of fading, and he carried a medicine basket, clearly out gathering herbs. Taking the grass, the man examined it and said, "This is love pea, also a medicinal herb. But it's poisonous, so you must use it carefully." The woman listened excitedly and said, "Brother Nalan, you're amazing. You found the herbs on your first try. Praise me." The man smiled. "Yes, yes. Thanks to you, I was able to gather so many herbs. Let's go check over there." "All right." The woman agreed happily and walked briskly into the distance. But every few steps, she would turn back to check, afraid the man couldn't keep up. As time passed, their figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Little did they know, a pair of eyes was watching them from behind a distant hill. TSK, love really makes people blind. They're in the middle of enemy territory and still busy flirting. "Hey, Xiaohei, do you think I should interrupt this lovely moment?" Chen Changsheng held Xiaohei up in front of him, talking to himself. The exhausted Xiaohei had no interest in responding, yawned, and slowly closed its eyes. "Don't be so bloodthirsty. Gongsun Huayu is no weakling. Be careful not to get caught by her." Chen Changxing tried to wake Xiaohei while saying something cryptic to the air. As soon as he finished speaking, the holy son of Yaoguang suddenly appeared behind him. The usually gentle and refined holy son of Yaoguang was now exuding a strong killing intent. After a long moment, he finally restrained his aura and said in a low voice, "Stay out of this. I don't want to kill you." Chen Changxing turned around with a smile. "I was just wondering how Gongsun Huayu suddenly became so formidable. To think she could silently shake off the pursuit of the Kunlun Holy Land. It seems she has you, the holy son of Yaoguang, cleaning up after her. Back at the Kunlun Stone Workshop, you didn't strike a killing blow. I suppose this was the reason. But your methods were ruthless enough back then. If you'd been a bit harsher, she wouldn't have survived." The holy son of Yaoguang didn't immediately respond to Chen Changxing's words, but instead looked at the two figures in the distance. "At the Kunlun Stone Workshop, you deliberately slowed down a few steps. It seemed like you were trying to protect the stone you chose, but in reality, you were giving Gongsun Huayu a chance to capture you. You actively approached the 72 Wolf Smoke, which shows you have a past connection with them. With you around, Gongsun Huayu could never have succeeded so easily. The facts prove I wasn't wrong. Your relationship with the 72 Wolf Smoke runs deep. Hearing this, Qin Chongxing smiled and said, as expected of the holy son of Yaoguang, your insight is sharp. Since we've come this far, aren't you going to tell me who that short-lived ghost really is? The holy son of Yaoguang gave Qin Chongxing a meaningful look and said, that short-lived ghost is my younger brother. Cough, cough. Qin Chongxing coughed in surprise. Sorry, I didn't expect you two to be actual brothers. But to be honest, your brother won't live much longer. Outsiders might not know this, but surely you do? I know. He was gravely injured in the womb. I was the one who personally cut him out of our mother's belly. So that's how it is. Sorry, I brought up something painful again. Qin Chongxing felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this, as it seemed he always unintentionally touched on others' sore spots. Didn't you take revenge? With your status and strength, revenge shouldn't be difficult, right? The one who killed my entire family was my master, the one who treated me like his own son. He was afraid my brother's talent would surpass mine and threaten my position as the Holy Son, so he killed my entire family. That night, it was pouring rain. My master disguised the scene to look like an act of revenge by an enemy, then left. Half an hour later, I stood before my parents' corpses. I had already guessed he would do this, but I didn't stop him because I wasn't his match at the time. I found my younger brother still had a faint breath, so I cut him out and secretly raised him. Qin Chongxing. After hearing this convoluted story, he couldn't help but scratch his head. What happened next? The rest was much simpler. Following my master's instructions, I treated the killer as my enemy. In the end, with my master's help, I killed the entire family of the enemy. Since then, no one in Yaoguang Holy Land dared to challenge me. After finishing, the Yaoguang Holy Son looked at Qin Chongxing. Do you know why I'm telling you this? I don't know, but now that you've said it, I'll know. Qin Chongxing's attitude was somewhat casual, but the Yaoguang Holy Son didn't mind. Instead, he looked at the little black creature in Qin Chongxing's arms and said, you've been carrying this spirit pet almost all the time, which shows how much you value it. But it's severely injured, and ordinary methods won't save it. So you went to Kunlun Stone Workshop to gamble on stones, hoping to find the holy medicine in the divine source to save it. Your research on divine source stones is the best among the people I know. There are only two ways to save my younger brother. One is the lost heaven-mending balm from Butterfly Valley, and the other is the holy medicine in the divine source. Now you understand why I'm telling you this, right? Qin Chongxing licked his lips and said, your insight is sharp. Little Black's situation is very similar to your brother's, but you might be disappointed. Neither the holy medicine nor the heaven-mending balm can save your brother. The Yaoguang Holy Son frowned. What makes you so sure? Because I have both. Qin Chongxing closed his eyes, slightly tilted his head back, and took a deep breath. After confirming the faint medicinal scent in the air, he opened his eyes. You didn't tell the whole truth just now. The heaven-mending balm from Butterfly Valley is indeed lost, but there's still some stock left. I smelled the scent of heaven-mending balm on your brother. All these years, he has been relying on small amounts of heaven-mending balm to sustain his life. The balm has extended his life, so you naturally assumed that having enough of it would save him. But I can now tell you with certainty that this idea is wrong. Hearing this, the Yaoguang Holy Son narrowed his eyes and calmly asked, how do you have the heaven-mending balm? 600 years ago, the medicine elder of Butterfly Valley invented this miraculous remedy, but he passed away shortly after. The formula for the heaven-mending balm was lost, and the existing stock was divided among the major holy lands. Don't tell me the heaven-mending balm you have came from another holy land. I can't tell you how I got the heaven-mending balm. Everyone has their secrets, but I can tell you that I have plenty of it. If you want, I can give you a jar. As he spoke, Qin Chongxing took out a jar emitting a medicinal fragrance. The Yaoguang Holy Son leaned in for a look and immediately recognized it as the life-sustaining remedy for his brother, the heaven-mending balm. What do you want? He looked again at the jar in Qin Chongxing's hand and asked directly. Sorry, I can't make any demands of you right now, because the heaven-mending balm will soon be useless for your brother. Since the balm can't save him, it's meaningless to you. Useless things, how could I make a deal with you? Upon hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Yao Guang Saint's son's eyes. He wished so much that Qin Changsheng would make a request, as that would prove he had a way to save his younger brother. Is there really no cure for this kind of injury? For now, it seems so. I used to think holy medicine would work, but after obtaining it, I found it ineffective. Otherwise, Xiaohei wouldn't be in this state now. But it might also be that I haven't found the right holy medicine. After all, there are so many types of holy medicine. Who knows what miraculous effects they truly have? Tomorrow is the Tianjiao conference, and people from all over will gather. If we still can't find a solution by then, my Xiaohei and your brother will truly be beyond saving. Hearing this, Yao Guang Saint's son raised his head, looked directly into Chun Changxing's eyes, and said, "At the Tianjiao conference, I will clear all obstacles for you. If you find a way to save your brother, you can ask for any condition. If we don't find one, you must give me a jar of heaven-mending paste." Swish! As soon as Yao Guang Saint's son finished speaking, Qin Changxing tossed the jar in his hand over. "Just based on your reputation as Yao Guang Saint's son, I'll pay a deposit first. But there will be many Tianjiao tomorrow. Are you really confident you can sweep them all away?" Faced with this question, Yao Guang Saint's son smiled faintly and then turned to leave. For Fu Yao, his strength needed no proof to anyone, as it was an undeniable fact. Watching Yao Guang Saint's son's departing figure, Qin Changxing couldn't help but smile. Gaining an unexpected powerful ally, how could he not be pleased? By the way, is your master still alive? If you're not comfortable taking action, I can help, so you'll owe me a favor. How about it? He's already dead. He died 5 years ago. I personally sent him off. Yao Guang Saint's son's voice still echoed in the air, but his figure had already disappeared. TSK Tisk. This kid looks so amiable, but who would have thought he's ruthless to the core? Girl, you've really helped me a lot. After saying this, Qin Changxing walked away, satisfied. As for Gongsun Huayu, Qin Changxing had no intention of disturbing her. The couple was sweetly talking about love, and he certainly didn't want to ruin their mood. A deep, resonant horn echoed throughout the Kunlun Holy Land. The long-delayed Tianjiao conference had finally officially begun. Tweet! A massive shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. Looking up, it wasn't a cloud but a divine bird with multicolored wings. On the bird's head stood a woman as beautiful as a fairy. She was Yao Yingying, one of the 3 great beauties of Zhongting and a disciple of Wuhan Pavilion. Yao Yingying naturally attracted countless gazes. But soon, everyone's attention was drawn to another commotion. A giant elephant larger than a mountain slowly approached, its tusks stretching hundreds of meters, seemingly capable of overturning everything. On the elephant stood Nan Yuan Tianjiao Bachalu, with 2 elderly men in beast hides quietly guarding behind him. Though the 2 elders were thin, the aura they emitted was terrifying. At the same time, Yaoguang Holy Land Saint's son Fuyao also appeared. Petals suddenly began to fall from the sky, and with every step he took, a golden lotus bloomed beneath his feet. Dressed in white, surrounded by radiance, he looked like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Countless prodigies made their debut in grand fashion, but only 2 chose the simplest way to enter the prodigy conference. "Young master, are we really just going in like this?" Watching the imposing prodigies in the sky, Gongsun Huayu was almost drooling. Most of the participants in the prodigy conference had strong forces backing them, and their entrance was a display of prestige. Gongsun Huayu, still somewhat childish, naturally envied such a showy scene. Qin Changxing glanced at her indifferently. "Then how do you want to go in?" Su Tian and the others represent their respective countries, but I'm alone, so naturally, I don't have much of a presence, Gongsun Huayu muttered, pouting. "Who said you don't have any backing?" Qin Changxing retorted with a smile. "The relationship between my master and you doesn't need much explanation, does it?" "That's true. Then why don't you summon all 72 wolf smokes and lead us in? That would definitely be more impressive than anyone else." Gongsun Huayu rolled her eyes. The 72 wolf smokes were mortal enemies of the Kunlun Holy Land. As a direct disciple, it was already remarkable that she could enter. If all 72 wolf smokes were to show up, Kunlun Holy Land would likely go to war with them immediately. Thinking of this, Gongsun Huayu forced a smile. "Forget it. There's no need to trouble Master over such a trivial matter. Besides, my identity isn't quite suitable for that. If you know your identity isn't suitable, then just keep a low profile. Once the Prodigy Conference starts, there will be plenty of opponents waiting for you to challenge. I just hope you don't end up fleeing in defeat. Gongsun Huayu immediately protested. Young Master, I may not dare claim to be the #1 prodigy, but I won't be beaten into retreat. I've been through plenty of life and death battles. I'm not as fragile as you think. I'm not asking you to risk your life. The Prodigy Conference is a place for arguments. Can you win an argument? Arguments? Gongsun Huayu looked puzzled. That's right, arguments, Qin Changxing explained. The prodigy from the Northern Desert has already arrived, and he brought quite a spectacle with him. The Northern Desert prodigy is here? Why haven't I heard about it? I haven't seen anyone from the Northern Desert either. Gongsun Huayu looked around, but still couldn't spot the Northern Desert prodigy. Of course you haven't heard, because your mind isn't focused on this matter. The Northern Desert prodigy arrived a month ago, but he slowly made his way into the Kunlun Holy Land. Over the past month, he has challenged the 3 major Holy Lands Zifu, Yaoguang, and Kunlun and defeated 19 of their strongholds. The 3 major Holy Lands all have holy sons and quasi-holy sons. Do you know why they aren't participating in the Prodigy Conference? Because they've all been sent to stop this Northern Desert prodigy. Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu couldn't help but gasp. Those who could become quasi-holy sons were undoubtedly stronger than most prodigies. But if so many of them couldn't stop the Northern Desert prodigy, just how powerful was he? Young Master, is he really that formidable? I don't know exactly how strong he is. After all, the 3 major Holy Lands wouldn't go around publicizing their embarrassing defeats. But I do know the method he used to challenge those 19 strongholds. What method? Debating the Tao. I heard that the person who came this time is the once-in-a-millennium Buddha child of the Northern Desert Buddhist kingdom. Buddhist teachings are so profound they truly are unparalleled. Since you're so confident, I trust that during the debate, you'll leave him speechless. With that, Qin Changxing smiled and looked at Gongsun Huayu. Facing Qin Changxing's excessive praise, Gongsun Huayu smiled somewhat guiltily and said, Young Master, I'm good at fighting, but I'm really not good at discussing philosophy. As for Buddhist teachings, the most I can do is recite Amitabha, and I don't understand anything else. If you don't know Buddhist teachings, then use Taoist teachings. Qin Changxing continued. No matter what it is, when others speak, you have to be able to respond. If you can't respond to even one sentence, that would be too embarrassing. Gongsun Huayu, feeling even more aggrieved after hearing this, said, Young Master, please don't tease me. Do you think my master looks like someone who understands Buddhist or Taoist teachings? My master doesn't know them, so naturally, I don't either. Seeing Gongsun Huayu admit defeat, Qin Changxing asked, Do you still think you're so impressive now? Gongsun Huayu quickly shook her head. Not anymore. Ever since participating in the Tianjiao conference, Gongsun Huayu suddenly realized she had many shortcomings. In this world, not everything can be solved with cultivation, at least not until one becomes invincible. Having this realization is already good, but don't underestimate yourself too much, Qin Changxing said. The Tao resides in everyone's heart. Buddhist teachings are like this, and so are Taoist teachings. The reason you can't articulate it is because you haven't yet seen clearly the vague Tao in your heart, nor have you found a way to express it. Reading books is both a way to learn the wisdom of predecessors and to verify your own thoughts. Learning and verification can help you resolve the doubts in your heart. Once the doubts are resolved, your thoughts will become clear. When your thoughts are clear, it means you've found your own Tao. Do you understand what I mean? After listening to Qin Changxing's words, Gongsun Huayu looked at him with a confused expression and said, Young master, could you say it again? I'll try harder to understand. Seeing Gongsun Huayu's bewildered expression, Qin Changxing smiled slightly, holding Xiao He as he walked toward the Tianjiao conference. Confusion has its own charm, and clarity has its own pain. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss, and those who are ignorant are often happier. This young girl is still young, let her enjoy a bit more of her carefree time. Arriving at the depths of the Kunlun sacred land, Qin Changxing saw the venue for the Tianjiao conference. In the distance, palaces were neatly arranged, pavilions stood tall, surrounded by faint clouds and mist. Cranes sang melodiously, and phoenixes soared, truly a paradise on earth. The main hall hosting the Tianjiao conference was even more magnificent. The palace was adorned with 5 colored decorations, dazzling and radiant. In front of the hall stood 9 golden boys and 9 jade girls. The golden boys held banners, while the jade girls carried jade rui scepters. Nearby, incense burners emitted a faint fragrance, and a single breath of it could lift one's spirits. Faced with such a grand scene, Chen Chongqing's expression grew solemn. He softly said to Gongsun Huaiyu, "Huaiyu, this Tianjiao conference is extremely formal. Once we enter, you must be especially careful." Experiencing such a scene for the first time, Gongsun Huaiyu nodded seriously. "Don't worry, young master. I won't do anything disrespectful to embarrass you." "What disrespect? Do you understand what I mean?" Chen Chongqing asked urgently. Gongsun Huaiyu was a bit confused. "Not that? Then, young master, what do you mean?" "I ask you, who are you?" "I'm Gongsun Huaiyu." "Then do you know who Gongsun Huaiyu is?" "A disciple of the 72 Wolf Smoke sect." "Since you know you're a disciple of the 72 Wolf Smoke, you should understand that the 72 Wolf Smoke are bandits, robbers. When have you ever seen a robber being polite? Once you're inside, eat the fruit platter they serve if you can, and if you can't finish it, take it with you. Don't waste it just for the sake of saving face." Gongsun Huaiyu was utterly confused. "Young master, are you being so serious just to say this?" "What else? With such a grand occasion, do you think their fruit platters would be subpar? I just saw them bringing in a lot of 300-year-old vermilion fruits." 300-year-old vermilion fruits. Gongsun Huaiyu couldn't help but raise her voice. "Yes, a single one of these fruits sells for 20 jin of divine source. With so many prodigies here, this is just too extravagant. What did you expect? And the vermilion fruits are just for display. The better stuff has already been brought in. If you don't eat yours, give me your share later." As soon as he said this, Gongsun Huaiyu immediately bristled, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Who said I wouldn't eat it? Whoever tries to take my fruit platter, I'll fight them." With that, she hurriedly rushed inside. The 72 Wolf Smoke had quite a reputation, but they were indeed very poor. If they weren't lacking cultivation resources, they wouldn't risk their lives to rob others. With so many good things in front of her, it was no wonder Gongsun Huaiyu was excited. After all, who would dislike free stuff? As time passed, more and more prodigies arrived. Everyone maintained their composure in the face of the grand event, except for 2 people. Crunch! Gongsun Huaiyu bit into a fresh vermilion fruit, while her other hand kept stuffing things into her arms. The prodigies present sneered disdainfully at Gongsun Huaiyu's eating habits. "Humph! A bandit is a bandit, no manners at all." In contrast to Gongsun Huaiyu's feasting, Chen Chongqing had turned into a social butterfly, mingling among the top prodigies. "Ha! Miss Xening, long time no see. Your elegance has only grown more remarkable." Chen Chongqing greeted the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion warmly, casually picking up a spiritual fruit to eat. Seeing this, Xening silently pushed her fruit platter toward him. "If you're willing to visit the Purple Mansion Holy Land, you can eat as much of this as you want." "Really? That sounds wonderful. I'll definitely visit the Purple Mansion Holy Land when I have time." Chen Chongqing responded to the holy maiden's words with polite indifference, while his hands swiftly moved to grab more items. Noticing that Chen Chongqing wasn't taking her words seriously, the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion persisted. "Brother Chen, cultivation requires wealth and status. Miss Gongsun is indeed beautiful, but our Purple Mansion Holy Land doesn't lack such beauties. If you're willing, I can introduce you to a prospective holy maiden." At these words, Chen Chongqing's movements paused, and the surrounding prodigies turned to look. Chen Chongqing had just returned with Gongsun Huaiyu, one of the 3 great beauties of the central court. Moreover, his entanglement with the 72 Wolf Smoke was well known, and everyone understood that her beauty played a significant role in it. Now that the Purple Mansion Holy Land was offering such terms, it was clear they were serious. Chen Chongqing placed the last spiritual fruit into his arms, smiled faintly, and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, holy maiden, but let's forget about it. I have a peculiar habit. I don't easily accept things from others, but once I do, I want the very best." Looking across the entire Purple Mansion Holy Land, the one I favor most is Miss Xening. If she is willing to let me be her husband, I will join the Purple Mansion Holy Land immediately, without hesitation. You, Xening was so furious upon hearing this that she couldn't speak. It was clearly a well-intentioned invitation, yet Chen Changsheng had set his sights on her. Who the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion exhaled, calming her emotions. Thank you, Brother Chun, for thinking so highly of me, but Miss Xening is wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation and has no interest in romance. As for the previous offer, Brother Chun, please consider it. Then let's talk about it later. When Miss Xening changes her mind, remember to come find me. Chen Changsheng flirtatiously winked at Xening, then turned his attention to his next target, the Holy Son of Yaoguang. Looking at the empty table in front of the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion, Fu Yao smiled faintly. Before Chen Changsheng could speak, she said, I've been fasting recently. Brother Chen, take whatever you want. Hee hee. Chen Changsheng chuckled. This is too embarrassing. I'll leave you one at least. He left Fu Yao the smallest spiritual fruit and resumed his fruit-collecting operation. Most of the prodigies didn't say much about Chen Changsheng's behavior. With his status, no one doubted his ability to afford such things. Many prodigies had their quirks, and a few spiritual fruits in exchange for befriending a top-tier expert like Chen Changsheng was considered a bargain. However, Chen Changsheng's fruit-collecting journey wasn't entirely smooth. Take that scoundrel Badu. For example, not only did he eat all his own spiritual fruits, but he shamelessly came to take Chen Changsheng's as well. Truly despicable. Chen Changsheng completely ignored people like him. Just as he was about to successfully complete his fruit-collecting plan, a voice rang out. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin, so uncultured. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of Yi Hensheng and the others turned icy. Insulting Chen Changsheng was equivalent to insulting them. The entire gathering of prodigies fell silent, and all eyes focused on Chen Changsheng. Since his rise to fame, many had tried to uncover the background of this prodigy from the Eastern Wastelands. However, investigations revealed that even the Eastern Wastelands prodigy group knew little about his origins. Moreover, Chen Changsheng seemed to deliberately avoid conflicts, frustrating those who wanted to probe deeper. But now, he could no longer avoid it. Someone had openly provoked him, and Chen Changsheng would not back down. The young master of the Wild Dragon Fortress, Wan Tong. Gongsun Huayu set down her spiritual fruit and turned her gaze to the back row. Your family's signature technique, the Wild Dragon Hand, made you famous 10 years ago when you single-handedly challenged 5 late-stage nascent soul experts. But if I recall correctly, I broke your leg 5 years ago. Seeing me now, how do you still have the face to speak? Although Chen Changsheng had never publicly acknowledged his relationship with Gongsun Huayu as master and disciple, she genuinely regarded him as her grandmaster. While her grandmaster might ignore the slander of petty people, she would never allow anyone to insult him. Wan Tong sneered disdainfully, his pale face exuding arrogance. Did I say anything wrong? Everyone here is a person of status. We're here to discuss the Tao, not to take advantage of others. I really don't understand how some people can be so shameless, traveling so far just to freeload. After speaking, he cast a cold glance at Chen Changsheng and continued drinking. Boom! A loud explosion erupted beside Chen Changsheng. Looking closely, it was Gongsun Huayu, who had lashed out in anger, only to be stopped by Chen Changsheng. Young master, don't stop me, Gongsun Huayu said angrily. I can take his life within 3 moves. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. Huayu, girls shouldn't be so impulsive. This young master is right. We did take advantage a bit. After speaking, Chen Changsheng walked straight to Jiang Ping. Clatter. A large pile of spiritual fruits was poured onto Jiang Ping's table, including the portion he had just taken from him. Saint Jiang, I sincerely apologize. I didn't realize these fruits were not edible. Please forgive me. Some of the spiritual fruits have already been eaten, so I guess I can't return them. Here are 500 pounds of divine source as compensation for the fruits we ate earlier. He placed a beast skin bag on the table, waved to Gongsun Huayu, and the two turned to leave together. As Chen Changsheng was about to leave, Su Tian and the others naturally followed. Seeing this, the faces of those prodigies whose spiritual fruits had been taken immediately changed. Saint Jiang, does attending this prodigy gathering require a fee? The fruits on each seat should belong to the owner of that seat. Could it be that our Purple Mansion Holy Land doesn't even have the right to gift a few fruits? The words of the Purple Mansion Saintess reached Jiang Ping's ears. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping's face immediately turned gloomy. It must be noted that every top-tier genius is a rare treasure, and someone like Chen Changsheng, who has no clear faction affiliation, is an even rarer gem. Precisely because of the possibility of recruiting him, the Kunlun Holy Land had always tolerated his presence. Even if they ultimately failed to win him over, at least they wouldn't make him an enemy. But now, they had offended Chen Changsheng over a few insignificant fruits. This was a huge loss. Meanwhile, Fu Yao and Bachalu also each threw some divine source onto the table and prepared to leave. Clearly, both felt insulted. Top-tier geniuses have their pride. How could they allow themselves to be bullied so easily? Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Jiang Ping immediately spoke up. Everyone, please don't be hasty. Our Kunlun Holy Land has absolutely no intention of offending anyone. As he spoke, his gaze turned cold as he stared at the nearby Wantong. At the moment, the major figures had not yet arrived, and the gathering was temporarily under his hosting. If such a major incident occurred during this short period, his position as Saint Sun would undoubtedly be threatened. Outrageous! Wantong roared. Since when does Kunlun Holy Land allow you to speak? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Chun. Hearing Jiang Ping's reprimand, cold sweat poured down Wantong's forehead like a waterfall. Logically, since he had provoked the situation, Jiang Ping should immediately step forward and teach him a lesson. At that point, the two would inevitably clash. Although he was no match for Chen Changsheng, after such a battle, the name of Wantong from Wild Dragon Fortress would surely spread across the central court. Moreover, during this prodigy gathering, Kunlun Holy Land would never allow anyone to lose their life. But he never expected that Chen Changsheng wouldn't play by the rules. Seeing Chen Changsheng walking farther and farther away, Jiang Ping was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Just as he was about to step forward to stop him, Chen Changsheng suddenly halted. Because outside the palace, a group of people was walking by, laughing and chatting. Ha! Who would have thought that the three fellow Taoists would personally come? Our Kunlun Holy Land feels deeply honored. Saint Master Jiang is too kind. For such a grand occasion as the Prodigy Gathering, how could we from Xuanwu Nation possibly miss it? There was a problem with the teleportation array earlier, so I arrived a bit late. As he spoke, the group walking towards them saw Chen Changsheng, who was preparing to leave. The moment their gazes met, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. This group consisted of the most powerful figures in Zhongting, including the leaders of Kunlun, Yaoguang, Zifu, and Langya Pavilion, as well as top experts from other Zhongting forces. They had originally planned to start the Tianjiao conference directly. However, they suddenly received news that friends from Donghuang had arrived. Out of courtesy, these mighty figures naturally came to greet them personally. But upon their return, they stumbled upon the earlier scene. Seeing Chen Changsheng, the three great figures from Donghuang clenched their fists. Hundreds of years had passed, and they finally saw this man again. The difference was that they had become dominant figures, revered as masters and ancestors in the eyes of others. Though their appearances hadn't changed much, the marks of time were evident. Yet this man remained youthful, still full of vitality, as if time had never touched him. What was even more infuriating was that he looked even younger than before. The two sides stared at each other for 2 seconds before Chen Changsheng suddenly burst into tears. "Wah, you've finally come. Let us go home. The Kunlun Holy Land is bullying me too much." Chen Changsheng's behavior immediately flustered Jiang Ping beside him. "You're lying with your eyes wide open. Wantong provoked you, so why are you blaming me?" Looking at the tearful Chen Changsheng, Song Yuanshan's lips curled slightly. This senior brother, who was nominally his junior but actually his elder, was still so fond of teasing people. 1,000 years had passed, and while he had changed, Chen Changsheng had not. Meanwhile, the Holy Lord of Kunlun Holy Land, Jiang Bufan, was also observing Chen Changsheng. Too similar. Although the person before him looked much younger and had a different aura, his appearance was almost identical. At this moment, the undefeated Taoist Song Yuanshan spoke up. "Holy Lord Jiang, No matter how vast Kunlun Holy Land is, you shouldn't look down on people, right? Facing Song Yuanshan's questioning, Jiang Bufan squinted and replied, Taoist, you misunderstand. My Kunlun Holy Land would never slight any of the Tianjiao. There must be some misunderstanding here. However, I see that you seem quite concerned about this young friend. May I ask what your relationship is? Jiang Bufan's question left Song Yuanshan momentarily speechless. Chen Changxing's original identity couldn't be revealed, but he also couldn't assign him the role of a disciple. If he did, knowing Chen Changxing's personality, he would definitely come looking for trouble. Just as Song Yuanshan was pondering, Chen Changxing spoke up first. I'm his junior master. Is there a problem with that? Everyone was shocked. Your seniority is that high? Jiang Bufan smiled and said, I have a peer relationship with the undefeated Taoist. By that logic, wouldn't I be your junior? In theory, yes. Don't be fooled by my young age. My seniority is quite high. Chen Changxing pointed at Zhuo Xinghe and said, in terms of seniority, I'm his uncle. He should call me second uncle. Hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe chuckled inwardly but didn't say much. When he invited Chen Changxing to come out of seclusion back then, he did indeed respectfully address him as Sir, which was akin to an uncle's status. Besides him, I'm also her. Chen Changxing paused as he pointed at Wang Yinyu, noticing her rather unfriendly gaze fixed on him. Obviously, if the seniority was raised too high, she might get angry. Cousin, after hesitating for half a second, Chen Changxing still chose a seniority that wasn't too high. Hearing this identity, Wang Yinyu's expression finally softened a bit. With the identity settled, the three old friends naturally began to take action. Although they knew that with Chen Changxing's abilities, few people could take advantage of him, they still unhesitatingly sought trouble with the Kunlun Holy Land. To them, Chen Changxing was not just a friend, but also an elder and family member. No one wanted to see their family suffer grievances, even if only superficially. Lord Jiang, my cousin came to participate in the Tianjiao conference, and yet your Kunlun Holy Land looks down on him? Wang Yinyu questioned coldly. Is it him you look down on, or my Night Moon Kingdom? A powerful aura faintly emanated from her. At this moment, Zhuo Xinghe walked up to Chen Changxing with a smile. Second uncle, Kunlun Holy Land is a top-tier force in the Central Court. How could they bully you? There must be some misunderstanding here. Chen Changxing pretended to wipe the tears from the corner of his eyes and said aggrievedly, Nephew, I'm so wronged. I just ate a few of their fruits, and they started criticizing me. Isn't this clearly bullying? Zhuo Xinghe smiled and said, Second uncle, that's not right. When you're a guest at someone else's place, how can you just eat their things without permission? Of course, you have to pay for what you eat. He turned to Jiang Bufan and said, Lord Jiang, my second uncle ate some of your Kunlun Holy Land's fruits. My Xuanwu Kingdom is willing to pay 10 times the price as compensation. What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the Kunlun Holy Land people turned red with embarrassment, as if they had been slapped in public, and they couldn't find a reason to refute. The Tianjiao Conference was a grand event, with Tianjiao from all 5 continents gathered together. If word got out that guests were charged for eating a few fruits, how could they maintain their reputation? Jiang Bufan's face turned dark. Holy Sun, what exactly is going on here? Jiang Ping quickly explained, reporting to the Lord, this was caused by the Wild Dragon Fortress. Wang Yinyu and the other two listened without even lifting their eyelids. The small fry from Wild Dragon Fortress was so insignificant that Chen Changxing could destroy them as easily as blowing out a breath. They had no intention of pursuing the matter further, as they were certain Kunlun Holy Land would handle it properly. Jiang Bufan smiled and said, It was all a misunderstanding. The fruits and snacks at the conference are specially prepared to entertain everyone. You can eat as much as you like. Chen Changxing was a bit skeptical. Really? Eat as much as I want? I have a big appetite. You won't feel bad if I eat too much, right? Jiang Bufan replied cheerfully. Of course. Since you like them so much, after the conference ends, I'll have someone pack over 100 pounds for you to take home. He then added with a smile. By the way, you look quite familiar, like an old friend I used to know. Chen Changxing touched his face and laughed. That's normal. Everyone says I look ordinary, so it's not surprising that the Lord finds me familiar. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, everyone, please take your seats. The conference is about to begin. After saying this, everyone returned to their seats. The fruit platter that Qin Changxing had just emptied was replenished, and his spoils were neatly packed and handed to him personally. As for Wan Tong from Wild Dragon Fortress, Zhang Bufan never mentioned him again, but his seat was reclaimed by the people of Kunlun Holy Land. Clearly, Kunlun Holy Land had made it clear to him that there was no place for him here. Without the support of the Holy Land, Wild Dragon Fortress had no foothold in the courtyard. Watching the pale-faced and collapsed Wan Tong, Gongsun Huayu sneered. The young master is gracious and disdains dealing with you, but I am not so magnanimous. After the end of the Tianjiao assembly, the 72 Wolf Smoke soldiers will attack Wild Dragon Fortress. As soon as he spoke, Wan Tong's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Without the protection of the Holy Land, Wild Dragon Fortress was no match for the 72 Wolf Smoke. Wan Tong's original plan was completely ruined. Everyone heard Gongsun Huayu's threat, but no one paid attention. The major forces had already abandoned Wild Dragon Fortress. Thousands of lives were sentenced to death in this conversation. Just as everyone thought the matter was over, a bald monk appeared at the door. Amitabha, this humble monk humbly requests the lady benefactor to show mercy, he said respectfully. Gongsun Huayu turned her head and saw a monk in a white robe standing outside the door. At that moment, her heart skipped a beat. Bewitching, too bewitching. She had never seen a man so stunningly beautiful, even more so than a woman. His skin was more delicate than flowers, and he exuded an irresistible allure. The pure white monk's robe, which should have appeared clean and simple, carried an enchanting charm on him. Gongsun Huayu shook her head, trying to calm herself, and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are to demand mercy? I refuse to show mercy. What can you do about it?" Before she could finish speaking, Qin Changxing suddenly shouted, "Girl, come back." The previously relaxed Qin Changxing had now turned serious. Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu glared fiercely at the white-robed monk and ran back to Qin Changxing's side. "Young master, you're stopping me again? It's not like I can't beat them." Facing Gongsun Huayu's complaint, Qin Changxing glanced at the white-robed monk and said indifferently, "I won't stop you from doing what you want, but you'd better not interact with that guy too much. If one day you do encounter him, you will only have two choices. First, turn around and run without hesitation. Second, before he speaks, cut off his head, and when you do it, you must not hesitate for even a moment." Qin Changxing's words were extremely serious, and not only did Gongsun Huayu listen intently, but the surrounding crowd also began to feel tense. Badu was eating spiritual fruits in big bites when he saw Bachelor's expression changed instantly. That strike just now, he had only used 50% of his strength, yet the opponent had effortlessly blocked it. Looking across the entire Tianjiao assembly, the only ones who could rival him in physical strength were the mysterious Qin Changxing and the unfathomable Yaoguang Saint Sun. Apart from them, no one else was worth his attention. But now, the Northern Desert Buddha child had to be added to that list. "Amitabha, benefactor, your aura is too intense. Allow this humble monk to recite a scripture for you to help ease it." The white-robed monk clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect after receiving the attack and began chanting scriptures. Though his voice was soft, the profound Sanskrit chant instantly reverberated throughout the entire Tianjiao assembly venue. Hearing the chant, many geniuses felt an unusual calmness in their hearts, and their past obsessions gradually dissipated. At this moment, some even felt an urge to shave their heads and become monks. However, not everyone was affected. The Yaoguang Saint's son smiled, sipping fine wine leisurely as he listened to the scripture. Qin Changxing, too, quietly listened while eating, with a faint glow of Buddhist light emanating from him. In contrast, others struggled significantly. The Purple Mansion Saintess closed her eyes and formed hand seals, while Yi Henxing sat cross-legged, silently reciting Taoist classics. Su Tian exuded the power of the stars, resembling a war god. The top-tier geniuses employed their unique skills to resist the mysterious Sanskrit chant. The chant began to affect Bachelou, but the beast tooth necklace around his neck suddenly emitted a faint light, awakening him. Realizing he had almost fallen for it, Bachalu decided not to give the Buddha child another chance. With a loud roar, his blood surged, directly interrupting the chant. Poof! The chant, which had just bewildered many geniuses, was unexpectedly disrupted by Bachalu's roar, causing more than half of the participants to collapse instantly. Huff! 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 As the chant dissipated, Yi Hengqin and Su Tian were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The situation earlier had been too dangerous. If not for Bachalu's timely interruption, they might have succumbed as well. At this moment, attendants from the Kunlun Holy Land emerged from the corners, methodically carrying away the fainted geniuses and removing their seats. The great figures seated at the main table remained silent, as if this kind of confrontation was something they tacitly approved of. Now you understand what the Tianjiao Assembly is all about, right? Qin Chongqing's words broke the silence, and Gongsun Huaiyu and the others snapped out of their shock. Seeing so many geniuses fall, Gongsun Huaiyu swallowed nervously and nodded in agreement. He had witnessed the power of the Northern Desert Buddha child's chant firsthand. If they were to fight, his chances of winning would be no more than 30%. And then there was Bachalu from the Southern Plains. Though he appeared casual on the surface, he had been concealing his strength all along. Just one roar had toppled half the geniuses. Such a feat was beyond his reach, even with another 10 years of training. That bald monk is too cunning. I won't fight him. Bachalu returned to his seat with a dark expression. The white-robed monk smiled and clasped his hands together. This humble monk is Xuanxin. Greetings, benefactors. The scripture I just recited, did it help dispel some of your anger? From his high seat, Jiang Bufan spoke softly. Young friend, you are indeed a child of the Buddhist kingdom. Your profound understanding of Buddhism is truly admirable. The Tianjiao Assembly is about to begin. Everyone, please take your seats. Xuanxin bowed once more and took his seat. Gongsun Huaiyu whispered to Qin Chongqing. Young master, have you met this Buddha child before? Never seen him. How do you know he's so powerful if you've never seen him? Is there some secret behind this? Qin Chongqing said calmly. You think he's powerful because you don't understand Buddhism or the Buddhist sect. The power of the Buddhist sect is beyond imagination, and the most untouchable bald heads in the sect are those demon monks who enter Buddhism through demonic paths. These bald heads are extremely troublesome. They lack the compassion of Buddha and the madness of demons, but instead, they merge the strengths of both, possessing all the advantages and none of the flaws. After hearing Qin Chongqing's explanation, Gongsun Huaiyu still didn't fully understand. Seeing this, Qin Chongqing continued, You don't understand Buddhism, so you can't grasp the reasoning behind my words. Let me give you an example. You want to destroy the Wild Dragon Fortress, and he wants to stop you. If you insist on destroying the Wild Dragon Fortress, do you know what he would do? Gongsun Huaiyu thought for a moment and tentatively said, He would kill me to avenge the Wild Dragon Fortress? No. Qin Chongqing shook his head and explained, He would definitely kill you in the end, but the process wouldn't be that simple. He would first destroy the Wild Dragon Fortress ahead of you, and then find every possible way to kill you. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wait, how did saving people turn into killing people? And even wiping out the whole family? What's going on here? The reason is simple, Qin Chongqing said. From the perspective of Buddhist karma, if he can't stop you from destroying the Wild Dragon Fortress, the karma is already set. To help you avoid this killing karma, he would naturally destroy the Wild Dragon Fortress for you first. Moreover, the destruction of the Wild Dragon Fortress because of you is the evil cause you planted. Cause leads to effect. You planted the evil cause, so you must bear the evil effect. Through the entire process, he accumulates immense merit, while you are destined for the 18th level of hell. Because he not only shields you from the sin of killing, but also resolves the karma of the Wild Dragon Fortress. Gongsun Huaiyu felt a chill in her heart after hearing this, and instinctively moved a little further away from Qin Chongqing. She wasn't afraid of encountering strong enemies, but she was terrified of meeting such powerful and incomprehensible lunatics. Qin Chongqing and Gongsun Huaiyu's conversation was overheard by many, including the Northern Desert Buddhist disciple Xuanxin. Umakba, the benefactor is well versed in Buddhist principles. Truly, you are destined to be connected with Buddha. May I ask if the benefactor is willing to join the monastic life and ascend to the Western Pure Land sooner? Faced with Xuanxin's invitation, Qin Changxing glanced at him indifferently and said, Demon monk, what you want to do is none of my business, but you'd better not provoke me. I understand entering Buddhism through demonic paths better than you do. If you anger me, I can kick your bald head like a ball. Xuanxin merely smiled faintly and did not respond. At this moment, the fainted prodigies had already been taken care of. Jiang Bufan, seated at the main position, stood up and said, Today, the gathering of prodigies at the Kunlun Holy Land is a blessing for the Central Court and a blessing for the world. Now that the mandate of heaven has appeared, it is truly a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Our Kunlun Holy Land is willing to take the lead and unite all forces to support the bearer of the mandate of heaven in fulfilling their destiny. As soon as these words were spoken, many prodigies revealed puzzled expressions. They had thought the Kunlun Holy Land would present some peerless treasure to compete for, but unexpectedly, something called the Mandate of Heaven was suddenly brought up. When he couldn't figure it out, Bachelus spoke up. Holy Lord, what exactly is this Heaven's Mandate you speak of? What qualifies it to garner the united support of all the major powers? Jiang Bufan said gravely. Heaven's Mandate is a legend from long ago. It is said that the one who obtains Heaven's Mandate will become the strongest in the world. Whenever the previous bearer of Heaven's Mandate dies, the next one will emerge from among the strongest. With a bearer of Heaven's Mandate, all cultivators will no longer be suppressed by the heavenly Tao. This is why the major powers of the Central Court support the bearer of Heaven's Mandate. Gongsun Huaiyu couldn't help but ask, So, does that mean the previous bearer of Heaven's Mandate has already died? But with all the conflicts on this land over the years, I've never heard of the strongest appearing. If the bearer of Heaven's Mandate truly exists, why have we never seen them before? The Holy Lord of Yaoguang, standing nearby, responded, According to ancient records, 30,000 years ago, the Heaven's Mandate of our era was shattered. The one who bore the Heaven's Mandate of that era also disappeared. Because the Heaven's Mandate was shattered for the past 30,000 years, the lifespan of cultivators has been drastically shortened, and their cultivation realms have been limited. Now, 30,000 years later, the rules have changed dramatically, and a new Heaven's Mandate has been born. For the future of countless cultivators, we must protect the bearer of Heaven's Mandate. Hearing this, Gongsun Huaiyu felt a chill run down her spine. This Heaven's Mandate and its bearer sounded incredibly powerful, but even they had encountered problems. Just how terrifying must the force that shattered the Heaven's Mandate be? Before she could recover from her shock, Qin Changxing spoke thoughtfully. Since the Holy Lord says we must fully support the bearer of Heaven's Mandate, may I boldly ask, how can we determine who the bearer of Heaven's Mandate is? Can the identity of the bearer change? A stunningly beautiful woman wearing a veil glanced at Qin Changxing. She was the ruler of the Purple Palace Holy Land. Whoever awakens the new Heaven's Mandate is the bearer. However, the bearer of Heaven's Mandate is not fixed. If someone later defeats the bearer, the victor can become the new bearer. What if someone can't defeat the bearer, but instead overwhelms them with sheer numbers and kills them? Then the Heaven's Mandate will seek a new candidate until someone successfully bears it. Hearing this, Qin Changxing finally understood why the major holy lands were desperately recruiting talent. They wanted to cast a wide net to find the bearer of Heaven's Mandate hidden among the masses. Even if they couldn't find the bearer, they aimed to identify the second strongest under the bearer. As long as they could kill the initial bearer, the Heaven's Mandate would naturally pass to the second strongest. After understanding the situation regarding the Heaven's Mandate, Qin Changxing came to two important conclusions. First, the situation for the 72 wolf smokes would become even more difficult. When the world changed, he had only vaguely sensed that powerful individuals would emerge, but he hadn't expected the existence of something like the Heaven's Mandate. As it stands, the bearer of Heaven's Mandate is unique. This means that the major powers of the Central Court would not allow the bearer to appear outside the influence of the Holy Lands. If one did appear, everyone would unite to besiege the bearer. Dealing with just the Kunlun Holy Land already made Qin Changxing feel immense pressure. Facing the entire Central Court, or even the forces of the 5 continents. He had no confidence at all. Secondly, he had lived for over 1,000 years and had never heard of anything about the Heaven's Mandate. Yet, the major powers of the Central Court seemed to have a clear understanding of it. It seems that the background of these sacred lands is even deeper than he imagined. Moreover, regarding destiny, they must be hiding many secrets. If he rashly helps Ali seize destiny, he might lose the upper hand if he's not careful. Just as Qin Changsheng was racking his brain for a strategy, his gaze suddenly fell on the Purple Mansion Lord. The Purple Mansion Lord was a female cultivator who had yet to find a partner. She usually covered her face with a thin veil and had an extraordinary aura. Looking at this beautiful and mysterious woman, a brilliant idea flashed through Qin Changsheng's mind. Although the 72 Wolf Smoke and Kunlun Sacred Land were mortal enemies, the conflicts with other sacred lands were not as deep. If Ali could gain the support of one sacred land, the situation of being besieged would naturally be resolved. Even if the other sacred lands competed for destiny, they wouldn't go to the extent of fighting to the death. At that point, the focus would only need to be on Kunlun Sacred Land. Speaking of the most reliable way to form an alliance, it would undoubtedly be through marriage. The man is single, the woman is unmarried. It's practically a heaven-sent opportunity. Understanding all this, Qin Changsheng looked at the Purple Mansion Lord and revealed a meaningful smile. However, it was this very smile that instantly changed the atmosphere of the Heavenly Pride gathering. Crack! The cup in Xining's hand shattered with a snap, and Fuyao couldn't help but look at Qin Changsheng with a surprised expression. The great figures seated in the main positions also shifted their gazes, not daring to stare directly. After all, what had just happened was too shocking. Everyone knew that the Purple Mansion Lord had a bad temper, and no one wanted to provoke her. At this moment, Gongsun Huayu, standing nearby, also sensed something was amiss and quickly woke up Qin Changsheng, who was busy calculating how to play matchmaker. "Young master," Gongsun Huayu called out. Only then did Qin Changsheng snap back to reality. Ahem. Realizing his earlier lapse, Qin Changsheng coughed several times, trying to cover up his embarrassment and put on a serious demeanor. But it was already too late. Everyone had seen what had just happened. No one knew what Qin Changsheng was thinking, but his actions were clear to all. The Purple Mansion Lord had answered a few of his questions, and this guy had been staring at her the whole time. If it were just staring, it might have been fine, but the key was that he smiled. That smile carried an indescribable, inexplicable feeling, like the smile of a man who had taken a fancy to a girl. Seeing the atmosphere heading in a strange direction, Zhang Bufan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. The Heavenly Pride gathering has already begun. Let's proceed with the first competition. The first event is a debate on Tao. The winner will receive this treasure. As he spoke, Zhang Bufan flipped his right hand and revealed a golden talisman page. Seeing this golden page, Qin Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Ever since obtaining the 8-9 mystical art, he had been searching for information about the remaining techniques. But after searching for a long time, he hadn't even found a trace of the 8-9 mystical art. Now, it had unexpectedly appeared at the Heavenly Pride gathering, truly an unexpected opportunity. This item is indestructible and extremely sharp, forged from the legendary Xianhuang primordial gold. It also contains an extremely profound technique. Whether you can decipher it depends on your own fortune. Upon seeing this reward, many of the young talents' eyes lit up. Xianhuang primordial gold was an ancient celestial metal, and weapons forged from it were said to be invincible. However, the material itself was not the most precious aspect. The technique inscribed on it was even rarer. Since the material carrying the technique was so valuable, the technique itself must be even more extraordinary. Everyone began gearing up, ready to seize the treasure. Swish! The silent saintess of the Purple Mansion suddenly stood up. "Qin Changsheng, I challenge you," she declared, her chest heaving violently, exuding an aggressive aura. All she could think about was defeating Qin Changsheng utterly, with no other thoughts in mind. Since the Purple Mansion Holy Land had sought to recruit Qin Changsheng, Zining had considered all possibilities. After all, recruiting a top-tier prodigy like Qin Changsheng was no simple task. Resources, magical artifacts, Tao companions, status, she had envisioned every possible condition. She had even considered the possibility that Qin Changxing might propose becoming her Dao companion. Though she wouldn't agree, she was prepared to accept the possibility. But she never expected that Qin Changxing would set his sights on her master. I treated you as a friend, yet you want to steal my master? I absolutely cannot tolerate this. Zining, don't be so agitated. About what happened just now. Shut up. Zining interrupted Qin Changsheng before he could finish speaking. This is the Heavenly Prodigy Assembly. Only strength matters here, so stop talking nonsense. If you're afraid, just admit defeat. Qin Changxing glanced at the floating golden page, then at the furious Zining. Normally, he would avoid getting involved in such trouble. A misunderstanding was just a misunderstanding. He could simply steer clear. But this time was different. He truly wanted to obtain the incomplete scroll of the 8-9 mystical arts. Admit defeat? No way. I want this treasure. All right then, defeat the girl beside me first, and then challenge me. As soon as he finished speaking, Gongsun Huayu stepped forward with a smug expression. To deal with a little girl like you, my young master doesn't even need to lift a finger. I'll handle it. Let's see what you're capable of. If you lose, you'll have to become my young master's personal maid. How about that? No problem, Zining gritted her teeth. But if you lose, you'll have to leave your bloodline to the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Qin Changxing thought to himself, are people really playing this high stakes nowadays? Seeing the situation unfold as he had anticipated, Jiang Bufan smiled faintly and drew 2 circles in the center of the palace. This match is just a sparring session. No real weapons will be used. Stepping out of the circle means defeat. Do either of you have any objections? None. The 2 women replied decisively, then stepped into the circles Jiang Bufan had drawn. The circles were very small, only large enough for a person to stand in. Any slight movement of hands or feet would risk crossing the boundary. Jiang Bufan had also stated beforehand that weapons were prohibited during the match. Clearly, he wanted these prodigies to compete using their Taoist powers. Facing the challenge from the 72 Wolf Smoke Inheritor, Zining calmed herself. Although she wanted to tear Qin Changxing to pieces, she wouldn't let her emotions dictate her actions when facing an opponent. Buzz! Zining formed a hand seal, and a vision of a vast azure sea and clear sky appeared behind her. Seeing this phenomenon, Gongsun Huayu smirked disdainfully and slowly closed her eyes. Crash! A similar ocean scene appeared before everyone, but Gongsun Huayu's sea was golden. What was even more remarkable was the serene green lotus blooming in the center of her sea. The phenomena displayed by the 2 prodigies made the great figures seated in the main hall sit up straight. In terms of strength, they far surpassed anyone in the arena. But when it came to innovation and interpretation of techniques, the younger generation might not lose to them. After all, understanding cultivation techniques relies on perception, opportunity, and inspiration. The new generation of geniuses often brings astonishing breakthroughs. Splash! Zining's azure sea and sky began to churn violently, with 2 differently colored seas colliding fiercely. As the 2 exerted their full strength, the spectators couldn't help but marvel. These 2 had pioneered an entirely new path of cultivation. The cultivation system of the Saintess of the Purple Mansion used spiritual power as the sea and divine sense as the sky, merging heaven and earth into a perfect whole. To create such a cultivation method, she was undoubtedly a peerless genius. Even if she encountered others, she might not achieve a decisive victory, but she would never be easily defeated. Unfortunately, she encountered Gongsun Huayu. She encountered the cultivation system jointly developed by Qin Changxing and Ali. Boom! The 2 great phenomena collided abruptly, and Zining's azure sea and sky began to waver, even showing signs of disintegration. Meanwhile, Gongsun Huayu's golden sea of suffering, though fluctuating significantly, remained as steady as a rock. Zining formed a hand seal and shouted softly, and the meridians within her body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Seeing this, Qin Changxing also sat up straight. The Saintess of the Purple Mansion system was based on the body's extraordinary meridians and 12 regular meridians. Although it was not as comprehensive as body cultivation, it had unique advantages in the use of meridians. As the cultivation technique operated at full force, the vast azure sea and sky began to shrink slowly, eventually transforming into another Xening. The Xening, formed from the phenomenon, immediately flew towards Gongsun Huayu's sea of suffering, attempting to break through the golden ocean with her own strength. Splash! A large portion of the massive golden ocean was scattered by Xening, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Gongsun Huayu's mouth. This new cultivation system was something Gongsun Huayu had only adapted to for less than a month. His foundation was still unstable, and he was far from being as powerful as Xening. However, just as Xening continued her attack, a green lotus suddenly bloomed. A figure sat within the lotus. Seeing this, the previously worried Chen Chongqing finally relaxed. She had already entered the realm of true self, and this battle was as good as won. Bang! A phantom Xening was struck by a punch from the lotus-seated Gongsun Huayu and sent flying. Immediately after, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. The Gongsun Huayu, within the phenomenon, actually stepped out step by step. Swish! Jiang Bufan, seated in the main position, stood up excitedly. Gongsun Huayu's actions completely shattered the common understanding of the cultivation world. Whether it was the nearly obsolete Golden Course system or the newly evolving systems, they all adhered to one rule. The root of divine sense could not be used in combat. Divine sense originates from the soul, and the soul is extremely fragile, unable to withstand damage. Therefore, no one would allow their divine sense root to directly participate in battle. The Saintess of the Purple Mansion had already set a precedent by fighting within the phenomenon. But Gongsun Huayu actually allowed his divine sense to step out of the phenomenon, which was utterly shocking. Step, step, step. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, the true self, Gongsun Huayu smiled smugly, walking step by step towards the injured Xening. Oh dear, you're about to lose. Saintess, when do you plan to fulfill the bet? Xening looked at the slowly approaching Gongsun Huayu, then glanced at the leisurely maned body eating spiritual fruits, her face full of disbelief. Impossible. I don't believe your divine sense can leave the body to fight. You're bluffing. Really? If I'm just bluffing, then what does this count as? As soon as the words fell, Gongsun Huayu swiftly moved behind Xening, raising her right hand high. Smack! Xening's but was heavily slapped by Gongsun Huayu. The sharp pain made her body tremble. Xening could endure the physical pain, but the agony deep within her soul was uncontrollable. The Gongsun Huayu before her was indeed just a spiritual consciousness, but this consciousness could wield spiritual power just like the original body. Attacked, Xening instinctively countered. Then, the two began an intense battle. As the moves increased, Xening's shock grew. This spiritual consciousness not only could manipulate spiritual power and cast spells, but was almost indistinguishable from the original body. In some aspects, it was even stronger than the original. Bang! Injured and mentally shaken, Xening was quickly forced out of the circle by Gongsun Huayu. Victorious, the true Gongsun Huayu gave Xening a provocative glance before returning to the phenomenon. The phenomenon dissipated, and the real Gongsun Huayu excitedly walked up to Chen Chongqing, boasting, "Young master, I defeated that little girl. Aren't I amazing? Not bad, passable. Young master, you're so annoying. Can't you just praise me?" In the palace, their voices echoed, drawing the attention of others to the smiling Chen Chongqing. Outsiders only saw the spectacle, but insiders could discern the deeper implications. Everyone was well aware of the power of this cultivation system. More importantly, they understood one fact. Gongsun Huayu had not yet fully mastered this system, so its true wonders had not been completely revealed. If Gongsun Huayu hadn't perfected it, then what about Chen Chongqing, whom he called young master? Back at Kunlun Stone Workshop, Gongsun Huayu's cultivation path had been entirely different. But after Chen Chongqing disappeared for a while, Gongsun Huayu suddenly mastered this mysterious cultivation method. No one would believe it had nothing to do with Chen Chongqing. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Chongqing. Faced with this, he merely smiled faintly and continued chatting with Gongsun Huayu. Ollie was currently in seclusion for cultivation, and Chen Chongqing's task was to buy him enough time. The discovery of the new cultivation system was not a big deal, as no one could easily decipher its core secrets. As long as the secrets remained hidden, all attention would stay focused on them. After chatting for a while, Gongsun Huayu suddenly turned to Jiang Bufan and playfully said, Saint Jiang, you said the winner of the Dao debate would receive the Xianhuang Mother Gold. It's been so long, and no one dares to challenge me. Shouldn't the reward be mine already? Jiang Bufan replied with a smile. The prize naturally belongs to the winner, but before that, I must ask if any other young friends wish to challenge you. As soon as he said this, many geniuses immediately became excited. The reward might not be theirs, but exploring Gongsun Huayu's cultivation path was a rare opportunity. However, just as they began to entertain the idea, before they could react, Chen Chongqing's leisurely voice came through. Girl, I think some people want to wear you down with a battle of attrition. If anyone dares to challenge you, go all out. If you can't fight anymore, we'll admit defeat. Treasures are great, but nothing is more important than people. Hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Gongsun Huayu beamed with joy. Got it, young master. I'll definitely go all out. Seeing her eager expression, many geniuses began to reconsider their plans. Even a master like the Saintess of the Purple Palace was injured if he went up. He would either die or be gravely wounded. To deal with Gongsun Huayu, at least someone as top tier as the Holy Son of Yaoguang would be needed. If they didn't act, no one else would dare. Chen Chongqing's words silenced all the geniuses present. Jiang Bufan frowned. He still hadn't fully understood Gongsun Huayu's cultivation system. After waiting for a while and seeing no one step forward to challenge, he had no choice but to announce that Gongsun Huayu won the first round of the debate. Since none of you young friends are willing to challenge Miss Gongsun, then this debate wait. Yao Yingying, who had been silent for a long time, stood up. Lord Jiang, I am willing to challenge young Master Chen. Immediately after, the ever-smiling demon monk Xuanxin also stood up. This humble monk is also willing to face benefactor Chen in battle. Seeing the two step forward, a meaningful smile flashed in Chen Chongqing's eyes. Since Yao Yingying arrived at the Genius Conference, she had been absent-minded. Clearly, she didn't care about the Xianhuang Mother Gold, nor did she care about him. But now, she suddenly challenged him. This was obviously someone clearing obstacles for him. As Chen Chongqing pondered the hidden motives, Gongsun Huayu excitedly said, Interesting. When I wasn't here, no one stepped up, but now two people have come forward. Fine, I'll play along with you. With that, she prepared to step forward to fight. Smack. Chen Chongqing's large hand rested on her shoulder. Girl, you go rest for now. I'll handle this one. Having tasted victory, Gongsun Huayu was unwilling. Young master, I'm fine. Besides, you can't hog all the spoils for yourself. I'll take care of Yao Yingying, and you can deal with the bald monk. Clear division of labor, right? Chen Chongqing smiled and patted her head. Girl, you still have a lot to learn. Sometimes, things beyond cultivation are more important. With that, he walked straight toward the demon monk Xuanxin. The holy son of Yaoguang, who had been silently drinking, also put down his cup and walked to a spot 10 steps away from Yao Yingying. This scene immediately made everyone present realize the key point. No wonder the powerful holy son of Yaoguang had been holding back. It turned out he was teaming up with Chen Chongqing. Baturu, who was devouring spiritual fruits, rolled his eyes. These people are so cunning. Good thing I didn't act rashly, or I'd have been caught between the two of them facing the refined holy son of Yaoguang. Yao Yingying calmly said, It's truly an honor to debate with the most mysterious genius of the central court. Fu Yao responded with a smile, Miss Yao flatters me. The reputation of the Heartless Celestial Tome from the Heartless Pavilion precedes itself. It's my honor to witness the supreme Tao of the Heartless Celestial Maiden. She glanced at the expressionless master of the Heartless Pavilion. Fu Yao had also heard some rumors about the Heartless Celestial Maiden and the demon monk Xuanxin. Since he had agreed to help Chen Chongqing clear obstacles, he naturally wouldn't let unrelated people interfere. By the way, how does the Celestial Maiden plan to compete? I've heard that the Holy Son of Yaoguang was born with celestial bones, and combined with the great Luo celestial art of the Yaoguang Holy Land, its power is unparalleled. May I have the honor of witnessing it? Fu Yao smiled and said, No problem, Celestial Maiden, please. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle light emanated from the center of Fu Yao's forehead. Seeing this, Yao Yingying understood that this was an invitation to battle within his sea of consciousness. Such a battle was extremely dangerous because the sea of consciousness was the most fragile part of the human body. If something went wrong, the consequences could range from becoming a cripple to losing one's life. Fu Yao dared to use his own sea of consciousness as the main battlefield, which showed his great confidence in his cultivation. Truly bold, Yao Yingying praised, then closed her eyes. A cold and ruthless aura instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. A blurry figure appeared between Yao Yingying's brows, colder than her own demeanor, resembling a merciless celestial maiden from the heavens. Just as Yao Yingying stepped into Fu Yao's sea of consciousness, she suddenly turned her head and glanced at Gongsun Huayu. That glance seemed to freeze Gongsun Huayu's soul. There are countless paths of Tao in the world. The path you walk may be strong, but it is not truly yours. To compete with me, relying on someone else's path won't lead you to victory. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Yingying entered Fu Yao's brow. The light dissipated, and the two stood quietly. Gulp! Gongsun Huayu involuntarily swallowed. Yao Yingying's brief display of skill had completely shocked him. He had thought that, after cultivating a brand new system, he would rarely encounter peers capable of overwhelming him. But now, it seemed he had been too confident. Feeling Yao Yingying's immense power, Gongsun Huayu suddenly recalled what Qin Changsheng had once said to him. At the time, Qin Changsheng had said, "Girl, you have talent, but you haven't found your own path yet. If you keep imitating your master and me, you'll never see the true summit. Right now, you can handle ordinary geniuses, but once you face those who have truly comprehended the Tao, you'll be utterly defeated." Recalling Qin Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huayu blushed. Back then, he had been solely focused on advancing his realm and hadn't taken those words to heart. Now it seemed that Master Ancestor had long foreseen today's situation. No wonder Master Ancestor always called him girl. He truly was an immature child. Seeing Gongsun Huayu's slight despondency, Qin Changsheng smiled faintly and said nothing. Only through experience can one grow. As long as one understands this truth while alive, it is not too late. Congratulations to Gongsun Benefactor for seeing through the illusion. Xuanxin, who had noticed Gongsun Huayu's state, clasped his hands together and congratulated Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng smacked his lips and said, "Don't be so formal with me, you demon monk. Your principle is to act as you please. Always pretending to be courteous, doesn't it tire you?" Xuanxin replied with a smile. Benefactor carries the essence of Buddhism. When encountering someone from the Buddhist sect, this humble monk naturally follows Buddhist rules. Qin Changsheng laughed. "Fine, then today we'll follow Buddhist rules, just talk, no fighting. By the way, let me tell you a secret. I once met a little monk. In terms of strength, he might not surpass you, but in terms of Buddhist essence, you're far behind him." Xuanxin smiled. "If that's the case, I suppose Benefactor debated the Dharma with that eminent monk?" "We debated, and many times. As for how many times he lost to me," Qin Changsheng held up 2 fingers. Xuanxin guessed, "Twice." Qin Changsheng shook his head. 20 times. Still shaking his head, Xuanxin laughed. "Benefactor, just say it. This humble monk can't guess. That master couldn't have lost to you 200 times, could he? Not 200 times. He lost to me for 20 years. As he spoke, Qin Changsheng solemnly took out a sandalwood box from his chest and slowly opened it. 9 relics emitting a faint Buddhist glow flew out, circling around Qin Changsheng. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, Qin Changsheng clasped his hands together, resembling the descent of the Buddha himself that I in the distance. Wan Yin saw this scene, and her heart tightened. She thought again of that silent bald man. Although she could now defeat 10 Ikkyu monks, she would never feel that she was stronger than Ikkyu. Back then, the great Qian dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom had not yet unified. Among these 2 nations, the only ones who could suppress Ikkyu were Qin Changsheng and the Longevity Fairy of Linglong's sect. The 9 true disciples of Shangqing Temple couldn't do it, nor could the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom. But 1,000 years had passed, and the once renowned Longevity Fairy had been forgotten, while Master Ikkyu had passed away. If not for those accidents, if they had lived until now, how powerful would they have become? Perhaps even stronger than herself. Looking at the solemn Qin Changsheng, Xuanxin spoke. "Indeed, Benefactor, you have a deep affinity with Buddhism. This humble monk dares to ask for guidance. Wait. Chen Chongxing interrupted him. Does the benefactor have something else to say? Debating doctrines is fine, but I don't want to use Buddhist teachings to debate with you. I want to use Taoist teachings to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Xuanxin's eyelid twitched, and the people nearby couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Too arrogant. Chen Chongxing had just demonstrated profound understanding of Buddhist teachings, but now he was saying he wanted to use Taoist teachings to debate. This was no different from telling everyone, your Buddhist teachings are indeed impressive, but my Taoist teachings are even stronger, and I will defeat you with them. Xuanxin did not refute, but simply clasped his hands together and performed a Buddhist salute to Chen Chongxing. Chen Chongxing directly asked, "May I ask, what is Buddha?" His opening question went straight to the essence of Buddhism. Xuanxin calmly replied, "To save all beings, that is Buddha." Upon hearing this answer, the great figures and geniuses present silently nodded. This was indeed the definition of Buddha in everyone's hearts. In one sentence, it encapsulated the world's understanding of Buddha and demonstrated Xuanxin's profound Buddhist knowledge, far from ordinary. However, the answer that satisfied everyone did not pass in Chen Chongxing's view. He slowly shook his head and said, "Wrong. Where is it wrong? Buddha is formless and shapeless. It is all beings who create the image of Buddha. Therefore, all living beings are Buddha. You say that saving all beings is Buddha, which shows that you have not truly understood the essence of Buddhism." Hearing Chen Chongxing's words, Xuanxin wanted to refute, but found himself speechless. From the northern desert to here, this was the first time Xuanxin had encountered someone who left him at a loss for words in a discussion about Buddhism. Thinking of this, Xuanxin smiled slightly and said, "Life has 8 sufferings: birth, aging, illness, death, separation from loved ones, prolonged hatred, unfulfilled desires, and inability to let go. Our Buddhist teachings have supreme scriptures that can help people transcend suffering and reach the other shore. May I ask, what methods does Taoism have to help people escape suffering?" Chen Chongxing smiled faintly and replied, "The Tao follows nature." What does the Tao follows nature mean? To follow one's true heart is to follow the Tao. Live life to the fullest while alive. Enjoy old age peacefully. Face illness with a broad mind. And approach death like leaves returning to their roots. Love passionately and sincerely, and move forward strongly in hatred. Buddhism helps people forget the 8 sufferings, while Taoism helps people understand them and remember them. Birth, aging, illness, death, love, and hatred are experiences everyone must go through. Instead of desperately trying to escape them, it is better to face them calmly. Once you truly understand the 6 sufferings of life, unfulfilled desires and inability to let go will naturally disappear. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle light suddenly radiated from Chen Chongxing's body, intertwining with his Buddhist aura at the same time. The divine bridge in the sea of suffering within his heart had expanded more than tenfold. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Chen Chongxing did not choose to turn back, but instead faced the sea of suffering head-on. Thought arises in the heart. With thought comes intention, and with intention comes action. Chen Chongxing took another significant step on the path to the great Tao. Sensing the change in Chen Chongxing's realm, a trace of complex emotion flashed in Xuanxin's eyes. Buddhism teaches people to forget the 8 sufferings of the world, yet he himself could not let go, could not find peace. It was precisely because of this that he traveled across the seas to Zhongting to participate in the Tianjiao conference. Looking at Xuanxin's state, Chen Chongxing smiled faintly and continued, "Xuanxin, are you a demon or a Buddha?" Faced with Chen Chongxing's question, Xuanxin clasped his hands together and replied, "This humble monk understands the 48,000 teachings of Buddhism and seeks to save all beings naturally. I am a Buddha. If you are a Buddha, then why do you still harbor a butcher's knife in your heart? I have no knife in my heart. You do. The knife is in your hand." As he spoke, Chen Chongxing pointed with his right hand, and a blood-stained butcher's knife immediately appeared in Xuanxin's hand. Looking at the knife in his hand, the Buddhist light in Xuanxin's hand began to dim, and behind him appeared a Buddha shrouded in black mist, with a ferocious and sinister face. This scene caused Zhang Bufan and the others to narrow their eyes instantly. Xuanqin practiced both demonic and Buddhist paths, and Qin Chongqing's words had exposed Xuanqin's demonic nature. If this continued, Xuanqin might completely fall into demonic ways. After a long time, Xuanqin raised his head again to look at Qin Chongqing. Buddhism teaches that if one lays down the butcher's knife, one can immediately become a Buddha. If I have a knife in my heart, it proves that I am not far from becoming a Buddha. After speaking, the butcher's knife in Xuanqin's hand began to slowly dissipate, and the Buddhist light on his body became bright once more. Is that so? You lay down the knife in your hand and immediately become a Buddha. But what about the knife in my hand? Among the 48,000 teachings of Buddhism, is there one that can save me? If I kill all the Buddhas in the world and then lay down the butcher's knife, can I still become a Buddha? Faced with Qin Chongqing's counter-question, Xuanqin replied calmly, Buddhism saves all beings as long as you are willing to lay down the butcher's knife. You can naturally become a Buddha. Ridiculous. The butcher's knife in my heart exists because of you. If you don't die, how can I lay down the butcher's knife? If you want me to lay down the knife, you must first lay down the knife in your heart. From the moment you left the Northern Desert Buddhist kingdom, you made everyone pick up the butcher's knife in their hearts. Are you saving people, or are you killing them? As the words fell, Xuanqin's figure swayed slightly, and the previously dissipated butcher's knife reappeared in his hand. The terrifying Buddha also reappeared behind him. Seeing Xuanqin's transformation, the corners of Qin Chongqing's mouth curved slightly upward, because he knew that in this debate of Buddhist principles, he was about to win. However, such a complex dialogue was not something everyone could understand, including Gongsun Huaiyu. Is this a debate on Buddhist principles? Why does it feel like nonsense? Gongsun Huaiyu scratched her head, unable to grasp the meaning behind it. Seeing this, Yi Henxing walked over and whispered, Miss Gongsun, don't speak too loudly. Brother Chun and Xuanqin are actually discussing the great Tao of Buddhism. Outsiders might find it strange. Gongsun Huaiyu turned to ask Yi Henxing, how is this a discussion of the great Tao of Buddhism? Yi Henxing fixed his gaze on Xuanqin and Qin Chongqing, patiently explaining. They both understand Buddhist teachings, so they didn't directly discuss the rules and frameworks of Buddhism, but rather its essence. Brother Qin asked Xuanqin whether he is a demon or a Buddha, which is essentially questioning his path of cultivation. Xuanqin said he is a Buddha, meaning he aims to save all beings. But Brother Qin said Xuanqin is a demon because he kills people. Gongsun Huaiyu was utterly confused. Yi Henxing continued to explain. Xuanqin conquered 19 strongholds all the way from the northern desert. This has incited countless people's greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred. The Buddha saves all beings, so how could he provoke such negative emotions? Thus, Xuanqin's actions carry the nature of a demon. At the same time, Xuanqin is aware of this, which is why he said, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. In other words, Xuanqin wants to help the people of the world lay down the butcher's knife in their hearts. After Yi Henxing's explanation, Gongsun Huaiyu somewhat understood. So what? Since Xuanqin admitted his actions, why does he seem like he's gone mad? Hearing Gongsun Huaiyu's question, Yi Henxing's eyes lit up with excitement. That's where Brother Qin's brilliance lies. Xuanqin wants the people of the world to lay down their butcher's knives, but Brother Qin said the butcher's knife originates from Xuanqin himself. Xuanqin just admitted this as well. To solve a problem, you must address its root cause to resolve it completely. But the root cause lies within Xuanqin himself. A doctor cannot treat himself, and Xuanqin cannot solve this problem. Gongsun Huaiyu tilted her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly said, this problem is simple. If Xuanqin withdraws from the Tianjiao assembly, wouldn't that solve everything? Faced with Gongsun Huaiyu's naivety, Su Tian finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Of course, if Xuanqin withdraws from the Tianjiao assembly, it would solve Brother Qin's problem. But have you thought about why Xuanqin came to the Tianjiao assembly in the first place? Whether it's to spread Buddhism or for some other purpose, Xuanqin must have his reasons for coming here. If he withdraws now, it would be equivalent to admitting he was wrong before. The obsessions in people's hearts are not something that can be let go of so easily. Moreover, If Xuanqing doesn't leave, he will cause more people to pick up that butcher's knife they can never put down. Making people pick up the butcher's knife, how could that possibly be the act of a Buddha? Before Su Tian could finish speaking, the demon aura surrounding Xuanqing suddenly surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura visibly weakened at an alarming rate. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xuanqing pressed his palms together and said, Amit Ba Buddha. This humble monk admits defeat. Thank you, wise one, for helping me see the butcher's knife in my heart. After speaking, he turned and returned to his seat. Seeing Xuanqing's state, Qin Changsheng did not press further. After all, Xuanqing was the Buddhist son of the northern desert. If he were to completely crush him, the northern desert might cause trouble for him. The debate between the two came to an end, and the duel between the holy son of Yaoguang and the heartless fairy also concluded. A beam of light flew out from the center of Fu Yao's brows and returned to Yao Yingying's body. Yao Yingying opened her eyes and looked at the holy son of Yaoguang with a complicated expression. The holy son of Yaoguang simply responded with a smile. After a few seconds of silence, Yao Yingying cupped her hands and said, Holy son of Yaoguang, your reputation is well-deserved. I, Yao Yingying, am completely convinced. After speaking, she returned to her seat. Qin Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. The reason why a prodigy is called a prodigy is not only because of their astonishing talent, but also because of their unyielding pride. For the holy son of Yaoguang to make someone like Yao Yingying, a top-tier prodigy, completely convinced, was indeed extraordinary. The debate concluded, and the holy son of Yaoguang returned to his seat. In the center of the hall, only Qin Changsheng remained standing alone. At this moment, no other prodigy dared to challenge him. Zhang Bufan descended from the main seat with a smile. Ha! Truly, heroes emerge from the young. It has been a long time since this old man has witnessed such a brilliant debate. This Xianhuang Mother Gold should belong to you, young friend. Thank you, Holy Lord. Qin Changsheng accepted the golden page, his face beaming with a radiant smile. The night is late, and some young friends are not in their best state. The prodigy gathering will continue tomorrow. Additionally, I would like to invite you, young friend, to enjoy the moonlight. Please make sure to come tonight. After speaking, Zhang Bufan handed Qin Changsheng a jade slip with an address written on it, and then left. Faced with the invitation from the Kunlun Holy Land, no one was surprised. After all, who wouldn't want to win over a prodigy like Qin Changsheng? But what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Come to my room tonight, the Holy Lord of the Purple Mansion said to Qin Changsheng, leaving this sentence behind before turning and walking away. Everyone, this won't do. Although Qin Changsheng is impressive, there's a 700 or 800-year age gap between him and the Holy Lord of the Purple Mansion. If something really happens, we can't accept it. Immediately after, the Holy Son of Yaoguang, Wuhan Pavilion, Lengya Pavilion, all the top forces extended invitations to meet Qin Changsheng tonight. Faced with this treatment, Qin Changsheng complained discontentedly. Do you all have to schedule it at the same time? Can I even sleep tonight? If I don't sleep, I'll get wrinkles. Hearing Qin Changsheng's humble brag, everyone rolled their eyes and left one after another. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yanyu and the other two appeared beside Qin Changsheng. Cousin, you're busy tonight, so spend some time with us during the day. Song Yuanshan and Zhou Xinghe directly dragged Qin Changsheng away. Eastern Wilderness Courtyard. Qin Changsheng quietly sipped tea. Zhou Xinghe and the other two wanted to speak, but didn't know where to start. Qin Changsheng spoke first. Xinghe, you go ahead. That question from 1,000 years ago must be suffocating you by now. Zhou Xinghe hurriedly said, Sir, my father, he's dead. I buried him myself. Qin Changsheng interrupted. The ancient Forbidden Land has no methods for immortality, but it does have plenty of ways to seek death. My survival until now has nothing to do with the ancient Forbidden Land. Zhou Xinghe smiled faintly and said no more. He had known for centuries that the Night Moon Kingdom was connected to Qin Changsheng, but Wang Yanyu and Song Yuanshan never revealed Qin Changsheng's whereabouts. 1,000 years had passed, yet Qin Changsheng's appearance remained unchanged, and his lifespan showed no signs of diminishing. Everyone could see that something was unusual, but judging by Wang Yanyu and the others' behavior, It seemed that Chun Changxing's situation truly had nothing to do with the ancient Forbidden Land. Why did you intervene in the prodigy gathering? That doesn't align with your character, Wang Yin coldly questioned. Chun Changxing retorted. You still have the nerve to ask? Look at your disciples, they haven't even shed their baby fat and are already out adventuring. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Just wanting to protect them, and then taking on the heavy responsibility of this era myself. But you must carefully assess whether you are capable of handling it. From the cultivation methods of your disciples, I can tell you haven't progressed far on the new path. Each of you has lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Don't you feel like your time is almost up? Hearing Chun Changxing's words, a trace of melancholy flashed in the eyes of the three. The nascent soul system's transformation stage had a lifespan limit of 1,000 years. Even if they forced themselves to hold on, they could only live a few hundred years more at most. Over the years, Chun Changxing had been trying to deduce a new cultivation system to reverse the limitations of lifespan. But creating a new cultivation system, especially a successful one, was easier said than done. After a long silence, Song Yuanshan asked, Brother Changxing, what do you plan to do? Chun Changxing smiled faintly. Fight for destiny, so you guys, who still haven't achieved much, can live a little longer. The cultivation system on Gongsun Huayu's body provides more help to lifespan than the nascent soul system. Although I've already prepared your coffins, I haven't been in the mood to bury you recently. Let's all live a little longer. Hearing this, a rare warmth surged in the hearts of the three. Over 1,000 years, not to mention someone who would protect them, even someone to talk to was rare. Perhaps only Chun Changxing still cared for them like a friend, an elder, or a family member, even scolding them at times. So you really plan to fight for destiny? Wang Yin looked at Chun Changxing. Chun Changxing waved his hand. I'm not suited to fight for destiny, my personality isn't right for it. However, there's someone I think is quite suitable, and that's the leader of the 72 Wolf Smoke Wu Li. Hearing this name, Wang Yin and the others were not surprised. Gongsun Huayu followed Chun Changxing around all day, and everyone knew he had connections with the 72 Wolf Smoke. You value him so much, could this person be your son? Wang Yin asked sarcastically. Chun Changxing gave him a disdainful look. Don't make wild guesses. I'm a clean and innocent young man, don't slander me casually. This kid is someone I brought out from somewhere. His character and talent are both excellent. He has a better chance of fighting for destiny. After hearing this, Wang Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Also, I have a grudge against Jiang Bufan and plan to find an opportunity to deal with him. As soon as these words were spoken, Song Yuanshan immediately became serious. Brother Changxing, what did Jiang Bufan do to provoke you? 700 years ago, I came to the Kunlun Holy Land. At that time, Jiang Bufan was still a prospective holy son, and he wanted to ask for my help. On the surface, I agreed, but secretly, I stood him up. Unable to find me, he vented his anger on Wu Li, which is also the reason for the enmity between the 72 Wolf Smoke and the Kunlun Holy Land. 700 years have passed. When old friends meet again, he will definitely sense my secret. Even if he doesn't see it now, he will eventually. So I must eliminate him in advance. As soon as Chun Changxing finished speaking, Wang Yin and Song Yuanshan said without hesitation, I'll help you. Zhou Xinghe thought for a moment and also spoke. Sir is the national advisor of the Xuanwu Kingdom. To be an enemy of you is to be an enemy of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Seeing the full support of the three, Chun Changxing was not surprised. If he didn't trust them, he would never have let them know his biggest secret. All right, let's not rush to discuss this for now. You three take care of yourselves first. Focus on consolidating your cultivation and adjusting your state. As for those young people outside, I'll go teach them. Although they're still immature, they're passable. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen. Hearing this, Song Yuanshan asked in confusion, what big thing? I don't know, but I've been feeling uneasy. The Eastern Wilderness, Southern Plains, Northern Desert, Central Court, and Western Continent, these 5 places basically represent this continent. But for this year's Tianjiao Conference, the Tianjiao from the Western Continent has yet to appear, which I find very strange. Zhou Xinghe explained, the Western Continent is the gathering place of the demon race. It's understandable that they don't participate in the human race's Tianjiao Conference. That makes sense, but reality doesn't quite align with it. The Western continent may be dominated by the demon race, but that doesn't mean there are no humans there. Just like the Eastern Wilderness has the Night Moon Kingdom, and the Central Court is surrounded by the other four continents and maintains connections with them. The demon race and human race are different, but they're not mortal enemies. Even if it's just for appearances, the Western continent should have sent someone. But now, not only is there no sign of anyone, there's not even news of the Western continent's Tianjiao. Something's not right. After hearing the analysis, the three also realized the gravity of the situation. Song Yuanshan asked, "Brother Changsheng, what do you think will happen?" Chen Changsheng shook his head. "I can't guess. I have too little information. The term destiny, this is the first time I've heard of it, which means the changes in the rules of heaven and earth are greater than I imagined. I'm now very suspicious that the appearance of destiny might bring forth some terrifying entities." As soon as he finished speaking, the three's faces changed. The giant hand recorded in the ancient bronze hall, the terrifying entities in the desolate forbidden land, each one was enough to terrify people. If these things really appeared, the entire cultivation world would be thrown into chaos and bloodshed. Chen Changsheng looked at Zhuo Xinghe and asked, "The desolate forbidden land is within the borders of Xuanwu Kingdom. Has there been anything unusual recently?" Zhuo Xinghe took a deep breath and said slowly, "A woodcutter said he saw a coffin flying out of the mountains. The exact location it came from is unclear, but the direction should be the desolate forbidden land. The woodcutter is 1,000 miles away from the desolate forbidden land, so at first, I didn't connect this matter to the forbidden land. The historical records of Xuanwu Kingdom have never documented any living being coming out of the desolate forbidden land. Now that you mention it, this coffin is very likely to have flown out from the desolate forbidden land." Chen Changsheng's mouth twitched. Terrifying places like the desolate forbidden land aren't the only ones. The sacred ruins in the Central Court are as well. If the desolate forbidden land is stirring, other places won't remain calm either. This is getting more and more troublesome. After saying this, he turned to look at Wang Yanyu and the others. "How are things on your end? Don't tell me you're encountering trouble too." When Chen Changsheng asked Wang Yanyu, she hesitated for a moment before speaking. The ancient bronze hall has been unusually quiet, with almost no activity for nearly 100 years. However, 3 years ago, someone left a palm print on the ancient bronze hall. Chen Changsheng stood up in shock. "Who left it?" "I don't know." "How can you not know?" After Ishio passed away, the Night Moon Kingdom strengthened its guard over the ancient bronze hall, almost without interruption. Later, you and Yuanshan took turns guarding it. With your strength, although not invincible, you are definitely top-tier experts. Seeing Chen Changsheng's excited expression, Wang Yanyu calmly added, "Actually, it's not about taking turns guarding, it's about the two of us taking turns stationed at the bronze ancient hall. During that time, your senior brother and I were both researching the future direction of cultivation. But one day, just as I woke up from meditation, I discovered a palm print on the wall of the bronze ancient hall. That meditation session lasted only 1 hour, and the wall was just 20 steps away from me. Your senior brother was even closer to the wall, leaning against it, and the palm print was just 3 feet above his head." After hearing Wang Yanyu's description, Chen Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine. "Yuanshan, were you meditating at that time too?" "No, I was reading ancient texts, trying to deduce a new cultivation system. If it weren't for the Wolf Emperor's reminder, I wouldn't have even noticed the palm print on the wall. Moreover, there was something else beside the palm print." As Song Yuanshan spoke, he took out a rubbing of the palm print and a wooden carving. The moment Chen Changsheng saw the wooden carving, he froze, because it was the first wooden carving he had given to Nianxing when he was 7 years old. Noticing Chen Changsheng's unusual reaction, Wang Yanyu asked, "What is it? Do you recognize this item?" "Of course I recognize it. I carved it myself. I'm the only one in the world who can make such a wooden carving." After speaking, Chen Changsheng took the wooden carving and the rubbing. He carefully stored the wooden carving and then took out another rubbing of a similar palm print. Seeing that Chen Changsheng also had this palm print, Zhuo Xinghe was almost dumbfounded. "Sir, how do you also have this palm print? Could the owner be your friend?" Chen Changsheng saw through Zhuo Xinghe's thoughts, but didn't have time to keep them guessing. "The owner of the wooden carving is my old friend, but I don't know who left the palm print. The palm print and the wooden carving were not left by the same person. The rubbing of the palm print I have was obtained from another bronze ancient hall. At that time, the ominous aura of the bronze ancient hall had already dissipated, and there was a phrase beside the palm print. Eliminate a great harm, celebrate for the world. Chen Chongqing carefully compared the two rubbings, and Song Yuanshan curiously asked, Brother Chongqing, where is the bronze ancient hall with that palm print? The homeland of Wuli. I speculate that the people of Wuli are the guardians of the bronze ancient hall. But as time passed, the Wuli tribe gradually declined. At that time, I used a special method to take Wuli away from his homeland. However, even now, I still haven't figured out which part of the 5 continents Wuli's homeland is located in. This world is bigger than we imagined. After looking at the rubbings for a while, Chen Chongqing stored them away. Destiny has indeed drawn out many powerful figures. It seems I need to accelerate my plan, at least to figure out what destiny truly is. And also, how to identify those destined individuals. After speaking, Chen Chongqing prepared to leave the room to gather information. Brother Chongqing, at least explain things clearly before you go. Song Yuanshan stopped him, his eyes full of curiosity and the spark of gossip. As the national teacher of Night Moon Kingdom, he knew Wang Yinyu very well. He was crystal clear about who this Silver Moon Wolf Emperor liked. But now, with the sudden appearance of the wooden sculpture's owner, things have become particularly interesting. Facing Song Yuanshan's probing, Chen Chongqing glanced at him disdainfully. If you read more books, you wouldn't be curious about who the owner of the wooden sculpture is now. Brother Chongqing, that's not fair to say. You already said it yourself. This wooden sculpture was carved by your own hands, and no one in the world can replicate it. If you and the owner of the wooden sculpture don't tell us, how would we know? Hearing this, Chen Chongqing's disdain deepened. Why wouldn't you know? You should have heard of the owner of this wooden sculpture, maybe even met them. When the great Qian dynasty was still around, Linglong sect almost formed a marriage alliance with Tianfu Temple. You must have heard of that, right? Because this matter was talked about in the great Qian dynasty for nearly 100 years. At this point, Song Yuanshan was unconvinced. Brother Chongqing, I know you're well-read and knowledgeable, but you can't use cultivation world rumors to fool me. From what I know, this was something Master Ishio stirred up in his youth. I was curious and asked him about it once. Master Ishio personally said it was just a misunderstanding. The fairy from Linglong sect was his elder, and she simply appreciated talent. You're so dense, and you still don't believe it. Since you know about this, you should also know that Ishio and the Linglong sect fairy became connected because of a wooden sculpture. If you were more perceptive, you would have investigated what the wooden sculpture Ishio gave back then looked like. After investigating, you would have found that the style of that wooden sculpture is exactly the same as the one in my hand. After hearing this, Song Yuanshan looked at Chen Chongqing in shock. Brother Chongqing, when Master Ishio gave away the wooden sculpture, you hadn't joined the Shangqing Temple yet, right? That's right. Is there a problem? Who said I had to join the Shangqing Temple before I could have friends? When Ishio gave away the wooden sculpture back then, it was because I told him to. So, the owner of the wooden sculpture is none other than the prodigy of Linglong sect, the Longevity Fairy. Also, you all know that I know Ishio, but he has never mentioned how we met. All these years, haven't you found that strange? Song Yuanshan was silent for a moment. You're right. We really should have questioned it back then. Ishio is about 100 years older than us, and when you joined the Shangqing Temple, you were only around 20. No matter how you look at it, you shouldn't have known him. This made Song Yuanshan recall an old saying. The onlooker sees more clearly than the participant. After organizing his thoughts, he continued to press. But this still doesn't make sense. The Longevity Fairy of that time was a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Linglong sect. She was focused on cultivation and often used pursuing longevity as an excuse to reject all the young talents who courted her. That's how she got the title Longevity Fairy. Someone like her, how could she have accepted a wooden sculpture from you, Brother Chongqing? Even if you knew her, it doesn't seem likely. Such a thing could easily be misinterpreted. After saying this, Song Yuanshan looked at Chen Chongqing with eager eyes, waiting for his response. Chen Chongqing suddenly asked, What is my full name? Chen Chongqing. Good that you know. After saying this seemingly inexplicable statement, Chen Changsheng left the room directly. Song Yuanshan was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what he meant. It turned out that the Changsheng in the longevity fairy's name had two meanings. One referred to a person, and the other referred to the pursuit of immortality. The immortal fairy had long known that Qin Changsheng could achieve eternity, which was why she persistently pursued immortality to stay by a certain someone's side forever. Thinking of this, Song Yuanshan let out a soft sigh, for there was another she-wolf in this room, trapped by emotions. Qin Changsheng's figure quickly disappeared, but Wang Yinyu's gaze remained fixed in the direction he had left. When Ishio was still alive, he had vaguely advised Wang Yinyu not to wait any longer. Qin Changsheng would not stop for anyone. He lived only for his own obsessions, and continuing to wait would only bring more pain. There was once someone even more persistent than Wang Yinyu, but they too failed to keep Qin Changsheng. At that time, she didn't understand what deeper persistence meant, but now she did. What kind of obsession could drive a woman to pursue the elusive and intangible concept of immortality just to stay by someone's side for a longer time? In another secluded courtyard, Qin Changsheng quietly knocked on a door. "Miss Benefactor, I've brought you some tea," he said with a sly smile. The misunderstanding was too amusing, and he couldn't help but imagine if he were to propose becoming Dao companions with her. How would this female cultivator, who had been single for over 700 years, react? As he was thinking, the door opened. A cold gaze met Qin Changsheng's lecherous smile head-on. Qin Changsheng's smile instantly froze, for the one who opened the door was the holy maiden of the Purple Palace. Outside the door was also a young girl. Teasing an older female cultivator in front of a child was no fun at all. Young people are impulsive, quick to act when things don't go their way, completely unlike those mature cultivators. After all, the most entertaining part of such matters is the other party's expression of reluctant resistance and suppressed humiliation. "What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Come in, my master is waiting for you." The two exchanged a few cold words before Zining led Qin Changsheng into the room. Inside, Qin Changsheng saw the Holy Lord of the Purple Palace sitting upright at the table, her face partially veiled. Qin Changsheng chuckled inwardly. Haha. Zining, however, was thinking, disgusting. How can there be such a disgusting person in the world? I really want to beat him up. Master, please don't hold back. The three of them sat quietly in the room, with no one speaking first. After a long while, the Holy Lord of the Purple Palace finally broke the silence. "Young Master Chun, your talent is extraordinary, a rare genius in 1,000 years. May I ask, who is your master?" The corners of Qin Changsheng's mouth lifted slightly as he smiled and said, "I have no sect. I am entirely self-taught." "I see. However, I noticed that the three Taoist friends from the Eastern Wastelands seem to have a good relationship with you. Could it be that you are their disciple?" "Ha ha ha." Qin Changsheng laughed. "Holy Lord, you jest. In this world, who doesn't have a few friends? I just happen to know them. Just like how Miss Zining knows Elder Jiang from the Kunlun Holy Land. But that doesn't mean she is Elder Jiang's disciple, right?" A glimmer of light flashed in the Holy Lord's eyes. Qin Changsheng's strength, while not necessarily the strongest among the younger generation, was certainly on par with any Holy Land's holy son. A holy son is the heir of a holy land, cultivated with immense resources. If this wild, holy son could be recruited, it would be an incredible gain. She spoke again. "What you say is reasonable. May I ask, what does young master think of my disciple?" Qin Changsheng glanced at Zining. Although Miss Zining wears a veil, the half of her face that is visible is already stunning enough to captivate everyone. Her demeanor is more like that of a celestial being, possessing both beauty and talent. She is one of the three great beauties of Zhongting, and her reputation is well-deserved. Since you hold my disciple in such high regard, I shall play the role of matchmaker and help you two connect. What do you think, young master?" Zining blushed, but there was a trace of reluctance in her eyes. During the Tianjiao assembly, she had lost to Gongsun Huayu, which indicated that the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground could no longer compete with other powerful forces. If no alternative path was found, once her master stepped down, the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground would forever be overshadowed by others. "Ha ha." Qin Changsheng chuckled. "Sacred Lord, You jest. Miss Zening and I share only a gentlemanly friendship, nothing more. Seeing Chun Changsheng reject the alliance, the Purple Mansion's sacred lord looked at him and said, "Young master, in these chaotic times, it is difficult to achieve great success alone. Whatever conditions other sacred grounds can offer, my Purple Mansion sacred ground will not fall short. Moreover, compared to them, my Purple Mansion sacred ground's sincerity is greater." Jiangping, Fuyao, Xuanxin, Bachelor, these individuals are all top-tier talents. Even if you join them, you may not receive their full support. Apart from these top forces, I truly cannot think of any other options for you. Surely, young master, you wouldn't consider mingling with those bandits of the 72 Wolf Smoke. The Purple Mansion's sacred lord looked at Qin Changxing with confidence, but Qin Changxing simply smiled. Since we've come to this point, there's no need for me to beat around the bush. Across all of Zhongting, the conditions offered by the Purple Mansion sacred ground are indeed the most tempting. But I'm not interested in those young girls. What I want is you. Crack. The cup in Zening's hand instantly shattered, and a sharp, precious sword pointed directly at Qin Changxing's throat. How dare you, Qin Changxing? Do you really think the Purple Mansion sacred ground cannot do without you? Faced with Zening's fury, Qin Changxing remained indifferent, calmly sipping his tea. Leave, the Purple Mansion's sacred lord said coldly. Zening protested unwillingly. Master, leave. The sacred lord's tone grew colder, and Zening could only grit her teeth, withdraw her sword, and leave the room. After Zening left, the Purple Mansion's sacred lord poured Qin Changxing another cup of tea and said, "You have great potential, but I don't like people like you. I prefer men who are full of dominance. Change your standards." After speaking, he cast a mocking glance at Qin Changxing, his eyes filled with ridicule. Ha ha! Brilliant! Truly brilliant! Calm as water, seeing through everything at a glance, my judgment was indeed correct. My purpose in coming today is the same as yours, to play matchmaker. Coincidentally, I happen to have a man full of dominance by my side. If you can win his favor, the disadvantages of the Purple Mansion's sacred ground can be immediately reversed. The Purple Mansion's sacred lord listened with interest. Oh? Then tell me, just how dominant is this man of dominance you speak of? Starting from scratch, he walks across Zhongting with unmatched power, causing chaos among the major sacred grounds. Is that dominant enough? Upon hearing this, the Purple Mansion's sacred lord's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this your idea or his? Of course, it's my idea. That guy knows nothing about relationships between men and women. By the time he understands, he might remain single for life. You and Zhang Bufan were geniuses of the same era, but 700 years ago, the younger generation was overshadowed by Jiang Bufan. It was like this 700 years ago, and it remains the same 700 years later. Now that Zening has been defeated, it shows that the Purple Mansion sacred land is still being suppressed by the Kunlun sacred land. Even if you find a genius capable of surpassing Jiang Bufan, have you considered how long it would take for that genius to grow? Right now, there is someone ready in front of you. Are you really not tempted? Qin Changxing's words were highly persuasive, and the Purple Mansion's sacred lord became serious. Who exactly are you? From the way you speak, it seems like you're the one controlling the 72 Wolf Smokes. Who I am doesn't matter. You just need to know that I can decide this matter. But I'm not a rigid person. If he can't conquer you, and you can't conquer him, then let us forget about it. How about that? The Purple Mansion's sacred lord thought for a moment and said, "Not enough. If you want the Purple Mansion's sacred land to fully support Wu Li, relying on him alone isn't sufficient. The 72 Wolf Smokes and the Kunlun sacred land are mortal enemies, and there are grudges with other forces as well. If the Purple Mansion's sacred land supports Wu Li, it will become the public enemy of the entire Central Court. The risk is too great. What if I join in? If things work out between you and Wu Li, I, Qin Changsheng, can reside in the Purple Mansion's sacred land for 300 years. Deal." The Purple Mansion's sacred lord agreed without hesitation. With Qin Changxing and Wu Li, two great geniuses, combined with the foundation and resources of the Purple Mansion's sacred land, even if the destined one appeared, he would have confidence in fighting them. Everyone got what they wanted, and the atmosphere eased considerably. Since we're now partners, Sacred Lord, can you explain what destiny is? The Purple Mansion's Sacred Lord began to explain. Destiny is the crystallization of an era's fortune and power. The being who carries destiny will become the strongest of their time. No matter how outstanding others may be later, they will always be overshadowed by the Destined One. Only when the Destined One dies can others have the chance to compete for supremacy. Chen Chongqing frowned. You keep saying the Destined One is powerful, but how powerful exactly? Can you elaborate? No one knows exactly how strong the Destined One is, but according to the ancient records of the Purple Mansion's sacred land, only the Destined One can enter forbidden grounds and leave unscathed, and they even have the chance to overturn a forbidden ground. Chen Chongqing's heart trembled. Overturning a forbidden ground such power was simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, he became excited. From what you've said, I'm even more interested in destiny. But destiny is such an elusive thing, no one is I and the Destined One written on their face. How can we find and eliminate the Destined One before they carry destiny? To be precise, how can we identify the Destined One among the vast sea of people? The Purple Mansion's Sacred Lord smiled. Since the major sacred lands want to cultivate their own Destined Ones, they naturally have methods to find them. Among the major sacred lands, the methods of the Purple Mansion's sacred land are the most effective. As he spoke, he took out a jade box from his chest. Opening the jade box, a beetle the size of a soybean flew out. This is the sacred beetle of my Purple Mansion's sacred land, the king of all insects. Impervious to blades and spears, resistant to water and fire. It has a characteristic. It likes to approach people with exceptionally good luck. Moreover, the scarab will display different colors based on varying levels of fortune. Green represents the weakest, blue is slightly stronger, orange is excellent, and purple is already extremely rare. When encountering a true destiny bearer, the scarab will shine with a brilliant crimson light. Additionally, those with deep karmic ties to the destiny bearer will also emit crimson light, though not as pure as the destiny bearer's. This scarab, 40,000 years ago, once tested the fortune of the destiny bearer's enlightenment mentor. At that time, it directly radiated both red and purple colors, with purple being the majority. Even so, the destiny bearer's mentor became one of the few strongest individuals of that era. As the Lord of the Purple Mansion spoke, her eyes reflected the glorious scenes recorded in ancient texts. However, this beautiful memory didn't last long before Chen Chongqing's voice interrupted her. Are you talking about this color? The Lord of the Purple Mansion looked up and found that the flying scarab had somehow already landed in Chen Chongqing's hand. Chen Chongqing curiously pinched the scarab with 2 fingers, observing it closely. The crimson light was so dazzling that the Lord of the Purple Mansion could hardly keep her eyes open. Silence. The Lord of the Purple Mansion was silent for a moment, rubbed her eyes, and carefully examined the light emitted by the scarab. The blood-red glow filled the entire room, and the faint trace of purple was almost unnoticeable amidst the red light. At this moment, no one would doubt that Chen Chongqing was the destiny bearer. Phew! The Lord of the Purple Mansion took a deep breath, trying to calm her excitement, and asked, "What exactly did you do? Why is the scarab reacting this way?" "We secretly tested the fortune of all the prodigies when they entered the Kunlun Holy Land. At that time, your fortune was purple with a hint of red. Why has it become like this now? Even if you were the destiny bearer's own son, it wouldn't be like this, right?" Seeing the Lord of the Purple Mansion's agitated expression, Chen Chongqing rolled his eyes and said, "I should be asking you what happened. You're the one who brought out this bug. If you don't know, how would I?" The two fell silent again. Just moments ago, everyone was discussing how to kill the one who had activated destiny, and now this situation had arisen. It was indeed hard to accept. After a while, Chen Chongqing tentatively said, "You tested the fortune of all the prodigies when they entered the Kunlun Holy Land. Is it possible that the activation of destiny happened after your testing? After all, none of you know how to activate destiny otherwise. You would have done it long ago." The Lord of the Purple Mansion looked at Chen Chongqing with a helpless expression. During the prodigy gathering, all the prodigies were under surveillance in the Holy Land. Although the activation of destiny doesn't have obvious manifestations, it would definitely cause a commotion. Moreover, only you left the Kunlun Holy Land and escaped our surveillance. After hearing this, Qin Changxing scratched his head and revealed a bitter smile. He seemed to have already guessed who had activated destiny. With such a great opportunity falling into his lap, it seemed he would have to adjust his plans. The situation is indeed a bit unexpected now, but it's not a big problem. Also, I want to ask, do you have any way to kill this bug? The Lord of the Purple Mansion looked at Chun Changxing's expression, appearing calm on the surface but inwardly overjoyed. Chun Changxing's fortune was glowing red, indicating that he was closely connected to the true destiny bearer. Considering the performance of the 72 wolf smokes, a little thought could easily reveal who the true destiny bearer was. Initially, she only intended to recruit a prodigy capable of rivaling the destiny bearer, but unexpectedly, she directly found the destiny bearer himself. This was practically a blessing falling from the heavens. Apart from the surprise of the destiny bearer, Chun Changxing himself was also a rare treasure. Based on the feedback from the sacred beetle, Chun Changxing was the strongest under the destiny bearer. With a bit of luck, he might directly become the true destiny bearer. The strongest individuals, ranked first and second in the world, had both joined the Purple Mansion Holy Land. With such an advantage, if the Purple Mansion Holy Land still couldn't become the #1 holy land in the world, it would be truly unreasonable. Despite the turbulent emotions in her heart, the Lord of the Purple Mansion maintained her composure and said, "The sacred beetle is a treasure of our Purple Mansion Holy Land. Even I don't have a good way to kill it. However, I can seal it, so that other holy lands won't discover your identity and witch power. After all, the methods of other holy lands are far less powerful than the sacred beetle." As soon as the Lord of the Purple Mansion finished speaking, a golden light flew out from Chun Changxing's arms. Crunch! The treasure of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, known as the King of all bugs, the sacred beetle, was bitten to death by a big fat silkworm. Looking at the big fat silkworm on the table, which was munching on the sacred beetle's corpse, the two fell into silence again. Is this the king of all bugs? It no longer is. Do you have any more sacred beetles? No, for tens of thousands of years, this was the only one in the Purple Mansion Holy Land. After a brief exchange, the two fell silent once more. After the big fat silkworm finished eating the sacred beetle's corpse, Qin Changxing put away the golden silkworm goo. Since the matter is settled, let's leave it at that. You didn't go back on your word before, and you certainly won't now. With that, Qin Changxing got up and walked out. Wait, is there something else? Seeing Chun Changxing's puzzled expression, the Lord of the Purple Mansion's face flushed slightly. Even if you want to handle some private matters, at least let us meet him. I, Nailan Jing, am the head of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. How could I possibly fall for someone I've never met? I've already thought about this. In a while, I'll have the 72 wolf smokes kidnap him. Then you'll naturally meet him. It'll also give you a chance to assess just how powerful this man destined to unlock fate truly is. If he can't even defeat you, then he has no qualifications to bear the destiny. By the way, a friendly reminder, I absolutely won't tell anyone about today's events, not even the witch power. This means that when the kidnapping happens, he'll go all out. If you hold back, you're bound to get beaten. Chun Changxing paused as he spoke, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I have a question I'm quite curious about. If I really become the one to unlock fate, will you fall in love with me? Faced with Chun Changxing's question, Nailan Jing answered seriously. If you truly awaken your destiny, I can become your capable assistant. I can also be your ally, but I will absolutely never fall in love with you, because you're simply not my type. Hearing this response, Qin Changxing touched his face and smiled bitterly. This answer is truly heartbreaking, especially since I'm quite confident in my looks. But such an answer is actually more to my liking. After speaking, Qin Changxing opened the door and walked out leisurely. Seeing Chun Changxing leave, Zining hurriedly came in and asked, "Master, did that guy say anything offensive?" Nailan Jing ignored Zining and simply looked in the direction where Qin Changxing had left, her cheeks slightly flushed. The first man in 30,000 years to awaken his destiny, it does sound rather impressive. What kind of man would he turn out to be? Zining muttered in her heart. "Master, Don't show that kind of expression. I really can't handle it. Your behavior, if it were an ordinary person, would be called robbing the cradle, you know? Just as Zi Ning was lost in her thoughts, Nailan Jing recovered from her emotions. Zining, starting tomorrow, Chen Changxing will be the holy son of the Purple Mansion's sacred land. You must protect him without fail. Zining looked at Nailan Jing in surprise. Master, you want me to protect him? What about him makes you think he needs my protection? When Master says something, it is final. Are you going to disobey? Faced with her master's firmness, Zining, though unwilling, obediently left the room. After Zining left, Nailan Jing quickly analyzed the current situation in her mind. The matter between herself and Wu Li was actually not a big deal. The truly important issue was the cooperation between the 72 Wolf Smokes and the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. Wu Li is the one who has awakened his destiny, and as his strength grows, it will be increasingly difficult to keep his identity a secret. So now, she and Chen Changxing share a common goal, to disrupt the judgment of other forces and buy time for Wu Li to grow stronger. After all, there have been cases of destiny bearers being killed before. Without the ability to bear the destiny, everything would be for naught. This is a high-stakes gamble lose, and everything is gone win, and the entire world can be ruled. The best way to hide Wu Li's identity is to create an even bigger illusion. Chen Changxing's mystery and strength make it easy for others to mistakenly believe that he is the true destiny bearer. As long as Chen Changxing's card isn't revealed, the risk of Wu Li's identity being exposed will be much lower. A single Gongsun Huayu is far from enough to fend off the probing of various experts in sacred lands, which is why she sent Zi Ning to assist. Thinking of this, Nailan Jing sighed deeply and murmured, using oneself as bait and relying on the Purple Mansion sacred land for support, this is truly a grand strategy. The forces of the Eastern Wilderness are deeply connected to you. The heir of the 72 Wolf Smokes is treated as your follower, and you have a thorough understanding of the major forces in the Central Court. Even the invincible Holy Son of Yaoguang has to give you face. Who exactly are you? Saying this, Nailan Jing fell into deep thought again, as she couldn't see through Chen Changxing. Although she couldn't determine his true identity, she was certain that Chen Changxing was definitely not some rookie who had just started out. I'm absolutely exhausted. Can't you just say everything at once? Do I really have to run back and forth all by myself? Looking at the names crossed off the list, Chen Changxing couldn't help but complain. After leaving the Purple Mansion Holy Land, he visited various major forces one by one. The negotiations were simple. The other party would propose conditions, which he would tactfully decline. Then both sides would pretend to be friendly, secretly reaching an agreement. If they couldn't be friends, at least they wouldn't become enemies. But Chen Changxing knew in his heart that none of these agreements were sincere. At critical moments, it wouldn't be surprising if these people stabbed him in the back. After venting his frustration, he looked at the last two names on the list, Wuhan Pavilion and Kunlun Holy Land. Yao Yingying had suddenly challenged him at the Tianjiao conference, likely with some story behind it. So he hadn't gone to Wuhan Pavilion first. As for Zhang Bufan, the reason was simpler. He had climbed from being a quasi-holy son to the position of Holy Lord, demonstrating extraordinary methods and strength. Since becoming the master of the Holy Land, Kunlun's influence had grown stronger, even showing potential to become the foremost Holy Land in the Central Court. Facing such a big figure, Chen Changxing naturally had to prepare carefully. Swipe. Crossing off Wuhan Pavilion's name, Chen Changxing strode toward its residence. Zhang Bufan, being a tough nut to crack, was better left for last. The pavilion master of Wuhan, Miju Shirtai, had been waiting for quite some time. Chen Changxing grinned and said, I'm truly sorry for coming so late, Shirtai. I hope you can forgive me. It's fine as long as you're here. Early or late doesn't tea make much difference. Please, have a seat. Miju Shirtai invited him to sit and poured him a cup of tea. Looking at the tea in front of him, Chen Changxing pondered for a moment and said, It's getting late. Shirtai, if there is something you need, please speak directly. As far as I know, the successors of Wuhan Pavilion have always been female disciples. Judging by that, Wuhan Pavilion certainly doesn't intend to recruit me as a successor, right? Miju Shirtai glanced at him and said, The successor of Wuhan Pavilion could never be a man. Inviting you here is because there's something I'd like to ask for your help with. Oh, if there's something Shirtai needs help with, as long as it's a small matter, I naturally wouldn't refuse. Miju Shirtai didn't respond, but silently pushed a warm jade box toward him. This is the price for your assistance. Take a look before deciding. Chen Chongqing casually opened the warm jade box in front of him. When he saw the contents, a ripple of emotion flashed through his previously calm eyes. Inside the box lay a blood-red hand, with plant-like patterns faintly visible upon closer inspection. Chen Chongqing smacked his lips and said, "Blood hand ginseng. Consuming it can significantly enhance vitality without any side effects. Moreover, blood hand ginseng is also a key ingredient in many ancient elixirs. If I'm not mistaken, this item is one of Wuhan Pavilion's 3 great treasures. Now that Shirtai has brought it out, it seems what she wants isn't simple." Miju Shirtai said calmly. "The cultivation method on Gongsun Huayu is extremely rare. Although I haven't fully grasped the key points, I've noticed some clues. Integrating essence, energy, and spirit into one, cultivating both internally and externally, this indeed avoids many flaws in cultivation. But in doing so, the resources required for cultivation increase significantly. Spiritual energy can still be supplemented by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and divine sources, but vitality is much harder to replenish. Humans are naturally weak and need nourishment to strengthen their vitality and physique. The higher the realm, the fewer heavenly treasures are available. This blood hand ginseng can help you advance further. You can take it, but you must kill Xuanxin." After hearing Miju Shirtai's request, Chen Chongqing narrowed his eyes. "Shirtai, the blood hand ginseng is indeed precious, but I, Chen Chongqing, am not a pauper. Asking me to kill the Buddha's son of the Northern Desert Buddhist Kingdom for such a treasure is too naive. Of course, this alone is not enough. After you kill Xuanxin, I will have Yingying leave you a bloodline. Yingying's physique is extremely rare, and the child you have together will surely become a top-tier genius." As soon as Chen Chongqing spoke, he leaned back slightly and said in surprise, "That's not a funny joke. I may be handsome, but I'm not narcissistic enough to think every woman would like me. A Tao companion is a matter of mutual consent. You wouldn't." He stopped mid-sentence and looked at Miju Shirtai with disdain. "Are you planning to use tricks?" "Yes." Miju Shirtai took a sip of tea and said calmly, "To cultivate the ruthless heavenly scripture to its highest level, one must be completely devoid of emotions and desires." But she happened to fall in love with the Buddha's son of the Northern Desert Buddhist Kingdom. Although she obeyed orders and separated from Xuanxin, she still can't forget him in her heart. Killing Xuanxin and giving birth to a child will completely extinguish her feelings, allowing her to cultivate the ruthless heavenly scripture to perfection. Hearing her calmly say these words, Chen Chongqing felt a wave of disgust. No wonder Xuanxin lost so quickly in the Tianjiao conference's debate. It turns out he was burdened by emotional attachments. The Buddha's son of the Buddhist kingdom is not allowed to have a Tao companion. For him to participate in the Tianjiao conference, he must have fought his way step by step. That's right. Xuanxin forcefully broke through the Buddhist kingdom's Arhat formation and even fell into demonic cultivation to leave the Buddhist kingdom. As a result, the Buddhist kingdom abandoned him, though some old relics still hope he will repent, so they haven't removed his name. If you kill Xuanxin, the Northern Desert Buddhist Kingdom won't make things too difficult for you. With Yingying's body as compensation, you won't lose out." After hearing this, Chen Chongqing pushed the blood hand ginseng back. "To be honest, you really disgust me. Yao Yingying endured the pain of giving up her love for you, yet you schemed against her behind her back. If it were me, she would have been dead long ago." Miju Shirtai glanced at him, still calm and unperturbed. "She is the most suitable successor to cultivate the ruthless heavenly scripture in the history of Wuhan Pavilion. Apart from the founder of Wuhan Pavilion, no one has ever perfected the ruthless heavenly scripture, and she has this opportunity. I can't just watch her go astray. Whether she hates me or resents me, as long as she can master the ruthless heavenly scripture and achieve the immaculate body, even if it costs her life, it doesn't matter." Ha. Miju Shirtai, truly impressive. Wuhan Pavilion is ruthless enough. I, Chen Chongqing, have seen it all. I can't do this. Shirtai, find someone else. After speaking, Qin Changxing stood up, ready to leave. If you don't agree, someone else surely will. Hearing this, he stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and said, others agreeing is their business. Anyway, I, Qin Changsheng, won't do such a disgusting thing. You can scheme against your disciple, I won't interfere. You can kill Xuanqin, I won't stop you. But don't let this happen under my watch. If I saw it, I would never stand by and do nothing. Because you truly disgust me to the extreme. After saying this, he strode out of the No-Regret Pavilion's residence. Miju Shirtai watched his departing figure, her face still expressionless. Sigh. After leaving the No-Regret Pavilion's residence, Qin Changxing took out the wooden carving from his chest and sighed softly. Little girl, when you first entered the cultivation world, I was always worried you would encounter these ugly things. It turns out you took another path, one that didn't make me worry. This path may be lonely and long, but at least you won't face as many disgusting things as I do. My journey through the mortal world is exciting, but it also stings my heart deeply. After speaking, he put away the wooden carving and slowly walked toward the place he had agreed to meet Jiang Bufan. After visiting more than 10 factions, the long night was finally nearing its end. Jiang Bufan had quietly sat through the entire night, waiting in the pavilion. As the eastern sky began to brighten, Qin Changxing finally arrived, albeit late. I truly apologize, Lord Jiang. You were the first to invite me, yet I am the last to meet you. I am truly deserving of death. Watching Qin Changxing's stiff performance, Jiang Bufan smiled faintly and said, if you can't see the moon, then watching the sunrise isn't bad either. Please sit, my friend. He replaced the tea with a fresh pot, and the two silently gazed at the distant light. After a long while, Qin Changxing casually asked, Lord Jiang, aren't you planning to offer a price to recruit me? Jiang Bufan smiled lightly and replied, you misunderstand, my friend. I never intended to recruit you, I invited you merely to reminisce. Others recruit you because they lack confidence in themselves. They don't believe they can laugh until the end, so they think of giving the opportunity to others. But I have never thought that way, not 700 years ago, and not now. Lord Jiang is truly confident. Qin Changsheng gazed at the light on the horizon and said, nowadays, talents are everywhere. To carve out a bloody path is extremely difficult. I wonder where Lord Jiang's confidence comes from. Faced with Qin Changxing's straightforward question, Jiang Bufan not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled and said, my confidence comes from myself, just like back then. At that time, no one believed a quasi-holy sun could replace the true holy sun. No one believed I could withstand all opposition and ascend to the position of Holy Lord. I still vividly remember when I defeated the true Holy Sun of Kunlun Holy Land. No one in the entire Holy Land thought highly of me. They believed my victory was dishonorable, and some elders even declared, as long as he lives, I will never ascend to the position of Holy Lord. But time proved everything. I ultimately ascended to the position of Holy Lord. The one who crowned me was none other than that elder. His eyes were full of resentment, but his face had to feign flattery. You know, his expression was truly comical. Speaking excitedly, Jiang Bufan couldn't help but slap his leg and laugh heartily. Anyone else listening would surely think he was telling a joke. But from Jiang Bufan's understated words, Qin Changsheng discerned the blood-soaked past behind them. After laughing for a while, Jiang Bufan restrained his laughter and said, my ascension to Holy Lord was not only due to my own efforts, but also thanks to someone whose contribution can never be erased. Do you know who it is, my friend? Qin Changxing glanced at him and calmly uttered a name. Wu Li. He is the one who contributed the most to your ascension to the Holy Master's throne. You defeated the original Holy Sun, Jiang Feng, and replaced him, but the forces behind Jiang Feng will not let you off easily. To firmly secure the Holy Master's throne, you must continue to achieve merits, which is why you became the initial supporter of the 72 Wolf Smoke. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Bufan clapped his hands, his gaze filled with admiration. Spot on, young friend. Your insight is truly sharp. Choosing Wu Li as an opponent was both the best and worst decision I've ever made in my life. He is truly strong, with his strength undergoing qualitative leaps every so often. It was precisely because of the pressure he gave me that I was able to continuously control the Kunlun Holy Land. At that time, I was the only one who could contend with Wooly. But not long after, I began to regret it, because I realized that Wooly not only had outstanding talent, but also a sharp mind. I used him to control the Kunlun Holy Land, and he used me to strengthen himself. When I finally fully controlled the Kunlun Holy Land, I found that I couldn't kill him at all. Thinking about it now, I still feel a bit of regret. Jiang Bufan sighed deeply, and Chen Chongqing said, Holy Master Jiang, just speak directly. If you keep beating around the bush, how long are we going to talk? Haha, Jiang Bufan laughed. I just like smart people like you, young friend. My purpose is simple, I need you to pave the way for me. Yaoguang Holy Sun, Nen Yuan Bachalu, Beimo Xuanqing, Wuhan Pavilions Yao Yingying, and some other strong individuals who have yet to reveal themselves. Even if all these people are combined, I can't kill them in one strike. I know these geniuses too well. If I can't kill them in one strike, they will only grow stronger next time. I walked this path myself back then, so I naturally won't make the same mistakes as my enemies. Faced with Jiang Bufan's request, Chen Chongqing remained silent, staring at him intently. What if I refuse? Then I will crush you. No matter what you plan to do, I will stop you. I know you must have allies, and perhaps they can save your life, but they won't be able to stop me. With my interference, do you think you can still compete for destiny? Chen Chongqing chuckled lightly. Using the same tactics in a similar situation, aren't you afraid of cultivating another Wooly? Not afraid. People don't fall twice in the same place. But the path I open can also be walked by others. What if someone behind me is like you? If there is, so be it. Dealing with one is always better than dealing with a group. After speaking, Jiang Bufan stood up and stretched his body. At this moment, the first ray of sunlight shone on the two of them. In the end, in the battle for destiny, all schemes will fail. The only thing that truly determines victory is one's own strength. I admit my talent is slightly inferior to top-tier geniuses like Wooly. So, over the past 700 years, I have done everything possible to make up for my shortcomings. After preparing for 700 years, I am also eager to see the final outcome. At this point, Jiang Bufan turned and smiled at Chen Chongqing. Young friend's personality and appearance remind me of an old acquaintance. That person once deceived me back then. To prevent being tricked while working with you, I've decided to give you a hand. Look over there. Jiang Bufan pointed with his right hand, and the distant formation slowly dissipated. As the shielding formation was lifted, the sounds of fierce battle echoed. A giant could be seen fighting desperately, covered in blood. That person was none other than Gongsun Huayu, who was performing the heaven and earth spell. You're courting death. Seeing Gongsun Huayu severely injured, Chen Chongqing's fury ignited instantly. However, Jiang Bufan had already prepared in advance and suddenly appeared 10 feet away from Chen Chongqing. Young man, if you had come earlier, this girl wouldn't have been so gravely injured. But she is truly strong. After an entire night, she still hasn't died. It seems her fate is not yet sealed. Chen Chongqing glanced at Jiang Bufan, then looked at the blood-soaked Gongsun Huayu in the distance. Without hesitation, he directly used the golden light traversing technique and dashed away. The most important thing now was to save her. Wasting time on threats would be pointless. As the barrier formation disappeared, the intense sounds of battle alarmed the people of the Kunlun Holy Land. Upon understanding the situation, the people from the Eastern Wasteland and the Purple Mansion Holy Land quickly rushed over. Among the crowd, one figure moved the fastest. His expression the most anxious. It was none other than Fu Yao, the holy son of Yaoguang. The battle took place in Butterfly Valley, and Fu Yao knew exactly why Gongsun Huayu was there. If something happened to Gongsun Huayu, his younger brother was likely in danger as well. Boom! A punch struck Gongsun Huayu from behind, causing blood and shattered bones to spew from his mouth. The scales on his body were already in tatters. Struggling to climb out of the rubble, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly scanned the surrounding enemies. At this moment, a man with wings on his back approached from the distance. Today's so-called geniuses truly disappoint me. I didn't expect you all to be this weak. Ever since I stepped into the central court, I've heard about the so-called 72 wolf smokes. I thought the inheritors of the 72 wolf smokes would be formidable, but it turns out they can't even defeat my pet. What a joke. Facing the mockery, Gongsun Huaiyu coldly stared back. Last night, he had been ambushed, and what was even more shocking was that this genius of the Western continent's demon race had been subdued as a battle pet by the man. Throughout the night, the mysterious man had never made a move, merely observing. Against such a powerful enemy, Gongsun Huaiyu had no chance of victory. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting words. I, Gongsun Huaiyu, am nothing more than a small fry of the 72 wolf smokes. When faced with a true genius, I would probably have no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. The man chuckled lightly. Fine, then I'll kill this small fry first and completely annihilate your 72 wolf smokes. Then you'll understand what a true genius is. Boom. Before the man finished speaking, an explosion erupted beneath his feet. Looking closely, the rescuer was none other than Qin Changsheng. However, Qin Changsheng's furious strike failed to hit the man. Now this is getting interesting. The man looked at Qin Changsheng with disdain. But you're too slow, you can't hit me. The wings on his back, imbued with the power of wind and thunder, shimmered with a dangerous light. Qin Changsheng threw out several formation platforms with a backhand motion. Buzz, a simplified version of the Heaven and Earth Death formation instantly took shape. As the formation closed, a beam of light shot into it. In the distance, Butterfly Valley was in ruins. Gongsun Huaiyu's injuries were severe, and the light emanating from Fu Yao's body grew increasingly dazzling. Clearly, the holy son of Yaoguang was enraged. As Fu Yao arrived, he exchanged a glance with Qin Changsheng. Kill him. With those three simple words, two powerful auras surged into the Heaven and Earth Death formation, causing it to tremble violently. Qin Changsheng faced four geniuses of the Western continent's demon race, while Fu Yao confronted the mysterious man with wings on his back. Ah! As soon as the battle began, screams echoed. Qin Changsheng forcibly broke the tusks of the genius from the giant elephant clan with his bare hands. A massive black butterfly had half of its wing torn off. The golden bear had one of its paws severed by a single sword strike. The corrosive water of the mystic water turtle had no effect on Qin Changsheng, and the turtle's defensive shell was shattered by his three punches. For geniuses from the Western continent couldn't even last 3 breaths. Within those 3 breaths, Fu Yao and the mysterious man had already exchanged over 300 moves. The strands of light emanating from Yaoguang's Saint Sun's hair and the radiant immortal bone in his possession made his aura overwhelming. Faster, faster. The mysterious man laughed. Only someone like you is worthy of fighting me. He completely disregarded Fu Yao. Seeing that it was difficult to restrain the enemy in a short time, a faint aura began to emanate from Fu Yao, as if preparing to unleash a finishing move. Trying to escape? Don't even think about it. At that moment, Qin Changsheng seized the opportunity, using his golden light technique to fly above, smashing the gluttonous root bone onto the mysterious man's head. Clang! The powerful strike left the man dizzy and slowed his movements. Fu Yao unleashed his full power, forcing the man to fall from the air. Boom, boom, boom. The two joined forces, quickly driving the mysterious man into the ground. In less than a breath, the three were already 100 feet deep. Ah! A furious roar echoed from underground, as a powerful energy overturned the soil within a 10-mile radius, 100 feet deep. But when the man angrily emerged from the dirt, Qin Changsheng and Fu Yao were already standing calmly nearby. At the same time, the great powers of the Kunlun Holy Land had also arrived. From the moment Qin Changsheng arrived to the end of the battle, only 6 breaths had passed. The situation was now clear, and the mysterious man understood he had no chance. No matter how arrogant he was, it was impossible to defeat all the experts here alone. Lord Jiang, what is going on? Can the Kunlun Holy Land still ensure the safety of the geniuses? Faced with the current situation, Nailan Jing was the first to press and question. Jiang Bufan, however, chuckled lightly and said, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. This was merely a friendly sparring session. These young friends are also participants in the Genius Gathering. They just arrived late and didn't have time for introductions. These 4 are from the Western continent, and this one is a genius from the Forbidden Land of the Sacred Ruins. Upon hearing Forbidden Land of the Sacred Ruins, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The previously defeated man finally revealed a smile upon seeing this reaction. The Central Land is nothing special after all. The mysterious man's words caused many of the great powers to show dissatisfaction. Nalan Jing coldly responded, "The Forbidden Land may be strong, but it is not invincible. When the Destiny Bearer appeared back then, your people from the Forbidden Land behaved obediently. Now, with such arrogance, aren't you afraid that when the Destiny Bearer appears again, they might pay your Forbidden Land a visit?" The mysterious man laughed. "I don't deny the strength of the Destiny Bearer, but no one has truly borne destiny yet. I am the one destined by fate, and you all are merely supporting characters." Nalan Jing snorted coldly and said no more. Since the one who bore destiny had not yet appeared, it was unwise to provoke someone from the Forbidden Land now. At this moment, Chen Changsheng, who was treating Gongsun Huayu's injuries, did not look up and casually asked, "Birdman, what's your name?" The mysterious man instantly flew into a rage, but when he tried to act, Wang Yanyu and the other two blocked him. Chen Changsheng glanced coldly and calmly said, "Don't move. If you dare to act again, I'll tear off your wings and roast them. No matter how fast a bird flies in the sky, it will eventually be shot down by a hunter." The mysterious man quickly calmed down. It's true that hunters hunt, but it depends on what the prey is. If the prey is a male eagle, the hunter not only fails to hit it, but might be killed by the eagle instead. And Fang Qianqing on our side is that eagle. Upon hearing Fang Qianqing, Fuyao frowned deeply. Fang Qianqing? According to the Yaowang records, this continent once had many ancient races collectively known as the ancient clans. The powerful ancient clans gradually disappeared after the collapse of destiny, with the last to vanish being the Tianyi clan, who were born with twin wings. 5,000 years ago, the Tianyi clan gave birth to a prodigy with innate wind and thunder wings, possessing incredible speed. He was named Fang Qianqing, symbolizing that such a rare talent was worth more than 1,000 cities. Fang Qianqing laughed. "Haha, 5,000 years have passed, and there are still people who remember these old tales. You're not bad, qualified to be my opponent. But before I kill you, I'll tear this guy's mouth apart first. He's too annoying." Chen Changxing completely ignored Fang Qianqing's threat. While picking up the injured Gongsun Huayu, he instructed Su Tian to take Fuyao's younger brother. Then he turned to Jiang Bufan and asked, "Jiang Saint Master, what is the second round of the Tianjiao tournament about?" Jiang Bufan replied, "The second round tests skill. The Kunlun Sanctuary has discovered a divine source mine, rich in resources, located 3,000 miles to the west. However, there are terrifying and bizarre phenomena within the mine. Whoever can eliminate the anomalies will own the mine. Considering everyone's current state, this round is postponed for 5 days. Additionally, to ensure fairness, no Tianjiao is allowed to leave the Kunlun Sanctuary during the competition period." "Understood." Chen Changxing responded indifferently, leading the group away. Watching his departing figure, Jiang Bufan couldn't help but smile. No matter how talented, they ultimately cannot escape my control. Fang Qianqing severely injured Gongsun Huayu, and I have cut off your pre-arranged plans. I want to see if you'll fight desperately in 5 days and show your true abilities." Eastern Wilderness Courtyard. Back at the gathering place, Chen Changxing neither blamed Gongsun Huayu for going out on his own nor made any threats to kill Fang Qianqing. After stabilizing the injuries of the two, he said to Wang Yanyu, Nalan Jing, and others, "I will be in seclusion for 5 days. During this time, I will see no one, and no one is allowed to disturb me. You four will guard and prevent any investigation." After speaking, he turned and entered his room. Nalan Jing, who had just allied with Chen Changsheng, was completely unable to grasp his true intentions. However, those familiar with him, such as Zhua Xinghe, understood that Chen Changsheng was preparing to send someone off. Inside the room, a delicate bronze Dao platform stood quietly. It was refined by Chen Changsheng using the remnants of a bronze ancient hull from the 10,000 mountains. The 3-color teleportation array must be paired with the special material of the bronze ancient hull to activate. This teleportation array capable of crossing vast spaces and ignoring formation seals, had long been coveted by Chen Chongqing. After hundreds of years of research, he finally created a miniature version of the three-color teleportation array. Although its range was small and the direction of teleportation couldn't be controlled, it allowed him to leave the Kunlun sanctuary silently. This was also the confidence behind his decision to bring Gongsun Huayu here. Activating the array, Chen Chongqing's figure instantly disappeared. Outside the Kunlun sanctuary, a figure appeared in the wilderness. The grand formation enveloping the Kunlun sanctuary showed no signs of alarm. Looking at the distant Kunlun sanctuary, Chen Chongqing's lips curved slightly. Jiang Bufan, you want me to clear obstacles for you, so I'll satisfy you properly. Also, your Tianjiao tournament is too low-key, I'll help you make it more lively. After speaking, he identified the direction and flew toward the venue of the competition scheduled for 5 days later. Fang Qianxing attacking Gongsun Huayu was clearly orchestrated by Jiang Bufan behind the scenes. If Gongsun Huayu were killed, Jiang Bufan would never let him go. Once he clashed with Fang Qianxing, other geniuses would gradually choose sides. Even if some wanted to remain neutral, Jiang Bufan would secretly push the situation forward. In a battle between two strong opponents, casualties are inevitable. Regardless of who loses, Jiang Bufan would have one less formidable rival. Logically, Jiang Bufan's plan had already succeeded, leaving almost no room for retreat. But he never expected Chen Chongqing to evade his surveillance. Even more unexpected was that Chen Chongqing possessed a top-tier killing formation. 3,000 miles was not far for Chen Chongqing, and he quickly found the divine source mine mentioned by Jiang Bufan. Looking at the mine surrounded by the Kunlun Holy Land, Chen Chongqing sneered disdainfully. He took out a compass and carefully observed the surrounding mountain formations. 3 hours later, he finally completed a detailed survey of the terrain within 300 miles, centering on the mine. Not bad, Chen Chongqing praised. The terrain resembles a dragon coiled with a tiger crouching, with excellent feng shui. Truly a superior dragon vein. Such a place is perfect for setting up a formation. Saying this, he took out a beast skin book from his chest, a treasure he had brought back from the ancient Forbidden Land. The book contained one of the three great killing formations, the Heaven and Earth Fatal Formation. However, the formation Chen Chongqing was preparing to set up now was another one, called the Heaven Withering Formation. The Heaven Withering Formation differs from the Heaven and Earth Fatal Formation, as it heavily relies on the geographical conditions of the setup location. The better the terrain and the stronger the dragon vein, the more powerful the formation becomes. The Heaven Withering Formation can transform the protective aura of the dragon vein into a ferocious dragon, using the power of the dragon vein to counterattack enemies. After killing the enemy, the entire dragon vein would wither, and the surrounding area for 1,000 miles would turn into desolation. After familiarizing himself with the formation, Chen Chongqing began setting it up, including the cultivators guarding the mine within its scope. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Chongqing looked haggard, his eyes bloodshot. Setting up such a large-scale and complex peerless formation not only consumed his mental energy, but also posed a tremendous challenge to his divine sense. Fortunately, he had recently made breakthroughs in his cultivation. Otherwise, the setup time would have been at least 10 times longer. Looking at the masterpiece of the formation, Chen Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. This formation should be sufficient. That bird flies fast, and ordinary formations can't catch it. But unfortunately, no matter how fast a bird flies, it can't escape the hunter's net. With that, he prepared to leave and return to the Kunlun Holy Land. Before leaving, he instinctively glanced at the distant mine again, and his brows furrowed immediately. Why does this place look so strange? Chen Chongqing muttered to himself. This shouldn't be the case. He dismissed the thought of leaving and took out a pile of books to cross-check. These were feng shui books written by mortals. Mortals, like cultivators, also emphasize the art of dragon seeking and acupoint finding. The techniques of cultivators are merely advanced versions of mortal feng shui. After all, cultivators who understand dragon seeking and acupoint finding are renowned formation masters. They can harness the power of mountains and rivers for their own use. The standards of mortal feng shui masters would never find fault with these dragon veins. Yet now, When Chun Chongsheng viewed this place through the lens of mortal knowledge, he discovered it was a place of great misfortune. "This isn't right," he exclaimed in surprise. "Why is it like this?" After thoroughly checking all the feng shui books, all the knowledge indicated that this was an ominous land. But from the perspective of a formation master, this was an excellent dragon vein. Faced with completely opposite conclusions, Chun Chongsheng was utterly perplexed, pondering from afternoon until nightfall. A night breeze swept through, bringing a hint of chill that awakened the contemplative Chun Chongsheng. Suddenly, a sound resembling a woman's sobbing echoed from the mountain forest. Chun Chongsheng glanced lightly and discovered the sound was actually coming from an ordinary bird. Seeing this, he abruptly stood up, recalling a verse from a feng shui book. 100-year-old owl becomes a wood spirit. Laughter rises from the nest of green fire. The owl is an ordinary bird, but in the eyes of feng shui masters, it is considered a bird of misfortune. The wood spirit refers to plant spirits influenced by yin energy, not true demons, but still impactful on mortals, thus often avoided. Thinking of this, Chun Chongsheng casually peeled the bark off a large tree, and fresh red liquid flowed out. His lips twitched, and he finally understood the strange phenomenon. Mortals, with their short lifespans and weak abilities, are more attuned to subtle changes. Cultivators, with their long lifespans and strong powers, tend to overlook such minor things, like the misfortune bird owl and the weak wood spirit. However, these small creatures are highly sensitive to environmental changes. Based on his deduction, the only possibility was that something was altering the terrain here. The dragon vein was too powerful, temporarily suppressing it. Over time, this place would transform from a dragon vein into a great calamity. Understanding all this, Chun Chongsheng excitedly looked into the distance and said, "There are very few things in legend that can directly affect a dragon vein. And this dragon vein is a rare treasure in the central court. Now something can't even suppress it. How interesting." With that, he performed the golden light ground traversal technique and slowly sank underground. Under Chun Chongsheng's careful concealment, the cultivators guarding the mine vein failed to notice his infiltration. The night quickly passed, and as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, Chun Chongsheng suddenly emerged from underground. "That scared me to death. Scared me to death." His face pale, Chun Chongsheng kept patting his chest to calm himself down. After taking several deep breaths, he finally steadied his nerves. Looking at the calm mine vein in the distance, Chun Chongsheng said with lingering fear, "The Kunlun Holy Land really dares to take risks, actually mining divine essence from this thing. Adding this thing to the heaven-withering grand array, they're playing a dangerous game. But this matter doesn't seem to be my concern. The Kunlun Holy Land has deep foundations. They should be able to handle this small trouble. Still, next time I really shouldn't act recklessly. I almost let that thing escape. If it weren't for the dragon vein suppressing it, I might have met my end here." With that, he muttered to himself as he left. Eastern Wilderness Courtyard. After 4 days of seclusion, Chun Chongsheng emerged early. He scanned the crowd and grabbed the newly arrived Fuyao. "Taoist friend, at tomorrow's Tianjiao assembly, you must protect me." Fuyao looked puzzled. "What kind of nonsense are you up to now? Everyone, your imagination is too wild. We can't keep up with your pace." Chun Chongsheng's actions left Fuyao full of questions, but her sixth sense told her it was better not to engage with his topic. "Brother Chun, you must be joking. Your strength is unparalleled in the world. How could it be my turn to protect you? It's better not to joke about such things." After Fuyao politely declined, Chun Chongsheng immediately changed his expression. "If you're not going to protect me, why are you even here? Just go back. Their injuries aren't a big problem." Seeing his urgency, Fuyao didn't get angry. After exchanging a few polite words, she turned and left the Eastern Wilderness Courtyard. Facing Chun Chongsheng's mix of fear and shamelessness, Zining couldn't help but mock him. "If you're so afraid of danger, why did you come to participate in the Tianjiao tournament? Wouldn't it be better to stay home?" Nailan Jing was about to reprimand her, but was stopped by Chun Chongsheng raising his hand. "From what Miss Zining is saying, does it mean you plan to protect me at tomorrow's Tianjiao tournament? My master has ordered me to ensure your safety. Although I don't like you, I will do my duty to protect you. I can't guarantee defeating all your enemies, but I definitely won't run away." Impressive. Chen Changsheng clapped his hands in praise. Miss Zining, you truly have courage. Since you've made your stance clear, I won't be stingy either. As long as you don't run away tomorrow, after the Tianjiao tournament, I will personally teach you a cultivation method. This method is the very one Gongsun Huayu practices. Upon hearing this, Zining's eyes lit up. She had indeed lost to Gongsun Huayu, but not because of a lack of effort or talent. It was due to inadequate cultivation methods. If Chen Changxing truly taught her this method, she would have a chance to continue competing with the Tianjiao elites. Really? Absolutely. If I go back on my word even slightly, I, Chen Changsheng, will die without a burial place. But during tomorrow's tournament, you mustn't run away. No problem, Zining replied confidently. I may not be a match for Fang Qiansheng, but I can hold my own against him for a while. If I run away tomorrow, I wouldn't have the face to see you again. Seeing the determination in Zining's eyes, Chen Changxing smiled faintly. This little girl truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even the holy son of Yaoguang wouldn't dare make such promises. Yet here, she is taking charge. Let's see how you cry tomorrow. After discussing the details with everyone, Chen Changxing sent them off to rest. At that moment, a pale-faced Gongsun Huayu emerged from her room. Chen Changxing glanced at her and said, "Come sit with me on the rooftop." On the rooftop, Chen Changsheng gazed at the distant blue sky and white clouds, his expression much more relaxed. Gongsun Huayu, however, was filled with guilt. "Young master, scold me. Punish me if you must, but please don't ignore me." Her voice carried a sobbing tone. The feeling of being abandoned by loved ones was more painful than anything else. Chen Changxing smiled and said, "Why would I scold you? Because I left the camp without permission and caused you to become enemies with Fang Qiansheng. If it weren't for me, your plans wouldn't have been disrupted, and you wouldn't be in a passive position. Becoming enemies is no big deal. After all, sooner or later, we were bound to encounter such troubles." Chen Changxing spoke lightly, but Gongsun Huayu felt even more self-reproachful. Ever since she started following Chen Changxing, she had been making mistakes. But, no buts. Chen Changxing interrupted her. "You're not walking the path of an ordinary rogue cultivator. In the future, there will be people by your side. But you must understand, no one can avoid making mistakes forever. If someone makes a mistake and you only blame and reprimand them, you won't get far in the end. The mistake has already been made. Even if I scold you, reprimand you, or even kill you, it won't change the fact. You did make a mistake, but I can still help you make amends, even solve it. I can help you once, twice, or 3 times, but what about the 4th or 5th time? If you never learn to think carefully before acting, who will keep helping you?" After hearing Chen Changxing's words, Gongsun Huayu bit her lip hard. Although she was impulsive and a bit childish, she had never intended to cause trouble for everyone. Chen Changxing's words hurt more than cutting flesh because she had disappointed those who cared about her. Seeing that the timing was right, Chen Changxing reached out and gently patted Gongsun Huayu's head and said, "Just remember this lesson. I don't want you making the same mistake twice. By the way, what's the name of that medicine boy in Butterfly Valley?" Gongsun Huayu replied somewhat absent-mindedly. "I don't know either. I just ran into him while wandering around." "Don't lie to me. If I'm asking, it means I already know the truth." "Nailan Xingda." Gongsun Huayu lowered her head and said a name. "Nailan Xingda. That's an interesting name. How did you two meet?" 5 years ago, I was seriously injured in the holy land of Kunlun. After breaking through the encirclement, I passed out, and he saved me. So it was a life-saving grace. No wonder the so-called demoness of the Central Court, Gongsun Huayu, is so enamored. Since you like each other, cherish it well. Don't wait until you're old to regret it." Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu looked at Chen Changxing in surprise. "Young master, you don't oppose me being with him?" "Why would I oppose it?" "Because Brother Nailan has no talent for cultivation. So what if he doesn't? Your master and I aren't the type to choose people just for marriage alliances. As long as you like each other, I won't interfere. Also, if one day you're in danger and neither your master nor I are around, you can try seeking help from the holy son of Yaoguang." "Huh?" Gongsun Huayu looked puzzled. "Why? I'm not even familiar with him." "Because Nailan Xingda is his younger brother, though Nailan Xingda himself doesn't know it. With that connection, Fu Yao won't stand idly by. If it weren't for him secretly cleaning up the aftermath all this time, your secret with Nalan Xingda would have been exposed long ago. Do you really think you could hide it from everyone? Also, don't tell Nalan Xingda about this, or he'll be in danger. Chen Chongqing's words left Gongsun Huaiyu utterly shocked. She had never imagined that Brother Nalan was actually the younger brother of the holy son of Yao Guang. Chen Chongqing ignored her shock, stood up, stretched a bit, and said, "There are a few things you must remember for tomorrow's Tianjiao assembly. First, you're not allowed to have any conflicts with anyone, including Fang Qianqing. Second, you absolutely must not go deep into the mind veins." Faced with Chen Chongqing's strange demands, the old Gongsun Huaiyu would have asked endless questions, but now she chose to comply. "Young master, no matter the circumstances, I can't break these two rules." "That's right. Even if Fang Qianqing spits in your face, you can't break them. Not only do you have to follow them, but you also need to make sure others follow them too." "Including Zining?" "That's right." Hearing this, Gongsun Huaiyu pursed her lips. "Don't worry, young master, I won't let you down." "Huh." Seeing her expression, Chen Chongqing laughed in satisfaction. "Learning from mistakes, you've really grown up." With that, he jumped off the roof and returned to his room. As the saying goes, the more secrets, the safer talking too much risks exposure. To ensure tomorrow's plan is flawless, the best way is to reveal nothing to anyone. The old Gongsun Huaiyu would have insisted on getting to the bottom of things or secretly cut corners while carrying out orders. But now, she neither asked for reasons nor felt dissatisfied for not understanding. This kind of growth was exactly what Chen Chongqing wanted to see. Time flies, and the day quickly passed. Early on the fifth day, all the prodigies gathered outside the mineral vein. At the same time, leaders from various major forces and sacred lands also arrived. After all, the second trial was quite dangerous, and no one wanted their prodigies to encounter mishaps. Interestingly, the eastern wilderness was ostracized by most of the forces from the central court, so Wan Yanyu and the others could only stand farther from the entrance of the mineral vein. Although the Purple Mansion sacred land wasn't as severely excluded, they still couldn't secure a good position. If something happened inside the mineral vein, the eastern wilderness and the Purple Mansion sacred land wouldn't be able to provide immediate support. The root cause of all this was naturally Fang Qianqing, the son of the Forbidden Land. Facing the eternal and indestructible Forbidden Land, not every force had the courage to confront it head-on. Chen Chongqing, once you enter this mineral vein, your life and death will be uncertain. If you're scared, you can quit now. No one will laugh at you. Fang Qianqing sneered from not far away. Chen Chongqing replied coldly, "The outcome hasn't been decided yet, so you'd better not be too arrogant. The mineral vein can block divine sense detection. Being too arrogant makes it easy to get ambushed." "Oh, really?" Fang Qianqing smirked disdainfully. "Then I'll wait and see the show." After speaking, he led the prodigies of the western continent into one of the mine tunnels. Chen Chongqing, with a stern expression, also led his group into another tunnel. There were many entrances to the mineral vein, but they would eventually converge at one point. This place was like a maze, a natural killing ground. Inside the mine tunnel, after walking for a while, Chen Chongqing encountered a fork in the road. The left path led deeper into the mineral vein, while the right path circled around its periphery. Chen Chongqing naturally chose the left path. Just as everyone was about to follow, Gongsun Huaiyu blocked the entrance to the left path. "We're taking the right path." Everyone looked puzzled at her actions. Yi Henqing asked, "Miss Gongsun, what is your plan here?" "Nothing special. I just want to take the right path, and you all have to come with me." Zining immediately protested. "Who do you think you are? Since when do you get to decide for the team? I'll go wherever I want. What does it have to do with you?" Faced with the questioning, Gongsun Huaiyu didn't argue back, but firmly stood at the entrance of the left path. She glanced at Chen Chongqing, who had already left, and then at her own stance blocking the way. Yi Henqing squinted and said, "Miss Zining, don't be angry. Miss Gongsun must have her reasons. How about this? We split up. Some of us will go help Brother Chen, while the rest follow Miss Gongsun down the other path. This mine tunnel is complex, and there is more than one route leading to the depths of the mineral vein." Hearing Yi Henqing's suggestion, Zining's anger subsided slightly. After all, with so many people together, they were a large target, and splitting up seemed reasonable. No, Gongsun Huayu directly rejected Yi Henxing's proposal. No one is allowed to take this path. You Miss Zining, don't be angry. Since Miss Gongsun 1T let us take this path, we'll just choose another one. Brother Chun is strong. If we keep following him, we might end up holding him back. Faced with Gongsun Huayu's stubborn attitude, Zining was furious. Fortunately, Yi Henxing acted as the mediator, preventing the situation from escalating. In the end, under Gongsun Huayu's insistence, everyone chose the right path. 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation, ghostly shadow maze formation. Chen Changsheng leisurely walked through the mine tunnel, setting up a trapping formation at every fork. These formations were nothing to a genius, easily solvable in a few breaths. Interestingly, he wasn't in a hurry to rush into the depths of the mine vein, but lingered in the middle layers. After setting up formations on most of the essential paths, Chen Changsheng took out a map. This map was provided by the Kunlun Holy Land to everyone. The purpose of the Genius Tournament was to select the strongest. The mine vein was practically a labyrinth. If everyone spent time finding their way, it would be too wasteful. Staring intently at the red dot in the center of the map, Chen Changxing couldn't help but shiver. How can I make them lure this thing out? If they find out it was me, I probably won't be able to escape the consequences. After pondering for a while, Chen Changxing used the golden light ground traversing technique to slowly dive underground. To avoid others discovering his tampering, the only way was to approach that terrifying thing himself. The strange phenomenon at the end of the mine tunnel was entirely caused by the thing below, and that thing was a full 300 zhang away from the mine tunnel. If he secretly dug out the soil or in between, it would easily be noticed as abnormal. Once someone, out of curiosity like he was a few days ago, started digging, the matter would be exposed. Gongsun Huayu, that's enough. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Blocked by Gongsun Huayu, Zining finally erupted. Since separating from Chen Changsheng, Gongsun Huayu had been leading everyone in circles around the outskirts of the mine vein. Every time they encountered a passage leading deeper into the mine vein, Gongsun Huayu would block them from entering. Once or twice was tolerable, but after 3 consecutive times, Zining couldn't hold back anymore. Facing Zining's fury, Gongsun Huayu calmly responded, "Whether you're afraid of me or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you can't go in." Zining's anger instantly surged. "Gongsun Huayu, I admit you're stronger than me, and I know I'm no match for Chen Changsheng. But you keep stopping us from entering the mine vein again and again. This is clearly not just your decision. Even if you and Chen Changsheng are powerful, you can't treat us like children, can you? The depths of the mine vein are filled with top-tier geniuses. Honestly, do you think we can be of any help?" Gongsun Huayu was momentarily speechless. Zining and the other two might not compare individually to top-tier geniuses like Fang Qiansheng, but their combined strength was still formidable. They were currently in a cooperative state, and wanting to go in to help Chen Changsheng was reasonable. However, Chen Changsheng had given strict orders forbidding them from entering the mine vein. Faced with this difficult situation, Gongsun Huayu felt for the first time the challenges of leading a team, especially a team of geniuses. Geniuses are geniuses because each has their own unique qualities. This inevitably leads to various differing opinions within the team, all of which are reasonable. Zining was different from him. She didn't know Chen Changxing's true identity and thus couldn't fully trust him. Logically, if she were told the truth, she certainly wouldn't doubt Chen Changxing's decisions. But this secret couldn't be revealed, just as Chen Changxing hadn't explained why he forbade them from entering the mine vein. Some things really can't be laid out openly. Thinking of this, Gongsun Huayu spoke. No reason, no explanation. In any case, you can't enter the mine vein, nor can you leave the mine vein. Seeing that Gongsun Huayu remained steadfast, Zining felt discouraged. If he doesn't want to go in, then let him be. If he wants to die, let him die. You have a close relationship with him, and you don't care about his safety. Why should I, an outsider, care? I'll just wait for good news from Chen Changsheng and see if he can carve out a path on his own." After saying this, Zining gave up struggling and started to slack off. Su Tian and Yi Henxing exchanged glances, disappointment flashing in their eyes. They felt that Chen Changsheng had never truly regarded them as important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Gong Sun Huayu stop them from venturing deeper into the mine. Could it be that, in his eyes, their strength was really that weak? The team, led by Gong Sun Huayu, began to show signs of division. Meanwhile, deep within the mine, Qin Changsheng was busy digging. Crash! Broken stones fell into a small stone chamber. Gulp! Qin Changsheng swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Inside the stone chamber lay a nearly decayed jade coffin. Above the jade coffin was a dim oil lamp. A dazed, frail old man was sitting on the jade coffin, fiddling with the nearly extinguished lamp wick. What was even more terrifying was that the old man's eyes were red. Although Qin Changsheng had seen this scene before, his heart still couldn't help but race. Back then, he had used his golden light traversal technique to sneak into the mine. After some searching, he discovered this stone chamber. Seeing the strange combination of the jade coffin and the bronze oil lamp, Qin Changsheng naturally wanted to investigate further. He cautiously pushed open a small gap in the jade coffin, not expecting that this action would almost cost him his life. Inside the coffin lay a corpse. When he opened the coffin lid, the corpse, which initially appeared lifelike, began to decay at a visible speed, growing golden fur and fangs. Realizing something was wrong, Qin Changsheng immediately closed the coffin lid, but it was too late. The corpse had already started to mutate rapidly. Just as he was about to flee, the red-eyed old man appeared. It was his appearance that reignited the nearly extinguished bronze oil lamp and revealed the truth to Qin Changsheng. This old man was the dragon vein of this place, and the corpse inside the stone coffin was something suppressed by the dragon vein. Logically, with such a powerful dragon vein suppressing it, any evil entity should have been eradicated. However, the entity inside the coffin was too strong. Not only was it not suppressed, but it began to erode the dragon vein. Over the long years, this dragon vein gradually transformed into an evil dragon. Originally, the transformation was just one step away, but Qin Changsheng's actions accelerated the process. At this rate, within a year, the entity inside the coffin would break free, assuming there was no external interference. After sorting out all the information in his mind, Qin Changsheng slowly left the stone chamber. When he reappeared in the middle layer of the mine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I've already hollowed out the 300 zhang layer of ore. Now, only a 3-inch thick stone slab separates the mine tunnel from the stone chamber, he thought. With their strength, they should soon notice something unusual. If they keep poking around like they usually do, it'll be a disaster. The evil dragon activated by the Heaven Wither formation, combined with the legendary Unmelting Bone zombie, if the two join forces, they'll definitely give them a hard time. After speaking, Qin Changsheng adjusted his clothes and leisurely walked deeper into the mine. Faced with such a major event, he needed to clear himself of suspicion by appearing at the scene as a victim. However, fully aware of the dangers within, he wouldn't venture too far. At the same time, to participate in the competition without going too deep into the mine, Qin Changsheng decided to seek help from the Birdman. After all, he was the only obvious opponent at the moment. The plan was for the Birdman to stop him from entering the mine, leading to a great battle between the two. After exchanging over 100 moves, Qin Changsheng would accidentally lose one move, making the scenario seem perfectly reasonable. Tap, tap, tap. The faint sound of footsteps echoed through the mine tunnel, but stopped at a fork in the path. Fang Qiansheng, Xuanxin, and Qin Changsheng, 3 top prodigies, appeared at the entrances of 3 different tunnels. Faced with this situation, the 3 wasted no time and instantly erupted into a chaotic battle. In the depths of this mine, it was difficult for outsiders to investigate what was happening inside. In other words, this was an ideal place for murder. If you didn't strike first, someone else would. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire mine, drawing the attention of other prodigies who rushed to the scene. Although Qin Changsheng and Xuanxin hadn't coordinated beforehand, as soon as the fight began, the two naturally teamed up against Fang Qiansheng. Initially, they thought the narrow mine tunnel would limit Fang Qiansheng's speed, but to their surprise, his speed remained astonishing. Within just 3 breaths, Qin Changsheng and Xuanxin were already at a disadvantage. Thud! Qin Changsheng was sent flying by a punch, while Xuanxin narrowly avoided having his eye gouged out by Fang Qiansheng. Chen Chongqing pushed aside a massive rock beside him and climbed out, covered in dust and dirt. Seeing Xuanqing's face dripping with blood, he couldn't help but mock. Demon monk, are you even capable? I remember Buddhist disciples are supposed to have strong bodies, yet you get disfigured with just a casual scratch. Xuanqing responded with a faint smile. This benefactor is incredibly fast. This humble monk is no match for him. If the Buddhist golden body were to be unleashed in the mind, it would surely cause a collapse. A mind collapse might not harm you, Chen benefactor, but it would endanger others, which is something this humble monk does not wish to see. After hearing Xuanqing's explanation, Chen Chongqing rolled his eyes dramatically, clearly not believing him. He cursed inwardly, thinking that this monk must have other reasons for not going all out. After a brief complaint, Chen Chongqing coldly stared at Fang Qianqing. Fang Qianqing, you keep opposing me. What exactly are you trying? Go back and tell the person behind you to hand over the 8-9 profound art. Last time, I spared Gongsun Huayu's life. This time, I'll spare your pathetic life too. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for leaving you no way out. Faced with Fang Qianqing's words, Chen Chongqing did not respond. He simply turned around and left silently. Seeing the always arrogant Chen Chongqing defeated, the prodigies rushing over from afar were all filled with shock. Fang Qianqing ignored the fearful gazes of the crowd and turned to stare at Fu Yao not far away. Do you want to fight me too? Fu Yao smiled faintly, did not answer, and then also turned and left. With one move, he forced the Yaoguang Saint Sun to retreat and severely injured the mysterious prodigy Chen Chongqing. At this moment, Fang Qianqing's reputation among the younger generation had reached its peak. Yaoguang Saint Sun, is this all you've got? Fang Qianqing sneered contemptuously and prepared to turn and head deeper into the mine. At this moment, a prodigy from the western continent following Fang Qianqing spoke up. Master, Chen Chongqing suddenly lost. There might be something fishy going on. Should we be more cautious? It's just some petty tricks, no need to pay attention. I know he didn't use his full strength, but I didn't either. Even if he gave it his all, I could still defeat him again. Strength speaks for itself. Schemes and tricks are useless. Chen Chongqing is skilled in formations. He deliberately feigned weakness to lure me into his trap. But he's too naive. He doesn't know that the wind and thunder twin wings are the nemesis of all formations. After hearing this, the western continent prodigy could only obediently shut his mouth. The severely injured Chen Chongqing walked a distance, confirmed that no one was following him, and immediately dropped his pained expression and hunched posture. The wound on his chest began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the dense golden silkworm threads on the wound, Chen Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. After his injuries healed, Chen Chongqing stroked his chin and murmured softly. This guy also has fragments of the 8-9 profound art, and he even knows about its existence. No wonder he didn't kill Gongsun Huayu back then. Turns out he was eyeing the 8-9 profound art behind him. But why did he say that the person behind me should hand over the 8-9 profound art? After pondering for a moment, Chen Chongqing quickly thought of a possibility. That is, some being in the Forbidden Land sensed a connection between the 8-9 profound art and the Destined One. Both Gongsun Huayu and he had used the 8-9 profound art, but their performance did not resemble that of the Destined One. So Fang Qianqing suspected that there was someone behind him, and that person was the Destined One who had taught him the 8-9 profound art. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing muttered under his breath, although there are some differences, you're not wrong. Since you've already guessed it, then you must die. After speaking, Chen Chongqing feigned his injured state again and walked out of the mine. Fang Qianqing was getting close to the center of the mine. He had to hurry and escape, or it would be over. Young master, what happened to you? Seeing Chen Chongqing severely injured, Gongsun Huayu hurried forward to check on him. Facing everyone's concern, Chen Chongqing waved his hand and weakly said, I was outmatched. There's nothing more to say. Let's go. After speaking, Chen Chongqing led the group away from the mine. When the severely injured Chen Chongqing reappeared in front of the various factions, everyone was utterly shocked. Was Fang Qianqing really that strong? Even a genius like Chen Chongqing was defeated. Perhaps he truly has the qualifications to compete with the one destined by fate. Regarding Chen Chongqing's severe injuries, people's reactions varied. Some had mocking eyes, while others were filled with regret. However, facing these gazes, Qin Changsheng paid no attention and struggled to walk away. Seeing this, Nailan Jing wanted to step forward to check his injuries. But as she was about to touch Qin Changsheng, he angrily pushed her away. "Don't bother with me. I'm just a useless waste." Qin Changsheng's self-destructive attitude left Nailan Jing puzzled. Everyone knew of Fang Qianqing's strength, and she had long considered the possibility of Qin Changsheng's defeat. But from her observations, Qin Changsheng was definitely not someone who would collapse after a single failure. In her confusion, Nailan Jing looked at Zi Ning beside her and asked, "Ninger, what exactly is going on here?" Zi Ning replied sarcastically, "You should ask young Master Qin himself." "Who enough?" Before Zi Ning could finish, Qin Changsheng interrupted her, his eyes red. "Defeated by Fang Qianqing, I admit it wholeheartedly. Even if I lost completely, I won't let anyone help me. A loss is a loss, there's no need to make excuses. I didn't even reach the depths of the mine, what right do I have to live in this world?" As he spoke, Qin Changsheng pulled out a dagger, preparing to slit his throat on the spot. Swish! The dagger was snatched away by Wang Yanyu. Wang Yanyu bowed to Jiang Bufan and said, "Jiang, Holy Master, our eastern wilderness lacks skill compared to others, there's nothing more to say. Farewell." With that, Wang Yanyu and the others left with Qin Changsheng. Nailan Jing's face was full of confusion as she faced this bizarre situation. Just as Nailan Jing was still trying to make sense of it, she saw the severely injured Qin Changsheng secretly curl his finger in an extremely subtle motion. This scene made Nailan Jing's heart tighten suddenly. She suddenly thought of an absurd possibility. Everything in front of her was deliberately staged by Qin Changsheng. Thinking of this, Nailan Jing felt a bit panicked. She had never doubted Qin Changsheng's intelligence with his cleverness. He would surely make full use of the forces behind him. The Eastern Wilderness, the 72 Wolf Smokes, and the Purple Mansion Holy Land, three forces united. Even if Qin Changsheng went to trouble Jiang Bufan now, on the surface, nothing major would happen. But in such circumstances, Qin Changsheng still went to great lengths to stage this scene. This indicated that the trouble he was about to stir up was no small matter, perhaps even so significant that the Purple Mansion Holy Land could hardly bear it. Various thoughts flashed rapidly through Nailan Jing's mind, and she said coldly, "Fellow Taoists, there's something I forgot to mention. Qin Changsheng has already become the Holy Son of our Purple Mansion Holy Land. Now that both the Holy Son and Holy Daughter have been defeated, the Purple Mansion Holy Land has no face to remain here. Farewell." With that, Nailan Jing directly left with Zi Ning, who still hadn't figured out the situation. However, just as Nailan Jing left, a deafening roar echoed from the mine inside the mine. "Qin Changsheng, I truly admire you." Fang Qianqing's curses echoed through the mine tunnel as he desperately fled. After defeating Qin Changsheng, Fang Qianqing and the others successfully entered the depths of the mine. Then, Fang Qianqing discovered that a secret space was hidden beneath the mine tunnel. Facing this situation, Fang Qianqing decided to break open the stone layer to take a look. He didn't use much force, just lightly shattered the stone layer and then stopped. However, he didn't expect the falling debris to land directly on the nearly extinguished bronze oil lamp. The bronze oil lamp went out, and the corpse inside the jade coffin suddenly underwent a transformation. The dragon vein, corroded by evil energy, completely turned into an evil dragon. Then, Fang Qianqing began to flee frantically. It was at this moment that the formations Qin Changsheng had set up at various critical points came into play. These formations weren't particularly powerful and could be broken with some effort by Fang Qianqing. However, no matter how fast he was, these formations always managed to make him pause for a moment. And every time he paused, one of the cannon fodder following closely behind him would disappear. Seeing the cannon fodder behind him vanish one by one, Fang Qianqing completely lost his temper, cursing Qin Changsheng's family for 3 generations without restraint. Outside the mine vein, after crossing a mountain, Nailan Jing saw Qin Changsheng and the others, who had already left. At this moment, Qin Changsheng showed no signs of being seriously injured. Instead, he was looking into the distance with a curious expression. Zi Ning immediately understood that Qin Changsheng's previous injuries were faked. "You're not hurt?" Zi Ning asked in surprise. Chun Chongqing glanced at her indifferently and said, while divine sense brings many conveniences to cultivators, sometimes you shouldn't rely on it too much. Being injured can indeed weaken one's aura, but a weak aura doesn't necessarily mean injury. Next time you want to confirm if someone is injured, you need to carefully check their body. Don't jump to conclusions before seeing obvious injuries. After hearing this, Zining finally understood why Chun Chongqing had refused his master's offer to check his injuries. It wasn't because of his pride, but because he wasn't injured at all. It was all an act. Before Zining could fully process this, Chun Chongqing suddenly crouched down, forming hand seals with both hands and striking the ground. A strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped everyone. Buzz, the heaven-withering formation, which had been set up days ago, was activated, and all the flowers, grass, and trees within a 100-mile radius withered instantly. What are you doing? Zining finally couldn't help but panic. Why are you even asking? Of course, I'm killing people. Chun Chongqing said disdainfully. Making such a big deal out of it, aren't you supposed to be the saintess of the Purple Mansion Holy Land? But there are people from other holy lands in the mine. Zining looked at the constantly trembling mine in the distance, almost losing her mind with anxiety. He had orchestrated a scheme to trap all the major powers of the Central Court, along with top talents from other regions. Such an act would be catastrophic, even for the Purple Mansion Holy Land. I know, Chun Chongqing said calmly. I'm killing them. Why else would I go through all this trouble to put on this act? This formation is powerful, but they're not fools. It's unlikely they all die. Don't worry. Zining was speechless. If I could not worry, that would be strange. If this gets out, the Purple Mansion Holy Land is doomed. Zining was stunned by Chun Chongqing's composure. Nailin Jing was also terrified by Chun Chongqing's audacious actions, her heart racing. After calming herself, Nailin Jing asked, what kind of formation did you set up? The major holy lands aren't that easy to deal with. An ancient killing formation, using the dragon vein here to kill, Chun Chongqing replied. After the formation ends, the area within 1,000 miles will become a dead zone. Is there more to it? Just setting up a formation doesn't seem like enough to make you so eager to distance yourself, does it? You're in such a hurry to escape the mine vein, there must be big trouble. Looking at Nailin Jing's serious expression, Chun Chongqing smiled. The Holy Lord is indeed the Holy Lord, far more knowledgeable than some young girls. Buried beneath the mine vein is an ancient nameless corpse, and it has already undergone corpse transformation. The only reason it hasn't erupted is because this dragon vein is suppressing it. An ancient nameless corpse. Nailin Jing exclaimed in shock, disregarding her image as she quickly stepped forward to question Chun Chongqing. Are you saying there's an ancient corpse buried beneath the mine vein? One that's been there for many years and is on the verge of becoming a zombie? Exactly. That's impossible. Nailin Jing refuted excitedly. Dragon veins are formed by condensed earth energy and can suppress any evil entity. The mine vein in the Kunlun Holy Land is one of the best in the Central Court. How could there be a corpse transformation? Nailin Jing's agitation made the nearby Wanyan Yu and others feel a chill down their spines. Logically, a powerful dragon vein shouldn't allow a corpse to transform. If it truly happened, it would mean the ancient corpse beneath the mine vein is unimaginably powerful. If such a thing were to emerge, rivers of blood would be inevitable. Chun Chongqing spread his hands helplessly. I don't want to believe it either, but that's the reality. There's one more thing I haven't mentioned. This dragon vein has already been corrupted by the ancient corpse and has turned into an evil dragon. The formation I set up was to turn the dragon vein into a ferocious dragon. Now it's both evil and ferocious, and I can't guarantee the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Everyone. We've long known you were acting and planning something, but we didn't expect you to go this far, someone exclaimed in shock. Are you trying to destroy the entire Central Court? Ahem. Even Song Yuanshan, who had always supported Chun Chongqing, began to feel a bit nervous. Chongqing, what exactly has that corpse transformed into? Someone asked. Not entirely sure, but it's probably a flying zombie that isn't restricted by the 5 elements and can soar through the skies and burrow underground. Chun Chongqing replied. That thing should, maybe, probably not be the legendary unmelting bone. After all, such a thing has never appeared before. No one has seen it, and there's no specific standard for it. So I'm really not sure. Listening to Qin Changxing's hesitant answers, everyone's heartbeat quickened. Who would dare to deal with such a thing? Anyone who encountered it would avoid it at all costs, yet you dared to use it to set up a formation. Your courage is truly terrifying. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the divine source mind vein exploded. Even though Qin Changxing and the others were 100 miles away, they were blown away by the shockwave. When everyone steadied themselves, the scene before them became etched in their memories forever. A corpse covered in golden fur floated in mid-air, its sharp hands piercing into a man's chest. Judging by appearance alone, this man should be the Yaoguang Holy Lord. Nearby, several figures were also suspended in the air. Baturu was shielded by two elderly men, but one of them had his left arm torn off, and the other had half his face clawed away. The others weren't in good condition either. Jiang Feng had a hole in his chest, narrowly missing his heart, and the ancient bronze sword he prided himself on was broken in two. Jiang Bufan fared slightly better, but had lost an eye. As for Fang Qiansheng, the son of the Forbidden Land, his situation was the worst. His wind and thunder wings had been forcibly ripped off, and half the flesh on his neck had been bitten away. Interestingly, Fang Qiansheng, who usually kept to himself, now had two guardians by his side. Judging by the wings behind the guardians, their identities were not hard to discern. Gulp! Zining swallowed her saliva, overwhelmed with fear. Today, there were about 500 strong individuals present, all top experts from various factions. But now, fewer than 30 people remained alive. This meant that Qin Changsheng had successfully caused a major reshuffle among over 80% of the forces in the central court. Roar! The corpse covered in golden fur let out a furious howl towards the sky, as the sacred blood of the Yaoguang Lord turned into a mist and was swallowed into its mouth. As the blood was absorbed, the rotting flesh began to fall off, revealing bones as white as jade underneath. The nameless ancient corpse was gradually transforming into an unrottable bone. At this moment, a sinister-looking old man appeared beside the nameless ancient corpse. As soon as the old man appeared, the heaven-withering formation pressed down on everyone. The powerful devouring force caused the blood essence of the crowd to fly out from their pores, ultimately falling into the mouth of the nameless ancient corpse. What are you all standing around for? Run! Qin Changxing's voice rang out. The formation is no longer under my control. It turned out that Qin Changsheng had already drawn a special teleportation array, with a bronze Dao platform placed within it. Without time to complain, everyone rushed towards the teleportation array. Once everyone was gathered, Qin Changsheng, drenched in sweat, began activating the three-colored teleportation array beneath his feet. After a long moment, Qin Changxing finally managed to activate the enhanced version of the temporary three-colored teleportation array. Swish! Just as Qin Changxing teleported away, the nameless ancient corpse appeared at his previous location. Seeing its prey escape, the nameless ancient corpse let out a furious roar, reaching its right hand into the void in an attempt to grab Qin Changxing back. However, the three-colored teleportation array was no ordinary teleportation array. Even for the nameless ancient corpse, which was on the verge of becoming an unrottable bone, tracking it was no easy task. Taking advantage of the nameless ancient corpse's distraction, Jiang Bufan and the others also fled for their lives. Unfortunately, Jiang Bufan did not know how to draw a three-colored teleportation array. Within the range of the heaven-withering formation, ordinary teleportation arrays were unusable. In other words, they could only rely on their flying speed to escape the killing formation. The 300-mile radius determined everyone's fate. Even Fang Qiansheng, the fastest among them, had his wings forcibly torn off, leaving the group no match for the nameless ancient corpse. At this point, everyone could only rely on luck. There were only two threats, but over 30 people were fleeing. By scattering in different directions, the nameless ancient corpse and the mysterious old man couldn't possibly kill everyone. Swish! After escaping the range of the heaven-withering formation, Qin Changxing didn't stop. He began drawing an even larger teleportation array. Nailin Jing and the others stood guard, preventing the nameless ancient corpse from pursuing them. Soon, the large teleportation array was activated, and Qin Changsheng and the others disappeared once again. After 5 consecutive teleportations, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Confirming their safety, Qin Changsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This should be fine now. The Purple Mansion Holy Land is over 10,000 miles away from the Kunlun Holy Land. No matter how powerful the nameless ancient corpse is, it can't chase us here. After all, its intelligence is far inferior to that of living beings. As he spoke, Qin Changsheng turned to look at Zining, who still hadn't recovered, and smiled. Miss Zining, I remember we had an agreement. You were supposed to protect me during the Tianjiao conference. We left in such a hurry earlier that it seems you didn't get a chance to show your skills. How about I give it another try and set up a teleportation array to send you back? Zining's face darkened, and she immediately took a step back. She was confident in her own strength, but she wasn't foolish. Confronting something like that head-on was simply courting death. Seeing Qin Changsheng teasing Zining, Nailin Jing spoke up. Holy Son, don't make things difficult for the Holy Maiden. She lacks experience and will need to learn more from you in the future. Such a major incident has occurred. The Purple Mansion Holy Land cannot stand idly by. Next, I will lead part of the Holy Land's forces to provide support. As for the other affairs of the Holy Land, I leave them entirely to you, Holy Son. After saying this, Nailin Jing flew directly toward the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Although the leaders of various factions had suffered heavy casualties, their foundations remained intact. As long as the foundation was not destroyed, the forces would not disappear. To clear any suspicion, Nailin Jing had to lead troops to provide aid. This way, the Purple Mansion Holy Land could also gain favor with some forces. After all, the Purple Mansion Holy Land would need to cooperate with the 72 Wolf Smokes in the future. If opposed by everyone, life would undoubtedly be difficult. After Nailin Jing left, Qin Changsheng turned to look at Wang Yanyu and the others. What are your plans? Song Yuanshan smiled and said, We plan to return to the Eastern Wilderness first. We thought our strength was sufficient, but now we realize we are far from enough. Hearing Song Yuanshan's words, Qin Changsheng understood that the 3 of them intended to return to accumulate strength and help Wu Li compete for destiny. Returning is a good idea, but you won't be able to use Kunlun Holy Land's super teleportation array anymore. This is the teleportation platform I prepared for you. Each platform can teleport up to 200,000 miles. If you teleport 1,000 times, you should be able to return to the Eastern Wilderness. Also, here are some of my cultivation insights. Take them back and have a look, they might be helpful. Looking at the storage ring and jade slip Qin Changsheng handed over, the 3 knew the cultivation insights were invaluable. Wang Yanyu accepted them without hesitation and said, You must be careful. The Eastern Wilderness will always be your home. No matter when, the Eastern Wilderness will protect you. I understand. If I encounter trouble, I'll come to you. Also, I've already arranged for someone to bring out the Prodigy group from the Eastern Wilderness. The address is included, you can check it yourselves later. After speaking, the 4 fell silent again. Old friends reunited, but now they had to part ways. Their hearts were filled with reluctance. Yet, each person had their own responsibilities, and trying to hold on would only seem childish. Take care. Zhou Xinghe saluted Qin Changsheng and then turned to leave. Wang Yanyu and Song Yuanshan followed closely behind, their lips pressed tightly together. Brother Qin, are we starting to venture into the world on our own now? Yi Henshin couldn't help but sigh. Qin Changsheng remained silent for a long time, simply watching the backs of the 3 as they departed. After a while, he turned and walked toward the Purple Mansion Holy Land, his tone becoming serious. From now on, you will call me Sir. The Prodigy Conference is over. No one will treat you as children anymore. In your world, there is no such thing as make a mistake and correct it. There is only success or failure, succeed and live, fail and die. His words echoed in everyone's ears, but his figure had already disappeared through the gates of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, everyone fell silent, because they are about to truly enter this world, where there is no fairness and no chance for regret. Purple Mansion Holy Land. Holy Son, you finally returned. We've been waiting for you for so long. As soon as Qin Changsheng entered the Purple Mansion Holy Land, he was surrounded by a group of elders. These people were the elders of the Purple Mansion Holy Land and the true foundation of this place. Qin Changsheng's joining made these old fellows extremely delighted. Without expending effort to nurture him, they gained a top-tier prodigy, which was practically like picking up a huge bargain. Qin Changsheng smiled and said, "Thank you, elders, for your kindness. I am deeply humbled. As I am new here, if there is anything I do wrong, please bear with me. Don't worry, you can do whatever you want. Our Purple Mansion Holy Land is the most confident. No matter who you offend, we can protect you." An old man patted his chest and guaranteed. Qin Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly and pulled the Grand Elder aside to speak quietly. "Grand Elder, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. This time, I brought a few people back and want to use our resources to nurture them." The Grand Elder hesitated and said, "Keeping them here is no problem, but using resources to nurture them is no small matter. The people you mentioned, they should all have their own legacies, right?" Qin Changsheng said meaningfully, "Grand Elder, I am now the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. How could I possibly make a losing deal? Gongsun Huaiyu is someone I brought back from the 72 Wolf Smoke. The relationship is complex, so it's inconvenient to elaborate, but you should understand. The two top-tier prodigies from the Eastern Wilderness cannot officially join the Purple Mansion Holy Land, but giving them honorary elder positions is no problem. Moreover, as far as I know, it's already a done deal that they will take over Xuanwu Kingdom and Night Moon Kingdom. Do I even need to explain the value of this?" The Grand Elder secretly rejoiced. "With you saying this, of course I have to agree. Consider it done. Our Purple Mansion Holy Land loves nurturing prodigies. Holy Son, quickly take us to meet these young talents." P.S. Special extra chapter for the certification of the Lingering Fear Master. These are the young friends the Holy Son brought back. They truly are talents rarely seen in 100 years. A group of old men surrounded Gongsun Huaiyu and the others, while Qin Changsheng humbly accepted their praise. Everyone thought, "It can't be this exaggerated, right? We understand that you're highly valued after joining the Purple Mansion Holy Land, but you don't have to integrate into the environment so quickly. We Haven Tea even recovered from the excitement just now." Faced with the sudden change, Gongsun Huaiyu instinctively looked at Qin Changsheng, his eyes full of questions. Qin Changsheng explained, "I've already discussed it with the Grand Elder. Starting today, the three of you will officially become registered disciples of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, but your treatment will be the same as inner disciples. This is an opportunity given to you by the Grand Elder. Quickly go thank him." Gongsun Huaiyu and the others immediately bowed to the Grand Elder. Seeing this, the Grand Elder's smile almost couldn't be contained. "No need to be so formal. From now on, we're family, so don't be so reserved. We old fellows live in the back mountain of the Holy Land. If you encounter any issues in your cultivation, feel free to come find us." Additionally, the Purple Mansion Holy Land has a complete system of rewards and punishments. As long as you work hard, the Holy Land will never bury any talent. As he spoke, the Great Elder looked at Zining. Saintess, the Saint, and everyone have just arrived at the Purple Mansion Holy Land, so they might not be familiar with the rules here. Later, I'll trouble you to explain them in detail to everyone. Understood, Great Elder. After chatting briefly with Qin Changsheng, the group of elders returned to their secluded cultivation areas. Once the elders had left, Zining rolled her eyes and said to Qin Changsheng, "Saint, now it's my turn to introduce the rules of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Although with your abilities, you'll probably blend in with everyone here within 3 days, we still need to follow the proper procedures." Seeing Zining's helpless expression, Qin Changsheng simply smiled without saying a word. A newcomer being more popular than her, the native saintess, was bound to stir up some feelings. In the back mountain, the previously amiable elders were now gathered with serious expressions. The Great Elder scanned the group and was the first to ask, "What do you think of Qin Changsheng? His vitality is strong, and he held his own against the Forbidden Land's child. His strength and talent are exceptional. His origins are mysterious, and his background is deep. This young man is definitely not ordinary." 2 elders shared their opinions. The Great Elder nodded in agreement. From the time he first gained fame until now, He has never fought with his full strength, which shows his potential far exceeds our expectations. However, Chen Changxing carries a lot of trouble with him. The 72 wolf smokes are entangled with him, and his inheritor is closely following him. Moreover, the unexpected incident at the Heaven's Chosen Assembly was also mentioned by the Holy Master. What do you all think? As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of the elders' mouths twitched. This matter was indeed significant. Nailan Jing had suddenly returned to the Purple Mansion Holy Land, and naturally, everyone wanted to know the reason. Nailan Jing explained, underneath the mineral vein, there is something similar to unmelting bones. The dragon vein has turned into an evil dragon, and most of the ruling figures in the central court have already fallen. Chen Changsheng was defeated by Fang Qiansheng and withdrew early from the Heaven's Chosen Assembly. Later, he used formations to help us escape danger. She spoke quickly, but the information contained in her words was immense, leaving everyone pondering for a long time. The strength of their holy master was comparable to the holy masters of other holy lands. Even if some were stronger, the difference wouldn't be significant. Yet, most of the ruling figures in the central court had perished, while their side remained unscathed. This was clearly unusual. 5 days ago, Fang Qiansheng, with the help of the Kunlun Holy Land, besieged Gongsun Huayu, a matter widely known. 5 days later, such a major incident occurred at the Kunlun Holy Land's Heaven's Chosen Assembly. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would suspect it was related to Chen Changsheng. A plump elder frowned and said, "Isn't this trouble a bit too much?" As soon as he spoke, the great elder immediately shot him a glance. "Fifth elder, have you been cultivating for so long that your brain has become muddled? What does the Kunlun Holy Land's trouble have to do with our Purple Mansion Holy Land?" A major incident occurred at the Heaven's Chosen Assembly, and the central court suffered a disaster. Fortunately, the saint was lucky enough to escape unscathed. If our Purple Mansion Holy Land doesn't go looking for trouble with him, do you think he would come looking for trouble with us? The group understood the great elder's meaning. At this moment, the silent second elder spoke up. "That's reasonable, but we can't completely clear ourselves of suspicion. Shouldn't we prepare to face inquiries from various forces?" Inquiries? The saint of the Purple Mansion Holy Land can be questioned based on mere suspicion. Stepping into chaotic times to vie for destiny, who doesn't have suspicions? I even suspect this is Jiang Bufan's doing, aiming to eliminate obstacles and kill off young talents. Don't forget, the Holy Son of our Purple Mansion Sacred Land is a top-tier genius. Genius refers to those young individuals whose full potential has yet to be revealed. Since he hasn't fully matured, it means there are things he can't accomplish, like this matter. What matters is evidence, not speculation. Without evidence, pinning this blame on the Holy Son is unacceptable. Our Purple Mansion Sacred Land is not to be trifled with. These words eased the hearts of the elders. After the matter concluded, some might guess the truth, but mere speculation wouldn't grant anyone the right to directly come to the Purple Mansion Sacred Land to apprehend someone. In the entire Central Court, no force would dare to do so, not even the Kunlun Sacred Land. Seeing everyone relax, the Grand Elder said calmly, "Our average age is nearly 2,000 years. Having lived this long, we should understand the proper measure in handling matters. Risk and opportunity coexist. Without sufficient courage and vision, how could the Purple Mansion Sacred Land attract top-tier geniuses?" Listening to the Grand Elder's words, the elders nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing Chen Changsheng's value. If he truly was behind this incident, his methods would undoubtedly be astonishing. For such a genius, taking some risks is entirely worthwhile. But if Chen Changsheng wasn't responsible for the matter, then it becomes even simpler. Based solely on the talent and strength he's displayed so far, granting him the position of Holy Son is absolutely a gain for the Purple Mansion Sacred Land. No matter how one looks at it, the Purple Mansion Sacred Land stands to profit without loss. Understanding this, the second elder nodded and said, "That makes sense. To attract such a genius, some sacrifices are indeed necessary." What about the 72 wolf smokes? Recently, the 72 wolf smokes even robbed one of the Sacred Land's outposts. The losses aren't significant. For Chen Changsheng's sake, reconciliation is possible. Faced with the second elder's words, The Grand Elder smiled mysteriously and said, "During this period, the Purple Mansion's sacred land will absolutely not reconcile with the 72 wolf smokes. The Sacred Lord even plans to personally lead a team to attack them." Everyone was baffled. The Grand Elder's words left all the elders visibly puzzled. The relationship between Chen Chongqing and the 72 wolf smokes seemed anything but simple. Now that Chen Chongqing has become the Holy Sun, the 72 wolf smokes and the Purple Mansion sacred land are practically family. If they're family, why continue fighting? Seeing the confusion among the elders, the Grand Elder smugly stroked his sparse beard and said, "When the Sacred Lord initially sought to recruit Chen Chongsheng, I asked a similar question. Do you know how the Sacred Lord responded?" Upon hearing the Grand Elder's teasing, the elders immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. "Old Six, we respect you when discussing important matters, but if you keep teasing us, we'll challenge you to a duel. Say that nickname again, I dare you. Fight if you want. I'm not afraid of you." Hearing someone call him by his nickname, the Grand Elder was instantly enraged, jumping up to prepare for a fight with one of the elders. The other elders quickly stepped in to mediate. After a while, the Grand Elder sat back down angrily. "Old Six, just speak plainly. We're all old and don't have much time left. Teasing us is just wasting everyone's time." Faced with the second elder's persuasion, the Grand Elder snorted in frustration and said, "The Sacred Lord said at the time that the Central Court has been chaotic recently, and the Purple Mansion sacred land is likely to face attacks. If the 72 wolf smokes invade, the Sacred Lord will personally confront Wu Li, and no one else should interfere." Upon hearing this, the eyes of many elders lit up. Did the Holy Master really say that? Of course. Is there any certainty in this matter? I don't know. The Grand Elder's expression was stern. The decision-making power lies entirely with the Holy Master and Wu Li, and it might even be in Chen Chongqing's hands. It is absolutely not in ours. The Holy Master is the ruler of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. All her decisions are for herself and for the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Contending for destiny is a challenge that all geniuses cannot avoid. Just for Chen Chongsheng, the Purple Mansion Holy Land might suffer a slight loss. But if we add the 72 wolf smokes and Wu Li, this deal would be a huge gain. Some of you have fought against Wu Li and should know how formidable he is. After saying this, the elder's eyes brightened even more. When Wu Li and the 72 wolf smokes were enemies, everyone wished Wu Li would die sooner. But if Wu Li and the 72 wolf smokes were to become allies, everyone's thoughts immediately changed. The son-in-law of our Purple Mansion Holy Land is powerful, isn't he? Why can't he be even more powerful? Is it because there are fewer resources at the stronghold, slowing down his growth? Thinking of this, many elders came up with good ideas in their minds. "Grand Elder, I think we should invest some resources in a city to the east, maybe 2 million divine sources." "Good idea. We could even have the Holy Master personally oversee it. Although that place is remote and occasionally sees activity from the 72 wolf smokes, with the Holy Master's strength, it should be fine." Faced with these suggestions, the Grand Elder was tempted but did not make an immediate decision. This matter can be discussed later. The most important thing right now is to settle Chen Chongsheng. Yi Henxing and Su Tian are top-tier geniuses. In other forces, such talents would be treated like precious gems. Moreover, they are heirs to powerful nations in the eastern wilderness. Most importantly, they obey Chen Chongqing's every word. As long as we keep Chen Chongsheng, it means forming an unbreakable alliance with the 72 wolf smokes and the powerful nations of the eastern wilderness. This concerns the 1,000-year plan of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. If anyone messes this up, don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing the cold tone in the Grand Elder's voice, everyone became serious. After all, friendship is friendship, but rules are rules. If the interests of the Purple Mansion Holy Land are harmed, even 1,000 years of camaraderie won't matter. Are all these things ours? Gongsun Huayu stared at the treasures on the list, drooling. Zining looked at Gongsun Huayu's inexperienced expression and smiled smugly. "It's not that all these things are yours, but you can pick freely from them. The rewards and punishments in the Purple Mansion Holy Land are simple. Everything is based on points. All disciples, including me, must earn points by completing tasks. After all, the resources of the Holy Land don't fall from the sky. Disciples of different levels receive different treatment. The lowest level registered disciples receive no benefits and must rely entirely on their own efforts. Outer disciples receive 1,000 points per month, entry disciples 10,000 points per month, and inner disciples 100,000 points per month. By the way, inner disciples are what you call quasi-holy sons. After listening to Xining's introduction, Gongsun Huayu wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and said excitedly, "Is the treatment at your Purple Mansion Holy Land really this good? 10,000 points equal 10,000 caddies of divine source, which means I can do nothing, lie down for a year, and get over 1,000,000 caddies of divine source." Xining rolled her eyes and said coldly, "Dream on." Starting from entry-level disciples, everyone must complete the required tasks every year. Otherwise, their identity level will be downgraded. Moreover, there are restrictions on redeeming items with points. The higher the level, the fewer the restrictions. At your current level, most treasures can be exchanged with points. As for true disciples, also known as holy sons and holy daughters, they have no such restrictions. They are not required to complete tasks, and as long as they have enough points, they can exchange for anything. Resources below 500,000 caddies of divine source can be accessed freely. Gongsun Huayu. So, I need to earn points properly. Over at the 72 Wolf Smoke, obtaining cultivation resources requires risking one's life. But here, you just need to complete some small tasks to get resources. Life is simply too comfortable. After hearing Xining's introduction, Gongsun Huayu could no longer contain her excitement. I understand the rules now. Where do I go to get tasks? At the Tianji Pavilion we just passed by? There, you can not only take on tasks but also post them. Completing tasks also grants basic intelligence, but for more detailed information, you'll need to spend points to exchange for it. Knowing the location to take on tasks, Gongsun Huayu looked at Chen Changsheng with anticipation. Chen Changsheng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "If you want to go, then go." With permission granted, Gongsun Huayu immediately left the room with Su Tian and another person. After the three left, Xining looked at Chen Changsheng with a smile. "My dear holy son, Gongsun Huayu and the others have gone to do tasks. What do you plan to do next? If you need, this little girl is willing to assist you with all her might." Faced with Xining's sarcastic tone, Chen Changsheng paid no mind. "What I need to do is beyond your help. On the contrary, you need to do something. Since Gongsun Huayu has gone to take on tasks, you should also go and take a few. When I'm done with my matters, if the number of tasks you've taken exceeds Gongsun Huayu's, the new cultivation method will still be yours." Hearing this, Xining immediately perked up. Before the Heavenly Pride Conference, Chen Changsheng had promised her that as long as she didn't run away, he would teach her a new cultivation method. However, the mine incident had left Xining too embarrassed to bring it up. Now that Chen Changsheng was giving her another chance, how could she not be excited? "Are you really willing to teach me? Gongsun Huayu's cultivation system is not simple. I can understand what happened at the mine." Seeing the joy in Xining's eyes, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "The previous bet wasn't to deceive you, it was to let you know that there are many experts in this world. After this experience, I believe you'll remember the lesson. You and Gongsun Huayu are both known as two of the three great beauties of the Central Court, and your strengths are about the same. If you lose to her again this time, perhaps you really don't have what it takes to compete in this chaotic world." Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Xining clenched her fists and said, "I admit that Gongsun Huayu is one step ahead of me, but I will definitely surpass her. That's the spirit. Now go." "Fine, I'll go. Just wait and see." After saying this, Xining turned and walked toward the Tianji Pavilion. However, halfway there, she stopped in her tracks. "Wait a minute. You're the Holy Son, and I'm the Holy Maiden. Logically, we're equals. So why should I follow your orders?" Faced with Xining's question, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. "We are indeed equals, and I have no authority to command you. You can completely ignore what I say. I could even hand over the command to you. But the question is, do you dare to take it? Or perhaps, you want to convene a meeting of the elders of the Purple Mansion Holy Land to discuss who should take charge." Seeing Chen Changsheng's smile, Xining's face instantly darkened. Although she was unhappy with him meddling, she had to admit that his leadership was spot on. Judging from the attitudes of her master and the elders, they had already tacitly agreed that Qin Changsheng would temporarily oversee the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Holy Son Changsheng, I know you're capable. I'll listen to you, all right? In the future, just say what you mean directly. Don't beat around the bush and imply I'm stupid. With a mix of reluctance and resignation, Xining quickly ran off. Watching her retreating figure, Chun Changsheng smiled. This girl, though prone to little tantrums, was receptive to advice and didn't let emotions cloud her judgment. With a bit of training, she would undoubtedly become a reliable asset. After mentally summarizing Xining's performance, Qin Changxing got up and headed toward the Sea of Learning in the Purple Mansion Holy Land. The Sea of Learning was the repository of cultivation techniques and scriptures in the Purple Mansion Holy Land. It housed the accumulated knowledge of the Holy Land over many years. Even the Holy Lord of the Purple Mansion, Nailan Jing, wouldn't dare claim to know all its contents. Qin Changxing still had many questions about the secrets of bearing the mandate of heaven. To unravel these mysteries, he had to make a trip to the Sea of Learning. At the Sea of Learning Pavilion, after identity verification, the grand doors slowly opened. What greeted his eyes were countless jade slips, densely packed. Even Qin Changxing couldn't see the end of the Sea of Learning Pavilion. Scanning the jade slips around him casually, Qin Changxing's gaze stopped at a central stone pillar. The pillar appeared to be carved from ordinary stone, but at its top rested a blood-red stone. Through its faint glow, a shadowy figure could be vaguely seen within the stone. Qin Changxing understood in his heart that this was the true core of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. The Sea of Learning was a sacred place that required guardianship, as it was the lifeblood of the Holy Land. He bowed respectfully to the blood-red stone and then stepped deeper into the Sea of Learning Pavilion. The scriptures concerning the mandate of heaven were stored in the deepest part of the pavilion. Such high-level scriptures were only accessible to the Holy Lord and a select few elders in the entire Purple Mansion Holy Land. To access these precious materials, Qin Changxing had specially borrowed a token from the Grand Elder. Following the directions within the Sea of Learning Pavilion, Qin Changxing strolled leisurely. However, he ended up walking for a full 3 hours. Wow! They excavated 3 mountains and created an underground space over 500 miles long. The foundation of the Holy Land is truly profound. Qin Changxing marveled as he revealed the Grand Elder's token and said, Qin Changxing, the new Holy Son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, is here with the Grand Elder's token to consult the scriptures. His voice echoed in the quiet Sea of Learning Pavilion, but there was no response. Seeing this, Qin Changxing put away the token and bowed to a bloodstone the size of a room. Thank you, Senior. After speaking, he pushed open a narrow stone door. Before him was a stone chamber covered in dust. Although it appeared ordinary, with Qin Changxing's mastery of formations, he quickly noticed that the entire chamber was filled with golden Dao patterns. The reason he was able to enter alive was that someone had temporarily deactivated the formation. Surveying the moderately sized chamber, Qin Changxing picked up a dusty beast hide book, gently brushed off the dust, and opened the first page. In the first year of the Golden Core era, the Supreme Wuji created the method of the Golden Core, bearing the mandate of heaven. The night before bearing the mandate, the defeated immortal challenged the Supreme Wuji to a duel, engaging in a final battle at the forbidden land of the sacred ruins. Mountains shook, the earth quaked, and the heavens collapsed. The outcome of the battle remains unknown. The next morning, the defeated immortal vanished without a trace, while the Supreme Wuji successfully bore the mandate of heaven, stabilizing the forbidden land of the sacred ruins for 10,000 years. Reading this passage, Qin Changxing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had never expected to find information about the defeated immortal here. He had always thought the defeated immortal was a figure from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago, but this record revealed that the defeated immortal existed 30,000 years ago. Moreover, at that time, the defeated immortal could still contend with a bearer of the mandate of heaven. This revelation truly shocked him. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Changxing murmured softly, "Such a long lifespan. Left Emperor had heard of the legend of the defeated immortal in his youth. At that time, the Supreme Wuji had already borne the mandate of heaven for over 20,000 years, nearly 30,000 years. Or perhaps, the defeated immortal had just begun preparing his coffin back then. A figure nearly as strong as a bearer of the mandate of heaven could live for so long. With lingering doubts, Qin Changsheng continued to flip through the book in his hands. The books in the stone chamber were not manuals or secret techniques, but rather seemingly ordinary records, simply describing various events. Some matters were mentioned in just a sentence or two, leaving it entirely up to the reader's insight to uncover any secrets. Time passed minute by minute, and Qin Changsheng spent a full 2 months in the stone chamber. There weren't many books, only about 100, yet these books consumed 2 months of his time. After placing the last book back in its original position, Qin Changsheng furrowed his brows, deep in thought. The stone chamber contained records of 3 bearers of the mandate of heaven and their experiences bearing the mandate. The further back in time, the more vague the records became. Beyond this, he discovered a troubling issue. The lifespans of the bearers of the mandate of heaven were becoming increasingly shorter. Records from 10,000 years ago indicated that bearers of the mandate of heaven lived for a long time, up to 30,000 years. After the fall of a bearer of the mandate, there was a gap in the records. 2,000 years later, a new bearer of the mandate appeared, but they only lived for 10,000 years, followed by another gap. The gap shortened to less than 3,000 years, leading to the emergence of a new bearer of the mandate, the Supreme Wuji, who created the Golden Core system. However, this Supreme Wuji mysteriously disappeared 5,000 years after bearing the mandate. With his disappearance, the mandate shattered, plunging the entire cultivation world into turmoil. Thinking of this, Qin Changsheng's mouth twitched. What exactly happened during these gaps? Why are there no records, even in the sacred lands? And why are the lifespans of the bearers of the mandate of heaven becoming shorter? Is it due to natural disasters or human causes? Before bearing the mandate, there always seems to be an inexplicable battle. Who are these quasi-bearers of the mandate fighting against? At this point, Qin Changsheng fell silent, as some thoughts could not be casually voiced in the Purple Mansion's sacred land. The defeated immortal left a stone coffin in the boundless secret realm. The bronze ancient palace appeared in the desolate forbidden land, and calamities of unknown origin were erased by living beings. Every event was earth-shattering, yet the Purple Mansion Holy Land didn't even mention them, as if completely unaware. Qin Changsheng didn't believe this at all. The central courtyard also had ancient bronze halls, but they had been abandoned for countless years. Holy Lands are called Holy Lands because these forces have existed for an extremely long time. The Purple Mansion Holy Land even has records from 10,000 years ago. It's impossible for the ancient bronze halls to have made no noise at all. There's only one explanation. Someone is deliberately downplaying the existence of the ancient bronze halls. As for whether this someone is the Holy Land itself or some indescribable force, Qin Changsheng had no idea. Organizing his thoughts, Qin Changsheng sighed lightly and walked out of the stone chamber. The deeper he investigated, the more mysteries appeared before him. What troubled him even more was that the fate-bearers seemed to be connected to everything. Over the past 2 months, he discovered that all 3 fate-bearers had done the same thing. After bearing their fate, they would disappear for a period of time, and when they reappeared, they were seriously injured. Although the records didn't specify where they went, Qin Changsheng vaguely suspected it was related to the ancient bronze halls. After all, before bearing their fate, the fate-bearers had visited all the major forbidden areas. There was no reason to secretly revisit them after bearing their fate. Sir, help. The Purple Mansion Holy Land is bullying us. Still pondering the issue, Qin Changsheng had just stepped out of the Sea of Learning Pavilion when he heard Gongsun Huaiyu's urgent plea for help. Looking up, he saw Gongsun Huaiyu and Zining surrounded by disciples of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Upon seeing Qin Changsheng appear, the disciples immediately restrained their anger and respectfully cupped their hands in greeting. Greetings, Holy Son. Faced with this strange scene, Qin Changsheng was full of confusion. Gongsun Huaiyu and the others had just arrived, so friction with the Purple Mansion Holy Land was understandable, but Zining being involved made it even more puzzling. Zining, what happened? Chen Changxing asked. Zining's face turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to speak. At this moment, a man stepped forward and said, Holy Son, you must help us. The Holy Maiden and her group took 70% of the tasks from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, leaving us with almost no work to do. Chen Changxing was baffled and looked at Gongsun Huaiyu in surprise. You four took 70% of the Purple Mansion Holy Land's tasks. Gongsun Huaiyu rubbed his hands and smiled. Sir, it's only right for those who can work to take on more tasks. I just wanted to help the Purple Mansion Holy Land share the burden, but Zining got involved. If it weren't for her interference, we could have taken at most 50% of the tasks. But she took an extra 20%, which left others with no work to do. After he finished speaking, all the Purple Mansion disciples looked at Chen Changxing with pitiful eyes. Because the tasks weren't completed, their ranks would be downgraded next year. If it were due to their own lack of ability, they wouldn't complain. But now they couldn't even get work, who could they turn to for justice? You should be taking this matter to the elders. What did the elders say? The elders said that until the Holy Master returns, all matters are to be handled by you, Holy Son. Holy Son, you must help us. Chen Changxing thought helplessly he hadn't anticipated this situation at all. Faced with everyone's requests, he smacked his lips and said, I can't make a decision on this matter for now. I need to first understand the specifics of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. How about this? Everyone come with me to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and after I've figured things out, I'll give you all an answer. How does that sound? Everything is up to the Holy Son. After calming everyone's emotions, Chen Changxing led the group toward the Tianji Pavilion. On the way, the disciples secretly observed this legendary prodigy. 2 months had passed since the Tianjiao conference, and Chen Changxing's heroic deeds had naturally spread to the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Everyone welcomed this suddenly emerging Holy Son. After all, the stronger Chen Changxing was, the more confident the Purple Mansion Holy Land would be. Having such a powerful backer was undoubtedly ideal. Soon, Chen Changxing and his group arrived at the Tianji Pavilion. The elder in charge of the outer sect quickly came out to greet him. Elder, you're too courteous. I heard from fellow disciples that the number of tasks at the Tianji Pavilion has decreased significantly recently, so we came specifically to understand the situation. The elder smiled bitterly and handed over a booklet he had prepared in advance to Chen Changxing. Holy Son, here are the task records from the past 2 months. Take a look yourself, I can't say much. Chen Changxing took the booklet and began flipping through it. The list showed that about 40% of the tasks had been taken by Gongsun Huaiyu and Zining, while another 30% were divided between Yi Henxing and Su Tian. The remaining 30% consisted mostly of low-reward, time-consuming tasks like planting spiritual herbs and raising spiritual beasts. If not for this situation, Chen Changxing suspected even this 30% wouldn't have been left. After a moment, Chen Changxing finished reading the booklet. At this point, an outer sect disciple spoke up. Holy Son, we really aren't trying to cause trouble. It's just that the Holy Maidens aren't leaving us any room to survive. All the well-rewarded tasks have been snatched away, and we're running out of work. Faced with everyone's grievances, Chen Changxing glanced at Zining and Gongsun Huaiyu before turning to ask the Tianji Pavilion elder, Elder, is it possible to issue more tasks? The elder shook his head. No, tasks are generated based on the needs of the Holy Land. But needs don't arise every day, you should understand that. Chen Changxing nodded. That's true, but needs can be created. We can find things to do ourselves. Right now, it's a chaotic time, and I believe the Purple Mansion Holy Land has many matters that need addressing. The Tianji Pavilion not only issues tasks but also manages the intelligence network of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Elder, may I ask, what has happened in the Central Court over the past 2 months? The elder thought for a moment and said, there have been quite a few events in the Central Court recently. The Yaowang Holy Lord has fallen, and the Yaowang Holy Son has succeeded him. The major forces have united to besiege the Undying Bone, and there's one more thing. The elder paused halfway through his sentence. Chen Changxing smiled and said, Elder, please speak freely. As long as it doesn't involve Holy Land secrets, sharing it will help everyone understand. This matter was originally meant to be told to you. but you've been in seclusion, so there was no opportunity. Since you said so, I'll explain. Recently, rumors have been circulating in the Central Court, claiming that the undying bone was brought out by you, with the intention of framing various prodigies. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the Purple Mansion disciples became uneasy. Everyone knew about the unexpected events at the Tianjiao conference. With so many coincidences, it was hard not to harbor some doubts about Qin Changsheng. However, since Qin Changsheng was one of their own, no one brought it up directly. Is there any evidence? What evidence? The Tianji Pavilion elder was momentarily stunned by Qin Changsheng's question. It was clear to everyone that the target was Qin Changsheng. Logically, Qin Changsheng should have kept a low profile for a while until the storm passed. But this guy directly asked me if I had any evidence. How should I answer that question? Seeing the elder of the Tianji Pavilion looking utterly confused, Qin Changsheng spoke again. Elder, do the people spreading these rumors have any evidence? The Holy Sun must be joking. Since they are rumors, of course, there is no evidence. Then does our Purple Mansion Holy Land have any evidence? No. Our Purple Mansion Holy Land has not found any evidence to prove that this matter is related to the Holy Sun. If we can't find it, neither can the other Holy Lands. After hearing this, Qin Changsheng nodded. No evidence is best. Then, Elder, do you know where these rumors originated? The Tianji Pavilion has already investigated. The source of the rumors is the Quanlong Fortress. Hearing this familiar name, Qin Changsheng raised his head and thought for a moment, then looked at Gongsun Huaiyu and said, Huaiyu, I remember that during the Tianjiao assembly, there seemed to be someone from the Quanlong Fortress. You mentioned before that the 72 wolf smoke would attack the Quanlong Fortress. How many Quanlong fortresses are there in the Central Court? Gongsun Huaiyu slapped her forehead and said regretfully, Sir, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about this matter. There were so many things happening during the Tianjiao assembly that I haven't even delivered the news yet. Before she could finish her sentence, everyone was staring at her with strange expressions. In their hearts, they thought, we know you're the heir of the 72 wolf smoke, and we know what it means for you to join the Purple Mansion Holy Land. But you're being way too direct. After all, the 72 wolf smoke is still the great enemy of the Central Court. Gongsun Huaiyu coughed twice, trying hard to appear calm. The matters of the Tianjiao assembly were too complicated, and my predictions were a bit off. Sir, please wait a couple of days. I believe my predictions will be more accurate in a few days. Let bygones be bygones. There's no need to dwell on such trivial matters. After speaking, Qin Changsheng turned to the elder of the Tianji Pavilion. Elder, as the Holy Sun, I should have the authority to issue tasks, right? You do. The Holy Sun can not only issue private tasks, but also represent the Holy Land in issuing tasks. However, when representing the Holy Land, the task points cannot exceed 1 million. I see. Then I'll personally offer 20 million divine sources. Elder, please help me issue a task. The task is simple. Eliminate the Quanlong Fortress. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped. So ruthless? Starting with 20 million divine sources and directly ordering the destruction of an entire faction, this new Holy Sun is truly bold. Qin Changsheng's words not only shocked the many disciples, but also left Zining and the elder of the Tianji Pavilion stunned. The elder of the Tianji Pavilion said with difficulty, Holy Sun, according to the rules, you can indeed issue this task. But destroying a faction is no small matter. Perhaps you should reconsider. Hearing this advice, Qin Changsheng smiled faintly. The Quanlong Fortress has openly slandered the Holy Sun of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, which is equivalent to slandering our entire Purple Mansion Holy Land. This is something we absolutely cannot tolerate. Even if I could endure it, the other disciples of the Purple Mansion Holy Land certainly wouldn't. A mere Quanlong Fortress destroying it is no big deal. Seeing that Qin Changsheng's words were stirring up the crowd's emotions, the elder of the Tianji Pavilion quickly pulled him aside and whispered, Holy Sun, destroying the Quanlong Fortress is certainly not a problem. But our Purple Mansion Holy Land currently cannot spare too much strength. All the top combat forces have followed the Holy Master to eliminate the unyielding bone, and the remaining forces must protect the Holy Land. If we continue to deploy troops, the defense of the Holy Land will be compromised, and this is no joke. The elder of the Tianji Pavilion spoke softly, but the other disciples of the Purple Mansion Holy Land vaguely heard him and felt that his words made sense. However, after listening, Chun Chongqing smiled and shook his head. Elder, you misunderstood. For this mission to destroy the Mad Dragon Fortress, I do not need the elders to accompany me. The elder of the Tianji Pavilion was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of a mission not requiring an elder to lead. For such a large operation, how could it proceed without experts overseeing it? Holy Son, this is probably not feasible. Without experts leading, if something goes wrong, there will be no accidents. Chun Chongqing interrupted him directly, then turned to the disciples and said, Everyone, just like wolves can travel 1,000 miles to eat meat, while dogs can travel 1,000 miles only to eat dung. Mad Dragon Fortress is merely a second-rate force, neither particularly strong nor particularly weak. If we send elders, Mad Dragon Fortress will be instantly obliterated. But if we go alone, Mad Dragon Fortress will instead become a tough opponent. I, Chun Chongqing, have just arrived and only know about the Purple Mansion Holy Land from outside rumors. But I believe the Purple Mansion Holy Land is a place capable of fighting tough battles. It won't shrink back and hesitate just because the opponent is slightly stronger. If that's the case, you will forever be dung-eating dogs, never becoming meat-eating wolves. Now tell me, what is your choice? Chun Chongqing's passionate speech ignited the enthusiasm of the disciples. Although they were not as outstanding as top prodigies like Zining, they were not weak either. To become registered disciples, they were 1 in 100 outer disciples, 1 in 1,000 inner disciples, 1 in 10,000. Prodigies have their pride, and elites and geniuses also have strong self-esteem. Destroy Mad Dragon Fortress. Someone shouted first, and thousands of disciples immediately followed. Destroy Mad Dragon Fortress. The chant quickly spread throughout the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Once the atmosphere settled, Chun Chongqing spread his hands, and the crowd instantly quieted down. According to the rules of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, for such large-scale missions, 70% of the spoils belong to the Holy Land. The disciples executing the mission can only take 30%, along with additional rewards. But today is different. In the past, the Holy Land would send elders to accompany and oversee the mission. They contributed their efforts, and significant efforts at that, so they deserved 70% of the rewards. But for this mission, they are not contributing, so they can only take 30%. And even this 30% is not for the elders, it is a return to the Purple Mansion Holy Land for nurturing us. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples' eyes turned red. Mad Dragon Fortress was merely a second-rate force, and its resources were insignificant to the Purple Mansion Holy Land. But if these resources were distributed among a few individuals, it would be a substantial fortune for anyone. Not to mention the additional points rewards for completing the mission. Seeing Chun Chongqing boldly modify the rules of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, the elders of the Tianji Pavilion were so anxious they were almost smoking with worry. The matter was too significant. If anything went wrong, it would not be a responsibility they, as outer elders, could bear. Just as the elder of the Tianji Pavilion was anxiously pondering countermeasures, a piece of white paper glowing with golden light flew into his hand. After reading the content, the elder of Tianji Pavilion finally breathed a sigh of relief. This order came directly from the back mountain of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Everyone, the Elder Council of the Purple Mansion Holy Land has issued an order. The reward for this mission will be borne by the Holy Land, and all matters will be fully directed by the Holy Son. If anyone disobeys orders, the Holy Son has the authority to deal with them first and report later. All disciples participating in this mission, regardless of whether the mission succeeds or fails, will be considered to have passed the assessment. Upon hearing the Elder Council's order, everyone's last concerns dissipated. Although Chun Chongqing's promise was tempting, he was, after all, just a Holy Son. No matter how great the Holy Son's authority was, the final decision-making power was not in his hands. Now that the Holy Land had endorsed Chun Chongqing's plan and granted him further authority, with this backing, Everyone no longer feared being held accountable by the Holy Land if the mission failed. Seeing the Elder Council's decision, Chun Chongqing's lips curved slightly upward as he spoke. Everyone, you've seen the situation. Whether you want to feast on the big meat or just sip the soup, it's up to you to decide. Since this is a team mission, naturally, we need a few leaders. After all, a snake without a head can't move, a bird without wings can't fly, and scattered sand can never form momentum. These four will be the team leaders for this mission. You can freely choose your leader. If you think they're not qualified, you can challenge them. Defeat them, and you'll become the new leader. All dissatisfaction and grievances can be vented now. But I, Qin Chongqing, warn you in advance. If you don't cherish this opportunity now, when we truly set out for the Wild Dragon Fortress, anyone who dares to disobey orders along the way, I won't show mercy. After speaking, Chun Chongsheng placed an hourglass on the ground and then walked directly toward a nearby pavilion. Looking at the hourglass on the ground and then at the four people, including Zining, some disciples began to waver. Inner disciples, known as quasi-holy sons, naturally aspired to advance further. In the past, the hierarchy was strict and they lacked the confidence to challenge Zining. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Additionally, some disciples set their sights on Gongsun Huayu and others. Zining had earned recognition as a holy maiden through her strength, gaining the approval of most people. If they couldn't challenge Zining, couldn't they challenge the others? Outer disciples wanted to step on Su Tian and others to climb higher. Similarly, many inner disciples also wanted to step on Su Tian and his group to rise in rank. However, these inner disciples aimed to become leaders, striving for more resources and status. Driven by such emotions, challengers soon emerged. Each leader had their respective challengers. Zining had the fewest, followed by Gongsun Huayu, while Yi Henxing and Su Tian had the most challengers. Looking at the challengers before them, a trace of excitement flashed in Su Tian and Yi Henxing's eyes. They could finally face everything alone. From the moment they became prodigies, their success had always been taken for granted by others. In the eyes of others, they had the best resources and the best teachers. Achieving the best under such conditions seemed only natural. But no one knew how much sweat and blood they had shed behind the scenes. Now, no one would see them that way anymore. Here, in the deeper and more profound Purple Mansion Holy Land. Boom! Su Tian and the others quickly engaged in combat with the challengers, and both sides immediately entered into fierce battles. Sipping his hot tea, Qin Chongqing leisurely watched the distant battle unfold. Gongsun Huayu and Zining don't have major issues. Although those inner disciples are strong, they still stand no chance against top-tier prodigies. The most tense situation involves Su Tian and Yi Henxing. Their strength is decent, but not yet at the level of overwhelming dominance. It's reasonable for these inner disciples to aim to step over them to rise in rank. Thinking of this, Chun Chongqing muttered softly, the Tiangang body refining technique and the 100 defeats immortal sovereign fist are both top-tier techniques. If you still haven't grasped their essence after all this time, maybe you're really not suited to conquer the world. After speaking, he casually took out a book and began reading leisurely. The challenge time was 2 hours, so Su Tian and the others still had plenty of time to finish their battles. Back mountain of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. A scene appeared before the many elders, showing the battle involving Gongsun Huayu and the others. What talent! To create such a peerless technique, he will surely have a place in the struggle for destiny. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the other elders' eyes gleamed with desire. Such a promising cultivation system, if they could learn it themselves, their strength would undoubtedly improve significantly. With increased strength, their lifespans could also be greatly extended. Thinking of this, some elders immediately spoke up. Grand Elder, the cultivation system created by the Holy Sun is so remarkable. Shouldn't we help him refine and perfect it? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's face instantly darkened. Put away your petty schemes. If I find out anyone's short-sighted thoughts have influenced Chun Chongqing's view of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, I'll personally take their head. Seeing the Grand Elder's anger, the previously outspoken elders had no choice but to shut their mouths in embarrassment. Everyone, I know most of you are nearing the end of your lifespans, and I, Go Lu, am no exception. But seeking to extend life doesn't mean acting foolishly. Based on Chen Chongqing's situation, he will undoubtedly participate in the struggle for destiny. Once the struggle begins, he will need many allies. At that time, the Purple Mansion Holy Land will naturally bear this responsibility. When the struggle for destiny begins, would Chen Chongqing just stand by and watch the Purple Mansion Holy Land lose due to outdated cultivation techniques? Furthermore, once someone destined for destiny carries it, their cultivation system will spread across the world. Would Chen Chongqing let his allies suffer losses because of secrets that will inevitably be revealed? So, you'd better abandon those foolish ideas. Hearing these words, some elders' gazes became uncertain, as they had just been contemplating how to negotiate with Chen Chongqing to obtain this new cultivation system. At this moment, the second elder, who had been silent, also spoke up. Everyone, perhaps you still see Chen Chongqing as a child, but I advise you not to think that way. From the interactions over the past few days, it's clear that Gongsun Huaiyu and the others completely follow Chen Chongqing's commands. To put it bluntly, their cultivation is essentially guided by Chen Chongqing. You are veterans in the cultivation world, and you've seen the strength of these three. Frankly, do you have absolute confidence in your ability to guide these three young people? What you cannot achieve, Chen Chongqing has accomplished. This proves his strength has already surpassed some of us. In the cultivation world, strength speaks louder than words. If you insist on clinging to old rules, Chen Chongqing might not show you any respect. Some things need to be carefully considered. The words of the great elder and the second elder made many people abandon their thoughts. Second elder, that may be true, but what about the third elder and the fifth elder? They have always been advocates of war and hold a very tough stance against the 72 wolf smokes. Once the matter of the unmelting bone is resolved, there might be conflicts between Chen Chongqing and them. The second elder stroked his beard and smiled. Conflicts are normal. The Mad Dragon Fortress is Chen Chongqing's test for the disciples of the Purple Mansion, while the third elder and fifth elder are the Purple Mansion Holy Land's test for Chen Chongqing. If he can't even handle those two old fellows, then he doesn't deserve the full support of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. I really like a saying, a wolf that travels 1,000 miles can eat meat, but a dog that travels 1,000 miles can only eat dung. Whether he's a wolf or a dog, we'll know after a test. Rules that never change have been upheld for too long. I'm curious to see what kind of tricks these young people will come up with. Or rather, I'm more curious to see if Chen Chongqing can completely change the situation in the central court. After speaking, the second elder smiled and looked at the calm Chen Chongqing in the image. This time, the Holy Lord seemed to have truly brought back a peerless gem for the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Outside the Tianji Pavilion, Gongsun Huaiyu and Zining had already successfully defeated their challengers, but Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were still struggling in battle. There was no other way. The challengers Su Tian and Yi Hensheng faced were simply too many. Watching from the sidelines, Gongsun Huaiyu said, "Wicked woman, do you think Su Tian and the others will lose?" Zining rolled her eyes. "Watch your words, or I'll lock you up and make you have 10 or 8 children. Although I admire Yi Hensheng and Su Tian, they are destined to lose. The inner disciples of my Purple Mansion Holy Land are not like those useless people outside. They might not even win in a one-on-one fight, let alone facing opponents one after another. The reason they've lasted this long is that the inner disciples haven't made their move yet. If they were defeated immediately, it would be a huge loss of face for Chen Chongqing." Hearing Zining's analysis, Gongsun Huaiyu rolled his eyes but didn't refute her. After all, he thought the same way. After defeating another challenger, Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were already looking quite disheveled. It was clear that the Purple Mansion Holy Land truly lived up to its name. Every disciple here was exceptionally powerful. What was even more terrifying was that they could feel there were even stronger experts who hadn't made a move yet. The reason they hadn't acted was to save face for them. Now, as time was running out, those experts were about to step forward. Sure enough, just as the previous 2 challengers stepped back, 2 men walked out. All this time, everyone has seen your strength. Now that you've consumed so much energy, why not call it a draw? What do you think? Just as one disciple suggested this, Chen Chongqing's voice rang out. There are no draws. With me, it's either win or lose. If it ends in a draw, all of you can get lost. Hearing this, that inner disciple smiled. It seems the Holy Sun doesn't allow for a draw. In that case, Feng Yuxiu, I have no choice but to offend you. I heard Brother Su practices the Heavenly Gang body refining technique, which can draw on the power of the stars. My ultimate skill is the star-plucking hand. Be careful, Brother Su. As soon as the words were spoken, Feng Yuxiu swiftly attacked Su Tian's vital points. Faced with this lightning-fast assault, Su Tian hurriedly defended himself. However, the usually invincible power of the stars was forcibly shattered by Feng Yuxiu. As the saying goes, a master's skill is evident from the first move. The moment Feng Yuxiu struck, the geniuses present had already guessed the outcome. Of course, Su Tian himself was also aware. TSK Tisk. Feng Yuxiu seems quite skilled. I bet Su Tian will be defeated within 30 moves. Watching Feng Yuxiu's techniques, Gongsun Huayu was eager to try. Not 30 moves, at most 15 moves, and Su Tian will surely lose. Before I ascended to the rank of Saintess, Feng Yuxiu was one of my strongest opponents. His star-plucking hand has reached a level of mastery back then. I barely won by a single move. If it weren't for his slightly lacking talent and cultivation, the position of Saint Sun in the Purple Mansion Holy Land would have long been his. Xining's words left Gongsun Huayu astonished. Really? Is it that exaggerated? You barely won by one move? I'm not lying to you. The star-plucking hand is a technique focused on external cultivation. If he didn't have enough talent, why would he practice such a supreme skill? Although the star-plucking hand is one of the top external cultivation techniques in the Purple Mansion Holy Land, it ultimately struggles to reach the pinnacle. What a pity. After hearing Xining's explanation, Gongsun Huayu became even more eager to challenge him. Feng Yuxiu is one of your strongest opponents, so who else is there? That would be him. Xining gestured with her head. His name is Yang Feng. Feng, as in madman. He practices another supreme skill of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, the Mad Demon Fist. He is also the closed-door disciple of the Fourth Elder, and his strength is no less than mine. He didn't become the Saint Sun because the Mad Demon Fist has a major flaw. It easily leads to chi deviation. The Saint Sun and Saintess are the prospective successors of the Holy Land. To claim that position, one needs not only strength, but also a sharp mind. Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu scrutinized Xining from head to toe. Are you trying to fool me? With your looks, do you even have a brain? Aside from having a big chest and round hips, and being somewhat passable in appearance, I don't see any special qualities in you. Xining was about to retort, but paused mid-motion, then smiled. I may not be able to beat you now, but I didn't lose to you, I lost to Qin Changsheng. The new cultivation method is definitely not something a little girl like you could come up with. Before Qin Changsheng went into seclusion, he promised me that as long as I completed more tasks than you, he would teach me the new cultivation method. Up to now, I've completed 30 more tasks than you. Your days of arrogance are numbered. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Huayu became anxious. You're cheating. If you hadn't secretly taken on extra tasks, how could you surpass me? Only fools make excuses when they lose. The Purple Mansion Holy Land is my home turf, so of course, I'll use this advantage. Don't get cocky. I'll definitely persuade the master not to teach you. Say whatever you want. Even if Qin Changsheng goes back on his word, I have my ways to make him teach me. After all, I have my own advantages. Gongsun Huayu sneered. What advantages? I don't see any. I just told you I have a big chest and round hips. Even if I don't necessarily become stronger, I can give him children. By then, I'll have the right to command you, little girl. Why you? Gongsun Huayu trembled with anger, let out a cold snort, and turned his head away. Although he wouldn't actually stop Qin Changsheng, being verbally bullied by this wicked woman was truly infuriating. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Xining and Gongsun Huayu were bickering, Su Tian and Yi Hensheng had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Both were beaten to the point of incessantly coughing up blood. The formidable enemy before them left them extremely anxious. Their anxiety wasn't because they thought they would lose, but because they knew there was a key to turning the tide hidden within themselves, yet they couldn't find it. Amidst the whirlwind of thoughts, Su Tian suddenly recalled something Qin Changsheng had once said. If the Tiangang body refining technique were just an ordinary body refining method, it wouldn't have been passed down in the Xuanwu kingdom for so long. At this thought, Su Tian lowered his head to look at his own starlight power, and all the doubts in his mind instantly vanished. It turned out he had been using the Tiangang body refining technique incorrectly all along. The starlight power quickly surged into Su Tian's body, and after merging with his spiritual energy, his aura skyrocketed. Seeing this, the corners of Chun Chongqing's mouth lifted slightly. Finally figured it out. Not too stupid after all. Indeed, the Tiangang body refining technique was not a body refining method at all, it was a complete internal cultivation technique. When starlight power merges into the body, it can trigger wondrous effects. Simply put, the Tiangang body refining technique is merely a catalyst. The true key to its power lies in the cultivator themselves. The previous left emperor's robust physique was due to his exceptional talent in external cultivation, not because the Tiangang body refining technique directly created his strong body. This is the secret of the Tiangang body refining technique in the Xuanwu kingdom. Moreover, this technique requires personal comprehension, and everyone's understanding of the Tiangang body refining technique is different. If comprehended well, the path ahead is vast. If not, one remains ordinary for life. Clearly, Su Tian had figured it out. Seeing Su Tian's transformation, Feng Yuxiu smiled, withdrew his hand, and said, "You've found your own path. I concede this match." Su Tian stopped his move. "You may have won now, but in the future, you will lose." Feng Yuxiu merely smiled, turned, and walked away. The disciples of the Purple Mansion were very dissatisfied with Feng Yuxiu's act of conceding without a fight, but Qin Chongqing, sitting in the pavilion, showed interest. Watching the match between Su Tian and Feng Yuxiu, he came to a conclusion. Feng Yuxiu's strength was actually far superior to Su Tian's. Although Su Tian had grasped the mysteries of the Tiangang body refining technique, in his current state and cultivation level, he had no chance of defeating Feng Yuxiu. The reason Feng Yuxiu conceded was that this match no longer held any meaning. His talent and cultivation had already set his limits. Nowadays, cultivation methods are diverse, but apart from his self-proposed body cultivation, the vast majority still revolve around the spiritual root system. According to Qin Chongqing's estimation, Feng Yuxiu's aptitude was at most that of a lower-grade spiritual root. So, even if he could defeat Su Tian, he wouldn't be a match for top-tier geniuses like Gongsun Huaiyu. And as Su Tian continued to grow, Feng Yuxiu would inevitably be defeated sooner or later. Since he could never see the view from the mountaintop, he might as well go with the flow and help someone else. To put it simply, Feng Yuxiu was truly unlucky in this lifetime. If he were born in another era, his achievements would never have been limited to this. Thinking of this, Qin Chongqing murmured softly, "In chaotic times, heroes emerge, and treasures can be found just by wandering around." If Feng Yuxiu were to switch to a different cultivation system, could he soar to the skies and trample all the geniuses beneath his feet? This idea is not bad. It's worth studying carefully. Su Tian's battle had ended, but Yi Henqing's fight was still ongoing. Unlike Su Tian's explosive bursts at critical moments, Yi Henqing maintained a steady and solid approach. Although he was consistently at a disadvantage, his boxing technique became increasingly refined. Facing Yang Feng's storm-like punches, Yi Henqing surprisingly gained a slight upper hand in momentum. After punching repeatedly, Yi Henqing finally understood his problem. He wasn't using his own boxing technique, but rather the technique of the unbeaten Taoist. To truly grasp the essence of this technique, he had to reach the realm of oneness between man and fist. The technique is me, and I am the technique. His second master infused persistence into his boxing, making his punches fierce and unstoppable. Meanwhile, Qin Chongqing integrated his life experiences into his boxing, having seen all the scenery and tasted the full spectrum of love and hate. He condensed his entire life into his fists. When he threw a punch, it was like a massive tidal wave, unstoppable. No one could truly face the pain experienced by someone who has lived a long life, as longevity means endless suffering. Bang! Yi Henqing and Yang Feng clashed fists again, both retreating a few steps. At this moment, the last grain of sand in the hourglass fell. "Stop, Qin Chongqing," standing in the pavilion, rose and said, Yang Feng has failed the challenge, and Yi Hensheng did not defeat all challengers within the allotted time. The position of the fourth leader is revoked. This time, there will only be 3 leaders, Gongsun Huaiyu, Zining, and Su Tian. Now, the disciples of the Purple Mansion have half an hour to prepare. During this time, you must ready your weapons and pills and decide which leader to follow. If you fear the dangers of this mission, don't come back after returning. This way, you can avoid being criticized by your fellow disciples. After speaking, Chen Chongsheng waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Yang Feng and the others saluted Chen Chongsheng before turning to leave. This assault on the Wild Dragon Fortress was no trivial matter. Even geniuses could fall. Proper preparation was essential. After the crowd left, Gongsun Huaiyu and the others approached Chen Chongsheng. Seeing Chen Chongsheng's calm expression, the 4 of them felt a bit uneasy, as the commotion this time was no small matter. Chen Chongsheng lightly inhaled the aroma of the tea in his hand, his face full of enjoyment. What are you standing here for? Go prepare, we're leaving soon. Zining tentatively asked, Sir, aren't you angry with us? Why would I be angry with you? If you can complete the Tianji Pavilion's task, that's your ability. Practitioners are meant to challenge fate, to fight against the heavens, the earth, and people. This small issue is simply because your abilities are not yet sufficient. As the holy son of the Purple Mansion's sacred land, it's my responsibility to handle these troubles. Blaming you for being inconsiderate would be wrong of me. He paused, then smiled at the 4 of them. But you need to learn to get used to one thing, and that is cleaning up after your subordinates, just like I do. Now that I'm leading the younger generation of the Purple Mansion's sacred land, I can't handle all the details for you like before. You should know, Nailanjing, Wan Yinyu, Zhua Xinghe. These people are all leaders of their respective forces and can't possibly manage every detail. Similarly, I, Chen Chongsheng, cannot manage every detail at the start of the battle. These matters depend on you to handle. If you fail, the ones who will die are those who trust you. So what you should worry about is not whether I will blame you, but whether you can face those who believe in you after the battle. After hearing Chen Chongsheng's words, the 4 fell silent. Although they had experience leading teams, they previously had elders backing them up. Even if mistakes occurred, someone would help clean up the mess. Now, they had become the elders and had to learn to clean up for others. When encountering problems, regardless of their ability, they must come up with solutions. Right or wrong would be tested by reality, and if they were wrong, those who trusted them would pay with their lives. This kind of pressure was heavier than a mountain. Looking at the 4 solemn expressions, Chen Chongsheng's lips curved slightly upward. True growth is always exchanged with blood, and tears. Mere words without action will never lead to maturity. He glanced at the 4 and then turned to Yi Hensheng, saying, Your boxing technique is somewhat unique. It requires time to refine and strengthen. You've just grasped its essence, so it's normal to lose in a fight. Do you want me to find an excuse for you to regain your position as leader? Yi Hensheng lowered his head and said, Thank you for your kindness, sir, but a loss is a loss, and there's no room for excuses. Only failures look for excuses. Successful people seek reasons. For this mission, I am willing to serve as an ordinary member and join Brother Su's team. Good idea. Next, you can discuss among yourselves. I'll wait for you outside the mountain gate. After speaking, Chen Chongsheng stood up and left the pavilion. Watching his departing figure, the 4 remained silent for a moment before starting to discuss the specific plans for the next steps. The number of people in Quanglong Fortress was clearly greater than theirs. To conquer a faction, a clear strategy was essential. If everyone charged in like headless flies, even if they managed to take down Quanglong Fortress, it would only count as a barely won victory. Chen Chongsheng said nothing about this matter, clearly intending to leave these issues for Gongsun Huaiyu and the others to resolve. Half an hour passed quickly. Over 1,000 disciples from the Purple Mansion gathered neatly outside the mountain gate. Some people backed out at the last minute, but Chen Chongsheng didn't mind. After all, not everyone was willing to fight on the battlefield. The division of these 1,000 disciples was also interesting. The teams led by Su Tian and Yi Hensheng attracted 60% of the disciples, while Gongsun Huaiyu and Zining evenly split the remaining 40%. Su Tian's team had the highest proportion of intersect experts. This situation was entirely within Chen Chongqing's expectations. Ning and Gongsun Huayu were both excellent, but following them made it easy for one's brilliance to be overshadowed. Su Tian, on the other hand, was strong but not to the extent of suppressing everyone. As long as one had strength, they would be seen and shine. All 1,080 disciples have assembled. Please give the order, Holy Sun. Ning stepped forward first. Seeing Ning's serious expression, Chen Chongqing said calmly, Su Tian will lead the central army, Gongsun Huayu and Ning will serve as the left and right wings respectively. Now, I order Su Tian to launch a frontal assault on Quanglong Fortress, Ning to attack from the flank, and Gongsun Huayu to act as the reserve force to prevent interference from other factions. Understood. With the orders given, the disciples slowly ascended into the air, flying toward Quanglong Fortress. Chen Chongqing, riding a giant beast, remained at the center of the formation, atop the beast's back. After the end of the Tianjiao Conference, the Kunlun Sanctuary ceased its cooperation with the Quanglong Fortress, and the Yaowang Sanctuary did the same, reported a disciple of the Tianji Pavilion before retreating obediently. Several people, led by Ning, frowned as they stared at the map of Quanglong Fortress. After a long silence, Ning spoke. The forces that can withstand the pressure from the Zifu Sanctuary to support Quanglong Fortress must be extraordinary. However, judging from the current situation in the Central Court, they are only making small moves in secret. So we don't need to worry too much about them openly causing trouble, Yi Hensheng nodded. That is indeed the case, but there is another issue. The location of Quanglong Fortress is complex, situated at the intersection of the three major sanctuaries. Kunlun and Yaowang will not sit idly by while we seize this critical territory. If they join forces to intervene, our operation this time might be in vain. Everyone's gaze turned to Chen Chongqing, who was leisurely petting a dog. After all, he was the commander, and such strategic decisions had to be made by him. Chen Chongqing spoke. In terms of numbers, we are at a disadvantage this time. To win, we must engage in a swift, decisive battle. The attack by Su Tian's Central Army is merely a feint. The real fatal blow will be delivered by the 200 people led by Ning. You must bypass layers of obstacles and strike directly at the core of Quanglong Fortress. You must deal a heavy blow to Quanglong Fortress in the shortest possible time. The mission is extremely dangerous, and the slightest mistake could cost lives. Do you have confidence? Ning replied solemnly. I will not fail your trust, sir. Seeing her unwavering determination, Chen Chongqing nodded in satisfaction and continued pointing at the map. Su Tian, although your attack is a feint, your task is not easy. Quanglong Fortress will undoubtedly defend with all its might, and you must try to draw out their top experts. At the same time, you must quickly move to both sides when the enemy is distracted, forming an encirclement. Once Ning deals a heavy blow to the enemy, you must immediately shift from feint to main attack, advancing from the outside to the inside to capture Quanglong Fortress in one fell swoop. Yi Hensheng, as Su Tian's strategist, spoke up. Sir, judging from the terrain, to form an encirclement, we must pass through the Fierce Wind Inn and the Golden Light Cave. The Golden Light Cave is under Kunlun Sanctuary's control, and the Fierce Wind Inn is under Yaowang Sanctuaries. They won't let us pass easily. Chen Chongqing clicked his tongue. That's your problem to solve. Whether through negotiation or force, if you can't form an encirclement within 3 hours, come back and see me. If all the problems were solved, why would I need you? Hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Su Tian and the others looked grim. Ning's mission was a life-or-death situation, and their own task was equally challenging. At this moment, Gongsun Huayu couldn't sit still. Sir, what about our mission? We're no less capable than them. You can't just leave us idle. How am I supposed to explain this to those 200 disciples? Gongsun Huayu requested to join the battle, and Chen Chongqing pointed to a location on the map. Your task is even more critical than theirs. You will be stationed here, where you can both attack and defend. It is the necessary retreat route for the main army. In addition to holding this position, you must support Ning and Su Tian. If any forces outside Quanglong Fortress intervene, No matter how many, you must hold them off for 3 hours. If you fail, you will also report back to me with your head. Faced with the daunting task, Gongsun Huayu was delighted. But soon, she felt something was amiss. In this area, the only places that can influence the battle are the Golden Light Cave and the Fierce Wind Inn. But Su Tian and his team are just passing through. They might not necessarily clash with them. If both sides choose to avoid conflict, wouldn't I have no chance to show my skills? Gongsun Huayu was somewhat puzzled, but Chun Chongqing smiled and replied, "You've improved. You're actually starting to think about the next step in the plan. If both Jingguang Cave and Lai Fengyan choose to retreat, once Su Tian and Xining destroy Quanglong Fortress, you will move from the rear to the front and take these two forces under your control." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Chun Chongqing in surprise. This plan, he had never mentioned before. Seeing everyone's expressions, Chun Chongqing said calmly, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not targeting Quanglong Fortress just because of some rumors. If it were just about revenge against Quanglong Fortress, I could handle it alone. At most, it would take a bit more time. Why make such a big fuss? My real goal is this entire territory. This is the borderland of the 3 great sacred lands and serves as a buffer zone for various forces. Logically, this land should be jointly controlled by forces supported by the 3 sacred lands. But over the past few hundred years, the Kunlun sacred land has grown stronger, and eventually, the Zifu sacred land lost control over this area. What I need to do now is reclaim this territory. In the future, when the battle for destiny comes, the Zifu sacred land will be able to take the initiative." Chun Chongqing's words prompted Feng Yuxiu, who had been silent, to speak up. Dealing with Quanglong Fortress, Kunlun and Yaoguang might turn a blind eye. But if you target Jingguang Cave and Lai Fengyan, Kunlun and Yaoguang will definitely not stand idly by. We don't have the strength to resist those 2 defenses right now. Chun Chongqing smiled faintly. "No, we have other forces that can hold off those 2 sacred lands." "What forces?" "Me. I will block Yaoguang and Kunlun's interference. You take this opportunity to seize these 3 forces. 3 hours to eliminate Quanglong Fortress, 9 hours for Jingguang Cave and Lai Fengyan. During these 12 hours, not even the King of Heaven can interfere with your actions. After 12 hours, the outcome will depend on your strength." After speaking, Chun Chongqing stood up, preparing to leave the main group. Yang Feng quickly called out to him, "Holy Son, the top forces of the Central Court are all watching Bu Huagu, but Jiang Ping and Fu Yao are still stationed at the sacred land. Can you really hold them off?" Chun Chongqing replied indifferently, "If I say they can't come, then they can't come. I trust you all, and I hope you won't disappoint me." With that, his figure gradually faded and finally disappeared. After Chun Chongqing left, everyone's mood grew heavier. He had set up a grand stage for them. If this mission succeeded, everyone would become famous across the land. But this grand stage was also a trial ground. Whether a hero or a coward, they would all be exposed on this stage. At the border of the Kunlun sacred land, looking at the boundary marker in front of him, Chun Chongqing's mouth twitched. "Xiaohei, it seems we can't avoid this tough battle. I've raised you for so long. When the fight starts, you have to help me." The little black creature in his arms let out a sound and rolled its eyes at him, as if to say, "You want a sick dog to help? You're worse off than me." Chun Chongqing shook his head helplessly. "You ungrateful little thing, I really can't count on you." As he spoke, another Chun Chongqing, identical to him, appeared out of thin air. This was Chun Chongqing's true self. "Handing over Xiao Jin to you, along with the gluttonous bone. With these 2 powerful weapons, you should be able to hold off Fu Yao." The ego took the items and rolled his eyes. "You are me. I am you. Our minds are connected. Why waste words?" Gongsun Huayu's relationship is clear. Fu Yao probably won't go all out. But you need to be careful. If you can't hold on, I won't be able to either. Got it, go quickly. After a brief exchange, the ego flew off into the distance. Watching the ego gradually disappear, Chun Chongqing found a clean spot to sit down. With his current cultivation level, the ego couldn't be separated from his body for more than 1,000 miles, and the time limit was 12 hours. This was also why Su Tian and the others only had a 12-hour window. Boom! The battle between Su Tian and Quanglong Fortress erupted swiftly. Even from hundreds of miles away, Chun Changxing could clearly feel the massive tremors. However, he didn't pay much attention to the battle, leisurely stroking Xiaohe. Quanlong Fortress. Everyone, our Quanlong Fortress has not provoked the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Why are you? A disciple of Quanlong Fortress tried to negotiate with Su Tian while retreating. Before he could finish speaking, Su Tian twisted his neck. After dealing with a group of minor soldiers, Su Tian's eyes turned red as he led 200 men to launch a fierce attack on Quanlong Fortress without hesitation. This battle was all about a swift and decisive victory. The longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be for everyone else. Thus, he had to deplete the enemy's strength as quickly as possible before Quanlong Fortress could react. In the surprise attack, the 200 men captured 3 strongholds of Quanlong Fortress in quick succession. At the same time, Yi Henxing led 400 men to flank from both sides. But no matter how fast they were, Quanlong Fortress had its foundations, and 200 men couldn't completely break through in a short time. One formation after another rose from the ground, and the heavy sound of horns echoed throughout the fortress. Elders in seclusion and elite disciples also emerged to resist. Facing a counterattack with doubled numbers, Su Tian remained calm. He was experienced in leading troops into battle. How could the one-word side-by-side king of the Xuanwu Kingdom not know how to fight? Body cultivators to the front, formation squads quickly dismantle the formations. Inner disciples hold off the elders of Quanlong Fortress. Battle pets handle the low-level cultivators, and outer disciples charge with me. Following Su Tian's orders, the 200-strong team immediately sprang into action. The Purple Mansion disciples, skilled in physical cultivation, bore the brunt of the formation attacks, holding the front line. The higher cultivation inner disciples engaged the elders of Quanlong Fortress, preventing them from slaughtering the outer disciples while disrupting the enemy's formations. Other disciples with different specialties stayed in the rear, unleashing a barrage of attacks using poison techniques, spirit beast summoning, talismans, and illusions. The deep foundation of the Purple Mansion not only nurtured geniuses, but also cultivated many disciples specializing in other fields, such as artifact crafting, alchemy, and spirit beast training. Their cultivation levels might not be high, but they had advanced far in their respective domains. Once a large-scale battle erupted, these disciples often played unexpectedly crucial roles. At the boundary marker of Yaoguang Holy Land. I knew you'd be fine. It's been so long, and now you've become the Holy Lord of Yaoguang. That's amazing. Chun Changxing greeted Fuyao warmly. The former holy son of Yaoguang had now become the leader of the Holy Land. Fuyao looked at Chun Changxing in front of him, full of admiration. Is this the cultivation system you created? Truly remarkable. Chun Changxing waved his hand with a smile. Not at all. I'm just a laborer. Since I've run into Brother Fuyao today, why not sit down and have a drink? Fuyao stood far away, unmoving. Because Chun Changxing was holding a massive bone in his right hand, and a fierce, fat silkworm was perched on his shoulder. His aura had reached its peak, and if Fuyao dared to take a step forward, Chun Changxing would immediately strike. You attacked the Mad Dragon Fortress. I won't interfere, but why are you targeting the Fierce Wind Inn? The Fierce Wind Inn is backed by the Yaoguang Holy Land. You must know that, right? Fuyao questioned. Chun Changxing immediately shook his head in denial. Slander. This is blatant defamation. I, Chun Changxing, swear I have never targeted the Fierce Wind Inn. If I'm lying, let the young master of Mad Dragon Fortress, Wantong, suffer misfortune forever. Fuyao smiled helplessly. You're still the same as ever. If you want the Fierce Wind Inn, just take it. You've won this time, but next time, you won't be so lucky. A trace of doubt flashed in Chun Changxing's eyes. What do you mean by that? The meaning is simple. He's praising you. As the words fell, a figure approached from afar. Chun Changxing immediately took 2 steps back, because the person carried the aura of the desolate ancient forbidden land. The man smiled and said, Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Someone once had high hopes for you and invested in you. Unfortunately, the move was slightly off, a bit regrettable. Listening to the man's words, Chun Changxing recognized his identity. Chaotic times are truly chaotic. All sorts of strange characters emerge. Since you're here, isn't it impolite not to introduce yourself? My surname is Zhang, given name Bainin, from the desolate ancient forbidden land you speak of. I am the eldest disciple of the 100 Defeats immortal sovereign. By relation, you should call me senior brother. Chen Chongqing's mouth twitched, feeling as though he'd stumbled upon some big secret. Ha ha, truly a case of the Dragon King Temple flooded. All just a misunderstanding. Though he spoke of misunderstanding, his feet began to retreat. Dealing with Fu Yao was already difficult enough, and now he had to face the intimidating Zhang Baining. If he didn't flee now, he'd only end up beaten. Zhang Baining smiled. Don't think about escaping. If your true body were here, we might not be able to stop you. But with just a clone, stopping you is no problem. Chen Chongqing knew there was no escape, so he simply gave up resisting. If I can't escape, so be it. Say what you want to do, don't beat around the bush. If you want this territory, I'll withdraw my troops. I don't care about this place, take it if you want. Not just this land, even destiny itself, we can yield it. Although destiny is set, the desolate ancient forbidden land has ways to change it. Chen Chongqing frowned deeply. Change? What do you mean by that? Isn't destiny predetermined? Zhang Baining said indifferently. There are no absolutes in this world. The key is whether you're willing to pay the price. Destiny holders may be powerful, but they are not invincible. Facing Zhang Baining's threat, Chen Chongqing felt pressure for the first time. Although the system had granted him longevity, his accumulation was still far from enough to contend with these ancient beings. You've threatened me several times, and I admit I'm a bit intimidated. Can you talk about your terms now? Zhang Baining spoke calmly. The requirements of the archaic forbidden land are simple. After the chosen one bears the destiny, they must make a trip to the archaic forbidden land. Don't think it's as simple as just taking a trip. You want the chosen one to give up targeting the archaic forbidden land, right? As far as I know, before bearing the destiny, the chosen one always visits the forbidden land. I believe they aren't just going there for a chat. This idea is correct. Are you willing to help? Chen Chongqing looked into Zhang Baining's eyes and pondered for a long time. Then what benefits can the chosen one and I gain? The archaic forbidden land will support you. After the destiny shatters and reunites, this time the destiny will be stronger than ever before. Truly bearing the destiny is not a simple matter. Many forces will intervene. The archaic forbidden land can help, but in return, the chosen one must acknowledge this favor. During the time you bear the destiny, you must not act against the archaic forbidden land. After hearing this, Chen Chongqing smiled slightly and said, the terms are very appealing. Now I think we can sit down and have a proper discussion. Gladly. Zhang Baining waved his right hand, and a jade table appeared in front of Chen Chongqing. Faced with Zhang Baining's invitation, Chen Chongqing sat down without hesitation. The distant sounds of battle served as a backdrop. The wind rustled through the forest, and the three seemed to be enjoying a natural symphony. They lit a clay stove and poured the misty spiritual spring water into it. Once the spring water boiled, Zhang Baining took out a tea canister, retrieved 3 flying swords, and placed them into the tea. Chen Chongqing looked at the peculiar tea leaves in his cup and said, Brother Baining, your tea leaves are truly unique. I've never seen anything like them. This is a specialty from my hometown, called enlightenment tea. It only produces 1 leaf every 1,000 years, and drinking it can clear one's mind. Those with fate may even achieve sudden enlightenment. After hearing the explanation, Chen Chongqing paused for a moment, then turned his hand to take out a jade bottle and poured the tea in front of him into it. Not only that, Chen Chongqing also packed up the tea in front of himself, Zhang Baining, and Fu Yao to take away. After tidying up, he casually tucked the tea canister into his chest, his movements smooth and natural. Zhang Baining looked at him helplessly. I was willing to share this with you, but I didn't expect you to be so greedy. Chen Chongqing responded seriously. Brother Baining, I must criticize you. We finally sat down to talk, and you brought out enlightenment tea. Brother Fu Yao and you are both top-tier geniuses. If you drink enlightenment tea and suddenly gain enlightenment, what then? Wouldn't that disrupt our conversation? Let's set the enlightenment tea aside and drink the tea I brought. Zhang Baining was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Brother Chen, you make a good point. I didn't think it through. Is there anything special about the tea you brought? As Chun Chongqing brewed the tea, he said, nothing special, just particularly bitter. This tea was planted, picked, and prepared by me personally. After finishing, he handed over 2 steaming cups of tea. So that's how it is. This tea is worth a try. Zhang Banian and Fu Yao took a sip, and their expressions immediately twisted. In contrast, Chen Chongqing drank with relish, as if he were enjoying a completely different tea. Curious, Zhang Banian asked, Brother Chun, this tea is so bitter it's unbearable. How can you drink it without flinching? Chen Chongqing rubbed the teacup and said calmly, no matter how bitter life is, it can't compare to this cup of tea. Having experienced even more bitter things, no matter how bitter the tea, it can be enjoyed as a sweet delight. Zhang Banian nodded in admiration. Brother Chun, your mindset is truly admirable. Chen Chongqing put down his teacup and said, the tea is finished. Let's get to the main topic. You know about when I entered the ancient Forbidden Land, right? Yes. The immortal Lord of Defeat is connected to the ancient Forbidden Land. You managed to obtain his stone coffin, which makes you half a disciple, so you survived. I see. No wonder I muddled through and survived back then. So, the things I obtained in the ancient Forbidden Land, were they deliberately given to me by you? More or less. The gluttonous root bone and those little items, while the ancient Forbidden Land doesn't care about them. Not just anyone can take them out. Chun Chongqing nodded and continued to ask, second question, why didn't you kill me, or the destiny bearer behind me? With the strength of the ancient Forbidden Land, this shouldn't be difficult, right? Zhang Banian answered calmly. Killing people is easy, but killing destiny bearers, especially those who have stepped into the 6th realm, is much harder. Once someone steps into the 6th realm, their destiny begins to take shape, and they are usually very difficult to kill. Without absolute certainty, the ancient Forbidden Land doesn't want to provoke these future powerhouses. Chen Chongqing's lips curved slightly. I finally understand why Fu Yao said he lost this lifetime. I guess you noticed that the Destiny Bearer had stepped into the 6th realm. Back then, when you invested in me in the ancient Forbidden Land, it was because you thought I had the potential to become a Destiny Bearer. If I succeeded, I would owe a favor to the ancient Forbidden Land. At the same time, the ancient Forbidden Land sent you to compete for destiny. No matter who wins between us, the ancient Forbidden Land wouldn't lose. But you didn't anticipate that the true Destiny Bearer was the person behind me. Ha! Zhang Banian laughed and clapped his hands. Your analysis is spot on. Everything is just as you said. At first, I truly believed you were the one destined by fate. At that time, you showed no signs of stepping into the 6th realm, so I didn't act immediately. After all, to defeat a genius like you, there's only one chance, and I had to prepare well. But who would have thought that in just a few months, the true destined one would have already broken through to the 6th realm? Now the situation is set. Even I am powerless, which is why I came to you for help, Brother Chun. After speaking, Zhang Banian fixed his gaze firmly on Chen Chongqing. Facing this gaze, Chen Chongqing remained silent once again. After a long while, he turned to look at the silent Fu Yao, raised his hand to point at Zhang Banian, and said, You and I once had an agreement. You promised to help me deal with all obstacles at the Tianjiao Assembly. I dealt with Feng Qianqing myself, and now I'm not asking you to deal with him. But can you help me kill him? Fu Yao glanced at Chen Chongqing indifferently and said, Did you fulfill the agreement back then? Even if I'm willing to help you deal with him, how do you plan to handle the ancient Forbidden Land? I don't have the ability to clear the obstacles in the ancient Forbidden Land for you. Fu Yao decisively rejected Chen Chongqing's request. Chen Chongqing immediately put on a friendly smile. Brother Banian, don't mind me. I was just joking earlier. Now let us get back to the main topic. Faced with Chen Chongqing's unpredictability, Zhang Banian smiled but said nothing. In this life and death struggle for destiny, killing Chen Chongqing would grant him the fate, and he would have acted without hesitation long ago. The threat of the ancient Forbidden Land had already emerged, and his desire to kill him was entirely reasonable. The third question, Brother Banian, what exactly did you mean by lower realm earlier? Also, what does the giant hand on the bronze ancient hall symbolize? Will they appear again? Chen Chongqing voiced all the doubts in his heart at once. Zhang Banian replied indifferently. These questions, I cannot tell you now. When you reach that level, you will naturally understand. Qin Changxing said. No problem. If you can't say, then let us change the question. Why does the Destined One target the Forbidden Land? Are the anomalies of the Bronze Ancient Hall related to the Forbidden Land? Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Banian interrupted him. Brother Chun, Qin Changxing was puzzled. Can't I ask these questions either? A cup of tea's worth of friendship only allows for 3 questions. The opportunity has been used up. Asking more would be greedy. Fine, if I can't ask, I want to ask. Don't beat around the bush and insult me. Regarding the conditions for the ancient Forbidden Land, I've agreed to them. I hope you want to go back on your word at the critical moment. With the conditions met, Zhang Banian stood up, ready to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at Qin Changxing and said, to compensate for the unanswered 3rd question, I'll give you a piece of information. If you want to revive the divine beast by Zay by your side, you'll need to make a trip to the Nether Forest. There might be a way there. Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing's eyes immediately lit up. Where is the Nether Forest? In the Eastern Wilderness. To find the Nether Forest, you'll need a special method. As he spoke, Zhang Banian handed him a jade slip. Qin Changxing looked at the jade slip and asked suspiciously, why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? Are you trying to trick me? Rest assured, what I said is absolutely true. If the Nether Forest can't save Bai Zai, then there's really no way. You're so confident, it makes me even more nervous. Why don't you try the Nether Forest? I'll agree to any request you make. Zhang Banian shook his head with a smile. I won't go there. That place would kill even me. This life's destiny is set, but I must seize the destiny of the next life. So, for opponents like you, naturally, I have to set traps to trip you up. Even if I can't kill you, I have to slow you down. Don't you agree? Qin Changxing. Your words are so shameless, even more than mine. Truly impressive. As expected of the child of the Forbidden Land, your shamelessness surpasses that of ordinary people. Just for this gift, when I have time, I'll definitely drag you out of the ancient Forbidden Land and give you a good beating. Ha! Hearing Qin Changxing's words, Zhang Banian burst into laughter. If you have the guts, come at me. When I bear the destiny, I will establish a force to unify the world. By then, if you lose, I'll leave you a position as the gatekeeper of the heavenly court. After speaking, Zhang Banian turned and left. After Zhang Banian left, Qin Changxing looked at Fu Yao. It seems that in the next life, you'll face a strong enemy again. Are you going to hide again? Retreating like this, how long do you plan to keep retreating? Faced with Qin Changxing's cutting words, Fu Yao rolled her eyes at him. I have my own choices, you don't need to worry about me. Save my brother, and I'll owe you a favor that will last forever. Didn't you say you wouldn't go to the Nether Forest? Qin Changxing looked at Fu Yao in surprise, his face full of confusion. A brother-obsessed person not personally seeking a way to save her brother, truly puzzling. Fu Yao ignored his surprise and calmly gazed into the distance. Qin Changxing, I actually envy you because you are free and unrestrained, able to roam this world as you please. But not everyone can be like you. This is Fang Qianxing's wind and thunder wings, torn off by the unmelting bone back then. I've kept them for a while. With the help of the wind and thunder wings, your chances of survival in the Nether Forest will greatly increase. After speaking, Fu Yao disappeared from where she stood. Qin Changxing looked at the blood-stained wings on the table and muttered softly, why do all of you have so many secrets? I might as well give you all a nickname. Secret people. After complaining, he carefully stored the wind and thunder wings. This item was quite special. If refined with secret techniques, it could become a flying treasure of incredible speed. Once refined into a treasure, this pair of wind and thunder wings might not be as agile as Fang Qianxing's use, but their speed would still be top-notch in the current era. Wow, fortune really can't be stopped. Just wandering around and I pick up treasures. Life is truly wonderful. Qin Changxing smiled and looked into the distance. My main body seems to be at war with the Kunlun Holy Land. I need to hurry back to help, or things could get troublesome for him. Boom, boom, boom. A massive mountain collapsed with a thunderous roar, and Qin Changxing crawled out of the rubble, covered in dust. You 3 ganging up on me alone. Isn't that a bit unfair? Qin Changxing complained while brimming with energy. Jiang Ping's mouth twitched. Just how strong was this guy's body? Two elders from the sacred land, plus himself, had been fighting for so long, yet they hadn't managed to injure him even slightly. No one would believe it if they heard. Chen Chongqing tore off his already tattered outer garment, revealing a faint layer of purple light that caught everyone's attention. Indeed, it was scale armor crafted from Thunder Beast scales. Years ago, Chen Chongqing had annihilated the Thunder Beast clan, seizing a wealth of resources, including the corpse of the Thunder Beast clan leader. This scale armor was the finest among all the armors. Moreover, over the past 1,000 years, Chen Chongqing had continuously engraved defensive formations onto it, making its defense absurdly high. In addition to external defense, he had the 8-9 mystical art, golden silkworm thread, and system attribute points enhancing him. With these augmentations, unless a master of the 8th realm attacked, his defenses were virtually unbreakable. This was why he dared to act recklessly in the central courtyard. No one could kill him at present. Too much bullying. This isn't over today, just you wait. Chen Chongqing sneered coldly and quickly ran in one direction. In the distance, another Chen Chongqing was also sprinting toward him. The two Chen Changshings merged instantly upon meeting. Buzz, his true self, returned, and only now was Chen Chongqing truly complete. Previously, his true self had taken away most of his consciousness, preventing him from unleashing his full offensive capabilities. Now, he was completely unrestricted. Seeing Chen Chongqing's power surge, Jiang Ping froze in place. He had thought Chen Chongqing was already monstrous enough, but he hadn't expected that he hadn't even been using his full strength. Thinking of this, Jiang Ping's eyes reddened as he charged at Chen Chongqing. As a fellow genius, he absolutely refused to believe he was so much weaker than Chen Chongqing. At the same time, 6 elders from the Kunlun sacred land also stepped forward. Clang! The aggressive Jiang Ping was sent flying by a single strike from Chen Chongqing. His eyes filled with shock as he soared through the air. Strong. Too strong. With just the strength of his physical body, Chen Chongqing had defeated Jiang Ping's proud cultivation. His essence, energy, and spirit were perfectly unified, leaving no weaknesses to exploit. After casually sending Jiang Ping flying, Chen Chongqing unleashed his heaven and earth Dharma form, his massive yet agile body engaging in combat with the 6 elders. As expected, elders were indeed elders. It took all 6 of them working together to barely withstand Chen Chongqing's first wave of attacks. Seeing this, Chen Chongqing no longer held back, and a terrifying phenomenon instantly appeared behind him. Buzz! An endless graveyard emerged, densely packed with tombs, among which a single coffin stood out prominently. With the appearance of the phenomenon, Chen Chongqing's power surged dramatically, and the tombs behind him continuously supplied him with energy. This phenomenon was neither dazzling nor majestic. It brought only endless sorrow and eerie terror. Chen Chongqing had buried too many people, and a part of himself was also interred within. With the phenomenon's support, Chen Chongqing began suppressing the 6 elders of Kunlun sacred land. The gluttonous beast's bone structure was exceptionally tough. Each heavy strike not only severely damaged magical artifacts, but also absorbed spiritual energy. The 8-9 mystical art was immensely powerful, and every move he made carried the force to shake mountains and fill seas. His nameless fist technique surged like a torrent with each punch. The Kunlun elders could only defend, unable to counterattack at all. Not to mention the new cultivation system, body cultivation, which unified essence, energy, and spirit, merging spiritual power and consciousness. Every strike from Chen Chongqing caused unbearable pain in the Kunlun sacred land elder's sea of consciousness. Boom! The last elder was sent flying, but Chen Chongqing did not pursue. Holding the gluttonous beast's root bone, he quietly watched Jiang Ping and the others. The beautiful scenery around had turned into ruins, and the vast land had split into bottomless cracks. I told you not to bully the few with the many, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've been beaten, haven't you? Within 12 hours, the Kunlun Holy Land must not cross the boundary marker, or don't blame me for being merciless. Audacious. Just as Chen Chongqing was feeling triumphant, a thunderous roar came from the Kunlun Holy Land 2,000 miles away. Suddenly, 2 giant hands extended from that direction, seemingly intent on killing Qin Changsheng in one strike. Facing the powerful attack, Qin Changsheng's gaze sharpened. The coffin in the phenomenon instantly opened, and a blurry figure flew into his body. At the same time, the fat silkworm, perched on his shoulder, also raised its head to look forward. Swish! A streak of golden light pierced through one of the giant hands, shooting straight toward the Kunlun Holy Land. Qin Changsheng took his stance and faced the other giant hand. His fist swung out with unstoppable force, as if breaking through bamboo, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. The giant hand was shattered by a single punch, but Qin Changsheng was also sent flying by the shockwave, crashing into 3 mountains. However, he quickly emerged from the rubble, though his right hand was now twisted and deformed. Glancing at his right hand, Qin Changsheng's blood surged, and his dislocated bones rapidly realigned. Golden silkworm threads repaired his injuries at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was fully healed and once again assumed his punching stance. The words of the 100 defeats immortal sovereign remained etched in his mind. Remember, those who practice my fist technique, your technique may lose, but your stance must never weaken. When you throw a punch, it must utterly crush your opponent. Facing the profound strength of the Kunlun Holy Land, Qin Changsheng knew his opponent's power indeed surpassed his own, but this would never affect the speed of his punches. Boom! Another punch was thrown, causing the entire Kunlun Holy Land to tremble. Qin Changsheng's right hand was stripped of flesh, leaving only bare white bones. Yet this time, he did not retreat. His flesh rapidly regenerated, and he prepared to strike again. At this moment, Qin Changsheng did not concern himself with how strong his opponent was. He only knew that he would never let any enemy bow easily. If one punch wasn't enough, he would follow with 2, or even hundreds or thousands of punches. He would never retreat, even half a step. Boom! The third punch landed, directly shattering the great formation of the Kunlun Holy Land. Deep within, a massive blood redstone cracked. The price was that Qin Changsheng lost an arm. His severed limb grew back slowly, but he had no intention of waiting for his right hand to recover. His left hand began gathering strength. Come back! An aged voice echoed from the Kunlun Holy Land, and Jiang Ping and the others immediately turned to leave. At the same time, the killing intent within the Kunlun Holy Land dissipated. The opponent had admitted defeat, and Qin Changsheng finally lowered his left hand. Swish! A streak of golden light landed on his shoulder. Returning alongside the fat silkworm was a thumb-sized gourd. Clearly, this was the fat silkworm's spoils of war. Having successfully repelled the Kunlun Holy Land, Qin Changsheng did not pursue further, knowing that there were even more terrifying entities deep within the Holy Land. In the rear mountains of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, the elders watching the scene through the mysterious light mirror all revealed smiles. The Holy Sun is truly extraordinary, even making those old fellows from the Kunlun Holy Land bow their heads. From now on, anyone who dares to speak ill of the Holy Sun, I'll be the first to object. Well said. The Holy Sun's strength may not be weaker than yours. Could you withstand those punches of his? Don't forget, we old folks don't have the vitality we used to, while the Holy Sun is in his prime. Over time, he could wear you down. Hey, can you watch your words? You're making it sound like you're so young. Seeing that everyone was about to start arguing again, the second elder spread his hands and said in a low voice, "The Holy Sun's strength proves that our Purple Mansion Holy Land is the destined place. Now that the sacred beetle is in the Holy Master's hands, when the Holy Master returns, we can use the sacred beetle to test the Holy Sun's destiny. If the Holy Sun truly is the chosen one, we must support him at all costs." Hearing this, an elder frowned and asked, "What about Wu Li? He's also very strong." The second elder sighed. "If Wu Li also joins the Purple Mansion Holy Land, then we'll just have to tighten our belts and cultivate them both." Who would have thought that having too many geniuses could become a problem? It's really a headache. Looks like every family has its own troubles, and our Purple Mansion Holy Land is no exception. Everyone was speechless. Even though we're on the same side, the way you're showing off is really annoying. You've already said it. So how are we supposed to act now? At the boundary marker. Hiss, this hurts like hell. Qin Changsheng gasped, continuously stuffing pills into his mouth. He had just won the battle, but he also discovered a flaw in the body cultivation system. It consumed too much. Although the golden core system wasn't as powerful as body cultivation, as long as the golden core remained intact, it wasn't difficult to regenerate lost limbs. But body cultivation was different. Body cultivation treats the entire body as a vessel carrying immense power. Once a limb is lost, the resources required for regeneration are enormous. After 10 breaths, with the help of golden silkworm threads and a large number of pills, Chen Chongqing's right hand finally recovered. Looking at the tender, white skin, he muttered to himself, "This is indeed a problem. It seems I need to work on my physical body. Using pills for recovery takes time. If I can't quickly regenerate severed limbs, there will always be flaws when fighting experts." After mumbling a few words, he had a rough direction in mind. Setting up an anti-surveillance formation, Chen Chongqing picked up the little black creature beside him. "You little black thing, I never thought you'd turn out to be the divine beast by Zay. After all these years together, you've tricked me quite a bit." Little Black glanced at him and then turned its head to sleep. Though it didn't speak, its eyes said it all. "First, I can't talk right now, so I couldn't tell you. Second, do you know why I'm called by Zay? It's because my fur is white, and yet you call me Little Black. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Chen Chongqing chuckled as he stroked Little Black's white fur. "A silly dog has its blessings. By all rights, you should have died long ago, but I actually found a way to save you. Looks like I'll be busy for a while because of you. I've raised you all this time, so don't forget me in the future." Woof! Little Black opened its eyes and barked at him. Chen Chongqing immediately understood its meaning. "I've already helped Ollie a lot, the rest is up to him." According to Zhang Banian, once a destined one steps into the sixth realm, almost no one can threaten them. Even if there is, it won't be something I can handle. Birds must eventually fly on their own. I can't protect him forever. Once Ollie and Nalanjing's matters are resolved, it'll be about time for me to retire." After hearing this, Little Black yawned and went back to sleep, while Chen Chongqing smiled and looked toward the distant battle. There is no feast that does not end, and this feast is nearing its conclusion. Somewhere in a valley. Achoo! Ollie, who was lying in ambush, sneezed, rubbed his sore nose, and muttered in confusion, "I keep feeling like someone is watching me. Could someone be plotting against me?" The person next to him laughed and said, "Who else could it be? That girl Huayu must be thinking about you." "Impossible. That girl is carefree and probably having the time of her life out there. How could she possibly be thinking about me? I don't know why, but lately I've been feeling my heart racing inexplicably. It's a strange feeling, hard to describe." TSK Tisk. "Boss, are you falling for someone? Looks like our 72 Wolf Smoke might soon have a lady of the manor." "Stop talking nonsense. Quit babbling. Women are nothing but trouble. I don't have the time for that. I just received news that the Holy Master of the Purple Manor will pass through here. Let's seize the opportunity to pull off something big. If we succeed, we won't have to worry about resources for the next 10 years. But during the operation, make sure not to harm the Holy Master of the Purple Manor." Huh. Faced with Woolie's orders, everyone looked troubled. "Boss, this might not work. The Holy Master of the Purple Manor has too many experts around her. If we don't go all out, how can we possibly defeat them? This is an order. Stop wasting time." Woolie forcibly suppressed his inner doubts, his face full of confusion. Some time ago, the teacher sent a message saying the Holy Master of the Purple Manor would pass through here. He even instructed Woolie to capture her, ensuring she wouldn't be harmed in the process. Woolie thought about it for 2 hours, but couldn't figure out why the teacher would do this. The teacher had already joined the Purple Manor Sacred Land, and logically, the Purple Manor Sacred Land was an ally. Why would he ask Woolie to kidnap the Holy Master of the Purple Manor? Although he couldn't understand Chen Chongqing's intentions, Woolie decided to carry out the order. After an unknown amount of time, a beautiful figure appeared in the valley. Woolie immediately activated the formation and appeared in front of Nalanjing. "Ha! This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass through here, you must pay the toll. Your luck isn't great today, Holy Master." Nalanjing's lips curled into a cold smile as she looked at the masked man in front of her. The leader of the 72 Wolf Smoke. How unoriginal. I thought you guys would have some tricks up your sleeves. Woolie thought helplessly. "I'm here to capture someone, not propose marriage." What tricks are you expecting? This woman must have something wrong with her head. Unable to hold back, he retorted coldly. Stop wasting time. Surrender now and don't expect anyone to come to your rescue. I've set up a formation. No one outside can get in for a while. Don't worry, the elders have already bypassed this area. Within 1,000 miles, it's just me. If you want to capture me, you'll need to show some real skills. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Don't think you can rely on numbers to overpower me, Wooly. Wooly muttered to himself. I feel like you're deliberately here to get yourself killed, but I have no evidence. This makes it really hard for me to handle. Humph. You've got quite the mouth, little girl. Let me see just how powerful you, the holy master of the Purple Manor, really are. With that, Wooly threw a punch at Nailin Jing. However, as he punched, he deliberately held back 3/10 of his strength. He was already at the 6th realm, and if he accidentally injured her, it would be hard to explain to the teacher. The morning breeze carried a metallic sweetness as Chen Chongqing stood up and stretched his body. The distant battle had long ceased, but the scent of blood lingered in the air. At that moment, Su Tian and others, covered in blood, approached. Of the 1,080 disciples of the Purple Mansion, only 600 remained. The other 480 would forever remain here. Sir, the mission is complete. Very good. How many did you kill? 18 high-level cultivators, 1,320 mid-level cultivators, and countless low-level cultivators. Not bad. Achieving such a casualty ratio truly lives up to the name of Tianjiao. Go clean up the corpses, tally the spoils, and leave the leaders behind. Following Chen Chongqing's orders, the outer disciples of the Purple Mansion dispersed, leaving only Yi Hensheng and a few leaders. Chen Chongqing scanned the silent group and smiled. How does it feel to kill with your own hands? Aside from Su Tian, I suppose none of you have experienced such large-scale slaughter before. Yi Hensheng raised his blood-stained face and asked, Sir, will there be more battles like this? Of course, and they will be even more brutal and frequent. That's why you must get used to the feeling of blood on your hands and understand what war truly means. This is the path you chose, and you must bear the consequences. In the future, you will lead many people and make decisions. I hope you remember how you feel today. Go to your tasks. Once they're done, we'll go home. After speaking, Chen Chongqing waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Su Tian and the others departed, but Gongsun Huaiyu and Zi Ning stayed behind. Zi Ning pursed her pale lips and softly asked, Sir, may we sit with you for a while? Of course. Chen Chongqing found a clean spot to sit down, and Gongsun Huaiyu and Zi Ning sat side by side with him. Looking at the corpses in the distance, Gongsun Huaiyu hugged her knees, her mood low. Golden Light Cave was the first place I led people to attack. With one whip, I split one of their elders in half. After killing that elder, a young boy rushed at me like a madman. That boy was only 16 years old, his cultivation insignificant to me. I didn't want to kill him, but he wouldn't let me go. My team was surrounded at the time, and if I didn't save them, many would have died. To save my team, I had no choice but to break his legs. Later, Su Tian brought reinforcements, and we managed to turn the tide. I found that boy and wanted to spare him, but when I saw his eyes, I was terrified. I didn't know how to face those eyes. I had no grudge against Golden Light Cave, but I destroyed his family. At this point, Gongsun Huaiyu stopped and turned to look at Chen Chongqing. Sir, do you know what I did next? What did you do? I personally twisted his neck and ordered the extermination of everyone left in Golden Light Cave. After finishing, Gongsun Huaiyu lowered her head in silence. Chen Chongqing turned to Zi Ning and asked with a smile, And you? What did you do? After attacking Wild Dragon Fortress, I struck Wan Tong's father 3 times in front of him, severely injuring him. Zi Ning said calmly. At that time, he kept begging me for mercy, kowtowing and pleading for me to spare his father in Quanglong Fortress. He even offered his own life to atone for his sins. And then, Chen Chongqing pressed. I agreed to their request. After the formation was lifted, I killed those who didn't beg for mercy. Zi Ning continued. As for those who did beg, I let others kill them. When they were dying, their eyes were filled with resentment and confusion. Wow, Chen Chongqing exclaimed. You two usually seem so gentle, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless when it comes to action. Whoever marries you would really be out of luck. Zening looked at him calmly. Sir, have you killed so many people? I haven't kept count, but probably quite a lot. Chen Chongqing replied with a smile. Once, someone from a certain race spat at me, and as a result, that entire race was wiped out. Gongsun Huaiyu and Zening. You're too ruthless. Wiping out an entire race over something so trivial? Chen Chongqing's calm demeanor left the two speechless for a moment. Gongsun Huaiyu asked, Sir, after wiping out a race, do you ever regret it? Chen Chongqing thought for a moment and said, Looking back now, I do feel a bit regretful. I should have found a more reasonable excuse to wipe out their entire race. After all, exterminating a race over something as minor as being spat at does leave a bit of a heavy burden on the conscience. Also, I shouldn't have killed their entire race in front of their leader. That was too cruel. Gongsun Huaiyu and Zening smiled bitterly. You're such a good person. If the people whose races you exterminated heard this, they'd probably roll their eyes. Seeing their reactions soften, Chen Chongqing smiled and patted their heads. The cultivation world is a place of life and death. Killing a few people is no big deal. Plenty of people died during the Tianjiao tournament, yet you weren't this upset back then. I think you've been living too comfortably, which is why you're overthinking things now. The first time is always like this. Go through it a few more times, and you'll get used to it. No, this is different. Gongsun Huaiyu argued. Chen Chongqing rolled his eyes. How is it different? Dead people are dead people. What's the difference? I remember when you were at the Purple Mansion Holy Land. You wanted the 72 wolf smokes to wipe out Quanglong Fortress. If I had really let them do it, would you feel this upset now? Do you only feel guilty when you see rivers of blood with your own eyes? Gongsun Huaiyu was speechless. That reasoning was indeed valid. The only difference was that this time she had personally participated. Now you understand why those major forces always prefer to resolve issues through negotiation, right? It's because they've killed too many people and know how awful it feels to kill. I know you don't like how the elders are hesitant, and you think enemies should be dealt with decisively and cleanly. But reality is this cruel. With your personalities, you'll eventually become the very thing you despise. Zening asked, Sir, if the great powers don't kill, why are the major forces still fighting each other? Chen Chongqing shook his head. I didn't say they don't kill. I said they hate the feeling of killing. They prefer to resolve problems through strategy. Killing not only harms the enemy, but also affects your own people. But if strategy doesn't work, they'll pick up their blades again, and they'll be even more ruthless and decisive than you. Better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. Solve it all at once to avoid repeated trouble. Zening. Better a short pain than a long one. I've learned something new today. Chen Chongqing smiled and said, All right, that's enough talking. It's good that you figured it out. Go do what you need to do, and don't let the spoils of war go to waste. You've killed so many people, shouldn't you divide the spoils properly? You might not care about these things, but your subordinates might feel differently. As soon as he finished speaking, Zening and Gongsun Huaiyu immediately ran toward the distant battlefield. Feeling guilty about the heavy killing, such small matters could only be lamented at the right time. But dividing the spoils of war, such an important matter, could not be delayed. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up, and Chen Chongqing led his people back, leaving behind only a massive grave. The battle had started with great momentum, but ended in extraordinary calm. Perhaps this was the daily life of the cultivation world. After returning to the Holy Land of Zifu, Chen Chongqing's life became noticeably more peaceful. Throughout the Holy Land of Zifu, from top to bottom, no one doubted him anymore. No one came to trouble him, and Chen Chongqing naturally enjoyed the leisure. After teaching Zening a new cultivation method, he buried himself in focused study. At the same time, the younger generation of the Holy Land of Zifu gained widespread fame thanks to this battle. 1,000 people fought across 1,000 miles, wiping out 3 factions within 12 hours. Achieving such a feat with just a group of young people was something that hadn't been seen in at least 500 years. The bravery of the Zifu disciples and the strategies of their commander were noted by all factions. If the teamwork was impressive, Chen Chongqing's performance was even more shocking. He single-handedly repelled 6 elders and the Holy Sun of the Kunlun Holy Land, then followed up with 3 punches that forced the Kunlun Holy Land to bow in submission. Such an achievement was unprecedented in the 10,000-year history of the Central Court. Faced with this astonishing accomplishment, many people abandoned any thoughts of challenging him. However, the peaceful life Qin Changsheng enjoyed lasted only a month before it was completely shattered by a furious roar. "Qin Changsheng, get out here!" The intense aura shook the entire holy land of Zifu, startling Qin Changsheng, who was lying on a tree reading a book. Hearing the commotion, Zining and Gongsun Huayu also emerged from their secluded cultivation. Soon, the younger generation of the Holy Land of Zifu gathered together. "Third Elder, what's the matter with you?" Looking at the furious elder before her, Zining felt a headache coming on. After all, the Third Elder had a peculiar temper and was the one in the Holy Land of Zifu who harbored the deepest hostility toward the 72 Wolf Smoke. Faced with Zining's inquiry, the Third Elder ignored her, scanning the crowd before finally fixing his gaze on Gongsun Huayu. "Enchantress, I don't know what methods you've used to beguile the entire Holy Land, but as long as I, Lin Kaishan, am alive, the Holy Land of Zifu will never let you run rampant. Tell Qin Changxing to get out here." Lin Kaishan's words infuriated Gongsun Huayu, and she immediately refused to back down. "You old geezer, if you dare say one more word about my master, I'll beat you so badly you'll be picking your teeth off the ground." As she spoke, she was about to step forward to confront Lin Kaishan, but the crowd quickly stopped her. At this moment, Qin Changxing's voice came from afar. "Huayu, this is the Third Elder. How can you be so disrespectful?" Hearing Qin Changxing's voice, the crowd immediately made way for him and greeted him in unison. "Greetings, Holy Sun." Seeing Qin Changxing's status in the Holy Land of Zifu, Lin Kaishan narrowed his eyes coldly. "What a remarkable Qin Changsheng. In just a few months you've made the geniuses of the Purple Mansion bow to you. It seems I truly underestimated you." "Huh. Third Elder, you must be joking. This is merely the respect of my fellow disciples towards me. My heart is with my fellow disciples, so naturally, they would lift me high. But seeing your fiery anger, Third Elder, it seems you have quite a bit of dissatisfaction with me. I wonder what I have done wrong." Lin Kaishan spoke as he threw out a letter. "If you don't give me an explanation, you might not leave the Purple Mansion sacred ground today." Qin Changsheng took the envelope and opened it in front of everyone. After seeing the contents of the letter, everyone's expressions changed. The letter was simple. "I have kidnapped your holy master. Pay the ransom, or else I'll kill him." Zining tugged on Gongsun Huayu's sleeve and whispered, "What is going on? Could there be some misunderstanding?" "I don't know either. Master never mentioned this. It definitely wasn't done by the 72 Wolf Smokes. I'll send a message back to confirm right away." Before she could finish speaking, Qin Changsheng raised his hand to stop her. "No need to ask. This was indeed done by the 72 Wolf Smokes. The letter bears their unique mark. No one else could forge it." Qin Changsheng admitted it himself, leaving the Purple Mansion disciples who wanted to defend him speechless. Zining anxiously said, "Sir, the Purple Mansion's sacred ground has no deep-seated enmity with the 72 Wolf Smokes. Why don't you go and plead with them to release Master? This matter is too absurd." She tried to express herself as tactfully as possible, but Qin Changsheng was furious. "What kind of joke is this? How could the Purple Mansion's sacred ground bow to thieves like the 72 Wolf Smokes? I'll write a letter immediately to show Wu Li the stance of the Purple Mansion." As he spoke, he waved his hand and wrote a few words on the letter. "No ransom. Do as you please. Everyone, you're trying to get the Holy Master killed so you can take his place, aren't you?" After finishing the reply, Qin Changsheng handed the letter to Gongsun Huayu. "Girl, deliver this letter back. Also, tell your master that although we have a good relationship, I am now the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion's sacred ground. Public and private matters are separate, and on this issue, the Purple Mansion will not compromise." Gongsun Huayu stared at the envelope in her hand, dumbfounded. "What kind of game are you playing? Even if you want to become the Holy Master, you can't be this blatant about it." As the disciple of the Holy Master's disciple, she now suspected that this kidnapping was orchestrated by Qin Changxing himself. Qin Changxing's actions not only shocked Gongsun Huayu, but also left the nearby Purple Mansion disciples dumbfounded. "You dare!" Lin Kaishan roared, reaching out with his right hand to grab Chen Changsheng. Boom! Chen Changsheng naturally wouldn't back down easily, and the two clashed palms. The intense impact sent many disciples flying. Crack! The stone slabs beneath Lin Kaishan's feet cracked like a spider web, while Chen Changsheng remained unmoved. Third Elder, I've been pondering some things recently, so my control over my cultivation isn't very good. For your safety, I suggest you don't act recklessly. According to the rules of the Purple Mansion, when the Holy Master is absent, the Holy Son can manage the sacred ground in his stead. If you want to seize power from me, you'll need the Elder Council's approval. But unfortunately, I got their approval before you. As he spoke, Chen Changxing revealed a token. Lin Kaishan's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected that after just a few months away, the Purple Mansion's sacred ground would already have a new master. Nowadays, Chen Changsheng is not only the Holy Son, but also holds the Elder Council's token. With this token, Chen Changsheng can even directly order his execution. Good. Very good. I never expected the Elder Council to turn out like this. Then I will personally go see the Supreme Elder. I don't believe the Purple Mansion's sacred land can't take you down, Chen Changsheng. After speaking, the third elder stormed off in anger. The elders who had just returned chose to first go to the Elder Council to understand the situation, as not everyone was as impulsive as Lin Kaishan. After several elders left, Chen Changxing turned to the many disciples of the Purple Mansion. All the elders of the Purple Mansion have returned, so it's time for you to act as well. From today onward, all disciples of the Purple Mansion's sacred land will follow the commands of Zi Ning and Gongsun Huayu. The sacred land's treasury is at your disposal. The Tianji Pavilion will provide full support, and the two outer sect elders can be freely deployed. At critical moments, even the Elder Council will step in to assist. I have only one request: eliminate all forces below the first-class level in the Central Court. No matter who supports them, no matter who they belong to. Those who block the way, kill. Those who disobey, kill. Those who resist stubbornly, kill. The 3 consecutive kill commands sent a chill through everyone present. They all understood the implications of Chen Changxing's orders. I will obey. Gongsun Huayu was the first to clasp his fists and respond. Huayu will not fail Mr. Chen's trust. Please grant me a name. You fight fiercely, like a tiger descending the mountain. Your name shall be Tiger Vanguard. I hope that from now on, you will be invincible in battle. Thank you for the name, sir. Gongsun Huayu replied. Seeing that Gongsun Huayu had already accepted the task, Zi Ning quickly stepped forward. Although she didn't know what had happened between the 72 wolf smokes and her master, she trusted Chen Changxing. If he truly wanted to seize the Purple Mansion's sacred land, he wouldn't use such crude methods. Zi Ning will follow Mr. Chen's orders. I humbly request a name. Chen Changxing glanced at her and said, Your fighting style is like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Your team shall be called Phantom, like shadows that follow. From now on, you will become the nightmare of all enemies. Thank you for the name, sir. After speaking, Chen Changxing turned and left. The disciples hesitated for a moment before beginning to choose their respective factions. Although they didn't know what had happened among the Sacred Land's high-ranking members, everyone understood that a greater opportunity had arrived. In the last battle at Wild Dragon Fortress, the disciples of the Purple Mansion made a name for themselves in the Central Court. Now, the chance to earn merit was right in front of them. As long as Chen Changsheng remained the Holy Son, as long as the Sacred Land hadn't stripped him of power, no one would give up this golden opportunity. Lin Kaishan's farce quickly came to an end, and the Purple Mansion's sacred land resumed its operations. Zi Ning and Gongsun Huayu left the sacred land to wage war in the Central Court. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, focused on his studies and disappeared from public view, leaving the entire sacred land in an unusual state of tranquility. However, some who stayed behind noticed an interesting little detail. Lin Kaishan had gone to the depths of the back mountain and, since that day, had never mentioned Chen Changxing again. Yet, he still refused to call Chen Changxing the Holy Son. As for what had happened in the depths of the back mountain, aside from Lin Kaishan himself, no one could say for sure. 72 wolf smokes. Wu Li frowned as he looked at the letter that had been sent back. He couldn't understand what Qin Changxing was up to at all. Helplessly, he turned to look at Nailan Jing in the room. At this moment, Nailan Jing was curiously examining the furnishings in the room, showing none of the tension a kidnapped person should have. Holy Lord of the Purple Mansion, it seems your holy son has no intention of paying the ransom. Why don't you send a message back to persuade him? If things escalate, it won't end well for anyone. Faced with Wu Li's threat, Nailan Jing was fiddling with his pillow. The embroidery on this pillow is quite beautiful. I haven't seen this style before. Could I borrow it for a few days? The pillow you prepared for me is too hard. I can't sleep well with it. Wu Li was speechless. I'm talking about killing you. Can you be serious? Nailan Jing, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Wu Li's tone turned cold, revealing a murderous intent. Nailan Jing glanced at him indifferently and said, scaring people is such a childish trick. Try something else. Qin Changsheng is entangled with the 72 wolf smokes. Who in the entire central court doesn't know that? He's the holy son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Do you think you can kill me? If word of this gets out, no one will believe it. Seeing that Nailan Jing had seen through his threat, Wu Li immediately put on a smile. The Holy Lord truly has a discerning eye. The 72 wolf smokes and the Purple Mansion Holy Land are actually one family, but this time, they are at odds. I sincerely apologize to you here. How about I personally escort you back another day? No. Nailan Jing refused outright. Wu Li was stunned. Why? The entire central court knows I've been kidnapped by you, and now I'm going back without a single ransom paid. People will think the 72 wolf smokes aren't after money, but people. What about my reputation? Can't you make the Purple Mansion Holy Land pay the ransom? No, the Purple Mansion Holy Land isn't under my control right now. Then why not go back first and send the ransom later? No ransom, no return. Wu Li was helpless. It feels like you're clinging to me. Faced with Nailan Jing's stubborn attitude, Wu Li was so anxious he started pacing in circles. What is wrong with your Purple Mansion Holy Land? Someone gets kidnapped, and you're not even worried? You'll have to ask Qin Changxing. He's the one in charge of the Purple Mansion Holy Land now. If he doesn't agree, who dares to act? Wu Li almost couldn't hold back from cursing. Unbelievable. How could the master bring such trouble here? What do you call Qin Changxing? Nailan Jing squinted her eyes. Swish. Wu Li's face instantly turned cold, and the room was filled with murderous intent. You shouldn't have asked that. Now you really can't go back. Since you like it here so much, stay here and don't think about leaving. With that, Wu Li turned and left, the powerful restrictions sealing the wooden house once again. Watching Wu Li's departing figure, Nailan Jing's lips curved slightly. Nailan Jing played with the unique embroidered pillow in her hand and said softly, this man is upright and reliable, not infatuated with beauty, and his actions are both rough and meticulous. Truly a good man. But it seems I've discovered a little secret. Looks like I'll have to stay indoors for a while. After saying this, she lay directly on Wu Li's bed and began to sleep. With her cultivation sealed and her movements restricted, she could only pass the boring time by sleeping. Time passed bit by bit, and Zining and Gongsun Huayu were locked in fierce combat. The names Tiger Ben and Phantom Shadow were deeply remembered by people through one battle after another. Meanwhile, the 72 wolf smokes kept sending ransom notes. The first time, the Purple Mansion Holy Land was quite nervous, and Qin Changxing would respond with a reply. But by the second time, Qin Changxing simply didn't bother to reply. After the 72 wolf smokes sent over a dozen ransom notes one after another, the Grand Elder finally went to the Sea of Learning personally and talked with Qin Changxing for an hour. An hour later, the Grand Elder came out of the Sea of Learning. And then, the Purple Mansion Holy Land remained unchanged. They continued to receive the notes, but as for the ransom, it was absolutely impossible. Faced with such a cold attitude, the exorbitant ransom demanded by the 72 wolf smokes kept dropping. By the third month, Nailan Jing was returned unharmed. Nailan Jing was back, and the Purple Mansion Holy Land was naturally overjoyed. Even the third elder, who had been in seclusion, came out personally to welcome her. Holy Lord, you've suffered, Lin Kaishan said excitedly, and the disciples of the Purple Mansion finally felt relieved. Qin Changxing indeed hadn't harmed the Holy Lord. If the 72 wolf smokes had dared to harm her, they would have truly lost this holy son. Third elder, don't worry, I'm fine. Nalan Jing replied absent-mindedly, brushing off the concern with a few words, while her gaze searched the crowd. Soon, the person Nalan Jing had been waiting for appeared. Qin Changsheng, who hadn't shown up for 3 months, arrived and walked straight to her side, whispering a few words. Gradually, light returned to Nalan Jing's eyes. Can you really find him like this? Someone asked. Don't worry, no one knows the hiding place of the 72 wolf smokes better than I do. Qin Changsheng said confidently. Then I'll be off, Nalan Jing said without hesitation, leaving swiftly under the astonished gazes of the crowd. The people watched the direction in which the Holy Lord disappeared, then looked at the calm Holy Sun, remaining silent. They understood something in their hearts. The Holy Lord was kidnapped by the 72 wolf smokes, and the Purple Mansion Holy Land is now irreconcilable with them. From today onward, no one from the Purple Mansion Holy Land is allowed to have any contact with the 72 wolf smokes. After saying these 2 dry sentences, Qin Changsheng turned and left. The small episode ended, and the Purple Mansion Holy Land returned to its usual calm. A month later, Nalan Jing was thrown back again. But this time, no one came out to greet her. As everyone expected, Nalan Jing once again voluntarily got kidnapped. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The intervals between Nalan Jing being thrown back grew longer and longer. A year later, Nalan Jing returned again. This time, she was accompanied by a man. Although no one introduced who he was, everyone in the central courtyard knew his identity. After all, the kidnapping incident of the Purple Mansion Holy Land had been going on for a year. Under such circumstances, if one still couldn't figure out what kind of game the Purple Mansion Holy Land was playing, it would be sheer foolishness. After Nalan Jing returned to the Purple Mansion Holy Land, some major events occurred, but they didn't cause much of a stir. Wu Li succeeded as the Holy Lord, and the Purple Mansion Holy Land established a new team called the 72 Earth Fiends. The entire process went smoothly, with no opposition either internally or externally. Most people thought Wu Li was very fortunate, as no other Holy Land had ever completed a power transition so seamlessly. But Wu Li himself knew that it wasn't luck someone had cleared all obstacles for him. Sea of Learning. Stepping into the boundless sea of books, Wu Li once again saw that familiar figure. Facing this figure, Wu Li, who could face life and death without a trace of emotion, now had moist eyes. You've already established your career. Stop playing childish games. I've set up a formation here. No one can investigate. Teacher. Wu Li choked out, and the rest of his words turned into hot tears in his eyes. At this moment, Wu Li was like a child who had just achieved success. Facing the father-like figure who had silently supported him all along, he could only express his emotions through tears. The feelings in those tears were beyond words. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng stood up from the pile of books and helped Ali wipe the tears from his face. Don't cry. Your achievements today are the result of your own strength. I merely gave you a push. The stage is already set. From now on, it's up to you to perform. Teacher, can you? Hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Ali hurriedly wanted to say something. Before he could finish, Qin Changsheng raised his hand to interrupt him. I know what you want to say, but you should understand that it's impossible. You have your life, and I have my path. I can't always be by your side. Hearing this, Wu Li's lips trembled uncontrollably. He knew his teacher was about to leave. This farewell might mean years before they could meet again. He had once been just a wild boy from the remote mountains, unfamiliar with the world. If it weren't for his teacher taking him out of the mountains, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. More importantly, if it weren't for his teacher silently paving the way for him, his path wouldn't have been so smooth and easy. Looking at Wu Li's reddened eyes, Qin Changsheng smiled and patted his shoulder. All right, be a man. Don't keep wiping your tears. There are so many books here. I can't finish reading them all at once, so I won't be leaving yet. Since you've already comprehended the 6th realm of body cultivation, let me see how much of a surprise you can bring me. Wu Li adjusted his emotions and replied, Teacher, I didn't let you down. I really found the 3rd path. As he spoke, a 9-colored glazed lamp appeared above Wu Li's head. Seeing the radiant light of the lamp, Pride shone in Chen Chongqing's eyes. "Well done, you brat. You really found the third path," he said. "The fifth realm of body cultivation is called true self. It seems powerful, but it has a fundamental problem that cannot be solved. That is, as the realm improves, the physical body and spiritual consciousness gradually become disconnected. To solve this problem, there are only two paths: sever the true self or break through the true self. Whether severing or breaking through, it means the cultivator must give up something. But you came up with this ingenious breakthrough method. You used essence as the wick, spiritual consciousness as the flame, and energy as the fuel to light a guiding lamp. With this guiding lamp, the physical body and spiritual consciousness will never separate again, and it can also maximize potential. You truly didn't let me down." Chen Chongsheng praised sincerely. Wu Li's heart was filled with joy. "Teacher, you used to help me all the time, but now it's my turn to help you. I can help you now." Looking at the sincerity in Wu Li's eyes, Chen Chongsheng smiled and said, "Although your path is already smooth now, the road ahead is still long. Focus on handling your own matters first. When I need help, I'll come to you." After speaking, he handed Wu Li a jade slip. Body cultivation methods are powerful, but after the sixth realm, the physical body struggles to keep up with the growth of internal spiritual power and divine sense. To maintain balance, one must focus on blood, flesh, and bone. Inside this jade slip are my speculations and plans for the subsequent realms, which should provide you with some ideas. Additionally, Feng Yuxiu and Yang Feng are both individuals with potential. I have already imparted the new cultivation system to them. You hold the secret of the sixth realm, so recruiting them won't be difficult. Whether to bring them in is up to you. This is all I can do to help you for now. I've been busy for so long, I need to rest. You should leave now." Chen Chongqing buried himself in his pile of books again, while Wu Li tightly gripped the jade slip and turned to leave. The first year, the newly appointed Lord of the Purple Mansion visited the two great sacred grounds of the central court alone. No one knew what he discussed with them. All that was known was that after his visit, Yaguang's sacred ground publicly announced its withdrawal from the battle for destiny in this era, while Kunlun's sacred ground directly declared war on the Purple Mansion sacred ground. As the two sacred grounds clashed, the flames of war quickly spread across the central court. Some geniuses seeking to seize destiny also took the opportunity to rise rapidly. This battle lasted for 5 full years. In the 5th year, Wu Li, the Lord of the Purple Mansion, personally entered the battlefield. The ruthless fairy fought bloodily at Broken Soul Cliff. The demon monk Xuanxin was defeated at Wulong Pool, and the Southern Plains prodigy Bachilu fought desperately, only to have 18 bones broken. Even Jiang Feng, the one considered the only person capable of rivaling Wu Li, was beheaded with a single sword strike. These thrilling battles were exclusive to the geniuses. Outsiders could not witness them. Rumors said that a third person was present during these battles. The only clue was that Jiang Feng's corpse was buried by a mysterious figure who signed as The Undertaker. As for whether The Undertaker was Wu Li or someone else, the entire cultivation world was divided, and no one could say for sure. After defeating various forces one after another, Kunlun's sacred ground felt immense pressure and was forced to ally with Feng Qianqing. The sacred ground and the Forbidden Land joined forces, forming a powerful alliance that even the Purple Mansion's sacred ground found challenging to contend with. However, just when everyone thought Wu Li would temporarily avoid confrontation, he publicly accepted Kunlun's sacred ground's challenge for a decisive battle. Interestingly, after accepting the challenge, Wu Li disappeared for a period of time. During this time, no one knew his whereabouts. When Wu Li reappeared, he brought with him 800 bronze-armored soldiers and announced the date of the decisive battle. The battle was set for the beginning of the 6th year during a heavy snowfall. The entire military force of the Purple Mansion's sacred ground was mobilized. The Tiger Vanguard Army, the Phantom Army, and the 72 Earthly Fiends Army set out in grand formation. In addition to these 3 elite forces, the Purple Mansion sacred ground also deployed numerous coffins. These coffins were sealed with blood-colored stones, clearly a secret trump card of the Purple Mansion sacred ground. That battle shook heaven and earth, plunging the skies into darkness. Half of Kunlun's sacred ground was destroyed, and tens of thousands of miles of land turned into scorched earth. After the war ended, the Purple Mansion's sacred ground suffered losses exceeding half its forces, while Kunlun's sacred ground announced a 1,000-year closure. This war left no written records. Participants remained tight-lipped about the battle. The only information came from rumors circulating in the cultivation world. Some said Kunlun's sacred ground had summoned powerful figures from the forbidden land of the sacred ruins, and Wu Li was supposed to lose completely. However, Wu Li somehow managed to summon an equally formidable presence, ultimately suppressing the sacred ruins' forces. The rumor is based on someone seeing a figure flying out of the forbidden land of the sacred ruins. The authenticity of these reports is hard to verify. Besides this rumor, there is another hot topic. It is said that after Wu Li defeated the Kunlun sacred land, he intended to completely annihilate his opponent but was stopped by someone. This person had a fierce argument with Wu Li, and the powerful aura they emitted made all living beings within 1,000 miles unable to lift their heads. In the end, Wu Li did not completely destroy the Kunlun sacred land. Most people are skeptical about this rumor. Wu Li swept through the central court, unmatched by anyone, and now seems to have a faint tendency to become the ruler of the world. With such status, who would dare to contradict him? Apart from these hot topics, some are curious about where Wu Li went during his disappearance. Years later, a rumor emerged from the eastern wilderness, claiming that Wu Li had actually disappeared into time. Someone reportedly saw him, accompanied by a young man. In the wilderness, swish, 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 a young man was vigorously swinging a hoe, while beside him lay a corpse wrapped in black energy. This corpse was already extremely damaged, with 1/10 of its body missing. Strangely, despite such severe injuries, it was still alive. Can you stop digging for a moment? As an old friend, talk to me before I die. The young man stopped his actions, leaning on the hoe and said, "Talk about what? You refuse to answer my questions, so I might as well bury you sooner. To be honest, if you hadn't made a mistake, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you." Ha! For you, Chen Changsheng, to say such a thing, I, Jiang Bufan, can be considered to have left my mark in history. Indeed, the two before us are none other than the reclusive, legendary figures Chen Changsheng and the Kunlun sacred Lord Jiang Bufan. Impossible. Chen Changsheng shook his head. All records prove you died in that great battle. Our conversation today will be hidden in the river of time. No one will know. Just like no one knows how you obtained those ominous powers back then. Hearing this, Jiang Bufan's lips curled into a smile. You still want to know its origin, but I want to tell you. I, Jiang Bufan, just want to win over you by half. Wu Li may be imposing now, but he has angered the forbidden land of the sacred ruins. Over time, the sacred ruins will surely cause him trouble. Jiang Bufan's words left Chen Changsheng's expression calm as he continued digging the pit. Let them come if they want. Whether it's a sacred land or a forbidden land, there's nothing in this world that can't be destroyed. I didn't expect you to gain the full support of the sacred ruins forbidden land. If it weren't for you using ominous powers, causing internal fractures within the sacred ruins, this battle might have truly ended in mutual destruction. What is the true supporter behind the sacred land? Why did Nailan Jing come to me, asking me to persuade Wu Li not to destroy the Kunlun sacred land? Are you begging me? Jiang Bufan's face was full of a victor-esque smile. You could say that. Then what benefit will I get? I can prepare a fine coffin for you, ensuring no one builds a toilet over your grave. This condition sounds good. Can I see my new home? Chen Changsheng casually threw out a finely crafted spiritual wood coffin, understated yet luxurious. Jiang Bufan carefully examined it and nodded in satisfaction. After all this fighting, the thing that satisfies me most turns out to be some wood. Truly ironic. Considering this coffin, I'll tell you something. Above us, there are higher beings. The Holy Land is merely their stronghold. 100,000 years ago, a Heaven's Mandate Bearer was born in this world. Although Heaven's Mandate Bearers rarely appear here, once they do, they are stronger than ordinary ones. Just like flowers growing in the wild are tougher than those in a greenhouse. The Heaven's Mandate Bearer severed the connection above, freeing us completely from control. But while heaven's mandate bearers are strong, they cannot live forever. Once they die, we cannot resist the punishment from above. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao still cares for us, and a second heaven's mandate bearer was born here. Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing frowned. Why did the second heaven's mandate bearer have a much shorter lifespan? Why else? Of course, they were injured. No matter how powerful, those above cannot sweep everything away at will. What about Wuji Tianzuan? Why did he disappear after only living for a few thousand years? And why did the heavens mandate shatter? I don't know. Wuji Tianzuan's disappearance has always been a mystery, and no one can explain it clearly. Is it a problem from above? Unlikely. Though those above are powerful, heaven's mandate bearers are ultimately chosen by destiny. They can harm heaven's mandate bearers, but they absolutely cannot kill them, because if a heaven's mandate bearer fights to the death, the cost is too great. Such a significant event couldn't have left no records. After hearing Zhang Bufan's words, Qin Changxing nodded thoughtfully and began drawing a formation on the ground. Watching him draw the formation, Zhang Bufan spoke. Let's chat a bit more. Why are you in such a hurry to burn me? You chat, I do my thing. It doesn't interfere. By the way, when will the connection above be restored? When the witch power carries the heaven's mandate, the connection will be restored. That's also why Nailan Jing asked you to stop the witch power from destroying the Kunlun Holy Land. The former Purple Palace Lord has now become a little woman, truly disappointing. If I were the witch power, I would definitely destroy the Kunlun Holy Land. Even ordinary people dare to challenge the heavens. We are not ordinary people, so why don't we dare to declare war on those above? Seeing the battle intent burning in Zhang Bufan's eyes, Qin Changxing felt a trace of regret. If he hadn't met him, if he hadn't encountered the extraordinarily gifted witch power, he might truly have been able to carry the heaven's mandate. I've said almost everything. Are you really not going to tell me the source of those ominous forces? Ha! You're so smart, figure it out yourself. If you guess right, you win. Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing activated the formation without hesitation, and raging flames instantly engulfed Zhang Bufan. Surrounded by fire, Zhang Bufan did not groan but stared fixedly at Qin Changxing. Are you really him? Faced with this question, Qin Changxing was silent for a moment before speaking. I am. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Bufan froze, then burst into laughter. Ha! So it really is you. No wonder you disregard everything. Turns out you are the true, strongest existence. Qin Changxing, one day, you must break through the heavens. Greater secrets await you there. As his words fell, Zhang Bufan turned into a pile of ashes. Qin Changxing collected Zhang Bufan's ashes in a jar and completed the burial process according to tradition. The signature on the tombstone remained the Undertaker. After everything ended, Qin Changxing turned and flew toward the Holy Land of Zifu. The battle at the Holy Land of Kunlun firmly established the prestige of the Holy Land of Zifu and made Wuli the undisputed strongest in Zhongting. That same year, the super teleportation array, built with immense resources by the Holy Land of Zifu, was finally completed. The two major powers, Nightmoon Kingdom and Xuanwu Kingdom, also joined the alliance of the Holy Land of Zifu. After a period of rest, Wuli personally led another expedition. This time, however, his target was the territory of the demon clans in Shizhou. In just 10 years, Wuli made the entire Shizhou bow to his rule. From the time Wuli ascended to the position of Holy Master, only 17 years had passed. With Wuli's sweeping conquests, Zhongting, Dongwang, and Shizhou, the three major regions were subdued in just 17 years. Faced with such an extraordinary Wuli, many geniuses, though unwilling, could only silently withdraw from the great struggle. The remaining regions, Nanyuan and Beima, although not publicly stating their stance, privately conveyed a message to the Holy Land of Zifu. We won't compete with you. Wuli had grown so powerful that the two regions voluntarily avoided confrontation. After successfully subjugating the entire world, the Holy Land of Zifu announced a new cultivation method. Although this method was still in its early stages and only covered the first 5 realms, it opened up a new path for cultivators worldwide. With this new direction, countless talented individuals naturally began innovating upon its foundation. From then on, The Holy Land of Zifu leapt to become the #1 holy land in the world, unmatched in strength and prestige. At the same time, the chaotic cultivation system that had persisted for nearly 1,000 years was finally unified. Spring Eye, Divine Bridge, Other Shore, Divine Sense, True Self, Life Lamp, these became the universally recognized standards for measuring the strength of cultivators. Wooly dominated the era, and the world seemed to return to peace in an instant. During this period of calm, the Holy Land of Zifu experienced a minor event. In the 19th year, the Holy Master of Yaoguang quietly sent someone over. Shortly after, the Holy Land of Zifu held a small wedding ceremony, attended by only a handful of people. However, just when everyone thought things would proceed smoothly, in the 20th year, the demon monk Xuanxin arrived at the Holy Land of Zifu, carrying a blood-soaked woman. The once extraordinarily handsome demon monk Xuanxin appeared utterly desolate, and the woman in his arms was none other than the ruthless fairy of the Wuhan Pavilion. That day, all of Zhongting felt Wooly's wrath. No one knew why the ruthless fairy had died so tragically, nor did anyone understand what had happened to Xuanxin. All they knew was that Wooly was furious and stormed into the forbidden grounds of the sacred ruins alone. The sounds of battle within the sacred ruins lasted for 3 days and nights. In the end, though Wooly was gravely injured, he returned with Fang Qianqing's head. After returning from the forbidden grounds, Wooly immediately led his forces to attack the Wuhan Pavilion. This force, which had existed in Zhongting for nearly 10,000 years, was completely eradicated by Wooly. The Sea of Learning. How did it come to this? Chen Chongqing looked at the corpses of Xuanxin and Yao Yingying and sighed deeply. Back then, the pavilion master of Wuhan, Miju Shirtai, had once told him about a crazy plan, but Chen Chongqing had rejected that disgusting scheme. Before parting, he even threatened Miju Shirtai, trying to make her abandon it. Over the decades, Zhongting had been plagued by constant wars, one event after another. Miju Shirtai had never acted, and Chen Chongqing thought she had given up. Unexpectedly, the Wuhan Pavilion had collaborated with Fang Qianqing, leading to this tragedy. After a while, Wooly came in carrying a bloodied human head. Xuanqing glanced at the head in Wooly's hand and spoke despondently. "You killed Fang Qianqing for me, so my life is yours now." Wooly replied, "I didn't kill Fang Qianqing for you, but for Ruthless Fairy. Although Ruthless Fairy was defeated by me, her talent is rare among women in this world. A woman like her shouldn't have such a tragic ending." Hearing Wooly's words, Xuanxin smiled weakly. "It doesn't matter what you think. Anyway, my life is yours. I originally wanted to borrow the life bloodstone from you to preserve Yingying's corpse, but since you've intervened in this matter, I owe you this favor. As long as I live, I won't forget this debt. Just let me know anytime." After speaking, Xuanxin left the Sea of Learning, holding Yao Yingying's corpse. Watching Xuanxin's departing figure, Chen Chongqing shook his head and turned to Wooly, asking, "Are you okay? Were you hurt?" "Just minor injuries, nothing serious." Wooly replied, "I know you value heroes, but your opponent was the Forbidden Land. Don't be so reckless next time." Faced with Chen Chongqing's nagging, Wooly curled his lips and said, "Teacher, I just can't stand the way those people act. If I could tolerate this, I wouldn't be Wooly. By the way, this is something I brought back from the Forbidden Land. You should find it useful." As he spoke, Wooly handed over a golden page. It was one of the pages from Fang Qianqing. Back when they learned in the mineral vein that Fang Qianqing had other golden pages, Chen Chongqing had tried multiple times to obtain them. However, Fang Qianqing was protected by guardians and backed by the Forbidden Land, and several attempts to encircle and kill him had failed. Now, finally achieving his goal, Chen Chongqing couldn't hide his joy. "Out of 72 golden pages, I've already obtained 3. It seems these things are truly destined for me." Unfortunately, the golden pages from Kunlun's Sacred Land and Fang Qianqing aren't consecutive, so they can only serve as references. Upon hearing this, Wooly immediately said, "Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely help you collect all 72 golden pages." "No need," Chen Chongqing said with a smile, shaking his head. "These things rely entirely on fate. If you search deliberately, you won't find them. Besides, it's time for me to leave." As soon as these words were spoken, Wooly became nervous. Teacher, can't you wait a little longer? I've recently found many new books. You haven't finished reading these books, yet how can you leave? Seeing Wu Li's anxious expression, Chun Changxing smiled with a hint of comfort. Don't play tricks in front of me. I know you've been deliberately snatching books from outside. I've made copies of all the unread books. Even if I leave, I can read them slowly. Hearing this, a trace of loss flashed in Wu Li's eyes. He knew that Chen Changsheng was truly leaving. Teacher, even if you don't stay, at least tell me where you're going. You wouldn't keep even that from me, would you? Coincidentally, I don't plan to tell you. With your personality, you'll definitely come looking for me within 300 years. I don't want to be bothered by you every day. You are now the person of destiny and will face countless troubles in the future. I'm someone who hates trouble, as you know. Wu Li's mouth twitched, and he took out a jade slip, handing it to Chen Changxing. Teacher, this is my insight into the third major realm of body cultivation. I've already explored 70% of it. Give me some more time. I can definitely perfect this system. Looking at Wu Li's aggrieved expression, Chen Changxing took the jade slip and couldn't help but complain. You're the master of the world's #1 sacred land. How can you still act like a child throwing a tantrum? The book says, there is no eternal gathering in the world, but it also says, life is full of encounters. I'm just leaving, not dying. If you cry again, believe it or not, I'll hit you. Wu Li looked even more aggrieved. I can wait, but others can't. Master Yuan Shan, Aunt Wan Yin, and many others you know, aren't you afraid you'll never see them again? Why don't you just stop talking nonsense? Chen Changxing interrupted him. It's true that I've gone the furthest in this new cultivation system, but I'm also its founder. I know best the lifespan limits of this system. They all reached the life lamp realm recently, and that's definitely not their limit. Conservatively estimated, they won't have any lifespan issues for the next 2 to 3,000 years. You tell me they can't wait. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Caught in his little trick, Wu Li smiled awkwardly. Chen Changsheng looked at his face, and his emotions suddenly calmed down. Don't worry, I promise to help them collect their remains, and I will definitely come back then. Not just them. He paused, his voice lowering. I'll also help you collect your remains. This sentence was spoken so softly, as if he feared it might come true. Wu Li fell silent. The teacher had never said how long he could live, but everyone around him understood this reality. No one wanted to accept this cruel truth, nor did they want Chen Changsheng to bear more pain. Though cultivators live long lives, no one dares to guarantee immortality. When the teacher reaches his end, how heartbreaking would that be? The two remained silent for a long time. Wu Li was the first to laugh. Hee, teacher, I absolutely trust your craftsmanship. When the time comes, pick a good burial site for me. Chen Changxing also laughed. No problem, I'll make sure to pick the best burial site for you. But my appearance fee is quite high, so be ready with the payment when the time comes. After speaking, he picked up the little black creature beside him and left the sea of learning. Wu Li stood in place, not daring to move, not even daring to look back for one last glance. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to let go. Outside the gates of the Purple Mansion's sacred land, as Chen Changsheng left, heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Inside the Purple Mansion's sacred land, only a few people watched from afar. Though there were few of them, they were the only ones in the world who truly remembered Chen Changsheng. Watching his departing figure, Zining's lips curled into a smile. I suddenly wish I could turn into snow, so I could fall on teacher's shoulder. Gongsun Huayu smiled and said, but teacher is holding an umbrella, so you can only fall on the umbrella. Falling on the umbrella is fine too. That way, I can accompany teacher for a little longer. If teacher brushes the snow away, then let him brush it away, Zining interrupted. Being able to stay on his palm for a moment is enough. The two fell silent. Though cultivators live long lives, Chen Changxing had only accompanied them for about 20 years. But in this short time, he left a deep mark in their hearts. Gongsun Huayu asked again, you're responsible for writing the Sacred Land's history book. Have you finished the part about teacher? It's finished. Take a look. Zining handed him a book made of animal hide. Gongsun Huayu flipped through the pages and wondered, why is there so little written about the gentleman? With his talent, the history books should have devoted 100 times more to him. Zining looked at the somewhat angry Gongsun Huayu and said, The gentleman's talent is something I could never fully express, even with a lifetime of knowledge. If I were to write it down, my admiration alone could fill an entire sea of learning. But what does that matter? No matter how many books, they could never capture the stirring grandeur of his life. The history books are too small to contain his legendary life. The history books are too thick, yet every page would be filled with his long and unforgettable stories. Hearing this, Gongsun Huayu looked up into the distance, at Qin Changsheng, who had already become a small black. More than 20 years ago, he had come to the Tianjiao conference with a sickly little white dog. More than 20 years later, he left with that same sickly little white dog. During this time, the entire world had changed, yet he remained the same, seemingly possessing everything, yet in reality having nothing. The only companion he had was that white dog named Xiaohei. How deep must such loneliness be? How did the gentleman endure this long solitude? Do you really not want to accompany him for one more journey? Zhua Xinghe approached Wang Yanyu, gazing in the direction where Qin Changsheng had disappeared. Wang Yanyu said faintly, "I don't have the courage to chase after him. I'm afraid I would collapse. Rather than letting him face a painful ending, it's better that it never began in the first place." After speaking, Wang Yanyu turned and returned to the holy land of the Purple Mansion. Zhua Xinghe looked at the footprints covered by the heavy snow in the distance and smiled. "Father Emperor, I have already surpassed the you of the past, but I still lack the courage to chase after Changsheng, knowing the outcome is death. Back then, when you risked everything to enter the forbidden land of the ancient wilderness, how much courage did you have? 100 miles away. Xiaohei, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have pretended to be so aloof. From here to the eastern wilderness is over 10 million miles. Without using a teleportation array, how long will I have to fly?" Faced with Qin Changsheng's complaints, Xiaohei rolled his eyes at him, turned over, and continued sleeping. That expression seemed to say, "You act cool yourself, and now you're blaming me, a dog. Are you even human?" Qin Changsheng ignored Xiaohei's disdain, turned back to look at the holy land of the Purple Mansion behind him. "Forget it, I'll just fly back. Using a teleportation array now would feel like losing face. Anyway, there's still over 400 years left, so I'll just pass the time." After saying this, Qin Changsheng transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. Xiaohei's condition was worsening, and Huayu's husband, Nailan Xingde, had already been sealed. For the sake of this man and dog, Qin Changsheng was determined to go to the Nether Forest no matter what. The 50th year. 30 years had passed since Qin Changsheng left the holy land of the Purple Mansion. As the reputation of Wu Li grew louder, the former holy son of the Purple Mansion was gradually forgotten. At this moment, Wu Li's strength had reached an indescribable level. Looking across the world, no one could withstand more than 3 moves from him. But on one day in the 50th year, a woman quietly arrived at the place where Wu Li was in seclusion. Whoosh, a gentle breeze brushed by, and Wu Li, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Standing before him was a peerless woman in white, as pure as snow. She glanced at Wu Li and said calmly, "Indeed stunning. No wonder you became the first person in 30,000 years to unlock destiny. Give up this life's destiny, and I won't stop you in the next." Wu Li slowly stood up. "Since you came to fight for destiny, you naturally know that the battle for destiny doesn't end without a fight. If you want destiny, take it yourself." The woman in white nodded. "All right, I'll do it myself, to save trouble." Buzz! An invisible ripple swept across the entire Purple Mansion Holy Land. Wu Li and the woman in white clashed, their moves so fast that even sound couldn't catch up. After the first strike, the woman's words finally spread. Boom, boom, boom. Intense impacts continuously echoed from the void as the two fought fiercely. The commotion from the battle naturally alarmed the people of Purple Mansion Holy Land. How did this person get in? Seeing her husband locked in a tough fight, Nailan Jing's face couldn't hide her worry. In recent years, no one in the world had lasted beyond 3 moves against Wu Li. Wu Li's reputation was well-deserved, and anyone daring to challenge him this time must have come prepared. Zining stepped forward to comfort her. "Master, rest assured, the Lord will not lose." Gongsun Huayu, meanwhile, gathered the Tiger Guards and the 72 Earth Fiends. Master's wife, should I lead the Tiger Guards to assist Master? Nalan Jing calmed her emotions. No need. You can't intervene in your master's battle. Since your master dared to accept the challenge, it means he is confident. First, deal with the scattered aftermath to prevent harm to the disciples. Understood. The group quickly took action. Among the crowd, Song Yuanshan frowned and muttered to himself. Why does this feel inexplicably familiar? But I can't pinpoint where this feeling comes from. He stopped in his tracks, thinking carefully. At this moment, Yi Henxing shouted from afar. Second Master, stop thinking and come help. Yi Henxing's voice reached him, and Song Yuanshan finally remembered the source of that familiar feeling. Damn it, he cursed, braving the intense battle aftermath as he rushed toward the spatial rift. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. It's all a misunderstanding. Confusion was written all over everyone's faces. In the void, Wu Li frowned, and after exchanging a palm strike with the woman in white, they both retreated from the void. Swish! Two figures landed on the ground. Wu Li stood solemnly in front of the crowd, while the woman in white gently landed on a treetop. Stop fighting. This really is a misunderstanding. Song Yuanshan stood between the two, afraid they might start fighting again at any moment. After confirming that neither side would act for now, Song Yuanshan bowed respectfully to the woman in white. Song Yuanshan of Shangqing Temple greets the Longevity Fairy. Upon hearing this title, everyone began searching their memories. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't recall anything about the Longevity Fairy. Although most people had never heard of the name Longevity Fairy, 3 individuals present recognized her and remembered her vividly. They were Wan Yinyu, Zhua Xinghe, and Song Yuanshan. This was because the wooden carving in the bronze ancient hall of Night Moon Kingdom was created by the Longevity Fairy, and this was personally confirmed by Qin Changxing. Upon hearing this, the woman in white looked indifferently at Song Yuanshan. How did you recognize me? With his personality, he wouldn't know my appearance. Song Yuanshan replied, Junior indeed doesn't know Senior's appearance, but Shangqing Temple and Linglong Sect are allies after all. Although the Linglong Sect had already declined, I had still heard of some of their techniques. Moreover, before Brother Changxing left, he secretly entrusted me with something. He said that if one day I met someone special, I must personally hand it over to them. In this world, the only person worthy of Brother Changxing's special trust is you. As he spoke, he took out a wooden box from his chest. The woman in white waved her right hand, and the wooden box immediately flew into her hand. She opened the box, revealing a set of exquisite wooden carvings and a letter inside. She unfolded the letter, and familiar handwriting came into view. Girl, this set of wooden carvings is to make up for the belated birthday gift. The road ahead is long. Don't rush to leave when you look back. I'll still be behind you. This boy was taught by me, and his abilities satisfy me. Don't make things difficult for him. Upon reading the letter, the woman in white's lips curved slightly. She carefully put away the items left by Qin Changxing and calmly looked at Wu Li. You are indeed qualified to be his disciple. He believes in you, and so do I. Since you are willing to bear the destiny, I will leave this matter to you. As for what you need to do, you will naturally understand once you take on the destiny. After speaking, she was about to turn and leave. But just as she turned, she suddenly stopped. Wan Yinyu felt a gentle breeze pass by, and the woman in white had already appeared in front of her. The two of them stared at each other, seemingly calm on the surface, but there was a faint tension in the air. Are you Wan Yinyu? The woman in white asked. Yes. You must be the genius of the Linglong sect from the great Qin dynasty 1,000 years ago, Lin Yinxing. As soon as Wan Yinyu revealed her identity, Lin Yinxing said nothing more, only giving a faint smile. That simple smile, however, carried countless untold stories. Everyone thought to themselves, although we don't fully understand what just happened, this definitely feels like a shocking secret. Lin Yinxing left calmly. Wan Yinyu watched her back in silence for a long time before turning to leave. Uncle Master, what exactly is going on? Tell us quickly. After the two left, Wu Li grinned and put his arm around Song Yuanshan's shoulder, his face full of curiosity for gossip. Facing everyone's gaze, Song Yuanshan proudly adjusted his collar and said, Your master, Qin Changxing, is my junior brother. I only know about his time after joining the Shangqing Temple. I don't know much about before that. But I can tell you about the Changxing Fairy. She was a genius from a sect in the eastern wilderness 1,000 years ago, who rejected countless young talents back then. The reason was only one: to pursue eternal life. Song Yuanshan deliberately emphasized the words eternal life, and everyone present understood the implication. Uncle Master, then what exactly is the relationship between this Changxing Fairy and Master? That I don't know. When the Changxing Fairy was famous, I hadn't been born yet. I had only heard of her name, but never seen her in person. If it weren't for your master admitting himself that he had a connection with her, I wouldn't have known they were acquainted. Wooly thought to himself, no wonder she's so powerful. Turns out she's the teacher's wife. Back then, the teacher accidentally came to the 10,000 mountains to find someone. As for who, only Amon knows, but she never told me. 1,000 years have passed, and this secret has finally been revealed. Ahem. The teacher has a wide circle of friends. This Changxing Fairy must have been a close friend of his in the past. Tonight's events were all a misunderstanding. Everyone disperse. Hearing Wooly say this, Zhou Xinghe smiled and turned to leave. Wang Yinyu's feelings for Qin Changsheng were no longer a secret among acquaintances. Now that the immortal Changsheng had appeared in person and even greeted Wang Yinyu alone, everyone understood the implications behind it. However, since they were acquaintances, it was enough to know discussing it privately would only make things uncomfortable. With the exciting gossip over, the crowd gradually dispersed. At this moment, Yi Henxing tugged on Song Yuanshan's sleeve and said with a wry smile, "Second Master, aren't you afraid that one day the teacher and immortal Changxing will come after you for spreading their gossip?" Song Yuanshan: "Damn, how did I forget about that? I can't beat either of them." Ahem, I didn't say much. Changsheng probably won't make things difficult for me. What about the first master? The teacher might not return anytime soon, but the first master is always around. Song Yuanshan sighed helplessly. Now that you've said that, I won't be able to sleep well tonight. Careless. Zhang Banian, you bastard, are you lying to me? Staring at the deathly still pool in front of him, Chen Changsheng began cursing Zhang Banian again. After leaving the holy land of the Purple Palace, Chen Changsheng had been traveling non-stop, finally reaching the eastern wastelands after 10 years. Following the clues provided by Zhang Banian, he searched for the Nether Forest. But the search took 20 years. During those 20 years, Chen Changsheng traversed countless desolate and dangerous regions, even experiencing several spatial transmissions. Each transmission was fraught with peril, and a single misstep could have cost him his life. If not for his extraordinarily strong defense, he might have perished long ago. After venting his frustration, he turned to look at the jade slip in his hand. According to the records on the jade slip, as long as he crossed the dead man's pool in front of him, he would reach the Nether Forest. Plop! A stone was thrown into the water. Chen Changxing observed carefully, but found nothing unusual about the dead man's pool. It doesn't seem dangerous at all. Could I have made a mistake? He paced back and forth along the edge of the pool several times, but still couldn't find any danger in this final obstacle. To uncover the secret of this pool, Chen Changsheng had already stayed here for an entire year. During this time, he tried various methods to test it, and all results indicated that the water was just an ordinary pool. Forget it. Since I'm already here, it would be a waste not to try going in. With that, Chen Changxing used his spiritual power to create a protective barrier and jumped into the bottomless pool. He cautiously dove deeper, focusing all his attention on his surroundings. If he noticed anything unusual, he would retreat immediately or even head to the ancient Forbidden Land to drag Zhang Banian out for a proper reckoning. Time passed, second by second. Chen Changsheng had been diving for a full hour and still hadn't reached the bottom. This made him start to panic. Just as he was about to ascend and reconsider his plan, a faint light appeared in the distance. The light grew closer and brighter. Every hair on Chen Changxing's body stood on end. Before him lay countless corpses, stretching as far as the eye could see. Piles of bodies floated in the water, preserved in an eerily pristine state. Even more chilling, all the corpses had their eyes wide open. And as Chen Changsheng approached, all those eyes turned to stare at him. Chen Changsheng forced a bitter smile. "Zhang Banian, you'd better hope I don't make it out alive, or we are going to have a long talk." Just as he was about to retreat, the jade slip given to him by Zhang Bainin suddenly emitted a bright light. Shortly after, several lines of text appeared before his eyes. Brother Chen, if you're seeing this message, it means you've found the entrance to the Nether Forest. Although the path is dangerous, I believe you can handle it. As long as you head in the right direction, all troubles can be resolved. The corpse tied beneath the dead pool is extremely dangerous. Once disturbed, even someone destined by fate cannot escape unscathed. However, don't worry too much. The corpse tied generally 1T attack unless you think of retreating the moment you see them. Simply put, this dead pool is a place you can enter but not leave. Brother Chun, you're too formidable. I don't want to encounter you when vying for destiny. So I had no choice but to use the Nether Forest to trap you. Once I've taken on destiny, I'll definitely come to retrieve you. There is indeed something in the Nether Forest that can save Bai Zhe, don't doubt it. Good luck. Qin Changsheng cursed helplessly. Zhang Bainin, I really have to hand it to you. After venting his frustration, he could only steel himself and slowly approach the surging corpse tide. As he moved, tens of thousands of eyes followed his every step. Being stared at by so many dead beings, even the well-traveled Qin Changsheng felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, the massive corpse tide did not attack him. After a while, Qin Changsheng finally reached the source of the light. Looking at the basin-sized light hole, he jumped in without hesitation. Regardless of whether the other side of the light hole was a tiger's den or a dragon's lair, he didn't want to stay in this ghostly place for another moment. Swish! Losing buoyancy, Qin Changsheng landed steadily. But he didn't relax, as the scene before him was still lifeless and desolate. Qin Changsheng sighed and muttered, even though I sell coffins, I don't want to deal with dead people every day. This is just too unlucky. He walked toward the nearby skeleton. After exiting the light hole, he arrived at a dense forest. At the entrance stood a dilapidated stone tablet, with a skeleton lying beside it. The dead person Qin Changsheng referred to was this skeleton. Senior, the coffin may be ordinary, but I have no other choice. You didn't leave any belongings behind, so I can't sell it at a loss either. Please make do with it. After properly burying the skeleton, he leisurely began to read the text on the stone tablet. Nether Forest, hard to enter and harder to leave. To find the exit, one must venture deep into the dense forest. The forest is rampant with demonic beasts without great divine powers. Death is certain. This dense forest is ever-changing, shifting its position every day. I exhausted 6,000 years of cultivation and only advanced 3,000 steps. Alas, my lifespan is at its end, and I ultimately perished here. I leave this stone tablet to warn future generations. Do not enter Tianjizi. Seeing the signature, Qin Changsheng stroked his chin and murmured to himself, Tianjizi? ISNT, he the founding master of Langia Pavilion. According to the records of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, Tianjizi appeared 10,000 years ago. He was unparalleled in strategy, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, and considered the smartest person of the past 10,000 years. 2,000 years ago, he established Langia Pavilion and then disappeared. Turns out he ended up here. As he spoke, he glanced at the freshly buried grave. Senior Tianjizi, you were a legendary figure from 10,000 years ago. Could this nether forest have truly trapped even you? How powerful are the beasts here that even you can't handle them? As he spoke, the surroundings suddenly blurred. When everything stabilized, Qin Changsheng found himself in a dense forest, and Tianjizi's tomb had vanished without a trace. The only recognizable thing was a somewhat weathered stone tablet. Roar! A furious roar suddenly erupted, and a giant bear, towering 10 zhang high, charged at Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng looked at it helplessly, thinking, violent Vajra bear, an ancient species, incredibly strong, ferocious beyond measure, its fur impervious to blades and bullets. Even water and fire can't harm it. All the information about this creature flashed through his mind in an instant. Facing such an opponent, Qin Changsheng could only sigh helplessly, and then with 3 punches he knocked the violent Vajra bear to the ground. Although the violent Vajra bear was formidable, encountering Qin Changsheng, the enlightening mentor of the Fated One, it was defeated in just 3 punches. And this was when Qin Changxing didn't even want to exert himself. After dealing with the giant bear, Qin Changxing immediately began verifying some of his suspicions. He discovered that the nether forest was not as simple as he had imagined. 3 hours later, Qin Changxing climbed down from a 100-zhang-tall tree with a dark expression. He realized the complexity of the nether forest exceeded his expectations, so he spent 3 full hours verifying some key points. The verification process went smoothly, but the results were something Qin Changxing was very reluctant to accept. The maximum flying height in the nether forest was only 50 zhang. Even if he exerted all his strength, he couldn't fly any higher. However, the trees in the forest had a minimum height of 50 zhang. What's more troublesome was that this forest could devour spiritual senses. No matter how powerful the spiritual sense was, as long as it extended beyond 50 zhang from oneself, it would be silently consumed by the nether forest. Fortunately, the terrain where Qin Changxing was located was relatively high, so he chopped down all the trees blocking his view. It took him 3 hours and all his strength to barely clear a small open space. There was no other way. The wood here was as hard as steel. Then, Qin Changxing finally saw the central area of the nether forest. The center was not far from the stone tablet, only 10 li away. At Qin Changxing's speed, he could reach it in at most 20 breaths. But the problem was that the path was blocked by many towering trees as hard as steel. Besides these obstacles, there were numerous powerful beasts guarding the area. Some of these beasts were so strong that even Qin Changxing had to be cautious when dealing with them. Although the road to the forest center was fraught with danger, with Qin Changxing's strength and wisdom, he could make his way through with some time. But there was one problem that left Qin Changxing helpless. The terrain of the nether forest kept changing. Qin Changxing couldn't even determine the exact size of the nether forest. Earlier, standing on a 50 zhang high tree stump, he looked around and found the forest boundaries appearing and disappearing intermittently. This time, the distance to the center was 10 li. Next time, it might become 20 li or even 100 li. As for whether he could directly teleport near the center, Qin Changxing had never considered it. Tianjizi had been trapped here for 6,000 years, with the terrain changing every day. That meant he had over 2,190,000 chances. With so many attempts, Tianjizi still hadn't found an exit, so the likelihood of Qin Changxing succeeding in a short time was almost zero. Thinking of this, Qin Changxing took a deep breath and looked resolutely into the distance. 10 miles, not too far, not too close. I don't believe it. There's no way Qin Changxing, can't make it through this distance. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Changxing's figure flickered and he swiftly darted through the dense forest. 3 hours later, boom, covered in the blood of demonic beasts, Qin Changxing was sent flying back. Staring at the central area 10 miles away, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. At this moment, he finally understood why Tianjizi had been trapped here for 6,000 years. Because this place was simply inescapable. The demonic beasts in the nether forest were indeed formidable, each with tough hides and immense strength. But for Qin Changxing, these weren't major issues. His body was no weaker than the beasts, and he could unleash various offensive techniques. The real challenge lay in the sheer number of beasts and the layout of the trees. Advancing 100 steps required navigating dozens of twists and turns. Some paths were completely blocked by trees, forcing him to take long detours. This significantly slowed him down. As his speed decreased, the beasts in the forest attacked him relentlessly. Trapped in a beast tide, it was nearly impossible to move forward. Those tough-skinned, spiritually inept beasts couldn't pose a life-threatening danger to Qin Changxing. But the headache was that they were incredibly hard to kill. Moreover, the terrain here changed every 12 hours. If he couldn't reach the central area within 12 hours, he would have to start all over again. Thinking of this, Qin Changxing's mouth twitched. Wiping the blood off his face, he sneered coldly. I want to see just how many beasts are waiting for me to kill in this nether forest. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, gripping the gluttonous bone in his left hand and the true martial sword in his right. A graveyard-like phenomenon appeared behind him, and a bronze life lamp hovered above his head. Boom! Qin Changxing unleashed his full power, breaking through over a dozen towering trees as he charged toward the center of the nether forest with an invincible aura. 6 hours later, Qin Changxing's clothes were already soaked in blood. At this moment, he found himself back at the stone stele. Staring at the stele before him, Qin Changxing was utterly speechless. He could swear to the heavens that in the battle just now, he had given it his all. It was the most desperate fight of his life. Yet, he still couldn't break through the nether forest. He hadn't even made it 500 steps before being beaten back by the beasts. What was even more frustrating was that the terrain ahead seemed to be deliberately working against him, the path growing narrower and narrower. While fighting the beasts, he had no time to chop down the iron-hard trees blocking his way. Just as Qin Changsheng was feeling disgruntled, the scenery around him changed once again. Because 12 hours had passed. This time, Qin Changsheng found himself on a small hill, but he was now a full 80 miles away from the central area. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth twitched incessantly. Is this nether forest deliberately choosing a spot with a wide view just to torment me? He muttered to himself. If you want to play, then I'll play with you to the end. I don't believe it. I will definitely kill every last one of your beasts. With that, Qin Changxing charged out once a weak, demonic beast appeared not far away. Suddenly, a small tree grew from the ground and bore a fruit. After the beast ate the fruit, its strength surged instantly, becoming strong enough to fight him. Witnessing this, Qin Changxing was so furious that he cursed for 3 days. He was certain that the Netherworld forest had its own consciousness and was deliberately trapping him there. After venting for 3 days, he decided to try a different approach. You have countless demonic beasts? No problem. I'll just train relentlessly to become stronger and sweep through them. No matter how many beasts you have, as long as I'm stronger, you won't be able to stop me. Qin Changxing thought this and acted accordingly. But after 50 years of effort, he found that while he had grown stronger, the demonic beasts in the Netherworld forest had also grown stronger and in a targeted manner. Once, he used a formation to burn a large group of beasts to death, but 3 days later, the beasts in the area had developed resistance to fire. 5 days later, more than half of the beasts were immune to fire, and the same applied to the tough trees. 100 years of struggle passed vividly before his eyes. Facing the impenetrable Netherworld forest, Qin Changxing sighed helplessly. No wonder Zhang Beinian told me about this place. It's clearly a natural prison, he muttered. Unless a peerless expert comes to sweep through the Netherworld forest, ordinary people can't escape. As he spoke, he glanced at the little black creature sealed within the longevity bloodstone. Over time, the heaven-mending bomb was no longer effective for Little Black, so Qin Changsheng had to seal it in the longevity bloodstone. Little Black, it seems I'm truly trapped here. If it were someone else, they'd have perished long ago. But I'm different. I've already achieved immortality and won't die from the end of my lifespan. Does this mean I'll be trapped here for a very, very long time? Little Black did not respond. Qin Changxing shook his head and could only rely on cultivation to pass the time. Although the longevity bloodstone could slow the passage of life, it couldn't completely stop it. Judging by Little Black's condition, it could live for at most another 6,000 years. If no solution to the Netherworld forest was found in 6,000 years, Little Black would face certain death. Another 80 years passed. Apart from cultivating and reading, Qin Changxing no longer attempted to break through the Netherworld forest. His conscious time was nearing 640 years, and it was time for him to enter slumber. Sitting inside the stone coffin of the defeated immortal lord, he looked at the surrounding trees and said, "You've trapped me for 180 years, and during this time, I've been thinking about how to deal with you. Unfortunately for you, I've actually come up with a solution. If you know what's good for you, send me to the central area immediately or face the consequences." The surroundings remained silent, with no response. Qin Changxing sneered. "Fine, then we'll meet again in 640 years. I hope you won't regret it by then." With that, he closed the coffin lid and began his 640-year slumber. The stone coffin sealed tightly, and the Netherworld forest fell silent once more. Even the demonic beasts that occasionally came to trouble Qin Changxing deliberately stayed away from the coffin, as if the entire Netherworld forest welcomed his decision. Time slowly passed. 640 years, for the creatures within the Netherworld forest, was several cycles of life and death. Birth, growth, aging, and death bodies turned into nutrients, nurturing new life. One cycle of life after another played out continuously. Whether plant or creature, none could escape the fate of this endless cycle. But there was one person who was not part of this cycle. That was Chen Chongsheng, lying in the stone coffin. Screech, the heavy coffin lid slowly opened, and Chen Chongsheng, his clothes tattered like dust, sat up. 640 years. It felt as quick as a blink. System, I think sleeping is truly a great way to pass the time. The system's voice echoed in his mind. The reason you say that, host, is because you haven't slept enough times yet. When you've slept enough times and for long enough, what you now find interesting will become your greatest fear. Chen Chongqing curled his lips in disdain. System, don't try to scare me. I know what sleeping feels like, just closing and opening your eyes. No different from taking a nap. Sleep itself isn't scary. The scariest part is the length of the sleep. One day, when you open your eyes, you'll find that no one remembers you, not even your enemies. That kind of loneliness, being abandoned by the entire world, is the deepest fear of all living beings. Hearing this, Chen Chongqing said helplessly, System, isn't that a bit exaggerated? I admit that all living beings can't escape death, but it's not like the entire world would forget me. After all, I'm somewhat famous. If someone investigates carefully, they'll always find some legends about me. Not to mention those beings in the Forbidden Zone, they shouldn't forget me, even after 10,000 years. What about 1,000,000 years? The system interrupted him. Host, you should know that while 1,000,000 years is long, it will eventually come to pass. No matter how powerful the beings in the Forbidden Zone are, they are but ants in the face of 1,000,000 years. Faced with this topic, Chen Chongsheng pursed his lips and quickly changed the subject. I've slept for 640 years, and now I can add some points. I wonder if I can level up my defense. As he spoke, he opened the system panel, and the system fell silent again. Host, Chen Chongqing strength, 1100 Ming Lantern Realm speed, 1160 Ming Lantern Realm defense, 2007th Realm spiritual power, 1020 Ming Lantern Realm lifespan, 1280. Chen Chongqing looked puzzled. System, why is my defense attribute label still so vague? Hasn't the cultivation system already been established? Host, while the cultivation system of this era has been established, realms above the 6th realm have not yet been named. Therefore, specific labels cannot be provided. After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Chongsheng was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, System, you're really meticulous. Thank you for the compliment. After the polite exchange, Chen Chongsheng began to slowly add points to his defense attribute. He did it bit by bit, wanting to see just how difficult it was to cross a realm in this cultivation system. He initially thought that 640 attribute points would be enough to raise his defense to the 8th realm. However, after adding all 640 points, the defense label still hadn't changed. Chen Chongsheng, System, why hasn't my label changed? Did you make a mistake? The system replied calmly. Host, as one of the founders of this new era's cultivation system, you should understand its span. You already know the cultivation method from the 7th realm to the 8th realm. Before you fell asleep, you spent 80 years cultivating. You know exactly how much progress you made in the 7th realm during those 80 years. 640 attribute points, equivalent to 640 years of normal cultivation. To be honest, under normal cultivation, could you fully master the 7th realm in 640 years? Chen Chongsheng pondered for a long time, unable to respond. System, seriously, I was joking with you. How could I not know the cultivation system I created? Why do you have no sense of humor at all? Apologies, this system is not a biological entity and does not possess the humor you mentioned. Chen Chongsheng rolled his eyes dramatically and stopped paying attention to the system. He casually changed into a different outfit and walked to a towering tree. Touching the rough bark, Chen Chongsheng murmured softly, One last chance, transport me to the central area. After speaking, he waited quietly, but the Netherworld Forest showed no reaction. The plan targeting the Netherworld Forest began to unfold. In this little forest, chop, 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 barbecue time, delicious, delicious. In the forest, a shirtless young man swung an axe. Sweat dripped from his pores, sliding down his well-defined muscles. Boom! 100 zhang tall tree fell with a thunderous crash. Looking at his accomplishment, the young man grinned, and the tree instantly disappeared. The young man before him was none other than Qin Changsheng, trapped in the Netherworld forest. Today marked his 800th year of chopping trees. After completing his daily tasks, Qin Changsheng returned to the stone tablet to prepare dinner. As it was the 800th celebration day, he decided to kill fewer beasts. Tonight's dinner consisted of only 2 saber-toothed tiger kings and a bear slightly larger than a small hill. Sizzle! The barbecue was licked by flames, emitting an enticing aroma that spread for 10 miles. Just as the meat was about to be ready, a small tree suddenly sprouted beside Qin Changsheng. 3 crystal-clear fruits quickly grew on the tree. With just one sniff, one's blood and energy would surge. It was clearly a precious supplement. But Qin Changsheng didn't even glance at it. He picked the fruits and immediately crushed them underfoot. Too late. Belated goodwill is worthless. I don't plan to forgive you. We'll keep fighting. Whoever fears the other is a coward. After speaking, he took big bites of the barbecue. Seeing its goodwill rejected, the Netherworld forest took no further action. One man and one forest resumed their standoff. Half an hour later, Qin Changsheng finished his dinner. Looking at the leftover bones, he unhesitatingly stored them in the system space. After tidying up, he lay on the fallen leaves, gazing at the gloomy, lightless sky. Before falling asleep, he had spent 80 years studying the weaknesses of the Netherworld forest. Through countless simulations, he discovered that the Netherworld forest was almost flawless. Everything here could regenerate. Even if he destroyed the entire forest, it would recover in an instant. Moreover, the creatures and plants here evolved continuously through battle. Theoretically, anyone who entered this place would be trapped until death. But such a perfect prison raised a question in Qin Changsheng's mind. Could the things in the Netherworld forest truly regenerate infinitely? This doubt surfaced in Qin Changsheng's heart, but he didn't rush to destroy them, because this might not be the true weakness of the Netherworld forest. Tianjizi had been trapped in the Netherworld forest for 6,000 years. He must have pondered the same question, but he couldn't leave for his entire life, indicating that this hypothesis was incomplete. Faced with this dilemma, Qin Changsheng racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Until one day, when he saw the sunless sky, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he finally understood. It turned out that the Nether Forest was a closed space, with fixed energy inside. That's why the beasts and plants kept resurrecting. No matter how many beasts were killed or trees were cut down, as long as their bodies remained in this space, the total energy would not decrease. To break this cycle, the only solution was to become a black hole, frantically absorbing the energy of the Nether Forest. Tianjizi couldn't do it because his storage space was limited and couldn't hold too much. Although his cultivation was high, his capacity was also limited. Given the scale of the Nether Forest, the energy Tianjizi absorbed was too little, and after his death, everything would return to its original state. But Qin Changsheng was different. He possessed an infinitely large system space. Moreover, his cultivation system was far more powerful than Tianjizi's. The only drawback of the body cultivation path was its immense demand for resources. To rapidly improve cultivation, replenishing resources was the fastest method. Now, Qin Changsheng had reached the threshold of the 7th realm. With his foundation and background, to cultivate the 7th realm to its peak would consume an astronomical amount of resources, and the beasts in the Nether Forest happened to meet this need. Thinking of this, Qin Changsheng got up from the ground and continued executing his black hole plan. However, before cutting trees this time, he provocatively glanced into the distance and said, "Same old words. If you regret it, send me to the central area. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the end." After speaking, he hummed that strange ballad again. In the little forest. 400 years passed. As time went by, coupled with abundant supplies, Qin Changsheng's cultivation steadily improved. With his cultivation rising, his speed in cutting trees and hunting beasts also increased significantly. By the 1200th year, the Nether Forest could no longer hold back. Although the energy Qin Changsheng stole wasn't much, he had been stealing continuously, and one day it would be completely depleted. Even the largest mountain can be hollowed out eventually. So, in that year, the Nether Forest launched a frenzied hunt for Qin Changsheng. 2 powerful 8th realm beasts were born, and countless beasts in the forest joined the battle. Facing the counterattack of the Nether Forest, Chen Changsheng did not retreat and directly chose to fight head-on. Although the two 8th Realm beasts were stronger than Chen Changsheng, they couldn't kill him with a single blow. After all, Chen Changsheng had over 2,000 points of defense, which was no joke. The inability of the 8th Realm beasts to deliver a fatal blow meant Chen Changsheng had breathing room. As long as he had time, he could use the golden silkworm threads in his body to continuously repair his injuries. Additionally, the cultivation system Chen Changsheng had created was one of unity between essence, energy, and spirit. This system gave him exceptional endurance, resilience, and recovery abilities. If he hadn't reached the 7th realm, he might have been overwhelmed. But after stepping into the 7th realm, these issues were resolved. Because after the 6th realm, the new realms were designed to address these shortcomings. This battle was extraordinarily fierce, and most of the Nether Forest was destroyed. The attacks from the two 8th Realm beasts, along with countless other beasts, were too much for Chen Changsheng to handle alone. But he was not fighting alone, he still had the big fat silkworm. The golden silkworm Gu feeds on ferocious beasts, and Chen Changsheng had always regarded it as his ultimate trump card, prepared specifically for this decisive battle. If two 8th Realm demon beasts attacked Chen Changsheng simultaneously, it would indeed leave him in a dire situation, but the golden silkworm Gu had no restrictions. Demon beasts below the 8th Realm stood no chance against the golden silkworm Gu. Once a demon beast was killed by the golden silkworm Gu, Chen Changsheng would immediately collect the corpse, denying the Nether Forest any opportunity to reclaim energy. If the Nether Forest sent out an 8th Realm demon beast to restrain the golden silkworm Gu, Chen Changsheng's pressure would be significantly reduced. Although Chen Changsheng's realm was slightly lower than that of the 8th Realm demon beasts, his rapid self-healing and diverse techniques gave him an edge. In a direct confrontation, Chen Changsheng could very likely trade injuries for a kill, taking down an 8th Realm demon beast. In this intense battle, both sides fought fiercely for a full 60 years. In the 60th year, Chen Changsheng seized an opportunity. 3 streaks of golden light shot out, severing the head of an 8th Realm demon beast. But the cost was heavy. Chen Changsheng's abdomen was pierced, and his neck was cut nearly 2/3 through. Swish! The corpse of the 8th Realm demon beast was collected, and Chen Changsheng pressed his right hand firmly against his head, beginning a frantic escape. Seeing the 8th Realm demon beast's corpse taken away, the entire Nether Forest erupted in chaos. It was a massive energy loss, and the Nether Forest was heartbroken. All the demon beasts pursued Chen Changsheng, but the other 8th Realm demon beast was entangled by the golden silkworm Gu, leaving the other beasts unable to kill him. This chase lasted for a full hour. After an hour, Chen Changsheng stopped running. The golden silkworm threads had already repaired his nearly fatal injuries. He slowly turned around, a radiant smile appearing on his face. Now it's my turn to chase you. Seeing Chen Changsheng's injuries healed, the pursuing demon beasts froze in shock, then quickly turned around and fled. Witnessing this, Chen Changsheng, who had been relentlessly pursued, couldn't tolerate the humiliation and immediately launched a counterattack. If you have the guts, don't run. Whoever's a coward is trash. Chen Changsheng shouted furiously as he chased them down. But the fleeing demon beasts ignored him, focusing solely on retreating toward the central area. Meanwhile, many demon beasts desperately protected the remaining 8th Realm demon beast, fearing that Chen Changsheng might kill it too. Swish! Countless trees, each with a diameter of over 3 meters, suddenly sprang up from the ground, blocking Chen Changsheng's path. Seeing his way obstructed, Chen Changsheng didn't force his way through, but instead shouted from outside, "Cowards! If you have the guts, come out and fight me for 300 rounds. Weren't you so arrogant 1,000 years ago? Why don't you dare now? Don't think a few lousy trees can stop me. I'll spend 1,000 years cutting them down, and see if you can raise a 9th Realm demon beast." After saying this, Chen Changsheng turned and left with little gold. Wherever Chen Changsheng passed, all creatures and plants disappeared, as if they feared he might take something from them. Leaning against a stone tablet, Chen Changsheng let out a painful groan. After 60 years of bloody battle, he had long lost count of how many fatal injuries he had suffered. If not for the golden silkworm threads and his powerful cultivation system, he would have died here long ago. Moreover, he hadn't pursued the nether forest relentlessly because he didn't want to push things to the extreme. He still needed the nether forest's help to save Little Black. If it truly fought him to the death, he wouldn't be able to reason with it. As he was thinking, a small sapling suddenly appeared before his eyes. A branch bearing fruit cautiously extended toward him. Chen Chongqing glanced at the little tree, did not refuse, and directly picked the fruit to eat. Crunch! The flesh was juicy and melted in his mouth, and Chen Chongqing's body instantly radiated dazzling light. At the same time, the cells in his body seemed to cheer as if they were at a party. The old wounds left from 60 years of battle healed rapidly, and even a few drops of blood as red as gemstones flowed from his heart. The small fruit was quickly swallowed, yet it replenished 70% of the energy he had consumed over the past 60 years. Phew! Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chen Chongqing felt much more relaxed. Actually, there's no need to fight hard because I have no grudge against you. I came here for one thing, to save my dog. As he spoke, Chen Chongqing took out Xiao He from the life bloodstone. The small tree branch swayed gently, seemingly expressing its unwillingness to help. Don't be so quick to refuse. I know saving Xiao He comes at a great cost, and I understand how dire its condition is. But I promise, the energy you spend saving it, I will definitely repay you in the future. My promise, Chen Chongqing's promise, will remain valid no matter how the world changes. As long as you agree to save it, if you encounter trouble in the future, I will help you once. This is the greatest sincerity I can offer. If you don't agree, I can only resort to force. At that point, who lives and who dies will be up to fate. Faced with Chen Chongqing's terms, the little tree stood silently, not responding, as if weighing the pros and cons. Swish. Chen Chongqing's vision blurred, and he found himself by a lakeside. In the center of the lake was a piece of land about 3 zhang square, with a glowing sapling growing on it. Rustle! The tree roots emerged from the soil and took Xiao He from Chen Chongqing's hands. Crack! The life bloodstone was crushed, and Xiao He awakened. Immediately, a mass of life-filled lake water enveloped Xiao He, and countless hair-thin tree roots pierced into its body. Seeing the methods of the nether forest, Chen Chongqing frowned deeply. No wonder they had been so reluctant to save Xiao He earlier. Such treatment consumed an enormous amount of energy. Reconstructing the divine beast's root bones and reversing life and death, this method was simply miraculous. Swish! The shattered life bloodstone disappeared into the soil. Clearly, the nether forest was now extremely energy deficient. Seeing this, Chen Chongqing immediately threw out the trees he had felled over 1,000 years and the corpses of the demon beasts he had collected. Among them was the corpse of an 8th realm demon beast. 3 mountains of wood and 1 mountain of corpses surrounded the central area tightly. The lost energy returned, and the nether forest quickly absorbed it. In just 10 breaths, the 4 mountains disappeared without a trace. With the energy restored, the entire nether forest trembled. I've returned what I owed you, and my promise still stands. How long will it take to heal it? Chen Chongqing asked. A tree root formed several words in the air. It was supposed to die, but was saved by some powerful force. To reverse life and death, I need 2,000 years. Additionally, the insect on you is very strong. I need 1 drop of its blood to nurture new life. Hearing that it would take 2,000 years, Chen Chongqing's mouth twitched. To save a divine beast, 2,000 years is about right. He gently stroked the golden silkworm goo. Xiao Jin, give it 1 drop of your life essence. We owe a favor and can't renege. The golden silkworm goo nodded and spat out a drop of white liquid from its mouth. As the liquid flew out, Xiao Jin's aura visibly weakened. The life essence floated toward Xiao He, and at the same time, a blood-red fruit fell into Chen Chongqing's hand. This can help it recover quickly. Seeing the text before him, Chen Chongqing handed the blood-red fruit to Xiao Jin. Swish! The previously weakened golden silkworm goo immediately climbed onto the fruit and began to gnaw at it. All right, since we've reached an agreement, I'll wait quietly. By the way, I want to cultivate a plot of land here to grow some spiritual herbs. You wouldn't mind, would you? No problem. Hearing the response from the netherworld forest, Chen Chongqing smiled, and took out his hoe. 20 years in this almost unchanging netherworld forest was but a fleeting moment. When the time was up, Qin Changsheng had no choice but to enter his next slumber. This was the first time he had slept twice in the same place. After sealing the coffin lid and letting Xiao Jin return to his heart, Qin Changsheng directly instructed the system to maximize the duration of his slumber. A sleep of 1,280 years began. Qin Changsheng fell into slumber, and his consciousness paused along with him. But while he stopped, the world did not. Qin Changsheng had left the Purple Mansion Holy Land 2,150 years ago. It was in this year that the Purple Mansion Holy Lord, Wu Li, bore the mandate of heaven. From the time Wu Li appeared in the central court to when he became the invincible mandate bearer, it took only about 3,000 years. Such a talent had only emerged once in hundreds of thousands of years. After bearing the mandate of heaven, the first thing Wu Li did was visit the ancient Forbidden Land. Faced with this peerless mandate bearer, even the ancient Forbidden Land had to yield to him. However, this visit to the ancient Forbidden Land did not go smoothly. Wu Li seemed to have had a dispute with the ancient Forbidden Land. When Wu Li emerged from the ancient Forbidden Land, someone saw him point at it, as if issuing a warning. This puzzled the world. Based on some clues, it seemed that when Wu Li bore the mandate of heaven, he had received support from the ancient Forbidden Land. If that were the case, why did Wu Li end up in conflict with the ancient Forbidden Land? As time passed, people no longer believed Wu Li was hostile to the ancient Forbidden Land. After all, he personally led an expedition to the sacred ruins Forbidden Land, driving it out of the central court in a single battle. After the war, Wu Li personally forged a long spear. This spear was thrown from the central court, traversing tens of thousands of miles, and firmly embedded itself in the lifeline of the northern desert Buddhist kingdom. With this spear planted, no living being from the northern desert Buddhist kingdom shall take a single step out. Wu Li's voice echoed across the heavens and earth, reaching every corner. A single spear suppressing an entire region, this was the aura of a mandate bearer. After accomplishing these three major feats, Wu Li announced all cultivation realms and renamed the energy in the cultivation system from spiritual power to divine power. From then on, the world stabilized, and the cultivation world began to develop rapidly. Netherworld Forest. Today marked Qin Changsheng's 1,000th year of slumber, and the forest remained as tranquil as ever. Suddenly, the Netherworld Forest began to gently tremble. Countless corpses in the dead man's pool slowly opened their eyes. Hiss! The sky was torn open, and a figure stepped through. Qin Changsheng had once tried to fly in the Netherworld Forest, but found it impossible no matter what. Yet this person moved effortlessly, strolling leisurely. He surveyed his surroundings and slowly descended before the stone coffin. Swish! Countless tree roots automatically retracted, and the transparent spatial gate enveloping the stone coffin slowly opened, revealing the endless corpse tied behind it. The figure smiled. Rest assured, I am not here to harm him. Anyone in the world can kill him, but I will not. Hearing these words, the tree roots encasing the stone coffin gradually loosened. The figure gently pushed open the coffin lid. Looking at Qin Changsheng inside, he smiled. Teacher, you can always adapt to your environment. Even in a place like the Netherworld Forest, you can live with ease. You're much more capable than I am. Indeed, this person was none other than Wu Li, the one bearing the mandate of heaven. Qin Changsheng had left the holy land of the Purple Palace for thousands of years without any news, so Wu Li naturally sought ways to uncover his whereabouts. After much effort, Wu Li finally found a clue, leading to the scene just now. Just as Wu Li was about to touch Qin Changsheng, a golden light stopped him. The master said you are not allowed to touch him, or I will punish you. The golden silkworm Gu transmitted a message. Wu Li froze for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Teacher, oh teacher, you're still so clever. You even guessed that I would come to the Netherworld Forest. Is there anything you can't predict? It's a pity that I am about to leave, and our next farewell might be a long time from now. But that's normal. It can't always be others coming to find you. This time, it's your turn to come find us. By the way, I left some gifts for you outside. I think you'll like them. After saying this, Wu Li closed the coffin lid and turned to leave the Netherworld Forest. As he stepped out of the spatial rift, he turned back to the forest and said, "No matter whose backyard you are, if you dare to harm my teacher, you and the one behind you will die." With that, he disappeared into the void. The spatial rift closed, and the netherworld forest returned to its tranquility. 280 years later. Huh. Chen Chongqing looked at his smooth skin, his face full of confusion. Why are all my clothes torn to shreds? He had been wearing ordinary clothes, which logically couldn't withstand the erosion of time. But based on past experience, his clothes would only turn to ash after he moved. Now, he had just opened his eyes and was already bare, clearly indicating that something had happened during his slumber. As he pondered, the golden silkworm Gu transmitted a scene. Interestingly, Wuli in the scene was not clear. To be precise, a segment of the golden silkworm Gu's memory had been erased. And that segment was precisely the part where Wuli said he was leaving. After watching, Chen Chongqing couldn't help but laugh. That brat, playing hide and seek with me. Since you want to play, I'll play with you in a while and see how I deal with you. After muttering to himself for a bit, Chen Chongqing turned his gaze to his system panel. Host, Chen Chongqing. Strength, 2120 blood moving realm. Speed, 2280 blood moving realm. Defense, 3880 blood moving realm. Spiritual power, 2060 blood moving realm. Lifespan, 2560. Looking at his stats, Chen Chongqing scratched his head and said, "System, how are these stats measured? The standard for strength shouldn't be this simple, right?" The system replied, "Host, these stats only reflect your own strength and do not account for external factors such as artifacts and formations." Chen Chongqing asked, "Then does something like the golden silkworm silk count as an external factor?" The system said, "It counts because the golden silkworm silk has already fused with your body and is considered a part of you." Got it. Then why is it that when I raise a certain attribute to the next realm, my overall strength doesn't improve significantly? Raising a single attribute alone cannot greatly enhance overall strength. Chen Chongqing pondered. So, if I only increase my defense while my spiritual power, speed, and strength remain unchanged, the improvement in overall strength will be limited. Yes, to achieve comprehensive improvement, you need to rely on cultivation or attribute point bonuses. Then what happens if I increase my spiritual power? After your cultivation improves, although other attributes remain unchanged, with the support of cultivation, other attributes will grow rapidly. So increasing spiritual power is the best choice. However, you can also choose to distribute attribute points evenly. That makes sense. But help me allocate all the attribute points to defense. The system was speechless. It feels like everything I just said was in vain. After allocating all the attribute points to defense, Chen Chongqing put on his clothes and stepped out of the stone coffin. The system couldn't help but remind him, "Host, you are merely immortal, not invincible. If you only focus on defense, what will you do if you encounter a powerful enemy?" Chen Chongqing smacked his lips. "System, you're not a living being, so you don't understand human emotions. Actually, the stronger you are, the more trouble you attract." The system was puzzled. "I don't understand what you mean." Chen Chongqing explained, "Humans have desires. When their strength increases, they seek to challenge higher levels. Theoretically, infinite attribute points could make someone invincible, but that's just a theory. It can never truly be achieved. Even if attribute points reach the level of a destiny being, can a destiny being truly live forever?" The system fell silent, seemingly pondering. You could also choose to hide away and cultivate in seclusion. When your strength is sufficient, the danger naturally decreases. That's true, but to reach that level would take tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of years. If I were to sever all emotions and desires and live in seclusion for tens of millions of years, only to emerge as invincible but utterly alone, I might as well find a rock to be the host. At least a rock never moves. The system fell silent again. I cannot comprehend the emotions of living beings. Why avoid shortcuts and insist on taking the long, winding road? Perhaps this is the reason miracles are born. If everything followed a set path, there would be no miracles in the world. The system cannot determine whether the host is correct, but time will provide the answer. The voice gradually faded. Chen Chongqing stopped chatting with the system and began observing his surroundings. After 1,000 years of slumber, Xiaohei still needed over 700 years to fully recover. It seemed he needed to find something to pass the time. After observing for a while, he spoke to the small sapling in the center of the lake. This place is self-contained, as if it's trying to evolve into something. But the environment is a bit monotonous. Should I help you improve it? The small sapling swayed gently, as if agreeing. Chen Changsheng smiled. Since you agree, let me share my plan. But I'll take 30% of the benefits. Here's the plan. Clear out the weeds over there. Yes, right there. Dozens of upright walking rabbits, holding farming tools, busily worked. They wore clothes resembling those of humans and divided their tasks clearly. Watching the vibrant surroundings, Chen Changsheng lay contentedly on a rocking chair. 750 years ago, he proposed an improvement plan to the Netherworld forest. At first, he was the only one working, but the area was so vast that he couldn't manage it alone. Then one day, two rabbits wandered in, and inspiration struck. The Netherworld forest was home to numerous demonic beasts, and he realized he could have them help. Although the beasts had limited intelligence, he could enhance them. With the forest's maturing abilities, it wouldn't take long to cultivate a group of intelligent beasts. So, he had the Netherworld forest capture dozens of rabbits and slightly enhance them. Through maturation and enlightenment, the 10th generation of these rabbits produced the first intelligent one. With a starting point established, the rest became much easier. Rabbits reproduce quickly, and in less than 10 years, these intelligent rabbits had spread throughout the Netherworld forest. Now, the forest environment was managed by them. Thinking of this, Chen Changxing reached out and handed over a wooden cup, taking a sip of freshly squeezed spiritual fruit juice, instantly feeling refreshed. Rabbit 18, your wife is due to give birth today. Later, go to the field and pull out 10,000-year-old ginseng roots as my gift. Rabbit 18 was a rabbit half the height of an adult, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. He was clearly much larger than the other rabbits. Seeing this, Chen Changxing spoke again, don't be shy. The rabbit clan is now led by you, and I've long seen your potential. I've discussed with Little Tree and plan to allocate some spiritual medicine to you as a reward. You already have your own system, and without rewards, problems are bound to arise. Hearing this, Rabbit 18 quickly bowed to Chen Changxing. At this moment, a voice interrupted their conversation. Chen Changxing, when are we going out? As soon as the words fell, a pure white, big dog ran over. This big dog had an elegant figure, even more outstanding than the Wolf King among wolf packs. As it ran, its white fur flowed like water, looking softer than the clouds in the sky. This was none other than the previously injured divine beast Bai Zai. Little Black, you are a divine beast, considered the pinnacle of the canine species. Can you pay attention to your image and stop barking randomly? Chen Changxing said with a smile. Bai Zai immediately became agitated. Chen Changxing, you're too much. I've told you countless times, don't call me Little Black. I'm not a dog, I'm the divine beast Bai Zai. Chen Changxing glanced at it indifferently. I know you're the divine beast Bai Zai, but I just want to call you Little Black. Is there a problem? A divine beast is still a beast, and you need to distinguish your category. With your physique, you're either feline or canine. Are you a cat or a dog? You have to choose one. You can't possibly be human. Do you want to be a cat or a dog? Bai Zai's mouth twitched. If Chen Changxing hadn't saved him, he would have bitten him already. You're impressive, I can't argue with you. Then can you tell me when we can leave? From the time I woke up, we've been here for 30 years. Don't you find it boring? Bai Zai asked. Chen Changxing replied bluntly. Not boring at all. I think this place is great. Why insist on leaving? Bai Zai twitched even more. Even I, a divine beast with no attachments, find it boring. Why don't you? Haven't your experiences outside affected you? Chen Changxing laughed. Why should they affect me? With a good mindset, everything becomes beautiful. Just like flowers in spring, the moon in autumn, cool breezes in summer, and snow in winter. As long as you don't let troubles entangle you, every moment is a beautiful time. As long as you don't shackle yourself, anywhere under the heavens can be a paradise. Bai Zai fell silent. They're not like you. Their lives are limited, and aging and death are inevitable. Do the math yourself. How long have you been here? Chen Changxing's expression shifted from a smile to calmness. Since arriving in the Netherworld forest, he had fought for 180 years, slept for 640 years, chopped trees for 1,280 years, slept again for another 1,280 years, and then spent 750 years improving the netherworld forest. Altogether, he had been here for 4,130 years. If not for sealing himself with the life-blood stone, his old acquaintances would have long passed away. Thinking of this, Qin Chongqing stood up. You're right. I have indeed stayed here for a long time. It's time for me to go out and take a look. He walked to the lakeside. As long as you keep working in this direction, the environment here will definitely improve and might even become a complete world. But I have to leave for a while, so I probably won't be able to help you. When I have time, I will definitely come back to see you. The tree roots gently wrapped around Qin Chongqing's hand, as if reluctant to let him go. Qin Chongqing smiled and said, I know you don't want me to leave, but there is no such thing as an eternal gathering in this world. Our meeting was fate, and so is our parting. I owe you a promise, which means we will meet again. The tree roots entwined around Qin Chongqing's right hand slowly loosened. A green leaf floated down from the sapling and finally landed in his hand. This leaf will help you find me. Remember to come back when you have time. Sensing the sapling's consciousness, Qin Chongqing smiled and said, It's a deal. By the way, I have another friend who is injured, and his condition is similar to this silly dog. But he's just an ordinary person without much strength. Can you save him? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 crystal-clear drops of liquid formed above the sapling. Crack! A section of a tree branch broke off on its own, transforming into a wooden bottle. The liquid was collected into the bottle and handed to Qin Chongqing. This is the essence of all things. Use one drop to save your friend and the other to protect your own life. This wooden bottle is made from my trunk. It will keep plants alive when placed inside. When you come back, remember to bring me lots of seeds. No problem, I'll bring you all the seeds in the world. After bidding farewell, a circular light portal appeared in front of Qin Chongqing. Without hesitation, he stepped into it, and the eager Xiao He leapt in like a flash of lightning. Thud! Xiao He landed heavily on a small hill, while Qin Chongqing landed steadily. Looking around, Xiao He got up and excitedly asked, Qin Chongqing, where are we? Did we really get out? Qin Chongqing glanced around. We have indeed left the nether forest, but I'm not quite sure where this place is either. Let's find someone to ask. That brat Wooly, daring to laugh at me while I was sleeping. Just wait until I get back, I'll teach him a lesson. With that, Qin Chongqing randomly chose a direction and flew off with Xiao He. This is Black Wind Mountain. A wolf demon was pinned under Bai Zai's paw. Facing the divine beast Bai Zai, the small wolf demon had no chance to resist. What kind of place is Black Wind Mountain? I've never heard of it. Bai Zai immediately turned to Qin Chongqing and asked upon hearing the name. After all, this guy's head was filled with all sorts of knowledge. Let me think. Black Wind Mountain seems to be a place on the border of the Western continent, Qin Chongqing recalled. If I'm not mistaken, it's more than 2 million miles away from the Holy Land of the Purple Palace. So it's a place in the Western continent. No wonder we haven't seen any humans after flying for so long, Bai Zai said, kicking the wolf demon away with one foot. Get lost, and don't go spreading what happened today, or you'll regret it. Bai Zai warned coldly. Rest assured, senior, I won't say a word. The wolf demon quickly swore. Qin Chongqing chuckled, tossed a medicinal herb to the wolf demon, and then left with Bai Zai. The wolf demon looked at the fragrant spiritual herb in its hand, then glanced at the backs of the 2 figures, muttering to itself. What are those 2 seniors going to the Purple Mansion Holy Land for? Didn't that place ascend 800 years ago? However, this question didn't trouble the wolf demon for long, as it wasn't something it should be concerned about. What mattered most to it now was the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb in its hand. Such a treasure it might never encounter another one like it in its lifetime. Mom, I met immortals. The wolf demon clutched the herb and happily ran off into the distance. Central Court. Qin Chongqing stood in the empty grand hall, his brows tightly furrowed. They were all gone. The 3 great holy lands of the Central Court had all disappeared. On his way from the Western continent to the Central Court, Qin Chongqing had already sensed that something was amiss. He had entered the range of the Purple Mansion Holy Land long ago, but had not seen a single person there. Filled with doubt, he went to a human city to gather information, and the news he received left him shocked and distressed. 800 years ago, the desolate heavenly Emperor Wuli had ascended, taking the three great holy lands of the central court with him. Wow, the name Desolate Heavenly Emperor is so domineering, Baizé exclaimed as he wandered around the palace. I think this name sounds way cooler than Destined One. Your disciple is way more impressive than you, Chen Changsheng. Baizé praised Wuli's achievements. But Chen Changsheng's expression remained grave. Baizé, curious, asked, shouldn't you be happy? Your disciple has surpassed you. Chen Changsheng turned to stare at Baizé, his tone serious. Wuli isn't the kind of person who would easily let go of his attachments. This land carries too many of his memories. No matter what happens, he wouldn't leave so easily. But now, he has taken everyone and left. This means that something must have gone wrong with the ascension 800 years ago. He must have encountered trouble. Baizé thought for a moment and said, it might not be as serious as you think. If there was trouble, why would the Kunlun Holy Land have left as well? Chen Changsheng shook his head. I don't know either. But haven't you noticed? Ever since Wuli drove away the forbidden land of the sacred ruins, it has never appeared again. If the forbidden land of the sacred ruins is hiding out of fear of Wuli, then how do you explain the disappearance of the ancient forbidden land? It's gone too. Hearing this, Baizé also realized the problem wasn't simple. So, what are you planning to do? Find them, Chen Changsheng said firmly. Whether they're alive or dead, I have to find out. Baizé nodded. Having followed Chen Changsheng for so many years, he knew him all too well. This was someone who would venture alone into the forest of the netherworld to save a dog. Now that his only old friends in the world had disappeared, no matter how long it took, he would search for them. Baizé asked, so how do you plan to find them? Everyone saw them ascend to the heavens. We can't just keep flying upward, can we? Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes at Baizé. You're supposed to be the divine beast, Baizé. According to ancient records, you can understand all things and know everything under the heavens. Shouldn't you be able to come up with a better idea than that? Baizé was indignant. Then why don't you tell me your plan? Everyone saw them ascend. If we don't fly up, how else are we supposed to find them? Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. Don't just look at the surface. Wuli and the others definitely didn't just ascend in a simple manner. If they truly wanted to go to a more comfortable place, do you think they wouldn't have left me any clues? Back in the Netherworld forest, Wuli came to see me. It was clearly a final farewell. If that's the case, my old friends wouldn't leave clues for me. But no matter how careful they are, they'll still show flaws. Baizé's eyes lit up and immediately said a name. Nalan Xingda. That's right, it's him. You and Nalan Xingda were both seriously injured at the time. When I went to the Netherworld forest, it was to save you and him. The Netherworld forest is a special place. I don't think there's another like it in the world. If they took Nalan Xingda away, then he would have no way out. Do you think Gongsun Huayu would just stand by and watch this happen? Baizé's eyes lit up instantly. You're absolutely right. Gongsun Huayu loves Nalan Xingda deeply. She would never let him lose his last chance at survival. Maybe she even left some clues for Nalan Xingda. But this isn't a sure thing. Wuli wouldn't overlook this. He would definitely restrict Gongsun Huayu's actions. Yes, Chen Changsheng nodded. Wuli can indeed control his disciple. But I have another helper, someone Wuli can't control. Who? The former Yaowang saint, Fuyao. I saved Nalan Xingda, and Fuyao owes me a huge favor. He knows me too. Well, he knows I would never agree with Wu Li's methods, so he must have left clues. Baizé looked puzzled upon hearing the name. But isn't it said that Fuyao died over 1,000 years ago? That's just a trick to confuse people. Someone like him couldn't have died so quietly. Whether he's dead or not, we'll find out by digging up his grave, won't we? As he spoke, Chen Changsheng casually pulled out a shovel. Butterfly Valley, Kunlun Sanctuary. Wait, why are we at the Kunlun Sanctuary? Baizé asked in confusion. Fuyao is from the Yaowang Sanctuary. If we're digging up graves, shouldn't we be at Yaowang Sanctuary? The desolate surroundings made Baizé even more perplexed. But Chen Changsheng ignored him and carefully observed the terrain. Finally, Chen Changsheng chose an inconspicuous little mound. Found it. He pointed at the mound. Fuyao's fate is heartbreaking. To be precise, all his suffering was forced upon him by the Yaowang Sanctuary. Aside from the massacre of his family back then, Fuyao had been controlled by the Yaowang Sanctuary for years. He couldn't escape, it was his own choice. Tortured by suffering in life, how could he be buried in a filthy place after death? Butterfly Valley is Nalan Shingda's residence. This place only heals and saves lives, never involving itself in conflict. This can be considered a pure land on earth. Even if it was a fake death, Fuyao would have been buried here. After saying this, Qin Changxing swung his shovel and began digging. The shovel had only gone down about half a foot when it hit something hard. Digging it out, they found a stone tablet about 3 feet tall. It's been years, but Brother Chun is still as bold as ever, Bai Zhe said, looking at the inscription. When it comes to grave digging, no one can match you. Since you found it, let me erect a monument for you. After reading the inscription, Bai Zhe laughed and said, Qin Changsheng, this guy is cursing you. I know, being cursed for grave digging is normal. And this guy is mocking me for actually seeking his help. I'll remember this debt and will definitely settle it with him someday. As he spoke, Qin Changsheng waved his right hand, and the text on the stone tablet instantly disappeared. Then, he used his sword to carve a line of words on the stone tablet. Tomb of Yaoguang, Saint's son Fuyao the pallbearer. As the last character was completed, the stone tablet suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Immediately after, a crack appeared in the stone tablet, and a shadow was expelled from it. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Nalan Shingda, wrapped in the show bloodstone. Qin Changxing proudly. The clue is here. Seeing how Qin Changxing and Fuyao were so in sync, Bai Zhe was dumbfounded. No way. Even blood brothers aren't this coordinated. Are you hiding some secret? Bah! As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Changxing spat a mouthful of saliva onto Bai Zhe's face. What do you know? This is called heroes admiring heroes. True heroes always appreciate each other. You don't understand, which means you're not a hero. Oh, right. You're not a hero because you're not even human. At these words, Bai Zhe became furious. So what if I'm not human? That doesn't mean I'm inferior to humans. What's so great about the human race? Someday, I'll gather plenty of human pets of my own, and then you'll see what I have to say. Qin Changxing glanced at the fuming Bai Zhe and said indifferently, Go ahead if you want. Right now, it's the era of the human race. If you dare to do that, just wait to be slaughtered and made into soup. Considering our past relationship, I'll definitely feast heartily then. Don't be arrogant. The human race may be dominant now, but it won't always be. Someday, the demon race will also rise to power and rule the world. All right. Qin Changxing responded perfunctorily. Then I'll congratulate the demon race in advance for ruling the world. For now, carry Nalan Shingda and find a quiet place to talk. Seeing Qin Changxing's dismissive attitude, Bai Zhe had nothing more to say. The idea of the demon race ruling the world did indeed sound absurd. In an unnamed cave, Qin Changxing carefully opened the show bloodstone and dripped a drop of the essence of all things into Nalan Shingda's mouth. As the essence entered, Nalan Shingda's body began to emit a gentle glow. His meridians and bone structure rapidly recovered. Although it was the second time witnessing this miraculous technique, Qin Changxing couldn't help but marvel. Rebirth and transformation. This technique is truly incredible. To think the Nether Forest possesses such wondrous technology. Imagine how powerful the creator of the Nether Forest must be. Don't ask me. I'm just a dog, I know nothing. Bai Zhe replied impatiently. Seeing Bai Zhe still sulking, Qin Changxing chuckled and began carefully observing Nalan Shingda's condition. An hour later, Nalan Shingda completed his rebirth and transformation. His tightly shut eyes trembled slightly before slowly opening. Kid, have you slept enough? Upon seeing Qin Changxing, he immediately stood up and saluted. Greetings, sir. Cut the formalities, I don't like them. Now that you're here, you should know why I've come. Glancing around and then at the serious-faced Qin Changxing, Nalan Shingda smiled bitterly. Sir, before the Heavenly Emperor left, he instructed me not to reveal any information to you. Now that you're asking me, it puts me in a difficult position. Qin Changxing stretched his body and pulled out a ruler from behind. Kid, the witch power has long fled, I can't deal with him. Now you listen to him and not to me. Do you think I can't do anything about you? Seeing that Qin Changxing was about to get serious, Nalan Shingda quickly begged for mercy. Back in the Purple Mansion Holy Land, he had served as Qin Changxing's book boy for several years. In the entire Purple Mansion Holy Land, From the Holy Lord to the disciples, no one was unafraid of the ruler in Chun Chongqing's hand. Wu Li had made a mistake back then and was scolded by Chun Chongqing for a whole hour. If Wu Li hadn't been married at the time, he probably would have been punished with the ruler. Apart from Wu Li and others of higher seniority, the younger generation of the Purple Mansion Holy Land had all experienced Chun Chongqing's ruler, including Zi Ning and Gongsun Huayu. Since you know fear, then speak honestly. Why did Wu Li lead everyone to leave? What exactly happened? Faced with Chun Chongqing's questioning, Nailan Xingda sighed lightly and said, "At that time, I was already sealed in the longevity bloodstone. So I don't know much about what happened in the Holy Land. Huayu came to chat with me and only mentioned a few things. This matter starts with the appearance of a woman after you left the Holy Land." Half an hour passed, and Nailan Xingda recounted all the details he knew. After hearing these fragmented events, Chun Chongqing frowned deeply. The lower realm is incomplete. This is the second time I've heard the term lower realm. It seems the departure of the three holy lands is related to the origin of the Holy Land. Let me ask you, is Wu Li confident about this matter? Nailan Xingda smiled. Sir, you understand the Heavenly Emperor better than I do. If Wu Li were confident, why would he hide it from you? When we left, Huayu and I said our final goodbyes. Although her tone was calm, I could feel that she had already prepared herself for death at that time. Ridiculous. Chun Chongqing finally couldn't hold back his anger. I've told him many times that such things require a plan first. He's only recently taken on his destiny, yet he dares to lead so many people into danger. And Li Nianxing, joining in recklessly like a child. Do they really think that after thousands of years, I can't control her anymore? After venting his anger, Chun Chongqing extended his right hand. Hand it over. Nailan Xingda smiled bitterly and said, Sir, the clues Huayu left me were taken by the Heavenly Emperor, and the heavenly path is broken. Even if we know the method, we can't go up. I'm not talking about Gongsun Huayu's clues. Fu Yao hid you away, so she must have left another path. Do you want to get beaten up before handing it over, or will you hand it over directly? At this point, Nailan Xingda knew he couldn't hide it anymore and took out a jade slip. Fu Yao mentioned that this path is a small one, only allowing 1 or 2 people to pass. Moreover, once this path is used, it will be destroyed. Sir, have you thought it through? Chun Chongqing took the jade slip without hesitation and said coldly, I don't need you to worry about how I think it through. What I want to know now is, what are you planning to do? Your wife's life and death are uncertain. And as her husband, are you not going to do anything? Faced with Chun Chongqing's questioning, Nailan Xingda smiled with relief. Sir, you're joking. I'm just an ordinary person, what can I do? My greatest wish is to walk and see the world. I didn't want to hand over the jade slip to you because I was worried about your safety. Speak plainly. I need to find my own path and personally deal with those who hurt my wife. You took the jade slip. How am I supposed to get up there? Chun Chongqing smiled. Birds of a feather flock together. We're both stubborn. Just now, I helped you open the spring eye, so you're considered a cultivator now. After being reborn, you can now cultivate. How far you go depends on your own fortune. So you can leave now. Just looking at you annoys me. Faced with Chun Chongqing's disdainful dismissal, Nailan Xingda respectfully bowed and then turned to leave. Wait. Halfway out, Chun Chongqing called out to him. Do you have enough cultivation resources? I still have some here. Also, it seems like you don't have any good techniques. Nailan Xingda slightly tilted his head and smiled. Sir, you can stroll through the river of time, surely not relying on cultivation resources and techniques. I've read some books and want to find the principles of this world within them. To be honest, I think cultivators shouldn't be as crude as the 72 wolf smokes. Huh, not very strong, but you sure talk big. Why don't you say that in front of Gongsun Huayu? I'm a man who cherishes his wife. How could I bear to hurt her feelings? If you're afraid of your wife, just admit it. No need to dress it up. I'll help you find another path to the heavens, so you can't say I stole your stuff. Since you want to walk your own path, then go ahead. When you achieve your great path, I'll come to be your student and see what your path is like. After saying this, Nailan Xingda strode out of the cave and stepped into the bustling mortal world. Sigh, after Nailan Xingda left, Chun Chongqing sighed softly. These people are really a handful. Let's go. We need to collect the bodies of those stubborn guys. Everyone needs a resting place. We can't let them wander alone. In the land of Shizhou. So this is the path to the heavens that Fu Yao mentioned? Bai Zhe looked at the almost weathered altar in front of him, full of doubt. Chen Chongqing stood beside him, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He felt that Fu Yao must have been lying to him. The two were silent for a long time before Bai Zhe spoke first. Chen Chongqing, you have to walk this path to the heavens at least once. But before you step on it, can you tell me what you're really thinking? Chen Chongqing turned his head and smiled. What if I told you I was prepared to fight to the death? What would you do? Do you even know how to talk to people? Even if you're ready to fight to the death, you should trick me into going first and then tell me. Now that you've said it so suddenly, I don't even know how to respond. This time, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Say it again. Looking at Bai Zhe's stubborn expression, Chen Chongqing laughed. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Honestly, I just want to collect the bodies of old friends. Hearing this, Bai Zhe looked completely unconvinced. No way, I told you to lie to me. But you don't have to treat me like a fool. You're risking your life, walking this one-way path to the heavens, just to collect bodies. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that kind of lie. Why do you think I'm lying? Isn't it obvious? Risking your life for such a trivial matter, who would do that? Watching Bai Zhe seriously analyze the pros and cons, Chen Chongqing smiled faintly and then gazed into the distance. Xiaohe, you're a divine beast, smarter than most people, he said. But you know too little about this world and still don't understand what true human nature is. In the mortal realm, there's an old saying people will eventually return to their hometown. In the cultivation world, this sentiment isn't as strong. Thousands of years ago, when I traveled the mortal world, I encountered a profession called corpse herders. They used some primitive spells to make corpses move, then escorted them back home. People were willing to pay a high price to hire corpse herders, simply hoping their loved ones could return to their hometown and no longer wander. Wu Li has already carried the mandate of heaven, calling himself the desolate heavenly emperor. The enemies he couldn't defeat, I probably can't defeat now either. If they really died, I just want to bring them back, that's all. After hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Bai Zhe looked up and thought for a while, then candidly said, I still don't understand why you think this way. If someone dies, I can understand wanting to avenge them. But what's the point of risking your life to bring their corpse back? They're already unconscious, they won't know anything about what you do. It's okay if you don't understand, Chen Chongqing said. Let me put it in a way you can understand. If I die on the path to ascend to heaven, would you just watch my corpse be left there all alone? Faced with this question, Bai Zhe fell silent. If such a thing really happened, he felt he wouldn't be able to leave either. Even though he knew that after Chen Chongqing's death, he would no longer have consciousness, he couldn't help but imagine Chen Chongqing being alone. Would he feel cold and lonely? If he could bring him home, perhaps he wouldn't be so lonely. After a long while, Bai Zhe spoke. I think I understand your reasoning now. Although I would help you collect your corpse, I still hope you live well. This path to ascend to heaven looks very dangerous. If you die, I might not be able to bring you back. Ha! Don't worry, Wu Li and the others set out 800 years ago. No matter how intense the battle, it should have ended after 800 years. The two of us might not even encounter enemies. Makes sense. Then let's set off quickly. Who knows, Wu Li might have already become a dominant figure, and we might benefit from it. After saying this, Bai Zhe urged Chen Chongqing to activate the altar. Faced with the urging, Chen Chongqing remained calm and followed the method taught by Fu Yao to activate the ancient altar. Buzz! The altar activated, and a shaky light gate appeared above it. Seeing this, Chen Chongqing flipped his hand to take out the stone coffin and lay inside with Xiaohe. Swish! The stone coffin disappeared, and the weathered altar completely collapsed. Clang, clang, clang. Countless knocking sounds echoed inside the sealed stone coffin, while Chen Chongqing was arguing non-stop with Xiaohe. You stupid dog, can't you shrink a bit? You're squishing me. No way. I finally returned to my normal size, and I don't want to go back to how I was before. The man and the dog argued inside the stone coffin for over an hour. When the outside finally quieted down, Chen Chongqing cautiously pushed the coffin lid open a crack. After confirming it was safe, the two jumped out. But when they saw the surrounding environment, both Chen Chongqing and Bai Zhe fell silent. It was an ancient path paved with green bricks, over 1,000 feet wide. On both sides of the road was an endless expanse of white. The most shocking thing was that this green brick ancient path was broken. After a long silence, Bai Zai's mouth twitched as he said, "Is this the work of Wu Li? Seems like his style. I can't think of any enemy that would make that brat fight so desperately. He personally severed the path to heaven, not just to stop us from following, but also to cut off his own retreat. It seems he's really in big trouble this time." After speaking, the two slowly stepped onto the path to heaven. 3,281. Bai Zai recorded the number as Chen Changsheng placed a severed head into a coffin. As they moved forward, the ancient path to heaven was gradually stained with blood. The farther they went, the more blood there was. In the end, the entire path to heaven was soaked in blood. After finishing the task of collecting the bodies, Chen Changsheng placed the coffin into his system space and prepared to continue forward. At this moment, Bai Zai, who had been responsible for recording, stopped in his tracks. "Chen Changsheng, are we still going forward?" Chen Changsheng looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong? I smell the scent of those two girls on this path, and it's very strong. Just being injured wouldn't leave such a strong scent. It's very likely they've already been smashed to pieces." Hearing this news, Chen Changsheng was silent for a moment. "Got it." A simple and straightforward response, his face devoid of any expression. Afterward, Chen Changsheng continued to measure the long path to heaven with his steps. Bai Zai sighed and followed in his footsteps. The path to heaven was extraordinarily long. Chen Changsheng walked for a full 50 years. During these 50 years, he laid to rest a total of 5,898 bodies. He didn't recognize any of them. Judging by their appearances, they were likely disciples newly recruited by the Purple Mansion Holy Land over the past millennia. However, on one day in the 50th year, the long path to heaven underwent a change. A massive sphere blocked the road. This sphere was larger than a mountain, and standing before it, Chen Changsheng looked like an ant. "Damn, splitting space to create a small world of its own, this technique is incredible." Bai Zai couldn't help but exclaim. But Chen Changsheng paid no attention to such spatial techniques, because he sensed a familiar aura. After hesitating outside the small world for a long time, Chen Changsheng finally stepped inside. A flat and desolate land stretched endlessly, with no end in sight. However, on this barren ground, a towering mountain of corpses stood out starkly. Chen Changsheng stopped once again in front of this blood-soaked mountain of corpses, because in front of the mountain stood a stone tablet. The undefeated Taoists slew 103,500 enemies, fought for 100 years, and never took a step back. The words on the stone tablet were few, but Chen Changsheng read them all in a single breath. Yet, it was this short sentence that made Chen Changsheng stand there for a full hour. An hour later, Chen Changsheng took a step forward and began ascending the mountain of corpses. Bai Zai watched his back, feeling an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Although he tried to slow his steps, Chen Changsheng was always ahead, because his path had no end, and he would never stop. At the peak of the mountain of corpses, a young man in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged. "You've finally come. I knew you would." Seeing Chen Changsheng, the man smiled faintly. Chen Changsheng shot him an annoyed glance and said, "Sneaking off without even saying goodbye, are you all starting to take me less and less seriously?" "Ha ha ha. Didn't tell you. It was decided by everyone. Your personality is free, and your situation is unique. If we let you get involved in this, it would be like putting you in a cage. After all, I'm your senior brother. How could I let you be trapped?" "Nonsense," Chen Changsheng interrupted him. "The head of Shangqing Temple should have been me. If I hadn't voluntarily given it up, how would it have been your turn? By rights, I should be your senior brother." Song Yuanshan looked at Chen Changsheng's angry expression, his eyes full of amusement. "There are no ifs in this world. The head of Shangqing Temple is me, and my seniority is higher than yours. So, you will always just be the junior brother. I'll give you 10 seconds to organize your words. If you still insist on this claim, then I won't let you drink my Baiwa brew." Hearing Baiwa brew, Song Yuanshan's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Is it the batch we brewed back then?" "That's right. The very batch we brewed the first time we went to the boundless secret realm. After all these years, I didn't expect you still had it. Quickly, let me have a taste." I've brewed a few jars over the years, but they never had that same flavor. Chen Changxing took out a wine jar and handed it to him. After a sip, Song Yuanshan said happily, "Good wine. This is the taste of the past." Although his tone was joyful, his body remained motionless, and his lips didn't part even slightly. Because Song Yuanshan was already dead. He had passed away from exhaustion hundreds of years ago. The one speaking to Chen Changxing now was merely a remnant of his divine consciousness. Being able to express emotions through his gaze was already his limit. To taste this jar of Baiwa brew at the end, I can die without regrets. The divine consciousness continued to convey its message, while his eyes began to gradually lose their light. Chen Changxing took a sip of the Baiwa brew and said lightly, "This wine has gone bad. It's bitter and hard to swallow. I'll brew a new jar another day." "Don't talk nonsense. This is the best wine I've ever had in my life. By the way, when we buried third senior brother, did he get to taste it?" "No, he didn't. I was too emotional at the time and forgot. After burying him, I remembered and could only pour the wine on his grave. I also shared a jar with the other senior brothers and master. After they drank it, I had none left." "Huh. Third senior brother was such a drunkard. If he knew about this, he'd probably crawl out of his grave to beat you up, and even first senior brother wouldn't be able to stop him. I'm luckier than them. I got to personally taste this jar of wine. When I go down there, I must brag about this." After saying this, Song Yuanshan's divine consciousness completely dissipated, and his body turned to dust. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Changxing poured the Baiwa brew in his hand over the mountain of corpses. "My fellow brothers, I sell coffins, so by rights, I should help you with your burials. But you are the last witnesses of my senior brother, representing the glory of the unbeaten Taoist. So I won't collect your bodies. This cup of humble wine is my token of respect. You will remain here forever, while I take senior brother home." After speaking, Chen Changxing crouched down and carefully gathered Song Yuanshan's ashes into the wine jar with his hands. His movements were meticulous, afraid of missing even a speck. Since he loved Baiwa brew, then let his ashes be kept in a wine jar. After all, this jar was one he had personally crafted back in the day. Half an hour later, Chen Changxing finished collecting all the ashes. To ensure nothing was missed, he used his divine sense to search 3 more times. After confirming everything, he placed Song Yuanshan's Taoist robe into the urn, then took out a prepared coffin. The coffin was not luxurious, and its craftsmanship was somewhat rough. "Senior brother, back then I prepared coffins for all of you. Now, the last one is finally being used. Shanqing Temple is reunited at last." After speaking, Chen Changxing put away the coffin and turned to walk elsewhere. Song Yuanshan remained here. This was his final resting place. But Chen Changxing had not yet reached the end of the path to ascend to the heavens, nor the end of his life. So, he had to keep moving forward. No matter how many old acquaintances he encountered, he could only keep going. Chen Changxing left, and he and Xiao He once again set foot on the path to ascend to the heavens. By the 3rd year, a figure blocked his way. When Chen Changxing saw the person, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Don't do this, okay? Everyone else is gone. What about me?" Facing Chen Changxing's jest, Wang Yanyu glanced at him indifferently and said, "Those who were meant to die are dead. The living should live well. Your mission is complete. It's time to go back." After hearing Wang Yanyu's words, Chen Changxing smiled and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to send me away. I still have a lot to ask you. Did something happen to the 2 girls? They were seriously injured and taken away by someone from the Wu Li faction. Who took them?" "Your little lover, Lin Yanxing." "Sigh. Don't say that. She's my sister." Hearing Chen Changxing's defense, Wang Yanyu cast a cold glance at him. "Do you share blood relations?" "No." "Then she's your little lover." Chen Changxing looked at her speechlessly, feeling helpless at Wang Yanyu's insistence. With no other choice, Chen Changxing took out a meticulously prepared coffin and said, "Since we know each other, what do you think of this one I prepared for you?" Wang Yanyu approached, gently touched the coffin, and after a long while, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "I like it very much." She opened the coffin and lay inside. "Help me tidy up my appearance. I want to leave looking my best. Also, my divine sense is about to dissipate. If you have anything to ask, do it quickly." Hearing her calm tone, Chen Changsheng pursed his lips and began to apply makeup for her. One person lowered his head, carefully applying makeup, while the other quietly watched. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Do you still like me? Chen Changxing asked while drawing her eyebrows. I've long forgotten what it feels like to like someone. Then why do you still keep me in your heart? Because the things you can't have when you're young will haunt you for a lifetime. I'll always remember that bastard who shaved my head. These words made Chen Changxing's hand pause for a moment before he continued. Can Wu Li succeed? Highly unlikely. Everyone is watching the lower realm. He wants to unseal that lower realm, which is undoubtedly challenging everyone. If he wants to succeed, he'll have to try again. After Wang Yin finished speaking, Chen Changxing completed her makeup. Looking at her delicate face, he smiled and said, My skills are getting better and better. This is the smoothest it's been in thousands of years. The strong Wang Yin's eyes grew slightly moist. She used all her strength, but still couldn't walk ahead of him. Hold me. I don't want to die alone, Wang Yin suddenly said. Chen Changsheng was stunned, his body slightly leaning back. No way. I'm still a single guy? If I hold a beauty like you, how will I find a girlfriend in the future? Wang Yin laughed. If you can't find one, then forget it. At worst, I'll be your girlfriend. That's even worse. You're a wolf. I'm human. If we have children, they'll definitely be werewolves. Though Chen Changxing verbally refused, he couldn't help but lift Wang Yin out of the coffin. Wang Yin raised her hand to gently stroke his face and softly asked, Will the image of me in your heart fade with time? It will. Then will you forget me? No. Why? A stone can be shattered, even ground into powder. But no matter what, it can only become smaller. It will never completely disappear. Hearing this, Wang Yin's lips trembled slightly. But this way, you'll be in pain. People say the smallest wound is the tip of a needle. Even if the place someone holds in your heart is 1,000,000 times smaller than a needle's tip, as time passes, the heart will eventually be full of scars. For those who have passed, it's truly not worth it. Seeing Wang Yin trying to persuade him, Chen Changxing smiled faintly. Choosing this path, my heart is destined to be full of wounds. Longevity is good, but sometimes it blurs the line between life and death. Heartache reminds me that I'm still alive. As he spoke, Wang Yin in his arms grew weaker and weaker. Help me return to my original form. I want you to hold me like before. Chen Changxing used his spiritual power to help her transform back. Looking at the little white wolf in his arms, he gently stroked its fur. Wang Yin opened her wolf mouth, trying to bite him, but she was too weak to even open her mouth. In her final moments, she whispered, Destiny may be strong, but it can also become an obstacle. This path to the heavens is actually the destiny of sorcery. When the path to the heavens breaks, the destiny of sorcery also ends. Too many people are scheming behind the scenes in the lower realm. You must be careful. The secrets of destiny go far beyond this. From now on, you'll have to discover them yourself. After speaking, the little white wolf in his arms slowly closed its eyes. Chen Changxing showed no expression, only quietly stroking it. After a long time, he placed the little white wolf's body back into the coffin. Just as he finished securing the coffin, the path to the heavens suddenly shook violently. Boom! The surrounding white space exploded, and the path beneath his feet instantly shattered. With the path to the heavens gone, Chen Changsheng and Bai Zhe plummeted rapidly. He hurriedly placed Bai Zhe into the stone coffin and carried it on his back, flying with all his might. The pressure of flying in this place was immense, but Chen Changxing's cultivation was profound, allowing him to barely stabilize his posture. As the white space disappeared, he saw a brutal battlefield. Zhuo Xinghe was fighting fiercely, bathed in starlight, but his legs were broken, and half of his heart was pierced. The remaining half was still desperately beating. Boom! A louder explosion sounded, and a figure was sent flying. Upon closer inspection, it was the sorcery-powered Huang Tiandi. Chen Changxing and Huang Tiandi locked eyes. Huang Tiandi, with one blind eye, smiled. Half of a broken sword pierced his chest, 3 fingers were missing, and his chest was half collapsed. Teacher, goodbye. Wu Li's lips moved slightly, and Chen Changxing understood his meaning through lip reading. The farewell ended, and Wu Li's body erupted once again with invincible divine power. Want my destiny? I refuse to give it to you. If you have the ability, Come and take it. A phantom path to the heavens appeared above Wu Li's head. Wu Li grasped with both hands and forcibly tore the path to the heavens into two segments. The longer segment was thrown into the darkness, while the shorter segment was tossed toward Qin Changxing. As destiny was thrown, many powerful beings appeared to fight for it. These creatures were enveloped in light, making their appearances indistinguishable to outsiders. Most targeted the longer segment, but a few set their sights on Qin Changxing. Buzz! A giant hand reached for Qin Changxing, seemingly intending to take him and the destiny together. Without hesitation, Qin Changxing struck with a punch. Boom! The invincible force of his punch shattered the giant hand, but the recoil sent Qin Changxing flying backward, coughing up blood. Humph! A cold laugh echoed from the darkness. A mere ant dares to compete with the bright moon. Two figures shrouded in black mist emerged and began chasing Qin Changxing. Seeing the dire situation, Qin Changxing prepared to fight back with all his might. At that moment, a woman dressed in pure white like snow stepped in front of them. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, Qin Changxing smiled. Brother Changxing, this time it's my turn to protect you. A familiar voice rang in his ears as Li Nianxing engaged in a fierce battle with the two shadowy figures. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Hand over the destiny. Even stronger beings spoke up. But this time, before they could step out of the darkness, someone punched them back. Younger generation, your fists are not strong enough yet. You need more experience. One day, your fists will surpass mine. Today, I'll give you an opportunity. As the words fell, a figure charged into the darkness, causing the entire space to tremble. Swish! Two beams of light flew toward Qin Changxing. He caught them and saw that they were a heart-protecting mirror and a long spear. Clearly, these items had been snatched by someone. Immortal Lord of 100 defeats, you're courting death. An angry roar filled with fury came from the darkness. Humph! Want my life? Let's see how tough you are. The Immortal Lord of 100 defeats snorted coldly, and the commotion in the darkness grew even greater. Seeing the tense situation, Li Nianxing quickly placed Qin Changxing into a stone coffin and sent him back into the darkness with a palm strike. Before entering the stone coffin, Qin Changxing saw Wu Li leading a group of people into the darkness. At the same time, the longest segment of destiny was divided into three parts. One part fell into the darkness, another went to Zhang Beinian, and the last was taken by Fuyao. Zhang Beinian mouthed a few words to Qin Changxing. Though no sound was heard, Qin Changxing understood his meaning. Brother Qin, we will meet again soon. After speaking, Zhang Beinian disappeared. Fuyao also conveyed a message through lip reading. Our agreement still stands. After the scene ended, Li Nianxing placed Qin Changxing into the stone coffin, which quickly descended to the lower realm. The once intact sky suddenly cracked, and countless meteors fell from the heavens. The earth began to shake violently, and one blessed land after another appeared. More precisely, the land of this world was unfolding. All cultivators could only tremble in the face of this heavenly power. No one noticed an inconspicuous meteor falling into the western continent. Boom! The stone coffin heavily crashed onto a desolate mountain. For 1,000 miles around, there was no intelligent life, and no one discovered this stone coffin. Ah, my ears are about to explode. Baizhe shook his head and jumped out of the stone coffin. Qin Changxing lay inside, his expression calm. He neither treated his injuries nor clamored for revenge. Baizhe looked at him and couldn't help but say, "This counts as a failure? Why are you putting on such a cowardly face? We didn't win this time. We'll fight again next time, won't we? One day, we will win." Qin Changxing quietly gazed at the sky and said, "Of course, I know I can beat them, but what happens after I win? The dead still won't come back." Baizhe grew more anxious. He had never seen Qin Changxing so despondent. "If you're afraid of losing them, why didn't you stop them in the first place? If you had spoken up, they would have listened to you." Qin Changxing shook his head. "Why would I stop them? They are top-tier geniuses with their own choices to make. If you're afraid of losing them, you might as well lock them in a cage like pets. I can't do something like that. Then just work harder to become stronger," Baizhe urged. "The stronger you are, the fewer people around you will die." Qin Changxing smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I haven't given up. I just want some peace and quiet." So many old friends have passed away. I need time to grieve too. I'm human, not a heartless stone. Besides, so many of them ganged up on my disciple. I need to think carefully about how to retaliate. Only then did Baizé breathe a sigh of relief. Cultivation starts with the heart. If the heart is broken, the person is ruined too. Sigh. Qin Changsheng let out a long sigh and sat up from the stone coffin. Suddenly, I feel tired. I want to be alone for a while. You go out and have some fun. Baizé tentatively asked, how long do you need to calm down? 100 or 200 years, I guess. There's no rush right now anyway. The witch power has abandoned the mandate of heaven. A new bearer of the mandate will surely appear. I guess it will either be Fuyao or Zhang Banian. When they show up, we'll have a good talk. How will I find you then? No need to look for me. I'll come find you when the time comes. After confirming that Qin Changsheng had no intention of giving up, Baizé left, turning back to look several times as he walked away. After Baizé left, Qin Changsheng muttered softly, this cultivation world is really exhausting. The mortal world suits me better. With that, he put away the stone coffin, picked a random direction, and disappeared into the endless mountains. Fortune-telling. Fortune-telling. A young man shouted loudly on the street. Free for those with fate, but even if you pay, it won't be accurate if there's no fate. But the passers-by completely ignored the unremarkable fortune-telling stall. Qin Changsheng, stop shouting already. The ant selling buns nearby reminded him. If you keep scamming people, watch out or you'll get beaten up. Qin Changsheng turned to look at her. Aunt Wang, I don't want to do fortune-telling either. But in these peaceful times, the coffin shop business is bad. If I don't take on a side job, I won't be able to eat. By the way, do you have any 3 flavor buns today? Yes, I saved some just for you. Hearing there were 3 flavor buns, Qin Changsheng immediately rushed over. 5 steaming hot buns were quickly wrapped in oiled paper. He took a bite, and the soft dough and juicy, flavorful filling made him beam with joy. Eating freshly steamed buns, Qin Changsheng chatted with the system in his mind. System, can I really not bear the destiny of this life? No. Why not? Logically speaking, your current strength is insufficient. Simply put, you're too lazy and unworthy of bearing the destiny. As soon as these words were spoken, the bun in Qin Changsheng's hand immediately lost its flavor. System, your words are too hurtful. I've been very serious about cultivating. Data shows that over the past 180 years, you've only cultivated for half an hour each day. The rest of the time was spent eating, sleeping, wandering around, and even snatching candied hawthorns from children. Exposed by the system, Qin Changsheng calmly responded, you can't blame me for that. The last string of candied hawthorns was bought by Ergo, and he refused to share it with me. I offered him buns, but he still wouldn't share the candied hawthorns. It's unfair. The system remained composed. Host, you've been wandering the mortal world for 180 years. Based on your behavior analysis, you're searching for someone. Do you really think such a person exists? Qin Changsheng thought for a moment. I don't know, but I always feel that person should exist. Because life can always create many seemingly impossible miracles. Wu power can kill and ascend to the heavens. If I could truly bear the destiny, it might not necessarily be stronger than Wu power. Simply put, letting the destined one walk that path is just repeating past failures. So, I want to find someone stronger than the destined one. System, do you think that's possible? According to the data, the destined one is the strongest in this world. No one can defeat them in a one-on-one fight. Qin Changsheng finished eating 4 buns, tucked the last one into his pocket, and said softly, effort makes things possible. If the destined one were truly the strongest, Wu power wouldn't have gone to their death back then. After speaking, he wandered away from the fortune-telling stall towards Wanhua Tower. Sir, come upstairs and have some fun. Several women upstairs, smiling like blooming flowers, beckoned to the passing men. Though tempted, most men touched their pockets and gave up the thought. Qin Changsheng looked at Wanhua Tower, smacked his lips, and then quietly slipped into the back alley. 13. Hurry up and clean the latrine bucket. Little Red has already urged 3 times. A middle-aged woman urged a young boy. The boy silently walked toward the latrine bucket. After a while, a sneaky figure peeked out from the corner, confirmed no one was around, and swaggered out. Today there are 3 flavor buns. Wanna eat? The skinny boy looked at the steaming buns, swallowed hard, and said, "I want to eat." "Then beg me." The longing in the boy's eyes instantly disappeared. He lowered his head and continued scrubbing the latrine bucket. Qin Changxing rolled his eyes dramatically. "Can't you stop being so stubborn? Would saying a soft word kill you? You'd rather go hungry than eat this bun?" The boy put down the brush, washed his hands with clean water, and took out a hard, black cornbread to nibble on. Seeing his stubbornness, Qin Changxing sat beside him and slowly finished the last bun. The two ate in silence, finishing their food in 15 minutes, still without speaking. "Really not going to ask for my help? You're working odd jobs at Wanhua Tower to redeem Ao Shui Hong Mei, right?" But Ao Shui Hong Mei is the courtesan queen. Even wealthy merchants offering 1,000 taels of gold failed to succeed. With your meager monthly wages, how long will it take to save up? As long as you are willing to ask me, even just a casual word, I will help you fulfill your wish. Faced with the temptation, the young man silently stood up and continued working. Qin Changxing sighed. "Fine, then we'll wait slowly. I want to see when you'll ask me." After speaking, he turned and left, while the young man continued scrubbing the manure bucket. Time passed slowly, and Jinshan City operated as usual. This grand city had daily matters, both trivial and significant, from petty disputes to mysterious murder cases. But what had the entire Jinshan City buzzing was one particular event. Zhao Ku, the second son of Jinshan Silversea Manor, was taking a concubine, and the bride-to-be was none other than the courtesan of Wanhua Tower, Ao Shui Hong Mei. "Wanhua Tower. Hit him. Hit him hard," someone roared. A toad wanting to eat swan meat, truly overestimating himself. "You think you can redeem Miss Hong Mei? Look at yourself first." Several thugs from Wanhua Tower surrounded a frail young man, beating him with fists and kicks. The young man was covered in blood, yet he stared firmly at the tightly closed door upstairs, his gaze unwavering. A tattered money pouch was torn apart, scattering some loose silver coins on the ground. These coins were the young man's entire savings, 4 taels and 7 qian of silver, painstakingly saved over 5 years. He had intended to use this money to redeem the courtesan of Wanhua Tower. Upstairs, a figure was watching the commotion below. "Young master, what's so interesting about a mere errand boy? Look at me instead." A woman beside him flirtatiously adjusted her posture, trying to get closer to Qin Changxing. Qin Changxing stopped her with a silver banknote. "This 300 taels of silver will soon be yours. For every word you say, I'll deduct 10 taels for every touch, 50 taels. How much you get depends entirely on yourself." A trace of disappointment flashed in the woman's eyes, but she still smiled and said, "It's normal for the young master not to fancy me. If you don't want me to touch you, I won't." Qin Changxing said indifferently, "People are all the same, no one is born superior. If I were in your situation, I might be even worse off. This 300 taels of silver is what you earned for me by shelling melon seeds. Take it without worry." The corners of the woman's mouth trembled slightly. This young master had been coming here for 5 years, always sitting upstairs, ordering some fruits and snacks, and quietly watching. Unlike other guests, he never touched anyone nor hurried into the rooms. Such a guest was a rarity in Wanhua Tower. What was even more special was that whenever a girl served him, he would always generously tip, ranging from dozens to hundreds of taels. Over time, the girls of Wanhua Tower had all grown fond of this peculiar man. This fondness was not love, nor greed for money, but a kind of respect because he treated the girls of Wanhua Tower as people, not as tools for venting emotions. "All right, stop!" Qin Changxing shouted from upstairs. Hearing his voice, the thugs stopped. The leader smiled and said, "Young Master Chun, this scum broke the rules. If we don't teach him a lesson, others won't stand for it." Qin Changxing shook his head. "Rules must be followed, but your shouting and beating have ruined my mood. Take this 100 taels of silver as team money and throw him out. I don't want to see him again." After speaking, Qin Changxing casually tossed down a silver banknote. The thugs scrambled for it, while the bloodied young man struggled to his feet, picked up the scattered silver coins, and limped away. Throughout the entire ordeal, he never once looked at Qin Changxing that he knew Qin Changxing was here, and he also knew that as long as he asked, Qin Changxing would definitely save him. But he didn't say a word, preferring to be beaten to death. Qin Changxing watched the boy gradually walk away and smiled, saying, "What a stubborn guy." After speaking, he also left Wanhua Tower. The stubborn boy mentioned by Qin Changxing was seriously injured and would surely die if left untreated. In a dilapidated temple, bang. The severe injuries and excessive blood loss finally overwhelmed the boy, and his thin body collapsed in front of a damaged Buddha statue. At this moment, Qin Changxing stood outside the temple. TSK, meeting you is truly my bad luck, but I shouldn't have been unlucky. Qin Changxing complained while treating the wounds of the boy named 13. Sending someone off is a virtuous deed. It seems I haven't accumulated enough virtue yet. After an unknown amount of time, 13 finally opened his eyes due to the pain, looking at the fire and the treated wounds on his body. He silently took out a worn silver coin and handed it over, but halfway through, he withdrew it. After switching to a smaller, more worn silver coin, he handed it out again. Facing this shabby silver coin, Qin Changxing almost couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, can't you give me something better? Can this even buy medicine?" 13 hesitated for a moment and finally handed over all his silver coins. "I know it's not enough, but I'll repay the rest." The two locked eyes, and Qin Changxing saw determination in the boy's gaze. "Do you know how much the medicine I used on you costs?" "No. 10,000 taels of gold just to take a look." Hearing the astronomical figure, the boy pursed his lips. "I know I can't repay that much, but I'll repay you. As long as I live, I'll repay you every day. When I die, the debt will be cleared because I won't be able to repay it anymore." Qin Changxing clicked his tongue. "If that's the case, I'm at a huge loss. How about you sell me your life to make it fair? My life is still useful, I can't sell it. If it's not worth it, you can take the ointment I used on you or beat me back to the way I was." Saying this, the boy began to unwrap the bandages, seemingly intending to return the ointment to him. Smack! Qin Changxing grabbed his hand. 5 years. I've been guarding you in Jinshan City for 5 years. I've tried countless ways to make you bow your head, but you've never yielded. I, Qin Changxing, have met many people, but this is the first time I've seen someone so stubborn. Looking at it this way, I'm afraid I'll never be able to make you surrender. Then let us make a deal. I'll help you become stronger, and you help me accomplish one thing. Once it's done, we'll be even. All right, 13 agreed straightforwardly. What do you want me to help with? You don't need to know for now because you're not strong enough yet. By the way, I know your name is 13. What is your surname? I don't have a surname. Then take mine. From now on, your name is Chun 13. The deal was struck, and Qin Changxing smiled. In the eyes of the proud boy, a second glimmer of light flashed. The next day, Qin Changxing used spiritual medicine to treat him, and Qin 13's injuries healed overnight. Looking at his fully recovered body, Qin 13 exclaimed, "Are you an immortal? You could say that. Then why did you choose me? Am I a genius? No, your talent is terrible. It's hard to find someone worse than you." Qin 13 suddenly didn't want to talk to him anymore. Qin Changxing looked at his silence and laughed. "Poor talent isn't the factor that determines everything. Since I promised to help you become stronger, you need to choose a direction. Or rather, pick a weapon. I want to practice swordsmanship." Qin Shisan said calmly. Qin Changxing frowned deeply. "You've really chosen something I'm not very skilled at. How about I teach you boxing instead? One punch shakes the heavens and earth. Even gods avoid it. I want to practice swordsmanship." "Fine. If you don't like boxing, I can teach you formations. Using mountains and rivers as the formation, the heavens and earth as the force, turning enemies to dust with a flip of the hand. I want to practice swordsmanship." Qin Shisan remained steadfast, leaving Qin Changxing completely speechless. "Don't be so stubborn, okay? Although I know swordsmanship, it's not my strongest skill. How can I make you the strongest?" Qin Shisan looked up at him and asked calmly, "Have you ever seen the strongest person?" "I have." "Then why did you come to me?" "Because the strongest person only completed half of it. This task is too difficult. Even the strongest can only achieve half." Qin Shisan lowered his head slightly. "You say my talent is poor, and I might not become the strongest. All I can do is hold tightly to the sword in my hand. As for whether my sword can help you, that's not for me to consider. My responsibility is simply to wield the sword." Qin Changxing looked at this thin and small boy and remained silent for a long time. "You make a good point. I have a basic sword manual here. Take a look at it first. I have something to attend to outside. Stay here for now. With that, he left. Chen Shursen stared at the sword manual in his hand, his face expressionless. 10 breaths later, he slowly opened the first page. Wanhua Tower. A stunning woman was facing a bronze mirror, combing her hair. Beside her were gold and silver jewelry worth a fortune. TSK Tisk. A man's voice sounded. Zhaoko really went all out to marry you. The woman remained calm. Thank you for saving him today. If it weren't for you, he would have been beaten to death. Chen Chongqing grinned and picked up a fruit from the table to eat. 5 years ago, you were 15 and he was 11. You were a maid at Wanhua Tower, and he was a refugee beggar. You saved his life with an egg and begged the madam of Wanhua Tower to take him in. If it weren't for you, he might have starved to death long ago. 5 years have passed. You've become the courtesan, and he's still the lowest servant. But I don't understand why, after you became the courtesan, you've never met him. I think it's not because of status. After all, the year you became the courtesan, I met you. At that time, you knew I wanted to help him, and you knew his achievements wouldn't be limited to the small Jinshan city. The woman spoke softly. I know he likes me, but I can't meet him. Why? She turned around, her bright eyes and white teeth, skin like snow. Such beauty, even in the world of cultivation, was top tier. Ao Shuehong, May becoming the courtesan was well-deserved. I have nothing. If he only wants to play with my body and broken feelings, then let him. I don't care. But if he's serious, I'm worried instead. You know he doesn't care about those things, as long as there's genuine affection. But I care. She interrupted Chen Chongqing. Marriage, future, happiness, these are things he deserves. He likes me, and I'm weighing my own worth. I can't give him what he deserves, nor am I worthy of him. For 5 years, I've been secretly watching him. Although he does the dirtiest and most humble work, his gaze remains clear and his heart pure. Such a person deserves to be loved by someone better, not by a woman like me. You are an immortal. Perhaps you can help me transform, replace this filthy body. But my heart, can you change it? Chen Chongqing was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, what a pity. If he had come to me earlier, I could have saved you from this sea of suffering. It's not a pity. Ao Shuehongmei shook her head. 13 is actually very smart. He knew my fate long ago. 4 years ago, he secretly came to me and asked if I wanted to leave this place. I knew why 13 would ask such a question. With his abilities, he couldn't possibly achieve such things. The only possibility was that someone was helping him. Immortal. Do you know how I answered him at that time? Chen Chongqing listened, intrigued, and asked. I didn't pay much attention to this matter during that time, so I truly don't know. How did you respond? Ao Shuehongmei's face turned red, and she lowered her head, softly replying, I told him not to change himself for me. The 13 in my heart has never bowed to anyone. 13 is very stubborn. He would rather fight to the death than bow his head. But he was willing to bow his head for me, giving me the best of everything. He truly is the greatest man in this world. If there is a next life, I would marry him without hesitation. A single tear slid down Ao Shuehongmei's cheek. Seeing the tear mark on the ground, Chen Chongqing fell silent. Is it worth it? It's not worth it, but this is the only thing we mortals can hold on to, the only thing we rely on to keep living. In this world, no one can completely control their own fate. 13 and I are considered lucky we can seek your help. But can immortals save everyone? Immortals are powerful, but if one day even you cannot help us, who should we turn to for help? 13 and I both understand this truth and know that relying on oneself is better than seeking help from others. Chen Chongqing smiled and said, you're right. Immortals are not omnipotent. Sometimes, relying on oneself is the most reliable. I want to take him away from here. Do you want to see him one last time? No need. Ao Shuehongmei shook her head. 13 and I have already met in our hearts. Meeting in person would be redundant. Chen Chongqing looked at her, pondered for a moment, and said, do you know what kind of person Zhaoko is? I do. Really not leaving? Not leaving. Receiving her answer, Chen Chongqing nodded. I used to think fate was unchangeable. The truth proves that fate is indeed difficult to reverse. But you have shown me a third path beyond submission and resistance. That is to accept fate, yet not be defeated by it. Standing at the pinnacle of the world, Mocking the powerlessness of fate, you have truly shocked me. Ao Shui Hongmei merely smiled, turned, and walked back to the bronze mirror. Chen Chongqing's figure gradually disappeared from the room. Outside the dilapidated temple. Chen Shursen practiced swordsmanship earnestly, wielding nothing more than an ordinary tree branch. Chen Chongqing had just returned from outside and found a cool spot to sit down. He quietly watched Chen Shursen practicing swordsmanship, and Chen Shursen didn't stop just because someone was watching. One watched, one practiced, and time passed silently. Chen Chongqing watched for an entire day, and Chen Shursen practiced for an entire day. As the sun gradually set, Chen Shursen, drenched in sweat and with his clothes soaked through, finally stopped. After watching all day, Chen Chongqing spoke. Why don't you keep practicing? With your personality, I'd guess you'd practice until you collapse. Doesn't that just prove your determination to become stronger? Chen Shursen glanced at him and said indifferently, I practice swordsmanship to become stronger, not for you, and not to prove anything. Fair enough. But your swordsmanship looks odd. Even with poor talent, you shouldn't be unable to learn basic sword techniques. Chen Shursen took out the sword manual Chen Chongqing had given him and said, I've been practicing according to the manual, but I can't read, so I can only follow the illustrations. Chen Chongqing's face was full of confusion as he took the manual and flipped through it. After looking at the dozen or so illustrations, he shook his head helplessly. The text in the manual explains how to exert force when striking. Aren't you afraid of learning it wrong by only looking at the pictures? If you can't read, you should VE told me earlier. I could VE taught you. For the first time, Chen Shursen blushed and said softly, I thought you wouldn't teach me. After all, we just made a deal. Since it's a deal, you're not obligated to do anything beyond the terms of the deal. Chen Chongqing rolled his eyes. This is my fault for not considering everything. From now on, call me teacher. I want to just tell you how to become stronger. I'll personally teach you. But first, let us eat something. With that, Chen Chongqing pulled Chen Shursen into the temple. Sizzle, sizzle. The roasting meat on the fire made an enticing sound, and the aroma of the seasoned meat was mouth-watering. Chen Shursen's stomach growled, but he still handed the first piece of meat to Chen Chongqing. Chen Chongqing smiled and said, Are you trying to curry favor with me? No. The meat is yours, but I did the cooking. I have the right to eat, but the first piece should go to you. Looking at Chen Shursen's serious and stubborn expression, Chen Chongqing smiled brightly and accepted the fragrant roasted meat. As Chen Chongqing ate, he watched Chen Shursen continue roasting the meat. Suddenly, the silent Chen Shursen asked, What is the world of immortals like? Chen Chongqing looked up, thought for a moment, and shook the roasted meat in his hand. The world of immortals is bigger and more exciting than the mortal world. But it's also dirtier and more brutal than the mortal world. Do you think I can survive in the world of immortals? In most cases, no. Only those with top-tier talent, and those as stubborn as you, have a chance to survive because they're strong. Someone like you, who is both stubborn and untalented, would die in the wilderness within 3 days. Hearing this, Chen Shursen lowered his head and said softly, I'm sorry for making you lose out. It's not that bad. After all, I do have some skills. Chen Chongqing smiled. I can't guarantee you'll never die, but at least I won't let you die so quickly. After all, if you die, I'll suffer a big loss. Hearing this response, Chen Shursen was silent for a while before asking again. The same question, why did you choose me? You should have better options. Because you're stubborn, Chen Chongqing said. In this world, the strong are like a forest and the weak are prey. Some people bow their heads and admit defeat just to survive. But once they bow their heads, they forget their original goal. If they forget their original goal, how can they become stronger? Chen Shursen asked doubtfully. Do all immortals fear death? Of course not. Immortals aren't much different from ordinary people. Most people fear death, but there are some who don't. But in this world, it's not just life and death that can make people bow. Many things can make people submit. It's often said that one must hold on to their original intention to persevere to the end. But having an original intention is easy. Persevering to the end is hard. Your stubbornness is what makes you someone who can persevere to the end. Hold on to your original intention, and only then will the sword in your hand be qualified to challenge the strongest in the world. After saying this, Qin Changsheng casually tossed away the wooden stick in his hand and comfortably laid down in the pile of straw. Get some rest. Early tomorrow, we have to leave this place. Your talent is too poor, so I need to find a way to make your body stronger. Looking across the world, there are many places skilled in physical training, but the best place is definitely the northern desert. Also, you need to be mentally prepared. The bald-headed folks over there are not easy to deal with. They hit people really hard. Chun Shursen frowned. Why would those bald-headed people hit us? They won't hit us, they'll hit you. Why? I have a grudge against those bald-headed folks. They can't beat me, so they'll probably start with you. Qin Shursan. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Looking at Qin Changsheng, who had already closed his eyes, Qin Shursan suddenly felt a sense of unease. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. After thinking for a while, Qin Shursan found a corner to lie down and slowly drifted into sleep. The sun hung high, and Jinshan City was bustling with activity because today was the big day for Jinshan Yinshan Manor's wedding. Although it was just taking a concubine, the scene was grand. In stark contrast to the lively Jinshan City, Qin Changsheng and Qin Shursan were already 50 miles away from the city. Crack! A dry branch snapped underfoot. Qin Changsheng stopped, and Qin Shursan behind him also stopped. Ao Shui Hongmei is getting married today. Silence. Faced with Qin Changsheng's words, Qin Shursan stood silently. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng looked ahead and continued. She's marrying Zhao Ku, the second son of the Zhao family. Zhao Ku is quite the philanderer. This will be his 18th concubine. And the previous concubines didn't have good lives because Zhao Ku quickly grew tired of them. So, Ao Shui Hongmei's fate won't be good. After hearing this, Qin Shursan finally spoke. When I become stronger, I will save her, and I will save her alive. That's a good thought, but there's something I haven't told you. For the past 5 years, I've been observing the two of you. I understand Ao Shui Hongmei better than you do. She's even more stubborn than you. She likes you but feels she's not worthy of you. Now that you've left, her last hesitation is gone, so she won't marry Zhao Ku. I guess, when the bridal sedan chair stops at the Zhao residence, waiting for Zhao Ku will only be a corpse. After saying this, Qin Shursan immediately turned and walked toward Jinshan City. The entire process was without hesitation or emotional fluctuation, only a resolute gaze. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng quickly followed, his chatterbox opening up. It's useless for you to go now. The Zhao family is numerous and powerful. You can't defeat them alone. There are cultivators in the Zhao family. You're no match for them. How about this? Beg me, and I'll solve everything for you. That Zhao family, I can obliterate them in one breath. Despite Qin Changsheng's persuasion, Qin Shursan kept walking. I won't beg you. Why? This is my matter. I don't need anyone's charity. But if you go like this, Ao Shui Hongmei will die. If she dies, so be it. There's nothing to fear. Hongmei will die. I will die. Everyone in the world will die. Death isn't scary. What's scary is bowing to fate. All the pain today is Hongmei's fate. Even without the Zhao family, there would be the Wang family or the Li family. Saving her is my fate. If I die, it proves I'm not strong enough. I can fall before fate, but I will never bow to it, so I won't beg you. After hearing this, Qin Changsheng's lips curved slightly. If you won't beg me, we can make a deal. Just like a few days ago, I help you grow stronger, and you help me with something. No need. Why? People can have dignity, but they shouldn't be arrogant. Are you really willing to watch Ao Shui Hongmei die just for the sake of your pride? As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Shursan stopped in his tracks and stared directly at Qin Changsheng. I don't want to see Hongmei die. For that, I'm willing to pay any price. But I've already made another deal with you. My life and the rest of my days no longer belong to me. So I have nothing left to trade with you. Others might use all kinds of excuses to make deals with you, but I won't. Bowing is bowing. No matter how beautifully it's phrased, it doesn't change the reality. I know you'll save me at the critical moment because our deal isn't over yet. I've long known Ao Shui Hongmei would die because I refused your charity. But one day, I will personally bring Hongmei back, even if by then she's already dead. Fate may defeat me, but I won't fear it, nor will I ask others for help. That's who I am, and that's who Hongmei is. Looking at the unwavering determination in the young man's eyes, Qin Changsheng laughed, a genuinely joyful laugh. No problem. I always respect others' choices. Do what you want to do. I won't help you, nor will I help Ao Shui Hongmei. If you really die, I'll just consider this deal a loss. Thank you, Chen Shisan said softly. If I survive, I will definitely fulfill our agreement. After speaking, Chen Shisan continued walking toward Jinshan City. Wait. He hadn't walked far when Chen Chongqing's voice rang out again. Chen Shisan caught the item Chen Chongqing tossed him. Upon closer inspection, it was a sword with a broken tip. You're a swordsman, how can you be without a sword? I'm not skilled in swordsmanship, nor do I have any treasured swords. Make do with this broken sword. But I'm only lending it to you. Remember to return it later. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Chen Shisan nodded and said, No problem, I'll definitely return it. After speaking, he continued walking toward Jinshan City. Watching Chen Shisan's departing figure, Chen Chongqing smiled and said, System, I didn't like this kid's stubbornness at first. But now, the more I look, the more I like him. Maybe I've really found someone who can defeat the strongest. As soon as the words fell, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Chen Shisan's personality is very similar to the host's, so the host would naturally like him. Hearing this, Chen Chongqing's face immediately fell. System, even if you're insulting someone, you don't have to be this harsh. I, Chen Chongqing, am flexible in my actions. How could I be that kind of rigid and stubborn person? Chongqing, in a certain sense, is a curse. After all the host has been through, are you really going to bow to the curse? No, that's a completely different matter. How could I bow to something like immortality? I would never commit suicide. If I were to commit suicide, it wouldn't be bowing down, it would mean there's something wrong with my head. Hiding in a place where no one knows. Living a lonely and endless life that would be surrendering to immortality. The host can choose that, but you still persist. Stop talking. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm not a stubborn mule. Whoever wants to listen can go ahead. Chen Chongqing directly covered his ears, interrupting the system's words. System, living too long in the human world, it's inevitable to become a bit childish, right? Jinshan City. The Zhao residence was brightly decorated, and both sides of the street were lined with endless banquet tables. A flower sedan chair, requiring 8 people to lift, slowly advanced down the street. Countless children surrounded the sedan chair, cheering and scrambling for wedding candies. The wedding was grand beyond compare, and everyone wore smiles on their faces except for the bride inside the sedan chair. She was dressed in a phoenix coronet and red robes, her face covered by a red veil. But beneath the veil, there was no trace of joy. No one noticed that the bride was tightly gripping a sharp pair of scissors in her hand. Zhao Residence Ancestral Hall. Crunch. The fruit here is quite fresh. I'll eat a couple, you don't mind, do you? Chen Chongqing casually munched on the fresh fruit from the offering table. In the center of the ancestral hall knelt a young man, a middle-aged man, and an old man. Hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the old man quickly replied, If the senior likes it, please help yourself. We only beg you to spare a single bloodline of the Zhao family. After speaking, the old man almost burst into tears. Chen Chongqing recognized the young man before him. He was the one who sold coffins on the Eastern Street and also dabbled in fortune-telling. There seemed to be a bit of small grudge between him and the young man. Seeing the old man looking like a lost dog, Chen Chongqing couldn't help but say, What are you feeling so aggrieved about? 3 years ago, I told you that your Zhao family would face a bloody disaster. Not only did you not believe me, but you also sent people to chase me. If I hadn't run fast, I might have been hurt. Now the bloody disaster has truly come, proving my fortune-telling was accurate. You should be happy, so why are you crying instead? As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 people on the ground twitched at the corners of their mouths. Your fortune-telling is indeed accurate, but the problem is, the bloody disaster of our Zhao family is you. Someone as powerful as you. How could you hide among the crowd selling coffins? If we had known your strength, even if we had 100 times the courage, we wouldn't have dared to set dogs on you. Chen Chongqing glanced at them, not even interested in scaring them. The old man before him was Zhao Tian, the pillar of the Zhao family. His strength was considered decent in the vicinity of Jinshan City, having reached the Divine Bridge realm. The middle-aged man is the current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Kai. His strength is decent. He has opened a spring and shows faint signs of reaching the Divine Bridge stage. The young man is Zhao Dan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, who is about to inherit the family business. His talent is barely adequate, but he is also open to spring. If it were someone else being chased by a dog, the Zhao family might have already been wiped out. However, Qin Chongqing had no intention of causing them trouble. With his strength, even the force of a sneeze would surpass theirs. Bothering them would be pointless. Crunch. In the entire ancestral hall, the only sound was Qin Chongqing eating fruit. The 3 generations of the Zhao family were already drenched in sweat. Offending such a mysterious and powerful figure, according to the rules of the cultivation world, the Zhao family might face extermination today. The only difference was whether this powerful figure would leave the Zhao family a sliver of hope. A cup of tea's time quickly passed, and Qin Chongqing finished 3 plates of offering fruits. He casually tossed away the fruit pits and wiped his mouth with satisfaction. To be honest, I didn't come here today to cause you trouble. I came here entirely because of your second son. His 18th concubine is the beloved of a friend of mine. My friend is coming today to steal the bride, so I came specifically to watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Kai immediately said, "Senior, rest assured, I will go out right now and break that little bastard's legs." Furthermore, the Zhao family is willing to use the full strength of our clan to host a grand wedding for your friend and his beloved. Saying this, Zhao Kai prepared to stand up and take action. "Wait, don't be so hasty." Qin Chongqing stopped him. Hearing Qin Chongqing's words, the cold sweat that had just stopped on Zhao Kai's forehead began to flow again. "Say, Senior, are you not satisfied with my approach?" "It's not dissatisfaction, I just have a question I don't understand." Qin Chongqing frowned and said, "The Zhao family's second son marrying Ao Shuihong Mei is entirely legal and reasonable, but my current actions are clearly bullying. Doesn't your Zhao family have any resentment or thoughts of resistance?" As soon as he said this, Zhao Tian, who was also kneeling, quickly replied, "The Zhao family absolutely has no objections. Senior is the pillar of Jinshan City. If Senior says our Zhao family is wrong, then we are wrong. We dare not hope to quell the anger in your heart. We only beg you to leave a glimmer of hope for the Zhao family." After saying this, Zhao Tian kowtowed heavily again. Looking at Zhao Tian's appearance, Qin Chongqing smacked his lips and frowned, saying, "I understand your actions and your current feelings. But my current behavior is indeed a bit excessive. Are you really just going to accept your fate like this?" Zhao Tian knelt and responded loudly. "In front of Senior, the Zhao family dares not defy fate. So easily accepting your fate, you truly disappoint me," Qin Chongqing said coldly. "Compared to my friend, you are far inferior." Hearing this, Zhao Dan, who had been trembling all along, quickly flattered, "Senior, you must be joking. We are mere ants, how could we compare to your friend? As long as you spare the Zhao family, I will make that Zhao co-bastard hand over all his concubines." Faced with the words of these 3 generations, Qin Chongqing said helplessly, "I really don't want to hear you speak anymore. You 3, just kneel here and don't move. My friend is about to come and crash the wedding. During the process, you must not leave the ancestral hall." After saying this, Qin Chongqing staggered away. As soon as Qin Chongqing left, the 3 generations of the Zhao family let out a collective sigh of relief. Judging by the current situation, it seemed this senior had decided to spare the Zhao family. In the air, Qin Chongqing held a braised pig head he had somehow acquired, gnawing on it with oil dripping from his mouth. His powerful divine sense enveloped the entire Jinshan city. Qin Shisan's actions and the time required for the wedding were all under Qin Chongqing's control. Creating this delicate situation was because Qin Chongqing wanted to see if Qin Shisan truly wouldn't be defeated by fate. Fate is terrifying because when it strikes, it often leaves rivers of blood and fields of corpses. But sometimes, those seemingly gentle fates are even colder and more ruthless. In a harsh environment, they can still maintain their original intentions. But once the suffering disappears, can the proud plum blossoms in the snow still hold onto their purity? Will Qin Shisan continue to persist? The celebratory procession came to a halt. Zhao Ku, who had been brimming with excitement, suddenly had a dark expression, because ahead of them stood an eyesore. It was a frail young man, dressed in tattered clothes full of patches. He emitted a pungent stench, and the sword in his hand was damaged and worn. Yet, this destitute youth stood with his back straight, gripping his sword firmly. Zhao Ke looked at Chen Shisan before him, his face full of impatience. "Kid, what exactly do you want? 2 days ago at Wanhua Tower, someone pleaded for you, and I let you off the hook. Now you dare come and cause trouble again? Do you think I won't kill you?" Chen Shisan glanced at the distant bridal sedan and said calmly, "Hong Mei will only die if she follows you. I'm taking her away." As he spoke, he pulled out a blood-stained money pouch from his chest. Zhao Ke looked at the 4 taels and 7 coins in Chen Shisan's hand and rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid, kid? Using this little money to ransom someone? If you want to stir up trouble, at least use your brain, will you? Right now, you should draw your sword and charge forward, shouting, 'Today, I'm taking her away.' If you actually did that, I might even take a second look at you. But doing this, are you trying to make me pity you, you fool?" Chen Shisan put the money away and said calmly, "Hong Mei said that this world values reason, and only when reason fails do we resort to force. 4 taels and 7 coins are all I have. It's reasonable for you to refuse. Therefore, I will use my sword to take Hong Mei away." After saying this, Chen Shisan slowly raised the broken sword in his hand, pointing it at Zhao Ke on horseback. Zhao Ke sneered, "Now that's more like it. Killing a sickly person, if word got out, I'd be embarrassed." With that, he waved his hand, and over 10 guards immediately surrounded Chen Shisan. "Make it quick, don't delay my auspicious hour. If you kill him, remember to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. I don't want to see him again." Following the order, the Zhao family's guards began attacking Chen Shisan with their weapons. Although Chen Shisan had the broken sword given by Chen Chongsheng, even the best weapon is useless if it can't touch the enemy. Chen Shisan had only learned basic swordsmanship, and that too was self-taught. Such crude techniques were no match for the Zhao family's guards. At first, Chen Shisan managed to gain some advantage with the broken sword. But when the guards figured out his tactics, several deep wounds exposing the bone quickly appeared on Chen Shisan's body. In the air, after finishing the braised pig head, Chen Chongsheng began gnawing on roasted chicken. Looking at Chen Shisan below, covered in blood, Chen Chongsheng smacked his lips and said, "System, am I being too cruel by doing this? Clearly, I could easily resolve all of this, yet I let this little guy take the most painful path. With my wisdom, finding a way to preserve Chen Shisan's beliefs while saving Ao Shui Hong Mei wouldn't be difficult at all." As soon as Chen Chongsheng finished speaking, the system's cold electronic voice sounded. From a theoretical standpoint, the host indeed could do so. But based on this system's analysis, the host would not choose that path. Why? Because Chen Shisan represents the original state of everyone stubborn, persistent, and unwilling to admit defeat. In the cultivation world, there's a saying, "Destiny is controlled by oneself, not bowed to the heavens." Young cultivators firmly believe this saying, but older cultivators no longer take it seriously. To cultivate is to grow stronger. Living beings pursue power to break free from constraints. These constraints come in many forms: the limits of lifespan, the suppression of the strong, the rules of heaven and earth. Everyone, when they first embark on the path of cultivation, believes they can break these limits. But as time goes on, they all choose to compromise. Take the Zhao family, for example. To survive, they are willing to give up dignity, familial bonds, and wealth. As long as it's not their life, they can abandon it. Such choices indeed increase survival rates, but they also lose their original beliefs. Hearing this, Chen Chongsheng put down the roasted chicken in his hand. "System, what was Zhao Tian's original intention when he entered the cultivation world? To become an unrestrained powerhouse, bowing to no one. And now, to maintain the family's prosperity, living cautiously, just hoping to live a few more years." Chen Chongsheng fell silent as he recalled the Heavenly Pride Conference from thousands of years ago. At that time, the Kunlun Holy Land gathered a group of geniuses, each with grand ambitions. Although some of them weren't the strongest in terms of power, they firmly believed they were the best and would be the best in the future. Among them, the most stubborn was none other than Zhuo Xinghe's daughter, Zhuo Jing. Back then, She firmly believed that the Xuanwu kingdom was the strongest, and her brother Su Tian was the strongest. Faced with this stubborn little girl, Chen Chongqing used a small trick to show her a bigger world. To make her understand that the Xuanwu kingdom was not the strongest, and Su Tian was not the strongest either. Later, she gradually withdrew from the struggles in the central court. The second time he saw her was when the Purple Mansion Holy Land began to dominate the central court. The Purple Mansion Holy Land had formed an alliance with the Xuanwu Kingdom, and the Xuanwu Kingdom fully supported the witchcraft power. By then, Zhuo Jing was no longer sharp and unyielding, but had become mature and steady. Interestingly, she did not marry Su Tian because she knew she could not keep up with his pace. Her transformation was accepted by everyone, including Chen Chongqing. But she had lost her original dream. Or perhaps she had grown up. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing gently pursed his lips. Zhuo Jing had grown up, and so had everyone else. Yi Hensheng, Su Tian, Gongsun Huayu, Zining. They once firmly believed they could control their destiny, but with time and reality, they gave up and turned to pursue other goals. Their choices were wise, as the path of chasing fate leads only to a dead end. No matter how great their achievements, the people they once were would eventually perish. Sigh. Chen Chongqing let out a sigh, looking at the faltering Chen Shisan below, and said softly, I led you onto the most painful path, and I don't know if this was the right choice. If it weren't for me, you would have died in obscurity. When a person dies, everything ends. Perhaps that way, your suffering wouldn't be so prolonged, so profound. Swish. Chen Shisan kept striking with his sword, each attack forcing the Zhao family guards to dodge hastily. This wasn't because his swordsmanship was exceptional, but because the broken sword in his hand was extraordinarily sharp. However, no matter how sharp the sword was, it couldn't change the fact that Chen Shisan had only practiced swordsmanship for one day. Each strike forced the enemy to retreat, but each strike also exposed his flaws. These flaws caused his body to be stained with blood repeatedly. As time went on, Chen Shisan's movements grew slower, and double images began to appear before his eyes. Such intense combat attracted the attention of those around, but the curtain of the bridal sedan remained completely still. In the air, slurp. Chen Chongqing finished eating the roasted chicken and began slurping noodles. Faced with his indifferent attitude, the usually silent system finally spoke up. Host, according to the data, the person you chose will die in 10 breaths. Watching the person you chose die before your eyes is utterly meaningless. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing swallowed the noodles and said, Who said I'm giving up? Didn't I already lend him the true martial sword? The true martial sword is the personal weapon of the left emperor of Xuanwu Kingdom. Dealing with ordinary people is a piece of cake. Host, please don't confuse the facts. The sword spirit of the true martial sword has already fallen into slumber, and it's almost impossible for a mortal to awaken it. In layman's terms, you're just watching him die. Chen Chongqing took a sip of noodle soup, glanced down, and said, That's right, I am prepared to watch him die, but at the same time, I am waiting for a miracle to happen. Ever since the true martial sword was severed in the ancient Forbidden Land, this sword has been dead. Over the years, I've tried every method to awaken the sword spirit, but to no avail. If the sword spirit can awaken because of Chen Shisan, then he is the creator of a miracle. Even Wu Li is fighting desperately on the ascension path. If Chen Shisan cannot create a miracle, what right does he have to complete the path Wu Li couldn't finish? If he cannot surpass Wu Li in certain aspects, then he might as well die sooner. At least this way, he can suffer less pain. Huff! Chen Shisan gasped heavily, the intense movements making him feel a bone-chilling cold. This was all because he had lost too much blood. Now, Chen Shisan was on the brink of life and death. He was still standing, relying solely on the obsession in his heart to sustain his last breath. But ultimately, he was just an ordinary person, and obsession could only squeeze out limited strength. In a daze, Chen Shisan entered a dark space. A simple, ancient longsword floated in the air. This sword resembled the broken sword in Chen Chongqing's hand, with the only difference being that this sword was intact, while the one in his hand was already fractured. Are you not afraid of death? The longsword asked. Chen Shisan answered bluntly. I am. If you're afraid of death, why did you come here? In your fate, as long as you make this choice, death is inevitable. Do you think he will save you? Although the longsword did not specify who he was, Chen Shursen already knew the answer in his heart. I never expected him to save me. Do you think I will help you? Whether you help me or not, I don't care. I just want to know what I should do. Can you let me go back? I still have things to do right now. No time to chat with you. The longsword was silent for a moment, then said, Would you like to experience my past? I haven't communicated with a living person in a long time. All right, Chen Shursan agreed readily, stepping forward to gently touch the blade. Swish! A surge of intense emotions instantly flooded Chen Shursan's mind. He completely felt the life of this sword. This sword was forged into a peerless divine weapon, following its master into bloody battles, cutting down countless enemies. Until one day, an unimaginably powerful being appeared. It killed the invincible master and broke the sword. Did you feel it? The longsword asked. This is my entire experience. My fracture was destined, just as your death is inevitable. What he wants you to do is even harder than what my master faced. Sorry, I can't help you. I'm just a broken sword. I can't make you the strongest. After hearing this, Chen Shursen felt a rare moment of shyness. You don't need to apologize. Just talking to me about this already makes me very satisfied. He tried to get many people to awaken you, but you ignored them all. My talent isn't great, so the fact that you actively spoke to me already makes me very happy. You are the third person to care about me, and I am truly grateful. But I can't chat any longer. I have things to do. Can you let me go? As soon as he finished speaking, a light gate appeared beside Chen Shursan. Step through here, and your consciousness will return. Without hesitation, Chen Shursan lifted his foot and stepped into the light gate. He did not shrink back despite the impending death he was about to face. Wait! Just as he lifted his foot, the long sword called out to him. Is there something else? Chen Shursan asked. Why can you face fate without yielding? Is it because of obsession? Chen Shursan scratched his head with a silly smile and said, If it were him asking, I would definitely put on a serious face and say I won't bow to fate. Why? He actually cares about you more than I do. I know, but sometimes he's unreliable and loves to mess with me. So I don't want to give him a good attitude otherwise. He'd take advantage of it. The long sword chuckled softly. If he knew the truth, he'd be hopping mad. Now, can you tell me your most genuine thoughts? Chen Shursan looked up and thought for a moment, then said, I don't see much in my daily life, except for the guests at Wanhua Tower and countless buckets of filth. The rest is just the sunrise and sunset every day. The sun will rise and inevitably set, just as people are born and will inevitably die. Although life is destined to fall, even in falling, it should be as beautiful as the sunset. How can one let themselves become dull and lifeless just because of something inevitable? I don't want that, so I am not afraid of fate. Fate can kill me, can make me suffer, but it cannot change me. After saying this, Chen Shursan resolutely stepped into the light gate. Watching his back, the long sword remained silent for a long time before softly saying, Even in falling, it should be as beautiful as the sunset. Chen Changxing, you truly found someone who cannot be defeated by fate. All right, then let me be his first miracle. After speaking, the long sword in the dark space emitted a dazzling light. Severely injured, Chen Shursan was already on the verge of collapse, but the broken Jinwu sword in his hand still showed no reaction. Chen Changxing watched this scene, drained the bowl of noodle soup in one gulp, and suddenly lost his appetite. System, maybe you're right. There really are no miracles in this world. Host, others may not understand, but you know best. What people call miracles are actually just events of extremely low probability. Clearly, Chen Shursan cannot awaken. Buzz, before the system could finish speaking, the Jinwu sword in Chen Shursan's hand suddenly emitted dazzling sunlight. The powerful sword energy shook the surroundings, and living beings within 1,000 miles knelt down one after another. System. Seeing this, Chen Changxing abruptly stood up from his half-reclined position. System, isn't this the legendary miracle? Host, this is merely an event of extremely low probability. No, don't change the subject. Chen Changxing interrupted the system, excitedly saying, I know the chances are slim, but this is a miracle. But I really want to know, what do people usually call events of low probability? System. If I had emotions, I would have beaten you up long ago. Host. Events of low probability are usually called miracles by people. Clearly, this time you've encountered a miracle. However, the probability of encountering consecutive miracles is even lower, so don't get your hopes up. The system was still explaining seriously, but Qin Changsheng had already rushed to the battlefield below. System, can you show me some respect and at least listen to what I have to say? Swish. Qin Shursen swung his sword, purely out of instinct. He was already half-conscious. Rather than saying he wielded the sword, it was more accurate to say he struck at the world with his heart. Crack! Half a bamboo chopstick fell to the ground. Drip! As the chopstick fell, a drop of liquid followed. Touching the slight wound on his face, Qin Changsheng shook his head helplessly. Seriously? We're old acquaintances. How could you strike so hard? This kid is out of his mind, and you're out of your mind too. Qin Changsheng complained as he walked toward the still-standing Qin Shursan. Interestingly, his words seemed to be directed at the broken Jinwu sword. Buzz! The Jinwu sword vibrated upon hearing his words, as if urging Qin Changsheng to hurry and save him. All right. Now you're anxious. But where were you earlier? Fortunately, my medical skills are exceptional, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to save his life. A pill was stuffed into Qin Shursan's mouth, and divine power transformed into fine threads to help suture his wounds. In less than 30 breaths, the external injuries were healed. Buzz! Seeing the injuries healed but the master still unconscious, the Jinwu sword grew anxious again. Don't rush. This kid's foundation is terrible, you know that. Even the best medicine has a reduced effect on him. No matter how good my medical skills are, I can't make him wake up immediately. After hearing Qin Changsheng's words, the Jinwu sword finally calmed down. Comforting the Jinwu sword, Qin Changsheng finally had time to examine Qin Shursan. I consider my talent not much inferior to those destined ones. I've seen many techniques. While I can't fully understand them, I grasp them to some extent. But I just can't figure out how you managed to swing that sword. You're just a mortal now, yet you managed to break the bamboo chopstick in my hand and even made me bleed. This is practically a fantasy. After saying this, Qin Changsheng excitedly spun in circles on the spot. With his strength, even holding a blade of grass would be like wielding a divine weapon against some cultivators. Forget mortals without power, even those at the witch power realm couldn't achieve this. Even if a witch power cultivator held the awakened Jinwu sword, the result would still be the same. Just as Qin Changsheng was feeling excited, the unconscious Qin Shursan slowly opened his eyes. The excitement on Qin Changsheng's face immediately vanished, replaced by disdain. Oh, you finally woke up. If you hadn't, I really would have buried you. Qin Shursan looked at the unconscious people around him and asked in confusion, Did you do this? Me? Don't joke around. I wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. This was your own doing, but you have to admit, your performance was terrible. Hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed in Qin Shursan's eyes. Was my performance really that bad? Not bad. They're all mortals. For cultivators, killing them is easier than crushing ants. But you managed to turn such a simple task into this mess. I could randomly find a cultivator at the Beyond Shore realm who would do better than you. Do you believe me? Qin Changsheng's words made Qin Shursan feel a bit dizzy, as he didn't understand the cultivation world's power hierarchy at all. Is the Beyond Shore realm very weak? Of course it's weak. The cultivation world is divided into 3 major realms: Bitter Sea, Cave Heaven, and Divine Realm. The Bitter Sea realm includes Spring Eye, Divine Bridge, and Beyond Shore. The Beyond Shore realm is just the last minor realm of the first major realm. Strictly speaking, it hasn't even touched the threshold of the second major realm. You may not understand the cultivation world, but you should know how to count, right? Use your fingers to calculate how weak the Beyond Shore realm is. Qin Shursan carefully calculated and realized that Qin Changsheng was right. I know I'm weak, but I'll work hard to become stronger. Seeing Qin Shursan's somewhat guilty expression, Qin Changsheng waved generously and said, Do as you see fit. Although you're really weak, your attitude is decent. Just keep it up in the future. Receiving Qin Changsheng's reluctant approval, Qin Shursan bowed deeply and then walked toward the nearby flower sedan. But just as he turned his back to Qin Changsheng suddenly glared fiercely at the Zhenwu sword. That gaze seemed to say, "If you dare ruin my plans, watch out or you'll regret it." Zhenwu's sword. With your identity, strength, and status, don't do such childish things. Threatening a sword, you're truly the king of swords. Qin Changsheng and Zhenwu's sword's little actions went completely unnoticed by Qin Shisan. He was fully focused on the bridal sedan in front of him. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Shisan finally lifted the curtain of the sedan. But upon seeing the scene inside, even Qin Shisan, who feared neither life nor death, had his pupils suddenly contract. Blood. The bridal sedan was covered in blood, and Ao Shui Hongmei's face was full of deep, bone-revealing scars. Well, a peerless beauty turned into an ugly monster. An untimely voice reached Qin Shisan's ears. He looked over and found that, at some point, Qin Changsheng was already standing beside the bridal sedan. Qin Shisan really wanted to strike him with the Zhenwu sword in his hand. Facing Qin Shisan's gaze, Qin Changsheng sneered and said, "Why are you looking at me? Isn't it just that she's turned into an ugly monster? Besides, your beloved has suffered such severe injuries, why aren't you rushing to find a doctor?" "Hongmei isn't dead." Qin Changsheng's words made Qin Shisan excited. "When did I say she was dead? Even if you're ignorant, you should have some common sense." Qin Changsheng sighed. "She just cut her face with scissors. As long as the bleeding is stopped in time, there's a high chance her life won't be in danger. But if you keep delaying, she really might die." Upon hearing this, Qin Shisan immediately picked up the blood-covered Ao Shui Hongmei, ready to find a doctor. But looking around, everyone in Jinshan City had fainted, and he couldn't find a single doctor. "Keep moving and see." Suddenly, a stall was set up in an empty space by the roadside, and a wandering doctor was loudly advertising. Even more bizarre, he had made a sign claiming his wound medicine could heal scissor-cut faces, and if it didn't work, there would be no charge. Qin Shisan was speechless. "I really want to curse." Taking a deep breath, Qin Shisan asked, "How much is this wound medicine?" "Cheap. Just 100 East pearls, 10,000 taels of gold, and a chest of jewels." Upon hearing the price, Qin Shisan's mouth twitched. "You know my situation. I know you're trying to make things difficult for me, but there's no need to set such a high price. You know how much money I have, and you know I can't afford it. But Ao Shui Hongmei can. The Zhao family's betrothal gifts in her hands, I personally counted them." Qin Shisan sighed helplessly. "So this is the face of an immortal? Completely different from what I imagined." 3 days later. "Stop staring. Are you leaving or not?" Qin Changsheng urged Qin Shisan from under a tree, but Qin Shisan's gaze remained fixed on the distant, thatched hut. After a long silence, Qin Shisan asked, "Sir, why won't Hongmei come with me?" "It's normal for her not to come with you because you two are from different worlds, destined to part ways," Qin Changsheng explained, patting Qin Shisan's head. "Is it because of different cultivation paths?" "No. With your talent, there's probably no one worse than you. Although Ao Shui Hongmei's talent is average, it's still better than yours. Whether I teach one disciple or two, I don't mind taking on another." Qin Changsheng paused for a moment, leaned close to Qin Shisan's ear, and said, "Although I don't want to be so blunt, if I don't say it, you might not understand. Ao Shui Hongmei becoming the courtesan seems like she had no choice, but in reality, she did. She could have used death to prove herself, but she didn't. While she hasn't bowed to fate now, if she fails, she'll never have another chance to turn things around." Qin Shisan turned his head and asked, "If Hongmei had chosen death, would the outcome be any different from today?" "Indeed, there wouldn't be much difference." Qin Changsheng stepped back and spread his arms. "Do you feel the power of fate now? Fate always leaves people helpless. Everyone wants to break free, but how many truly can? I also hope you can break free from fate, but I don't know what counts as success." Qin Shisan lowered his head in thought. "Then what does everything I'm doing now mean?" "At best, it means you haven't been defeated by fate yet. Whether you'll fall in the future, I can't say for sure." After hearing this, Qin Shisan looked at the distant cottage, as if he had understood something. "Is this the reason for Hongmei's disfigurement?" "Yes, Ao Shui Hongmei disfigured herself not to reject Zhao Ku, but to reject you, the you who would stop at nothing. She wanted you to forget her and start anew. Qin Shi was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Sir, let's go." He turned and left, and no one knew what was truly in the heart of this stubborn young man. Seeing Qin Shi remain silent, Qin Chongqing cheerfully followed him. "All right, kid, to meet a woman like her, you should be content. There's no relationship in the world that ends perfectly. How about I introduce you to a few fairies in the future?" "Really?" Qin Chongqing froze. "Kid, I always thought you were a devoted person, but I didn't expect you to be such a flirt. Still, no matter how much of a flirt you are, you should at least grieve for a while before starting over. Planning these things right after parting is a bit heartless." Qin Shi replied indifferently. "Sir, do you have someone you like?" Qin Chongqing was embarrassed. "Why are you asking this? I want to know, if the person you like did something like Hongmei, what would you choose?" Faced with this question, the always optimistic Qin Chongqing fell silent. He thought of someone from long ago, someone who, before her death, had said similar words. Even now, Qin Chongqing still didn't know how to face that matter. Ridiculous. I, Qin Chongqing, roam freely between heaven and earth. How could I be trapped by such things? My confidants could line up for 10 miles. Have you ever told them you liked them? How did I not realize your tongue was so sharp? Mind your own business, kid. Shut your mouth. Qin Chongqing threw an egg at Qin Shi, storming off in embarrassment. Looking at the egg in his hand, Qin Shi smiled. Because Qin Chongqing was the second person to give him an egg. 5 years ago, an egg had saved his life. 5 years later, he received another egg, and this time, it completely changed his life. "Sir, are you really the founder of this era?" "Yes, absolutely true. But to be precise, I'm just one of the founders of this era. Although I am one of the founders of this era, don't get too cocky. After all, your talent is really not that great. There are plenty of people stronger than you." Seeing Qin Chongqing standing with his hands behind his back, Qin Shi looked puzzled. "Sir, since you are one of the founders of this era, why do we still need to go to Buzhou Mountain to learn from others?" Qin Chongqing felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, cleared his throat, and said, "Although I am a founder of this era, to become strong, one must learn extensively from others' strengths. Attending the banquet at Buzhou Mountain is merely for exchanging and sparring with other cultivators." "I see," Qin Shi nodded thoughtfully. "But if it's just for exchange, why did you steal the invitation? According to what you said, the sword cultivators at Buzhou Mountain should have enthusiastically invited you. You wouldn't be." Smack! Before Qin Shi could finish his sentence, his head was smacked hard. "Matters of adults are none of a child's concern. Go change your clothes. Once you're dressed, attend the banquet yourself. I'll arrive later. Also, don't forget the information I taught you. If you let anything slip, you'll get a beating." Seeing Qin Chongqing's exasperated expression, Qin Shi rubbed his head and obediently left. After Qin Shi walked away, the anger on Qin Chongqing's face dissipated, replaced by calmness. 180 years. No one has appeared. "What are you all waiting for?" he muttered to himself, his thoughts drifting back to the Ascension Road of 180 years ago. Back then, he had risked everything to attack the Ascension Road, a move that was uncharacteristic of Wooly's style. At that time, Wooly had only borne the heavenly mandate for 1 or 2,000 years, and its foundation was still weak. Acting rashly then was truly hasty. Thinking of this, Qin Chongqing waved his right hand, and 2 cultivators bound tightly appeared out of thin air. Seeing their terrified expressions, Qin Chongqing said indifferently, "From now on, I will ask a question, and you will answer. Not a single extra word is allowed, and you must not ask any unnecessary questions. Do you understand?" The 2 cultivators nodded frantically, fearing that any mistake would cost them their lives. First question, how did Buzhou Mountain come to be? Senior, Buzhou Mountain was personally moved here by the desolate Heavenly Emperor. It is said that after the desolate Heavenly Emperor bore the Heavenly Mandate, he found the scenery here beautiful and moved a mountain here as his temporary palace. Qin Chongqing nodded and continued. Second question, when the desolate Heavenly Emperor ascended, did he truly take everything with him? This question made the 2 cultivators pause, as it was common knowledge. When the desolate Heavenly Emperor ascended, he took the Purple Mansion Holy Land with him, and everyone witnessed it. After his departure, Many people went to the ruins of the Purple Mansion Holy Land to search for treasures, hoping to find something left behind by the desolate Heavenly Emperor. Given the desolate Heavenly Emperor's immense power, what he considered worthless could be a great opportunity for others. But nearly 1,000 years had passed, and no one had found a single item. Although they didn't understand why this mysterious senior was asking such questions, having been captured effortlessly, the two could only answer honestly. Senior, when the desolate Heavenly Emperor ascended, he indeed took everything with him. Later, people went to the Purple Mansion Holy Land to seek opportunities, but to this day, nothing has been found. Chen Chongqing nodded thoughtfully. Good, your answers satisfy me. After speaking, he casually set up a formation and sent the two of them 20 zhang underground. Chen Chongqing looked toward the distant Mount Buzhou and murmured, "You little rascal, what exactly are you hiding? If I hadn't passed by here, I wouldn't have known you pinned down the dragon vein of the Western continent. Also, back then, when you specifically went to the Nether Forest to see me one last time, what were you trying to say?" Frowning deeply, Chen Chongqing's thoughts were complicated. For the past 180 years, he had been wandering the mortal realm, waiting for those beings to reappear. The commotion on the path to ascend to the heavens back then was so great that it was impossible for those beings not to react. Yet, 180 years had passed, and the world remained unnaturally calm. To unravel this mystery, Chen Chongqing pondered for a long time. Until today, when he accidentally discovered Mount Buzhou, the questions that had troubled him for years were finally answered. This seemingly ordinary mountain, when viewed in conjunction with the terrain of the Western continent, resembled a nail firmly pinning down the dragon vein. Clearly, the witchcraft back then wasn't just about attacking the path to ascend to the heavens, it also left behind other defensive measures. Mount Buzhou was one of them. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Chen Chongqing's lips. Well, playing hide and seek with me, are you? Fine, let me see what surprises you've hidden. After speaking, he staggered toward Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou. Swish. Streams of light danced atop the mountain, their brilliance sometimes colliding, sometimes transforming into attacks that split mountains and shattered rocks. The cultivators who had come to Mount Buzhou were all unwilling to be outdone, each showcasing their skills. Among the crowd, an inconspicuous figure hid in a corner, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. "Sir, your weapon comes from your storage treasure, but their weapons are spat out from their mouths. You're all immortals, so why are you different from them?" Hearing Chen Shisan's question, Chen Chongqing glanced at the cultivators and said indifferently, "Let me tell you a little secret of the cultivation world. Over 90% of cultivators who spit out weapons from their mouths are penniless paupers. If you encounter such people, just go up and beat them up. Don't hold back." Chen Shisan looked puzzled. Why? Chen Chongqing didn't pay much attention to him and continued munching on sunflower seeds as he slowly explained. This starts with natal treasures. Natal treasures are items that cultivators nurture with their own blood and effort. These treasures are usually more powerful than ordinary treasures of the same level and are more convenient for cultivators to use. Chen Shisan became even more confused. "Sir, if natal treasures are so amazing, why do you say those cultivators are paupers?" Chen Chongqing tossed away the sunflower seed shells and switched to eating dried fruits. Natal treasures are indeed good, but their flaws are also obvious. They are too closely connected to the cultivator. If the treasure is destroyed, the cultivator will suffer injuries and vomit blood at best, or have their foundation completely ruined at worst. Talented individuals with influential backgrounds generally won't easily cultivate natal treasures. After all, weapons can be replaced if broken, but if your life is gone, it's truly gone. Chen Shisan pondered for a moment. Since everyone knows the weakness of natal treasures, why not find a way to improve them? Wouldn't it be better to create treasures that don't break? Chen Chongqing chuckled. The logic is sound, but where would you find materials to make such treasures? Take me as an example. How many materials in the world can withstand my attacks? And do you think this kind of material is something anyone can get their hands on? Those without connections can only grit their teeth and cultivate their life-bound magical treasures. Good materials are hard to find, and ordinary materials can't compete with others, so they can only rely on their life-bound magical treasures to make a living. When they encounter disciples from major sects, they suffer greatly. No matter how strong your life-bound magical treasure is, I have plenty of treasures on me. If one breaks, I just replace it with another. Over time, such life-bound magical treasures simply can't hold up. Chen Shisan exclaimed in surprise. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that even becoming an immortal requires money. I thought immortals didn't care about money. Chen Chongxing chuckled. Immortals love money even more than ordinary people. Wealth is the foremost of the four essential elements of cultivation. Do you think they wouldn't value money? Having his doubts cleared, Chen Shisan focused again on watching the immortals' techniques. Although the techniques were powerful, he still felt something was off. Chen Chongxing glanced at Chen Shisan, who was frowning, smacked his lips, and continued watching the performance. Chen Shisan had been away from Jinshan City for some time, yet Chen Chongxing had never taught him swordsmanship. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach him, but rather that he simply couldn't. Logically, with Chen Chongxing's cultivation and knowledge, guiding a mortal into the basics shouldn't be difficult. But when he saw the sword strike Chen Shisan had unleashed in Jinshan City, he realized he couldn't teach him. That strike, while not top tier, already had the rudiments of its own sword path. This astonishing sword path left Chen Chongxing racking his brains, unable to find a suitable swordsmanship manual for him. No matter how powerful the sword techniques were, they would only become shackles for him. Chen Chongxing muttered, "This approach seems familiar to me. Thinking about it, the only one who could be his master is that person. Looks like I'll have to make another trip. What a hassle." After complaining, he shifted his focus and began devouring various snacks. Chen Shisan was speechless. They say immortals are detached from worldly desires, but why does this guy seem like a reincarnated starving ghost? The performance at the Buzhou Mountain banquet soon ended. At this moment, several strong men pushed a cage onto the stage. Fellow Taoists, today's sword discussion at Buzhou Mountain is a grand event for sword cultivators of the Western continent. And this thing will be the highlight of today's sword discussion. The host cultivator pulled off the black cloth covering the cage. Boom! As soon as the black cloth was removed, a violent commotion erupted from the cage. Inside was a large blue bird covered in scars, its loud thrashing against the cage reverberating through the air. Snap! Chirp! A spiked steel whip lashed at the blue bird, causing it to let out a pitiful cry of pain. Chen Shisan, curious but clueless, whispered, "Sir, what is this?" Chen Chongxing replied, "A Xian bird, a very noble bloodline among the demon race. A few days ago, the Xian bird clan was exterminated by the human race. This one is likely one of the captured survivors." Huh. Chen Shisan looked puzzled. He thought killing people was already terrifying enough. How deep could the hatred between the human race and the Xian bird clan be to lead to extermination? Why do the human race and the Xian bird clan have such deep hatred? Chen Chongxing shook his head. Actually, there's no great hatred. The extermination of the Xian bird clan was simply because they were too valuable. The Xian bird is entirely a treasure. Its feathers can be made into magical treasures. Its flesh and blood are excellent supplements. Even its bones are top-tier materials for alchemy. With such valuable cultivation resources, it's no wonder they were exterminated. Chen Shisan still didn't understand. Sir, doesn't the world of immortals follow reason? Casually wiping out a race. This wouldn't make sense anywhere, right? Chen Chongxing said calmly. Don't forget, the world of immortals does have its own reasoning. At least most things need to follow reason. But no matter the reasoning, wiping out a race seems a bit too casual, doesn't it? Isn't this kind of those not of my kind must be eradicated that s their reasoning. Before Chen Shisan could finish speaking, Chen Chongxing interrupted him. Faced with Chen Chongxing's reasoning, Chen Shisan fell silent. Seeing this, Chen Chongxing continued, "The world of immortals is far more cruel than the world of mortals. The rules here are about eliminating your opponents. If one day the demon race rules the world, the ones locked in cages will be the human race. This cannot be changed. You think it's too much now because you're not yet strong enough to control the fate of the human race. Let us take an example. Suppose the demon race produces an invincible genius. When he grows up, he is destined to become the ruler of this world. If you encounter such a person, would you kill him at the critical moment?" Chen Shisan asked, "Does he have a grudge against me?" "No. He has no grudge against any human. But if he becomes the ruler, the demon race will inevitably prosper, and the human race will be marginalized. After all, even the ruler of the demon race can't manage all demons. Then I wouldn't kill him, because I have no grudge against him. If the human race can't defeat the demon race, that's the human race's own problem. Haha. Hearing this, Chen Chongqing laughed. Your thinking is interesting. If everyone thought like this, there would have been no bloodshed in the world long ago. All right, go bring me that Xian bird. I have use for it. Chen Shursen looked confused. Sir, you want me to steal something from these immortals? Exactly. But I can't beat them. I know. Are you going or not? Chen Shursen hesitated for a moment, then picked up the true martial sword and stood up. Watching his back, Chen Chongqing smiled and said, a stubborn mule has its merits. I like young people with this kind of grit. The cultivator hosting the sword debate conference hadn't finished speaking when Chen Shursen silently walked to the center of the venue. The host was stunned for a moment. Young friend, I haven't explained the competition rules yet. Why don't you step down and wait for a bit? Chen Shursen said bluntly, someone told me to come and take the Xian bird, so I'm here. You can explain the rules first, and I'll take the Xian bird after you're done. The many sword cultivators were first stunned, then burst into laughter, because the young man before them clearly had no cultivation. Judging by his appearance, he was probably sent by his elders to gain some experience. A man laughed and said, young man, this reward is prepared for the strongest person. Do you think you're the strongest here? Chen Shursen replied without hesitation, I'm probably not the strongest here, but I'm still going to take the Xian bird. If I don't let you take it, do you think you can beat me? The man laughed even harder, but Chen Shursen answered seriously, I'm only responsible for swinging my sword and taking the Xian bird. Whether I succeed or not is not my concern. The man laughed loudly. Good. Just swing your sword. That's the spirit a cultivator should have. Today, I will give you some guidance to help you improve your swordsmanship. With that, he stepped out from the crowd. Everyone straightened up, ready to watch this exciting battle. The young man before them was very weak, almost like an ordinary person, but his courage earned the respect of all the cultivators. To stand before an immortal as a mere mortal required immense bravery. What was even more remarkable was his statement, I only focus on wielding my sword. When he said this, his gaze was pure, undisturbed by the outside world. Who wouldn't like a young man with such a mindset? Chen Shursen raised the incomplete Jinwu sword in his hand, his eyes fixed on the man, carefully searching for flaws. The man smiled and said, Kid, I'm about to start. As soon as he finished speaking, the man swung a wave of sword energy toward Chen Shursen. At the same time, Chen Shursen also struck with his sword. Interestingly, Chen Shursen's timing was just a fraction earlier than the man's. Bang! Chen Shursen was sent flying by the sword energy. His small frame crashed into a boulder and fell heavily to the ground. Someone in the crowd grumbled, Old Li, don't hit so hard. This kid is just a mortal. What if you hurt him? The man waved his hand dismissively. Relax, I only used half my strength. At most, he'll suffer some injuries. This kid has a good mindset, but he's too stubborn. Being too headstrong leads to getting hurt. Grinding down his sharpness will do him good. You think you can make this stubborn mule bow his head? Go practice for a few thousand more years first. At this moment, a lazy voice came from the side. The man looked up and saw Chen Chongqing standing by the cage, though he hadn't noticed when he arrived. Seeing this stranger, the man immediately became alert. The cage holding the Xian bird was only 30 steps away from him. For someone to appear silently, their strength must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, the disheveled Chen Shursen, covered in dust and with blood at the corner of his mouth, walked over. Sir, I won. Chen Chongqing chuckled. You've been beaten like this, and you still say you won? Because I struck first. Striking first means you win. Yes, I struck first, so I could hit him first. But there's a 20-step distance between me and him. I have no cultivation, and my sword energy isn't as fast as his. But if the distance were within 5 steps, his sword energy wouldn't catch up to me. Hearing this, Chen Chongqing couldn't help but click his tongue. Makes sense, but you still haven't beaten him. Keep going, I support you. Faced with Chen Chongqing's urging, Chen Shursen gave him a look, then silently began dragging the cage. Wait, I told you to keep going. Why are you dragging the cage? You only told me to take the Xian bird away, not to fight them. Since they're not stopping me, why should I fight? But they're stopping me. Glancing at the anxious Chen Changsheng, Chen Shursen calmly said, "That's your problem. I'm only responsible for taking the Xian bird. Also, just because I don't talk much doesn't mean I'm stupid. You deliberately set me up to make a fool of me, so now I won't help you deal with them." Chen Shursan's serious demeanor made Chen Changsheng burst out laughing. "You little rascal, you speak so slowly, but every word hits the mark. If you knew I was setting you up, why did you still go?" As he struggled to push the cage, Chen Shursan replied, "A setup is a setup, but I still have to complete what you instructed, sir. We have an agreement." After speaking, he pushed the cage even harder. Facing the heavy iron cage, Chen Shursan's face turned red as he barely managed to move it a little. Watching Chen Shursan working so hard, Chen Changxing turned to the crowd and smiled, saying, "Please excuse us, everyone. He's just a kid and doesn't know better, so don't take it to heart. I've already taken the Suanio, so everyone can disperse now. This fellow Taoist, the Suanio isn't so easy to take away, is it? Which sect are you from? I don't recall seeing your name on the invitation list." A sword cultivator blocked Chen Changsheng, who was about to leave. Chen Changsheng casually pulled out an invitation and said, "My name is Wang Ermatzi from Tsangyan Mountain, and this is my junior brother, Li Dazue. My name is indeed on the invitation list. Fellow Taoist, feel free to check again." The crowd exchanged glances. This explanation sounded very perfunctory. Even if you were here to cause trouble, you wouldn't treat us like fools, would you? Have you ever thought about why Wang Ermatzi is called Wang Ermatzi? You don't even have pockmarks on your face, so why are you called Wang Ermatzi? Oh, I see. But as it happens, I am an old friend of Wang Daoist from Tsangyan Mountain. Daoist Wang's real name is Wang Air, and his face is full of pockmarks, which is why he has this nickname. May I ask, fellow Daoist, where are your pockmarks? Hearing the sword cultivator's words, Chen Changxing clapped his hands and laughed. I knew it. Having pockmarks on your face is one thing, but having pockmarks in your name too. So it was you guys who gave him that nickname. Your manners are really terrible. As Chen Changxing complained, the sword cultivators behind him had already surrounded him. Surrounded, Chen Changxing remained calm and leisurely took the Jinwu sword from Chen Shursan's hands. Buzz, the moment the Jinwu sword was in his hands, it emitted a strong resonance. Let me use it for a bit. Don't be so stingy. You didn't react like this when I used you before. Have you found a new love and forgotten your old one? Facing the resistance of the Jinwu sword, Chen Changxing complained while trying to soothe it. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword's hum instantly ceased. Chen Changxing's expression turned serious. Stubborn mule, my swordsmanship isn't great, so this strike might not be impressive. But since I promised to teach you, I have to show you something. Otherwise, you'll keep staring at me every day while practicing. With that, he casually swung the sword. The movement was simple, like a child waving a wooden stick. After the swing, the Jinwu sword automatically flew back into Chen Shursan's hands. Buzz, the clouds in the sky trembled. Immediately after, the sky split open. In the southern plains, a giant, white wolf lay leisurely on the grass. 3 young girls beside it were grooming its flowing white fur. Swish! The white wolf, enjoying the service, suddenly stood up. It closed its eyes and sniffed lightly, as if sensing something. Moments later, the white wolf opened its eyes and dashed toward Tao San. Bookworm, that guy is back. Let's go find him and play. In the eastern wastelands, a man in a long robe was quietly playing chess. Hearing a commotion in the distance, he looked up and said, "Is this the person that Brute has taken a liking to? Still so weak, but there's something intriguing about him." After speaking, he lowered his head and continued playing chess. The mountain range before him suddenly trembled. "Do you have the guts to come out and fight?" The man, who was playing chess with his head down, muttered to himself. "Arrogant. Do you really think you can't be defeated?" Facing the threat emanating from the mountains, the man in the long robe impatiently retorted, "I know you're powerful, but do you dare to come out? If one comes out, I'll kill one. If 2 come out, I'll kill a pair. If 3 come out, I'll run. If I run, Lord Huang will come back to deal with you. If Lord Huang and I join forces, we could destroy 1/3 of the Saint Ruin's lair without a problem. Believe it or not, you can try." As soon as he finished speaking, there was no response from the forbidden area of the Saint Ruins. Seeing this, the man in the long robe erected a sign in front of the forbidden area, inscribed with 4 large characters, "Cross the boundary and die." After setting up the sign, the man glanced disdainfully at the forbidden area of the Saint Ruins. "If I hadn't left because of other matters back then, you wouldn't be having such an easy time now. Among all the forbidden areas, you're the ones I look down on the most. You've done so many evil deeds, and you know it in your hearts. Someone has been holding back their anger for 4,000 years, just waiting to vent it. I want to see if 4,000 years of resentment can make you take a few hits." After saying this, he lowered his head and continued playing chess. The forbidden area of the Saint Ruins returned to silence. It is worth mentioning that if Chen Changsheng were here, he would definitely study that wooden sign carefully, because he had seen the handwriting on the sign before. That phrase, he still remembers clearly. "Eliminate a great scourge, celebrate for the world." Western continent, Mount Buzhou. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed repeatedly at the mountaintop. Although the crack in the sky had already healed, the shock in everyone's hearts lingered for a long time. Dare to ask, "Senior, which great deity are you?" "I'm not a senior. My name is Wang Ermatzi, and I came to Mount Buzhou today for a swordsmanship debate. By the way, did I win this swordsmanship debate?" Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, none of the cultivators dared to refute him and instead offered their most enthusiastic praise. But facing the crowd's flattery, Chen Changsheng simply waved his hand casually and said, "Disperse. I don't like having too many people around me. Also, when you leave, walk 30 miles east. There are 2 people buried 20 zhang deep underground. If you're interested, you can dig them out in advance. If you're not interested, just let them stay there. Anyway, they'll come out on their own in 3 to 5 days." After saying this, Chen Changsheng began dismantling the cage with his bare hands. Seeing that this senior was ignoring them, the crowd had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Having an opportunity right in front of them, but being unable to seize it, truly the most heartbreaking thing in the world. Squeak. Chen Changsheng casually bent the thick bars forged with secret techniques. As soon as the cage was opened, Chen Changsheng grabbed the neck of the Xian bird and forcibly pulled it out. Swish! With a light stroke of his left hand, the restrictions on the Xian bird were instantly lifted. The large blue bird transformed into a boy of 13 or 14 years old. Chen Changsheng looked at the boy whose neck he was gripping and said coldly, "I have an impression of the Xian bird clan. Among the demon clans, you're considered one of the top. Such a powerful clan, why were you exterminated? Can you tell me the reason?" Facing Chen Changsheng's indifference, the young man not only showed no fear, but instead had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Senior, please give our demon race a chance to survive." The young man did not directly answer the question, but tearfully pleaded with Chen Changsheng. Smack! Chen Changsheng released his right hand, and the young man fell to the ground. But he quickly got up and kowtowed to Chen Changsheng. "Senior, our demon race indeed made mistakes 4,000 years ago, but we have realized our wrongdoings. I beg you, Senior, to show great mercy and grant us a way to live." Looking at the young man kowtowing repeatedly before him, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips. "Do you know me?" The young man replied, "Junior does not know you, Senior, but I have heard of your reputation. Since I can remember, my father has always been worried, because he knows the demon race committed grave mistakes in the past and must bear the consequences. On the day the Xianbird clan was annihilated, my father risked his life to send me away and told me, only by finding someone who can persuade the desolate heavenly emperor does the demon race have a chance to survive. If one day someone asks about the reason for the Xian bird clan's destruction, that person will be the savior of our demon race." Listening to the words of the Xian bird youth, Chen Changsheng began to understand some things. The shamanic power had indeed dealt a heavy blow to the Western continent and had harmed the foundation of the demon race. "Your father is very wise, and you are very fortunate. But why should I help the demon race?" Faced with Chen Changsheng's question, the young man did not hesitate and solemnly swore with his hands touching the ground. "I, Tian Xian, swear here that the Xianbird clan is willing to live in eternal harmony with humanity and promote peace between humans and demons." If a war ever breaks out between humans and demons, the Shinbird clan will undoubtedly stand on the side of humanity. Looking at the young man before him, Chun Changxing fell silent. He had to admit, this young man was very perceptive, and his character was entirely different from Qin Shi San's. The shamanic power had severely damaged the foundation of the Western continent's demon race, creating a blood feud between the two sides. If one side grew stronger, the other would inevitably suffer. In such a situation, asking a human to save the demon race seemed like a fool's dream. But Tian Xian saw hope in the midst of despair. The demon race was not a single entity. Even if the shamanic power acted personally, it might not be able to annihilate all of them. As long as the demon race was not completely wiped out, the spark of life would continue to exist. If one day a chosen one emerged from the demon race, humanity might face a catastrophic disaster. Tian Xuan's words indirectly conveyed to Qin Changxing. He was willing to bear the resentment of his own people and become a bridge between humans and demons. As long as he lived, as long as the Shinbird clan survived, there would be no war between humans and demons. Whoosh, Qin Changxing exhaled lightly and said, I must admit, you are very clever. Originally, I planned to send you away after asking my question, but you have moved me. Can you keep the oath you made today forever? Hearing this, Tian Xuan's body trembled slightly, for he finally saw hope for the Shinbird clan and the future of the entire demon race. As long as the Shinbird clan exists, the oath will never be forgotten. Very well, then I will give the Shinbird clan a chance, and also give the demon race a chance. Stand up. Seeing Chun Changxing nod in agreement, Tian Xian excitedly kowtowed 3 times, then respectfully stood up. Faced with the situation before him, Qin Shi San, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, Sir, what exactly did the demon race do wrong? Actually, it's not entirely wrong. It's just that the wrong faction was chosen. 4,000 years ago, before the desolate heavenly emperor accepted his destiny, many geniuses gathered in the central court for a decisive battle. At that time, something happened. The geniuses of the demon race, following the son of the Forbidden Land, conspired to kill someone. That person was none other than Gongsun Huaiyu, the founder of the Tiger Vanguard, one of the 3 elite armies under the desolate heavenly emperor. Upon hearing this name, a trace of fear flashed in Tian Xuan's eyes, because Tiger Vanguard was the nightmare of the demon race in the Western continent. Is this the mistake the demon race made? More or less, but this was just the beginning. After the desolate heavenly emperor emerged, he quickly unified the central court and set his sights on the outside world. And the Western continent was his first target. Why? Qin Shi San instinctively asked. Gongsun Huaiyu had a grudge against the demon race, but it wouldn't be enough to implicate the entire Western continent, right? Qin Changxing glanced at the puzzled Qin Shi San, clicked his tongue, and said, It's not that simple. You're overlooking a key point. He continued, the desolate heavenly emperor had to take on his destiny and become the ruler of the world, naturally making everyone bow down in submission. At that time, although the desolate heavenly emperor had unified the central court and was immensely powerful, the people of the Western continent, Northern Desert, and Southern Plains were not convinced. With past grievances, combined with the need to send a warning to others, the desolate heavenly emperor chose the Western continent as his first target. You didn't think of this, which actually has to do with your personality. In the future, you might become very strong, but you will never become the ruler of the world. Faced with Qin Changxing's evaluation, Qin Shi San scratched his head and said, I've never thought about being the ruler of the world. I don't want to manage others, nor can I manage so many people. As long as I can become stronger, I'm satisfied. Qin Changxing smiled and said no more. If Qin Shi San truly wanted to be the ruler of the world, he wouldn't be the Qin Shi San he was now. After speaking, he turned to look at Tian Xian, who had slightly lowered his head, and continued, the desolate heavenly emperor attacked the Western continent, leading to a bloody war with the demon race there. Because of Gongsun Huaiyu, the demon race harbored deep hatred against the desolate heavenly emperor. With a determination to follow one path to the end, you secretly contacted the Forbidden Land of the Sacred Ruins, using the entire strength of the Western continent to resist the desolate heavenly emperor who had not yet fully inherited his destiny. You calculated many things but failed to predict how quickly the desolate Heavenly Emperor's strength would grow. Even more unexpected was that after defeating the Kunlun Sacred Land, the two great powers of the Eastern Wilderness actually allied with the Purple Mansion's Sacred Land. 42 living fossils of the demon race, along with 7 powerful figures from the Forbidden Land of the Sacred Ruins. A total of 49 top-tier experts joined forces to set up a killing formation, intending to slay the desolate Heavenly Emperor. That battle was perilous, and even the desolate Heavenly Emperor was trapped for 3 whole months. This was Heaven's last chance for you. But unfortunately, you failed to seize it and couldn't kill the desolate Heavenly Emperor within those 3 months. 3 months later, someone emerged from the Purple Mansion's Sacred Land with a method to break the formation. The formation was broken, and the desolate Heavenly Emperor displayed astonishing divine power, instantly causing 38 of the 42 demon race living fossils to fall. The remaining 4 fled with severe injuries, but within half a month, they also perished. As for the 7 powerful figures from the Forbidden Land of the Sacred Ruins, they were forced into a desperate situation by the desolate Heavenly Emperor. Finally, the Forbidden Land of the Sacred Ruins intervened to save one, while the remaining 6 were completely defeated by the desolate Heavenly Emperor. Listening to Qin Changxing's words, a drop of cold sweat slid down Tianquan's forehead. The Xianbird clan had been annihilated, and his father had sent him to find a hope that could save the demon race. Although his father hadn't revealed the person's name, based on the clues, Tianxian had already guessed it. This hope, originally faint, seemed like destiny when he encountered him amidst the vast sea of people, and his words just now further confirmed Tianquan's speculation. The man before him was none other than the legendary Purple Mansion Holy Son, the mysterious mentor of the desolate Heavenly Emperor, Qin Changxing, who could control the world's great trends without relying on any scholarly knowledge. Thinking of this, Tianxian cupped his hands and said, "Senior, the demon race once went astray, but we truly know our mistakes now." Qin Changxing smiled and said, "Of course you know your mistakes. If you didn't, the demon race wouldn't even be able to stand firm now." The demon race's high-ranking members joined forces with the Forbidden Land to kill the desolate Heavenly Emperor. Such actions naturally angered people, including the desolate Heavenly Emperor's direct disciple, Gongsun Huayu. 800 bronze tiger guards rampaged through the Western continent. You trapped the desolate Heavenly Emperor for 3 months, and the tiger guards slaughtered continuously in the Western continent for 3 months. In those 3 months, the tiger guards wiped out 38 powerful clans. At that time, the Western continent was filled with whales, corpses strewn everywhere, and half of the tiger guards' reputation was built on the demon race of the Western continent. If I hadn't stopped the tiger guards, at least 20% of the demon race species in the Western continent would have been wiped out. If I remember correctly, the Xianbird clan was the 39th clan the tiger guards planned to annihilate. You were really lucky to survive at the critical moment last time, and you escaped another disaster this time. Thud. Tianxian knelt down. "Senior, the Xianbird clan will never forget your life-saving grace. From now on, one word from you, and the Xianbird clan will risk everything without hesitation." Seeing Tianxian reaffirm his stance, Qin Changxing smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Determination is meant for action, not for words. The fate of the Xianbird clan, and even the entire demon race, is in your hands. I hope you won't disappoint me. I've said all I need to say. What happens next is up to you. The wild fruits 2 miles east are particularly fresh. Bring some back for me." "Understood." Without hesitation, Tianxian dragged his injured body and flew away. Watching Tianquan's departing figure, Qin Changxing's expression darkened. Then he scolded Qin Shisan. "Look at him, then look at yourself. Forgetting the hatred of annihilation, acting decisively and flexibly, only people like that can survive longer in the cultivation world. With your stubborn temper, if you hadn't met me, you wouldn't last 3 days." Qin Shisan replied calmly. "He is him. I am me. We are different. What he can do, I can't. His choices, I can't learn. So there's no need for me to blame myself for it." Qin Changxing. "You seem so dull. Why are you so hard to persuade?" Failing to convince Qin Shisan, Chen Chongqing's mood instantly soured. At this moment, Chen Shursen spoke up. Sir, you are the one who helped the desolate Heavenly Emperor break the formation, aren't you? That's me. These days following you, I've heard the legends of the desolate Heavenly Emperor from others. They say the desolate Heavenly Emperor has a mysterious mentor. Is that you? That's me too. So how about it? Am I impressive or not? Chen Chongqing looked at Chen Shursan with pride, expecting to see admiration in his eyes. However, Chen Shursan's reaction disappointed him. Even after Chen Chongqing revealed his astonishing identity, Chen Shursan remained calm. Sir, I know you want to see me surprised, but I can't do that. My talent isn't great, yet you still chose me. Since you trust me, I trust you too. I believe you'll give me the most effective way to become stronger, and I believe everything you ask me to do is for my growth. Even if you're not as powerful as I imagined, I won't despise you. So there's no need to repeatedly tell me how strong you are. Chen Chongqing. Hearing Chen Shursan's words, Chen Chongqing was momentarily speechless. If someone else said this, it might sound like disdain, but Chen Shursan's words were sincere. No matter what he became, Chen Shursan wouldn't despise him. Yet, hearing it said aloud felt particularly odd. Sincerity truly is the most powerful weapon in the world. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing's mouth twitched slightly, and he waved his hand, saying, Thank you so much for not despising me. As a reward, you'll handle the next enemy. There's another enemy? Of course. Eliminating the Xianbird clan isn't something a small sect can accomplish. We disrupted the Sword Debate Conference, and the people supporting it from behind will definitely come to check things out. When they arrive, don't hesitate, charge straight at them and show them what you're made of. But soldiers face soldiers, generals face generals. You only need to deal with people around your age. After hearing Chen Chongqing's words, Chen Shursan thought seriously for a moment and said, Sir, I feel like you're setting me up. That's right, I am setting you up. But as long as you remember every word I say, you won't fall into the trap. So this is a test to see if you've taken my words to heart. All right, Chen Shursan agreed readily, then pulled out a white cloth and gently wiped the true martial sword. Crunch. Taking a bite of a fresh wild fruit and feeling Tianquan's perfectly timed shoulder massage, Chen Chongqing's mood, disrupted by Chen Shursan, immediately improved. Just as Chen Chongqing was enjoying the moment, two streaks of light flew in from afar. Chen Chongqing said calmly, Stubborn mule, the enemy is here. I'll handle the older one. You take care of the younger one. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shursan immediately gripped his sword and charged forward. Chen Shursan might refuse Chen Chongqing's requests, but once he agreed, he would never doubt him. Even if the target of his sword was the desolate Heavenly Emperor, he wouldn't question Chen Chongqing's judgment. Swish! The streaks of light landed, and Chen Shursan's sword was already within 5 steps of the enemy. Previously, he lost to that immortal entirely because the distance was too far. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake. Buzz, facing Chen Shursan's attack, a figure spat out a small cauldron from their mouth. The cauldron quickly enlarged and slammed toward Chen Shursan. Chen Shursan saw the enemy's move but didn't change his attack. Chen Chongqing had said that those who spit out weapons from their mouths were all paupers. When encountering such people, just beat them up hard. Ding! The true martial sword left a shallow scratch on the giant cauldron, but Chen Shursan was sent flying. Poof! Crack! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and 3 bones were broken. If not for the true martial sword's timely protection, Chen Shursan would have already been reduced to pulp. Chen Shursan was seriously injured, and the master of the giant cauldron seemed a bit flustered. Father, he charged at me himself. I just reacted instinctively. It's fine. This young man was just joking with you. Go check his injuries. I'll go pay my respects to the senior first. After speaking, a dignified and well-rounded figure approached. Qian Fangkong of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce pays his respects to the senior. Chen Chongqing glanced at him casually and said indifferently, Never heard of this Wantong Chamber of Commerce. Introduce yourself first. Faced with Chen Chongqing's attitude, Qian Fangkong was not offended and respectfully introduced himself. The Wantong Chamber of Commerce was established 1,500 years ago and now spans the eastern wasteland, the western continent, and the central court. The experts in the chamber include Stop! Chen Chongqing interrupted him. Looking at Qian Fangkong's rounded figure, Chen Chongqing smiled and said, "To span 3 continents in just 1,500 years, your methods are extraordinary. But I think what's more important is the backing behind you, right? I'm quite busy lately, so let's not beat around the bush. Who's supporting you?" Qian Fangkong gave an awkward smile and did not answer. Initially, upon hearing about a mysterious powerhouse disrupting the sword debate conference, he had planned to send someone to investigate. After all, it seemed this mysterious powerhouse had no intention of becoming enemies with the Wantong Chamber of Commerce. Unexpectedly, before he could act, orders came from above. The orders were just 4 words: grant any request. So he hurried over. It seemed the Wantong Chamber of Commerce had truly encountered a big shot. Time passed slowly. Chen Chongqing stared at Qian Fangkong, who stood silently. After a long while, Chen Chongqing broke the silence first. "If you don't want to say, forget it. It's hard for small figures like you, and I won't force you." These words finally allowed Qian Fangkong's tense nerves to relax. If Chen Chongqing had continued to press, he wouldn't have known what to do. "Thank you, Senior. Don't mention it. Help me with 3 things. Please, Senior, go ahead. First, spare the Shinbird clan and find them a safe place to live. Second, deliver a message to the people behind you. Tell them that I, Chen Chongqing, have returned and the grudges of the past are not yet settled. Third, send people to level Mount Buzhou for me. If this continues, the demon clans of the Western continent will truly face extinction." Hearing these 3 conditions, Qian Fangkong glanced at Tian Xian, who was standing beside Chen Chongqing, and respectfully cupped his hands. "Senior, the Shinbird clan has suffered heavy casualties. Now, apart from a few who escaped, most have already been sold off. To retrieve all of them might not be easy." The corners of Chen Chongqing's mouth lifted slightly. He understood in his heart that Qian Fangkong making excuses to avoid sparing the Shinbird clan was reasonable. After all, having just wiped out their people and now being asked to release the captives was clearly asking for trouble. No one would want to do such a thankless task. "I understand your concerns, and they are reasonable. How about this? I guarantee that the Shinbird clan will not provoke the Wantong Chamber of Commerce for the next 3,000 years. If the Shinbird clan dares to break this rule, I will personally destroy them." "Chairman Qian, what do you think?" Chen Chongqing made his stance very clear, and Qian Fangkong knew that if he continued to refuse, it would seem ungrateful. "Senior, you're too kind. Such a small matter doesn't require your guarantee. Half a month from now, the Shinbird clan will return to their former habitat." "Good, it's settled then." With that, Chen Chongqing stood up, stretched lazily, and said, "I have other matters to attend to, so I won't chat with you any longer." "Senior, don't leave." Just as Chen Chongqing turned around, Qian Fangkong called out to him. Qian Fangkong pulled over a young girl who had come with him and said obsequiously, "Although I don't know where Senior is heading, I noticed you don't have any followers with you. If you don't mind, I would like my daughter to accompany you. This way, you'll have a maid by your side to serve tea and water." Chen Chongqing looked at the little girl, who seemed bewildered and at a loss, and couldn't help but ask, "What's your name?" Hearing his voice, the dazed girl instantly snapped to attention and respectfully replied, "Senior, my name is Qian Bauer. Do you want to follow me?" "I don't." Qian Bauer blurted out, but before she could finish, Qian Fangkong gently tugged her arm. She immediately realized she had almost missed a great opportunity. "I do. Ha ha." Chen Chongqing laughed heartily. "Smart girl. Since you want to follow, then follow. Those 2 boys by my side are too stubborn. Spending all day with them, I'll die of frustration. With you around, maybe I'll get less annoyed. Go say a proper goodbye to your father. We're heading to the northern desert this time, and you won't be able to return home for a while." After speaking, Chen Chongqing turned and walked toward Chen Shisan, whose face was pale. This guy was still the same, as ever seriously injured but not uttering a word. If no one took the initiative to care for him, he might remain silent forever. An hour later, Qian Fangkong had left, and Chen Chongqing departed with 3 young people. Interestingly, the group of 3 was unusually quiet. The silence lasted for an hour before Chen Chongqing finally couldn't take it anymore. "Enough," he snapped, and the 3 stopped simultaneously. Staring at the silent trio, Chen Chongqing's mouth twitched. You're all young people, you should be full of energy and dreams. When young people gather, there should be endless things to talk about. How come you all talk even less than I do? Don't you find it boring? Qian Bauer chuckled and said, Senior, are you feeling bored? How about I dance for you to lighten the mood? That's not what I meant. I'm saying, don't you have any curiosity? Don't you have any questions to ask me? Tian Xian respectfully cupped his hands and said, Senior, you have shown great kindness to the Xianbird clan. How could we dare to ask you questions? Tian Xian is right. If Senior wants to say something, he will naturally say it. It's not my place, Bauer, to ask proactively. Their serious attitude left Qin Changsheng helpless, so he turned to Qin Shisan. Sir, don't look at me. You know me, I've always been a man of few words. Qin Changsheng was speechless. I must be out of my mind to expect this taciturn mule to speak up. He sighed and said, From now on, each of you will ask one question. Qin Shisan, you go first. Qin Shisan thought for a moment and said, Sir, why did I lose the second time I drew my sword? I remember you said that most people who use their life-bound weapons are poor. You also said that when encountering such people, just hit them hard and don't worry. Looking at Qin Shisan's somewhat dejected expression, Qin Changsheng smiled and said, You did remember my words, but you didn't fully understand them. I said most of them are poor, but I didn't say all of them are. Unfortunately, Bauer is one of the few exceptions. I had already predicted that you would lose to Bauer's life-bound weapon and even guessed that you would get injured. Do you know why I deliberately let this happen? After careful consideration, Qin Shisan said, I don't know. I'm doing this to make you remember. You are too stubborn. Once you draw your sword, you never regret it. Although the sword is sharp, it is more prone to breaking. Since your sword cannot turn back, you must think carefully before drawing it. In other words, before drawing your sword, you need to ask yourself, is it really necessary to draw it? After hearing this, Qin Shisan lowered his head and thought carefully, then looked up and said, Sir, I understand. Good that you understand. Let's talk as we walk, Qin Changsheng said. This time, I want to find you a teacher. He might be the most suitable person to teach you swordsmanship. Where is this person? In the central courtyard. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't want to go find him. Listening to the conversation between Qin Changsheng and Qin Shisan, Tian Xian felt a surge of envy in his heart. Qin Shisan, who was the same age as him, could be carefully taught by Qin Changsheng as a disciple, while he could only serve as a tool. Perhaps this is the difference in fate. Tian Xian, what about your question? Just as Tian Xian was silently feeling sad, Qin Changsheng's voice came over. Looking up, he saw that Qin Shisan and Qin Changsheng had finished their conversation. Qin Changsheng was staring directly at him. Sir, don't call me sir, call me teacher, just like Qin Shisan. Qin Changsheng interrupted him, leaving Tian Xian a bit stunned. Yes, teacher. Tell me the question in your heart. You must have more to ask than Qin Shisan. Tian Xian fell silent. This was an opportunity to ask questions, a chance to change his fate. He could ask trivial matters or bold questions. Any choice could alter his future. After a long pause, Tian Xian spoke. Teacher, is Buzhou Mountain the reason for the decline of the demon race? Yes, Buzhou Mountain is pinned on the dragon vein of the Western continent. Over time, the situation of the demon race has worsened. Otherwise, with the former strength of the Xianbird clan, the Wantong Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have been able to destroy you. Upon hearing this answer, Tian Xian pursed his lips slightly and said, Teacher, if Buzhou Mountain is toppled, can the demon race return to its former state? Most likely not. Buzhou Mountain is the work of the desolate Heavenly Emperor. In other words, the situation of the demon race in the Western continent was arranged by the desolate Heavenly Emperor. Do you think the desolate Heavenly Emperor would only use such simple methods? Toppling Buzhou Mountain would only give the demon race a chance to catch their breath. To truly revive the demon race, the entire situation must be understood. I don't have time recently, it will have to wait. After hearing this, Tian Xian nodded and said no more. He didn't discuss the desolate Heavenly Emperor's layout for the Western continent, nor did he mention the human race's plans for the demon race. This was his choice, a painful and repressive choice. Bao Bao, what about your question? After finishing the conversation with Tian Xian, Qin Changsheng happily looked at Qian Bao Bao. Sir, can I also call you teacher like them? Of course you can. Hearing this, Qian Baobao's eyes were filled with joy. Although she didn't know Qin Chongqing's background, she knew he was very powerful. While the situations of Chun Shisan and Tian Xian were not explicitly stated, Qian Baobao understood in her heart that they were chosen by the teacher. As for her, she had entered through the back door. If it weren't for the face of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, she wouldn't have had the qualification to follow the teacher. Now, being recognized by Qin Chongqing, Qian Baobao was naturally overjoyed. Sir, which one of us three is the strongest? Looking at Qian Bao's expectant gaze, Qin Chongqing smiled and said, I don't know who's the strongest, but you're definitely the weakest. Ah. Qian Bao looked puzzled, her eyes unconsciously glancing at Qin Shisan beside her, the meaning clear. I can defeat this guy in an instant. How could he be stronger than me? Although she had doubts in her heart, considering the relationship between Qin Chongqing and Qin Shisan, Qian Bao still said tactfully, Sir, I shouldn't be that weak, right? How about you think it over again? No need to think, you're the weakest. And don't look at Qin Shisan, it's a fact that he is stronger than you. But his path is much harder than yours. His path is one you cannot walk. Not just his path, you can't walk Tianxian's path either. Listening to Qin Chongqing's words, Qian Bao nodded thoughtfully. She had always been puzzled by one question. Since Qin Shisan was destined to become strong, why was he still so miserable? With this question in mind, Qian Bao followed the three of them on this long journey. Many years later, Qian Bao finally understood what Qin Chongqing's words meant that day. Sir, is my teacher really here? Qin Shisan looked at the desolate surroundings, his tone full of doubt. After chatting often with Tianxian and the others, Qin Shisan gradually learned some common knowledge about the cultivation world. For instance, the Bianjing realm wasn't as weak as Qin Chongqing had described, and the world of immortals placed even greater emphasis on family background. Of course, do you not believe what I say? Qin Chongqing casually replied, then began using a compass to search around the wilderness. This had been his behavior for 38 consecutive days, and everyone had been staying in this desolate area for 38 days. I found it. Hearing Qin Chongqing's voice, the three of them rushed over. But when Qian Bao saw what was in front of her, her face instantly changed. Sir, this is bad, quickly bury it. Qian Bao's tone carried urgency and fear, as if the thing before them was extremely terrifying. You recognize this thing? Qin Chongqing saw Qian Bao's shocked expression and couldn't help but ask. Qian Bao swallowed hard and said tremblingly, I wouldn't say I recognize it to be precise. I've heard of its name. The Undertaker. This is a name that shouldn't be mentioned casually. When he appears, it often signifies misfortune. There are very few records about him. I was once curious and investigated, but found that someone had deliberately hidden his existence. Faced with Qian Bao's fear, the others reacted differently. Qin Shisan remained calm, his gaze even showing some confusion. As a novice in the cultivation world, he had no idea what the Undertaker was. In contrast, Tianxian's expression became more serious and heavy. Although Tianxian knew Qin Chongqing's background was extraordinary, suddenly encountering such a terrifying existence as the Undertaker still made him a bit nervous. Qin Chongqing glanced at everyone, then said with interest, I've heard some rumors about the Undertaker, but they're incomplete. Why don't you share what you know? Tianxian hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know much about the legend of the Undertaker, it's all hearsay from the elders in my clan. The elders said that there has always been a mysterious existence in this world called the Undertaker. No one knows his age, race, or gender. All people know is that whenever a top-tier genius is about to fall, the Undertaker will appear. In other words, the appearance of the Undertaker signifies the fall of a genius. Qin Chongqing nodded. It does sound quite frightening, but these are just rumors. Without solid evidence, it's hard to believe. Bao, why don't you tell us? You seem to know more. Qin Chongqing's words pulled Qian Bao out of her fear. She cautiously looked around and whispered, Sir, let's talk about this somewhere else. That name is taboo. After speaking, she instinctively activated her divine power, afraid that something terrifying might jump out the next second. Qin Chongqing smiled. Just speak boldly here. No matter what you say, I, Qin Chongqing, guarantee your safety. The Undertaker won't be able to harm you. Seeing Chen Chongqing's confident assurance, coupled with her father's respect for him, Qian Bao finally spoke. Regarding the legend of the Undertaker, our Wantong Chamber of Commerce has actually investigated it. There's something only the upper echelons of the chamber know. About 200 years ago, the Undertaker appeared. Chen Chongqing's eyes narrowed slightly, then returned to calm. I see. Does the appearance of the Undertaker have any special significance? Qian Bao said. The appearance of the Undertaker itself doesn't have any special significance, but the person he buried this time was extraordinary. Sir, do you know who the Undertaker buried this time? Tell me. Qian Bao grew more excited as she spoke. This might shock you. This time, the Undertaker buried the undefeated Taoist of the Shangqing Temple and the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor of the Night Moon Kingdom. Hearing this, even Tian Xian, the young master of the Xianbird clan, was shocked. You're not joking, are you? The undefeated Taoist and the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor ascended together with the desolate Heavenly Emperor. For thousands of years, countless people have tried to uncover the secret of ascension but have never succeeded. How could their graves be here? I want to know too, but I really don't. Whether the Undertaker ascended with the desolate Heavenly Emperor or appeared later, it all suggests that he holds the secret of ascension. Also, why the undefeated Taoist and the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor fell only the Undertaker can explain. Someone who knows so many secrets is not someone we can provoke. As Chen Chongqing listened to their excited conversation, he silently used a shovel to clear the surrounding weeds and casually asked, Bao, after discovering traces of the Undertaker, didn't you dig up the graves to see if it was true? Qian Bao immediately retorted, Sir, don't joke about that. Leaving aside the fact that the Wantong Chamber of Commerce can't afford to provoke the Undertaker, do you think we would do something like grave robbing? When we found the clues back then, we even took the initiative to help cover up the traces. Chen Chongqing muttered under his breath, That's for the best, the best. Then he lowered his head to look at the fallen tombstone. At this moment, Tian Xian also snapped out of his shock and wanted to ask Chen Chongqing a few questions. After all, Chen Chongqing was very likely the mysterious teacher mentioned in the legends of the desolate Heavenly Emperor. Even if he wasn't the teacher, Chen Chongqing's relationship with the desolate Heavenly Emperor was extremely close. When the desolate Heavenly Emperor ascended, Chen Chongqing was very likely one of them. As for the deaths of the undefeated Taoist and the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor, Chen Chongqing might know something, or even know who the Undertaker was. But when Tianquan's gaze fell on Chen Chongqing, his mind suddenly exploded. Chen Chongqing was silently staring at the tombstone on the ground, his expression as if he were reminiscing about an old friend. This detail reminded Tian Xian of a neglected fact. Chen Chongqing and the desolate Heavenly Emperor were people of the same era, which means he was also from the same era as Silver Moon Wolf Emperor and the others. The desolate Heavenly Emperor ascended with everyone, except for Chen Chongqing and the burial man's grave. No one else could return from the path of ascension. Suddenly, Tian Xian thought of a seemingly crazy, yet possibly correct guess. Chen Chongqing and the legendary burial man were actually the same person. Gulp. Tian Xian swallowed hard and asked tremblingly, Sir, do you know the burial man? Chen Chongqing replied calmly, I do, and I know him very well. Actually, the burial man isn't as terrifying as you all say. He's just someone who wants to help his friends rest in peace, not a symbol of death. Qian Bao wanted to refute Chen Chongqing with the terrifying details she knew, but before she could speak, she was interrupted. All right, let's talk about the burial man's rumors later. For now, help me dig up this coffin. It's been so long that the mountains and rivers have changed, and I almost couldn't find what was buried back then. Also, don't touch the graves of the undefeated Taoist and the Silver Moon Wolf Emperor. I went to great lengths to find those feng shui treasures. Qian Bao was speechless. That's a lot of information to process. No wonder I felt a chill down my neck earlier. It was because of this grave-digging business. If the Wantong Chamber of Commerce had disturbed their graves, I'd probably already be buried in one by now. Chen Chongqing's words left Qian Bao so shocked she was speechless. She had never imagined that Chen Chongqing's background was so significant. However, among the three of them, the calmest was undoubtedly Chen Shisan. In his eyes, Chen Chongqing was just Chen Chongqing, and a teacher was just a teacher. No matter how many identities he had, His attitude toward him remained the same. Simply put, he only acknowledged Chun Changsheng as a person. The other identities had nothing to do with him. Crunch. The shovel pierced the soil, turning over dirt mixed with withered branches and leaves. Teacher, was this person powerful? Chen Shisan, who was helping dig the grave, asked casually. Chen Changsheng replied, of course, he was powerful. He was once the strongest opponent of the desolate Heavenly Emperor. And then he died. Otherwise, why would there be a grave here? This person was indeed strong, but the desolate Heavenly Emperor was too formidable. Anyone who faced him would lose. If he hadn't lived in the same era as the desolate Heavenly Emperor, he would have undoubtedly achieved great things. As they spoke, Chen Changsheng's shovel hit something hard. He cleared away the soil, revealing a jade coffin. After taking out the coffin and re-erecting the long collapsed tombstone, Chen Changsheng said calmly, kneel. Thud. Chen Shisan obediently knelt down. Chen Changsheng quietly stared at the jade coffin in front of him. I didn't want to disturb you, but I have no choice. This path can only be walked the farthest by you. I believe you can understand me. After all, we were considered enemies. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't have come to find you. After speaking, Chen Changsheng looked at Chen Shisan. Bow your head. From now on, he is your teacher. Chen Shisan looked at the decayed tombstone and said, Teacher, if you're asking me to take him as my master, at least tell me his name. Fair enough. I'll tell you myself, but only once, so remember it well. The master who will teach you the way of the sword is the #1 swordsman of Kunlun Holy Land, the Grand Elder Jiang Feng. His swordsmanship was so formidable that even the desolate Heavenly Emperor had to avoid him. Jiang Feng lost to fate, not to the desolate Heavenly Emperor. You must remember this. After listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Chen Shisan respectfully kowed out 3 times before Jiang Feng's grave and earnestly said, Master, according to teacher, you used to be his enemy. Teacher treats me very well, so I cannot help you fight against him. However, teacher said you were defeated by fate. One day, I will sever fate and avenge you. Squeak. The apprenticeship ceremony concluded as Chen Changsheng pushed open the dull jade coffin. Inside the coffin lay only a skeleton and a 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword. Chen Changsheng solemnly handed the sword to Chen Shisan. Chen Shisan took the treasured sword and examined it carefully, discovering that the blade had been broken before. Teacher, was this sword broken before? Yes, this 3-foot Qingfeng once broke during a battle against the unyielding bone, but later Jiang Feng reforged it. Since then, Jiang Feng's sword has never broken again, not even when facing the desolate Heavenly Emperor. This sword accompanied Jiang Feng throughout his life. No one understands Jiang Feng's swordsmanship better than it does. How much you can comprehend depends entirely on yourself. After speaking, Chen Changsheng turned and walked away. Tianxian couldn't help but ask, Teacher, where are you going? I suddenly feel like visiting an old friend. I'll go ahead for a while. You all continue on your journey. Chen Changsheng's figure disappeared, leaving behind 3 young people with puzzled expressions. The border between the central courtyard and the northern desert. Old monk, come chase us. A group of children waved a tattered kasaya. A blind, thin old monk shouted angrily, You little brats. If you keep this up, I won't chant scriptures for you anymore. Oomph, we don't want to hear your chanting anyway. I've put your tattered kasaya here, come and get it yourself. With that, a child placed the tattered kasaya on a large rock. As soon as the kasaya was placed, the children scattered. The blind old monk chuckled, walked to the rock, and began chanting scriptures. This happened every day. The stolen kasaya was always left here. The faint sound of chanting drifted with the wind, bringing a sense of peace to the distant village. When the chanting ended, the old monk reached out to grab the kasaya, but found his hand grasping at air. He sniffed the air and laughed. After all these years, you come back just to bully this blind old monk. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Blind? What a joke. I think you see more clearly than anyone now, a voice replied. Chen Changsheng had appeared on the large rock at some point, holding the old monk's tattered kasaya in his hand. To be honest, finding you wasn't easy. Hearing this, the old monk groped his way back to the straw hut. If I was hard to find, you wouldn't have found me. I really don't know why you insist on coming at mealtime. So annoying. The old monk grumbled as he set the table. 2 bowls of coarse rice, 2 pairs of chopsticks, and a bowl of boiled cabbage in clear water. This was dinner. Chen Chongsheng didn't mind. He picked up his chopsticks and began eating heartily. The old monk ate slowly and deliberately, while Chen Chongsheng devoured his food with gusto, forming a stark contrast. After half a cup of tea's time, Chen Chongsheng was the first to put down his chopsticks. Watching the old monk eat slowly, Chen Chongsheng smiled and said, "How did the once demonic monk Xuanqin turn into a blind and ugly old monk? You know, back in the day, your face captivated countless young women." The old monk smiled faintly. "That was just a facade, nothing worth caring about. Everyone goes through it. Unlike you, who remain eternally youthful and immortal. If you have something to say, just say it." "You wouldn't come to me if there was nothing," Xian Exine said. Chen Chongsheng hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I need to make a trip to the northern desert." "Then go. That bald guy there is no match for you, and Wuli has left something for you there. I also want to go to the Ascension Road again." As soon as he said this, Xian Exine's chopsticks suddenly stopped. "You've been to the Ascension Road?" "I have, but I was beaten down. This time, I want to try again." Faced with Chen Chongsheng's response, Xian Exine was silent for a while, then slowly resumed eating. Chen Chongsheng quietly watched him, waiting for him to finish his meal. After a long time, Xian Exine put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked, "Have you found the right person?" "More or less. It's not easy to ascend the road, but he might have a chance. Do you want him to step onto the Ascension Road?" Hearing this question, Chen Chongsheng fell silent. Sensing his silence, Xian Exine's lips curled slightly into a smile. "I never doubt your judgment of people. If you say that person is qualified to ascend the road, then he certainly is. But the biggest question is, are you willing to let him go? Are you prepared to trade the life of someone close to you for another person's opportunity?" Chen Chongsheng remained silent. Xian Exine continued. "Back then, Wuli left you behind for 2 reasons. 1, to keep you from getting involved in this matter, and 2, to ensure you couldn't stop him. Everyone knows you don't want to see people you know die or leave because of some irrelevant matters. In your eyes, matters concerning the entire world are, instead, irrelevant. With Wu Li's strength and your methods, no matter what happens, you both can survive." Wu Li saw through this, which is why he took everyone and left secretly. He knew he couldn't stop you, so he did it this way. After listening, Chen Chongsheng looked up and asked, "Isn't living better than anything else?" Living isn't necessarily a good thing. Not everyone has the same steadfast belief as you. Don't even mention those endless years. Even just a few thousand years are enough to break many people. Wang Yanyu, Song Yuanshan, Zhou Xinghe, they are all people from the previous era. Without your help, they would have been stuck in the past long ago. But because of your existence, they have struggled to live for thousands of years, which is a tremendous torment for life. You've lived for so long, you should understand this deeply." Chen Chongsheng pursed his lips and said, "Yes, I do understand deeply. I even anticipated that such things would happen. But some things can't be let go just because you see through them. You've lived for thousands of years, you should see things clearly, yet you still haven't let go. Not only have you not let go, but you've held on tightly. Precisely because you can't let go, the once incredibly handsome and arrogant demon monk Xian Exine has become what you are now." Hearing this, Xian Exine fell silent. "Do you need me to go to the Ascension Road for you?" Chen Chongsheng asked. "Even though I don't want to go, this is something I owe you." "No need." Chen Chongsheng waved his hand and said, "You've been holding this grudge for thousands of years. If you went in on the Ascension Road, that would be a waste. I'll help you find a suitable opponent, someone who can make you release all this pent-up resentment." As he spoke, Chen Chongsheng handed Xuanqin a wooden box. "Take this, suppress the demonic nature within you. If this continues, you'll become an unprecedented great demon." Xuanqin touched the box and asked, "Is this the relic you used during the Tianjiao conference?" "Yes, it's a keepsake from an old acquaintance. That little monk had a kind heart. Using his relic to suppress a demon like you, he would probably be very pleased." "Thank you." Xuanqin happily accepted the box. Chen Chongsheng slightly straightened up and pried open his eyelids. Within the hollow eye sockets, golden Dao patterns were densely packed. Those with insufficient cultivation would feel dizzy and disoriented just by looking at them. A witchcraft technique. Yes, I almost lost control back then. If it weren't for the intervention of witchcraft, I might have slaughtered the entire city. Looking at the smiling Xuanxin, Chun Changxing sighed. About the matter of the ruthless fairy, you should. Boom. An infinite surge of demonic energy instantly withered the flowers and grass around Chen Changxing. The previously amiable old monk Xuanxin was now engulfed in raging demonic energy. What? You want to kill me too? Why not? Time can make people forget many things, but it can also make many things deeply ingrained. Bringing up old matters now. Are you trying to provoke me? Listening to Xuanxin's words filled with killing intent, Chen Changxing shook his head helplessly. Let it go. I won't mention it anymore. I don't want to go against a lunatic who's been holding back for thousands of years. The demonic energy dissipated, and Xuanxin reverted to the amiable, blind, old monk. That's more like it. Talking philosophy with someone like me, who's about to die, is just asking for trouble. Glancing at the grinning Xuanxin, Chen Changxing said indifferently, after venting your resentment, I hope you die quickly. People like you living on is truly a headache. Don't worry, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Even if I could survive, even if someone wanted me to live, I wouldn't agree. Hearing Xuanxin's agitated voice, Chen Changxing paused for a moment, then turned to leave. Wait. Xuanxin called out to him. What? Any last words? Not really last words, just two small questions I want to ask you. Go ahead. Since we know each other, I'll answer if I can. First question, why don't you hide your secret? Immortality is after praising Chen Changxing. Xuanxin continued to ask. Second question, how is the person you chose? Could it be that you found someone even more talented than Wooly? Chen Changxing did not answer immediately. After a moment of silence, he said softly, his talent is very poor, even worse than one of Wooly's fingers. But he is very stubborn, holding on no matter what difficulties he faces. He loves a girl, and for her, he would give up his life and everything. But when this girl asked him to forget her and start anew, he truly did it. He doesn't waver for emotions, isn't disturbed by external influences, and doesn't bow to fate. Once he chooses a path, he will stick to it to the end, stubborn to the point of making people want to hit him. He's so damn stubborn. Listening to Chen Changxing's description, Xuanxin couldn't help but curse. Chen Changxing rolled his eyes. You're a monk. Can you not curse casually? I said it, so what? What's the big deal? I'm already a renegade monk, why would I care about that? But the person you chose is really interesting, though his future will be very bitter. Yes, Chen Changxing said calmly. His future will definitely be bitter. Especially when he encounters me, his days will be even harder. To walk the path to ascend to heaven, he will have to give up many things. It's like being awake and cutting your own flesh piece by piece with a knife. You're such a bastard. I think so too. The two fell silent again for a long time. Finally, Xuanxin spoke. If you can spare him, then spare him. You've already said his future is full of suffering, his heart will be torn apart. I think so too, so I gave him one last chance. Next, he will go to the northern desert on his own. If he fails, then he won't suffer as much. By the way, he hasn't even opened his spring, yet he's just an ordinary person. His two companions are also small figures in the other shore realm. Xuanxin smacked his lips and said, then they're definitely doomed. The northern desert Buddhist kingdom is not easy to venture into, especially not for small figures like them. That's theoretically true, but I think he will succeed. He has a knack for creating miracles, and I need people like that on the path to ascend to heaven. Huh? Xuanxin chuckled. What a dilemma. Your judgment, Chen Changxing, is never wrong. They are destined to succeed. In other words, the person you chose cannot escape the shackles of fate. But the reason miracles are miracles is that someone breaks free from fate. Do you think he will create a third path? I don't know. If I knew, it wouldn't be called a miracle. After speaking, Chen Changxing's figure disappeared, leaving only Xuanxin smiling as he stood there. In the courtyard, Jiang Feng's coffin was reburied with the combined effort of 3 people. Qian Bauer found a secluded spot to sit alone in a daze. She needed time to process the information she had just received. Chun Shi-san, who had just successfully become a disciple, sat quietly on the hillside, wiping 2 treasured swords. Tian Xian watched his calm demeanor, thought for a while, and then sat down beside him. What do we do next? I plan to go eat some buns first. Facing Chun Shursan's calm and realistic response, Tian Xian smiled helplessly. You misunderstood me. I meant, what should we do with our lives from now on? Why are we continuing like this? What is it all for? For eating buns. It was the same answer, delivered in a light and indifferent tone, completely unconcerned. But this time, Chen Shursan looked up at Tian Xian. The two young men's gazes met. Tian Xuan's eyes held a myriad of complex emotions, while Chen Shursan's remained clear and bright. After a long pause, Tian Xian looked away and asked with a smile, Are the buns ahead tasty? Tasty, because they're meat buns. Then let's hurry. Suddenly, I want to eat buns too. Hearing this, Chen Shursan stood up, ready to leave. Wait, Tian Xian still called out to him. Looking at the boy in front of him, who was the same age as himself but with such clear eyes, Tian Xian asked in confusion, Master chose you, and he chose me too. In the future, we will face many things. Why do you never think about the future? Or rather, have you ever thought about the meaning of what we're doing? Chen Shursan replied calmly. In this world, there aren't that many whys. I don't know what will happen in the future. I only know that if I don't eat the buns, I'll regret it. A steaming hot bun, traveling across mountains, rivers, and lakes, wielding a sword from Master. These are the things I want to do. I've never thought about what they might bring, and I won't regret doing them. Maybe it'll be exhausting, but this is what I want to do. What I want to do is the meaning. Tian Xian was stunned after hearing this. He had never thought that a human boy with such poor talent would say something so profoundly moving. Carrying deep hatred, yet forced to cooperate with his enemy, all for one purpose: to ensure the survival of their race. Sometimes, Tian Xian would ask himself, is this really meaningful? Is survival the only purpose of his life? But Chen Shursan's words finally untied the knot in his heart. That's right. In life, doing what you want to do is enough. There's no need to overthink meaning or purpose. The future is unpredictable. All one can do is ensure they won't regret not doing something when the future comes. Traitor? Demon collaborator? Let the world say what it will. Now, Tian Xian only wanted his people to survive, for the demon race to continue. With this thought, Tian Xian smiled, stood up, and put his arm around Chen Shursan's shoulder, saying, Brother Shursan, your words have truly enlightened me. But I'm curious, how did the Master convince you back then? After all, with your personality, even the Master must have had a hard time. Faced with Tian Xian's enthusiasm, Chen Shursan replied indifferently, I'm not very literate, so don't use so many idioms when you talk to me. I don't understand them. The Master never convinced me. I chose to believe in him. Oh, then what exactly did the Master do to make someone as stubborn as you believe in him? He waited for me in a small place for 5 years and persuaded me for 5 years. So I chose to believe in him. Anything else? Tian Xian asked curiously. Chen Shursan thought for a moment and said, He also gave me an egg. Just because of an egg? Exactly because of an egg. As he spoke, Chen Shursan took out 2 eggs from his pocket and asked, Do you want to eat? Tian Xian, I am from the Shinbird clan. We are oviparous. Asking me to eat eggs is a bit cruel, isn't it? Then do you want to eat? Tian Xian, I want the bigger one. Namyuan Nameless Academy. Bookworm, can you get up and move around? Don't you feel bored being cooped up like this all day? A white, giant wolf circled around a refined young man, pestering him non-stop. But the young man simply continued flipping through the book in his hands quietly. After a long while, the young man finally closed the book and said with a smile, Baze, you've been with me for almost 20 years now, yet your temperament is still so impatient. Upon hearing this, the giant wolf Baze rolled his eyes dramatically. You actually remember it's been 20 years. I was living freely on my own, but you insisted on keeping me in this wretched place. It's been 20 years, shouldn't you let me go out and stretch my legs? The young man smiled and said, It's not that I won't let you go out, but I'm worried your temperament will cause trouble. The world is full of hidden dangers now, and the Master is not by your side. If you encounter a true powerhouse, you'll easily get yourself into trouble. Baze scoffed. Underestimating beasts is a mistake. I won't claim to be invincible, But when it comes to running away, no one can catch me. Yeah, I know you've learned the master's true teachings of formations. But there is always someone stronger out there. Even the master wouldn't boast, let alone you. Have you forgotten the last time you were chased by the people from Huayang Cave Heaven? If you hadn't escaped to Namyuan, you'd have lost your life. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Baze's face, but he still retorted stubbornly. That was because I didn't take them seriously. If I had, those small fry wouldn't have been a match for me. I'm a beast who's seen the big leagues. The young man said calmly. You have indeed seen the big leagues, but that was because the master took you there, not because you ventured there yourself. To put it bluntly, your strength is still not enough. As soon as these words were spoken, Baze bristled instantly. Nalanshingda, you don't hit people where it hurts, and you don't expose their shortcomings. You're going too far. I've only been recovering for less than 300 years. To have this level of cultivation in 300 years is already impressive, okay? Seeing Baze angry, the young man smiled and said no more. All right, I won't say anything. Can I quietly read my book now? No. Baze placed his paw on Nalanshingda's hand, stopping him from continuing to read. Chen Chongqing has already appeared. You have to come with me to find him. He said back then that as long as he appeared, I could go find him. Nalanshingda smiled at Baze and said, I trust the master won't abandon you. But knowing his personality, he never said you could go find him. I suspect the master wants you to amuse yourself, and when the time is right, he will come to find you, not the other way around. Exposed, Baze deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped to the ground. You bookworms are so annoying. What's the difference between him finding me and me finding him? The difference is huge. In short, if the master doesn't come to find you, you can forget about going anywhere. After saying this, Nalanshingda removed Baze's paw and resumed reading his book. Seeing Nalanshingda about to immerse himself in his book again, Baze's eyes darted around. He stood up and said, Bookworm, after all these years, don't you want to meet Chen Chongqing? Back then, he said that if you found your own path, he would become your student. Just imagining him being your student is thrilling. Don't you want to give it a try? Hearing this, Nalanshingda paused for a moment before calmly replying. The teacher's abilities far surpass mine at present. How could I dare to hope for him to become my student? Not now. But what about in the future? The old saying goes, reading books is not as good as walking the path. If I don't personally take action, how could I make Chen Chongqing my student? Upon hearing Baize's words, the previously calm Nalanshingda's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. Unity of knowledge and action, is that your idea? Seeing the usually composed bookworm suddenly become excited, Baize felt a bit nervous. That wasn't my idea. Once, I was chatting casually with Chen Chongqing, and he mentioned it offhandedly. I thought those words made a lot of sense and could be used to persuade people, so I remembered them. As Baize spoke, Nalanshingda pursed his lips and turned his gaze to the sky outside the window. No wonder I've been unable to make further progress. The problem lies here. The teacher remains admirable. After saying this, Nalanshingda stood up. Let us go. Go? Where to? Baize asked, his face full of confusion. To find the teacher. You've always wanted to find the teacher, haven't you? Now you can go. Baize jumped up with excitement. Bookworm, you've finally come to your senses. I thought you were going to stay here for the rest of your life. By the way, where are we going to find Chen Chongqing now? His presence was sensed in Shizhou recently. Are we heading to Shizhou to find him? Nalanshingda shook his head. Not Shizhou, we're going to Beima. Why? After the desolate heavenly emperor ascended, the foundations of Zhongting and Donghuang were almost completely taken away. These two places will take at least 7,000 to 8,000 years to recover their vitality. Additionally, Shizhou is also growing weaker. Looking across the 5 continents, the only places capable of cultivating top-tier talents are Beima and Nanyuan. Baize thought for a moment. Then why not go to Nanyuan? As soon as he said this, he regretted it. Nalanshingda cast a disdainful glance at him. Don't say things like that again, or I'll start doubting the purity of your divine beast bloodline. Ignoring the look, Baize quickly changed the subject. Bookworm, why did you suddenly come to this realization? Because I want others to reason with me. Reason with you? Yes, I've learned a lot of principles from books. But principles are meant to be shared with others. If I keep them to myself and never speak them, What is the point of learning them? Do you understand? Faced with Nalan Xingda's clear gaze, Bai Zai's face instantly fell. I'm a beast, you're a human, and a stinky, pedantic scholar at that. Do you think I can understand what you're saying? Most likely not. Just as Bai Zai was about to curse, a golden silence character suddenly pressed against his mouth. Nalan Xingda smiled and said, cursing is not acceptable. That habit needs to change. 3 days of silence, a small punishment for a big lesson. With that, he led Bai Zai out of the academy. Bai Zai didn't resist, knowing it would be futile. 20 years ago, Bai Zai had come here seeking refuge. After the danger had passed, he stayed here. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, he simply couldn't. Northern Desert. Chen Shisan, your talent is really too poor. 3 months just to barely open a spring eye. Truly eye-opening. Qian Baoer complained on the side, while Chen Shisan excitedly felt the divine power within his body. After familiarizing himself with his situation, Chen Shisan slowly said, I'm just happy to be able to embark on the path of cultivation. Teacher said that my talent is very poor. Qian Baoer rolled her eyes. I've heard teachers say that too, but I didn't expect you to be this slow. Since the desolate heavenly emperor established the Sea of Bitterness system, no one has been unable to cultivate. How far you go after stepping onto the path of cultivation depends on perseverance, opportunity, and talent. But I've never seen anyone as slow as you. Even with my resources supporting you, it still took a full 3 months. Chen Shisan scratched his head awkwardly. I'm really sorry for making you spend so much. In the future, I will definitely. Sigh. Before he could finish, Qian Baoer interrupted him. If we're friends, don't mention repayment. Saying that, aren't you looking down on me, Qian Baoer? But repaying debts is a principle. Friends shouldn't take advantage of each other. However, I helped you as a friend, out of friendship, not as a transaction. Don't you want to become a powerful swordsman? If one day you stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, I want you to cut down a star for me as a gift. Chen Shisan revealed a bright smile. All right, I'll definitely pick the brightest star for you as a gift. The three fell silent for a while, then laughed happily. From the central courtyard to the border of the northern desert, they spent 3 months. These 3 months turned them into friends. Young people traveling together is one of the most beautiful things in the world, because at this time, no one would doubt the promises made in the past. At this moment, Tianxian spoke. You helped Shisan open the spring eye, and Shisan will pick a star as a gift. I also used quite a few of your pills to recover from my injuries. I wonder what gift I should give. Qian Baoer thought for a moment and said, then you should also pick a star for me. 2 stars would make a perfect pair of earrings. No problem. Tianxian said with a smile. Shisan will pick the brightest one, and I'll pick the second brightest for you. Then I'll wait for your good news. By the way, we've already reached the border of the northern desert. When will teacher meet us? Tianxian looked into the distance. If we go a bit further, teacher should meet us in the Buddhist kingdom. But it seems there's some trouble in the northern desert's Buddhist kingdom. I wonder if anything will happen. What could happen? The Bodhi tree in the northern desert's Buddhist kingdom had issues, but it wasn't caused by us. Besides, such matters are not something we can worry about, right? Qian Baoer's words made Tianxian nod. You're right. We're just going to meet teacher. The matters of the northern desert have nothing to do with us. Let's go. There's still some distance to the Buddhist kingdom. With that, the 3 young people set off on their journey again. Buddhist kingdom. Amida Buddha. A loud Buddhist chant echoed through the Buddhist kingdom. A young bald monk stood outside the Buddhist kingdom. Hearing the commotion, 3 monks immediately flew out from the Buddhist kingdom. Amida Buddha, may I ask what brings the master here? The young monk clasped his hands together respectfully and said, the Buddhist sect is about to face a great calamity. This humble monk wishes to assist the Buddhist sect in overcoming this difficulty. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 monks immediately became excited. Is what the master said true? Monks always keep their word. I have come this time with a solution. I see. Please come in, master. The 3 warmly welcomed Jian into the Buddhist kingdom. May I ask which temple you practice at, master? I practice at the Shaolin Temple, and my Dharma name is Jiyuan. Hearing the name Shaolin Temple, the 3 fell silent for a moment, unable to find any relevant information. But to them, this was entirely unimportant. There were as many temples in the world as stars in the sky, and even the Northern Desert Buddhist kingdom couldn't possibly know them all. Regardless of where this Jin came from, the Buddhist aura and immense cultivation he carried were genuine. As part of the Buddhist family, his presence brought a significant boost to the confidence of the Buddhist kingdom. Master Jiyuan, this is the root of the Buddhist sect's calamity. The monks of the Buddhist kingdom led Jiyuan to an ancient tree. Embedded in the tree was a long spear, which was continuously draining the tree's vitality. The methods of the desolate heavenly emperor are indeed formidable, Jin said softly, sighing as he examined the spear. This spear has pierced the lifeline of the Buddhist kingdom. To remove it, we need an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Destiny. As soon as the word was spoken, the monks of the Buddhist kingdom frowned. Destiny has already been seized by the desolate heavenly emperor. He ascended long ago. Where can we find destiny? The desolate heavenly emperor has indeed ascended, but his destiny has already shattered. Only by finding the one who holds destiny can we resolve the great calamity of the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. The shattering of destiny was no trivial matter. As the words fell, the scene descended into silence. Countless divine senses locked onto Jin, who stood before the ancient tree. "Who are you?" A monk stepped forward and asked coldly. Jiyuan was not surprised by the reaction of the Buddhist kingdom. Years ago, the desolate heavenly emperor had forged a long spear, which he hurled from the central court across millions of miles, pinning it into the Buddhist kingdom. This earth-shattering strike pierced the lifeline of the Northern Desert Buddhist kingdom, rendering the Buddhist sect in the Northern Desert unable to act recklessly for millennia. In principle, the Northern Desert Buddhist kingdom had no enmity with the desolate heavenly emperor. To suddenly suffer such a calamity was an unbearable grievance for anyone. Yet the Northern Desert Buddhist sect chose to endure. The reason was simple. The desolate heavenly emperor was too powerful, so powerful that a Buddhist kingdom that had existed for millennia could only swallow its pride. Even though the desolate heavenly emperor and his followers had ascended thousands of years ago, the Northern Desert Buddhist kingdom still dared not resist. Now, a stranger had suddenly appeared, claiming that the desolate heavenly emperor's destiny had shattered. Though his motives were unclear, it was not unreasonable to suspect that he harbored ulterior motives. With this in mind, Jiyuan's lips curved into a slight smile as he said, "I am who I am, a monk of the Shaolin Temple, Dharma named Jin. The lifeline of the Buddhist kingdom has been pierced by the desolate heavenly emperor's spear. To remove the spear, the one who holds destiny must be present in person. Now that the desolate heavenly emperor's destiny has shattered, the only way to save the lifeline of the Buddhist kingdom is to cultivate a new holder of destiny. Master, the desolate heavenly emperor is the ruler of the world. What you're saying is utterly heretical." As soon as Jiyuan finished speaking, the monks of the Buddhist kingdom immediately rebuked him. Jiyuan smiled faintly. "Monks abide by precepts. I have not spoken a single falsehood. I know what you fear. You fear that one day the desolate heavenly emperor will return to settle accounts with you. But you need not worry, because I have something in my possession that can prove everything I've just said is true." As he spoke, Jiyuan took out a wooden bottle from his robe. When the bottle was opened, a phantom shot straight into the sky. Buzz, invisible ripples instantly spread out, and the spear embedded in the ancient tree began to tremble. This is destiny. The destiny belonging to the wild heavenly emperor, and it is a fragment of it. Destiny and its bearer are connected. When destiny shatters, the bearer suffers severe damage. Something serious has truly happened to the wild heavenly emperor. Central Court. Boom. A mountain suddenly split in two, and in the center sat a handsome man, cross-legged in meditation. He was fully suppressing the turmoil within his body. After a while, he finally stabilized, looked up at the sky, and said with a bitter smile, "What an annoying guy. Can't you let me prepare a little longer?" After speaking, he waved toward an empty space. Swish! A shadow appeared before him. "Pass down the order. Have everyone speed up. That annoying guy has started to act. With his stingy nature, if he doesn't pick something up when he goes out, it's as good as losing it. This time, he won't let this piece of cake go without taking a bite." The shadow knelt on one knee, hesitating. "Master, since he's so ungrateful, should we?" Crack! A fissure suddenly opened beneath the shadow's feet, and the overwhelming pressure caused a trace of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. The wild heavenly emperor was personally nurtured by him. Do you think someone like that can be easily killed? Moreover, you know that the wild heavenly emperor can bear destiny, and at least half the credit goes to him. Simply put, back then, he was fully qualified to compete with the wild heavenly emperor for destiny. Someone like that, and you dare to touch him? Facing the handsome man's fury, the shadow lowered his head and said, "This subordinate knows his mistake. Please forgive me, master." Who the handsome man exhaled slowly and waved his hand. "Carry out the order. Also, create a special position for me, called gatekeeper. This position doesn't need to do anything else, just guard the gate. After all, it's something I promised before." Understood. The shadow disappeared, and the handsome man curled his lips into a smile, murmuring, "Qin Changxing, oh Qin Changsheng. The destiny of this life is already in my hands. I really can't imagine what else you can do to fight me. It seems you'll only be able to guard the gate of the heavenly court." With that, the handsome man stood up and vanished from the spot. Eastern Wasteland. The shattered destiny floated in the air, and under the influence of the old destiny, a new destiny was rapidly forming. Seeing this, a man in a long robe complained, "Is this guy planning to go for mutual destruction? This move truly caught me off guard." As he spoke, the robed man put away the chessboard and removed the sign standing in front of the sacred ruins Forbidden Land. "My task is done. The rest is up to you. If I remember correctly, there's a coward hiding here among you. The path to ascend to the heavens is a certainty. Those above think so, and those below think so too. I want to see what those rats hiding in between will do." With that, the robed man leisurely left, leaving behind the silent and unchanged sacred ruins Forbidden Land. Void Realm. A figure sat cross-legged in the chaos, a beam of light shining from the center of his forehead. Through the light, a translucent, crystalline bone could faintly be seen. Buzz. The immortal bone erupted with supreme power, seemingly suppressing some kind of force. After 10 breaths, the turmoil subsided, and the figure in the chaos slowly opened his eyes. "Will you yield again in this lifetime?" As soon as the words fell, an ancient voice echoed from the depths of chaos. "Yield for one more lifetime. The forbidden land of the archaic era has been plotting for so long, all to let Zhang Banian bear the mandate of heaven. If it weren't for Wu Li's sudden emergence in the last lifetime, the mandate of heaven would have been his. Even you may not be able to surpass him. The path to ascend to heaven is already halfway open, and many people's thoughts have changed. Whoever bears the mandate of heaven in this lifetime will bring endless wars. If Zhang Banian wants to go, let him go." After hearing this, the figure in the chaos closed his eyes again. But before closing them, he glanced into the distance. His gaze fell upon the place known as the Lower Realm, as if there was something there he couldn't let go of. In the darkness, Wu Li, covered in blood, staggered forward. The companions who once fought alongside him had long disappeared. Sensing a familiar presence, the weakened Wu Li raised his head. "Teacher, you truly understand my intentions. I'm sorry for going against your wishes, but you can't entirely blame me. Back then, you wiped out the entire Thunder Beast clan over 2 drops of saliva. I am your disciple, and so powerful, how could I endure such humiliation? If it were you, you'd probably be even harsher. Easy for you to say when you're not in my shoes, you know that." Wu Li muttered to himself for a while, then looked in a certain direction and snorted coldly. "We shall meet again, this isn't over." With that, his figure disappeared into the darkness. Southern Plains. A man and a beast were strolling leisurely when they suddenly stopped. The scholar-robed man stared at the shattered mandate of heaven in the sky, as if trying to discern something from it. "Bookworm, what's going on?" Baizhe couldn't help but ask. Nayland Xingda turned to Baizhe and said, "Baizhe, do you think the one who bears the mandate of heaven is the strongest being? Isn't that obvious? The one who bears the mandate of heaven is, of course, the strongest being." Hearing the answer, Nayland Xingda nodded. "Theoretically, that's most likely the case. So in the future, we might have to reason with the one who bears the mandate of heaven." As soon as these words were spoken, Baizhe's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said. Nayland Shingda replied indifferently, walking away slowly, leaving Baizé utterly confused. Although he didn't understand what had happened, Baizé vaguely felt that great trouble was looming in the future. Northern Desert Buddhist Kingdom. Looking at the mandate of heaven presented by Jiyuan, the monks were so shocked they couldn't speak. The anger suppressed in their hearts for 1,000 years finally began to ignite. The desolate heavenly emperor was dead, the central court and eastern wasteland had no successors, and the western continent was fragmented. Only the small southern plains remained. What qualifications did it have to contend with the millennia-old Buddhist kingdom? Swish! Jin withdrew the mandate of heaven, smiling as he addressed the crowd. Masters, do you now believe me? Amitba, an elderly monk, clasped his hands together, chanting the Buddha's name to calm his excitement. Master Jiyuan, what should the Buddhist sect do next? It's simple: recruit heroes from all over the world and hold a Buddhist fate assembly. The mandate of the desolate heavenly emperor is broken. Whoever controls the old mandate will be closer to the new mandate. The one who can pull out the spear will become the ruler of the Buddhist kingdom. Faced with this proposal, a monk in a kasaya frowned and asked, Master Jin, since you hold the mandate of heaven, why don't you pull the spear yourself? Won't hosting such an assembly just invite trouble? Jin glanced at him and said calmly, if one does not think long-term, immediate troubles will arise. Today, the Buddhist kingdom has resolved the current crisis, but what about the future? There was once the desolate heavenly emperor. Who knows if a new heavenly emperor will emerge in the future? Looking across the 5 continents, only our Northern Desert Buddhist sect has managed to occupy an entire state with the strength of a single sect. Such a great power, who can ignore it? If the next destined one does not come from the Buddhist sect, how will our sect establish itself in the world, and how can we protect this vast Buddhist kingdom? Jiyuan's words were thunderous, shaking the hearts of the many monks present, causing them to start making plans. Though the sacred land of the central court is strong, the Buddhist sect is no pushover. The reason they were suppressed by the Purple Mansion sacred land in the past was simply because the Purple Mansion produced the desolate heavenly emperor. Now that the desolate heavenly emperor has fallen, a new destiny is about to be born. The Buddhist sect has been conserving its strength for 4,000 years, taking advantage of the right time and place. With just a little more human harmony, the Buddhist sect is bound to become the next ruler of the world. Such an opportunity, how could the Buddhist sect, which has endured over 1,000 years of humiliation, let it slip away? Amitba, Master Jiyuan is right. When will the Buddhist fate assembly be held? The sooner, the better. A fragmented destiny only represents an opportunity, not success. The same applies to us as it does to others who hold fragments of destiny. To increase their chances of bearing the destiny, they will surely participate in the Buddhist fate assembly. By then, who the destiny will belong to depends on the efforts of the masters here. After speaking, the monks of the Buddhist kingdom said no more and silently turned to leave. When everyone had dispersed, Jiyuan touched his bald head and smiled. These baldies are really hard to fool. Good thing my skills are superior. It's just a pity about my thick, black hair. That's right, this Master Jiyuan was none other than Qin Changsheng, who had shaved his head. After a few jokes, Qin Changsheng lowered his head to look at the wooden bottle in his hand. You brat, I was wondering how you could have been beaten so badly. You actually dismantled your own destiny like this. Aren't you afraid of something going wrong? I really don't know who you inherited that fiery temper from, unable to endure even a little grievance. As he spoke, Qin Changsheng's thoughts returned to the scene of being struck down from the ascension path that day. The events of that day remained vivid in his memory. At the same time, one question had troubled him for a long time. Why did Wu Li lose so miserably? He had watched Wu Li grow step by step and knew better than anyone how strong Wu Li was. Before bearing destiny, Wu Li dared to break into the forbidden land of the sacred ruins. After bearing destiny, Wu Li should have been even stronger. How could he have been so easily defeated? This question had puzzled Qin Changsheng for 100 years without an answer. Until 3 months ago, when he arrived at Buzhou Mountain, a ridiculous idea suddenly came to mind. To verify this idea, he spent 3 months searching for traces left by Wu Li. After piecing together countless clues, Qin Changsheng came to a shocking conclusion. Wu Li's destiny had long been shattered, and it was he himself who had broken it. He had buried many fragments of destiny in this world, and one of them was hidden beneath Buzhou Mountain. The key to finding these fragments was this special piece of destiny in Chen Chongqing's hand. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing let out a long breath and said, "No wonder you were so determined to hand this piece of destiny to me. Turns out it's the key to your plan. Since you've set the stage, as your teacher, I'll help you take control of the whole situation." Saying this, he looked into the distance, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Hiding and not letting me join the game? Then don't expect to pass easily. I want to see how many big fish this trump card can lure out." Northern Desert. 3 young travelers stopped in their tracks. In the distant sky, dazzling Buddhist light was shining. Seeing this, Tianxian broke out in a cold sweat. Chen Shursen asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Gulp. Struggling to swallow his saliva, Tianxian slowly spoke. "Shursan, did the teacher ever tell you where he would meet us?" "The teacher never mentioned it. Didn't we agree to wait for him together in the Buddhist kingdom?" Tianxuan's mouth twitched, forcing a bitter smile. "That was the original plan, but now it seems we might need to change it. We'd better not enter the Buddhist kingdom." "Why? What are you afraid of?" Seeing Tianxuan's nervous expression, Qian Bauer couldn't help but ask. "If I'm not mistaken, the phenomenon ahead should be the signal of the Buddhist kingdom reopening. But even if the Buddhist kingdom reopens, it shouldn't scare you like this. We're just going to wait for the teacher, not to attack the Buddhist kingdom." Tianxian, however, irritably rebuked. "What do you know? Do you really think the Buddhist kingdom is so easy to enter?" This sudden outburst startled Qian Bauer. Tianxian also realized his loss of composure and quickly said, "Miss Bauer, I was rude just now, but there are some things you truly don't understand. The Wantong Chamber of Commerce has been established for too short a time. You don't know much about the Northern Desert Buddhist Kingdom." Qian Bauer crossed her arms, scoffing. "Then tell me, just how strong is the Northern Desert Buddhist Kingdom?" Tianxian glanced at her, then looked toward the distant Buddhist light, frowning. "Miss Bauer, I don't blame you for reacting strongly. Ever since the desolate Heavenly Emperor bore the destiny, all forces have been recuperating. Especially after the desolate Heavenly Emperor ascended, countless new forces have sprung up like mushrooms after the rain. These forces each have their pride. The Wantong Chamber of Commerce, spanning 3 continents, indeed has reason to be proud. But all of this is because the old forces have temporarily held back. Once the old forces make a move, even the Wantong Chamber of Commerce will have to bow its head and admit defeat." Hearing this, Qian Bauer became even more unconvinced. The Wantong Chamber of Commerce spans 3 continents and has been almost invincible for thousands of years. How could a Northern Desert Buddhist kingdom, dormant for thousands of years, compare to the Wantong Chamber of Commerce? Is it really that exaggerated? Strength doesn't necessarily grow naturally with time. Seeing that Qian Bauer still hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation, Tianxian gently reminded her, "Miss Bauer, the Xianbird clan was defeated by the Wantong Chamber of Commerce. As the victor, what do you think of the Xianbird clan's strength?" Qian Bauer raised her head, pondered, and then asked, "Although they lost to the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, I must admit they were really strong." Tianxian candidly replied, "Back then, we prepared for a long time to defeat the Xianbird clan." Hearing such an evaluation, Qian Bauer nodded. "Miss Bauer, you make a good point. Then I must tell you, the Xianbird clan that the Wantong Chamber of Commerce faced at the time actually only had half of its original strength. As for why their strength declined so drastically, you should be well aware. When the desolate Heavenly Emperor waged war against the demon clans of the Western continent, the Xianbird clan was also part of the demon clans. You wouldn't think the Xianbird clan emerged unscathed from that great war, would you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Qian Bauer's expression immediately turned serious. The previous banter with Tianxian was merely youthful pride. Now that the conversation had reached this point, not taking it seriously would be foolish. "I understand what you mean. If the Xianbird clan's strength had doubled back then, the Wantong Chamber of Commerce might not have won. So, are you saying that the strength of the Northern Desert Buddhist Kingdom is several times greater than the former Xianbird clan?" It's not just a matter of how many times stronger they are. Tian Xin paused, seemingly searching for an appropriate analogy. Let me put it this way. The ancient texts of the Xianbird clan record that one of our ancestors became a monk and achieved enlightenment, becoming a protector of the northern desert Buddhist kingdom. That ancestor's strength had already reached the peak of the sixth realm at the time, which, in today's terms, would be the peak of the life lamp realm, almost touching the divine realm. Qian Bauer couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this. A master at the peak of the life lamp realm was rare, even in the Wantong Chamber of Commerce. Yet such a top-tier master was merely a protector in the northern desert Buddhist kingdom. It sounded utterly exaggerated. Qian Bauer couldn't help but twitch her lips. A master at the peak of the life lamp realm as a protector? That doesn't seem possible. If the northern desert Buddhist kingdom is truly that powerful, why would it have been suppressed for so long by a single word from the desolate heavenly emperor? Because that word was spoken by the desolate heavenly emperor. The northern desert Buddhist kingdom has been closed for years, not because of insufficient strength, but because the desolate heavenly emperor was too powerful. Upon hearing this, Qian Bauer was completely speechless. She had never witnessed the era of the desolate heavenly emperor and could only hear fragmented accounts through rumors. Based on hearsay alone, it was hard for her to imagine just how powerful one person could be to suppress the entire world. Successfully making Qian Bauer realize the might of the northern desert Buddhist kingdom, Tian Xin gazed worriedly into the distance. Once the Buddhist kingdom reopens, something major is bound to happen. According to my predictions, the Buddhist kingdom will soon become a massive vortex. Once caught in it, the only outcome is utter destruction. With our current strength, we wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. So, for safety's sake, I suggest we temporarily good analysis. I like it. Before Tian Xin could finish speaking, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Tian Xin looked over, and the voice came from behind Chen Shursan. Sir, why are you here? Chen Shursan asked in surprise. We'll talk about that later. Let's focus on the main task first. Chen Changxing pointed into the distance. We are still 20,000 miles away from the Buddhist kingdom. Your task is simple. Cover these 20,000 miles, enter the Buddhist kingdom, and find me. Tian Xin sighed helplessly. It seems everything I just said was for nothing. Knowing your personality, I doubt you'll help us. Chen Shursan showed no reaction, as he had already planned to enter the Buddhist kingdom to wait for Chen Changxing. But he was unaware of the dangers along the way, which Tian Xin, as the young master of the Xianbird clan, understood all too well. Sir, this journey is extremely dangerous. With our current strength, I know. Before he could finish, Chen Changxing interrupted him calmly. Tian Xin, among the three of you, you are the most experienced, and your analysis is very accurate. Something has indeed happened in the Buddhist kingdom. The entire northern desert will turn into a massive vortex. If you intervene recklessly with your current strength, it will only lead to death. But I still want you to go to the Buddhist kingdom to find me. If you regret it, you can turn back at any time. Tian Xin remained silent. Beside him, Qian Bauer smiled and said, Sir, even if you want to train us, shouldn't you teach us some ultimate moves? With our current strength, going to the Buddhist kingdom is just walking into death, isn't it? Yes, I am sending you to your deaths. Chen Changxing responded coldly, leaving Qian Bauer momentarily speechless. Sweeping his gaze over the silent trio, Chen Changxing continued, This path is very difficult and very long. Moreover, reaching the Buddhist kingdom is not the end, that is just the beginning of the suffering. So these 20,000 miles are not only a test, but also your chance to regret, the last chance I am giving you. After hearing this, Chen Shursan, who had been silent, spoke up. Sir, why did you suddenly appear here? Chen Changxing looked puzzled. Didn't you hear what I just said? I heard it. This path is arduous and painful, and you might die. And then, shouldn't you think it through carefully, given such great danger? Looking at Chen Changxing's slightly agitated expression, Chen Shursan scratched his head, his face full of confusion. To be honest, I've never understood why you all are so tense. The path is hard, but does that mean we shouldn't walk it? I started cultivating not long ago, so I don't understand much about the mindset of cultivators. I only know that there are many ordinary people in this world who live very hard lives. They are also walking a difficult path, but I've never seen them stop. As soon as these words were spoken, Tianxian, who had been bowing his head in silence, raised his head to look at Qin Shisan. Qin Shisan's words once again shocked him. After hearing this, Qin Changxing's face showed a serious smile. Ha ha, what a great line, I've never seen them stop. You, Qin Shisan, always manage to surprise me. Although what you said makes sense, you all have one thing those ordinary people don't: a way out. You have a choice, but they have no retreat and are forced to move forward. Then I don't want a way out. Before Qin Changxing could finish his sentence, Qin Shisan interrupted him. Qin Shisan spoke earnestly. Without a way out, people can move forward quickly. Having a way out makes people hesitate instead. So I think the way out you mentioned isn't help. Nor is it an extra choice, it's a huge shackle. I don't want to stop, so I don't want a way out. After hearing Qin Shisan's words, Qin Changxing remained silent for a long time. Finally, he pointed into the distance and said calmly, "The Buddhist kingdom is going to hold the Buddhist Fate Conference. However, the Buddhist kingdom has been closed for a long time, and reopening it will take time to prepare. I estimate it will take about 3 years. 3 years is just enough time for you to reach the Buddhist kingdom." After speaking, Qin Changxing walked forward, and Qin Shisan immediately followed him. "Sir, aren't you already here? Why do you still want us to go to the Buddhist kingdom to find you? That's just a trace of my consciousness. My true self is still in the Buddhist kingdom." "I see. That move looks really impressive. Can you teach me?" "Of course, but you'll have to learn it slowly." Their conversation gradually faded away. Tianxian hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed them. Tianxian left, Qin Shisan left, leaving only Qian Bao among the 3 young people. Watching their backs, Qian Bao recalled what Qin Changxing had once said: "His path is not one you can take." Tianxian carried the heavy responsibility of revitalizing his clan, with few options for retreat, so he could walk alongside Qin Changxing. Qin Shisan had never considered retreating from the start, so he could follow resolutely. But she was different. As the little princess of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, she was born into privileges others could never have, and there was no need for her to be like them. So she couldn't keep up with their pace, nor could she walk their path. After pondering for a long time, Qian Bao finally took a step forward. Although she didn't know if she could persevere until the end, she wanted to give it a try, because she had a strong feeling. If she didn't take this path, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Boom! A ferocious beast as large as a small mountain collapsed. Tianxian leaned against a rock, panting heavily. Qin Shisan had already closed his eyes and laid flat, while Qian Bao was feeding him medicinal pills. TSK Tisk. This 5-flavored herb is at least 300 years old. You guys are really lucky. Qin Changxing smiled as he took out a spiritual herb, completely ignoring the injuries of the 3. 15 minutes later, under Qian Bao's treatment, Qin Shisan finally opened his eyes, and Tianxian had regained some strength. "Have you rested enough? Come over and eat." Hearing Qin Changxing's call, the 3 dragged their exhausted bodies over. The beast's meat had already been skinned. Upon arriving at the northern desert, he took them to a desolate wilderness rarely visited by people. Strictly speaking, this was Qin Shisan's first time in a big city. Thinking of this, Qin Changxing cleared his throat and said, "Those who cultivate should stay away from worldly temptations. I didn't bring Shisan out before because I was afraid he'd get distracted. Now, haven't I brought him out?" Qian Bao rolled her eyes, clearly not buying this explanation. After spending so much time together, Qian Bao had come to understand this sir quite well. In critical moments, he could always remain calm and handle things meticulously. But in everyday matters, he often left people exasperated. Qin Shisan's clothes consisted of only 2 sets, both so old they had turned white. If Qian Bao hadn't spent her own money to buy him a few new outfits, he might have worn those 2 old sets until they faded completely. "Whatever the sir says goes," Qian Bao said. "Sir, do you have any other plans now?" "No more plans," Qin Changxing replied decisively, his tone carrying a hint of care. "Go ahead and play. Enjoy yourselves without worry. I've prepared the funds for your expenses. I also need some rest. Constantly using spiritual sense is quite tiring. If anything comes up, just call me." After speaking, Chen Chongqing tossed a beast-hide pouch to Qian Bao and then transformed into a beam of light, disappearing into the true martial sword. Seeing this, the previously excited Chen Shisan suddenly became a bit nervous. He asked softly, "Bao, will expenses in the big city be very high? I don't have much money on me. Can we spend sparingly?" Qian Bao shook her head with a smile. "Don't even think about it. With the little silver in your pocket, you probably wouldn't even make it through the door. Sir has already thought this through for you. This pouch contains the remnants of the fierce beast you hunted over the past 6 months. Although the core parts were eaten, the leftovers still have value. In other words, you now have some savings." Upon hearing this, Chen Shisan immediately straightened his back. "Then let's hurry and exchange the money. I promised to treat you to a meal, and I can't go back on my word." Seeing Chen Shisan's comical yet stubborn demeanor, Qian Bao and Tianxian couldn't help but laugh. This guy could be so stubborn it left people speechless, yet sometimes he was surprisingly admirable. But no matter what, his pure and silly nature was always the most amusing. "Miss, this is 3,600 gene of divine source. Keep it safe." Qian Bao divided the money from selling the materials between Chen Shisan and Tianxian. All the materials were exchanged for a total of 3,600 gene of divine source. "I also contributed to hunting the fierce beasts, so these 2 shares are for you." Tianxian took the pouch, glanced at it casually, and put it away. Although the Xianbird clan had fallen into decline, as the young clan leader, this amount of money was insignificant to him. Qian Bao cared even less. As the little princess of the Wantong Chamber of Commerce, her resources were incredibly abundant. Her storage artifact contained at least 30,000 gene of divine source. A few days ago, when Chen Shisan was seriously injured, she fed him 5 pills worth 3,000 gene of divine source. This 1,200 gene of divine source was nothing to her. Both of them were calm, but Chen Shisan was overjoyed. Confidently, he asked, "Bao, which restaurant here is the best?" Qian Bao smirked mischievously and said, "Since you're so insistent on treating us, we won't hold back. The Ba Bao Jai on the street has pretty good food. Let's go try it." "All right, let's go to Ba Bao Jai." Chen Shisan excitedly strode out the door. Watching his back, Tianxian spoke up. "Did you tell him that the dishes at Ba Bao Jai cost at least several hundred gene of divine source?" "I didn't tell him," Qian Bao replied. Tianxian's lips curved slightly. "Doing it this way, he'll definitely feel the pinch." That's exactly the point, to make him feel the pinch and change his stingy habits. When he eats, it's like he's trying to lick the bowl clean. If he doesn't change, I reckon he'll go crazy. After saying that, Qian Bao caught up with Chen Shisan. "Ba Bao Jai. We'll have 1 dish of red-beaked green parrot." "All right, sir, anything else?" "No, that's all." Hearing this, the waiter froze for a moment and asked suspiciously, "Sir, just 1 dish for the 3 of you?" "We brought our own food. 1 dish is enough." Qian Bao and Tianxian exchanged glances. The waiter was speechless. Coming to Ba Bao Jai, ordering just 1 dish, and bringing their own food, this was truly rare. Most of the patrons here were cultivators. There was no need to be so frugal, right? Qian Bao glanced at the serious Chen Shisan, then at the waiter's disdainful expression, and finally couldn't hold back. She coldly pushed Chen Shisan aside and said, "Don't listen to him. Listen to me. Bring us one of every signature dish from Ba Bao Jai. Also, a jar of 180-year-old bamboo leaf green. Remember, don't try to fool me with wine that's not aged enough, or you'll have to watch out for your legs." The waiter immediately broke into a smile upon hearing this. "All right, sir. Please wait a moment."